Welcome to Island Survival. The 18 Survival System is delighted to serve you. I shall now provide answers to your queries. Due to the significant spread of high radiation, data indicates that in 1 year, the planet Blue Sea will no longer be suitable for human habitation. The survival game has been adapted to these circumstances, presenting the inhabitants of Blue Sea with a new opportunity for existence. Regarding survival, I implore all Blue Sea survivors to heed the following critical points, as they pertain to the lives of everyone involved. Point 1. Currently, all individuals entering the island survival realm are inhabitants of Blue Sea aged between 18 and 50. The system has appropriately relocated those who do not meet these criteria. These individuals will be placed in a secondary group after a 1-year protection period. I urge all survivors to strive for development, as your progress will determine whether you can bring your family and friends to a resource-abundant refuge. Those unable to sustain themselves and lacking familial support will be concentrated on the same island. 2. Presently, we are in a novice phase, during which each survivor shares a 3-day protection period. Throughout this time, you will be safe from monsters or unknown entities. Exercise caution when entering fog-laden areas, as they harbor significant dangers. Nightfall is when unknown creatures are most active. Refrain from venturing beyond the safety zone during the protection period. A campfire may offer a semblance of safety. 3. Each individual's initial resources include a basic shelter, a dilapidated hut, a platform area of 5 by 5 square meters extending from the edges of the shelter, a backpack with 10 slots which can accommodate identical resources with a maximum limit of 200, and a basic stone axe. Please prioritize upgrading your shelter and expanding your platform. 4. During the 3-day novice period, the system will periodically refresh treasure chests, which survivors must seek out. These chests will yield various resources. 5. Survivors can summon a task panel within their neural interface to view their basic attributes. Currently, the world channel is disabled, but the regional server channel is open, accommodating up to 200,000 individuals, where you can access server-specific information. I urge all survivors to expedite the upgrading and expansion of their living environments. Best of luck to you all. Having just exited the mechanical laboratory, Chinyan found herself transported to this unknown island. A fierce gust of wind swept past, uprooting the dilapidated hut before her, leaving only remnants of sand swirling in the air. Upon reviewing the system's information, Chinyan immediately grasped the gravity of her situation. Her shelter was gone. Taking a deep breath, she recalled that her neural interface was directly implanted in her wrist. Lifting her arm, she was relieved to see her smart device still intact. She activated it and tapped a few commands, causing it to illuminate in red. Energy below 30. Please replenish with a new energy source. It was functional, albeit with limited energy. With a soft sigh, Chinyan then opened her character interface. Player, Chinyan gender, female age, 22 height, 172 centimeters weight, 52 kilograms physique, 12 tenure physique is exceptional. Strength, 810 standard for an average adult female speed. 1010, quite impressive, perhaps a contender in athletic competitions. Mental power, 180,100 remarkable levels, 0, 3 unknown entities cannot invade your mind luck. 99,100 you are akin to a paragon of fortune. Talent, untapped skills, undeveloped ding. Would you like to conceal the character information panel? Would you like to alter your true name? Without hesitation, Chinyan affirmed, changing her name from Chinyan to Dia, before switching to the chat channel. Regional channel, Zhongguang. What about my child and wife? What a wretched survival game. Zhang Jiajia. Is Zhang Xiaoqing here? Is Li here? Is Zhang Zhongyi here? Please respond in private. Zhao Shui. To hell with survival, I refuse to believe it. This must be a dream. Internet troll for 30 years. Is the system announcement in a stupor? If you don't come back in a year, won't you still perish? A reminder for everyone. It's best to change your names and not use your real ones. Chinyan glanced around. There was currently no useful information, most of it comprised of missing persons inquiries or denigrations of the game, interspersed with trivial chatter. Opening the trading panel revealed that it would remain closed for another 2 hours. Approaching the blown-away thatched cottage, she picked up a stone axe, hardly able to believe her extraordinary luck, akin to that of a true champion. Opening the upgrade panel, she encountered the following information. Safe house upgrade. Current dilapidated thatch hut. Next level thatched hut, level 1. Upgrade materials. Wood X15. Thatch X50 settlement expansion. Initial platform 5 by 5 square meters. Next area 8 by 8 square meters. Safe house level 2 unlocks upgrade conditions. She glanced toward the vast ocean and the dense forests in other directions. With the sun high above, the brain's time display indicated it was 6:09 a.m. The nearest dense forest lay, just behind her, approximately 100 meters away. Grasping the stone axe, Qianyun resolutely ventured into the thicket, selecting a seemingly easy-to-chop unknown tree to commence her labor, calculating the angles and points of impact before proceeding. With the first swing, the stone axe displayed a durability of 99 points. It was evident that each strike would consume some durability. The tree before Qianyun required both arms to embrace it, and she now harbored doubts about whether this stone axe could withstand the task until the tree was felled. Engrossed in her toil, Ding detected a usable fallen log. Would you like to collect it for wood? She clicked yes, and a moment later, another prompt chimed. Congratulations! Player Qianyun has triggered the champion's reward. Receiving a wood doubling bonus doubled to 2. Player has obtained a total of 6 wood. From just after 6 a.m. until now, it was already 1 p.m. Having not engaged in such laborious work for a long time, Qianyun felt fatigued, but she had successfully harvested 100 pieces of wood. During her efforts, she triggered critical hits 10 times, earning 19 rewards, and also conveniently completed the collection of the necessary thatch. The system-provided stone axe had long since broken, leaving Qianyun to craft a rudimentary version, which she stowed in her backpack as she gazed at the upgrade page. Safe house upgrade. Current dilapidated thatched hut liable to be blown away by a gust. Next level thatched hut level 1. Upgrade materials. Wood X15. Thatch X50 upgradable. Qianyun clicked on the upgrade option. Soon, a modest wooden hut materialized before her, appearing considerably more robust than the initial safe house she encountered upon entering the game. It exuded a sense of stability. Ding. Player Dia, as the first survivor to successfully upgrade a safe house in Zone 288, is awarded 2 silver treasure chests. Please claim your reward promptly and continue your efforts. Fatigued and parched, Qianyun brushed aside her weariness and clicked to claim her reward. 2 silver chests, measuring 1 meter in width and half a meter in height, manifested before her. With nimble fingers, Qianyun rubbed her hands together and proceeded to open the chests. The contents were as follows: blueprints for a basic water purifier, blueprints for a workbench, a beginner's pharmacology skill book, and a level 1 dagger. The items were indeed commendable, however. There was neither food nor drink to be found. Ding! Detection indicates unlearned blueprints and skills. Would you like to learn them? The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed once more. Without hesitation, Qianyun selected the default option to claim and learn, understanding that duplicate blueprints would be automatically recognized and not subject to learning again. Chapter 2. Resource Reserve. Qianyun glanced at the items she could currently craft, noting that she had none available. The survival system announced, treasure chests have begun to refresh. Players may search for them at their leisure. Note, if a chest is not found within the day, it will automatically vanish the next day. 2 chests materialized out of thin air, landing squarely before Qianyun and kicking up a cloud of dust. The chests were cubic, devoid of any visible nails or seams, measuring approximately 1 meter in each dimension. Intrigued, Qianyun carefully retrieved her dagger from her backpack and approached with caution. Common chest, wooden, level 0, no danger. Would you like to open the chest? Qianyun selected the default option to open it directly, revealing a bounty within the 2 wooden chests. She discovered 3 250 milliliters bottles of mineral water, triggering a reward for a total of 6 bottles, 5 packets of instant noodles, which doubled to 10, 2 200g giant egg yolk pastries, and 2 women's sports outfits. Qianyun's attention was captivated by the extraordinary rewards, indicating that others might not have the fortune of receiving such bountiful returns. She stowed the items in her backpack and observed the chests on the ground. Still puzzled by their secure construction, a desire to dismantle them stirred within her, yet she recalled her humble abode and prioritized upgrades instead. Upon deconstructing the chests, she obtained 12 iron nails and 10 pieces of wood. She was now just 30 iron nails short of upgrading her ordinary wooden house. In the regional chat, A player exclaimed, "What on earth? Why are some players not searching for treasure chests and instead upgrading their houses?" Another chimed in, "I spent the entire morning collecting 56 pieces of wood, thinking I was swift, yet some have already upgraded. By the way, do stone axes have durability? Mine is completely worn out." A third player lamented, "The system is truly frustrating. Not only do stone axes have durability, but the chest refresh isn't communicated either. I assumed they would always be available, and I wasted the morning searching for chests." A player remarked, "Honestly, I initially searched for chests too, but when I found none, I began gathering materials for useful items. I simply cannot fathom how some can persistently search for chests all morning. If you are so dedicated, success is inevitable." Another player added, "There are no wild vegetables in this area. I haven't seen anything edible this morning." A hopeful player expressed, "The chests are disappointing. I opened 3 and found not a single edible item." Qianyun then announced, "I am offering 1 packet of instant noodles in exchange for 6 iron nails. Interested parties may contact me privately." Before long, several friend requests appeared, and Qianyun accepted a few that seemed agreeable. She opened the private messages from 2 players. Lin Jiji wrote, "Hello, I have 14 iron nails available for trade. Could you provide me with 2 packets of instant noodles and a 100 milliliters bottle of water? If water is unavailable, I would accept 10 iron nails for 2 packets of instant noodles." Qianyun replied, "I do have water, however, it is currently quite scarce. Food from the chests is also exceedingly rare. The iron nails obtained from deconstructing chests do not justify the trade value. Is there anything else you might consider offering? If the price is reasonable, I can exchange water and this for a picture of a 200g egg yolk pie. One is sufficient for 2 days, being a remarkably filling and delectable treat." Lin Jiji felt a twinge of desire upon seeing the egg yolk pie sent from across the way. She too wished to fell trees, yet the sparse few that were not even as thick as her wrist were deemed unharvestable. Thus, she resorted to scavenging for stones, collecting anything that bore a name to place in her backpack. Subsequently, when the chests refreshed, she solely searched for chests, only to discover that after opening 6, she found neither food nor drink, but rather an array of materials. After some contemplation, she resolved to proceed with the exchange, uncertain if food would emerge in the future, particularly since her island was predominantly comprised of stone mines, with greenery being a rare sight. Lin Jiji, "Here is what I have to offer: 18 stone ore, 15 ordinary iron materials, 10 iron ore, 8 silver ore, and 5 tin. Please take a look. I have no immediate use for these, as my island is entirely comprised of mines. If the materials are suitable, we can engage in further trades. These are all items I gathered throughout the morning." Qianyun felt a strong desire for the ordinary iron materials, as they were essential for crafting a workbench, and the quantity was more than sufficient. "Qianyun, all right. Apart from the 14 iron nails, I will take all these materials from you. I can offer you 2 packets of instant noodles, 2 bottles of 250 milliliters mineral water, and 1 piece of the egg yolk pie, along with 15 pieces of wood, which will be just enough for you to upgrade your safe house. If you agree, I will initiate the trade. If not, that is fine too." Lin Jiji, "Sure, sounds good." In truth, Lin Jiji had inquired with many individuals, but none had offered as many reasonable materials as Qianyun. Many were hesitant to enter the misty areas, and those who had ventured in had become untraceable, leaving many without water and food. Qianyun successfully initiated the trade and acquired the desired materials, later exchanging a packet of instant noodles for 6 iron nails with another player. She opened the upgrade panel. Safe house upgrade. From thatched hut, a sturdy and relatively safe dwelling, level 1, to the next level, wooden house. Upgrade materials required. Wood 30. Iron nails 30. Click to upgrade. The wooden house is being upgraded. The platform is expanding. After a slight tremor, a small wooden house measuring 3'5" appeared before her. The wood seemingly polished to a smooth sheen, almost as if coated with a layer of tung oil. Qianyun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The current data on the upgrade interface is as follows: Safe house upgrade. Current wooden house, very sturdy, providing ample protection from wind and rain, level 2. Upgrade materials required. Wood 50, iron nails 30, stone 20. Expansion of the base, level 1 platform, 88 square meters. Current expansion requires no materials. The safe house can be expanded once for every 2 levels it ascends. Excellent. Qianyun ventured into the surrounding dense forest, sensing the presence of more chests. Indeed, not far into her exploration, she spotted a gray-black chest, appearing rather unremarkable, its material indeterminate, differing somewhat from the chest she had encountered earlier. Just as she intended to approach and collect it, a rattlesnake sprang forth, launching directly towards her face. Qianyun swiftly tilted her head back, retreating rapidly while drawing a dagger from her inventory, preparing to confront the unexpectedly aggressive rattlesnake. She swung forward with great force, hoping to strike her target, but alas, her attack missed the rattlesnake. The rattlesnake swiftly returned to the vicinity of the treasure chest, flicking its tongue and fixating its triangular eyes on Qianyun, as if ready to pounce at the slightest movement. Thus, Qianyun and the rattlesnake found themselves in a stalemate, neither daring to act recklessly. Regaining her composure, Qianyun contemplated how to navigate the precarious situation. She resolved to test the rattlesnake's reaction, retrieving a piece of wood from her backpack and hurling it towards the serpent. As the rattlesnake became distracted by the wood, she seized the moment to strike. In an instant, the rattlesnake's body was cleaved in two, astonishingly, even in its severed state. It continued to writhe and thrash on the ground. Cautiously, Qianyun approached, wielding her dagger and precisely targeting the rattlesnake's vital spot. After several strikes, the rattlesnake finally ceased its struggles, falling silent. Congratulations to player Qianyun for successfully slaying the guardian of the treasure chest. Your luck has bestowed upon you 5 wooden chests and 2 silver chests, now automatically deposited into your inventory. A special chest has been retrieved. Ding. Resources available for collection detected. Would you like to collect? Yes. You have acquired 200 G of snake meat, 1 damaged snake skin, 1 damaged snake gallbladder, and 2 venomous fangs, special items usable for weapon crafting. After this encounter, Qianyun became increasingly vigilant. The novice protection period did not guarantee absolute safety, and even treasure hunting posed significant risks. Subsequently, she discovered 4 ordinary wooden chests, but no further findings. She tidied up and returned to the safe house. From her system inventory, she retrieved 9 wooden chests, 2 silver chests, and 1 special chest. Ding. Unopened chests detected. Would you like to open them? Yes. Congratulations, player. You have obtained resources from the special chest. 1 bottle of beginner plant nutrient solution reduces crop maturity time by 10 days, and 2 bags of ordinary planting soil. Would you like to decompose the chest? Yes. Decomposition complete. Congratulations on acquiring 6 golden silk Nama wood. Would you like to continue opening chests? Qianyun opted to proceed, selecting an ordinary wooden chest. Congratulations, player. From 9 ordinary wooden chests, you have received 1 iron pot, 1 wooden bowl, 500 G of beef, 1 kilogram of pork, 5 steamed buns, 12 250 milliliters bottles of mineral water, 1 sweet orange seed, 3 lettuce seeds, 3 tomato seeds, and 3 potato seeds. The 9 ordinary wooden chests yielded 54 iron nails and 45 pieces of wood. Qianyun continued to open chests, and the 2 silver chests brought her considerable delight, revealing 1 blueprint for a standard bow, 1 blueprint for a standard tang knife, 1 advanced iron axe, and 1 blueprint for a standard iron pickaxe. Chapter 3. Basic defense. With a pot in hand and an array of ingredients before her, Qianyun summoned the intelligent brain display, revealing the time. Exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Taking a deep breath, she focused her mind, preparing to embark on the crucial tasks ahead, igniting a fire, establishing a perimeter, and producing salt. As of now, she had yet to observe anyone procuring survival supplies such as sugar or salt, and even the means to create fire remained elusive. The sun was at its zenith, rendering it imperative for her to ensure a safe haven for the night. The survival system had emphasized the significance of a bonfire. She gathered a heap of dry grass, then cautiously collected a few twigs, using her dagger to shave off fine shavings. With considerable effort, she chiseled a hole into a slightly sturdier log, binding the dagger to commence the rotation and friction. Ignoring the discomfort in her hands, she continued her endeavor as wisps of black smoke emerged without a single spark. Unperturbed, Qianyun persisted, watching as the debris began to darken. A gust of wind swept by, and suddenly, sparks ignited, setting the dry grass ablaze. She constructed a conical structure with the grass, ensuring ample space for oxygen to circulate among the wood. From her backpack, she retrieved some stones, gradually building a barrier around the fire to prevent the sparks from scattering dangerously in the wind. Only then did Qianyun proceed to nail together a fire rack, testing its stability before securing the iron pot in place. She twisted open an empty wooden box and ventured not far to fetch water. Assessing her surroundings, Qianyun opted for the most reliable method, boiling for steam. Lacking specific tools and equipment for evaporation and filtration, she resorted to the most rudimentary technique to create coarse salt. Skipping the step of sedimenting seawater, she proceeded directly to boiling, meticulously monitoring temperature control, removing impurities, and ensuring the purity of the final product. During the boiling process, she attempted to weave a few fish baskets, albeit clumsily crafted, but deemed them sufficient for placement by the rocks, hoping for a bountiful catch with the incoming tide the following day. Noticing the slightly raised crystals around her, she recognized them as salt crystals, which contained significant amounts of magnesium chloride and barium chloride, rendering them unsuitable for direct use. At one point, she added a considerable quantity of seawater from an undecomposed silver chest, doing so in small increments. Additionally, she inserted several tree stumps around the platform, filling the gaps with a mixture of moist thatch and sandy soil. At 7:23 p.m., the perimeter had dried under the scorching sun, while the seawater in the pot had evaporated completely, revealing numerous salt crystals along the edges and bottom of the iron pot. Qianyun slowly ground them with a stone axe. The daylight persisted, though it was no longer as oppressive, allowing her the luxury of pouring 5 bottles of mineral water into the pot for a second round of steaming, primarily to dilute impurities and harmful substances. By 7 p.m., she added pure water once more, feeling a sense of relief as she observed the emergence of relatively white granules. As dusk settled, the wind began to howl fiercely. Yet, Qianyun remained undeterred, managing both the fire and the rack while snacking. Having not engaged in such physically demanding tasks for quite some time, and perhaps due to her hunger, she found her appetite diminished, casually consuming 2 packets of dry instant noodles before feeling satiated. Strange sounds echoed around the settlement, yet Qianyun remained undisturbed, calmly continuing her task of preparing salt. She quietly added a few more dry twigs collected during the day and tossed a log onto the fire, its flames casting a warm glow that offered her a modicum of comfort. At 9 o'clock in the evening, she ground the salt in the pot with a stone axe by the firelight, then spread it out to dry on the sports jacket she had worn during the day. After securing the door of her small wooden cabin, she intended to rest. However, whether due to the unfamiliar surroundings or some other reason, sleep eluded her. She opened the regional chat to observe the conversations of others. Lily, today, I found 8 treasure chests. I've successfully upgraded my hut, and I feel completely secure. I have enough food and water to last 3 or 4 days. Song survival. Riding on the luck of the European emperor. I spent a long time searching and only found 3 treasure chests. However, by chopping wood and trading in the evening, I managed to upgrade my wooden house. Peony in bloom. I opened a bunch of daily necessities. If anyone is interested, please message me for a trade. I haven't had water all day. My child is nearly parched. Changyu, have you all upgraded your safe houses? I haven't tea yet, and I'm cold, hungry, and frightened. I feel like I'm being watched, and the wind is howling. Peony in bloom. Sister, didn't you go looking for treasure today? Surely no one is still in that dilapidated hut? Changyu, I did search, but the island I'm on is all grassland, and I can see for miles. I haven't spotted any treasure chests. Peony in bloom. Could it be that the grass is too tall for you to see them? Tang. Sister, even after upgrading, I only have 3 pieces of wood left. I've privately messaged you to offer them. Please accept them and gather more. Changyu, thank you. I'm willing to trade thatch for wood. Changyu, it's too late. Help. It's terrifying. I feel as if there are wolves howling nearby. But it doesn't quite seem like that. I'm huddled in the hut, terrified. Can someone trade me some wood so I can upgrade my safe house? Tomorrow. In the next moment, the others in the regional chat witnessed Changyu's avatar turn gray, her name replaced by a string of garbled characters. No one knew what had transpired, but an involuntary chill ran down their spines. They couldn't help but ponder a question. Is the safe period truly safe? Seductive mother cockroach. Has she died? Tang, I didn't expect this. Just a minute ago, I gifted her 3 pieces of wood. How could it suddenly? The world fell into a heavy silence, and for a long while, no one continued speaking. Just as Qianyun was about to close the chat, a message regarding a trade appeared in the regional chat. Practical verification of truth. Help. Does anyone have a weapon? I will trade all my supplies. Peony in bloom. Why do you need a weapon? Practical verification of truth. My hut was blown away during the day, and I haven't had the chance to rebuild. I was smoking when I got pulled into this place, and I happened to have my lighter with me. It came along too. I thought I'd be fine by the campfire, but I don't have much wood left, and the fire is about to go out. I see countless pairs of green eyes surrounding the settlement. There might be a fierce battle ahead. Does anyone have a weapon? I will trade all my supplies. Yin Yun, I possess a long blade. What provisions do you have? Surely, you are not deceiving me. If you possess resources to upgrade the safe house, then why not utilize them? The unknown elements within the safe house are inaccessible. Zheng Guang, the upper floors are truly indifferent. Just yesterday, I merely inquired about my wife and child, and you leaped forth to accuse me of hindsight wisdom. Practical verification of truth. Song Yun, I am genuinely anxious. I am sending images of 20 French baguettes for bottles of 250 milliliters mineral water, 1 basic wooden pickaxe, durability 98, 1 basic stone axe, durability 100, and a complete set of toiletries, unopened, including toothpaste, toothbrush, soap, shampoo, and body wash. Those who witnessed this fell into a profound silence. It could be argued that he somewhat deserves this predicament. The full durability of the basic stone axe indicates it has seen no use, while the basic wooden pickaxe likely only served to kindle a campfire, no more than that. He has willingly placed himself in peril. Perhaps it is the abundance of food or the 4 bottles of water that emboldens him. Or perhaps he is yet to reconcile with the grim reality of entering this survival game. In any case, Qian Yun observed this with a sense of exasperation. Huang Yao Yao remarked, Song Yun, do not concern yourself with him. Does he not wish to live? Suddenly he desires life? Yin Yun, very well. You may message me privately to negotiate a trade. Consider it an act of kindness. Although food and water are exceedingly precious at this juncture, the continuously dwindling numbers make it clear to all that weapons might hold even greater value. Naturally, if Song Yun agrees to the trade, it is hardly a loss. After observing the chat channel for a while longer, Qian Yun gradually succumbed to slumber, unaffected by the myriad of predatory gazes outside. Having activated the cerebral interface and set the danger alert mode, she had no apprehensions, especially since the fire outside would smolder until the morrow. The pristine salt glimmered in the firelight, alternating between shadow and brilliance. Surrounding the encampment, wolves with 2 heads drooled, fixating intently on the wooden shelter, occasionally casting anxious glances at the fire, revealing a mix of agitation and trepidation, perhaps fearful of the blaze, or perhaps intimidated by the rules. Chapter 4. Slaying beasts. A faint light began to break the horizon as the sun filtered through the clouds, casting its gentle rays upon the earth. Qian Yun slowly opened her eyes, her body aching from having spent the night on the wooden floor of the cabin. After a night of rest, she felt slightly revitalized, yet discomfort still lingered throughout her form. Once fully awake, she softly called out into the air, Xiaoyu, was there anything unusual last night? Please show me the surveillance footage from last night. Xiaoyu promptly responded, understood, master. I am now playing back last night's surveillance video for you. The screen revealed a blurry image. Due to the insufficient light, only faint, peculiar sounds could be discerned. Qian Yun listened intently, deducing that the noises originated from snow wolves. Each species of wolf possesses a unique howl, and this sound unmistakably belonged to the snow wolf. However, it was curious, was it not? Snow wolves typically reside in icy plains or snowy realms. Furthermore, everything within the cabin remained unchanged since she had fallen asleep, showing no signs of disturbance. Yet, as she dragged the progress bar backward, she discovered that in the latter half of the night, a shadow had been cast upon the only small window of her wooden cabin, resembling the silhouette of a person. Strikingly, she could see 2 eyes, akin to red lanterns, even though they flickered away in an instant. Startled, she regained her composure, realizing how fortunate she was that the entity seemed unable to breach the safety of the cabin. This was precisely why Xiaoyu had refrained from waking her. Indeed, her decision to have Xiaoyu monitor the system data proved to be astute. In this unfamiliar world, danger and peril lurked at every turn, and only by remaining vigilant could one hope to survive longer. Nonetheless, Qian Yun had gleaned some insights. Firstly, the campfire at night did possess a certain deterrent effect on wild creatures, though this deterrence was not absolute. Additional measures might be necessary to bolster defenses. Secondly, unknown entities could traverse the boundaries of the platform at midnight, but were unable to enter the safety of the cabin, indicating that the protective mechanisms of the cabin played a crucial role. As she activated the light screen, Qian Yun noticed that the world channel still displayed as unavailable. However, upon switching to the regional channel, she immediately spotted the information in the lower right corner, Survival Games Server 18, with a player count of 180, 234 out of 200. 000. Astonishingly, over the course of a single night, more than 10,000 players had perished. Some individuals had already begun sharing their experiences. Under the national flag, my shelter is a thatched hut, but I am fortunate that the island I inhabit has not been subjected to strong winds. However, last night, when I stepped outside the safety of my hut to use the restroom, I nearly could not return. Thankfully, I reacted swiftly. A pack of white-furred wolves, terrifying. I advise everyone to remain indoors and avoid stepping out of their huts. Zhang Feng. With so many people dying overnight, if you remain careless, it's only fitting that you meet your demise. Zheng Guang. I believe many have discerned some patterns in the game from yesterday. Below, I have compiled a strategy. Those interested may wish to peruse it. I truly wish to see no more of our fellow players perish one by one. Strategy 1. There are fierce beasts at night. If your shelter is a dilapidated hut, there is a risk of invasion. 2. With excessively low luck, opening boxes may yield hazardous items, so one must exercise caution. 3. Seawater is undrinkable. One may excavate a deeper pit in the earth, sever the neck of a plastic bottle, place it within the pit, and cover it with reeds to collect a modicum of water. 4. The trading channel has been activated. Each individual possesses an initial stall that refreshes every 8 hours. 5. Wolf packs fear fire. A bonfire can deter their approach. Zhang Feng. Oh, where did this benevolent soul come from? So kind-hearted. Aspiring to be a savior? Why not distribute your supplies among everyone? Lolita Guogua. The upstairs critic has been unmasked. For a moment, aside from those supporting Zheng Guang, a few opportunists aligned with Zhao Cheng also emerged. Qin Yun, though disdainful of the freeloaders, made a resolute decision under the red banner. She edited a video, set it to anonymous, and posted it in the regional channel along with her summarized content. While she was no saint, she sensed that an excessive death toll might not bode well for her. Upon inspecting her backpack, Qin Yun resolved to trade some upgrade materials, as she needed to expedite the crafting table. Her current supplies included 3 packs of instant noodles, 5 250 milliliters bottles of mineral water, 1 200g oversized egg yolk pie, 2 100g portions of snake meat, 2 women's sports outfits, 1 each of damaged snake skin and snake gallbladder, for 170 reeds, 117 pieces of wood, 54 iron nails, 15 ordinary iron ingots, 6 golden silk nanmu wood, 1 primary plant nutrient solution, 2 basic planting soils, 1 advanced iron axe, 2 empty silver boxes, and blueprints that had vanished after her study yesterday. After reviewing the Silent series, she noted her supplies were diverse yet scant. She set up 8 stalls, offering 50 pieces of stone or for 1 transaction. Additionally, she listed a homemade stone axe, durability 80, attack power 5, for an exchange of 10 stone ores. Some survival islands possessed nothing but ore. Among them, stone ore was the most common and thus not highly valued. Nevertheless, a stone axe could be regarded as a weapon, and with its 80 durability, it should attract some willing exchanges. Stepping outside, the sunlight graced the sea, casting a shimmering glow, a sight to behold. Qin Yun stretched lazily, her spirits lifting instantly. She approached the shore, repositioning the salt she had steamed and cooked the previous night in a sun-drenched spot to commence sun-drying. Watching the salt grains dry further under the sun brought her immense satisfaction. She surveyed the beach, noticing that the tide had scattered her fish baskets, leaving only 2 still steadfast, yet the catch was meager. Qin Yun emptied the contents of the baskets, readjusted their positions, and secured them. Upon completing this task, Qin Yun picked up the advanced iron axe and confidently ventured from her safe haven into the dense forest. The trees here were lush, and the tranquil environment was refreshing to the soul. She arrived at the site where she had felled trees yesterday, discovering that the surrounding wood had regenerated, towering nearly to her height. A true renewable resource. Qin Yun approached an area where she had yet to begin lumbering, unhesitatingly grasped the iron axe, and commenced her labor for the day. The essence of the morning beckoned her. With the dawn, I clear the weeds. Under the moon, I return with my hoe. Ding. Acquired wood X10. Ding. Acquired wood X20. Ding. With each resonant system notification echoing, Qin Yun wielded her iron axe with increasing finesse, causing tree after tree to succumb to the ground. Her movements grew more adept, her efficiency rising with each swing. It was only after her wood collection reached a staggering 1,000, bolstered by critical hits and the fortuitous rewards of luck, that she finally paused her relentless labor. At that moment, Her hands felt as though they were encased in lead, the ache nearly unbearable. How exhausting, Qianyun gasped. Yet the thought of her hard-earned rewards filled her with a profound sense of accomplishment. Gazing at the clock, she realized 3 hours had elapsed. And it was already 10 o'clock. The system alerted her that treasure chests had begun to respawn. Venturing outside the fog-laden areas, guided by her good fortune, she discovered 25 ordinary wooden chests. The benefits of her high luck were evident. While many lamented the scarcity of chests, the most vocal among them had found no more than 12, though some particularly skilled fortunate ones remained silent, quietly honing their strengths. Qianyun gathered the chests into her backpack and returned to her designated area to open them one by one. The supplies proved highly practical, of excellent quality, and even yielded some unexpected surprises. However, as she opened the 15th chest, an unforeseen twist occurred. Faced with the creature that emerged, Qianyun questioned the description of the chest. Was it truly supposed to be harmless? A grotesque mass of twisted flesh leaped from the chest, a powerful gust of air whipping past her ears as the creature's initial attack missed its mark. Almost immediately, it leaped again. Only then did Qianyun discern the true nature of the beast. It possessed a nose and eyes, yet its form appeared gnawed and grotesquely contorted, evoking an unsettling sense of the unnatural. As she barely managed to block its punch with her iron axe, she could hear the clash of metal against flesh. Despite both being corporeal entities, the iron axe sparked upon contact. Xiaoyu, activate ultraviolet mode and aim for its eyes, she commanded. Received, Master, the intelligent assistant responded. Ultraviolet rays pierced into the creature's eyes, causing it to momentarily falter. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Qianyun swung her axe downwards. However, the creature's skin was too tough, causing the axe to become lodged. The beast emitted a horrific shriek, and disregarding her revulsion, Qianyun kicked off from its front to wrench the axe free. Enraged, the creature charged directly at her, and she was unable to evade in time, getting thrown back. A metallic, sweet taste surged in her throat. But upon witnessing the creature's weakened state after its attack, Qianyun recognized her prime opportunity. Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, she shakily grasped the iron axe that lay beside her. Xiaoyu promptly projected a holographic diversion. Though an illusion, it was sufficient to confuse the creature. With one final swing of the iron axe, the monster finally succumbed, gradually vanishing and leaving behind a bounty of supplies. Ding! Energy below 20. Please replenish promptly. Chapter 5. First Reward System. Congratulations to the player for achieving the first kill of the mutated creature. You are awarded with 2 special treasure chests. To encourage more players to actively survive, we suggest that players agree to a broadcast, which will offer additional rewards. Would you like to proceed with the world announcement? Upon seeing the rewards, Qianyun's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly salivating at the thought. However, she astutely noticed the term anonymous in the lower left corner. How cunning this system is. Had she failed to notice this option and clicked on the announcement directly, the consequences would have been dire. She would undoubtedly attract the covetous gazes of countless players. Adhering to the principle of being high-profile in action yet low-key in demeanor, Qianyun unhesitatingly selected the anonymous option before consenting to the announcement. Free rewards should not be passed up. System, congratulations to the anonymous player for achieving the first kill. You are awarded a complete set of solar-powered home appliances, which has been dispatched to your inventory. This announcement echoed 3 times, akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up waves of excitement and debate throughout the entire gaming world. Countless players stared in astonishment at the message, filled with envy and jealousy. However, most were left speculating about the identity of this mysterious anonymous player, who could so swiftly complete the first kill task and receive such generous rewards. Many wondered where this player had originated and why some among them, who had slain snakes, insects, and rodents, had not triggered the first kill. In an instant, the entire gaming world was engulfed in discussions surrounding this enigmatic player. Meanwhile, Qianyun remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. Considering the energy deficiency of her companion, Xiaoyu, she had yet to find an alternative energy source to replace Jingjing. Thus, she could only gather the materials dropped by the monsters she had defeated. The total materials obtained from defeating monsters included 1 vitality fruit, 2 strength fruits, 1 agility fruit, and 2 special treasure chests. Upon opening the special treasure chests, she received 5 treasure fragments, collecting 10 grants a treasure map, usable with an exploration card, 1 level 1 exploration card, and a blueprint for a mid-level water purifier, capable of decomposing seawater into pure water and salt, with a daily capacity of 5 tons. After decomposing the special treasure chests, Qianyun was thrilled to discover 20 backpack expansion stones. Eagerly, she clicked to use them, and her nearly overflowing backpack instantly transformed into a spacious compartment. Now, she could effortlessly store more items, with an additional 10 slots. What a delightful surprise. Next, Qianyun turned her attention to the remaining ordinary wooden treasure chests. She methodically opened them while also decomposing some unnecessary wooden boxes. After her efforts, she amassed the following materials: 400 wood, 460 iron nails, 180 stone, 120 plastic, 100 common iron ore, 25 charcoal, 5 kilograms of pork, 2 kilograms of beef, 12 self-heating hot pots, 20 instant noodles, 10 bottles of 250g mineral water, and 1 stove. Additionally, there was a small stove included. The supplies brought immense satisfaction to Qianyun, particularly the blueprints for the intermediate water purifier, which were undeniably essential. Selling water promised substantial profits, and she had also gathered the materials necessary for upgrading her safe house. A crucial step for survival. The stove was equally significant. It not only served the purposes of cooking and heating, but also contributed to a reduction in firewood consumption. With these resources at her disposal, she felt a newfound confidence. However, the salt she had produced yesterday could only be partially traded, as she had yet to acquire the materials for the water purifier, and no such items were visible in the trading market. Furthermore, she had not found the time to construct a workbench. Gazing at the pile of materials stored underground, her previously joyous expression faltered. Despite her backpack currently having 20 slots, it felt rather cramped. Qianyun washed down 1 vitality fruit, 2 strength fruits, and 1 agility fruit with mineral water and consumed them. The taste was almost imperceptible. She activated her interface, intending to check for any changes in her character information while simultaneously upgrading her safe house. Character panel: Player, Qianyun. Gender: female. Age: 22. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 52 kilograms. Constitution: 1310. Your constitution is exceptional. Strength: 1010. You surpass 80 of players in strength. Speed: 1010. You surpass 95 of players in speed. Mental power: 200-100. You have the potential to become even stronger. Luck: 99-100. You are akin to a fortuitous sovereign. Talent: unexplored skills. Unexplored. Noticing the increase in her attributes, Qianyun felt slightly lacking, yet her mental power had inexplicably risen by 20 points without any apparent reason. Puzzled, she switched to the upgrade panel and clicked to proceed with the upgrade. With a thunderous roar, a shockwave reverberated through her ears, leaving them buzzing and slightly numb. Dust swirled around her, obscuring her vision, prompting her to instinctively close her eyes. When she opened them again, a charming wooden cottage stood before her. The house appeared immaculate, devoid of any dust, exuding a fresh and pleasant ambience. Compared to the solitary wooden cabin she had previously inhabited, this new structure featured 2 additional rooms, creating a more spacious and comfortable layout. Visually, the cottage radiated pastoral elegance, evoking a sense of tranquil seclusion in the mountains. Moreover, the surrounding environment had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once chaotic area, overgrown with weeds and shrubs, had been meticulously cleared and adorned with a lush green lawn similar to that of the platform, as if she had stepped into a beautiful fairy tale world. Safe house upgrade. Current fine wooden house, defense value 150, level 3. Next level stone house, level 4. Upgrade materials required: wood x 100, iron nails x 200, stone x 500. Qianyun, who had initially intended to continue upgrading, was momentarily taken aback. Who among the good-hearted could possibly procure 500 stones? Even if the island where Lin Zhizhi resided was rich in minerals, it would likely take considerable time to gather such a quantity. To Qianyun's knowledge, very few could boast even 200 stones at present. The mere thought of stone led her to consider Lin Zhizhi, contemplating a trade. She also wished to find someone to collaborate with in selling torches and water. The torch she experimented with can be placed into the inventory slots, and when retrieved, it retains its original state of combustion. It can serve as a source of fire. Yesterday, some individuals began selling torches, albeit in limited quantities, creating a market where demand far exceeds supply, which she finds quite essential. Chapter 6. Workbench. Qianyun meticulously organized the materials before accessing the panel. The workbench required 15 pieces of wood, 10 iron nails, and 30 units of ordinary iron. With all the materials at her disposal, Qianyun promptly initiated the crafting process. Soon, a machine materialized within her backpack. She extracted it and positioned it beneath the window of the main house. The workbench appeared to defy its wooden and metallic components, emanating an essence of pure metal that left Qianyun perplexed regarding its underlying mechanics. Despite her extensive experience with machinery, she found herself baffled, much like the unscientific nature of the deconstructed boxes surrounding her. However, she reminded herself that the very existence of survival on this island was inherently illogical. Continuing to explore the panel, Qianyun noticed that other blueprint icons had also illuminated, revealing a series of items she could craft, aside from those that were material deficient, each accompanied by the suffix, crafted at the workbench. Qianyun was aware that a water purifier typically comprised 1 unit of PP cotton, a hollow fiber membrane, and a reverse osmosis membrane. While she understood how to create PP cotton and the hollow fiber membrane, the survival world did not permit such knowledge without blueprints, and many materials were simply unavailable here. After some contemplation, she accessed the workbench again. The intermediate water purifier was marked as craftable, requiring 10 pieces of wood, 10 units of plastic, and 5 pieces of charcoal. With a swift click, she initiated the crafting process. In an instant, a brand new water purifier appeared in her backpack. Qianyun couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the creator. Though the materials seemed somewhat unscientific, the crafting was undeniably effective. The intermediate water purifier, capable of converting seawater into pure water and salt, with a daily processing limit of 5 tons of seawater, had a note stating that charcoal needed to be replaced weekly or filtration would fail. Pleased, Qianyun nodded in satisfaction and turned her attention to the blueprint for the automatic toilet. Alas, it was marked as insufficient materials: 8 pieces of ceramic, 10 stones, 12 units of plastic, and 10 electronic fragments. Ceramic, she mused, was derived from kaolin, a high-purity material devoid of iron. Coincidentally, the island she was on contained kaolin, and she possessed the skills to craft it. No need to ask, as she prided herself on her craftsmanship. Thus, Qianyun resolved to, but then she reconsidered. The process of digging, firing, and molding ceramics would prove too time-consuming. Instead, she opted to purchase the materials directly from the trading market. As for venturing into the world for supplies, she dismissed the thought, eager to avoid the discomfort of an outdoor latrine any longer. Upon opening the trading interface and searching for ceramics, she quickly found a meager selection. Only 3 stalls appeared on the first page, leading her to suspect they were all from the same vendor. The offers included 5 ceramics for 20 pieces of wood, 5 ceramics for any 5 food items, and 5 ceramics for any 5 water sources. To be frank, the prices were steep, especially considering that food and water were currently scarce survival resources. Yet, Qianyun was not in need. Her least favorite food was instant noodles. And without hesitation, she traded for all 3 offers. Next, she searched for electronic fragments, only to be met with emptiness. In a rare moment of silence, Qianyun set her private chat to public and ventured into the chat channel. Dia, Qianyun seeking to purchase electronic fragments. Interested parties, please message me with offers. She sent 3 messages in quick succession, and the notification chimes began to ring in her interface. Qianyun meticulously sifted through the messages, encountering a plethora of digital beggars and moral extortionists, alongside a multitude of mismatched resources. However, her eyes brightened upon seeing a familiar name, Lin Jiji, and she discovered 5 other trustworthy contacts. She promptly clicked on the conversation initiated by Lin Jiji. Jiji, do you have any weapons? Send me a glimpse. I'm not interested in inferior ones. I'll trade you 5 electronic fragments for it. Qianyun rummaged through her backpack and, to her surprise, found a weapon. Do ya? Qianyun, I have one. Sending a basic dagger 1, durability 60, attack power 20. Jiji, this one is too short. I desire something longer. Dia, Qianyun, please hold for a moment. Qianyun accessed the trading market to search for weapons and quickly zeroed in on a mid-level longsword 10. The seller specified a water purifier blueprint in exchange. Coincidentally, Qianyun possessed a basic water purifier blueprint, so she initiated the trade and returned to the chat. Do ya? Qianyun, a mid-level longsword. Interested? Durability 100, attack 25. GG deal. This is our second collaboration. I trust you 1T let me down. Let us add each other as friends. Ding. The player initiated a trade. Would you like to consume mid-level longsword 1 to accept the request? Qianyun clicked to agree, and instantly, 5 electronic fragments appeared in her backpack. She accepted Lin Ziji's friend request and moved on to the next conversation. Zheng Qinggong, I need iron picks. Do you have any? I'll trade 2 of mine for 5. Qianyun recalled that she possessed a basic iron pick blueprint. She opened the crafting table and confirmed that it was available for production. After consuming 10 wood, 5 iron nails, and 5 ordinary iron materials, she successfully crafted 5 basic iron picks and switched back to the chat. Do ya? 5 basic iron picks for 5 electronic fragments. Agree to trade? Zheng Qinggong, sister. That one do. Your offer is too outrageous. I only have 4 of these picks, and I'm willing to part with 2 because I'm on a mining island. Perhaps if you could add some food or water, I'd give you 4. Or else at LLB 2 at the original price. Qianyun pondered for a moment, contemplating a slight addition, as she sensed the potential value of the picks. Do ya? For basic iron picks plus 5g of coarse salt and 250 milliliters of water. Agree to trade, or I will seek someone else. Zheng Qinggong considered his newly acquired basic mining skill, relishing the critical hits, yet lamenting the fragility of the stone pick. After a day, he hadn't found any food, and his water supply was dwindling, while the other party still had coarse salt and seemed quite comfortable. He wished to negotiate further, but sensed Qianyun's firm tone. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth. Zheng Qinggong, sister, how about this? Besides these resources, could you add a piece of information? Please tell me what you intend to use the electronic fragments for. Qianyun reflected for a moment and deemed it inconsequential, responding, Sure, I've initiated the trade request. I'm using the electronic fragments to craft a basic toilet. Qianyun did not claim to possess a fully automatic toilet. She merely referred to it as a basic model. Lin Ziji had recently messaged her, inquiring whether she was indeed crafting a basic toilet, which suffices with just one. Qianyun chose not to respond. It stands to reason that the basic model also necessitates electronic fragments. After all, she must not let others discover that she possesses a fully automatic toilet, as this could easily expose her for having secured the first prize. Following a successful transaction, Qianyun engaged in conversation with the remaining 3 individuals, managing to trade 2 more items, expending 3 self-heating hot pots and 1 kilogram of pork to successfully acquire 13 electronic fragments. She now possesses a total of 22 electronic fragments. After configuring her private chat settings to friends only, she retrieved materials from her backpack, placing them into the vacant slots on the workbench, and clicked to craft. Soon, a brand new toilet materialized in her backpack. Qianyun placed the toilet in the smaller of the 3 rooms. She positioned the water purifier in the opposite corner of the main room, and then made her way directly to the beach. With 8 wooden boxes, yet to be disassembled, filled with water, Qianyun promptly added them to her backpack and returned to the wooden cabin to pour them into the water inlet of the purifier. Upon reaching the 5th box, the purifier glowed red, indicating that it was full, prompting her to cease. Returning to the workbench, Qianyun consumed 20 units of iron and 10 iron nails to craft a standard high-grade iron axe. The high-grade iron axe boasted a durability of 100 and an attack power of 25, lacking any special attributes. A frown appeared on Qianyun's forehead. Indeed, one gets what one pays for, as this rudimentary weapon, forged from the most ordinary materials, only surpassed the basic dagger by a mere 5 points in attack power. Once Qianyun completed her tasks, she checked on the salt she had laid out to dry. The pristine white grain still appeared somewhat coarse. Upon submitting it for system recognition, it was identified as coarse salt, with a note indicating that it was safe for limited consumption but could lead to poisoning if ingested in excess. Well, with the water purifier capable of both purifying and decomposing seawater, she found herself sufficiently supplied with both water and salt. This could certainly be traded. Qianyun anonymously listed it in the marketplace, seeking only blueprints and electronic fragments in exchange. Subsequently, she opened the chat to find Lin Ziji, expressing a need for stone. Qianyun proposed a trade of wood, something Lin Ziji lacked, at a ratio of 1 stone for 5 pieces of wood for long-term exchange. The other party agreed, albeit noting the absence of a pickaxe. Without hesitation, Qianyun gifted Lin Ziji 2 pickaxes, which left Lin Ziji deeply touched, prompting her to reminisce about the materials she had been deceived out of earlier that morning, leading to an outpouring of grievances to Qianyun. Chapter 7: The End of the Protection Period. As Lin Ziji finished lamenting, a bold idea took root in Qianyun's mind. Qianyun, would you be interested in a business venture? Lin Ziji, what kind of business? Pray enlighten me. Qianyun, I propose selling water, 250 milliliters for 4 stones. That is my price. You may set your own for reselling. I can supply at least 10 tons daily. Additionally, I can offer torches, 2 pieces of wood per torch. She could produce several water purifiers, although she hadn't considered selling them as it seemed unprofitable, given the limited purchasing power. As for the torches, truth be told, her intent was purely charitable. Despite the fact that one could craft 5 torches from a single piece of wood at a workstation without needing blueprints. The current market price for torches was quite substantial, fetching 10 pieces of wood each. She had provided Lin Zhizhi ample room for maneuvering. Lin Zhizhi, I'm in. It's a must. However, I might struggle to manage alone. Could I recruit someone trustworthy? A sister who has stood by me through thick and thin. We could sign a system contract together. System contract? Qianyun swiftly located it on the page. The so-called system contract bore resemblance to the business contracts of the Ocean Blue Star. However, should either party renege or seize resources, the survival system would assign 80 of the errant party's resources to the other and forcibly terminate the contract. This was indeed favorable. Qianyun, certainly. Let us add a confidentiality agreement. The confidentiality agreement is conveniently situated beside the contract, designed for multiple confidential matters. Any information deemed confidential will be automatically shielded by the system. Lin Zhizhi beamed with delight. She longed for more such fortuitous opportunities. Soon, she affirmed her participation and, with Qianyun's consent, established a small group. On the 3rd day in the survival world, the number of survivors began to stabilize, and Qianyun's business flourished. At 6 p.m., a sudden, melodious notification reverberated, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Attention, all players. The number of survivors has reached a stable and excessive level. Thus, the novice protection period will soon conclude. Please prepare for imminent crises, as random dangers will emerge each night, initiating a security defense battle. Your choice to evade or confront will determine your subsequent survival challenges. The threats you will face will progressively intensify. A gentle reminder, players yet to upgrade their safe houses should do so promptly. The weather forecast feature is now activated. May you all strive diligently for survival. This unexpected announcement struck like thunder in the ears of all present. The players, previously immersed in a fleeting tranquility, were suddenly engulfed by tension and anxiety. They cast bewildered and fearful glances around them. What is happening? Is the protection period truly ending like this? Someone couldn't help but inquire. I'm still struggling to acclimate to this place. Another trembled voice responded. I'm still in the initial safe house, a dilapidated hut. I haven't had the chance to gather materials. One individual was nearly in tears across the screen. Upstairs, surely not. The materials required for the first upgrade are minimal. Provided one isn't lazy. What shall we do then? Will there be dangers every night? Another anxiously asked. What a wretched game this is. I find myself unwilling to remain any longer. I yearn to return, for the past few days have been utterly dreadful, and I have had my fill of it. As others echo my sentiments. In an instant, the world plunged into chaos. Time sped by, and dusk fell silently. The clouds overhead thickened like ink, seemingly heralding an impending storm. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, followed by a torrential downpour akin to a waterfall. Compared to yesterday, tonight's nightfall appeared to have arrived a full 2 hours early. This unexpected deluge caught many off guard, particularly those players who had dismissed the importance of upgrading their initial shelters. Their sanctuaries were uprooted by the tempest and swept away into the distant sky. Some did not even have the chance to confront the night's peril before losing their lives. The island at night was fraught with danger, with only the shelters offering a temporary respite. Diverse players on different islands were about to face a crisis fraught with peril and opportunity, filling their hearts with trepidation. What could this nocturnal crisis entail? Would they manage to survive unscathed? As darkness deepened, strange sounds emerged from the shadows, suggesting the approach of unknown creatures. Many players huddled within their shelters, hearts racing, anxiously observing their surroundings. A flash of lightning illuminated the distant woods, revealing vague shapes swaying in the gloom. Inside her sanctuary, Qianyun had just finished her dinner. The rain outside showed no signs of abating. In fact, it intensified. Fortunately, her shelter was a considerable distance from the shore and situated on high ground. In light of this situation, Qianyun began to ponder seriously. Everyone was trapped on this isolated island. Although the islands varied, it stood to reason that gathering shellfish or fishing should be effective means of procuring sustenance. Yet, thus far, No one had succeeded in catching a fish or gathering seafood, herself included. Curiously, however, the seawater was still being purified for drinking. This left Qianyun in a state of profound bewilderment. Why was this the case? Did the island harbor some peculiar rules or restrictions? Or was it necessary to possess specific tools to successfully fish or collect seafood? The sound of the rain masked many noises, including those heralding danger. A sudden bang jolted Qianyun from her reverie. Considering the unknown threats, she began rummaging through her backpack, recalling the electronic fragments. Holding the small piece in her palm, she wondered if it could serve as a substitute for energy. After several attempts, she successfully reinstalled the intricate structure where the chip had been placed, with a grain-sized electronic fragment disappearing in the process. Seeing the energy indicator at 100 on her intelligent device, Qianyun felt a fleeting thrill. Did this mean she could continue her research provided she had the necessary materials? However, the immediate priority remained the defense. The trees desired stillness, yet the wind persisted. Xiaoyu, activate the X-ray function and help me ascertain what creature approaches, Qianyun instructed gravely. She understood clearly that if there was indeed a threat outside the door, it was imperative to prepare for it. In a swift motion, she drew a finely crafted iron axe from her backpack and quietly concealed herself behind the door, ever ready to face the impending challenge. Upon receiving the command, Xiaoyu activated its X-ray vision, meticulously surveying the situation outside. After a brief moment, it reported to Qianyun, Master, there are 3 of the tumor-like creatures you encountered during the day. Exercise caution. Upon hearing this news, Qianyun's brow furrowed even tighter. These tumor-shaped beings possessed a modicum of intelligence, yet their greatest advantage lay in their remarkable resilience compared to humans, coupled with an astonishing strength that turned each collision into a life-or-death struggle. She had sustained injuries from the earlier battle, and even though she had consumed a vitality fruit, it had only restored her to near full capacity. Now, confronted by 3 such adversaries, she felt utterly unprepared. However, upon noticing a decrease in the defensive value of the safe house, she realized that evasion was futile, death was inevitable. Reflecting on the details of the earlier encounter, she began to unravel the threads of her memory and suddenly recalled ultraviolet light. Yes, during the daytime, when Xiaoyu had summoned ultraviolet rays, the creatures had momentarily halted and subsequently evaded direct exposure to the light. Qianyun understood at once what the tumor-like beings feared. She planned to employ a strategy of closing the door while leaving a slight gap. As soon as one pushed its way inside, she would instruct Xiaoyu to unleash a barrage of ultraviolet light. Even a brief 3-second window could be sufficient for a decisive strike. However, as she prepared and slightly ajar the door, she found the outside eerily vacant. A frown creased her forehead. Was it possible they had departed? Just then, a colossal figure suddenly loomed overhead. It was the tumor-like creature. Evidently, it had not managed to break through the door and had instead ascended to the rooftop. Startled, Qianyun quickly regained her composure, evading the creature's attack by sidestepping and swinging her weapon towards its body. The blow struck true, eliciting a wretched scream from the creature, causing the smaller tumors on its body to writhe frantically. Realizing this was a rare opportunity, she swung her sword again towards the creature's top. Yet, sensing imminent danger, it swiftly leaped away and retreated. Qianyun refrained from pursuing. As another tumor-like creature was approaching, it seemed they could not breach the safe house, possibly due to its protective mechanisms or the diminishing defensive value. The remaining 2 tumor-like creatures disregarded their injured companion and continued their assault. While their speed was not particularly swift, their strength was formidable. One managed to withstand her strike, blood gushing forth as it absorbed a substantial amount of damage. At that moment, Xiaoyu cautioned, Master, watch your left. Qianyun hastily swung to the left, spotting another tumor-like creature charging at her. With no time to contemplate, she instinctively raised her weapon to block its assault. However, the force of the attack pushed her back several steps. Her arm grew numb, and her weapon nearly slipped from her grasp. At this point, Qianyun's arms felt utterly exhausted, yet all 3 creatures bore varying degrees of injury. Seizing the moment, she shakily lifted the iron axe and opened the door to its maximum extent, preparing for the simultaneous assault of the 3 monsters. Xiaoyu, unleash ultraviolet light to blind the creatures. Upon receiving the command, Xiaoyu executed it without hesitation. At this moment, Qianyun found herself besieged from all sides. Akin to the succulent patty nestled within a hamburger, blood trickled down from the corners of her mouth, and finally, In the fleeting moment of the monster's pause, Qian Yun delivered a decisive series of slashes, swiftly concluding the battle. Chapter 8: The First Wave of Harvesting. Congratulations, player, for successfully defeating the first wave of monsters, Level 2 Bone Ghouls X3. You have successfully protected the shelter and have received 3 bronze chests and 3 gold chests. Meanwhile, players in other locations are also engaged in fierce battles. Bronze chests? Qian Yun exclaimed in surprise. Until now, she had only encountered ordinary wooden chests, silver chests, and special chests. However, the emergence of bronze and gold chests suggested the possibility of even higher-tier chests in the future. The bronze chest is merely a step above the wooden chest. She wondered whether it could yield potions. Instinctively, she felt that the bronze chest had a greater likelihood of containing the medicines she desperately needed, prompting her to step forward to open it. Just then, the system notification chimed again. Please note that there is a certain probability of encountering monsters when opening a bronze chest. Your current status is deteriorating. Do you wish to proceed? Upon hearing this, Qian Yun paused. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to open it, trusting her intuition. Besides, she had no choice. The second wave of monsters could strike at any moment. Retrieving the bronze chest from her inventory, she took a deep breath, cautiously extended her hand, and gently touched the chest. With a slight tremor, the chest slowly opened, revealing its contents. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a Vitality Potion X1, can sustain life as long as there is breath, and Recovery Potions X5, quickly restores injuries and stamina. However, relying on this to prolong the life of someone on the brink of death is utterly futile. Detecting that your current health is declining, would you like to use Recovery Potion X1 to restore health? Qian Yun's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, she clicked yes. The potion slid down her throat, and she felt a warm sensation enveloping her insides. The next moment, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. It was excruciating. No one had warned her that this concoction would directly reform her injured bones and veins within her body, causing her immense pain. Before long, the agony subsided, and the warm feeling returned. Qian Yun could distinctly sense the previous torment in her chest and limbs vanish, and her sense of weakness gradually returned to normal. Observing the tranquil doorway, she stepped forward to close it, then picked up the gold from the ground. Ding! Detecting a gold chest. Do you wish to open it? Qian Yun gazed at the screen displaying the quantity of chests and selected one. Ding! Opening gold chest X1. You have obtained special materials. Please check for details. As she focused her gaze, she discovered an aged tome and a sharp long sword within the chest. Picking up the book, she opened the first page, which read Basic Swordsmanship. This was a manual on introductory sword techniques. With a mere tap on her head, knowledge would flow into her mind, aiding her in enhancing her swordsmanship. Next, Qian Yun grasped the longsword, Moonshadow, an excellent grade longsword, capable of growth, with a natural resistance to contaminants and darkness. The blade shimmered with a cold light, exuding an aura of unparalleled sharpness. She swung it a few times, finding it remarkably light and exquisitely balanced in her hands. Undoubtedly, this is an exceptionally practical melee weapon. Once again, as I picked up the rudimentary sword technique and lightly tapped my forehead, a glimmer of light surged into my mind, imprinting each move and stance into Qian Yun's consciousness with every breath. Before I could practice the motions, the gentle patter of the receding rain was interrupted by a rustling sound. Qian Yun immediately drew her longsword. The pitch-black night offered no glimmer of light, and innumerable shadowy creatures surged through the forest. Some players, having barely survived the first wave, faced the impending threat of a second crisis. After a moment of silence, having detected no further disturbances outside, Qian Yun relaxed her rigid posture and took out a bottle of mineral water to drink. Truth be told, the immense physical exertion and heightened state of alertness left her both exhausted and famished, not to mention drowsy. Leaning against the wall, she dismantled a golden treasure chest, acquiring 5 pieces of gold. Only then did she glance at the remaining golden chests, deciding against opening the bronze chest. Should another monster emerge, it would spell disaster. Drawing another chest, Qian Yun silently beseeched the god of wealth hundreds of times before commencing the opening. A chime echoed, announcing, "Congratulations, player. You have obtained a mechanical arm blueprint X1 and a safe house defense energy shield X1. Durability 100, when durability is depleted. Repairs and energy replacement are required for continued use." Cautiously, Qian Yun clicked on the mechanical arm blueprint, and a transparent screen materialized before her, clearly displaying the materials required for crafting this item. 2 moonstones, 1 mechanical core, 10 carbon fiber, 12 steel, and 10 aluminum alloy. Although she currently possessed none of these materials, the prospect of acquiring them remained tantalizing. The attributes of this equipment held a deadly allure for Qianyun. It could significantly enhance the user's defense and attack values. In combat, high defense is often fundamental, serving as the foundation to turn the tide from defense to offense. The greater the attack power, the stronger the combat capability. Without hesitation, Qianyun clicked to learn, and the blueprint vanished, etched into her mind. Imagine if she could successfully craft and don such a mechanical arm to arm herself. It would be a trump card against both monsters and the challenges posed by other players. Yet, the materials were indeed a source of frustration. She activated the light screen and searched the trading page for these materials, but found nothing. Opening the regional channel, she noted the count of players, 143. 021 out of 200, 000. It seemed many had succumbed to the first wave, with the death toll steadily rising. At that moment, the chat channel was sparsely populated, likely due to many still grappling with the initial wave of monsters. I can't stand it. I encountered a level 1 wolf in the first wave, and I was initially delighted, thinking it would be an easy victory. But when the wolf raised its head, its blood-red eyes and bared fangs grinned at me. Who can understand that? It instantly turned into a horror film. I nearly died of fright. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and crushed it with steel, but I got bitten in the process. Now, I've hastily applied some ash to my thigh, but I'm still bleeding. Does anyone have a hemostatic agent or healing ointment? I'll pay a high price for it. The speaker was named Chinyu, and the task panel did not have anonymity settings, revealing that he was only 18 years old. After some contemplation, Qianyun initiated a private chat, typing, "I possess a potion. With merely half a dose, your wounds can be fully healed. Do you happen to have these materials? Moonstone, mechanical core, carbon fiber, steel, and aluminum alloy? If you do, kindly propose a price, and if it is reasonable, I can provide you with an entire vial." Chinyu replied, "Is this the one? I just obtained it myself, and I only have one. I was hoping to see if I could procure a healing potion. However, I do possess 50 units of steel. Do you want all of it?" Qianyun responded, "Yes, I want all of it. 1 healing potion plus a high-grade iron axe. I believe you will find it useful." She sent an image, healing potion X1, high-grade iron axe durability 70. Qianyun felt a twinge of hesitation. He suspected that Qianyun's willingness to trade such valuable items indicated that her moonstone was indeed of high worth. Yet, he was uncertain of its purpose, and the steel was hard-earned from his furnace. Parting with 50 units felt like depleting his reserves entirely. Qianyun replied, "Add a bit more. This offer is rather meager. Moreover, the high-grade iron axe has only 70 durability, which does not justify my contribution." Qianyun countered, "Surely, you recognize the utility of the healing potion. It can truly be a lifesaver in a critical moment. You are unaware of when the next wave of monsters will arrive or their strength. You must possess more than just these 50 units of steel, do you not? A high-grade iron axe with attack power far surpasses that of ordinary materials. You have your own judgment. If it seems equitable, proceed with the exchange. If not, then abstain. Ultimately, it is a matter of mutual consent." As Qianyun gazed at his incessantly bleeding thigh, he realized that holding onto the moonstone served him little purpose, especially considering his current condition rendered him incapable of facing another wave of combat. Life is singular and precious. Thus, he resolved to initiate the trade. Ding. Player Qianyun has proposed a trade. Moonstone X1 Steel X50 for healing potion X1 high-grade iron axe X1. Do you agree to this exchange? Yes. The materials have been automatically deducted. Congratulations on a successful trade. Upon returning to the world channel, the chat had exceeded 99 messages. Among them, one particularly caught Qianyun's attention. Everyone faces different challenges in battle, seemingly matched by their survival status and personal attributes. Wu Buoxing, known as Shengshi Taiping, sighed as he summarized in the chat channel, "Goodness, I am truly astounded. While others encounter level 1 or basic monsters, I am faced with a level 2 monster. Has anyone else encountered the bone tumor monster? It is incredibly difficult to defeat, swift, and immensely strong, capable of sending me flying 10 meters with a single blow. If I hadn't obtained a bleeding-stopping potion yesterday, I would have perished. Fortunately, my speed attribute is high, and I managed to ambush and kill it, not only earning a bronze chest, but also a golden chest, which is delightful." Zhang Shi first expressed his grievances and then boasted about his accomplishments. After reading through the earlier messages and then Zhang Shi's remarks, Qinyun finally grasped that each individual faced varying degrees of difficulty in their defense battles. The majority encountered basic monsters like chickens, ducks, squirrels, rabbits, monkeys, cows, sheep, horses, and deer, mutated animals with ordinary attack power, which could be slain for meat. A smaller faction, however, confronted the more formidable level 1 beasts such as snakes, wolves, lions, tigers, leopards, and bears. Indeed, there are quite a few opponents at the secondary level, much like her, but currently, I have only encountered singular foes. As a message from a friend chimed in, Qinyun opened it to find Lin Jiji inquiring with concern, "Qinyun, how are you? Are you unscathed? I just faced a secondary level skeleton, a bizarre sight with its multicolored skeletal frame and 2 blue orbs hovering in its eye sockets. Thankfully, the dagger you provided me was invaluable. With my strength, I plunged it directly into its eye, swiftly concluding the battle. How fares your situation?" Qinyun replied, "I am well. It has come to an end here, and I am unharmed." She pondered the existence of such non-carbon-based entities at the secondary level and questioned why they all appeared solitary. Upon confronting 3 secondary-level monsters simultaneously, Qinyun exclaimed in frustration, "Amp, why must I face 3 creatures alone?" "Amp," the survival game system interjected, "silence. 6 treasure chests are still not enough. Many lack such fortune." To which Qinyun retorted, "Would you accept this fortune if it were offered to you?" Chapter 9. The defense of the safe house. Upon opening the crafting table, Qinyun discovered a selection of tools that could be fashioned without blueprints, including a stone axe, stone pickaxe, and stone hammer. She decided to craft a stone axe, which required only 2 pieces of stone. The axe bore a striking resemblance to those found in survival games, and after placing it in her backpack, she proceeded to create 2 superior iron axes, anticipating they might prove useful in the impending battle against monsters. With her tasks completed, Qinyun found herself at leisure and chose to divide a restorative potion into 2 portions, carefully storing them in an empty mineral water bottle. After all, a minor injury could be swiftly remedied, and consuming an entire potion for a slight wound would be wasteful. As time passed, her eyelids grew heavier, burdened as if by a 1,000-pound weight, making it increasingly difficult to remain alert. To rouse herself, she pinched her arm sharply, jolting her consciousness back to clarity. In her grasp, the longsword radiated a silvery glow, akin to a lone star piercing the night sky, exuding an aura of mystery and authority. At this hour, countless players had succumbed to slumber, lost within their own dreams. As midnight approached, the world seemed cloaked in darkness, with moonlight cascading through the clouds, casting a silvery sheen. Yet, amidst this tranquil night, a familiar rustling sound began to encroach upon the stillness, shattering the silence with its proximity. Soon after, piercing screams erupted across various islands, slicing through the nocturnal calm and sending chills down spines. Lin Jiji suddenly opened her eyes, her body trembling slightly from tension. She stared wide-eyed out the window, where a shadow loomed before her, pounding insistently on her door. Fear enveloped her. She was uncertain of the entity outside, but her instincts urged her to refrain from opening the door hastily. Simultaneously, Qinyun was awakened by the knocking. She sprang from her bed, seizing the long sword resting beside her, and cautiously approached the door. Peering through the crack, she beheld 3 colossal black figures advancing toward their wooden shelter. A sense of dread washed over her, as the palpable pressure in her chest indicated that these monsters were far more formidable than the first wave. Gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, she prepared for action. One creature was the first to breach the perimeter of the safe zone. Qinyun focused intently on it, readying herself. The monster's form was entirely black, blending seamlessly into the night. Had it not been for the flickering campfire outside, its presence might have gone unnoticed. Its size was immense, resembling a solidified mass of darkness, with each step leaving behind a viscous black liquid that began to corrode the ground, emitting a hissing sound. The creature bore no discernible facial features, eliciting both disgust and terror. As it drew closer, Qinyun noted its pace, remarkably slow. Logically, it should have reached her door by now, yet it lingered several steps away from her sanctuary. Without hesitation, Qinyun swung the door open. The first monster stood 4 or 5 paces from her dwelling. Aware that the black liquid it emitted could corrode, she swiftly exchanged her longsword for a basic stone axe, followed by a superior iron axe, preparing for the imminent confrontation. With a vigorous swing of her right hand, the stone axe hurtled towards the monstrous creature, only to be intercepted by a black tentacle that emerged before it. A hissing sound ensued as the axe was indeed corroded by the creature's dark liquid. The tentacle that had made contact with the axe paled considerably, though due to the dimness of the surroundings, Qianyun remained oblivious to this change. Anxiously, she observed the iron axe in her grasp. The rate of corrosion was alarmingly swift. And without any formidable weapons to confront the beast, her mind was suddenly illuminated by a message that appeared in her thoughts. Lin Jiji, Qianyun. I've encountered a black mist monster and am on the verge of defeating it, but I've sustained some injuries and am currently hiding in a safe house. The creature cannot enter, yet the defense value of the safe house is still dwindling. I'm unsure if you have encountered it. This monster is level 3 and has a significant fear of fire. Please refrain from using ordinary weapons, as they will be corroded. If you receive this message and have any potions, I am willing to exchange half of my supplies for them. Having swiftly read the message in mere seconds, Qianyun glanced towards the campfire and immediately discerned the issue. Those monsters were positioned relatively far from the fire, congregating to the left, while the bonfire flickered to the right. Reflecting on Lin Jiji's resourcefulness, she swiftly traded half of her recovery potions contained in a bottle of mineral water with her. Subsequently, Qianyun sprinted towards the campfire with remarkable speed, simultaneously retrieving several dry twigs from her backpack and tossing them into the flames. The monsters dared not approach the fire. However, tentacles began to emerge, slowly lifting, with dark liquid coalescing at their tips. This was troubling, Qianyun thought. She narrowly evaded an attack, realizing that the spot she had just occupied had been corroded by the black liquid. As 3 black mist monsters raised their tentacles once more, Qianyun wielded her iron axe and, employing basic sword techniques, swiftly severed multiple tentacles in front of her. With each strike, the durability of her advanced iron axe plummeted. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The axe became utterly unusable. At this moment, the color of the black mist monsters had noticeably lightened, discernible even to the naked eye. She promptly retrieved a second iron axe, continuing to maneuver and strike. Whenever a tentacle exhibited a tendency to coalesce, she would sever it. Despite this, the black mist monsters showed no apparent loss beyond their fading color, while Qianyun herself was becoming increasingly fatigued. After dodging an attack, she deftly returned to the vicinity of the campfire, where a glob of black liquid fell onto the flames, producing a plume of black smoke before vanishing. Meanwhile, the wood partially immersed in the fire had turned a fiery red. Seizing a piece in each hand, she charged once more towards the black mist creatures. The tentacles that traversed the path of the flames did not merely lose their color, but were directly shortened, with the coalescing black liquid evaporated. It was only after severing all 3 monsters' tentacles that Qianyun noticed they had shrunk considerably. Ding! The survival system announced, "Greetings, player. You have successfully provoked the level 3 common monster, the Black Owl, and acquired a negative buff, Hatred of the Black Owl Clan, lasting for half a month. This buff will bestow upon you 15 days of relentless pursuit by the Black Owl Clan." Qianyun, what a dreadful buff. Before her stood 3 black owls, suddenly converging with astonishing speed. Qianyun watched in disbelief as they amalgamated seamlessly, their combined form towering 5 times larger than the single owl she had seen before, occupying nearly the entirety of the space around her. In comparison, she felt as insignificant as an ant. The sight sent shivers down her spine, and the burning wooden sticks in her hands inflicted no harm upon the creature. Although the black liquid ceased to coalesce, the ominous black mist emanating from it enveloped the area, swiftly devouring the branches. In the face of such a formidable presence, her meager firewood was insufficient even to tickle it. With no other recourse, Qianyun drew forth the moonlight shadow. Her sword gleamed brilliantly under the emerging moonlight and flickering flames. Sweat of anxiety pooled in her palms, for this was her finest weapon, and she fervently hoped it would withstand the onslaught. Employing her rudimentary swordsmanship, Qianyun evaded the creature's attacks. The frenzied black owl moved with unprecedented speed, a gust of wind sweeping past her as she failed to dodge in time. Her hair tips consumed by the encroaching black mist. She had scarcely managed to strike back when, in a remarkable display of skill, she executed a precise blow against the monster. An unpleasant, piercing sound shattered the air and resonated in her mind. Momentarily stunned, she braced her sword against her chest as the monster lunged once more. The owl's shriek intensified, yet this time it did not deter her. She soon realized that the moonlight shadow bore no signs of wear or damage. Even as her finger bled from a wound sustained in the fray, her spirits soared. Finally, with a decisive strike, the black owl collapsed, its black mist dissipating upon the ground. A notification chimed. Congratulations on successfully slaying 3 level 3 polluted black owls. Due to their berserk nature, they have escalated to level 4 monsters, and you shall receive additional rewards. Your total rewards comprise 6 bronze chests, 3 gold chests, and 1 diamond chest. The wound on Qianyun's hand showed no signs of healing, and in pain, she consumed half of a recovery potion, gradually mending her injuries. Though a mark in the shape of a black owl emerged as her flesh healed, scattered around her were the treasure chests, which she collected before making her way back to her dwelling. After half an hour of rest, Qianyun felt no fatigue, scrolling through the chat filled with wails of despair. At that moment, a voice from the system, laced with a hint of mockery, echoed in everyone's ears. Congratulations to all players for successfully defending the safe house and surviving. We will now tally the scores from this defense battle and proceed with a 2-hour update. This update will launch the leaderboard, and the top 10 players in various categories will receive distinct rewards. Stay tuned, players. Chapter 10. Fortuitous Luck. Qianyun glanced at the time. It was precisely 4 o'clock. This indicated that the update would be completed by 6, allowing her a brief opportunity to indulge in a nap. However, as she lay upon her bed, she mused upon her earlier haste. Despite the overwhelming fatigue enveloping her, the thrilling events of the previous night rendered her incapable of slumber. She found the peculiar mark resembling a black owl unsettling, her fingers gently caressing the imprint, her wrist subtly radiating warmth. Opening the game interface, she meticulously scrutinized her attributes and equipment, discovering nothing amiss. Yet, upon noticing the 4 unopened golden treasure chests in her inventory, a spark of intrigue ignited within her. What treasures might lie within? Could there be unique items or skill books hidden inside? Driven by her curiosity, Qianyun resolved to open one before the update. With a delicate click, a flash of golden light enveloped the room as the chest gradually revealed its contents. Nestled within was a shimmering object, occupying merely a small corner of the chest. One with poor eyesight might have failed to notice it. Eagerly, Qianyun reached for the item. But before she could inspect its details, she discovered another object within the chest and grasped it as well. In her hands, she held the gleaming object and a book, momentarily rendering her mind blank. The gleaming object bore the following information. Mechanical Core Fragment 1. 10 fragments can be combined to form a complete mechanical core. To Qianyun, this felt like a stroke of luck, as if a pillow had been delivered just as sleep beckoned. She was only 9 fragments short. She placed the mechanical core fragment into her inventory and turned her attention to the book in her right hand. Comprehensive Guide to Islands and Detailed Maps, to be updated gradually as players expand their settlement points. Flipping through several pages, she suddenly encountered characters she could not decipher, forcing her to utilize the survival system's recognition feature to interpret them one by one. This was akin to consulting a dictionary, and her excitement swiftly dwindled. Her fortune could be deemed neither good nor bad, but her enthusiasm for opening chests had waned. Reflecting on the arduous tasks awaiting her the following day, Qianyun reluctantly compelled herself to close her eyes. Ding! The survival game leaderboard has been updated, and the point store is now open. All players are invited to check their screens. You shall soon face greater survival challenges. Please prepare accordingly, as extreme weather will officially arrive in 3 days. Ding! Congratulations to the player for currently holding the top position on 3 leaderboards, earning 3 exclusive treasure chests, rumored to contain rare treasures, with a total of 15,000 points accumulated. Your default anonymous status has been set. You may choose to disable anonymity if desired. Qianyun was roused from her slumber by the second ding. She glanced at the time. It was precisely 6 o'clock. The treasure chests awaited her in her inventory. Curiosity piqued. She opened the channel and navigated to the leaderboard page. The top row was adorned with clickable buttons, each emblazoned with radiant golden letters indicating the comprehensive strength leaderboard, points leaderboard, safe house leaderboard, and luck leaderboard. It seemed as though something peculiar had been inserted. Qianyun clicked through each option and finally discerned that she topped 3 leaderboards: the comprehensive strength leaderboard, points leaderboard, and luck leaderboard. Her safe house ranked 9th, with only the 5th and 3rd places known to be held by individuals named Su Ru and Zhao Shui. According to the conversations observed by Qianyun in the chat channel, these two individuals seem to possess a modicum of fame. The former is renowned as a fortuitous player, while the latter is infamous for his caustic tongue and questionable character. Surprisingly, despite their dubious reputations, they boast a respectable overall ranking of 39th. Each page reveals only the top 100 players, apart from herself. In the regional chat channel, she lamented, "Does anyone understand? A plethora of anonymous players frustrates me. I truly wish to know who has pushed me down the ranks. Survival is undoubtedly challenging, yet I harbor a genuine resentment for the success of others." A chorus of agreement followed. "I second that. Agreed 1. Agreed 2. Agreed 10,086. The chat soon devolved into a cacophony of endorsements, leading to its closure. Qianyun rose from her slumber and stepped outside. The fire pit was nearly extinguished, with faint embers barely visible. She swiftly gathered some straw, added dry twigs, and fanned the flames until they flickered back to life. Currently, none possessed a stable source of fire, so the blaze she had managed to kindle was precious, no matter how much material it consumed. She would not allow it to die out. Setting a pot over the fire, Qianyun poured some water into it. The morning air was still quite chilly, and she preferred to wash her face with hot water. Her basin, a lavish silver box, was a stark contrast to the more modest wooden box designated for bathing. Her dwelling was rather cramped, and she had yet to utilize her entire solar-powered appliance set. Determined to trade some seemingly superfluous supplies in the marketplace for various upgrade materials and stones, Qianyun began to browse. A complete set of toothbrushes and toothpaste for just 5 pieces of wood? I'll buy it, she mused, recalling that she had been rinsing her mouth with salt water for the past 2 days. 2 clean towels for 2 iron nails. What a bargain, she exclaimed, purchasing them without hesitation. Upon regaining her composure, Qianyun realized she had acquired quite a collection of items, including a small bed, a quilt, a mattress, and a pillow. Despite the low value of the consumed items, she deemed it necessary to secure them all. Notably, her coarse salt had sold, as the traded goods, while unique, were still crucial survival resources in scarce supply, yielding her a commendable return. In fact, she had only 210 stones remaining to reach her upgrade goal. The water in the pot was nearly ready, so Qianyun utilized the wooden ladle she had crafted to fill her box with clean water for washing her hair and face. With the remaining water, she took a quick shower, changed into a set of athletic wear, and discarded her soiled clothes, which had become unsightly. Subsequently, she traded the purified water, beyond her daily needs, to Lin Jiji for resale, then made her way to the seaside to gather shrimp and crabs. Afterward, she returned to her safe house to refill the water tank of the purifier. Having completed her tasks, daylight broke brightly, with sunlight streaming through the clouds, casting golden rays. The scenery before her was truly invigorating, albeit the beauty was underscored by the reality of living in a perilous and bizarre world. The traces of the battle with the monster vanished without a trace. Qianyun began to extract the treasure chests one by one, placing them on the open ground to commence her unboxing. Ding! Upon opening the bronze chest, she triggered the RNG rewards, receiving a bounty of double resources, which included 20 recovery potions, 4 vitality elixirs, and 4 universal antidotes. Tears, unbidden, streamed from the corners of her eyes. Heaven knows that aside from the initial day when she had received the auspicious rewards from her first unboxing, there had been none thereafter. She had thought it would be a one-time occurrence, but to her astonishment, it was random. What a delightful surprise. Continuing her endeavor, she proceeded to open the next chest. Ding! As she unlocked the golden chest, she once again activated the fateful rewards, securing double the resources, which comprised 1 intermediate swordsmanship skill, only 1 copy, double failure, 2 complete sets of the exceptional clear shadow crossbow, including 2,000 arrows, non-upgradable, with no durability attributes counted towards wear, and 2 mist dispersers, for self-developed purposes, with no durability. At this moment, a broad smile spread across Qianyun's face. Indeed, her past misfortunes were nothing compared to her current fortunes. From this day forward, she resolved that the past was merely the past, while the present was extraordinary. She planned to negotiate a deal with Lin Jiji regarding the crossbow. Seizing the opportunity while the auspicious rewards lasted, Qianyun opened another chest. Ding! Upon unlocking the exclusive system reward chest, she once again activated the fateful rewards, obtaining double the resources, which included 10 moonshadow stones, usable for upgrading the quality of Moonshadow series items. Purifying contaminated soil, and a level 5 upgrade card for a safe house, usable after reaching level 4. After a moment's contemplation, Qianyun decided to open the solitary diamond chest. Ding! Upon opening the diamond chest, she triggered the auspicious rewards, receiving double the resources, which included 1 Lord card. Using the Lord card allows you to designate a territory as your future recruitment ground, which can expand alongside the settlement's growth, granting 100 square meters of territory suitable for cultivation. Would you like to use it? Recruitment card. Recruiting territory members is currently unavailable. Chapter 11. The Mist. The white area. Qianyun resolved to temporarily refrain from utilizing the Lord card. After all, the extreme weather was still 2 days away, rendering its immediate use seemingly unnecessary. Moreover, it stood to reason that employing it after the territory's upgrade might yield a more expansive land area. Thus, she tidied her backpack, placing several inconsequential items into a storage box, and then relocated to the wooden cabin to free up space in her pack. Subsequently, Qianyun commenced the preparation of items essential for coping with the impending extreme weather. She meticulously drafted several lists. Although the game offered no explicit indication of the specific type of extreme weather, her past experiences led her to surmise it might be either extreme heat or extreme cold. Therefore, she needed to gather supplies for both contingencies. As she gazed skyward, a twinge of anxiety welled within her. With the advent of extreme weather, venturing out to seek resources would become exceedingly arduous and fraught with peril. Thus, it was imperative that she amass sufficient cold and heat protection gear. Once her lists were organized, the system chimed in. Ding! Welcome to Day 4 of the survival game. From today onward, wooden treasure chests will no longer respawn on the spawning island. The white area within the fog zone is now accessible. This fog zone is exceedingly dangerous. The white area represents merely the outermost fringe of the complete fog zone. However, it may still harbor beasts or monsters, albeit it also contains abundant survival resources, medicinal herbs, high-grade timber, premium or veins, and superior treasure chests. Each player may explore from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Be advised to remain within the confines of the white area. Given your current capabilities, it is highly probable that you may meet an untimely demise should you venture beyond. The white area can be viewed on the system's map interface. Resources will refresh daily, but will not appear in fixed locations. Wishing everyone a pleasant survival experience. The slightly malevolent mechanical voice resonated in everyone's ears. After exchanging some of the purified salt and water she had gathered over the past few days for timber, cotton clothing, stone, and various blueprints, Qianyun hurriedly crafted 5 advanced iron axes and efficiently prepared to set out. Opening the map revealed a glaringly marked section indicating the area available for exploration. Choosing a direction, she grasped an iron axe and stepped into the mist. Upon entering the fog, the surroundings unfolded before her like a mosaic. Nevertheless, Qianyun's keen eyes soon spotted a chest. Cautiously gripping her iron axe, she approached and clicked to collect it, encountering no unexpected events in the process. Chest description: white chest, level 1. Capable of yielding certain survival resources. Upon opening, the chest will vanish. Upon opening the chest, her backpack received cotton clothing blueprint 1, cotton seeds 10. Without pausing, Qianyun continued onward as dense woods emerged around her. The trees, unlike those previously felled, appeared sturdier and, shrouded by the mist, their heights were indiscernible, their white trunks resembling nature having adorned them with a thick coat of paint. With a single stroke of her iron axe, Qianyun received a prompt. Congratulations. Your luck bonus has triggered a critical hit x10, earning you 20 units of high-grade timber. After 5 consecutive strikes against the towering tree, it vanished into thin air, leaving only the 100 units of high-grade timber resting in her backpack, a testament to the extraordinary efficacy of the critical hit. 1 tree every 5 minutes. Enthralled by the thrill of relentless logging, Qianyun found herself immersed in the verdant wilderness, sweat glistening between the foliage. By noon, she returned to her safe house, savoring her soul egg yolk pie while sipping mineral water. Gazing at her backpack brimming with high-grade timber, she had stockpiled 300 units, ready to exchange for various blueprints and materials. In the chat channel, a lively discussion unfolded. Has anyone explored the foggy area? I have. I discovered so many items that require high-grade materials to obtain. Initially, I stumbled upon a dense forest and used a mid-grade iron axe. only to be informed that high-grade timber necessitates a high-grade iron axe, which I do not possess. Same here. I encountered a patch of herbs and was prompted to use a high-grade medicinal hoe. Mine requires a high-grade pickaxe. You all are so unlucky. I found 3 treasure chests without a hint of danger and uncovered quite a few splendid items. Amidst this trivial chatter, Qianyun reflected on the 5 white chests she had collected from her tree-felling endeavors, feeling a wave of silence wash over her. Was her luck truly that exceptional? She wondered if it might backfire. With a single click, she opened the chests and successfully acquired the following supplies. 2 temperature control stones, usable for 2 hours. Cooldown of 8 hours, temperature selectable. 10 flint stones for igniting fires. 1 refrigerator blueprint and 1 warehouse blueprint, totaling 200 slots, each capable of storing up to 200 units. Bindable to the safe house, and 1 unit of basic planting soil, ordinary. The bounty was remarkably abundant and exceedingly practical. Qianyun swiftly learned the blueprints and then opened the warehouse blueprint. Warehouse blueprint required materials: 500 high-grade timber, 1 moonlight stone. To her delight, she had precisely 1 moonlight stone. Qianyun clicked to craft it, and soon the warehouse materialized in her backpack. After binding it to her safe house, she attempted to place it, only to be met with a message indicating insufficient space. Despite utilizing every corner, the message persisted until her growing impatience led her to gaze absently at the floor, where it indicated a placement option. To her astonishment, the warehouse was designed to be situated underground, akin to a cellar. Once placed, Qianyun stored the remaining 200 high-grade timber within the warehouse alongside the items she had extracted from the chests. Upon opening the trade interface, she found the supplies to be rather mundane, albeit plentiful. One item, however, brought her joy: the blueprint for a high-grade medicinal hoe. Eagerly, Qianyun retrieved it, learned it, and proceeded to the crafting station where she fashioned 2 high-grade iron axes and 2 high-grade medicinal hoes. Equipped with provisions, she set off once more to explore. Returning to the area she had visited that morning, she decided against further tree felling, as the critical hit bonus had expired by noon. Observing her surroundings, she pressed forward in a singular direction, only to encounter a massive serpent blocking the path, its slitted eyes warily fixated on her. Qianyun retreated, observing that the colossal serpent showed no intention of launching an attack. In the next moment, she pivoted, and the sound of the serpent slithering echoed around her. Swiftly, she drew her crossbow and unleashed 3 bolts at once, striking the serpent's body. However, it did not halt its advance towards her. Without hesitation, Qianyun switched her crossbow for a longsword, realizing that ranged attacks were futile and thus prepared for close combat, eager to test her intermediate swordsmanship. As the serpent's forked tongue flickered dangerously close, Qianyun leaped aside. The serpent whipped its tail, seemingly gauging its effectiveness before launching a direct strike towards her face. With deft agility, Qianyun evaded once more, finding herself at the serpent's underbelly. She thrust her sword downward, drawing forth a cascade of crimson blood that drenched her completely. The serpent collapsed, writhing slowly, revealing that it still clung to life. After Qianyun delivered the fatal blow, the information about her victory materialized. Killing level 1 forest python grants 10 kilograms of serpent meat, 2 serpent fangs, and 1 serpent skin. She stored the materials in her backpack, tucking the fangs into her pocket before finding a clean spot to sit down. After taking a sip of water, she suddenly sensed something amiss beneath her feet. It felt unusually hard. Kicking at the ground, she uncovered a particularly solid surface, retrieving her food back into her backpack. Using her iron axe as a spade, she dug into the earth, revealing a black chest before her. Chest description: a peculiar treasure chest. Perhaps it can yield strange items. Upon clicking to open it, Qianyun received 2 backpack expansion cards. She used them immediately, increasing her backpack capacity to 40 slots. Quickly rising, Qianyun resumed her exploration. After wandering for over half an hour, she stumbled upon a shaded grove. A notification chimed. Congratulations, player has discovered a special herb garden. It has been detected that the player has learned the basic alchemy skill book and possesses advanced herbal tools, fulfilling the harvesting conditions. Qianyun felt a twinge of confusion. She recalled not receiving such a notification when she found the advanced timber forest that morning. Yet, it made sense, as medicinal herbs were notoriously difficult to procure. After laboring tirelessly, Qianyun found herself nearly incapacitated, as all the herbs required bending down to harvest. For hours later, She had scarcely gathered a third of the herbs. And with only half an hour until 6 o'clock, she needed to make her way back. Chapter 12. Upgrading pharmaceuticals. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Qianyun hurried home. Tossing some dry twigs into the fire, she traded a small iron pot on the world channel using a bottle of water, and with the new pot, prepared a pot of rice while boiling water in her old larger pot. Returning to her wooden cabin, she opened a self-heating hot pot, having nearly forgotten the taste of warm food after such a long time. Although yesterday evening had been somewhat cool, today the island felt as if it had transitioned into another season, becoming rather sultry. As she ate, a light sheen of sweat formed on her brow. Taking a moment to glance at the bustling chat channel with over 999 messages, Qianyun noted that many players had found cold-resistant supplies today. However, something felt amiss to her. The temperature was clearly rising. While many were exploring the white zone and may not have felt the shift, Qianyun had returned to this place before. The midday sun had nearly scorched her nose, seemingly blurring the player's awareness, an enigma she could not decipher. Setting aside 2 white treasure chests she had found while foraging for herbs, she began to bathe. After her bath, Qianyun opened the chests. But her luck was not as fortuitous as during the day. She merely obtained some food and seeds, 10 kilograms of flour, 24 bottles of mineral water, 250 milliliters each, 1 packet of watermelon seeds, and 1 packet of chili seeds. She stored the items in her warehouse, which extended their shelf life far better than her backpack. Before activating the light screen, all her supplies had been traded away. At that moment, she had gathered enough materials to upgrade her safe house and promptly initiated the upgrade. With a jolt, Qianyun felt as if she had been kicked, and in the next instant, she found herself standing outside her home. The safe house was upgrading, and she had to vacate. The upgrade would take 10 minutes. Eagerly, she positioned herself at the installation point, ready to place the advanced wood. Ding! The upgrade was complete. Qianyun summoned her companion, Xiaoyu, to help monitor the surroundings, then opened the upgrade panel on the light screen. Safe house upgrade. Current level 3 safe house, elementary stone house. Defense value 300, 30 by 40 square meters. Next level 4 safe house. Upgrade materials required. Advanced wood X100, iron X100, stone X800, glass X10, energy stone X1. Installation point expansion. Elementary installation point area 100 by 100 square meters. Next area 150 by 150 square meters. Materials required for expansion. Platform expansion stone X10 safe house area 30 by 40 square meters, unlockable. After reviewing the materials needed for the next upgrade, Qianyun couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. So that was it. She finally understood why so many people had been desperately seeking energy stones lately. Closing the light screen, she surveyed her surroundings once more, realizing her house seemed significantly larger. From the outside, it appeared akin to a quaint villa crafted from cobblestones. Yet the interior felt somewhat empty and lacked aesthetic appeal. However, that was of little concern. Once conditions permitted, she could plant some flowering vines to beautify the space. Next, Qianyun returned inside the safe house, meticulously observing everything around her. The supplies had been automatically arranged, leaving nothing that required repositioning. Moreover, the layout of the room has undergone a transformation. The once compact space now boasts a charming configuration of a small 2-bedroom apartment with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, thereby meeting the preliminary requirements for habitation. Subsequently, Qianyun accessed the points marketplace to check the number of points she had accrued through defeating monsters. However, the outcome left her rather disheartened, as her points were insufficient to acquire the coveted items she desired, such as the strength fruit, each priced at a staggering 100,000 points. In her exasperation, Qianyun reluctantly closed the points marketplace, inwardly lamenting, "Alas, I truly am a pauper." Before long, the clock struck 9 in the evening, and the familiar rustling sounds echoed once more. This time, Qianyun did not retreat to the safety of her refuge. Having gained experience from the previous day's battle, she felt quite at ease. The adversaries she faced were once again the bone tumors, and Qianyun methodically dispatched them one by one. On the ground, 3 golden treasure chests reappeared, accompanied by the system's issuance of 3 bronze chests. For the first time, she felt a sense of contentment, as the abundance of monsters translated into an abundance of resources. The ease of today's battle allowed her to overlook her character information panel, unaware that her attributes had experienced a remarkable enhancement. Today, without any bonuses, Qianyun opted not to open the chests but instead stored them in her backpack. She activated the light screen to switch to the chat channel, glancing at the number of participants. 131, 226 out of 200, 000. Over 10,000 had perished. Requests for potions flooded the chat area, prompting Qianyun to recall what she had forgotten. She retrieved her herbs from her backpack, having gathered 50 blood coagulation herbs, 100 white wormwood, and 50 gifling, totaling nearly 500 units of herbs. As Qianyun searched her mind for information regarding potion crafting, she swiftly located the recipe for hemostatic pills, which required the following ingredients. 1 blood coagulation herb. 1 unit yields 10 hemostatic pills, each providing 1 healing. Upon discovering this, she realized that the crafting process could not be performed at a crafting station and must be done manually. After reviewing the procedure, she noted that she lacked both a mortar and a pestle. Opening the trading panel, she scoured the market and negotiated for a mortar and pestle, ultimately exchanging 5 kilograms of snake meat for the items. Breaking a blood coagulation herb into several pieces, Qianyun placed them in the mortar and began to grind them. After successfully crushing them into a fine paste, she molded them into small round pills, continuing to grind and shape. By the time she exhausted all the blood coagulation herbs, it was already 11 p.m. Qianyun, gazing at the small green pills, felt a surge of joy. She then exited the safety of her shelter, selecting a few straight sticks and cleaning them thoroughly. She boiled a small pot of water to create a rudimentary steaming dish, laid down a clean towel, and placed all the pills inside, covering them with a piece of ordinary wood and allowing them to steam gently. Summoning her companion, Xiaoyu, to help her time the process for 5 minutes, Qianyun ignored the glowing wolf eyes lurking at the edge of the outpost. Returning to the wooden house, she noticed the large mortar filled with a considerable amount of green liquid. Feeling it was quite wasteful, she poured several bottles of the liquid, and a system notification appeared. Blood coagulation herb juice. Each 50 milliliters can be boiled and consumed directly, possessing slight hemostatic properties. Upon reading the words encased in parentheses, Qianyun surmised that the bitterness was of an extraordinary nature. While anyone could consume it, she certainly would not. She divided the 2 bottles into 8 and anonymously shared the information regarding the coagulation herb juice in the regional chat channel. Qianyun simply stated that those in need could message her privately. She successfully exchanged this for a rudimentary refrigerator blueprint, durability 100, 1 air conditioner, 20 fresh bok choy, a basic table and chair blueprint, a double bed blueprint, 20 units of tin, and 10 units of glass. Qianyun felt a surge of joy. Today was yet another day of virtuous deeds. As for the bitterness, it was irrelevant to her. The medicine had the potential to save lives, rendering the taste of little consequence. Master, the time has come. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Qianyun opened the door to collect the medicine. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged at her, prompting her to instinctively draw her sword and strike. Blood splattered across her face, and she turned to behold the lifeless body of a wolf on the ground. She collected 5 kilograms of wolf meat and some wolf hide, then approached the pot, lowered it, and stowed the pills into her backpack. Subsequently, she used 2 packets of instant noodles to procure 20 small wooden vials, which appeared to be handcrafted and lacked a smooth finish. Qianyun placed the pills in groups of 5 into the vials, and then prepared 10 sets, setting them to be awarded to the highest bidder, before returning to her room to wash her face casually, change her attire, and lie down. Over the past few days, she had traded several outfits, yet had never managed to unearth a blueprint for crafting garments. With this thought lingering, she gradually drifted off to sleep. Xiaoyu, as per usual, kept watch over their surroundings, ensuring she would be awakened when needed. The island at night exuded an eerie and foreboding atmosphere, devoid of even a single chirp from cicadas. Chapter 13. The 3 level 4s. The night was shrouded in an inky darkness, devoid of cicada songs, and even the sound of the wind seemed to fade into the distance. The second wave of the safe house defense battle was imminent, and no one could fathom what challenges lay ahead. Many believed it would be akin to the previous day, as the first wave had been uniform in nature. However, reality would soon surpass their expectations. Figures enveloped in dark mist were dispatched to various islands. Should any acquaintances behold them, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. These individuals were none other than those who had perished during the previous night's defense, now reduced to mere pawns, haunting the monsters as if providing cover. Meanwhile, Qianyun, peacefully slumbering, remained oblivious to the impending peril. A blood-curdling scream pierced the night, followed by a cascade of assaults on the unsuspecting. Sensing an ominous premonition, Qianyun rose before her companion Xiaoyu could call her. Grasping her moonlight shadow longsword, she gently pushed open the stone house door, observing the surrounding bushes sway increasingly violently. At that moment, every player received a system notification. System notification: ordinary pollutants possessing infectious properties include players from your world as well as those from alternate realms. Their attack power is moderate, yet they come in overwhelming numbers. The black mist may heighten your fear. The higher your fear value, the easier it is for them to assimilate you. Upon hearing this message, Qianyun inhaled deeply, for it was the first time she had learned of the existence of alternate worlds. Yet, irrespective of the realm, she tightened her grip on her longsword, her eyes gleaming with determination. As long as she possessed strength, she would not succumb to death. These trials served as catalysts for her growth. She stood quietly at the threshold of the stone house, awaiting the encroachment of the pollutants, her longsword emanating a chilling aura. As the pollutants approached the entrance, Qianyun surged forth, wielding her sword with all her might, delivering a sweeping strike that cleaved through the throng. The Moonlight Shadow sword held a natural advantage over the pollutants, a significant boon for her. With fluid grace, Qianyun maneuvered, each strike landing with precision upon the pollutants' vital points. Yet, the sheer volume of adversaries began to overwhelm her. At that moment, she noticed a peculiar occurrence. Each time she vanquished a pollutant, the dark mist surrounding them dissipated, melding into the ambient air. With every foe she felt, a wave of fatigue washed over her, accompanied by a whispering voice urging her to relent, suggesting an unending battle. It was not mere exhaustion. She had likely come into contact with the black mist, yet her fear value remained unaltered. As only a handful of pollutants remained, Qianyun rallied her strength. Her movements invigorated as she unleashed a flurry of strikes with her longsword. Finally, the last pollutant fell, and the insidious voice faded from her ears. Ding! Pollution contact detected. Fear value nullified. Qianyun exhaled, only to witness the once-present pollutants vanish, leaving behind a collection of long-forgotten wooden treasure chests. She swiftly gathered them into her backpack, disregarding any injuries she may have sustained. Drawing forth a restorative potion, she took a small sip, feeling her energy and vitality surge back to life. In the distance, 3 figures emerged from the black mist, advancing with deliberate steps. The surrounding black mist gradually coalesced, forming a large circle that then split into 3, drawing closer to the black owls before slowly dissipating. Qianyun watched in horror as the 3 black owls transformed into the formidable 4th-level black owls she had encountered the previous night. A sense of impending doom enveloped her. Taking a deep breath, she tightened her grip on the longsword in her hand. As the 3 4th-level black owls advanced menacingly, her heart raced, and the black owl mark on her hand grew increasingly searing. With a chime, the enmity of the black owl clan was activated, plunging the owls into a frenzied state. The system was becoming increasingly unreliable. She could wager that these pollutants were undoubtedly a clandestine enhancement from the system, aimed at ensuring that even if they couldn't kill her, they would at least provide the black owls with energy for their evolution. She deftly sidestepped a fierce lunge from one black owl, then swung her sword towards its back. The blade cut through the air, eliciting a pained shriek from the creature. Yet, the 3 rampaging 4th-level black owls pursued her relentlessly. And despite Qianyun's agile movements and superior positioning, she found herself growing increasingly beleaguered. As the other 2 black owls launched simultaneous attacks, Qianyun was unable to evade in time and felt a sharp pain as one of them clawed her arm. Blood flowed, and she winced at the sting, noticing several small black holes forming where she had been attacked. She had to remain vigilant against their piercing screeches, which could momentarily paralyze her. This was lethal. The previous strike had been a consequence of her being distracted by their cacophony. Clenching her teeth, she recalled the special earplugs she had acquired in the market earlier that day. Qianyun retreated to her safe house, quickly shutting the door behind her. She rummaged through her supplies and inserted the plugs into her ears. The steadily declining defense value of her safe house heightened her urgency. Once assured of her preparedness, Qianyun swiftly exited to resume the battle. She unleashed her full prowess, engaging in a fierce skirmish with the 3 black owls. Lacking facial features, the owls were entirely black, and only her Moonlight Shadow sword could inflict harm upon them. It was clear that confronting 3 4th-level black owls was beyond her current capabilities. She had yet to discern their weaknesses, rendering her unable to deliver a lethal blow. Despite her efforts to mute their screeching with the earplugs, She realized that if this stalemate continued, she would either suffer fatal injuries or succumb to exhaustion, ultimately leading to her demise. Understanding that she could not afford to delay any longer, Qianyun resolved to swiftly identify the Black Owl's vulnerabilities. She focused intently, scrutinizing their movements, even as her wounds multiplied. Retreating once more to the safe house, she consumed the last of her healing potions and retrieved some oil she had traded for, stowing it in her backpack. If ordinary fire couldn't harm them, perhaps adding fuel to the flames would yield better results. At this point, the defense value of the safe house had plummeted to 200. Emerging again, the three black owls surged towards her, their fury palpable. Qianyun extracted the oil from her backpack, deftly maneuvering as she evenly doused them with it. Seizing a burning piece of wood, she hurled it at the nearest black owl. Upon contact with the oil, it ignited explosively. The remaining two black owls recoiled several paces, seemingly contemplating retreat. However, Qianyun would not grant them such an opportunity. She swiftly picked up another piece of wood and charged at them. After a thick cloud of smoke dissipated, three figures remained. Wait, weren't they supposed to be ravaged by flames? They had not been incinerated after all. Qianyun, without uttering a word, brandished her sword and executed a breathtaking onslaught against them. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully slaying 3 level 4 black owls, earning 3 diamond chests. Congratulations to the player for successfully defending the safe house, rewarded with 1 golden chest. Qianyun continued to stow the chests into her backpack, planning to open them when she received a stroke of luck. She suddenly realized that the black owls were not as formidable as she had initially thought. After all, they were fearful of fire. At that moment, Qianyun remained unaware that the Moonlight Shadow Sword had inflicted unknown damage upon the black owls. Otherwise, even with oil and flames, it would have been of little consequence. Chapter 14. The Unboxing Frenzy. The following day, as dawn broke and the sky remained dim, Qianyun gradually opened her eyes at 5 o'clock in the morning. It was still early. Upon activating her light screen, she discovered a plethora of new friend requests, including several from individuals with whom she had engaged in multiple transactions. After a moment's contemplation, she accepted them all. She then noticed several unread messages. Lin Jiji, Qianyun, do you want the permanent fire starter? I have 5 of them. Lin Jiji, Qianyun, are you still battling monsters? Lin Jiji, I haven't encountered the black owl monster today, but the pollutants are truly bothersome. I've encountered 6 of them here, good grief. Lin Jiji, oh my heavens, don't scare me. Why haven't you replied? Have you encountered trouble? Lin Jiji, I sent you a vial of vitality potion. Make sure to use it and preserve your life, then return it to me later. As Qianyun perused the numerous messages, she opened her inventory to find indeed a vial of vitality potion had been added. She hurriedly utilized the gifting function to return it. And Lin Jiji's message promptly arrived. Lin Jiji, goodness, thank heavens I set you as a special concern. Why did you return the potion? Are you all right? Feeling a warmth in her heart, Qianyun recalled that she had acquired the shadowless excellent crossbow, which did not consume durability. She then replied in the chat, I'm fine. I merely fell asleep after a tiring night of monster hunting. Is the fire starter still available? I'd like one, and I can exchange it for this. She sent a picture of the shadowless excellent crossbow. Lin Jiji, wow, you even possess this item, and at an excellent level, no less. It's a precious find, and the fire starter does not warrant such a trade. I'll add something to sweeten the deal. 1 planting soil upgrade potion, usable with basic planting soil. Can only be used once to upgrade to regular planting soil. As she glanced at the trade details while responding to Lin Jiji, she was astounded. This weapon was truly perfect for her. Once a shooting champion, she now found herself wielding a crude iron axe in this wretched game, which was utterly unbecoming of her image as a fair maiden. Qianyun, don't you need it for yourself? Lin Jiji, awkward. JPG, well, I haven't obtained any planting soil, so it's of no use to me at the moment. Qianyun, all right, I've initiated the trade. Please take a look. By the way, do you know anyone who has energy stones? Lin Jiji, I don't know. I'm lacking in that regard as well. I've asked others, and they're all missing it too. No one seems to have found any yet. Oh, by the way, I'm currently ranked first on the safe house leaderboard. I'm still in a level 3 safe house. It seems others are lacking as well. Do you wish to upgrade to level 4? Qianyun, yes. Last night my safe house lost over half its defense value. Repairing it doesn't seem worthwhile. I'd prefer to upgrade and restore it. But I'm still short on energy stones. Lin Jiji, I'll help you inquire later, but try not to hold too high of hopes. Qianyun, Alright, let us continue our chat later. Before concluding their conversation, Qianyun and Lin Zhizhi exchanged 1,000 stone blocks and 50 iron materials for salt, after which she closed the chat. Rising, she neatly folded her blanket and changed into a fresh outfit before heading out to wash up and have breakfast. She packed her medicinal hoe and iron axe, stocked some purification water, and exchanged materials for upgrades, then set out to explore the misty region. Upon entering, I immediately sensed something amiss. Though I had traversed the same direction as yesterday, today the landscape was no longer a dense forest of exquisite timber. Instead, a mere 10 meters ahead lay a veritable throng of crocodiles, while nearby, a carpet of dry leaves concealed the ground, which felt soft and spongy underfoot, hinting at the presence of a swamp. Cautiously, I refrained from advancing, fearing I might either sink into the mire or fall prey to the jaws of lurking predators. From my backpack, I retrieved my crossbow and swiftly ascended a tree, positioning myself among the foliage for concealment to launch my ranged assault. One by one, the crocodiles fell, inciting a tumultuous uproar. As the last of them succumbed, several white treasure chests materialized, and suddenly, the swamp seemed to awaken with a violent tremor. A larger crocodile emerged, locking its gaze upon me with a furious roar as it charged forth. I dared not descend. The bolts I fired clanged against its armored hide, resembling the sound of striking iron. Observing the creature's surface, glistening with a frost-like shell, I aimed for its eye and released my shot. The creature was struck, and the information revealed itself. Level 3 Ice-type Mud Crocodile, defense value 500. Its defenses surpassed those of my safe haven, elucidating why my previous attempts had been futile. Enraged by the arrow lodged in its eye, the crocodile began to violently ram the trees surrounding my perch. Unable to maintain my aim and recognizing the urgency of my situation, I leaped to another tree. Yet, the relentless creature pursued, crashing into the nearby trunks. Realizing I had to escape swiftly, I scanned my surroundings and spotted a hanging vine. Without hesitation, I seized it, swinging away from the swamp like a pendulum, reminiscent of a nimble monkey. The crocodile, undeterred, followed suit. Upon landing, I dashed forward, attempting to create distance between us. However, the advantages of its bulk soon became evident, as it quickly closed the gap. Just as it lunged at me, I rolled aside, narrowly evading its attack. Rising to my feet, I resolved to take the offensive. Drawing my longsword, I prepared for close combat, but to my surprise, the creature retreated back in the direction it had come. Seizing the opportunity, I switched my longsword for my crossbow and fired another bolt, striking another crocodile in the eye, rendering it completely blind. Infuriated, it unleashed a wrathful fury, toppling all standing vegetation around. I was caught off guard by a sweeping tail that sent me sprawling. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, kicking off the ground as I regained my footing, bringing my sword down upon the creature, cleaving a significant gash into its side. With relentless determination, I ultimately vanquished the crocodile, prompting the appearance of a golden treasure chest. The notification indicated I could claim 100 kilograms of crocodile meat and 1 crocodile hide. After gathering my spoils, I returned to the swamp's edge, felled the surrounding trees to collect 200 units of ordinary timber, and meticulously constructed a makeshift wooden bridge. I then ventured into the swamp to retrieve the scattered supplies and treasure chests, mindful to reclaim my bolts, for each one was precious. Ultimately, she acquired 1 golden treasure chest, 16 white treasure chests, and 345 kilograms of crocodile meat. Aside from the level 3 crocodile meat, which offers a physical enhancement with a maximum bonus of 5, all other ordinary crocodile meat and skins were listed for sale, set to the highest bidder. After which she continued her exploration. Subsequently, she encountered 5 more white treasure chests, hunted 3 wild rabbits, and captured 2 live wild chickens, collecting 23 wild chicken eggs before making her way back. On her return, she stumbled upon a nest of ordinary wild boars, taking down the entire family of 5, yielding 80 kilograms of wild boar meat, 30 kilograms of ribs, and 10 pig knuckles, returning home laden with her spoils. As the weather grew increasingly sweltering, she returned home, took a refreshing shower, and traded some garlic, ginger, and cooking wine on the global channel before retrieving a brand new iron axe to chop the ribs. After marinating the ribs, she blanched them and prepared them for cooking. Perhaps due to the lengthy absence of a proper meal or the exquisite flavor of the wild boar from the survival game, she devoured an entire pot of ribs and a box of self-heating rice, feeling utterly stuffed. After a brief period of activity, Just as she intended to take a midday nap, she heard the system notification. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have activated the luck of the European Emperor. It has detected unopened treasure chests. Would you like to open them all at once? This will grant you double resources. Ecstatic, she promptly clicked yes. Besides the chests obtained from today's exploration, she had a plethora of chests from the Safe House Defense and daily leaderboard rewards. After a flurry of openings, she immediately received a bounty of resources. Fairy fruit. Consumption increases all attributes by 5 points. Energy stones X2. Mechanical cores X2. Secret realm exploration cards X2. Exploration duration 6 hours. Electronic fragments X10. Moonstones X4. Carbon fiber X20. Aluminum alloy X20. Intermediate pharmacology skill X1. Skill cannot be doubled. Ordinary planting soil X2. Plant growth agents X20. Advanced Tang Dao blueprints X2. Fully automatic culinary machine X2. Durability 100. Any ingredient can be used to make food, consuming a bit of durability every 10 uses. Blanket blueprints X2. Down jacket blueprints X2. Cotton X 100 kg. Rice X 100 kg. Flour X 60 kg. Glutinous rice X 20 kg. Eggs X 100. Milk X 20 boxes. Corn seeds X 20. Green onion seeds X 20. Strawberry seeds X 20. Ginger seeds X 20. Purple garlic seeds X 20. Star anise seeds X6. Overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of her surprise, she realized that the first 6 treasures were derived from diamond chests. Now, she needed only 12 steel to fabricate the mechanical arm. The mere thought of it filled her with exhilaration. Upon seeing the fairy fruit, culinary machine, planting soil, and growth agents, she felt an overwhelming joy. It was as if this were not merely a survival game, but her own private island retreat. After consuming the fairy fruit, she promptly accessed her character panel, momentarily stunned. Even with the 5-point increase, her attributes should not have been that high. Suddenly recalling the information she had overlooked, she discovered 2 entries for total attribute enhancement. Both her basic and intermediate swordsmanship skills had improved. With the addition of the fairy fruit, her attributes were now as follows. Player, Qinyun gender. Female height, 172 centimeters weight. 52 kilograms physical condition, 2310. Your physique exceeds 100 of the survivors. Keep up the good work. Strength, 1910. You possess the strength to fell a tiger with a single blow. Speed, 2110. Your speed is commendable. Perhaps a challenge at the sports meet awaits. Mental fortitude, 260-100. Exceptional. You are on the verge of leveling up. Luck? You are an enigmatic presence. Talent, untapped skills. Basic mechanical engineering, basic pharmacy, intermediate pharmacy awaits study. Intermediate swordsmanship overall strength ranking, 1 points ranking, 1 safe house ranking, 9 luck ranking, 1 chapter 15. Exploration of the secret realm after reviewing her attribute panel. Qinyun opened the chat area, which was filled with either uninteresting chatter or trade discussions. Reflecting on her failure to gather the materials needed to withstand extreme heat, her gaze fell upon the secret realm exploration cards. She possessed 3 in total, 1 for 3 hours and 2 for 6 hours. Still under the influence of good fortune, she decided to utilize the 3-hour card immediately. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and a slight ache pulsed at her temples. After a moment of rubbing her temples, she opened her eyes to behold towering trees that reached skyward, creating an awe-inspiring vista as their canopies pierced the clouds. The forest exuded an eerie and mysterious atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, Qinyun stepped into its depths. An air of decay lingered among the trees, as if time had long ceased to flow in this place. Some trees were adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns, imbued with an arcane allure that beckoned her to unravel their mysteries. Treading cautiously, she was acutely aware of her surroundings, her heartbeat quickening and breaths becoming shallow. Suddenly, she heard a distant sound, faint yet palpable, akin to the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, or perhaps the low growl of a mysterious and dangerous beast. She halted, straining to listen intently, attempting to capture the elusive sound. Yet, just as she focused her attention, the noise vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving an oppressive silence that enveloped her, broken only by the sound of her own breath and heartbeat echoing in her ears. Regaining her composure, Qinyun realized her hand rested upon one of the mysterious symbols. In an instant, she vanished from her spot, reappearing in a new location before a seemingly bottomless pool of water. Surrounding the water's edge were an array of exotic flowers, their vibrant colors competing for attention and releasing an enchanting fragrance. One could easily be overwhelmed by the beauty of this floral sea, where the flowers grew astonishingly large. A sense of unease crept over her, prompting her to draw her sword from her backpack in preparation for potential danger. Suddenly, a colossal creature emerged from the thicket of flowers beside the pool, blocking her path. Qianyun gripped her weapon tightly, ready to engage in battle. The monster stood 3 meters tall, its body cloaked in thick green scales, and its eyes blazed like burning embers, exuding a fierce light. With each step it took, the ground trembled slightly beneath her feet. The information indicated that it was a level 5 foe. Nervously swallowing, Qianyun did not waver. Firmly grasping her sword, she charged towards the creature. As she neared, Qianyun leapt into the air, swinging her sword forcefully towards the creature's head. The monster swiftly raised its arm to deflect her strike. The impact resonated with a dull thud, and Qianyun was propelled backward by the force, creating distance between them. She quickly adjusted her stance, preparing for another attack. However, the creature showed no mercy. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of searing flames directed at Qianyun. She sidestepped just in time, the flames singeing her clothing. Wielding her sword, she dashed towards the water's edge, swiftly extinguishing the fire. The relentless monster pursued her, once again exhaling flames. Qianyun nimbly leaped, evading the fire while striking at the creature's legs with her sword. The monster, in pain, became sluggish in its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Qianyun launched a series of assaults, targeting the beast's vulnerabilities. Ultimately, the creature collapsed, transforming into a pile of ashes. With a sigh of relief, Qianyun wiped the sweat from her brow, discovering a luminous orb and a diamond chest on the ground, which she approached to collect. The orb, known as the condensation water pearl, could be bound for personal carry without the risk of loss. It possessed a capacity of 500 square meters, within which everything remained completely still, suitable for storing supplies, with hidden applications for players to explore. The rewards from the auspicious encounter remained, and without hesitation, Qianyun opened the diamond chest to acquire supplies. 2 ice crystals, which could lower the temperature by 30 degrees when carried or placed within a safe house, usable permanently. Now, Qianyun found herself perplexed, unable to discern whether the environment was frigid or sweltering. Everyone, including her, received supplies from the chest that were extremely cold, yet the bizarre weather, the shifting tides, and the contents of this high-grade diamond chest were all related to intense heat. Lacking time for contemplation, having already spent half an hour, she glanced at her longsword, stained with the monster's blood. After rinsing it in the pool, she carefully stowed it back in her backpack. Surrounding her were immense flowers and grasses, which she could not avoid regardless of her path. Unsure of the potential aggression of the flora, Qianyun extracted the wild boar meat from her backpack, depositing most of it into the condensation water pearl, the interior of which prohibited contamination. So no need to worry about dirtiness. May fortune smile upon the readers. She retained a piece weighing approximately 5 kilograms and tossed it into the foliage. In an instant, the plants erupted, opening their gaping maws to fiercely compete for the offering. After several attempts, she discovered that the southwestern direction did not provoke any aggressive feeding behavior. But it was also where she had initially detected a peculiar fragrance. After a moment's thought, Qianyun retrieved a detoxification pill, placing it in her mouth, enduring its bitter taste with great restraint. Upon safely passing through, she noted that the flora surrounded the pool in a tight circle, yet, perhaps due to their potential aggressiveness, a vacuum-like isolation zone appeared upon her exit. Time was of the essence, and Qianyun dared not wander aimlessly. Her strong intuition suggested that this place harbored something she desperately needed. After pondering for a while, she gathered a pile of dry twigs and branches nearby, combined them with some exchanged tung oil and a piece of discarded clothing, wrapping it all together. She lit it with a fire starter, and once it blazed sufficiently, she hurled a bundle of straw towards it, using a makeshift torch, which ignited with a sizzle. The flames spread quickly, consuming all the giant flora within an hour, leaving behind a heap of strange items. Ding. Detecting available items for collection. Would you like to collect them? Yes. Congratulations on acquiring 20 bloodthirsty venom toxins, 100 thorny vines, which can be utilized to forge special weapons, though their specific applications remain undisclosed, 30 devouring flower seeds. When cultivated, they will pledge their allegiance to you and safeguard your territory, possessing the skill of Devour, and 30 hallucinogenic flower seeds, when cultivated. They will also pledge their allegiance to you and safeguard your territory, possessing the skill of hallucination. The sensation of having obtained items that are particularly essential to her grew ever stronger for Qianyun. With 1 hour and 19 minutes remaining until the conclusion of the secret realm, Qianyun contemplated continuing her exploration. At present, aside from the pool of water, everything else lay within her clear view. The monsters in these flowers are likely tasked with guarding whatever treasures lie within the depths of the pool. Chapter 16. Perilous Encounters. Qianyun activated the holographic screen and promptly exchanged 5 kilograms of wild boar meat for a diving suit, a respirator, an air tank, fins, and goggles on the trading channel. Following the instructions from the database, she donned the entire ensemble and, having verified everything was in order, plunged directly into the water. At this moment, Qianyun was unaware that the condensation pearl would allow her to breathe freely underwater without any discomfort to her eyes. As she descended, the water around her appeared increasingly dark green, evoking memories of the terrifying tales spun by the elder pioneers on Ocean Blue Star, who often spoke of the abyss as a place of dread. A chill crept down her spine, whether from fear or mere suggestion she could not ascertain. She swam downstream for an indeterminate distance, exhaustion gradually taking its toll. Despite her swimming prowess, the oppressive environment was overwhelming. As she persevered, the surroundings began to sharpen into focus, indicating she was nearing the bottom, or so she mused. What lay before her was astonishing. A series of stone walls reminiscent of the ancient structures unearthed on Ocean Blue Star, dominated by a colossal, heavy, semicircular stone door. Qianyun approached and, summoning all her strength, pushed against it, only to find it swung open effortlessly, causing her to stumble forward. Upon entering, a wave of trepidation washed over her. The interior was lined with corpses, some standing, some seated, and others crouched, their faces eerily similar to those she had glimpsed online from the depths of Fuxian Lake in Yun Province. Cautiously, she navigated among them, venturing deeper into the space. Various inns, shops, and stalls were scattered throughout, yet they were enshrined in dust, exuding an antiquated charm. Upon activating the exploration timer, she was astonished to find that time had seemingly halted. Was this an alternate space within the secret realm that did not account for duration? Qianyun continued her exploration for what felt like an eternity, convinced that this place must have once thrived as a bustling small town. Yet, the omnipresence of the corpses instilled a constant sense of unease. If formidable monsters evoked fear, this was a blend of terror and horror. It was hard to believe anyone could remain unperturbed by such eerie sights. Finally, she reached the end of the passage and beheld an altar-like structure. Approaching it, she once again encountered the strange runes and patterns she had seen upon entering the secret realm. Her hand, seemingly possessed by an unseen force, reached out to trace the designs, as if activating some hidden mechanism. The water receded entirely, and the dust covering the small town began to fall away in a cascade. In a moment of panic, she attempted to retract her hand, but found herself unable to move. The runes continued to compel her fingers to etch their shapes. As her fingertip reached the center, an inexplicable sting caused her to bleed, the crimson flowing along the contours of the patterns, filling them completely. Qianyun's complexion grew increasingly pallid as she could only watch helplessly. Summoning her AI companion, Xiaoyu, she instructed it to keep watch. Suddenly, the 2 corpses that appeared to stand guard began to stir. Xiaoyu urgently warned, "Master, be cautious. Retreat quickly, the corpses are moving." Facing the artwork, Qianyun was oblivious to the unfolding scene, while her intelligent assistant, devoid of human emotion, incessantly reiterated the status of the corpses. As the corpse stealthily approached Qianyun from behind, lifting the trident in its grasp, the altar seemed to have quenched its thirst for blood. At last, Qianyun regained her mobility. As a peculiar flower emerged from the center of the altar, summoning her last ounce of strength, she seized the flower. The moment she grasped it, the altar flung her away, and she felt as if her internal organs had shattered. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Having lost too much blood, she had no time to ponder. Hastily, she retrieved a vial of vitality elixir and drank half of it, instantly reviving her strength. Swiftly, she stowed the strange flower into the water pearl. The guarding corpse, having missed its strike, adjusted its aim and continued to close in on Qianyun. At this juncture, she had successfully evaded it, yet the marble slab beneath her was far less fortunate, as it was smashed into a gaping pit. Such force was beyond even a bone tumor creature to withstand. Realizing the peril, Qianyun sprinted towards the exit. However, the situation grew increasingly dire. The heavy, synchronized footfalls multiplied alarmingly. It was only then that she surveyed her surroundings and noticed that all the corpses she had passed seemed to have revived, reaching out with hands and feet in an attempt to assault her. In the segment she traversed, the corpses began to open their eyes in unison, moving slowly. With each step, the ground behind her was trampled by these animated corpses, and she still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the gate. At that moment, Qianyun felt like a rat fleeing through the streets, struck wherever she went. As she neared the city gate, just as she was about to step through, a surge of water suddenly rose, pushing her back into the threshold. The throng of animated corpses surged towards her, and she was immediately beset by numerous wounds, blood flowing profusely. The life indicator flashed before her eyes. 100, 99, 98, 97. 20, 19. In that critical moment, driven by survival instinct, Qianyun barely managed to extract the Moonlight Shadow longsword from her backpack. Utilizing her skills, she unleashed a powerful strike, cleaving through the corpses that surrounded her, and then frantically fled through the city gate. Astonishingly, the corpses behind her disregarded the water pressure and followed her through the gate. Qianyun had no time to consume any elixirs as she continued to run, the sensation of dizziness intensifying. She pushed herself upstream, pursued by thousands of corpses, not daring to relax for a moment. It was unclear how long she swam, but as she neared the shore, the guards caught up with her, 2 from the altar and 20 at the city gate, each possessing a strength superior to that of the other animated corpses. Just as she reached the bank, she was abruptly pierced in the shoulder and abdomen. Quickly, she downed a vial of vitality elixir in one go, her life force gradually recovering, albeit not fully. Perhaps her injuries were too severe. After all, she had consumed the elixir when her life points had plummeted to 5, and now they hovered at 61. The crisis had not yet subsided. As the guards attempted to climb out of the water, Qianyun drew her longsword, determined to slay each one that emerged. After vanquishing all 22 guards, silence finally fell, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She then accessed the trading channel to exchange for a large fishing net, collecting all the diamond chests surrounding her and stowing them in her backpack. Strangely, there was also a cowhide scroll, the text of which was entirely incomprehensible to her, yet the familiar symbols and totems, along with many elements from this watery realm, were depicted upon it. Qianyun placed the scroll into the water pearl, finally taking a moment to catch her breath. Uncertain whether the restorative potion could indeed replenish her health, she took a small sip, only to find her vitality unchanged, prompting her to relinquish further attempts. She then produced a diamond treasure chest and opened it, acquiring 2 life potions and 20 restorative potions. With the double rewards still in effect, she was poised to continue her treasure hunting when, in the next moment, she was enveloped by the familiar sensation of dizziness. Upon regaining her sight, she found herself back in her safe haven. Ding! The player's inaugural exploration of the secret realm has yielded a special treasure chest. Would you like to announce this to the world? An announcement will grant additional rewards. She tapped the anonymous option in the lower right corner before confirming her choice. Survival system. Congratulations to the anonymous player from the 18th server of the Ocean Blue Star for successfully completing their first exploration of the secret realm. This announcement is made in recognition, and exclusive supplies, a complete energy power system, are dispatched to the player. Keep up the excellent work. Survival system. Congratulations to the anonymous player from the 18th server of the Ocean Blue Star for successfully completing their first exploration of the secret realm. This announcement is made in recognition, and exclusive supplies, a complete energy power system, are dispatched to the player. Keep up the excellent work. Survival system. Congratulations to the anonymous player from the 18th server of the Ocean Blue Star for successfully completing their first exploration of the secret realm. This announcement is made in recognition, and exclusive supplies, a complete energy power system, are dispatched to the player. Keep up the excellent work. Before she could revel in her joy, the same voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully overcoming a cross-level challenge and obtaining the secret realm scroll. Discover the reason behind the fall of the Autumn Water Ancient Kingdom. Total rewards. 2 exclusive secret realm treasure chests. Would you like to announce this to the entire server? Immersed in euphoria, she unknowingly continued to select yes under anonymity. Survival system. Ding! Congratulations to the anonymous player from the 18th server of the Ocean Blue Star for successfully overcoming a cross-level challenge and obtaining the Secret Realm Scroll. A server-wide announcement is made in commendation. Survival System Ding. Congratulations to the anonymous player from the 18th server of the Ocean Blue Star for successfully overcoming a cross-level challenge and obtaining the Secret Realm Scroll. A server-wide announcement is made in commendation. Survival System Ding. Congratulations to the anonymous player from the 18th server of the Ocean Blue Star for successfully overcoming a cross-level challenge and obtaining the Secret Realm Scroll. A server-wide announcement is made in commendation. Upon hearing the announcement, she finally realized that this particular proclamation bore no rewards. Opening the remaining Secret Realm exploration cards, she discovered they indicated the realm's level, with the last two glaringly marked as level 5. Curiosity piqued. She noted that she had no means to ascertain the level herself. Ding. As players have already uncovered Secret Realm exploration cards, in order to ensure the survival of more players, the player level panel is now being updated. With an estimated completion time of 24 hours, she suspected that the survival system had been monitoring her thoughts. And it was only after narrowly escaping death in the Secret Realm that she learned of the existence of levels, which infuriated her. It was at this moment that she also realized her diving suit had been torn apart, yet she was still able to move normally in the water. Summoning the water orb, she found that the hidden function had indeed been activated. Water orb, bound. Space, 500 square meters. Within it, all remains perfectly still, suitable for storing supplies. Hidden function, allows for normal breathing and movement underwater, isolating from water pressure. Determined not to embark on another Secret Realm exploration until her strength was fortified, she reflected on her harrowing experience, where a single life potion had been entirely consumed and nearly cost her life. She began to doubt whether her survival was merely a stroke of luck. Had her fortune not prevailed, she might have perished. She opened a treasure chest, and upon clicking to unveil its contents, the double rewards vanished, leaving her with a vitality potion. Chapter 17. Upgrade of Mental Power. Awakening of Talent. Qianyun retrieved the peculiar flower from the dewdrop, eager to discover its secrets. To her surprise, it was identified as a witch lotus, edible but with unknown specifics. She held the mysterious bloom close to her eyes, scrutinizing it intently. Yet she could discern no extraordinary traits. A sense of indecision enveloped her, leaving her uncertain whether to consume it. Just then, a petal's edge was stirred by the wind, brushing against her lips before vanishing without a trace. Ding. Congratulations, player. Your mental power has met the upgrade criteria and has been automatically enhanced, simultaneously unlocking the talent, time manipulation, growing stronger with the enhancement of mental power. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qianyun was taken aback, her jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. It turned out that the talent she had been initially informed of manifested as such a remarkable ability. The system continued to chime. Ding. Congratulations, player. You are the first to successfully unlock the use of mental power. You are rewarded with a Mental Power Enhancement Potion 1. Ding. Congratulations, player. You are the first to successfully awaken a talent. You are rewarded with a Secret Realm Exploration Card 1, Level 9 Exploration Card. Valid for exploration of up to 7 days. Finally, the system inquired. Ding. Would you like to make an announcement to the entire server? This announcement must not be anonymous. Talent and reward details will not be disclosed. Would you like to proceed with the server-wide announcement? If you choose to announce, you will receive a unique skill, unparalleled in the entire survival game. Before Qianyun could respond, the phrase "must not be anonymous" flashed before her eyes, momentarily clouding her vision. However, upon reading about the unique skill referenced, a restless excitement coursed through her, akin to a cat's claw scratching at her heart. Ding. Would you like to make an announcement to the entire server? This announcement must not be anonymous. Talent and rewards will not be revealed. Would you like to proceed? The announcement will grant you a unique skill, singular within the entire survival game. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. As the final count concluded, Qianyun succumbed to temptation and clicked the announcement button. After all, only that which is truly grasped can be deemed real and reliable, while the uncertainties could be set aside for the moment. Ultimately, in any world, all fears stem from insufficient power. Meanwhile, players scattered throughout the realm remained engrossed in their pursuits, oblivious to the impending events. Some sought food and water, some built shelters, while others collaborated with fellow survivors. Each individual was striving to adapt to this harsh and unfamiliar environment, unaware of the significant disparities that existed among them. Ding! Congratulations to player Qianyun of Ocean Blue Star Server 18 for being the first to unlock the use of mental power. Congratulations to player Qianyun of Ocean Blue Star Server 18 for being the first to awaken a talent skill. This announcement is made to signify the reward. Ding! Congratulations to player Qianyun of Ocean Blue Star Server 18 for being the first to unlock the use of mental power. Congratulations to player Qianyun of Ocean Blue Star Server 18 for being the first to awaken a talent skill. This announcement is made to signify the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the player Qianyun from the 18th server of Ocean Blue Star for being the first to unlock the psychic power. We also extend our congratulations to Qianyun for awakening the talent skill. This announcement is made to signify the reward. The announcement resounded thrice, bold and highlighted, penetrating the ears of every player like an enchanting melody, causing a cacophony of voices in the chat channels across various regions. Are we not from the same world? How can the disparities among people be so vast? Who is Qianyun? Come forth and show yourself. Indeed, who possesses such remarkable prowess? While many players are still struggling for resources, they have already awakened their talents. To the one above, have you forgotten about the use of psychic power? Qianyun, please speak up. You cannot enjoy your fortune alone while others toil. We are all compatriots. If you have a conscience, share with us how to utilize psychic power and awaken talents. Enough of the noise. The game has only just begun. Perhaps it is merely a stroke of good luck. I suspect that Qianyun is a plant from the game officials, deliberately inciting our desire to spend. Indeed, such occurrences are all too common. Let us not be deceived, and instead focus on leveling up. Well said. Rather than envying others, we should strive ourselves. One day we too shall awaken our talents. Agreed. One should not be overly selfish, especially since it does not cost Qianyun anything. We await the great ones to enlighten us. I do not require enlightenment. I wish to cling to the great ones. But what is so impressive about this? It is merely the first few days of survival, and we have already heard numerous announcements of firsts. Their announcements come with rewards. While this is just a notice masquerading as a reward, who cares? It is certainly nothing extraordinary. Quite disappointing. Are you perhaps envious, lamenting what others have that you do not? Such sour words are unbecoming. I disdain you. The one uttering these sour remarks is Zhao Shui. Yet, as his words left his lips, many voiced their agreement. In that moment, Zhao Shui felt as though he stood atop the moral high ground, basking in infinite glory, as he claimed to consider the greater good of all, selflessly. The more people endorsed him, the louder his declarations grew. However, regardless of Zhao Shui's fervor, Qianyun had no time to pay him heed. What is this? Why are all the first prizes attributed to the 18th server? Why should the first rewards from other servers be counted in ours? Anticipating cross-server interactions. I yearn to be a sycophant. There is nothing more to say. Lagging behind invites punishment. I must strive harder. A new motivation has arisen. Oh, how I envy this sister. She must have encountered a great opportunity. Surely, such treasures would not be casually distributed. They would suffice for our sustenance for quite some time. In no time, the chat channel was a whirlwind of opinions. Some believed Qianyun to be a plant from the game officials, while others expressed a desire to learn from her and enhance their own abilities. Meanwhile, Qianyun remained indifferent, even neglecting to respond to Lin Ziji's private messages. It was not that she had received some extraordinary skill that left her in a daze of surprise, but rather that, for the very first time in this survival game, she felt an overwhelming sense of isolation. Special skill, uniqueness, during its usage, it can enhance the favorability of the indigenous people in the survival game world by over 50. If the favorability already exceeds 50, it shall not surpass 100, with the exception of mutated or contaminated beings. Truly, I find it perplexing. This auxiliary skill, which Qianyun has observed in the chat channel while others converse, appears to be rather trivial. As a unique skill within the survival realm, it seems to be a rather inconsequential assistance. At this moment, Qianyun remains unaware that this auxiliary skill, which she slightly despises, will ultimately save her life in a perilous situation. Of course, that is a story for another time. Chapter 18. Extreme weather after her talent awakening and mental fortitude enhancement. Qianyun scavenged a considerable amount of supplies in the white zone during the afternoon. Among her findings, she unearthed over 30 white treasure chests, and the meat she accumulated from hunting edible rabbits, while chickens and goats totaled over 1,000 pounds. With a leisurely pace, she returned to her safe house. The items she had placed on the trading market had all been sold, yielding a substantial bounty, with the most delightful discovery being a high-grade ice maker. The abundance of hidden talents in this survival game was indeed astonishing. Yet it also served as a reminder to Qianyun that many others had begun to stockpile resources to combat the extreme heat. Seemingly struck by a revelation, Qianyun resolved to take action. She utilized the ice maker to produce a large quantity of ice cubes, storing them within condensation beads. Concurrently, she organized her supplies, meticulously separating her lush food resources, water, and salt, with the intention of trading for more clothing and sun protection gear. Qianyun posted the details of the items she wished to exchange on the trading market, opting for anonymity. Shortly thereafter, she received several inquiries via private messages. One trader expressed willingness to exchange 5 sets of sun protection clothing and a large wooden barrel for 5 kilograms of crocodile meat and 5 liters of water. After carefully examining the trader's offerings, which were listed as brand new and of a suitable size, she agreed to the transaction. As night gradually descended, Qianyun utilized her culinary machine to prepare a dish of fried rice with 2 eggs, half a bowl of rice, and water, complemented by grilled fish made from the attribute-enhancing crocodile meat. Remarkably, the flavors exceeded her expectations, and with her enhanced abilities, her appetite had also grown. The flickering firelight cast a gentle glow upon Qianyun's face, adding a soft luminosity to her delicate features. After finishing her meal and tidying up, she finally activated her light screen. She had successfully amassed the materials needed for upgrading her safe house through trading medicinal supplies, crocodile meat, and snake meat. Opening the upgrade panel, Qianyun was not in haste to upgrade. She planned to eliminate today's monsters before proceeding, thereby restoring her defense points to full capacity. Current status of the safe house: Level 3, Basic Stone House, defense value 300, 30-40 square meters, with the next level being Level 4 Safe House. Required materials for upgrade: Advanced Wood 100, Iron Materials 100, Stone Materials 800, Glass 10, Energy Stone 1. Expansion of the settlement point: Basic area of 100 square meters, with the next area being 150 square meters. Materials required for expansion: Platform expansion stones 10 safe house area of 30-40 square meters to unlock. Qianyun felt a sense of assurance as she reviewed her supplies. She perused the trading market for suitable cold-resistant or heat-resistant items and purchased whatever she found appropriate. There were more supplies for cold resistance available, while heat-resistant items were scarce. After acquiring all available heat-resistant materials at a premium, Qianyun's stock of ordinary crocodile meat was completely depleted, as was her supply of snake meat. She successfully obtained 50 cooling patches, 10 portable neck fans, and 1 blueprint for a basic ice maker. Thereafter, Qianyun began to quietly await the arrival of monsters. As far as she was aware, no one had encountered monsters beyond level 3, nor had anyone faced more than 1 monster at a time. Yet she seemed to be extraordinarily unfortunate, yet remarkably fortunate. As everything unfolded in threes, Qianyun inhaled deeply. As night descended, the clock quietly struck 9. At this moment, the sky was shrouded in darkness, with the moon casting a faint glow that illuminated the path ahead. Qianyun stood in an open area, her gaze fixed intently on the approaching grotesque tumors. The bone creatures remained colossal and hideously deformed, their every movement sending tremors through the ground. However, facing such formidable adversaries, Qianyun felt no fear. In fact, she perceived a distinct lack of challenge. She deftly sidestepped, skillfully evading the first bone creature's charge. Yet, just as she dodged the first, the second and third lunged forward in swift succession. Qianyun reacted promptly, rolling to the ground and swinging her advanced iron axe with precision. The axe sliced through the air like lightning, striking true against the flesh of the bone creatures, their foul blood splattering across the ground. Instantly, 3 resplendent golden chests appeared, radiating brilliance. Simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed. "Congratulations, player, on successfully defending the safe house and acquiring 3 bronze chests." As Qianyun gazed at the chests, a wave of anticipation and excitement surged within her, akin to a weary traveler in the desert discovering an oasis. However, thoughts of the impending extreme weather the following day ignited a subtle urgency in her heart, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping her soul. Time was of the essence. Preparations must be made swiftly. The chest she had stored remained unopened due to the lack of double rewards. Yet her need for supplies was dire. The trading market bore little promise, and most offers were grossly unequal. Additionally, the temperature tonight felt markedly different from before, as it had evidently risen by at least 10 degrees, making her feel almost unbearable, as though she were being scorched by flames. Contemplating this, Qianyun hesitated no longer and clicked to open all remaining chests, aside from the diamond chest obtained from her explorations. In an instant, a dazzling light enveloped her, and her backpack brimmed with an array of supplies. Due to space constraints, some items were automatically stored in her warehouse. Eagerly, Qianyun examined her new acquisitions: 6 temperature control stones, capable of adjusting the temperature within a 3-square-meter area by 3 degrees, usable only indoors, non-stacking effects. 20 cooling patches, each effective for 2 hours, lowering temperature by 5 degrees. 5 lightweight ice silk sleepwear, women's, automatically adjust size. Lowers temperature by 1 degree with notable sun protection. 5 air conditioning summer quilts, 20 cooling mats, 100 mosquito repellent liquids, 8 bottles of 250 milliliters sunscreen, 10 cold weather garments. 4 cold weather jacket sets, 1 fireplace, 15 down comforters, 17 wool blankets, 3 cotton slippers, 100 ice creams, and 100 kilograms of rice. Qianyun sighed quietly upon reviewing the items. None were food supplies. All were provisions for warmth and heat resistance. Perhaps it was due to the last night before the impending extreme weather. Fortunately, she was well stocked with food and water. Qianyun cast a glance around her surroundings and the houses awaiting repair, letting out a faint sigh. She found herself unable to settle anything just yet. After taking a shower, she donned her Baobao pajamas and reclined to rest, for another bout of combat awaited her. With merely a minute remaining until midnight, the temperature shifted dramatically in that fleeting moment. Qianyun was abruptly awakened by the cold, nearly succumbing to its chill. Hastily, she donned the down jacket and cotton shoes she had traded for, trembling as she retrieved the down comforter and wool blanket. She positioned the fireplace in her bedroom, binding it with a click, and inserted a few logs. Gradually, the temperature began to rise. Ding! The first phase of extreme weather has commenced. Players are urged to survive actively. This extreme weather consists of a drastic drop in temperatures, spanning 3 phases over a duration of 15 days. We eagerly anticipate the performance of all players. The survival leaderboard will be finalized on the last day, with the top 100 players receiving various rewards. The survival gameplay for extreme weather will be updated within the next 24 hours. Stay tuned for further details. After the announcement, Qianyun opened the chat channel, noting with success that the number of participants had dwindled to just over 112,000. It seemed some had succumbed to sleep too deeply, losing their lives in the process. Chapter 19. Extreme Weather 2. Upon being frozen, Qianyun found her drowsiness dissipating, prompting her to open the chat channel to see who else was still awake. The cacophony of curses in the world channel left her somewhat bewildered, and only after scrolling up did she grasp the situation. Zhao Shui, I'm offering a large quantity of cotton blankets, cotton clothing, and cotton pants in exchange for recovery potions or 10 L of drinking water, along with 20 kilograms of any food, 500 units of high-grade wood, and 1,000 units of stone. Zhao Cheng, all of you with the surname Zhao, I feel embarrassed for you. Zhou Fan, is this price gouging? This is outrageous. Huang Yao, the prices in this wretched game are inflated by those profiting from disaster. Jiang Guogua, surely no one will buy, right? Yang Yu, that is not necessarily true. Just look at how many have frozen to death. Zhao Shui, buy if you want. If you don't, there are plenty who will. Perhaps my resources are what will keep someone alive. Yang Yu, your prices are utterly unreasonable. People might be freezing to death without any resources. Zhao Shui, buy if you want. Did I tell you to buy? Others may be unwilling to sell, but I am. And I'm doing a good deed. Do you understand, you impoverished? The subsequent messages filled with scorn were directed at Zhao Shui. Observing this scene, Qianyun pondered for a moment, retrieved the cotton clothing blueprint, and clicked to learn it. She then took out the cotton she had acquired during this time and crafted a total of 1,000 pieces. Since a single person could only occupy 10 stalls, Qianyun decided not to place them in the trading market and instead sent a message anonymously in the chat channel. Anonymous 123, offering 1,000 cotton garments, brand new. Sending cotton clothing image. JPG. Anonymous 123. Only 6 units of cotton required, though equivalent items may also be exchanged. The materials for 1 cotton garment required 5 units of cotton, and Qianyun was only charging a processing fee of 1 unit of cotton. She was not a naive do-gooder. She feared that if so many had perished on the very first day of extreme weather, the server would likely face dire straits ahead. Once Qianyun's message was sent, the regional channel erupted. Yangyu, did you see that? That's a fair price. This is what it means to do good. Jiang Guogua, my brother is pointing at you, did you see? Zhao Cheng, my brother is pointing at you, did you see? Zhang Jejia, did Zhao Shui see? Song Yun, I just bought a blanket from that unscrupulous merchant, and it's a long story, sending blanket image. JPG, Zhao Shui, initially delightedly counting his resources, grew furious upon seeing the world channel and the messages cursing the anonymous player and those who criticized him. When he saw Song Yun's comment, a fleeting moment of guilt washed over him, yet he remained defiant. In the chat box, he furiously sent his thoughts. Zhao Shui, Song Yun, do you have evidence proving you bought from me? Moreover, a transaction is based on mutual consent. Your losses are your own doing. Song Yun, evidence? Do you think that blocking me means I have none? Given your underhanded dealings, I recorded the entire transaction, sending video. Qianyun felt a twinge of curiosity. Although she had not interacted much with Song Yun, they had traded twice, and he had proven to be quite amiable, often generous with small extras. Qianyun clicked on the video, where Zhao Shui appeared haughty and arrogant, while Song Yun maintained a calm demeanor throughout their communication. Apart from mentioning that the supplies were somewhat excessive and expressing a desire for a discount, she refrained from further comments. In stark contrast, Zhao Shui incessantly articulated the sacrifices he had made for these supplies, boasting about the exceptional quality of the blankets and the materials. Despite the unproductive dialogue, Song Yun gritted her teeth and purchased a blanket for 10 liters of drinking water. However, upon receiving the blanket from Zhao Shui, she was taken aback. It was a mere thin cover, weighing no more than 2 or 3 pounds. This revelation stunned not only Qianyun, but also other curious players who watched, leaving them speechless. The world chat erupted in criticism once again, but Qianyun was too occupied to pay attention, as her private messages flooded in from numerous players. By sending images of the items, one could click to view their attributes. Many were intrigued by the picture of the cotton clothing that Qianyun shared, not only for its appealing design, but also for its feature of automatic size adjustment, alongside the information indicating its superior quality. Song Yun noticed the backlash against Zhao Shui and added a few comments of her own. Subsequently, she clicked on the anonymous avatar 123 for a private chat. Song Yun, I have 100 units of cotton. Could I exchange that for 4 pieces of cotton clothing and some other supplies? Qianyun was somewhat surprised that Song Yun was also in need of cotton clothing, but she replied, yes, would you like a fire pit? I made it myself. Each unit can burn for 12 hours, suitable for the bedroom. She sent an image of the fire pit. This fire pit was crafted by Qianyun herself. Over the past few days, she had listed numerous items, needing to relist them every 20 minutes. She had an abundance of ceramics and ordinary iron materials. After defeating the first wave of monsters each day, if she couldn't sleep, she would try her hand at crafting, and to her surprise, she had created a fire pit. After scanning it with the system to check its usability, she was delighted to find it functional and durable, though the crafting process took some time. Thus, she made around 10 before stopping. Song Yun was overjoyed but felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the other party, though she could not place who it reminded her of. Song Yun, that is fine. I have initiated the trade, please confirm. Qianyun accepted, and her inventory reflected a deduction of 100 units of cotton, with the addition of 4 pieces of cotton clothing and a fire pit. Returning to her side, Song Yun donned the cotton clothing and activated the fire pit, which ignited warmly. She opened the regional chat and shared the details of the cotton clothing and fire pit with the world. Song Yun, I've tested it for everyone. This anonymous player 123 is quite honest. The 4 pieces of cotton clothing are of excellent quality, and the fire pit only cost 100 units of cotton. No risk involved. Jiang Guogua replied, Sister, don't be too quick to promote. Zhao Shui has accused you and anonymous player 123 of collusion, claiming you're framing him. And many believe it. Song Yun responded, I have the chat screenshots. Everyone can discern the truth for themselves. Zhao Shui, upon seeing this, was infuriated and resorted to indiscriminate insults. Zhao Shui, Song Yun, you and 123 wait here. When the side quest is activated later, you shall see what I have in store for you. Zhao Shui, do not trust the other players. I have awakened my talent and can perceive every instance of extreme weather, which is synonymous with natural disasters. Opposing me will undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, Qian Yun has just completed a transaction and is immersed in the production of cotton clothing. The freshly crafted garments appear remarkably warm. Presently, Qian Yun possesses over 1,800 pieces. She reflects that her most reliable allies are Song Yun and Lin Jiji. She sends a friend request to Song Yun, who promptly accepts, allowing Qian Yun to create a small group chat. Lin Jiji, what is up, Qian Yun? Song Yun. Qian Yun, I am Anonymous 123. I currently have 1,800 pieces of cotton clothing, and managing this alone is too time-consuming. The second wave of the defense battle is approaching, and I would like to ask for your assistance in trading. The raw material for each piece of clothing is 5 units, and I will only charge you 1 unit of cotton as a transaction fee. You may sell as much as you wish in exchange for whatever resources you prefer, as long as the prices are not as exorbitant as Zhao Shui's. So, are we in or not? Lin Jiji, count me in. This is a great opportunity. Song Yun, I had a feeling of DJVU, of course. I'm in. How shall we proceed? Qian Yun, I will draft an agreement. With system verification, we can all feel secure. Chapter 20. Extreme Weather 3. Once the agreement was drafted, Qian Yun sent it to the 2 individuals, Lin Jiji and Song Yun. After reviewing it and finding no issues, they proceeded to sign the document. According to the terms, for each successful transaction they made, the materials exchanged would be directly deducted based on the agreed-upon goods or their equivalent value. Any breach of the system by one party would automatically be deemed a breach by the other, resulting in a double deduction. With no objections to the agreement, both signed it eagerly. Qian Yun then divided the 1,800 cotton garments into 2 portions for trade, advising them to set a transaction limit to prevent anyone from purchasing at a low price and selling at a high one. They both agreed that a maximum of 2 pieces per person would be ideal. Upon receiving the cotton garments, Lin Jiji and Song Yun began their trading endeavors. They listed the garments at the trading post, imposing a limit of 2 pieces per person while blocking Zhao Shui and his entourage from participating. Soon, players began inquiring about prices. Following Qian Yun's guidance, they sold the cotton garments at reasonable prices. The transactions proceeded smoothly, with players expressing satisfaction regarding both the quality and pricing of the garments. As time passed, the 1,800 pieces of cotton clothing gradually sold out. Lin Jiji and Song Yun not only reaped considerable profits, but also provided many with cotton clothing to withstand the plummeting temperatures. Although harsher conditions lay ahead, they could manage for the time being. Due to the success of this transaction and the amicable rapport between Song Yun and Lin Jiji, their relationship with Qian Yun deepened. The small group of 3 remained intact rather than disbanding. At this moment, they were unaware that they would soon become comrades in arms, capable of entrusting each other's backs. Time slipped away, and it was now 2 a.m. The number of survivors in Server 18 had dwindled to just over 97,000, beginning to stabilize. Drawing from her previous battle experience, Qian Yun adeptly dealt with the polluters and 3 level 4 black owls. Others faced fewer polluters and had not encountered monsters above level 3. While Qian Yun seemed to oscillate between luck and misfortune, each encounter leading to escalated challenges. If her strength were slightly weaker and luck a bit poorer, she might have found herself in dire straits. Gazing at the 3 diamond treasure chests and the 3 golden chests bestowed by the system, Qian Yun felt an inexplicable urge for more monsters to appear. The surviving individuals had generally adapted to the survival game world, despite potential shortages of supplies. And many even entertained the illusion that life without work or school, devoid of car loans or mortgages, was rather pleasant. The weather had not changed significantly since midnight, save for the fierce cold winds. Qian Yun looked at the nearby houses and clicked to upgrade. With her cotton clothing and the warmth of the outdoor fire, she did not feel excessively cold. The upgrade required an hour, during which she dispatched several mutated level 1 snow wolves, acquiring a bounty of wolf meat. However, the meat was tough and unpalatable to her. She divided the 100 pounds of wolf meat into 10 portions, placing them all on the trading channel, still adhering to the principle of highest bidder wins. Upon the upgrade, the information regarding the safe house has been updated as follows. The safe house is currently at level 4, a finely crafted stone house with a defense value of 1,000, spanning 50 by 50 square meters, with the next level being a level 5 safe house. The materials required for the upgrade include 500 units of advanced wood, 200 units of iron, 1,000 units of stone, 20 units of glass, and 5 energy stones. The expansion of the settlement point. The initial settlement point covers an area of 100 by 100 square meters, with the next expansion reaching 150 by 150 square meters. Materials required for the expansion include 10 platform expansion stones, in addition to unlocking an area of 30 by 40 square meters for the safe house. The defense value is restored directly, and Xianyun was quite astonished to discover that the defense value of the level 4 safe house is indeed 1,000. The upgraded stone house resembles a charming standalone villa, featuring 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, a small terrace, and a workspace, all resting upon a foundation approximately 2 meters deep, with stairs leading up to the main entrance. As dusk fell, visibility diminished, and Xianyun returned indoors. After a brief moment of surprise, she found herself not yet ready to sleep and decided to utilize the complete set of solar-powered appliances. The solar appliances, a full suite, can convert solar energy, thermal energy, and ultraviolet light into a source of power for electricity generation, an exclusive survival reward in the survival game. When energy sources like thermal and solar energy are insufficient, energy stones can be used as a supplement, with 1 stone lasting for an entire year. Upon reviewing the general description, Xianyun couldn't help but marvel at such valuable items. The weather was exceedingly cold, causing the consumption of resources for boiling water or other needs to exceed limits. The complete set of solar appliances includes a solar generator, solar batteries, a solar air conditioner, a solar water heater, and 30 solar lights, including courtyard lights, wall lamps, chandeliers, table lamps, and warm bathing lights, all currently fully charged. After successfully binding the wall lights and courtyard lights, Xianyun discovered that the binding of the courtyard lights failed, likely due to the absence of an actual courtyard. However, the wall lights appeared beautifully on the walls surrounding the small terrace, showcasing a floral and crescent moon design that was truly delightful to behold. Each room was adorned with a circular chandelier, from which small shells gracefully hung, enhancing the aesthetic without compromising illumination, casting a warm glow upon the smooth, glistening stone walls and the cold marble floor, adding a touch of coziness. Each of the 3 bedrooms featured a small table lamp, retro-styled with a lampshade, instantly brightening the entire room. Through the binding, Xianyun was able to control the lighting according to her preferences, leaving the lights in the living room, bedrooms, and bathroom on while turning off all others. After binding the solar water heater and warm bathing light, they appeared in the larger bathroom, which could easily absorb energy through the half-arched window when opened. The solar air conditioner was directly bound to the bedroom, necessitating the relocation of the fireplace from the bedroom to the living room. The solar generator was positioned to the right of the small terrace, with solar panels installed on the roof. Returning to the bedroom, Xianyun used the smart remote control to activate the air conditioner, then entered the bathroom to turn on the warm light, allowing the temperature to rise before enjoying a refreshing shower. Finally, she returned to her bedroom and gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, the island, which typically begins to brighten by 5 o'clock, remained shrouded in darkness. It was only 6 o'clock when Xianyun prepared her culinary device, adding alligator meat and rice to concoct a savory fish porridge, which she savored slowly. Upon finishing her meal, she rinsed the bowls and utensils with a splash of water. Pushing open the front door, Xianyun noticed through the wall lamp that delicate snowflakes were cascading down. Had it begun to snow? She extended her hand outside, only to recoil from the sudden chill. The temperature had indeed plummeted. Curious, Xianyun checked the regional chat and discovered that nearly 5,000 individuals had perished. This prompted her to ponder the implications of a dwindling population. What would occur if the numbers fell to a critically low level? The survival game encompassed more than just 18 servers, and it included not only the Blue Star inhabitants. As the snowflakes accumulated on the ground, Xianyun returned to the living room. She exchanged 6 sets of cotton clothing for a traditional soft mat and a daybed, which she arranged in her sitting area. Later, she ventured to her workspace, where she crafted a square table from 6 pieces of precious golden silk Nanmu wood, placing it in the living room. The sofa and daybed flanked the fireplace, creating a cozy warmth. After adding a few logs to the fire, Xianyun reclined on the daybed, draping a blanket over herself as she settled in for a brief nap. Chapter 21. Extreme Weather 4. The Snow Monster. When Xianyun awoke once more, she discovered that the world outside was blanketed in a thick layer of white. Upon opening the regional chat, she found that most individuals were indeed discussing this bout of extreme weather, with each island showcasing its own snowy spectacle. Many found it exceedingly challenging to venture out for exploration. A few affluent players, well-stocked with resources, exchanged substantial amounts of warm, waterproof down jackets to brave the elements, as their supplies had originated from chests located in the White Zone. Moreover, the White Zone offered numerous survival resources ripe for collection. Although there were many eager to explore, the heavy snowfall presented an even greater array of latent dangers lying in wait. With a sigh, Qianyun donned her down jacket and stepped outside, reassured that her current location was relatively safe. As she walked, she engaged in a conversation with Lin Jiji and Song Yun. Song Yun, I had someone inquire about Zhao Shui. He has been recruiting members since dawn, offering cotton clothing or blankets upon joining. Many have banded together with him. Thankfully, communication between them is limited. Otherwise, someone like him would surely stir up trouble. Lin Jiji, Zhao Shui's talent awakening seems genuine. I heard he was frantically gathering supplies even before this extreme weather hit. A friend of mine mentioned that he opened a chest and obtained a dungeon ticket, which he hasn't used since the system hasn't been activated yet. We must remain cautious. He is undoubtedly keeping an eye on us. Lin Jiji, Qianyun, you don't have any past grievances with Zhao Shui, do you? Song Yun and I have had our issues with him due to previous trades, and he often barks at us. Qianyun, I don't believe so, but I did block him after he privately messaged me about trading supplies. Lin Jiji, let us form an alliance and call it the Alliance Against Malicious Individuals. Song Yun, that sounds a bit kitsch. I refuse. Besides, who fears him? Lin Jiji, he possesses quite formidable overall strength. Qianyun, aren't you both planning to go out and gather supplies? Song Yun, on the way. Lin Jiji, I want to be going today. I just uncovered a blueprint for a basic fireplace and am currently gathering materials to profit from it. Song Yun, how many materials do you need? I'll trade with you for one. Lin Jiji, sure. Qianyun, do you need one? Qianyun, I don't need it. I've already obtained a high-level fireplace that has no durability limit. Song Yun, Lin Jiji, you must be the lucky one, the wise one indeed. As Qianyun prepared to step into the White Zone, she hastily sent a final message and closed the chat screen. Upon entering the White Zone, she immediately noticed a dense forest of high-grade timber, already piled with freshly fallen snow. Taking out her advanced iron axe from her backpack, she began to chop away. With each swing, snow cascaded down upon her, yet the regret of not harvesting the wood was too great to resist, especially since upgrading and crafting were essential for her progress. With her enhanced attributes, Qianyun found that she could fell a tree with a single strike. The sounds of timber crashing and snow plummeting resonating around her. Within just 2 hours, she had nearly cleared this small area, successfully gathering over 18,000 units of wood. As the clock struck noon, she stretched her limbs, consumed some bread, and sipped on the hot water she had prepared earlier before continuing her exploration deeper into the snowy expanse. The snow had accumulated to knee-deep, making each step arduous. Concerned about the potential emergence of mutated creatures, Qianyun urged Xiaoyu to assist in monitoring the surroundings while she cautiously advanced, remaining vigilant. Before long, Qianyun stumbled upon an expansive expanse of snow. She purchased an iron shovel through the trading channel and began to dig as she walked. A hint of green gradually came into view. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have discovered the White Region Herb Garden. Would you like to activate Lucky Gathering? Qianyun was momentarily taken aback by the system's voice. Lucky Gathering? Although she did not fully comprehend it, she recognized it as a fortuitous opportunity for gathering. She exchanged the iron shovel for a herb hoe. As she cleared the snow and collected herbs, each gathering yielded 5 times the resources, causing Qianyun to beam with delight. Her previously frozen and stiff hands began to warm slightly within her gloves. Her speed and skill in gathering increased, while the snowflakes in the sky grew larger and more dense, striking her face with a chilling sting. As she continued forward, she suddenly kicked a hard object. She picked up the herb hoe and dug, revealing a white treasure chest before her. After collecting it, she pressed on, only to encounter the same sensation once more. Without hesitation, she used the hoe to clear the snow, uncovering yet another chest. It seemed as though Qianyun had fallen into a cycle. She barely gathered any herbs before stumbling upon a treasure chest repeatedly, continuing this way until around 3 in the afternoon. Her backpack was now 2/3 full, and the snow had reached the size of small quail eggs. Although light in weight, it had begun to obscure her vision, prompting Qianyun to hasten her return. On the way back, she felt the snowflakes landing on her face and body becoming heavier, a sense of urgency swelling within her. In a moment of distraction, A colossal figure appeared before her. Upon closer inspection, Qianyun involuntarily gasped in dismay as the system's voice echoed. Ding! System update complete. A player has encountered the disaster snow monster for the first time. Defeating it will yield double rewards. All players are urged to respond actively. The system's announcement and voice instantly stirred a wave of excitement. Ding! A level 3 snow monster attack has been detected. As you are the first player to encounter the snow monster, the system will grant you a double reward upon its defeat. Please respond actively. Subsequent prompts will not be provided. Qianyun had no time to be stunned, as the snow monster had quickly conjured a snowball the size of a basketball. Appearing solid and formidable, Qianyun swiftly dodged to evade the attack. The snow monster, realizing it had missed, let out a raspy, grating laugh from somewhere unknown. Little did Qianyun know how much she, as a southerner, adored snow and snowmen. At that moment, she wished fervently that such a creature did not exist in this world. After all, had the snowball struck its target, it would have left a 1-meter-deep crater. Another snowball hurtled toward her, and Qianyun dodged once more. Feeling the powerful force as it grazed her down jacket, she could distinctly sense the strength behind it, nearly being swept away. She hastily retreated a few steps before finally coming to a halt. The sight elicited an even more piercing laughter from the snow creature, its expressionless visage betraying no hint of its mockery. Yet, Qianyun could sense it all too well. Opting to exchange her longsword for the Qingyin crossbow, she resolved to engage in a war of attrition, eager to test the potency of the ordinary bolts she had acquired through trade. She retrieved a fire basin from her backpack, a handcrafted item that could burn premium wood for a duration of 48 hours, and set it before her. The snowman, seemingly unfamiliar with such an object, dropped the snowball it had been holding and clumsily approached, extending its hand toward the basin. The searing heat momentarily rendered the edges of its frosty arm translucent. A pained cry escaped the snow creature as it recoiled in alarm, eyeing Qianyun warily. Perhaps it was the uniqueness of her handcrafted fire basin, a product not spawned by the game, that startled the snowman. But Qianyun was certain it harbored a fear of flames, though she remained uncertain whether it was specifically the fire from premium wood or fire in general that it dreaded. Observing the wary snow creature, Qianyun deftly loaded her crossbow with oil-soaked arrows, aiming towards the fire basin as flames flickered to life. The snow creature clumsily attempted to retreat, albeit at a sluggish pace, while it gathered a snowball, targeting the fiery crossbow in her hands. Qianyun swiftly dodged, releasing an arrow that pierced through the creature's arm, the edges beginning to take on a lighter hue as droplets of water began to fall. No longer did the snow creature emit its high-pitched laughter. Instead, it let out a series of anguished roars. As it pressed a snowball against its wound, a tendency for healing began to manifest. Qianyun hastily loosed another bolt. Yet the snow creature continued its relentless regeneration, both combatants growing increasingly weary. After a moment of contemplation, Qianyun produced several more fire basins, encircling herself with 10 in total. Now, even the stoic snow creature could no longer maintain its composure. Chapter 22, Extreme Weather 5, Snow Sprite. As an aside, the snow monster. Does anyone understand? It's my first encounter with a player carrying multiple braziers, extravagantly crafted from high-grade wood. I can't even get close. Although I can form snowballs, I barely have time to throw them before I have to use them for repairs. This is untenable. The snow monster bounced towards Qianyun like a massive snowball, each landing creating a substantial crater in the ground. It emitted a chattering sound, seemingly attempting to communicate, yet Qianyun could not decipher its intent. Calmly observing the approaching snow monster, Qianyun readied her crossbow once more, this time unleashing 3 arrows simultaneously. The temperature around her surged, causing the snow monster to hesitate in its advance, granting her the perfect range for an assault. The 3 arrows struck the snow monster, and before its wounds could mend, they were met with new arrows. Qianyun swiftly nocked another arrow, aimed at the snow monster, and shot without hesitation. One arrow after another, the creature's form gradually disintegrated, ultimately dissolving into a puddle of water. Ding! Congratulations, player, on successfully defeating the snow monster. As the first to discover and slay the snow monster, you will receive double resource rewards, which will be further doubled, totaling 12 golden chests and 1 level 10 house upgrade card. Special items are not subject to doubling. The system notification chimed. Exhausted, Qianyun sat on the ground, her heart brimming with excitement. The thought of the double rewards being further enhanced made her giddy. It wasn't particularly challenging, after all. Other players remarked, what is she even saying? Does she think everyone can conjure braziers by hand? Does anyone possess the strength or the ingenuity to create such things? But that's beside the point. Throughout the battle, Qianyun recognized many of her own shortcomings, particularly her lack of proficiency in melee combat. It seemed she had always relied on weapons and items for both ranged and close-quarter encounters. She began contemplating whether to invest heavily in combat skills, such as martial arts, prioritizing this matter in her next urgent needs. Qianyun turned her attention to the resources she had just acquired. Upon seeing the house upgrade card, she suddenly recalled having obtained one earlier, which required her residence to be at level 4 for its use. Now, she was perfectly positioned to utilize it. However, her settlement's area was too limited. To upgrade, she needed to expand her settlement, but the necessary expansion stones had yet to appear. Not wishing to dwell on such matters, Qianyun approached the chest to collect her rewards. She attempted to move, but found herself unable to proceed. Looking down at her pant leg, she noticed a palm-sized snowman with sparkling black eyes gazing up at her, exuding an air of oddity, humor, and charm. Ding! A bindable pet sprite has been detected. Would you like to bind it? A pet sprite? This little creature before her. After a moment's hesitation, Qianyun decided to bind the adorable snowman. A flash of light enveloped the scene, and the small snowman vanished. While a pet tab appeared on Qianyun's interface, presumably a new addition due to the extreme weather. Oh, this little snowman is indeed a snow sprite. Qianyun exclaimed with excitement as she opened the pet tab to examine the snowman's attributes. Race, snow sprite. A snow monster may drop a snow sprite with a chance of 1 in 10,000 after being vanquished. This creature can only manifest in the extreme weather of a blizzard and possesses ice-based skills. However, its current diminutive size renders it incapable of serving you upon leveling up. It can assist its master in battle. Leveling conditions. Unknown, players are encouraged to explore. Name, to be named attribute. Ice strength. 1, a mere infant. So be sure to care for it. Speed. 1, it does have a bit of a bounce. Skills. Ice-based skills, to be developed. Mental strength, to be developed. Age, newborn. 1 day old. Upon finishing the description, Qianyun couldn't help but exclaim, isn't this akin to being a mother, a nanny, and a bodyguard all at once? Moreover, how curious it was that with a strength rating of merely 1, it could still impede her movement. Inadvertently, Qianyun spoke out loud. The snow sprite nestled in her backpack was displeased, its soft voice wafting into her ears. Master, I am quite useful. I am merely a baby for now. My strength will increase. It is not I who is hindering your movement. Rather, it is the snow crystals stuck to your shoes. Please pick them up. They will be quite beneficial. Qianyun glanced down, her eyes widening in astonishment. Are you referring to those minuscule salt-like particles on my feet? At that moment, she noticed a plethora of crystal-like grains scattered from her pant legs to her shoes. Initially, she had mistaken them for snowflakes, but now it was evident that they were not. The little snowman continued to bounce cheerfully at her feet, exclaiming, Yes, yes. Master, if you do not believe me, take a handful. You will understand why they feel so heavy. Tentatively, Qianyun reached down to grasp a tiny grain. To her surprise, she found it genuinely difficult to lift. She then attempted to pick it up, and to her delight, she succeeded. The minuscule snow crystal appeared in her backpack. With a single click, her pant legs and shoes were clear of debris, and her backpack was filled with 6 slots of snow crystals. The little snowman was overjoyed. Master, may I have a tiny bit of snow crystal? Eating it will make me stronger. At this, Qianyun retrieved 10 snow crystals from her backpack. But the little snowman quickly waved its hands. Master, I can only eat 1 at a time. She promptly returned 9 crystals to the snow, and the little snowman happily consumed 1. Suddenly inspired, Qianyun exclaimed, Let me name you. How about Little Snow? The snowman, having finished the crystal, raised its head with a rather constipated expression. Master, there are already many sprites in my clan called Little Snow. Please choose another name. The snowman pleaded earnestly, and Qianyun paused, realizing that it was indeed trying to convey that many of its kin shared the same name. After a moment's thought, she suggested, What about Silver Grain? It would be a refined name for snow. By the way, are you a male or female sprite? The snowman's eyes brightened. Yes, I like that. I am a female sprite. Qianyun glanced at her pet interface, and indeed, the name of the snowman had been updated to Silver Grain. It became her companion aside from her intelligent assistant, Xiaoyu. Placing Silver Grain on her shoulder, Qian Yun strolled back home, the snow now reaching her waist. Meanwhile, the snowfall had ceased. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Qian Yun returned to the shelter. The outdoor bonfire had long extinguished, while the flames in the fireplace within blazed fervently. The snow sprite, Silver Grain, was averse to high temperatures and lay motionless outside. Qian Yun offered her a snow crystal, then pushed open the door to return home. The fireplace instantly enveloped her, still chilled and slightly damp, in warmth. She hastily prepared a herbal concoction to ward off colds and consumed it. Only then did Qian Yun begin to examine the system panel. This update not only enhanced the pet section but also upgraded the natural disaster warning interface, albeit with a mere 50 accuracy rate. Additionally, it included weather forecasts and dungeon introductions, though the latter remained locked for now. A notification chimed, and upon opening it, Qian Yun discovered a flurry of group messages. Over a dozen had accumulated. As she scanned through, the gist became clear to her. Zhao Shui's talent, following this update, appeared less significant, bordering on superfluous. After a brief exchange of gossip, both began to fret about the fate of their own talents. Chapter 23, Extreme Weather 6, copy on the 9th day of the survival game world. Dawn's light gently cascaded through the windows of the safe house as Qian Yun slowly opened her eyes. After diligently battling monsters and securing the safe house the previous night, she had retired to bed early, and upon waking this morning, she felt particularly invigorated. Glancing outside, she was met with a pristine white landscape, as snowflakes danced gracefully to the ground. She recalled the system notification received by all players last night, announcing a large-scale update. Checking the time, she noted it was only around 6 o'clock, yet the snow had already begun to fall. Sensing the chill of the air within the room, Qian Yun resolved to properly arrange the thermo-regulating stones throughout the safe house to maintain a warm environment. When she glanced at the disaster, extreme weather panel, she was astonished to discover that the temperature had plummeted by 9 degrees since yesterday, now resting at a frigid -13 degrees. Such low temperatures made venturing outside exceedingly challenging, rendering exploration tasks nearly impossible. Perhaps due to just awakening, Qian Yun did not feel hunger pangs. After changing her clothes and freshening up, she grasped her homemade broom and commenced clearing the snow that had accumulated on the rooftop and in front of the door. With vigorous sweeps, she pushed the thick layers of snow aside, striving to create a pathway. After a half-day of labor, she finally cleared the snow, and the clock now indicated 7 o'clock. Once her sweeping was complete, Qian Yun fed Insu a snow crystal and began preparing breakfast. She opened her backpack, retrieving tomatoes, eggs, and flour, which she placed into the culinary machine. Soon, steaming egg noodles were ready, and she enjoyed a simple meal. After dining, she settled by the window, gazing at the enchanting snow-covered scenery, her mind awash with thoughts. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have received the reward of the European Emperor. The supply box opening is now doubled. A surge of excitement coursed through Qian Yun, as she still had all her boxes saved from the past few days. Just as she intended to open a box, the system began its announcement once more. Ding! Attention all players, the survival game system update has been completed. Players possessing dungeon scrolls may use them to enter the dungeon around 10 o'clock this morning. Please note that the first player to successfully clear the dungeon will receive an exclusive game supply box. Upon hearing this notification, Qian Yun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Memories of the splendid items she had previously obtained from the exclusive supply box flooding her mind, stirring her desire. However, she quickly realized a pressing concern. She did not possess a dungeon scroll. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed, as she had an abundance of other resources at her disposal. Currently, she held 2 mystery chests obtained through exploration, 1 special chest, 21 diamond chests, and 7 diamond chests accrued from monster slaying, totaling 28 diamond chests. Additionally, she had garnered 20 golden chests from defending the safe house and defeating monsters, 12 bronze chests, and 56 white chests from the white zone. Qian Yun decided to open some chests first, hopeful to procure a dungeon scroll. Taking a deep breath, she silently prayed for favorable outcomes. Placing everything except weapons and potions into her warehouse, and with a resolute heart, she clicked to open the boxes. Ding! Congratulations to the player for unlocking the rewards of the auspicious Emperor, which includes a doubling of materials, excluding special items. The doubled materials are as follows. Materials: Platform Expansion Stone X20, Energy Stone X20, Moonstone X20, Electronic Fragments X50, Mechanical Core X2, Carbon fiber X20, steel X100, aluminum alloy X20, glass X20, ceramic X100, plastic X200, iron nails X500, wood, ordinary, X800. Scrolls, non-tradable Level 7 Secret Realm Exploration Card X2, 36 hours. Level 5 Dungeon Scroll X6. Level 6 Dungeon Scroll X2, Level 7 Dungeon Scroll X2. Special items, Vitality Potion X6, Recovery Potion X30, Strength Fruit X2, Constitution Fruit X2. Team Card, can randomly invite one player to teleport to any location of the cardholder outside of dungeons. Also allows two-way teleportation. X2. Planting items, Advanced Planting Soil X2, Advanced Nutrient Solution X2, Cotton Seeds X200, Orange Tree X2, Ginkgo Tree X12, Matcha Tree X2, Strawberry Seeds X10, Lettuce Seeds X10, Rice Seeds X10, Bayberry Seeds X10, Blueberry Seeds X6, Cherry Seeds X2. Blueprints, Non-Doubling Smelting Furnace Blueprint, Portable Backpack Blueprint, Exquisite Tang Dao Blueprint, Fully Automatic Washing Machine Blueprint, Crossbow, Bow and Arrow Integrated Blueprint, Refrigerator Blueprint, Ice Maker Blueprint, Juicer Blueprint. Food items, Seasoning Gift Pack X2, Lard X 10 kg, Rapeseed Oil X 50 kg, Beef X 20 kg, Pork X 20 kg, Ribs X 20 kg, Glutinous Rice X 10 kg. Mineral Water 250 milliliters 24 bottles X 20 boxes, Hamburger X 18, Cola 200 milliliters 12 bottles X 12 boxes. Daily Necessities, Cold Resistant Down Jacket X 20, Cold Resistant Suit X 12, Complete Set of Cold Resistant Underwear X 12. Snow Boots X 10, Gloves X 10, Cotton Socks X 10, Quilts X 6, Blankets X 6, Carpets X 6. To her astonishment, she truly obtained Dungeon Scrolls. Qianyun was elated, never having anticipated such fortuitous luck. She consumed the Strength Fruit and Constitution Fruit, feeling a warm rush coursing through her limbs before it dissipated. Her backpack was now brimming to capacity, and Qianyun meticulously organized and categorized her supplies. Perishable items such as fresh fruits, vegetables, meat, and seeds were all placed into the water condensation orb for preservation. The planting soil remained in her backpack, as she currently lacked the means to withstand extreme weather, making her hesitant to take risks with her plants. Other items were stored in the warehouse, while blueprints were learned with a single command. Subsequently, Qianyun approached the workbench to craft several advanced iron axes, exquisite Tang Dao swords, and produced 100 arrows. Her backpack was filled with various healing salves, anti-inflammatory medications, and cold remedies, some of which she had acquired and others she had crafted herself. Qianyun utilized the food processor to prepare an abundance of meals, storing them in empty boxes and in the water condensation orb for later enjoyment, ensuring they would be steaming hot when retrieved. She also set aside some hot water and mineral water, recalling uneaten steamed buns and instant noodles that she was less fond of, placing them on the trading market. Although she had an abundance of supplies, she recognized that others may not share her fortune. The materials for the mechanical arm have been gathered in their entirety. Qianyun has utilized 2 moonstones, 1 mechanical core, 10 carbon fiber, 12 steel, and 10 aluminum alloy to create it. This mechanical arm, crafted from rare materials sourced from survival games, has undergone special treatment, endowing it with exceptional wear resistance and corrosion resistance. Each joint is remarkably flexible, allowing for free bending and extension, and capable of executing various intricate movements. Once donned, it fits the arm with a perfect affinity of 100, as if the brilliance of the moonstone has been transferred to the surface of the mechanical arm. Despite the considerable quantity of materials used, it feels surprisingly lightweight, much to Qianyun's satisfaction. With everything prepared, Qianyun finally opened the scroll, only to be startled by what she saw. Level 5 Scroll, the Siren's Purpose. Each player may challenge this dungeon a maximum of 2 times. Each successful challenge yields substantial experience and a treasure chest. Players are currently eligible to challenge dungeons of levels 1 to 4. A friendly reminder, do not attempt cross-level challenges. Death in the dungeon results in player death. To go or not to go? That is the question. Given the current circumstances, those possessing dungeon scrolls are few in number. And if she misses out on the grand prize, she would surely lament. She opened the friends group chat. Qianyun, do you all have dungeon scrolls? Songyun, I have a level 2, dropped from a monster yesterday. Lin Jiji, not very lucky. I have 2, but they are for a level 4 duo dungeon. which I cannot use as I can only tackle levels 1 to 3. Songyun, don't you want the grand prize? There are chests to open, and many people have already opened theirs this morning. The drop rate is nearly 100. Qianyun, I just found out the drop rate is 100. I got a level 5. I'm considering attempting a cross-level challenge. By the way, where can you check character levels? Songyun, you can check it in the character panel. It was just updated. Lin Jiji, you really don't enjoy looking at your personal panel, do you? Qianyun, I believe there's little to observe unless my constitution improves. After the three of them familiarized themselves with the newly updated panel features, Qianyun finally opened her own. Player, Qianyun gender, female height, 172 centimeters weight, 52 kilograms level, 4,375,000, current highest level of monsters killed. Secret realm creatures do not count towards experience points. Constitution, 2510, your constitution exceeds 100 of survivors. Keep up the good work. Strength, 2210, painful strikes. Speed, 2110, decent speed. Perhaps a challenge at the sports meet. Mental power, 5001000, currently level 4. Next level is 5, luck. You are an enigmatic presence. Talent, time manipulation, currently level 1. Can be upgraded. Skills, basic mechanical research, intermediate pharmacology, intermediate swordsmanship. Comprehensive strength ranking, 1 points ranking, 1 safe house ranking, 1 luck ranking. Upon reviewing her statistics, Qianyun felt a newfound confidence. Fortune favors the bold. With just over 600 experience points needed for leveling up, it seemed plausible to challenge the level 5 dungeon. With a scroll in hand, Qianyun retrieved a wooden bowl and took out 10 snow crystals from her backpack, subsequently placing them back inside. At this moment, with less than an hour remaining until the dungeon's opening, Qianyun swiftly organized her equipment and instructed Insu to consume the snow crystals she had prepared in the small bowl on the terrace if hunger struck. Chapter 24, Extreme Weather 7. The siren's purpose. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound echoed. Ding. The dungeon countdown has begun. Players possessing the dungeon scroll are urged to actively complete the quest. The quantity of resources that can be extracted depends on your abilities. Note, failure to complete the dungeon within the allotted time will result in significant resource deductions. Should a player die within the dungeon, the player will perish. This unexpected announcement startled everyone, yet they swiftly regained their composure. Wow, the dungeon has finally opened. I am eager to challenge it and see if I can acquire those precious resources, exclaimed one player with enthusiasm. Haha, I am thoroughly prepared. This time, I shall truly showcase my prowess, declared another player, brimming with confidence. However, some displayed expressions of concern. Failing the dungeon will result in substantial resource loss. That is truly terrifying. Thankfully, I do not possess a scroll. Upstairs, are you feeling envious? Regardless, anticipation for this new challenge filled the air. For the dungeon might conceal countless opportunities and treasures. At last, the countdown concluded. Qianyun swiftly crushed the siren's purpose dungeon scroll in her hand, and in the next moment, she found herself in an unfamiliar location. Before her lay a tumultuous ocean. Turning around, she stood on a sandy beach, where small thatched cottages dotted the horizon. A group of elderly individuals, their hair grayed, wore smiles of warmth upon their faces, each holding wooden trays adorned with intricate carvings, containing unfamiliar raw meats. There were no youths or children in sight, rendering the scene peculiarly eerie. Taking a deep breath, Qianyun savored the salty ocean breeze as the sea remained calm. She surveyed the surroundings of the island, just as she intended to approach and inquire about the situation, when someone gently patted her shoulder, causing her to jump in surprise. Where did this little one come from? A stranger, I presume? It has been a long time since we have encountered an outsider, said an elderly woman. Still shaken, Qianyun feigned calmness, turning around with a forced smile and saying, Yes, Granny. The ocean's waves were fierce, and I became separated from my friends. Seeing your village, I hope to stay for a few days. Do not worry, I can offer payment. With a pang of regret, Qianyun exchanged 10 points for 10 gold coins in the survival system, uncertain of their usability. She discreetly transferred a coin from her sleeve to her palm and presented it. The elderly woman's face brightened with joy as she eagerly grasped the coin, verifying its authenticity before saying, Certainly, that will do. As fortune would have it, our small fishing village is about to celebrate the Sea God Festival tomorrow. You are indeed fortunate. Have you noticed these busy old folks? What they carry is bestowed by the Sea God, Consuming it can rejuvenate you by at least 30 years. You are truly blessed, if luck favors you further. Being chosen by the sea god would be the ultimate blessing. Qianyun felt somewhat perplexed, yet she quickly gleaned several pieces of information from the woman's words. 1. The small fishing village had not seen outsiders in a long time. 2. The village celebrates a sea god festival, and the unknown meats are gifts from the sea god, capable of granting youthfulness upon consumption. 3. The sea god may randomly select individuals. As Qianyun ventured into the quaint fishing village, she observed, with a creeping unease, that apart from the elderly with their silver hair, there were no other inhabitants in sight. The gentle chill emanating from the mechanical arm beneath her sleeve provided her with a modicum of reassurance. With a defensive value of 1,000 and an offensive value of 500, she felt confident that as long as her adversaries were not overwhelmingly powerful, she would fare well. Come along, young lady, let this old woman show you around. Beckoned the elder. You may call me Granny Yu, as everyone else does. Our little fishing village boasts both splendid scenery and amiable folk. Noticing that Qianyun had lagged behind, Granny Yu turned to encourage her. Eager to keep pace, Qianyun inquired, Granny Yu, why do I not see anyone else? Perhaps her curiosity was too evident. For Granny Yu discerned her apprehension and smiled even more warmly. What is your name, dear? In our village, the able-bodied and the young venture out to sea for fishing, regardless of gender. We elders, having outlived our usefulness, are left to tend to trivial matters at home. They typically do not return until the sun has set. The little ones have been invited by the sea god to explore the underwater palace, and if they are fortunate enough, they may even become heirs to the sea god's legacy. Thanks to the sea god, our village enjoys its present prosperity. Granny Yu continued to speak at length, each word entwined with reverence for the sea god. Qianyun felt a knot tighten in her chest. You may call me Xiaoqian, Granny. Will the chosen children ever return? A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia crossed Granny Yu's face before she replied, Return? It is far better to follow the sea god, after all. We can only hope to live for 200 years at most, while they, under the sea god's guidance, are granted eternity. Qianyun's heart sank as she glanced towards the elders greeting her on the path, their hands bearing raw flesh that stirred her stomach uncomfortably. The elderly man beside her, with hair as white as snow, noticed her unwavering gaze upon the meat and discreetly concealed it behind him. Xiaoqian, are you tempted? It does smell delightful, does it not? This opportunity comes but once a year, and only the chosen children may partake, so do not blame them. They are not unwilling, but rather have their own families to care for. Now, it is just me at home, so you may have my share, he offered. Qianyun hastily declined. Thank you, Granny, but I must refuse. I adhere to my faith and do not consume meat. She quickly devised an excuse, fearing that the kind elder might insist on her eating. Granny Yu chuckled softly. Oh, it is not the same. This is a gift from the sea god. Many of our village's elders have partaken and found themselves rejuvenated, even able to fish again. Qianyun thought to herself, I cannot accept such claims. Perhaps you could share something else. Silently, Qianyun followed Granny Yu as she continued her tour of the village. While listening to the elder's descriptions, Qianyun observed her surroundings. The village's structures were predominantly constructed from thatch, mud, and timber, exuding a rustic and dilapidated charm. The narrow, winding alleys between the houses were lined with drying seafood and tattered fishing nets, and a faint briny odor lingered in the air. On the surface, the lives of the villagers appear simple and tranquil, untouched by the clamor and opulence of the outside world. Soon, Granny Yu led Qianyun to the seaside in another direction, pointing towards the distant waters and saying, That is where our fishing boats set out. Every morning, the fishermen embark on their journeys, only returning at dusk. This is the principal source of livelihood for our small fishing village. As she spoke, Granny Yu sighed and continued, In earlier years, we were exceedingly poor. At that time, there was no sea god. Each family's fishing ventures often resulted in calamities, with one family suffering losses while another endured injuries. My son and daughter-in-law were not fortunate enough to await the sea god. 7 years ago, while fishing, they were swept away by the waves. I thought to myself that perhaps it would be best to perish, yet I could not bear to leave behind my beloved little grandson. This year, he has been chosen by the sea god, who sent a villager to inform me, and I have been granted a piece of meat as well. However, it seems the sea god is especially pleased this year, as every family has received a portion. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. In her heart, Qianyun thought, Please do not say that. The more you speak, the more I ponder that it might indeed be your grandson's meat. No wonder there are so many elderly people. Perhaps the children are insufficient in number and the meat is scant. The more she considered it, the more unsettling it became. Granny Yu then took Qianyun to visit the village temple, a place dedicated to the sea god. Though modest in size, the temple was solemn and dignified. With a vibrant incense offering, Granny Yu reverently lit a stick of incense from a nearby table, murmuring words of gratitude for the sea god's favor. Finally, Granny Yu returned to her home with Qianyun, preparing some food and water for her, and assuring her that she could come to her at any time if she needed anything. Gratefully, Qianyun thanked Granny Yu and then sat alone in her room, contemplating how to seek out the clues that lay ahead. As night fell, the small fishing village became exceptionally quiet. Lying in bed, Qianyun's mind was filled with myriad thoughts. Chapter 25. Extreme Weather 8. Creatures in the night. After Grandma Yu brought Qianyun to her home, she arranged for her accommodation. Qianyun, initially preparing to step outside, was suddenly overcome by an overwhelming drowsiness that rendered her powerless to resist, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she found herself enveloped in an eerie silence, a stillness so profound it sent shivers down her spine. Through the narrow gap in the window, she could discern the pitch blackness surrounding the small fishing village, yet oddly, she felt as if numerous eyes were fixated upon her. This sensation was profoundly unsettling, as though unseen observers were scrutinizing her every move. Feeling a chill of apprehension, Qianyun quietly rose and retrieved an everlasting fire stick from her backpack. She illuminated the surroundings with its flickering light, hoping to discern the external conditions. However, apart from the enveloping darkness, nothing was revealed to her. Realizing the limited reach of the fire stick, Qianyun opted for a solar-powered lamp, a remnant from her previous installations. Anticipating the necessity for illumination in unforeseen circumstances, upon activating the lamp, a brilliant light instantly flooded the area, yet still, no anomalies came into view. The surroundings remained desolate, shrouded in endless darkness and tranquility. Clutching her moonlight shadow, she opened the door, and a bone-chilling gust of wind rushed in, raising goosebumps on her skin. Earlier, Grandma Yu had mentioned that the village's able-bodied men would return only as the sun dipped below the horizon, but Qianyun, having inexplicably fallen asleep, had missed the entire afternoon. Shaking off the chill, she proceeded towards the sea god temple, certain it would hold clues. Summoning Xiao Yu, she navigated swiftly, guided by the memories etched in her mind from earlier that day. The sea breeze howled against her cheeks, urging her to quicken her pace. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound, akin to whispers. She halted, anxiously scanning her surroundings, yet discerned nothing. Gripping the moonlight shadow tightly, she continued forward. As she approached the sea god temple, the whispers grew increasingly distinct, as if beckoning her name. At last, Qianyun arrived before the temple. The ancient edifice loomed ominously in the night, its decrepit facade casting an unsettling presence, with the entrance firmly shut. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. A fetid stench filled the air, starkly contrasting the solemnity of the daylight, as if only the bizarre remained. Nervously, she advanced further into the temple's depths. In the center stood a massive stone tablet, adorned with peculiar engravings. As she drew closer, she scrutinized the carvings, which bore resemblance to an ancient and absurd tribal sacrificial rite. The illustrations depicted countless children vanishing through the altar surrounding the stone tablet, followed by an emergence of fresh meat, while elderly figures knelt below. Gradually, individuals approached to claim portions, and one by one, they took the fresh meat until the last piece disappeared. The imagery abruptly halted, as if an eternity had passed, with some children, including infants, being returned home. Yet, within those homes, the absence of youth was palpable. Only elderly figures rejoiced as they embraced their children, their expressions alternating between sorrow and joy. Qianyun pieced together some semblance of understanding from the patterns, though clarity eluded her. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed at the door, and she distinctly recalled that she had not closed it upon entering. Cautiously, Qianyun concealed herself behind the door as it swung open, revealing none other than Granny Yu. With an uncanny perceptiveness, Granny Yu swiftly grasped Qianyun's hand and urgently pulled her outside. Shadows began to materialize from the darkness. Granny Yu led Qianyun to the shore, where a small boat awaited. "Hurry, get on the boat," she urged anxiously. Qianyun swiftly boarded, while Granny Yu leaped to the bow and began to row. The creatures in the dark drew ever closer, their forms flickering ominously in the moonlight. With great effort, Granny Yu propelled the boat forward at remarkable speed, heading deep into the sea. Qianyun glanced back, witnessing the sea god's temple and the monsters gradually engulfed by the encroaching darkness. The small boat bobbed upon the waves, and Qianyun was filled with confusion and astonishment. What is Granny doing? She pondered, unsure of why Granny Yu had come to her rescue or where they were heading. As Granny Yu paused her rowing, her voice emerged, tinged with an ancient sorrow and bitterness. Do you understand why it was only you and me conversing during the day? And why I brought you home? I intentionally revealed much to you, hoping you would sense the danger and leave early, yet you did not. My dear child, I even poured out your medicine. Why do you still disobey and venture out? Qianyun found herself at a loss for words. The fishing village exuded an eerie atmosphere, and the strange smiles of the silver-haired elders rendered her speechless. Granny Yu continued, speaking to herself rather than seeking a response. I was a follower of the previous deity. In those days, the god could not fulfill everyone's wishes, yet if a family lacked food and warmth, they would receive provisions by the next day. I was fortunate enough to be chosen as a devotee, conveying the sea goddess's kindness and warnings of calamity. However, when I bore my child, the goddess vanished, and upon her return, I knew she was not the same. I feigned madness to escape disaster, yet the new sea god mistrusted me, and the followers were replaced. The new devotee was not from our village. He was an outsider. After becoming a follower of the sea god, he informed us that the deity could not bear offspring and had a fondness for children. If families were willing to offer their children, those selected would have the chance to inherit immortality, and their families would enjoy the sea's blessings. This was the source of the flesh. Humanity's greed knows no bounds. After the previous sea god ensured their prosperity, their desires grew insatiable. Many even resorted to killing one another for flesh. In the aftermath, only a few elderly remained, clinging to the belief that their children toiled by day and rested by night. My 2 children competed with them for that mysterious meat, and subsequently, they too transformed into creatures that roamed the night. Yet, it seemed they were oblivious. Thereafter, every household eagerly offered their children to the sea god. Some children returned, but they felt human, yet were not entirely so. The gaze of Granny Yu fixed upon the distance before her sharp eyes swept over Qianyun. I am unaware of your intentions, yet I advise you to leave at first light. Otherwise, should any misfortune befall you, I cannot guarantee your safety. Have you seen those monsters that emerge in the dead of night? They are villagers who have succumbed to cannibalism, including my own children. This year, I sacrificed my grandson, for the devotees have claimed that through sacrifice, one could obtain flesh. The flesh this year belongs to the previous sea god, and with it, I can nourish my 2 children. Once they consume it, they shall no longer be monsters. They will survive. As she spoke, Granny Yu's eyes glistened with emotion. Qianyun's silence was shattered. Granny, do you truly believe the words of the devotees are trustworthy? Moreover, has the former sea god not bestowed upon you a great mercy? As her follower, is this not somewhat? Her words were abruptly cut off. Granny Yu interjected, I have no choice but to believe. Can you fathom that the deceased could still bear children? This is the power granted by the devotees. The previous sea god was benevolent. Yet even the best of us harbor selfish desires. I have but these 2 children and my wretched daughter-in-law. If I can restore them to normalcy, what does it matter if I risk my own frail existence? I merely wish for them to live normally. I shall make amends to the sea god. What are you? A foreigner, understand? A chill enveloped Qianyun as she felt pity for the former sea god. Why have you not transformed into a monster? She inquired. Granny Yu replied, I have not partaken. Foreigners like you speak too much. Now that you comprehend the situation, leave at once when dawn breaks. Qianyun fell silent. Although Granny Yu had saved her and revealed everything, she was now eager to expel her to shield her from the impending turmoil. Yet the cruelty she displayed towards the former sea god and her own grandson revealed her internal conflict. Having grasped the unfolding events, Qianyun glanced at the progress of her mission, 37. Her task was to uncover the intentions of the sea monster, and so far, she only knew of the connection between the small fishing village and the creature, but the ultimate purpose of the sea monster remained unclear. With no leads, Qianyun resolved to stay. The sea breeze chilled them both as waves relentlessly battered the small boat, imparting a sense of imminent peril. Chapter 26. Extreme Weather. The fleshy talisman. As the ocean breeze blew throughout the night, dawn began to break, and Grandma Yu roused Qianyun from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, Qianyun was greeted by the sight of the coastline. Little Yu had not sounded an alarm all night, and she dared not succumb to deep sleep. teetering between wakefulness and slumber, her head throbbing slightly. Quietly, she consumed a hand-rolled cold remedy, which instantly revitalized her. Strangely, Grandma Yu exhibited no signs of discomfort. Stranger, the boat is yours. Leave swiftly. Should you choose to disregard my counsel, do not hold me accountable, Grandma Yu declared, turning her back and departing without a glance at the bewildered Qianyun, who remained rooted in place, her mind swirling with questions. To her astonishment, she noted that the progress of the quest had increased overnight, now reaching 43. Yet, she found herself perplexed regarding its connection to the sea demon. Resolute, Qianyun hastily gathered her belongings, carefully stowing the small fishing boat into her backpack, and stealthily followed in Grandma Yu's footsteps into the village. Along the way, she meticulously avoided any potential exposure, maintaining a safe distance. Ultimately, Grandma Yu entered a modest dwelling that appeared quite dilapidated. Concealing herself in a nearby corner, Qianyun observed her surroundings. Once she deemed it safe, she crept toward the window, peering through the gaps to glimpse the interior. Inside, she beheld a man, pallid as parchment, lying upon a worn bed, his gaze vacant and devoid of spirit, as though he had lost his very soul. Beside him rested two small cradles, seemingly containing infants. Grandma Yu sat at the bedside, murmuring incessantly, but the distance rendered Qianyun unable to discern her words. Was it not said that no able-bodied men resided here during the day? Who, then, was this man? And what of the infants in their cradles? The enigma deepened, and these revelations intensified her suspicions regarding Grandma Yu. Determined to seek further understanding, she resolved to inquire with others about the village and the enigmatic figure of Grandma Yu. 3 elderly individuals ambled beneath the eaves, conversing as they carried a tray. Qianyun produced several gold coins, embarking on her quest for information. Elder A, you inquire about Grandma Yu? She is our great shaman, the matriarch of our village. Elder B, it is said that in her youth, she was a follower of the previous sea god. When he vanished, a handsome outsider arrived in the village, a sorcerer. To alleviate the burdens of our people, she studied sorcery. And, against the wishes of her ancestors, she bore 2 children with this outsider. Elder C, such a pitiful tale. That year, calamities plagued the land, and their 2 children nearly starved. It was hardly surprising. Our village relied on fishing, and with storms raging upon the sea, none could venture out, leaving everyone to go hungry. The village children suffered similarly. In desperation, the young men of our village, including my uncle, braved the tempestuous waves and set out to sea. Elder A hastily interjected. The young men who ventured out to sea perished in great numbers. Those who returned were either dead or severely injured. In desperation, we sought the help of the shaman. The grand shaman and that foreign sorcerer truly poured their hearts and souls into aiding our village. Elder C retorted, why do you divulge everything? Be cautious, lest the grand shaman refuse to treat your family. Upon hearing this, Qianyun immediately understood and produced a gold coin. Elder A promptly extended his hand to accept it, exclaiming, what is there that cannot be said? Do step aside. Elder C rolled his eyes, and Qianyun, in understanding, distributed a gold coin to each of the 3 elders. The remaining 2, now grinning, indicated their willingness to answer any inquiries. Elder A continued, the grand shaman sacrificed his own 2 children to the sea god, beseeching him for favorable weather. It was only after this that the seasons became bountiful. Henceforth, we have celebrated this day as Sea God Festival every year. Elder B interjected, indeed, our village holds the Sea God Festival once a year. If a child is chosen, it is considered a great blessing, for the sea god bestows a portion of the coveted Tai Sui meat to each household. However, everyone desires this delicacy, yet dares not seize it, for the sea goddess' wrath is fearsome. Feigning admiration, Qianyun inquired, what is Tai Sui meat? The sea god would not notice if one were to steal something, yet still be enraged? Where are the village's youth? Have they gone to work elsewhere? Elder C cleared his throat. It is not without compensation for your inquiry. In our humble fishing village, the grand shaman's men are devoted followers of the sea god. Should anyone attempt to steal, the grand shaman's men, including the foreign sorcerer, would inform the sea god, who would exact punishment in his fury. This year, the village's young men have been summoned to repair the sea goddess temple, as it is said that the sea god intends to designate the next official successor. Thus, they are unable to return. Qianyun blinked. And what, pray tell, is Tai Sui meat? Elder C replied mysteriously, Tai Sui meat is a remarkable substance. Consuming it can prolong life, strengthen the body, and invoke the sea god as protection. However, it is scarce, and only those chosen by the sea god may receive a small portion. A thrill of surprise coursed through Qianyun. As these details echoed what Grandma Yu had mentioned, she pressed on. How does one become chosen by the sea god? Elder A scratched his head. Well, the criteria for the sea god selection are beyond our mortal comprehension. Each year, on the day of the sea god festival, the chosen children are revealed, while those not selected are sent home. However, according to the faithful, this year marks the final sea god festival, as the sea god is poised to select the singular successor. As a gesture of goodwill, everyone will be allowed to partake in Tai Sui meat. As you see before you, Qianyun nodded thoughtfully, her mind racing with ideas. Glancing at the Tai Sui meat presented before her, she felt a wave of nausea. The so-called meat mushroom, also known as Tai Sui, is described in Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica as resembling flesh affixed to large stones, with both ends present, an organic entity. The red variety resembles coral, the white, fat, the black, lacquer, the green, emerald, and the yellow, golden purple, all shining as brilliantly as ice. It has been categorized as edible and medicinal. However, what lay before her was far from this description, resembling more closely the mythical Tai Sui mentioned in ghostly tomes. The elderly man, C, continued to ramble on incessantly. After gleaning several pieces of information, Qianyun nimbly excused herself and made her exit. Subsequently, she inquired with a few villagers, only to find their responses remarkably similar. In truth, Qianyun had come to a tentative conclusion that the issue lay with Granny Yu. This was evidenced by the fact that her progress bar had surged to 60 after questioning the villagers, indicating that Granny Yu was indeed the one who had been deceitful. A bold hypothesis began to form in Qianyun's mind. This time, she chose not to visit anyone's home. Instead, she sought refuge in a secluded corner. As night descended, Qianyun cautiously navigated through the alleys, only to stumble upon some villagers exhibiting peculiar behavior, as if they had been stripped of their very souls. At that moment, a deep growl resonated from a distance. Chapter 27, Extreme Weather 10. The passage Qianyun listened to the howling for the first time without retreating. Instead, she wielded her sword, her shoulder burdened by a lantern, drawing the attention of those elderly figures, once frail and white-haired by day, who transformed into monstrous beings by night. After gathering all the creatures, Qianyun led them towards the sea god temple. The door was tightly shut, and with a forceful kick, she burst it open. Indeed, within lay Granny Yu, the man she had seen during the day, and two infants swaddled in cloth, resting upon two joined altars. The central stone tablet had formed a circle, and the altar emitted a faint glow. Several small children were bound nearby, appearing quite normal, save for the monstrous cries emanating from their mouths. Granny Yu turned slightly, her eyes lacking focus. "Little girl, I knew you would come. You must have guessed, right?" Her tone, seemingly questioning, was laced with certainty. She extended a finger, as frail as a withered branch, pointing at one of the bound children. 70 years have passed. Do you see? Only he remains untainted by sorcery. Only through his sacrifice can I rescue my Aki and my children. Had it not been for these ignorant villagers kidnapping me to threaten my Aki, how would he have dared to offer up 2 children in sacrifice? They sought survival. As did I. What difference is there? Are their lives of less value than ours? Qianyun paused. The monsters outside continued their anguished cries, unable to enter. You are the sea god, are you not? Or perhaps it is more fitting to call you a sea demon now. Granny Yu scoffed, offering no direct response but indulging in her own mockery. In my youth, my father, the chieftain of a small fishing village, raised me as the next disciple of the sea god, whom I revered. Yet, the sea god suddenly abandoned her people. Disaster struck, shattering our peaceful existence, and they surged into my humble abode. My children cried in fear, and my father seized my 2 children, threatening Aki to use forbidden arts solely for the sake of the villagers' prosperity. As she recounted this, Granny Yu broke into tears, her voice dry and cracked. After a moment to regain her composure, she continued without allowing Qianyun to speak. I deceived you. You had a chance to escape. I offered you an opportunity. Yet you returned. You, alongside them, can exchange for my husband and children. Qianyun, on guard, retreated. Let me die with clarity, will you? You withhold the circumstances that follow. Granny Yu's flamboyant gestures ceased abruptly, taken aback by Qianyun's reaction. She stated plainly, sit down. Aki had been cast out for employing forbidden arts, unwilling to comply. even articulating the dire consequences that would ensue. Yet they cared not, yearning for the dead to return and for the living to thrive. They seized both me and my children, and Aki had no choice but to obey. However, none anticipated that the forbidden arts would summon not the sea god, but a sea demon. As Granny Yu concluded, she pointed at the young man lying there. He is not my Aki, he is a sea demon. The sea demon harbored a preference for the flesh of children, and thus, within the village, the young ones were frequently summoned and subsequently devoured. My child, however, remained safe at my side, perhaps due to the bond of blood that kept them from harm. A suggestion arose among the villagers, positing that my child's safety stemmed from Aki's recognition of kinship. They believed that offering my child as a sacrifice would ensure their safety. I found myself unable to intervene. Old Granny Yu lamented, my child was taken as a sacrifice. The sea demon became trapped within Aki's body, rendering him mute and motionless for decades, yet he did not perish. With the loss of our children, the day of sacrifice was transformed into the Sea God Festival. Devoid of a vessel, the sea demon reached an accord with several venerable elders of the village, agreeing that each year on this day, the village would provide children as offerings, in exchange for the demon's promise to safeguard the small fishing village from calamity. They were also bestowed with the flesh of the divine, which, upon consumption, rejuvenated the villagers, restoring not only their youth and appearance, but also in vigor and vitality. This potent allure drove the entire village into a frenzy. The youth flourished while the number of children dwindled. To placate those children not chosen, the villagers spun grandiose lies. I was confined within the sea god temple, watching over Aki, my heart heavy with despair, contemplating ending my own existence. Yet fate had not forsaken me. I stumbled upon a tome of forbidden arts. The spells within promised not only strength, but also the means to repel the sea demon, albeit at a significant cost, one I was prepared to bear. Thus began my resolute pursuit of witchcraft. After 70 years, I finally discovered a child untouched by the darkness of magic. If I could sacrifice these individuals and transform this innocent child into flesh for Aki, he would awaken completely. No one could hinder my resolve. Before me, the individual began to descend into madness, and Xianyun swiftly evaded, as the dark vapors wrought havoc, shattering the door. While dodging and striking, Xianyun exclaimed, "Have you never considered that all of this may be a ruse? Why did the former sea god vanish upon Aki's arrival? Have you never questioned why your Aki is so enamored with children? Or are you truly oblivious to the uncanny coincidence of that forbidden tome appearing before you? The former sea god has offered ample hints. Observe the altar, the stone tablet. The former deity was suppressed for your sake. Bound by the very children you sacrificed year after year, turned into monsters by your own hands. Your Aki is the true sea demon, the origin of all tragedy. His swift agreement to the sacrifices does not stem from love. You know he is a shaman versed in forbidden arts. How could he possibly allow you to be easily captured?" Old Granny Yu's eyes blazed red, her hands forming seals paused. Yet her voice erupted in denial. "I refuse to believe it. It cannot be true. Aki would never deceive me. They act this way solely for longevity and comfort." "You speak falsehoods." Xianyun, exasperated, thought that had it not been for the progress bar indicating 90, she might have been swayed by these so-called truths. As she was being pursued, Xianyun conveniently visited the small wooden cabin where the man had lain during the day. The carvings inside mirrored those on the altar. With a powerful strike, Xianyun shattered the barrier, revealing a subterranean passage filled with an abundance of tattered silk scrolls and several skeletal remains, as well as a group of imprisoned youths. Had it not been for one among them who had not tasted the flesh of the Tai Sui and was still lucid enough to decode these scrolls for her, she might not have grasped the entirety of the truth so swiftly. At that moment, the monstrous entity outside was on the verge of entering the basement, compelling Xianyun to divert their attention. Thus, the current scene of countless monsters outside unfolded. Aunt Yu halted her hand, gathering her strength. "Whoever he may be, even if he is a sea demon, I must rescue him." Xianyun relentlessly struck with her sword, interrupting the incantation, and at that moment, the young man who lay there stirred. His hair stood on end, and an invisible force made it difficult for Xianyun to concentrate her energy. The young man raised his hands, causing Aunt Yu to levitate in midair, her face flushed and unable to utter a sound, her head gradually bowing. Useless. He carelessly cast Aunt Yu aside. The young man, the sea demon, gradually approached the only normal boy. Xianyun summoned her strength, seizing the boy at a critical moment. The sea demon glared menacingly, his eyes narrowing. From another realm? You dare to interfere in my affairs? Qianyun remained composed. Of course, I act on behalf of a client. I wonder if the system counts as a client. The sea demon, infuriated, scoffed. You think you are worthy? You overestimate yourself. Qianyun responded. Oh, a mediocre demon? As she observed the sea demon's fury escalate, Qianyun realized she had overstepped her bounds. The monsters outside broke through the door, encircling Qianyun from all sides. Yet she still clutched the small boy. The system scanned the area, identifying a multitude of level 3 contaminants. Oh dear, she was outmatched. Qianyun inquired, wait, before I perish. Could you enlighten me about the purpose of the flesh you fed them? You merely seek a vessel. There is no need to transform everyone into monsters. Also, how did you become a sea demon? If you tell me, I shall reveal to you where the former sea god has hidden. The sea demon's disdain shifted to seriousness in just a moment. Why should I believe you? Humans are treacherous. Qianyun replied. Very well, then I have nothing more to say. Do as you will. The sea demon hesitated. It is merely the flesh of children. Through sorcery, if they consume it without mutation and manage to survive, they can serve as my vessels. I was once human, but what is the worth of being human? At most, it lasts but a century. The system chimed, ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the subquest regarding the sea demon's purpose. Current task completion, 100. Hidden subquest rescue the sea god unlocked. Would you like to accept? Note, accepting will not affect your subsequent exit from the quest for rewards. Qianyun silently confirmed in her mind. The system continued. Clue provided, alter. Qianyun comprehended. She pressed on. You still Haven T explained how you became a sea demon. And what has happened to the sea god? The sea demon, now seething with rage, intensified his murderous aura. Are you deceiving me? If you truly know where the sea god is, how could you lack this knowledge? Qianyun reassured him. No need to rush. I certainly know where the sea god is, but are you not aware of her current predicament? She cannot communicate either. You must answer me first. The sea witch gritted her teeth. You had better not be deceiving me. Qianyun replied. Deceiving you is not a skill of mine. The sea witch continued. I was once a shaman, cast out by my kin for secretly practicing forbidden arts. I encountered a shipwreck at sea, and the sea god saved me. I deceived that foolish deity. How laughable it is, possessing divine power, yet lacking wisdom. I easily gained her trust and exploited the forbidden arts to transfer her strength. Unfortunately, my physical form was too frail, on the brink of death. Fortunately, I encountered a foreigner and attached myself to him. As I adapted to this new body, I found I could no longer locate the sea god. However, I found her followers and, with my own hands, used their bloodline power to seal the exit that led her to the small fishing village. All for the sake of immortality, I have become a wretched being, bringing calamity to so many. Qianyun retorted, you seem increasingly proud of your deeds. I have encountered shameless individuals before, but none as audacious as you. It's truly unfortunate for this small fishing village and the sea god to have met you. The sea witch snapped, enough with the clever banter. I have answered your questions. Now tell me, where is the sea god? Qianyun glanced behind her. Just look behind me. I'm jesting. If it weren't for the need to buy time and restore the elixir, would she have spent so long prattling away? The sea god has merely lost her power. She is not dead. With a bottle of restorative potion, it would be easy to regain her strength, wouldn't it? If one bottle isn't sufficient, then two. If two fail, then more. If that doesn't work, she can always flee. Indeed, as the 5th restorative potion was consumed, Qianyun felt a stirring. She and the sea witch turned to see a woman with black hair and crimson eyes, her skin as pale as snow, exuding an ethereal aura filled with compassion for all beings. Her voice was like the sound of pearls. Thank you, child from another realm, for rescuing me. But I should not drag you into my troubles. I can open the portal to your world and send you back. Qianyun looked at the polluted beings surrounding her, filled with concern. The sea god, alone against a sea witch and a horde of monsters, might not survive, and she had yet to complete her hidden quest. She was determined not to give up so easily. There's no rush, Qianyun asserted. While I may not be able to defeat the sea witch, those minions seem difficult for you to handle. Allow me to assist you in dealing with them. The sea god gazed at her, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Child, I do not mind your involvement, but you may encounter danger as a result. You do not belong here, and there is no need for you to risk yourself. Taking a deep breath, Qianyun gripped her weapon tightly, responding with silence. The sea god ceased her discouragement, yet the sea witch had already launched her attack. The sea witch taunted, still have time for idle chatter? All your power lies within me. Do you truly believe you stand a chance paired with an ordinary person? You remain as arrogant as ever, despite your lack of strength. Qianyan shot back. Be quiet. Your noise is blinding me. The battle was poised to erupt. The surrounding polluted beings, having been summoned, stirred restlessly. The sea god warned, Child, they have consumed the flesh of the shaman. I cannot save them. However, perhaps your restorative potions could help. Can you promise me to control them without causing them harm? I acknowledge the gravity of my actions, and, in due course, I am willing to offer you the heart of the ocean as recompense. The sea witch glared, her eyes wide with indignation. In the past, I humbled myself to please you, yet you turned a blind eye to my efforts. I merely sought to borrow the heart of the ocean, and you rebuked me harshly. Now, you bestow it upon a stranger from another realm. Do you truly believe you are worthy of being a sea god? It is utterly laughable. The sea god replied, Human desires are insatiable. You once walked as a human, and now, as a half-demon. You should be all too aware of the path that has led you to this juncture. Qianyan retorted, I sacrificed my possessions for something of equal value. Yet what have you sacrificed? Your pitiful and laughable pride. Truly, I have witnessed the extraordinary. The sea witch, fueled by rage, prepared to unleash her power. For the first time in centuries, she found herself consumed by hatred for another. Every word from Qianyan struck at her deepest wounds, rendering her oblivious to the sea god and all others, her singular focus being to eliminate Qianyan. As Qianyan raised her mechanical arm, she barely managed to withstand the onslaught. It was merely a trifle. After all, she was still a demon, and her attack power was rather lackluster. In that moment, Qianyan entirely forgot that this was a level 5 dungeon, and she was on the verge of an upgrade in strength. Chapter 28, Extreme Weather 11. The perfect achievement. The sea monster's strike missed its mark, and soon after, the onslaught of the sea god commenced. Qianyan busied herself with the task of confronting the polluters, a name that aptly described their current state, resembling mindless, undead beings, attacking humanity without awareness. As the sky began to glimmer with the first signs of dawn, Qianyan frantically drew the ire of the polluters. An unending battle that left her weary and nearly unable to move. Just then, the clash between the sea god and the sea monster reached its conclusion, and she heard the gentle, ethereal voice of the sea god. Child, this world has met its demise. I trust you shall soon depart as well. Would you be willing to accept the few survivors from the small fishing village? Qianyan understood immediately. I am truly sorry, but I may not be able to fulfill your wish. Firstly, I cannot take them with me, and secondly, I am in a dire predicament myself, teetering on the brink of death. The sea god fell silent for a few moments before responding. If that is the case, then it is their fate. Here, take this heart of the ocean, a promise I made to you. I, too, shall fade away, returning to the dust from whence I came. Qianyan accepted the heart of the ocean and, after a moment's contemplation, retrieved an old, weathered boat from her backpack. Perhaps you need not be so pessimistic. Look at this boat. It may allow those who remain to escape. This was the vessel given to me by Granny Yu when I first set sail. I initially thought it might be of use, but it is only after Granny Yu's passing that I realized its true potential, though it may not guarantee their departure. The boat, known as the Wuxia, possessed the unique ability to expand or contract at will. You might be able to use it to reach a place of safety. Where you end up will be determined by fate, as this is entirely random. Note, special item from the dungeon, with a 0.001 chance of being taken out. This information is visible only to players. The sea god was taken aback by the sight of the small boat, with a hint of regret in his voice. Oh, it is indeed that vessel. I thought it lost, but I see it remains. Child, they have hope now. As a token of my gratitude, I shall bestow upon you another gift. With that, a crystalline object materialized in the palm of the sea god's hand. This was once my abode, a palace beneath the sea. You seem to harbor the essence of condensed water droplets. You shall surely find this useful. Take it and merge it, as a means to repay you for your small surprise. The object floated before Qianyan, and before she could react, she watched as the sea god dissipated, along with the surrounding polluters, who began to fade away. Qianyan accepted the gift, suddenly feeling her cheeks moisten with tears. Perhaps it was the overwhelming cries of the indigenous people approaching, or perhaps it was something else entirely. She did not dwell on it, instead focusing on enlarging the boat to dock it at the shore. At that moment, a boy named Taiwa had gathered all the remaining villagers, leading them one by one to the boat with their scant possessions, water, and food supplies. You must set sail now, Qianyun urged as she addressed those who continuously expressed their gratitude. After bidding them farewell, Qianyun proceeded to collect the supplies they could not carry away, including rice, salt, water, sugar, a variety of seafood, as well as ample twine and iron. She gathered everything useful until she felt it was sufficient and inquired of the system. Do you know where they have been sent? If I leave the instance now, it won't collapse and cause them to perish or vanish, will it? Although uncertain whether the system would respond, she still posed the question with hope. The system replied, "Player has achieved a perfect completion of the instance. Do you wish to exit? Exiting will initiate the settlement of this instance's rewards." Upon hearing this, Qianyun instantly comprehended the implications and confirmed her choice to return to the real world. Merely 3 minutes had passed, despite her having spent nearly 3 days there. It appeared that the passage of time within the instance differed from that of reality, alleviating her concerns about missing opportunities for exploration or acquiring resources. Upon opening the light screen, she was greeted by 3 glaring announcements from the same individual at the top. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Su-Ru for being the first to enter the instance and receive a complete set of automatic smart kitchenware. The same announcement echoed thrice. Qianyun couldn't help but marvel at the fact that there were indeed many swift players in this world. Ding! Detection of the first player to perfectly complete a cross-level instance has been recorded, granting exclusive treasure chests X3 and 5,000 experience points. Would you like to make a server-wide announcement? Additional rewards will be granted. Qianyun noticed that the anonymity option had vanished from the panel. What did this imply? Was anonymity no longer permitted? Recalling the remarkable rewards from previous announcements, she gritted her teeth and selected yes. Ding! Congratulations to player Qianyun for being the first to perfectly complete a cross-level instance. Reward: Heart of the Ocean X1. The announcement was repeated thrice. After the third broadcast concluded, her private messages began to chime incessantly. Before she could open and review them, another system notification rang out, this time with a cheerful tone. Ding! As a player has unlocked an achievement, the achievement leaderboard has been updated. All players are encouraged to strive for excellence. Future leaderboard rewards will be upgraded to weekly treasure chests. Note: achievement rankings do not count towards ranking rewards. Different achievements will yield varying auras upon entering instances. Players are advised to take this seriously. The system has detected that some players are attempting to evade survival through instances, harboring the delusion of returning to Ocean Blue Star. A live broadcast concerning the situation on Ocean Blue Star will occur tonight at 8 o'clock. The survival system warns that players who violate the rules will face immediate death. Do not harbor any illusions. The system is unable to suppress a desire to mock those who attempt such folly. The world erupted in a cacophony of discussions, with many pondering how some could remain oblivious to reality, while others eagerly anticipated the evening live stream from Heidongsing. In stark contrast to the fervent chatter of the ordinary populace were the elite ranks of the top 100. Heavens! Does anyone know if the upgraded treasure chest can rival the spoils from the daily chests? There are 7 of those, after all. The folks upstairs are overthinking it. Those who breach the top 100 are all formidable players, and they seek only the finest treasures, indifferent to quantity. Oh no. I care immensely. So do I. Who on earth unlocked that achievement? Wasn't it that perfect clearance? What was it called? Ah, Qianyun. Let me express my gratitude. Lin Jiji was also lurking in the chat. When Qianyun remained silent for a stretch, she ventured into the regional chat to observe the commotion. Upon reading the comments above, she could hardly contain herself. I'm in stitches. It seems no one has unlocked it. The system must be programmed to withhold achievements in the later stages. Have they not considered that the system requires an update, which necessitates a rationale? No sooner had Lin Jiji spoken than the chat polarized. Some attributed the issue to the system, while others, perhaps out of envy or some other motive, insisted that Qianyun was to blame. Meanwhile, Qianyun had just received her system rewards, acquiring 2 ocean hearts, and was informed that she had unlocked the achievement for the dungeon, Perfect Dungeon 110. The thought that this dungeon would vanish upon perfect clearance sent a shiver down her spine, and she hastily retrieved her level 5 dungeon scroll to inspect it. Level 5 dungeon scroll, Mirror Wax Village. Excellent. It had been humanely exchanged. Qianyun decided to take a respite, refraining from entering the scroll any further. Chapter 29. Extreme Weather 12. Joyful Revelations Player. Qianyun Gender. Female height. 172 centimeters weight. 52 kilograms level. 5 to 9,370 10,000. current maximum monster kill level. Secret realm creatures do not count towards experience points. Note: perfectly clearing dungeons grants substantial experience points. Constitution, 2610. Your constitution exceeds 100. Commendable survivor. Keep up the efforts. Strength, 2310. The pain is palpable with each strike. Speed, 2210. Impressive speed. Perhaps a challenge in athletics awaits. Mental power, 6001000. Currently level 4, next level 5. Luck, you are an enigmatic presence. Talent, time manipulation, currently level 1, upgradable. Skills, mechanical research, beginner, intermediate pharmacology, intermediate swordsmanship. Overall strength ranking, 1 points ranking, 1 achievements ranking, 1 safe house ranking, 1 luck ranking, 1 after a refreshing bath. Qianyun felt invigorated yet devoid of hunger. She resolved to venture outdoors to explore the world beyond her door. Upon stepping outside, she beheld Insu frolicking in the snow, joyfully leaping about. The sight of Insu's exuberance brought a smile to Qianyun's face. Having savored Insu's delightful antics, Qianyun returned to her bedroom and reclined on the soft chaise lounge. Her thoughts drifted to the ocean heart nestled within her backpack, and she retrieved it for closer inspection. Ocean heart, a product of the dungeon. The essence of the sea god's power. The higher the dungeon level, the greater the strength. It can be utilized in the crafting of mechanical ships or refined to enhance mental power. Qianyun toyed with the 2 level 5 ocean hearts in her possession, one destined for refinement, the other for shipbuilding. Regrettably, she had yet to unlock the blueprints for mechanical ships. Thus she decided against using them at present, storing them within the water pearl instead. Quickly, she turned her attention to other items. Underwater palace, a gift from the sea god, can be bound and fused upon selection. Is that all? The description was brief and lacking. Summoning the water pearl, she chose to bind the underwater palace, and soon a prompt appeared. Upon selecting fusion, she heard a beep. Item fusion in progress. Duration, 24 hours. During this time, items in the spatial realm cannot be retrieved. Please be aware. Qianyun was momentarily stunned. Nothing can be taken out? What about her meat? Ever since her attributes had leveled up, her appetite had surged, her food intake doubled. A meal without meat was intolerable, as the water pearl possessed a stasis function. She had stored both meat and fresh produce within it, and now it seemed she could not access them. It was still morning. After contemplating her predicament, Qianyun resolved to venture outside regardless, as the snowfall was light at present. Returning to her bedroom, she donned her insulated, moisture-resistant down jacket and exchanged her shoes for snow boots. With a cup of hot water in hand and some bread stowed in her backpack, she finally stepped out. The white expanse, blanketed in pristine snow, appeared resplendent, exuding a sense of tranquil passage of time. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air, prompting Qianyun to narrowly evade. Such remarkable speed. Once she steadied herself, she turned to discern the source. The 5th-level black owl accompanied by a dozen 2nd-level black owls confronted her. The aberration. Is it you who has slaughtered so many of my kin, the proud ones? Qianyun mused internally. Brother, perhaps you should first reflect upon your own appearance before casting judgment on who is the aberration. Nevertheless, Qianyun refrained from expressing her thoughts aloud, instead mimicking the posture of the 5th-level black owl as she defiantly declared, the aberration, is it you who sent those expendables to confront me? It was evident that the 5th-level black owl possessed an intellect and sense of pride far surpassing that of the corrupted lower-level black owls. It retorted, who cares for your kind, aberration? Those black owls have fallen from grace and no longer belong to our lineage. Yet we have not dealt with them. Who are you to judge? The hatred mark on the black owl in Qianyun's grasp burned ever hotter, subtly reminding her of the foe's intensifying desire to eliminate her. Thankfully, she had reached the 5th level, enhancing her attributes and armed with a mechanical arm, making her more than capable of handling this adversary. The only aspect to be cautious of was the opponent's speed, as she still lagged slightly behind. She had not anticipated that the sluggish black owl would demonstrate such a significant leap in speed upon reaching the 5th level. Qianyun remarked, you seem to possess some wit. Allow me to enlighten you. I have always welcomed prey that comes to me. Would you call that disposal? It is akin to a duck presented at my lips. Why not indulge? As she spoke, layers of frost enveloped the black owl, exuding a chilling aura. Qianyun was taken aback. Realizing it was an ice-type magical beast, no wonder it had tracked her down. The outside world had transformed into a realm of extreme cold and icy landscapes, providing the black owl with a distinct advantage. effortlessly locating her through its heightened senses and the hatred mark. Qianyun remained vigilant, swiftly formulating a response. She feigned an attack to the right, but at the moment the black owl unleashed its skill, she deftly dodged to the left, skillfully evading the strike. Without hesitation, she drew a long sword from her backpack and, employing her masterful swordsmanship, charged towards the black owl like a gust of wind. Her figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, the sword gleaming with a frosty light, radiating a fierce sword intent as she surged forward. The black owl, witnessing her approach, mockingly waved its hand, prompting the second-level black owls behind it to form a surrounding formation. Qianyun seized the opportunity, revealing her mechanical arm from which numerous steel needles shot forth, striking the second-level black owls with deadly precision. Had it not been for the fifth-level black owl calling them forth, she might have struggled to eliminate them all at once. Upon witnessing the demise of its kin, the fifth-level black owl's fury surged, and in a fit of rage, it fled. Qianyun was taken aback. "Brother, is this how you treat your family?" Subsequently, upon seeing the treasure chests scattered about, and the system prompt indicating the ability to collect attribute-enhancing black owl meat, a smile spread across her face, revealing her teeth. "Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 13 bronze treasure chests and 920 kilograms of black owl meat. Each 10 kilograms may randomly enhance one attribute point, with a maximum increase of 10 points. It was truly an unexpected delight. As Qianyun journeyed along the path, guided by the subtle signals from her companion Xiaoyu, she discovered 5 pristine white treasure chests. However, as the snowstorm intensified, she decided to retrace her steps, only to find that her footprints had gradually been obscured by the falling snow. Upon returning home, she was met with a delightful sight: the diminutive snow sprite, Insu, peacefully slumbering atop the railing of her small terrace. Surprised that the sprite still required rest, she contemplated playfully disturbing it when, suddenly, she was interrupted by a series of mechanical chimes. "Ding! Congratulations, player, you have triggered a lucky jackpot. Opening chests at this moment will yield an upgrade in resources." Upon hearing this, Qianyun swiftly entered her abode and eagerly clicked to open her chests. From 3 exclusive chests, 13 bronze chests, and 5 white chests, the following treasures emerged. From the exclusive chests: Crystal Energy Stone X1 for the mechanical vessel, Vanishing Act X1, a movement skill in the realm of martial arts. Speed is unmatched. Note: this skill is unique and not recommended for sale. Advanced Swordsmanship Manuscript, a unique, non-replicable advanced sword technique. From the bronze chests: Advanced Planting Soil X1, Advanced Plant Nutrient X1, Advanced Water Purifier, a super purifier capable of separating seawater from salt. From the white chests: Blueprint for a basic sunshade, Blueprint for a basic fan, Blueprint for a basic water purifier, Blueprint for basic clothing, Blueprint for basic footwear, 10 kilograms of cherries, 20 watermelons. The fruits were the last treasures to be revealed. Qianyun gazed at her newfound resources, a wave of exhilaration washing over her. Her luck today was truly exceptional. Every item was precisely what she desired, filling her heart with joy and jubilation. Chapter 30. Extreme weather on the 5th day of the severe weather. The snow had accumulated to such an extent that it blocked the door, preventing many players from venturing outside. Moreover, the bi-daily defense battles for the safe house had inexplicably ceased, with no explanation provided by the system. The player count had plummeted from an initial 200,000 in the survival game world to a mere 56,000. The regional chat channel had grown remarkably quiet under these circumstances. Qianyun found herself without a single treasure chest, possessing only empty boxes. Over the past 2 days, she had taken the opportunity to sort out the empty chests for disassembly, and she had successfully gathered the materials needed to upgrade the safe house and establish a new site. The bonfire at her doorstep had melted a considerable amount of the snow outside, and as she gently pulled the door inward, a cascade of snow and melting water tumbled in. Only then did she step outside. She needed to make her upgrades. Taking out the platform expansion stone, she initiated the process, which would take 5 minutes. Outside her dwelling, she struggled to ignite a bonfire, finally feeling warmth envelop her. In the survival game world, during a blizzard, the temperature was a chilling -35 degrees. Qianyun stood beside the bonfire, and upon hearing a sound, she opened the upgrade panel to discover that the expansion had been completed. The safe house had been upgraded to level 4, a refined stone house with a defense value of 1,000, measuring 50 by 50 square meters. with the next level being a level 5 safe house. The required materials for the upgrade included 500 units of high-grade wood, 200 units of iron, 1,000 units of stone, 20 units of glass, and 5 energy stones. As for the expansion of the site, the level 1 area measured 150 by 150 square meters, with the next size being 500 by 500 square meters. The materials required for this expansion were 20 platform expansion stones, alongside the safety house size of 150 by 150 square meters for unlocking. Qianyun glanced at how long it would take to use the safe house upgrade card. 2 hours was acceptable. She then retrieved the upgrade card and clicked to use it. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped her. The safe house was shrouded in mist, accompanied by the sounds of renovation echoing around her. Leisurely, Qianyun tended the bonfire, holding a skewer of meat. Above the fire, she had set up a large sunshade to shield against the falling snow. And in the area warmed by the fire, a simple rack supported a goat, one of the rewards she had received for crafting a mechanical arm for a prominent figure named Jingchuan. As Qianyun gazed at the goat, tears of longing unwittingly streamed down her cheeks. Alas, it was not yet finished, but the aroma wafting from it was truly divine. Ding! Considering the player's inability to venture outside for resources due to the natural disaster, the survival game would prematurely open the island escape segment. This gameplay would adopt a random deployment mode, meaning players from different servers could find themselves on the same island. In this island escape mode, should a player face imminent demise, the system would transport them away from the escape island, deeming their accrued points and resources during the elimination period as belonging to the opposing player. Note, the higher the points accumulated, the more abundant the resources obtained. Daily participation hours would be from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m., with a countdown of 48 hours until the event's commencement. Qianyun glanced at the time. It was just past 9 in the morning. With this in mind, she could not help but open her small group chat. Lin Jiji, Song Yun, and Lin Jiji's little cousin, a newly arrived artisan, widely acknowledged among them for her culinary prowess, possessing the awakened talent of a gourmet, capable of temporarily enhancing the effects of any food she touches, and regarded as a small wealthy lady in the survival game, were animatedly engaged in conversation. Qianyun glanced over and casually replied, "We can use the team card to form a party first. If we deploy, there's a high likelihood we'll be placed together." She then sent the information regarding the team card. Team card. Under any circumstances, unless you are in a secret realm or dungeon, as long as the team is formed successfully, it serves as a secret weapon for survival together. Lin Jiji, I don't have one. Song Yun, neither do I. Lin Lulu, same here. Lin Lulu, Sister Qianyun, shall we form a team of 4? What do you think? I'll be your healer, and you all can protect me. You'll need to choose resources first, and I'll provide the team card. I'm quite inadequate. My attributes are too low to fight. Lin Jiji, such self-awareness. Song Yun, little sister, let us rise together. I'll lead you. Just as Qianyun was about to respond, she noticed a message in her friend requests. It was from Jing Chuan, the benefactor who had given her the pet skill book. Jing Chuan, shall we team up? Jing Chuan had set the message to be viewable only once before it would be destroyed, and he sent a screenshot of his attributes to Qianyun. Upon opening it, Qianyun was somewhat astonished. Player, Jing Chuan gender, male height, 186 centimeters weight, 66 kilograms level, 4,965,000, currently the highest level for monster kills. Secret realm creatures do not count towards experience points. Constitution, 2210. Your constitution exceeds 99 of survivors. Keep up the good work. Strength, 2310. One punch to take down a tiger is no problem. Speed, 2710. Moving swiftly. My friend, mental power, 5001000, currently at level 4. Next level is 5. Luck, 8. Lucky as can be. Talent. Hidden skills. Hidden comprehensive strength ranking. 2 points ranking. 2 safe house ranking. 2 luck ranking. 29 Qianyun couldn't help but marvel at the near miss of being surpassed. She wondered how Jing Chuan would feel if he knew that his 3 second-place rankings were due to her influence. Qianyun, how many people do you have? Jing Chuan 1. Your strength cannot be weak. The 2 of us will be sufficient. Qianyun, I'm sorry, but I already have 3 teammates. I think you might want to find others quickly. Jing Chuan displayed hesitation, as he didn't trust anyone else. He feared being deceived again if he were alone, especially since his experience in the survival game had been riddled with tricks and traps. His talent allowed him to discern whether someone harbored goodwill or malice towards him. Having awakened only 2 days prior, he could currently perceive only Qian Yun as genuinely kind. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly proposed, I can provide a team card. You can bring your teammates along. That way, we will have 5 in total. Is that acceptable? Qian Yun, do you mind if I share your attributes with my teammates? They are quite reliable, you can rest assured. Jing Chuan, please crop the image to remove the names. Inform them once the team is successfully formed. Qian Yun felt somewhat conflicted and hesitated to respond quickly, returning to the small group. Qian Yun, a prominent figure on the comprehensive strength leaderboard, wishes to team up with us. Do you all agree? Lin Jiji, what is their ranking? Song Yun, are they formidable? Lin Lulu, are they handsome? Qian Yun absent-mindedly scratched her head, as if something peculiar had infiltrated her thoughts. She sent the cropped image. Lin Jiji, wow, a powerhouse. Song Yun, their strength is impressive. So are they handsome? Lin Lulu, are they handsome? Lin Jiji, are they handsome? Qian Yun, quite handsome, I suppose. Song Yun, if you endorse them, I trust your judgment. Let us team up. Lin Lulu, sister, introduce me. I want to join too. Lin Jiji, infatuated. I also want to join. If you say they're quite handsome, it must be true. Each person's avatar was a system-generated, unfiltered ID photo, making it easy to discern their attractiveness. For instance, Lin Jiji exuded sweetness with a striking appearance. Song Yun possessed a gallant charm, striking a balance between masculine and feminine beauty. Lin Lulu resembled the girl next door, pure and serene, provided she remained silent. Among the three, Song Yun was akin to a melee combatant, while Lin Jiji excelled in ranged attacks, skilled in archery. Lin Lulu played a supportive role, similar to a healer. Well, 3 infatuated individuals. Qian Yun informed Jing Chuan that the 5 of them had confirmed their team formation, and subsequently, she created a group chat to bring everyone together. Chapter 31. Extreme Weather. Lin Jiji, greetings, esteemed one. Song Yun, hello there, handsome. Lin Lulu, look at me, I can be both sweet and salty. Qian Yun. Private chat. Jing Chuan, you never mentioned that all my teammates are girls. Inner thoughts. SOS. I have never experienced anything like this before. Qian Yun, would that bother you? Jing Chuan, not at all. I just wonder if it would be inconvenient for you, a group of girls, to be surrounded by a single male. Qian Yun's inner thoughts, quite the opposite. The actual Qian Yun, no, it will be fine, don't worry. Jing Chuan, very well then. Group chat boundary. Jing Chuan, hello everyone, I am Jing Chuan, a student at the Hailan Star University of Defense, 20 years old. Delighted to meet you all. Lin Jiji, no need to be so formal. Lin Lulu, you're quite young. Song Yun, something seems off about you. Lin Jiji, Lin Lulu, you are only 18. Qian Yun, let us not rush into judgments. Why don't we each share our roles within the team? Lin Jiji, I am an archer, capable of hitting targets up to 100 meters away with perfect accuracy. Sends attribute screenshot. Player, Lin Jiji, gender, female, height, 158 centimeters, weight, 46 kilograms, level 3, 2,999, 3,000. Ah, so close, quite literally. Constitution, 1710, your constitution exceeds 99 of survivors. Keep it up. Strength, 1310, a single punch could fell a tiger. Speed, 1910, swift as the wind, my friend. Mental power, 5001000, currently level 4. Next level is 5. Luck, 10. You must be the lucky one. Talent, hidden, unlocked skills, hidden. Unlocked overall strength ranking, 9 score ranking, 11 safe house ranking, 3 luck ranking, 2 Song Yun, proficient in close combat. Vice President of the Hailan Star, Jiang Province Fighting Association. Sends attributes. Player, Song Yun, Jing Chuan, gender, female, height, 175 centimeters, weight, 59 kilograms, level 4, 3,196, 5,000. Keep pushing. Breaking through is just a matter of time. Constitution, 2210. Your constitution exceeds 99 of survivors. Keep it up. Strength, 2010. Are you the power type? Speed, 2010. Speed worthy of competition. Mental power, 5001000, currently level 4. Next level is 5. Luck, 3. Poor unfortunate soul. Surviving is a skill in itself. Talent, hidden, unlocked skills, hidden. Unlocked overall strength ranking, 11 score ranking, 5 safe house ranking, 11 luck ranking. Initial rank, 119,899 200,000. Current rank 5079356346 for Qianyun. Your luck is so low? It significantly diminishes your overall strength. Songyun, you should have seen me when the server was full. I didn't even make the overall strength ranking. So many lives have been sacrificed. As the words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. The deaths of comrades and the impending second deployment, a shared anguish too deep for words. Lin Lulu, sensing the discord in the atmosphere, swiftly interjected. Lin Lulu, I am the team's healer, capable of providing medical support and logistical services. The delicacies I prepare grant temporary enhancements to attributes. Player, Lin Lulu. Gender, female. Height, 155 centimeters. Weight, 40 kilograms. Level, 3, 2,244 3,000. You seem more suited to a lifestyle player path. Constitution, 1510. Your constitution exceeds that of typical inhabitants of Ocean Blue Star, yet requires enhancement. Strength, 1010. Mediocre. Speed, 2510. Remarkably prominent in your attributes. Are you planning to flee? Mental power, 5001000. Currently at level 4. Next level 5. Luck, 7. Somewhat fortunate, but not excessively. Talent, hidden talent. Activated skills. Hidden skills activated. Overall strength ranking, 567. Score ranking, 2999. Safe house ranking, 7. Luck ranking, 21443. Upon completing her introduction, Qianyun finally contributed her own. Qianyun, capable in combat, proficient at all ranges, 22 years of age. Player, Qianyun. Gender, female. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Level, 5, 9,370 10,000. Currently holds the highest monster kill level. Note that mystical creatures do not count towards experience points. A perfect dungeon run grants substantial experience points. Constitution, 2610. Your constitution surpasses 100 of typical survivors. Keep striving. Strength, 2310. Each blow inflicts undeniable pain. Speed, 2210. Impressive speed. Perhaps you could challenge for athletic accolades. Mental power, 6001000. Currently at level 4. Next level 5. Luck. You are an enigmatic presence. Talent, hidden talent. Activated skills. Hidden skills activated. Overall strength ranking, 1 score ranking, 1 achievement ranking, 1 safe house ranking, 1 luck ranking, 1 Lin Jiji. You are my guiding sister. Songyun, your luck is rather peculiar. Ranking first is certainly high, yet how can it be? Lin Lulu, so formidable, oh my. Have you not noticed that the top 2 are from our team? Jing Chuan, I wondered why I am eternally bound to the fate of being second best. Upon witnessing their exchanges, Qianyun merely sent a cheeky emoji. What she withheld was that, if she utilized her newly acquired agility, her speed would surpass Jing Chuan's by 2-fold. As they engaged in dialogue, the bonds among them grew significantly closer. When Qianyun closed the light screen, the house upgrade notification chimed in completion. A charming 2-story villa materialized before her, the surrounding snow having vanished completely. The windows of the house resembled those of a seaside abode. At first glance, it appeared to be an exquisitely crafted little villa. The expansion of the settlement rendered the house more spacious and refined, offering a breathtaking view. Ding! The player has become the first to elevate their safe house to level 5, with a placement point at level 1. The reward is a power supply system, operable with merely 1 energy stone to activate the electrical devices. Upon detecting that the player possesses a complete set of solar power equipment, it is advised not to consume the energy stone, but to bind it directly to the entire solar power setup for immediate use. Yes or no? Indeed. While the system may be tardy, it eventually delivers. Qianyun quietly affirmed with a yes. She opened the group chat and remarked, if you have energy stones, I strongly advise against selling them. Once the safe house reaches level 5, the energy stones can be utilized for power. After this, she closed the screen and entered the house. Upon stepping into the stone villa, a refreshing atmosphere enveloped her. The floors were adorned with polished marble, reflecting the sunlight streaming through the windows, creating an exceptionally bright ambience. The ceiling was equally smooth and pristine, resembling a vast mirror that rendered the entire room vividly visible. The walls bore subtle textures, appearing as if naturally cloaked in a layer of wall fabric. These ancient and grand patterns added a touch of timeless charm to the room. The walls were painted in a gentle beige, imparting a warm and comfortable feeling. In the living room, A transaction-acquired chaise longue and sofa were arranged, while a bouquet of flowers, gifted by Lin Zhizhi, graced the coffee table, exuding a delicate fragrance that infused the entire space with vitality. The bedroom's decor was even more inviting, with a soft and cozy bed draped in her avocado-green duvet, creating an impression of cleanliness and tidiness. A bedside lamp, resembling an exquisite ornament, completed the aesthetic. The kitchen was designed with simplicity and elegance, fully equipped with various cooking utensils, outlets, and ample cabinetry. The bathroom facilities were equally comprehensive. The toilet, sink, and shower area were all immaculate, contributing to a pleasing atmosphere. The interior of the stone villa appeared clean and spacious, with every detail meticulously crafted, and the previously arranged items had been automatically organized. The workspace had also been relocated to the far right of the first-floor terrace. A small staircase within the house led to the upper level, where Qianyun ascended and was promptly informed that she could place planting soil. Understood. The enclosed area on the rooftop must be designated as a garden. Qianyun felt a profound sense of satisfaction with this upgrade. Chapter 32. Extreme weather. Upon opening the system interface, she navigated to the materials review option. Safe house upgrade. Currently, the safe house is at level 5. A modest 2-story villa boasting a defense value of 5,000, occupying a space of 100 by 100 square meters. The next upgrade will elevate it to level 6. The materials required for this enhancement include 2,000 units of high-grade timber, 200 units of iron, 5,000 units of stone, 100 units of glass, 10 energy stones, and 1 crystal. Settlement expansion. The current level 1 settlement spans 150 by 150 square meters, while the next tier will extend to an expansive 500 by 500 square meters. To facilitate this expansion, a sufficient quantity of platform expansion stones must be gathered, alongside the prerequisite condition of the safe house occupying an area of at least 150 by 150 square meters to unlock the upgrade. Upon reviewing these demands, Qianyun was instantly struck by a profound sense of her own financial inadequacy, particularly regarding the crystal, a material she had never even heard of. It seemed nearly impossible to achieve the upgrade in the short term. Additionally, she possessed an upgrade card that could only be utilized at level 10, which appeared to be yet another goal she would have to set aside for now. In the small group chat, discussions were fervently underway regarding survival game instances and team explorations of hidden realms. Qianyun, intrigued, inquired, "Isn't it impossible to team up for hidden realm explorations?" Lin Zhizhi responded, "It is possible. There are hidden realm exploration cards available for solo, duo, trio, and larger groups." Qianyun, "Were you not aware?" Shocked. JPG. Qianyun replied, "I have never come across one." Jingchuan added, "Neither have I." Songyun remarked, "They were just released today, but I doubt I could ever obtain such a treasure." Self-deprecating. JPG. Lin Lulu chimed in, "I've never found a solo card. Do you all have one?" Qianyun proposed, "Would you like to have rice for dinner tonight?" Songyun affirmed, "Yes." Jingchuan offered, "I will provide the ingredients." Lin Zhizhi agreed, "Count me in." Lin Lulu stated, "I will handle the cooking." Qianyun concluded, "All right, but let us keep it simple. I just roasted a whole lamb, and I can prepare the rice quickly in my electric rice cooker." The four of them expressed their envy. As their conversation flowed merrily, the regional chat suddenly erupted in hostility. Zhang Qi exclaimed, "Qianyun, get out here immediately. We are all compatriots, and life is already tough enough without you deceiving me for supplies." In the small group chat, Songyun commented, "That idiot in the regional chat. Could he possibly be talking about you?" Jingchuan remarked, "That Zhang Qi has previously tricked me for supplies. I noticed he was targeting you in the chat. Perhaps he aimed to ensnare you but failed." Lin Zhizhi stated, "What is happening? I'll go take a look." Lin Lulu added, "I'll join too. I'm quite good at cursing. Just wait and see." Qianyun interjected, "I'll check it out myself. I frequently take the time to craft handmade braziers to sell in the trading market." I recognized this individual. He expected to exchange half an electronic shard for one of my braziers. I'll capture a screenshot of his exact words to share with you. Screenshot, trading market interaction area Zhang Qi, withdraw all your listings. For the 2 braziers, I'll give you 1 electronic shard. This is a valuable item. Do you realize what a great bargain you're getting? Currently, I find myself in a rather pleasant mood, so I suggest you act quickly, lest you regret it. Zhang Qi, what is the matter? Do you think my wealth and power allow you to raise your demands? Zhang Qi, are you attempting to employ the strategy of feigned indifference? If so, you have miscalculated. I am impervious to such tactics, and no woman can triumph over me. There are approximately 10 comments, after which Qianyun finally notices and blocks the other party. A moment of silence envelopes the small group. In the regional channel, Qianyun, how can you distort facts from the y-axis to the x-axis and call it a conclusion? I urge everyone to observe biodiversity and take a screenshot. Zhangqi, feeling disgruntled, continues. Can you provide evidence that you Haven T deceived me regarding resources? You are indeed the one who has misled me. Lin Jiji, there is a saying, he who asserts must prove. Song Yun, some are driven by ulterior motives, while others are destined. As for you, the average male, you are fated to be outmatched by me. Zhangqi, all these are merely tactics to entice me, knowing I rank among the top 10, deliberately seeking my attention. Jingchuan, if you provoke those above, you've truly invited trouble. Lin Lulu, this Zhangpu man is truly pitiful, his tear ducts seemingly connected to his prostate. Perceiving everything through a lens of debauchery. Zhangqi, do not divert the topic. You have deceived me regarding resources. I have seen through your conspiracy. Zhao Shui, exactly. Are you all ganging up on Zhangqi alone? Song Yun, are you foolish? Do not inquire whom to blame. Rather, take your place. Lin Jiji, courage. Qianyun, truly. The doves of the church do not kiss crows, and the turtles in the mud often weep their way home. You are unjustly accusing your own. Suru sisters, lend me your voices, for I too wish to scold. Zhangqi, the foolish man, betrays and then slanders others. Bring forth the evidence. I shall prove this leech harbors ill intentions. Screenshots. Zhangqi, my relationship with Zhao Yi is entirely platonic. She is merely a woman who cannot even make it into the top 1,000 and relies on men for sustenance. Engaging with her would only diminish my own value. Furthermore, is she not a junior pharmacist? I was merely seeking to learn from her. Is it not true that you often say knowledge is most reliable when held in one's own hands? Su Ru, then why did you assist her in procuring a brazier? Zhangqi, how do you know? Did I say who spread the rumors? Su Ru, your dear Yi came to me boasting that you were willing to spend a hefty sum for her brazier. Zhangqi, she has persistently pursued me. But I have made it clear that I have a girlfriend named Su Ru. She is intentionally trying to sow discord between us. Darling, do not believe her. Su Ru, is that so? Zhangqi, indeed, you do not trust me? However, that Qianyun truly lacks discernment. I intended to trade my excellent resources for a brazier to arrange something for us, yet she foolishly sought to raise her demands. I shall not allow her to succeed. Watch how I teach her a lesson. Su Ru, I see now. Zhao Yi has sent me screenshots, confirming your transaction for the brazier is indeed true. Let us part ways. You utilized my resources to climb the rankings while betraying me, calling me an old witch to other women. You have built your persona upon the accumulation of resources, portraying yourself as a high, wealthy, and handsome figure, while claiming that I thrive solely due to your influence. Leeching off others is indeed a skill. It is no wonder the big shots refuse to trade you a brazier. The screenshots conclude here, yet the onlookers are collectively astonished. What a scoundrel this is. Lin Jiji remarks, knowledge is power, but if your mind is smeared with laxative, knowledge will overflow uncontrollably. So, if you grasp with both hands, will you catch the excrement? Lin Lioli retorts, with a swift motion, you halt the flow, you excel at consuming soft meals in a hard manner. Su Ru inquires, will the scoundrel meet his demise? Qianyun gazes in awe. Concurrently, Zhao Shui from the World Channel refrains from interjecting. His discontent is directed at Qianyun, yet he is not a bystander, and thus must remain silent. Zhangqi scoffs, you lot are in cahoots, photoshopping to defraud me. Qianyun concedes, enough? The moment you speak, the world is repulsed. The wise do not engage in excessive rebuttal, while the foolish condemn repeatedly. Keep striving, I wish you success. Let us all disperse and clear the space for the scoundrel to perform. Otherwise, I fear he may explode from pent-up rage. Chapter 33. Extreme weather. As Qianyun and her companions returned to their small group, the aroma of the roasted whole lamb wafted from outside, tantalizing Qianyun's senses. It must be said that the accompanying ingredients were utterly delightful. Qianyun adjusted the fire pit, ensuring that the heat was sufficient for roasting without scorching or extinguishing the flames, and then resumed the conversation. Lin Jiji, shall we embark on the exploration of the secret realm? I have exhausted my treasure chests and find myself utterly bored. Just so happens that Lulu has a card for 5 people. Qianyun, let us go. Song Yun, I shall join as well. Jingchuan, count me in. Lin Lulu, shall we set off then? Qianyun, if we acquire shared resources, The bulk should be allocated to Lulu. In the future, whoever provides the card or scroll, the majority of shared resources will belong to them. Is that agreeable? Lin Lulu, that won't do. I am the weakest. Lin Gigi, how about this? In the case of uneven distribution, whoever provides the resources will receive the surplus. The other four agreed. Lin Lulu, I will bind you four for usage. Just call for me when you are ready. I will initiate the teleportation. By the way, this exploration of the secret realm lasts for 3 days. The four understood. Qianyun tidied up and crafted 10 exquisite Tang swords, ensuring each person would have 2, along with 200 crossbow bolts. She also prepared some food and other essentials, aware that time flows differently in the secret realm compared to reality. Thus, Qianyun packed ample provisions and even traded for 5 tents. Once everything was ready, she opened the group chat. Qianyun, would anyone like exquisite Tang swords? 2 per person. Lin Gigi, what? Exquisite Tang swords? Songyun, sister, had I known you had them, I would have traded for 2 without hesitation. I don't need them for free. I'll exchange something of equivalent value. Lin Lulu, I want them, but I'll trade with resources. I don't need them for free. Jingchuan, I'll pass. I already have weapons and don't need swords. Thank you, Qianyun. Lin Gigi, I don't want them for free either. I possess something you will surely find intriguing. She sent the blueprint for a stasis warehouse. Stasis warehouse blueprint possesses the ability to halt time. It is the ideal partner for preserving food and other items. Qianyun, what a splendid item. I cannot accept it without offering something in return. Lin Gigi, oh please, how could you be the only recipient? I was unfortunate enough to draw 3 of them. Lulu and I have 1 each. This one is for you. I have already traded with Songyun and have no use for it. Goodness, their valuable items are not any less than mine, Qianyun mused. Qianyun, very well. I shall take advantage of this. Lin Lulu, I have received the Tang swords you sent. I've dispatched the resources, so please confirm receipt. Qianyun gradually received the resources sent by her companions, and soon everyone was prepared. Lin Lulu initiated the teleportation, and upon their reunion, the 5 found themselves in a desolate landscape. Surprisingly, the group fell silent, a stark contrast to their lively banter in the chat. Each displayed an awkwardness akin to that of strangers meeting online. The extroverted Lin Lulu broke the silence. I am Lin Lulu. Each of you is remarkably good-looking. It's as if I've become a fickle-hearted woman, falling for each one of you. A single phrase to alleviate the awkwardness enveloping the group. Lin Gigi remarked. You possess such limited ambition. I don't merely love one, but embrace them all. Songyun interjected. No. I still prefer to sculpt a set of abs. Qianyun teased. Sister, why do you speak with such a strong accent? Jingchuan introduced himself. I am Jingchuan. Lin Lulu exclaimed. So handsome. Handsome guy, let me touch. Jingchuan, startled, recoiled repeatedly. Laughter erupted among the group, dispelling the discomfort of their initial meeting, leaving only Jingchuan trembling. Lin Lulu inquired. Shall we explore together or separately? Lin Gigi replied. Together. You are too fragile, and I fear for your safety. Lin Lulu thought to herself. You are my only sister. Though your words leave much to be desired. Songyun suggested. Let us stick together. My previous solo exploration nearly cost me my life. The secret realm is indeed perilous. Jingchuan added. Since this is a multi-person secret realm, the dangers are likely amplified. We should stick together for mutual support. Qianyun beamed with joy. How did you know I brought 5 tents? Lin Gigi leapt forward and embraced Qianyun, exclaiming, I simply adore you. Not only are you beautiful, but you are also kind and considerate. I love you dearly. Qianyun shyly protested. Stop it, I'm frightened. Laughter ensued as the group familiarized themselves with their surroundings before setting off in unison. As they gazed around, the city was filled with abandoned houses and dilapidated roads, alongside derelict vehicles long forsaken. These structures appeared as if they had been forgotten by time itself, with peeling walls, shattered windows, and collapsed roofs. An air of deathly stillness permeated the entire city, as if its former splendor had long since vanished. The streets were littered with dust and debris, and as the wind blew, it stirred up clouds of sand. Life was absent here, vitality replaced by endless desolation and decay. Each step felt burdensome, as though the very ground beneath them lamented its former glory and present despondency. This city within the secret realm was indeed a true wasteland, its grim visage more poignant than anything depicted in the cinematic narrative of Blue Planet. Once a thriving metropolis, it now lay in ruins, a mere witness to history. In such an environment, one could not help but ponder the fragility and transience of life, as well as the cyclical rise and fall of civilizations. Suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly past the group. Moments later, a heavy and rhythmic sound echoed from afar. The group exchanged apprehensive glances, and just then, Qianyun utilized her mental prowess to probe the surroundings. Sensing a disturbance, she urgently warned, "Run." Without hesitation, the four followed Qianyun in a unified sprint. Gradually, fatigue set in, and Qianyun led them to the base of an abandoned skyscraper. Once they had caught their breath, Qianyun explained, "It's Mech beetles, swarming in droves. We cannot contend with them. I sense them with my mental abilities." Lin Jiji, always disconnected from the focus of the others, instinctively asked, "You can actually use mental power?" Song Yin chimed in, "Sister, this is not the time for questions. The priority is figuring out our next move." Lin Lioli, unusually silent, appeared utterly exhausted as she leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Qianyun glanced over and inquired, "Lioli, we forgot to ask, what level is this secret realm?" Lin Lioli replied, "Ah, is there even a level to this?" The four of them turned their heads in unison to look at her, and Lin Lioli, realizing her oversight, said, "Let me check now." After a brief moment, Lin Lioli's expression turned to one of remorse, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "It's over. I've led you all into a trap. This thing is level 6. An unusual silence enveloped the group. Qianyun sighed and was the first to break the stillness. "Fortunately, I came well prepared. I brought the crafting table, and upon inspection, I noticed there are plenty of discarded metallic materials outside, along with several peculiar items resembling energy stones. You all should gather those while I make some defensive gear for us on site. With the crafting table, we can quickly enhance our strength." Songyin asked, "Are you confident?" Qianyun affirmed, "I possess a skill I acquired from Ocean Blue Star, called Junior Mechanical Master." Lin Lioli's eyes sparkled with recognition. "I know who you are now. No wonder I felt a familiarity when we first met. You are the esteemed Mr. Qian, secretly trained as a mechanical genius from a young age." Lin Jiji playfully tapped Lin Lioli on the head, chiding, "Is this the right time for that?" Songyin remarked, "You truly are reliable." Jingchuan touched his mechanical arm, then added, "I am slightly stronger than the three of you. I will handle the gathering." Qianyun insisted, "No, it's best to stick together. I can manage the other materials. But you all should focus on the energy stone-like items. We need to hurry. If time permits, we can fight our way back. Those mechanical insects are only level 4 at best." Once they established their roles, Qianyun swiftly began her work. At that moment, she found herself recalling the novels from Ocean Blue Star. If someone were to witness this scene, they could pen a book titled Scavenging in the Wasteland Secret Realm. She lowered her head to continue her tasks. Suddenly, Qianyun discovered something. Ding! A damaged quantum cannon detected. "Would you like to pick it up?" Her eyes lit up, and she immediately chose to collect it. This could potentially be repaired. In addition to utilizing the system to gather usable heavy metals and alternative materials, Qianyun gradually found several valuable items. She thought to herself, "This is a windfall. If I manage to collect everything, I can resume my former endeavors. With so many good items, perhaps I can even upgrade Xiaoyu." While collecting alone, her formidable strength was a factor, but more importantly, she wished to keep the water droplet concealed. After all, the water droplet was exceedingly powerful. Despite her trustworthy companions, she remained wary of the allure of wealth. Chapter 34, Extreme Weather 17, Exploration of the Secret Realm. None of the five dared to venture far, as the unknown dangers lurking in this place remained a mystery. After a while, Qianyun swiftly initiated a message in the group to inquire about everyone's progress in gathering resources. Once she felt it was sufficient, she suggested they reconvene at the abandoned skyscraper. At this point, Qianyun appeared disheveled, her earlier exuberance replaced by a weary demeanor. The others who arrived shared a similar state. One by one, they retrieved various items from their backpacks, soon cluttering the first floor of the building. It was only then that Qianyun turned her gaze to her companions. By now, they had entered the secret realm for 4 hours, and to make the most of their time, she promptly took out the crafting table. Each time she engaged with it, she couldn't help but marvel at the complexities of the survival game. The crafting table possessed myriad functions, including the ability to manipulate, decompose, or process items placed within its slots. The smelting furnace was equally impressive, capable of melting anything. With these two tools, their efficiency was astonishing. Qianyun took it upon herself to disassemble the quantum guns, while entrusting the remaining tasks to the other four by granting them basic permissions at the workstation. They indiscriminately tossed items into the table, with one person responsible for inputting, another for operation, and a third for sorting the decomposed materials. Their roles were distinctly defined. After an intense half-hour of labor, Qianyun finally managed to disassemble most of the battered energy guns in her possession. Having disassembled over 10, she quickly grew accustomed to the process and began to experiment with reassembly. Jingchuan, inspecting an item in his hand, looked at Qianyun with curiosity and remarked, "Qianyun, this system prompt indicates it is a crystal stone. Do you think it's the substitute for the energy stone you mentioned?" Upon hearing this, Qianyun's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression reflecting disbelief. She murmured, "What? A crystal stone? I found it so easily. Truly, fortune favors the bold." With that, she abruptly halted her current task, raised her head eagerly, and reached out to grasp the crystal stone. When she finally held the crystal in her hand, she couldn't help but reflect, "Goodness, is this the advantage of extraordinary luck?" She then excitedly explained to the others, "This is a valuable find. How many do you still have unprocessed? We must gather as many as we can over the next few days. This material is immensely useful, trust me." Lin Jiji, delighted by Qianyun's words, responded eagerly, "We have plenty left, all packed in our backpacks. We've nearly cleaned out this area." Qianyun inquired with excitement, "Was there a substantial amount of heavy metals and special materials obtained from the decomposition?" Song Yun replied, "You might not believe it, but there are countless, many even of which we've never heard." Lin Lulu added, "I'm starting to think we've struck gold." Qianyun encouraged, "Let us keep up the momentum. The workstation I've modified now incorporates moonstone, so durability and breakage are no longer concerns. I've enhanced it. I'll work quickly to figure out this quantum gun and aim for each of us to have one." Jingchuan praised, impressive. With renewed vigor, everyone shook off their fatigue and dove back into their tasks. Qianyun meticulously categorized the disassembled components of the quantum gun, discarding the damaged parts and replacing them with functional ones for reassembly. In no time, the first gun was reassembled. However, upon inspection, Qianyun felt that it differed slightly from the original. In her haste, she had forgotten to keep one as a reference. The stock of the reassembled quantum gun appeared less like a stock and more akin to some sort of controller due to the presence of a groove. Qianyun utilized the system to perform a scan, which emitted a notification, "Ding. Reparable heat weapon detected. Would you like to expend crystal stones for repair and reassembly?" Note: due to the peculiar nature of the secret realm, this weapon cannot be taken out. Ignoring this warning will result in failure to return to the survival game world in the allotted time, leading to player death. Though initially taken aback, Qianyun quickly grasped the implications. What was this? The scan indicated it was reparable? This suggested her assembly was not flawed. As for the restriction on taking it out of the secret realm, it mattered little. Her primary objective in repairing the quantum guns was to better explore the realm and gather resources. As Qianyun continued to pick up the disassembled parts, none prompted a notification, save for the one in her hands. Reluctantly, she accepted her fate and resolved to attempt reassembling it once more. Ding. Reparable heat weapon detected. Would you like to expend crystal stones for repair and reassembly? Note: due to the peculiar nature of the secret realm, this weapon cannot be taken out. Upon the expiration of the secret realm's time, players will be reminded to discard it. Neglecting this warning will result in failure to return to the survival game world in the allotted time, leading to player death. As the system's notification chimed, Qianyun pondered the possibility of repair. She surveyed the pile of materials strewn on the ground. There were enough to assemble 7 more guns. Yet, given that these weapons could not be taken out of the secret realm, 5 would suffice for their group. With this thought in mind, Qianyun stowed the remaining components in her backpack. While the quantum guns could not be taken out, the parts were not similarly restricted, and she was determined to test this theory. Meanwhile, Lin Jiji, who had been observing Qianyun's actions with a puzzled expression, could no longer contain her curiosity. "Qianyun, what are you doing with all this disassembly and reassembly?" Upon hearing Lin Jiji's inquiry, Qianyun smiled and explained, "I'll give you one. You hold a crystal stone and scan the quantum gun. You'll understand." After saying this, she handed Lin Jiji a fully assembled quantum gun and gestured for her to follow the instructions. Lin Jiji accepted the quantum gun, still somewhat baffled, but complied. As she placed the crystal stone in her palm and scanned the quantum gun, the system notification chimed again. "Ding. Reparable heat weapon detected. Would you like to expend crystal stones for repair and reassembly?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jiji suddenly understood Qianyun's intention. These weapons could indeed be repaired using crystal stones. However, she found the system's mechanics somewhat exasperating and could not help but remark, "Isn't this system a bit unfair? It has this convoluted operation, and we can't even take them out. Plus, it requires crystal stones to use. But if crystal stones can repair them, why are there so many resources left here?" Song Yun remarked, "I fear we may have arrived too late. Just look at the dilapidated buildings and streets outside, and the scattered, unknown remains." The sentence lingered in the air, unspoken yet understood by those present. Subsequently, Qian Yun, feeling weary, began to gather materials with a few others. She meticulously assembled the components and placed them on the crafting table, only to find that an energy stone was lacking. When she inserted a crystal, an error message appeared. Reluctantly, Qian Yun had to extract the energy stone from her mechanical arm and repeat the process until she had crafted the items, then retrieve the energy stone once more. After inserting the crystals, the information displayed unexpectedly indicated that they were usable, albeit with a warning of only 2 days of remaining usage. The group exchanged puzzled glances. There simply weren't enough crystals to sustain them. Lin Jiji suggested, "Shall we venture forth to battle some monsters? Perhaps we could stumble upon something valuable and explore other areas. Surely there must be more than just this." Qian Yun agreed. "Very well, let us gather our belongings and equip ourselves. We may very well face a fierce battle ahead." Chapter 35. Extreme Weather. Exploration of the secret realm. As the group journeyed forth, the only sound accompanying them was the mournful whisper of the wind, devoid of any other presence. The mechanical insects that had once swarmed around them had vanished without a trace. Aside from the discarded metallic remnants of electronic devices, there was little of value to be found. The group could only collect a few items that seemed potentially useful, stowing them in their backpacks. They had not encountered a single crystal throughout their endeavor. Their supply was limited to a solitary crystal, woefully insufficient for their needs. Qian Yun suggested, "Let us have something to eat and deliberate on whether we should proceed towards the center. We still have ample time." In unison, the four responded, "Agreed." Taking the lead, Qian Yun produced water for everyone to wash their hands. Once clean, she unveiled a wooden round table, and they sat on the ground around it. Qian Yun brought forth watermelon, rice balls made by a culinary machine, and braised meat, while Song Yun contributed cola and hamburgers. Jing Chuan, somewhat bashfully, presented an assortment of breads, pastries, and small cakes. The others exchanged peculiar glances at him, and Jing Chuan felt a rush of warmth flood his face, turning it a vivid shade of crimson. Lin Lulu teased, "Why are you blushing?" To which Jing Chuan replied, "Don't look at me like that. I'm as puzzled as you are as to why a grown man would bring such an array of sweets." Internally, he mused about the perks of having high luck, being able to indulge in favored desserts without revealing his preferences to the others. Observing Jing Chuan's embarrassed demeanor, the group collectively exclaimed, "Oh," Jing Chuan asked, "Do you have anything else to eat? I have quite the appetite, and I fear it may not suffice." The others chimed in, "We are also hungry." No longer teasing him, Lin Jiji leisurely produced jerky, pizza, and chocolate, while Lin Lulu revealed steaming bowls of braised pork rice. The table quickly filled with an abundance of food, and someone initiated the meal with a simple declaration, prompting everyone to begin satisfying their hunger. After feasting, the group's eyes gleamed at the sight of the watermelon on the table, as they had encountered scant fruit in the survival game world. It was a stroke of luck that most could manage to find a few vegetables. The prospect of watermelon was nearly unimaginable. Qian Yun, with a smile, split the watermelon open with her hands, prompting the others to follow suit, and soon, the 3 large melons were devoured. Song Yun proposed, "Should we head towards the city center?" Lin Jiji responded, "My dear sister Song, perhaps we should assess the surrounding environment first. It is hard to discern where the city center lies." Lin Lulu added, "Wasn't that place where we gathered materials the city center? There were towering skyscrapers there." Lin Jiji countered, "Could it not be possible that the suburbs also harbor skyscrapers?" Jing Chuan suggested, "Qian Yun, if you can still use your psychic abilities, why not take a look?" Qian Yun agreed, "Very well, I shall first consume some restorative elixir. The newly developed method of utilization is quite troublesome, as it easily leads to exhaustion. Given that I have employed it previously, I believe it prudent to partake in some restorative potion first." After a moment, Qian Yun remarked, "I cannot discern where the city center is, but something feels amiss. There appears to be a disturbance beneath our feet." Jing Chuan urged, "Prepare for battle." Qian Yun announced, "I see mechanical insects. Their numbers are not just greater than before." "Shall we flee?" asked Song Yun, Lin Jiji, Lin Lulu and Jing Chuan in unison. No, we shall not. Lin Lulu, is it not the allure of treasures that draws us to the secret realm? If we keep running without obtaining anything, my feeble strength and talent will surely lead to my demise one day. I cannot rely on others for protection indefinitely. Jing Chuan, we strike first. If we cannot prevail, we shall retreat. Song Yun, my quantum gun can hardly contain its anticipation. Lin Jiji, tell my mother, I am no coward. Qian Yun's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as she inwardly scoffed. What a lunatic. At such a moment, you can still think of humor. We must choose our position wisely. They are approaching from the southeast. Let us retreat to the underground passage behind us. If we cannot fight, we can escape from the rear. Excellent. You are indeed the one for this task. Enough banter, let us hasten, we are almost there. The group moved with the speed of champions in a 100-meter sprint, soon reaching the underground passage flanked by metallic load-bearing walls, with only 2 paths ahead and behind, making it easy to flee if necessary. The mechanical worms seemed to sense something, quickly adjusting their formation and direction toward them. The lead mechanical worm appeared strikingly distinct. Qian Yun took a closer look. The leader was level 5, while the others were primarily level 3, with a few at level 4. Can you handle them? If so, I will confront the leader. Jing Chuan, no, I will take on the level 5. Qian Yun, that one do. You must also assist the other 3. Your speed surpasses mine. Qian Yun was reluctant to entrust the level 5 mechanical worm to Jing Chuan, uncertain of his skills or talents, but she knew they could not exceed her own. The other 3, leave it to us, you focus on the level 5. Qian Yun surged ahead, her movements swift as she brandished her quantum gun, darting out of the protective zone of the level 5 mechanical worm. At that moment, the level 5 mechanical worm realized her intent and unleashed a cacophony akin to a drill boring into a wall, its metallic teeth glinting with sharpness, while its tongue, the only hint of red amidst its metallic form, emitted a disturbing sheen. Each mechanical worm was roughly the size of a basin, their original species unrecognizable, and they could only be described as mechanical due to their silvery gray metallic exteriors, reminiscent of a sci-fi film materializing before the group in dense clusters. The others managed to fend off the swarm, as most of the mechanical worms were distracted by the commander's onslaught against Qian Yun. She narrowly evaded another attack. Qian Yun stowed her quantum gun, deeming it unsuitable for close combat, and switched to her tang knife, targeting the throats of her foes. It seemed to be their vulnerability. And indeed, a single thrust proved fatal. Striking at their throats was their Achilles heel. The lead mechanical worm, perceiving Qian Yun's actions as a challenge, sprouted 2 antennae from its head, resembling the pincers of a mantis, albeit differing in color and size. The antennae extended ominously towards Qian Yun. Sensing the threat, Qian Yun instinctively retreated, but the creature was relentless, following her every move. As she found herself in close proximity, Qian Yun swung her tang knife down, the sound of metal clashing resonating through the air. Qian Yun was taken aback, realizing the metallic nature of her adversary. The commotion startled her companions engaged in battle. However, they dared not let their guard down for even a moment. Indeed, they were overwhelmed, as the number of mechanical insects was exceedingly vast. With each one slain, there would appear either a bronze or a golden treasure chest, which emboldened them further. Only Qian Yun was in dire straits. She faced not only the pure metallic creatures of level 5, but also numerous level 4 foes. Had they not favored attacking with their gaping maws, Qian Yun would likely have emerged from the battle gravely injured, if not dead. Chapter 36. Extreme Weather. Dividing the spoils, Qian Yun wielded her knife with precision, having dispatched a considerable number of level 4 foes. However, her superior Tang Dao had already been rendered useless. With the immediate surroundings of level 4 enemies nearly cleared, she found herself besieged by a multitude of level 3 adversaries. Qian Yun was utterly unable to confront the level 5 creature. With renewed resolve, she drew forth a new Tang Dao. At this moment, the pressure on Lin Jiji and her companions lessened significantly, as they understood that the concentrated firepower was directed towards Qian Yun. Thus, they hastened to eliminate the mechanical insects before them. Among them, Lin Lioli had sustained considerable injuries to her limbs, yet after consuming a restorative potion, she promptly rejoined the fray, scarcely pausing to catch her breath. Qian Yun continuously swung her Tang Dao in an effort to thwart the encroaching tendrils, but the strength of the mechanical insects was overwhelming. She was not only tasked with fending off the insects lunging to tear her apart, but also evading the relentless tendrils. Feeling increasingly overwhelmed, she struggled to maintain her footing. Before long, Qianyun adeptly employed her agility, utilizing her mechanical arm and Tang Dao to carve a path through the chaos. The level 5 mechanical insect loomed perilously close. At that moment, she noticed a pulsating core nestled in its abdomen. With a sense of trepidation, she concentrated her efforts, deftly sidestepping the tendril's assaults while aiming her blade at the insect's core. However, the mechanical creature sensed her intentions and swiftly retracted 2 tendrils to intercept her strike. Undeterred, Qianyun nimbly leaped about, seeking an opportunity. Activating her innate skill, time manipulation, she briefly paused time for 5 seconds, which proved sufficient. At last, she pierced the creature's defenses, plunging her blade into the core. As the core shattered, the mechanical insect emitted a piercing alarm before collapsing to the ground. Qianyun exhaled in relief. Yet she was acutely aware that the battle was far from over. Numerous level 3 mechanical insects still surrounded them. The absence of a commanding leader rendered these insects considerably easier to defeat, alleviating the group's burden. Finally, as the last mechanical insect fell, the group turned their attention to the treasure chest on the ground. Lin Lioli spoke. The level 5 mechanical insect was single-handedly slain by Qianyun, and she was also responsible for dispatching most of the level 4 insects. I have a proposal, and I wonder how everyone feels about it. I believe that the red chest dropped by the level 5 insect should rightfully belong to Qianyun, while we could share the diamond chest from the level 4 insects. Given that she bore the brunt of the assault, our threat to life was greatly diminished, and we can equally divide the golden chests from the level 3 insects. As for any excess, we can hold on to it for now and distribute it later. If there are any objections, please voice them. As this is merely a suggestion and not a mandate, Song Yin replied, I have no objections. Lin Jiji added, completely agreeable. Jing Chuan concurred, I fully support this. Qianyun interjected, I disagree. I have my reservations. The spoils from the level 4 should also be evenly divided. I will take the level 5 chest this time. But next time it will be your turn. 3 days are ample time for us to amass more treasure. The 4 spoke in unison, no? We can agree to alternate on the level 5 chest, but the level 4 spoils must not be split evenly. Qianyun, perplexed, inquired, when did you all become so in sync? The 3 girls are understandable, but Jing Chuan, we have only just met. 4 individuals exchanged glances and shared a smile. Turning to Qianyun in unison, then don't concern yourself. Lin Lioli resolutely declared, let us proceed according to the distribution plan I initially proposed. Jing Chuan quickly added, regardless of the battle strategy or location, we shall rely on you. I am truly convinced. Lin Jiji chimed in, you are the captain of our team. Without you, Yin Zi and I would be at a loss. Song Yun nonchalantly remarked, stop the fuss. As long as you remember to set aside some of the good stuff for us. Qianyun sighed in resignation. All right then. She understood that refusing was futile. After all, she had the potential for double resources or resource upgrades. If it weren't for the restriction against sharing with the others, she would have eagerly suggested that they all be entrusted to her for division. Naturally, that was impractical. Once an agreement was reached, the group began to gather treasure chests around their battle location, meticulously organizing them by category. Qianyun was the first to report her findings. I have counted 83 golden chests, 56 diamond chests, and 1 red chest, which is the gem chest. Following her, Song Yun shared his tally. I have counted 97 golden chests and 17 diamond chests. Then it was Jing Chuan's turn. I have 94 golden chests and 34 diamond chests. At this moment, Lin Lioli shyly interjected. I only have 69 golden chests and 9 diamond chests. Finally, Lin Jiji disclosed her numbers. I counted 88 golden chests and 16 diamond chests. Each person received 86 golden chests, with the surplus being allocated in the next round. Apart from the agreed-upon red gem chest for Qianyun, she only took her 56 diamond chests without actually claiming half. Among the remaining 4, Jing Chuan received 22 chests, Song Yun 18, and Lin Jiji and Lin Lioli each obtained 17. Everyone wore expressions of delight, unable to conceal their joy. Even Jing Chuan sported a rare broad smile. With a sense of satisfaction, Qianyun stowed the chests into her backpack and turned to the other 4, asking, aren't you going to collect the materials? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted to surprise, as if to say, are you out of your mind? In unison, they responded, you want the high-radiation insect meat and shells too? Qianyun was taken aback, in her haste to defeat the monsters. She hadn't had the chance to scan the corpses of these mechanical insects. She inquired, high radiation? I haven't seen that yet. The four nodded in affirmation. With a resigned shrug, Chiyun said, all right then, let us continue onward, sisters. At that moment, Jing Chuan suddenly blushed and exclaimed, I'm a brother. The group chorused in response, and then they pressed on. As the team ventured deeper, the surrounding environment began to change. The once spacious and brightly lit corridor became narrow and dim, with flickering lights on the walls and dust and rubble covering the ground. An unpleasant odor permeated the air, creating a sense of discomfort. Qianyun furrowed her brow, a wave of unease washing over her. She gripped her weapon tightly, vigilantly observing the surroundings. The desolation intensified until they reached a location resembling a stadium, where everyone simultaneously heard the mechanical voice of the system issuing a warning. Ding! Please refrain from entering the high radiation area. The consequences of exposure to high radiation are unpredictable. A few individuals halted in their tracks, contemplating crossing into the arena-like space. Qianyun waved her hand, saying, the sky is beginning to darken. We should find shelter first. Visibility will be poor at night, and we have already exhausted ourselves throughout the day. Let us rest for the night in that building behind us. I have prepared 5 tents. The group chose to enter a slightly smaller building nearby, where the hall was cluttered with various dilapidated bar counters. The atmosphere was dreary, shrouded in dust. After a moment's thought, Qianyun couldn't help but suggest, shall we consider a different location? Chapter 37. Extreme Weather. Night Talk Song. Yun hesitantly spoke. Let us not change locations. There should be water here. We can simply tidy up a corner to set up the tents. Lin Liuli covered her mouth. As her constitution was frail, and she was occasionally allergic to dust. The dust is indeed quite excessive. Jing Chuan, who had just gone to assess the environment, returned to report, there is water, but it appears rather unclean. Lin Jiji reassured, it's fine, we don't need it to be pristine. With that, she led the way towards the direction where Jing Chuan had come from. In truth, the water was acceptable, it merely lacked clarity, and it was uncertain whether the faucet had not been used for a long time and required some time to clear, or if this environment was inherently like this. The group hurriedly tidied up, and Qianyun took out the tents. There were 5 tents, each spacious enough to accommodate 3 people, allowing one to stand upright within them. The group enthusiastically praised Qianyun. After a long day, they casually enjoyed some of Lin Liuli's fatigue-relieving noodle dish and sat together to chat. Who will keep watch tonight? Lin Liuli eagerly looked at Qianyun, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She wished to stay up with Lin Jiji and her sister Qianyun. The others noticed her excitement and decided to tease her, as she was the youngest among them. Song Yun grinned mischievously. How about you and your sister Song? Sister Song treasures you dearly. With a genuine Hunan accent, the group became even more animated. Qianyun suggested, what about your brother Jing Chuan? He is strong and can protect you. Lin Liuli's expression fell. Oh, then I choose Sister Song. Jing Chuan is too handsome, and I'm afraid I'll just stare at him while he sleeps. Lin Jiji teased. I'm just joking, you silly girl. Can't you see they're both just playing with you? How did I end up with such a foolish sister? Laughter erupted among the group, while Lin Liuli pouted in defiance. Ultimately, it was decided that Lin Jiji, Lin Liuli, and Qianyun would keep watch during the first half of the night, while Song Yun and Jing Chuan would take over for the latter half. Song Yun initiated the conversation. Honestly, I find this life quite manageable, even better than on Ocean Blue Star. Back then, I was diagnosed with late-stage bone cancer and thought I wouldn't survive, but entering this survival game somehow cured me. And I met all of you. I even have a place to stay now. Lin Liuli inquired, will Sister Song have family members sent here in a year? Song Yun's demeanor turned somber as she replied, I am an orphan. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence until Qianyun broke it. My parents have passed away. Had they still been alive, they would have been among the first batch sent here, but whether they would survive is uncertain. Lin Jiji, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, I would rather my parents not come. They would likely choose to live with my brother instead of me. Even if they chose me, I would refuse. They have always favored sons over daughters and often abused me. If my uncle had not intervened, who knows what might have happened to me? I grew up at Liuli's house. Without my uncle, I might have perished long ago. Lin Liuli gently embraced Lin Jiji, patting her reassuringly. What is there to fear? My parents are quite easygoing. They only have my sister and me, and they would be delighted to have more children. My mother cooks wonderfully. If they came, I would introduce you all as their children. Jing Chuan awkwardly rubbed his hands together before slowly speaking. Both of my parents were narcotics officers who died in the line of duty. I initially intended to follow in their footsteps, but who would have thought that I would end up here, with a grandfather whose fate remains unknown? Qian Yun observed her despondent friend and then retrieved a bag of sunflower seeds from her backpack. Let us snack on some seeds and steer clear of such heavy topics. Why don't we discuss the state of your housing and your future plans? I've reached level 5 and feel no fear of any natural disasters while staying indoors. My defense value is at 5,000 points. How many materials do you still need to upgrade? I can spare some for you. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. Lin Lu cheerfully exclaimed, impressive. I'm only at level 3 and need just 20 pieces of high grade wood to level up. Jing Chuan replied, I need glass to reach level 5, and I don't have a single piece. Lin Zhizhi added, I'm at level 5, but need energy stones. Lin Lu lamented, you're all about to level up to 5? I haven't even reached 4 yet. You're all leaving me behind. Song Yin interjected, and what about me? How do you know what level I'm aiming for? Lin Lu, surprised, asked with a smile, Sister Song, are you at the same level as me? That can't be. You must be doing better than I am. Song Yin gently ruffled Lin Lu's hair, finding herself increasingly fond of teasing the young girl. How wonderful. You guessed wrong. I'm currently at level 4 and lack just a few materials to reach 5. Lin Lu expressed her frustration. If only I had known my sister was in the same district as me, I would have gathered more materials. I've been too busy enjoying myself, completely neglecting the need to save materials or trade with others. I just went with the flow. As their conversation continued, a wave of drowsiness washed over the group. In the survival world, their schedules were far from stable. Apart from the time spent defending the safe house or gathering supplies during the day, most of their time was devoted to rest and sleep. Observing the 4 of them yawning incessantly, Qian Yun chuckled and waved her hand. You all should go to sleep. I can manage the first half of the night alone. Jing Chuan, feeling a bit sheepish, offered, then I'll guard the latter half of the night by myself as well. Please rest well. It's not good for girls to stay up late. I won't worry about Qian Yun. She is quite resilient. In the quiet wasteland, the sounds of snoring gradually filled the air. Qian Yun felt a slight headache coming on. It was surprising to hear Lin Lu, who appeared soft and adorable like a little cotton ball, snoring louder than anyone else. Qian Yun gazed at the myriad treasures within her condensation droplets, delighting in the abundance of materials and chests. Upon her return, she intended to put them to good use and create something beneficial for her companions. Reminding Xiao Yu to keep an eye on their surroundings, Qian Yun opened the light screen to browse the chat. At that moment, it was 2 p.m. in the survival game world, and many players were calling for teams. Among them, Zhao Shui stood out, persistently recruiting members for his guild. Qian Yun lost interest and continued scrolling down, only to suddenly catch sight of a message. Zhou Fan exclaimed, Goodness, the snow is accumulating at an alarming rate. My wooden cabin's defense points have plummeted by 5. This is utterly terrifying. I am far from having enough materials to upgrade to level 4, and repairing feels like a poor investment. Is there a kind soul willing to trade for high-grade timber or stone? If so, please message me privately. Qian Yun. Upon reading Zhou Fan's message, couldn't he help but feel a pang of concern for Lu. She, too, was at level 3 and wondered if her dwelling could withstand the onslaught. As she scrolled further, she was astounded to find an enormous snowball. Previously, the largest had been the size of a pigeon's egg, but now it was nearly as large as a hen's egg. She sent an image. Qian Yun was utterly shocked. Could those shelters below level 3 endure such a storm? Indeed, as she observed, the number of players in the world plunged drastically. In an instant, the regional chat was inundated with messages pleading for materials and calls for help. A wave of indescribable sorrow surged within Qian Yun, yet she felt powerless to act. At 3 in the morning in the wasteland, it was 3 in the afternoon in the survival game on the island. At this moment, the decline in regional chat participants had abated, showing no signs of a steep drop. Many were discussing how, despite the cessation of snow, their homes were on the verge of collapse, and they were suffering from colds. Qian Yun glanced at the cold medicine in her inventory, leaving only 5 behind while listing the rest for sale. She set a limit of 1 per person and blocked Zhao Shui and known members of his guild, which brought her a small measure of relief. She was not a saint, but she could not bear to witness so many of her fellow players in distress. Having been nurtured under the Red Banner since childhood and receiving countless benefits from the state after the passing of her parents, she felt compelled to assist. Thus, she priced her medicine very low, charging only 1 point per pill. Chapter 38. Extreme Weather. night raid after completing her tasks. Qianyun configured the automatic replenishment system to continue selling until stocks were entirely depleted. She then proceeded to awaken Jingchuan. At this moment, Jingchuan, still groggy from sleep, felt a twinge of embarrassment upon seeing Qianyun. They had retired around 10 o'clock, and it was now 3:30. Qianyun had roused him after only 3 hours of slumber. She couldn't help but silently berate herself for being able to sleep so soundly. Just as Qianyun had barely settled down, she heard Xiaoyu mention that something seemed amiss. Swiftly employing her mental acuity, she conducted a probe, which instantly sharpened her senses. Jingchuan, there's movement. Wake them up quickly. The night was as dark as ink, an endless void enveloping the surroundings. Within this inky blackness, pairs of crimson eyes flickered with an eerie glow, resembling the gaze of demons. They fixated intently on the group's position, encircling the entire floor with an impenetrable barrier. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to rabbits, yet their stature was far more imposing, emanating a chilling aura. Most striking were their razor-sharp claws, as hard as steel and glistening with a cold sheen. Anyone familiar with the character from the film Wolverine could easily envision the terror these claws inspired. The creatures advanced silently, their movements devoid of sound. They glided with a grace and agility akin to phantoms in the night, rendering their presence nearly imperceptible. Even the recently awakened group remained oblivious to their approach. Suddenly, a sharp sound shattered the silence. Ding. Following this, a cold, mechanical voice announced, "High radiation carnivorous rabbits detected. Levels ranging from 2 to 5. Players are advised to proceed with caution." Despite their prior combat experience, the group could not help but remain vigilant. This wave, although fewer in number than the mechanical insects, proved to be the most challenging adversaries. During their time on Ocean Blue Star, they had become well acquainted with radiation levels, particularly after witnessing the increasing discharge of nuclear waste from their neighboring nation, which had led to frequent encounters with mutated creatures. Thus, they harbored a profound disdain for the dangers posed by high and low radiation. Upon observing the cluster of high-radiation carnivorous rabbits, the group, with the exception of Qianyun, felt even more flustered than during their previous encounter with the mechanical insects. They were uncertain of the precise number of rabbits and anxious about the potential harm radiation could inflict on their bodies. With a serious expression, Qianyun raised her weapon and declared, "Everyone, try to avoid close contact. You should be aware of the rabbits' vulnerabilities, correct? Their weak points lie in the abdomen and ears, and they are particularly averse to heat. Even after mutation, their inherent nature remains unchanged. Do you all understand?" "Okay, received," they replied in unison. Xiaoyu had just transmitted the rabbit's weak points to Qianyun, who promptly relayed the information to the others. Understanding the principle of remaining still while the enemy is in motion, she took a sip of a restorative potion and continued to observe the situation outside with meticulous attention. After careful scrutiny, she discerned that among the rabbits, there were 4 of level 5, 12 of level 4, and 15 of level 3, with the majority being of level 2. However, what troubled her was the impending risk of radiation exposure during close combat. The number is not substantial, so there is no need for panic. We must collaborate effectively, Qianyun calmly articulated. Upon hearing the responses from her companions, she methodically began to assign tasks. "Lulu, you shall be responsible for delivering the finishing blows to the rabbits that approach us. Gigi, you will utilize the crossbow to shoot, following a hierarchy of targets. Remember, rabbits of level 4 and above possess golden red eyes. Jingchuan and I are quite swift and need not worry about direct hits, as we possess formidable evasion skills. Therefore, we shall charge forward together to prevent the high-level rabbits from breaching our defenses. Song Yun will handle the level 2 and 3 rabbits that have evaded the crossbow's assault. Is everyone clear on their tasks?" The 4 responded in unison, their voices resolute and confident, tinged with a hint of concealed anticipation. Perhaps thoughts of treasures danced in their minds. Action! With Qianyun's command, the 5 sprang into action. Lulu, wielding a short sword, gracefully navigated through the throngs of rabbits, delivering precise stabs to the abdomen of each approaching creature. Gigi stood at a distance, relentlessly firing the crossbow at the higher-tier rabbits, her gaze fixed on the targets with golden red eyes. Jingchuan and Qianyun plunged into the fray like a whirlwind, skillfully dodging the rabbits' attacks while dealing lethal blows. Meanwhile, Song Yun held the rear, using a tang knife to topple any low-tier rabbits attempting to circumvent their frontline defense. However, Events soon exceeded their expectations. The sounds of battle attracted a relentless stream of rabbits emerging from every nook and cranny of the area. Had it not been for the innate territorial instincts of living creatures, they might have faced an even greater onslaught of high-radiation mutated beings. Qianyun felt a twinge of urgency and called out to her comrades. "Do you all have gasoline? Cooking oil will suffice." The others quickly grasped the situation. Rabbits feared temperatures exceeding 25 degrees Celsius, and even the mutated ones would likely cower at the sight of fire. They could create such an environment to aid their combat efforts. Yes, Qianyun swiftly approached Jing Chuan, helping to fend off monsters long enough for him to send gasoline to her backpack. She then methodically moved between Song Yun, Lu Lu, and Ji Ji, gathering a substantial amount of oil. With a serious expression, Qianyun inquired while swinging her blade. "Can you hold them off for a while longer? Do not let the rabbits breach our defenses. I will head to the rooftop to devise a way to ignite it. I can hold out for a maximum of 15 minutes. Jing Chuan, who bore the brunt of the attacks alongside Qianyun, felt the pressure intensify in her absence. Yet he gritted his teeth and replied, "I can manage." Song Yun, Lu Lu, and Ji Ji echoed his affirmation in unison. Qianyun approached Lu Lu, handing her the clear shadow crossbow, while Song Yun stepped forward to share the burden with Jing Chuan. Qianyun did not dare to delay. The decrepit building stood only 5 stories tall. They were currently on the first floor, and Qianyun raced toward the rooftop, slicing open the oil containers as she ran. Upon reaching the rooftop, Qianyun extracted the opened oil from the water bead and, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, dispersed the oil with remarkable efficacy. Thanks to her enhanced physique and strength, most of the encroaching rabbits were doused in oil, and Qianyun produced a fire basin, throwing it down from several angles. With a resounding bang, flames surged forth, reminiscent of brilliant fireworks illuminating the night sky. The surrounding carnivorous rabbits scattered in a frantic escape, the rising heat posing a grave threat to their survival. The rabbits at the center fared no better, suffering heavy casualties. Seizing the opportunity, Qianyun and her companions swiftly dealt with the inner circle. The numbers were beyond imagination, yet the fire showed no signs of abating. Rather, it seemed to escalate. Without hesitation, Qianyun declared, "Quickly gather the boxes and run." Chapter 39, Extreme Weather. Escape. The 4 individuals seized the box and dashed down the stairs. Flames swiftly engulfed the floor, consuming it in a fierce blaze. Fortunately, they were not trapped within the building. However, the fire spread rapidly, and the panicked rabbits fled in all directions, creating a sea of flames around them. After collecting the box, they found themselves with no retreat. The path they had taken was now blocked. The only area that remained largely unaffected was the high radiation zone. Whether to enter or not became a dilemma. "What do we do? We can't get out," Lu Lu exclaimed anxiously. "Stay calm," Qianyun said, contemplating the situation. "There must be another way out." Just then, Jing Chuan pointed toward a window and exclaimed, "It seems we can escape from there." That window belonged to the only tall building outside the high radiation zone, its entrance tightly locked. Whether they could gain entry was one matter, but the greater concern was that a misstep could easily lead them into the high radiation area. It was uncertain if the fire would spread to that building, yet they had no choice but to head in that direction. Upon reaching the ground floor, they discovered a ladder against the wall near the window. They decided to take the risk and climb up, hoping to find an opportunity to escape. Jing Chuan led the way, carefully ascending the ladder while the others watched nervously from below. When he reached the window, he found it locked. He attempted to pry it open with a tool, but to no avail. "Let me give it a try," Lu Lu volunteered. She took the tool and struggled for a while, yet the window remained firmly shut. The group then noticed an open window on the second floor, but it was situated at a considerable height with no objects nearby to aid their ascent. "It seems we must find a way to climb up there," Qianyun remarked, her gaze sweeping the vicinity in search of useful tools. At that moment, they noticed some discarded pipes and ropes nearby. "Perhaps we can use these to fashion a makeshift grappling hook," Lu Lu suggested. "No, that would take too much time, and we might not make it in time. Besides, if the fire continues to spread, escaping will become even more difficult," Qianyun replied. "I'll give it a try." Finally, Song Yun, who had just recovered, stated. She produced a small knife and attempted to pry open the lock. After much effort, the latch finally yielded, and the window swung open successfully. One by one, the 4 climbed into the building. Once inside, they realized they were in what appeared to be a laboratory, filled with various strange instruments and equipment. "This place looks hazardous," We must proceed with caution, Qianyun warned. The room was cluttered with bottles and jars, and the group refrained from touching anything, uncertain of what they contained. Outside, the fire continued to spread, but there was no indication that it would encroach upon the laboratory. The occupants remained vigilant, though Song Yun's pallor indicated distress. Qianyun was the first to notice, and she anxiously reached out to check Song Yun's forehead. "Don't touch me. I've been exposed to radiation," Song Yun replied nervously, stepping back and attempting to convey alarming news with a raised voice. Qianyun was taken aback, her face reflecting her concern. "Do you have a recovery potion? Perhaps you should drink it. Lin Jiji. If there is none, I will provide you with one." Song Yun smiled wryly as she looked at the others. "It's futile. I have tried and consumed it, but it hasn't diminished. I am currently suffering from moderate radiation, and my vitality is declining." Upon hearing this, Lin Liuli, Lin Jiji, and Jing Chuan all felt overwhelming guilt, their eyes glistening with tears. However, Qianyun had a sudden thought. While others lacked it, she possessed an abundance of vitality potions that could efficiently restore life energy, which might prove beneficial. She hurriedly rummaged through her backpack and placed one beside Song Yun. "Give this a try. Trust me, it will be effective." At this moment, Song Yun's vitality had already fallen below 50. Trembling, she grasped the vitality potion, and after consuming it, her vitality indeed recovered. Strangely, however, the radiation level remained unchanged. Song Yun conveyed this phenomenon to the others. "This is indeed effective. My vitality has restored, but the radiation level is perplexingly still present. Am I going to undergo some mutation? If I do, please end my life. I cannot bear to exist as neither human nor ghost." Upon hearing that it was useful, the faces of the others initially brightened with relief, but their expressions shifted upon hearing her subsequent words. At that moment, Qianyun, examining a vial, suddenly realized that it bore the characters of Blue Star S. Huagua, inscribed with advanced anti-radiation agent along with usage instructions and side effects. Coincidentally, she overheard Song Yun's words and immediately spoke up. "Would you believe me if I told you that you are saved? What I hold is an advanced anti-radiation agent. It is orally administered, but after consumption, you might experience a period of fatigue lasting 1 to 2 hours. If your constitution is robust, there will be no side effects. Would you like to try it?" For pairs of eyes fixed intently on Qianyun, who smiled, exuding confidence in her luck. Song Yun, regaining her composure, quickly urged, "Drink, drink, drink. How could I possibly refuse? Worst case scenario, I just die, right?" Qianyun placed the potion before Song Yun, who hesitantly opened it and drank, her expression contorting into something quite unappealing, even grotesque. "It's horrendous. I can endure bitterness, but this has a muddy, fishy taste, akin to mucus. Nonetheless, the radiation level has vanished." Lin Liuli, "Have you ever tasted mucus, Sister Song?" Qianyun, "It's a flavor hard to imagine." Lin Jiji, "How did you get radiated?" Jing Chuan, "I can finally breathe easy." The four spoke in their distinct styles, and even Song Yun couldn't help but laugh, truly feeling as if she had survived a calamity. After a moment, Song Yun retrieved a water bottle from her backpack, took a sip, and began recounting her tale. "My luck was rather low, and without Qianyun's assistance in resisting, those monsters seemed to have radar installed on me, swarming relentlessly. I was overwhelmed and bitten multiple times. After the battle concluded, I consumed 2 potions only to find them ineffective. My wounds healed, but the radiation exceeded safe levels and decimated my vitality. The system even warned me to avoid contact with others to prevent transmission." The group fell silent, each possessing relatively high luck and unable to empathize fully, yet they all felt a pang of sympathy. Meanwhile, Qianyun had begun to explore, discovering an array of anti-radiation potions on the first floor. "These are all radiation-resistant agents. Feel free to take as many as you can. In the event of the fire spreading or other unforeseen circumstances, wouldn't it be prudent to safeguard another life? Hurry and gather them, then head upstairs." After hearing Qianyun's words, the group rose to collect the agents, each only taking the radiation-resistant ones, while Qianyun scrutinized the names, collecting anything she deemed useful with an enthusiasm reminiscent of bandits raiding a village. Once they had gathered their supplies, they ascended to the second floor, which was still stocked with agents, though a greater variety was available. Qianyun instructed her teammates to gather a few more. Upon reaching the third floor, the system indicated they had entered a mildly radioactive zone, where an ordinary person could remain unaffected for up to 24 hours. The third floor was filled with bizarre body parts, grotesque in their appearance, evoking a sense of nausea. The fourth and fifth floors presented similar scenes. When they arrived at the sixth floor, the system offered no warnings, allowing them to enter with a sense of relief. There, they discovered a series of iron cages housing strange and malformed creatures, including the mechanical insects and carnivorous rabbits they had previously encountered. A solemn expression settled upon their faces. Chapter 40. Extreme Weather. Laboratory. The flames outside showed no inclination to advance towards them, prompting Qianyun and her companions to continue ascending the stairs. This level was still filled with bizarre creatures. Several iron cages near the door housed monsters adorned with sharp spines. Others possessed enormous wings, while some resembled a fusion of octopuses and crabs. Suddenly, a creature resembling a bat emitted a piercing shriek, inciting a commotion among the other beings. They clawed at the cages with their sharp talons, seemingly desperate to escape. The group felt a surge of anxiety as they scrutinized these creatures, their expressions betraying a heightened vigilance. At that moment, one of the monsters in a cage caught Qianyun's attention. It bore a resemblance to a small leopard, its body cloaked in black fur, and its blood-red eyes glinted with a ferocious light. Qianyun felt an unsettling familiarity with this creature, though she could not recall where she had seen it. While she pondered this, the creature suddenly opened its mouth and expelled a cloud of black smoke. "Be careful," Qianyun warned loudly. The others quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the noxious fumes. However, when the smoke dissipated, they discovered that the floor, precisely where they had been standing, had corroded away to a considerable extent. Consequently, the group became increasingly cautious. Should we continue upward? This resembles a biological research laboratory, and these creatures appear terrifying. If not for these cages, we might have encountered grave danger. Song Yun voiced her concern. Lin Lulu, the youngest and most timid among them, looked pale and spoke in a whisper. "I am frightened too, but we have no choice but to remain in this building. The way we came is engulfed in flames, and the exit is high in radiation." Lin Jiji, holding her hand, expressed her dismay. "If we don't proceed, I fear we might miss some crucial clues. Yet if we go on, I can't shake this ominous feeling." Jing Chuan suggested, "Why not take a look at the next level?" His proposal garnered unanimous agreement, and they pressed onward. Hesitantly, Qianyun glanced at her three sisters, and upon seeing their nods, she declared, "I will lead the way. If anything happens, you retreat to the first floor while I hold the rear." This level's rooms were even more peculiar, saturated with a noxious odor. They cautiously pushed open a door, revealing an array of experimental instruments and specimens. In a corner, Qianyun discovered a notebook filled with experimental data regarding these monsters. Just as she prepared to examine it closely, a low, rumbling growl emanated from behind them. Turning around, they beheld a colossal creature advancing towards them, its body enshrouded in thick metallic scales, exuding an unmistakable stench. Uncertain of what they faced, the group felt the pressure of its approach, compelling them to ascend once more. Qianyun, positioned at the rear, managed to close the fire escape door just before the creature reached them. They were uncertain of the door's material, but it remarkably withstood the creature's assault, its roars echoing incessantly as the group had no time to spare. In the current level, an overwhelming abundance of data and experimental agents has emerged, unlike the anti-radiation agents. Each vial here is distinctly labeled as an experimental substance, followed by identifiers such as SH101, etc. for classification. The sheer quantity is astonishing. Qianyun and Lin Jiji are tasked with scanning these agents, while the other team members are responsible for categorizing and organizing them. Soon, they discern the specific purposes and properties of these experimental agents. SH1 is a gene expansion agent, while SH01 is a failed variant of the mutation agent. Agent No. 2 belongs to the anti-radiation group 1, necessitating fusion with 9 different sequential agents for utilization, with varying extraction yields. This information is of little use to Qianyun and her companions, as it is stated that the effects are only applicable to flora and fauna, posing dangers to humans. Thus, descending downstairs is not an option, but ascending is still feasible. However, considering that Qianyun had not slept the previous night and the others had expended considerable energy, they decided to temporarily remain on the seemingly safe 9th floor. The experimental building is strikingly tall, with only 18 floors in total, and its purpose is quite apparent. Boldly, they even speculate that the monsters outside may have some connection to this place. The experimental data and medication here differ from those on the first and second floors, being entirely in English. Had it not been for their proficiency in the language, they might have struggled to comprehend it, as it is laden with technical jargon, requiring Qianyun to rely on Xiaoyu for translation. They gleaned that this facility is known as the Weir Center Laboratory, with over 20 such laboratories existing in the wasteland world. However, Weir is deemed the most deranged, as they have captured experts from Xia country to jointly research biological genetics, even brazenly constructing experimental buildings within Xia's borders. This madness originated from the excessive nuclear wastewater discharge by the Sun country, which subsequently prompted countries like Li and Romantic country to embark on similar reckless operations. The flora and fauna capable of surviving at sea have undergone mutations, gradually spreading across the planet. In a bid to ensure the survival of more individuals, researchers are diligently working on advancements such as mechanical arms and hearts. As partial replacement surgeries become increasingly sophisticated amidst resource scarcity and severe ecological degradation, a wasteland world is taking shape, exacerbated by rampant capitalism that renders the upper class inhuman and the lower class suffering immensely. In this era, possessing sufficient capital allows one to establish or create anything desired, regardless of location. Prior to the emergence of Weir, this laboratory was known as the Salvation Research Laboratory, primarily focused on developing anti-radiation agents. Ordinary individuals could, through a year of effort, afford a high-grade anti-radiation agent, while with some sacrifice, they could even obtain a lower-grade version within a month. However, as the mutations among flora and fauna proliferated, eventually extending to humans, this region transformed into a paradise for high-radiation biological entities. The head of the Weil Experimental Center approached the leader of the rescue team, suggesting a mutual exchange of experimental zones. Initially, the researchers stationed there were incredulous, for they believed that the people of Li country would not act without personal gain. However, unforeseen events transpired when a crisis befell their leader, and it became apparent that sensitive information had been leaked to Weil. Subsequently, the rescue team transformed into Weil, and a significant number of personnel vanished without a trace. The records ceased to exist at this juncture. Some individuals endeavored to unveil the truth by inscribing the reality on paper and concealing it within the experimental reports. Yet no further revelations emerged. The atmosphere was shrouded in mystery. Qianyun, upon reading this, couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps, unlike the desolate land, her homeland would never permit such occurrences. She remained unaware of the countless lives lost or the multitude of monsters that roamed the wasteland. Yet she understood that it was unlikely for any renowned survivors to emerge from this place. Otherwise, the survival game system would not designate it as a secret realm for players to explore. Chapter 41. Extreme Weather. Escape from the high radiation zone. After reviewing the situation, Qianyun informed the others and then remarked, "We should collect as much of the LH-13 reagent as we can. Aside from that, nothing else holds any value for us." The LH-13 reagent, a growth stimulant effective solely on plants, was deemed safe by the system scans, showing no anomalies. This would serve as a modest fortune for them. The group continued their ascent, each floor appearing remarkably pristine, as if it had been recently swept clean. With no alternative, they pressed on. Upon reaching the 15th floor, they were greeted by a multitude of computer screens, dazzling with a flurry of data and images. At the heart of this spectacle stood a control console crafted entirely from metal, exuding a cold, steely sheen. Surrounding the console, numerous surveillance feeds played out, akin to an invisible eye scrutinizing every corner. A shared glance among the group stirred a chilling sense of dread within them. This place did not seem abandoned. Rather, it resembled a meticulously operated control center. Jingchuan took the lead, approaching the console to examine it closely. It was evident that the console had been previously utilized, as the surveillance footage from various floors displayed differing timestamps, indicating prior human activity. Determined to explore further, they ascended to the 16th floor, which appeared to be a staff kitchen. The 17th floor revealed a spacious conference room. However, the fire escape door on the 18th floor remained firmly shut, impervious to their combined efforts to force it open. Without hesitation, Qianyun drew her quantum gun, aiming at the door lock and decisively pulling the trigger. A series of gunshots shattered the lock, and the door creaked open. Stepping into the room, the group was taken aback to find the entire 18th floor filled with incubation pods, each housing a being of diverse forms. Some possessed semi-metallic bodies, others had sprouted tentacles, and a few even had toes that split into shapes reminiscent of seaweed. This sight filled Qianyun with a mix of shock and terror. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out. "Welcome to my world, children from who knows where. I am elated to finally meet you. I have been waiting here in solitude for 50 years. And now your arrival brings me joy long forgotten. Come join my beloved legion, and you shall be honored to become one of them, my treasured collectibles. You will attain immortality, free from the fears of nuclear radiation and the terrifying monsters outside, for you are superior to them." As Qianyun and her companions turned towards the source of the voice, they found the room empty. Yet, the clumsy Mandarin, the malicious words, and the eerie atmosphere ignited their fury, compelling them to unearth the hidden figure and unleash their wrath upon him. As the crowd surveyed their surroundings, no sign of life could be found. The astute Lin Zhizhi noticed a protruding section of the wall and attempted to fire her weapon. Before she could pull the trigger, the wall slowly receded to reveal a concealed door, from which emerged an oddly shaped humanoid creature. Its body was clad in metallic scales, one arm fashioned from metal, and two sharp horns protruded from its back. "Huh, what a clever little creature you are. Do you not appreciate the apocalyptic paradise I have meticulously crafted?" the creature exclaimed, its voice laced with mockery and derision. "Like it, who would ever find favor with such a repulsive being?" The fiery Song Yun could no longer contain her rage. She glared at the humanoid monster, her eyes wide with fury and disgust, utterly unable to accept that anyone could transform into such a grotesque form. The others nodded in agreement, equally repulsed by the creature's presence. They would rather face death than morph into such a nauseating visage. Instantly, the creature's expression darkened, its smug grin vanishing, replaced by a scowl of anger. "Oh, is that so? Everyone who has arrived here has voiced similar sentiments. Yet look at them now, granted eternal life and eager to join my ranks," it coldly remarked, gesturing towards the mutated humans surrounding them. At this moment, Qianyun was too preoccupied to confront the monster and dared not provoke it further. She was desperately sending a mental message to the group, urging them to escape. She scanned the creature, noting its level remained hidden, yet the sense of danger it exuded was unmistakable. The expressions of the group appeared calm, but internally, they had cursed the creature countless times and felt an ominous intuition that they might not survive this encounter. "How do we escape?" "I will follow your lead." Lin Zhizhi trembled, asking in her mind. "We need to decide which direction to flee," Lin Liuli replied anxiously. "That monster has been watching us with a sinister grin. Honestly, I am truly terrified." Song Yin added, "That disgusting thing is powerful." A wave of intense danger surged through Jing Chuan, who remarked, "It is the first creature I have encountered in this survival game that makes me feel my life is truly at stake. Is it a top-tier boss?" Taking a deep breath, Qianyun declared, "Stop overthinking it. I will hold it off. You all run towards the stairs. When I count to 3, 2, 1, you must dash out immediately. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go." As her words echoed, the group bolted towards the exit like arrows loosed from a bow. However, Qianyun remained steadfast, her gaze fixed resolutely upon the creature. The monster, watching the group with amusement, brandished a piece of advanced electronic technology. Qianyun sensed that this device posed a threat to them. Utilizing her agility, she drew her sword and struck downwards. The creature, underestimating them as mere ants, was caught off guard. Believing Qianyun was attacking, it raised its hand to block. Little did it know, Qianyun executed a clever feint, performing a flourish with her sword, causing the electronic device in its other hand to fall and shatter into fragments. Qianyun struck decisively, retreating swiftly, while the door behind her, which had been slowly closing, halted its descent as the electronic device shattered. The enraged creature, a twisted smile adorning its visage, proclaimed, "Excellent. I am even more delighted. Not only do I desire your allegiance in my legion, but I also covet the weapon you wield. It is far more suited to me than you. If it can shatter my crystal screen, such formidable strength deserves to belong to me. Has anyone ever mentioned that your command of Chinese is truly abysmal?" Once again provoking her adversary, Qianyun deftly made her escape. The creature did not hinder their flight. Instead, it grinned and produced another crystal screen, manipulating it with ease. Instantly, all the incubation chambers and iron cages burst open, awakening the slumbering monsters in an instant. Meanwhile, Song Yun, Lin Zhizhi, Lin Lulu, and Jing Chuan had already ascended to the 9th floor, yet Qianyun found herself ensnared. In the periphery of her vision, a multitude of monsters emerged, encircling her completely. As she fought back while retreating, the blood at the corner of her mouth could not be contained, further inciting the creatures into a frenzied excitement. Chapter 42. Extreme Weather. The Path to Survival. Qianyun sent a message in the group, urging everyone to rush towards the high radiation zone. Without hesitation, several individuals responded. However, those who had already reached the first floor began to grow concerned as Qianyun had yet to descend. Just as they prepared to ascend in search of her, a tremendous roar echoed, followed by a violent tremor shaking the ground. This is bad. Qianyun must have been detained. We must hurry to assist her. We cannot flee without her, Songyun declared. They dashed up the staircase, each step imbued with anxiety and anticipation. Upon finally reaching the third floor, the sight that greeted them left them astounded. Qianyun stood there, bloodied and battered, her clothing torn, revealing her lacerated skin, yet she resolutely remained on her feet. Clutched in her hand was a sharp long sword, her gaze fierce and unwavering as she engaged in a fierce battle against a horde of monsters. These creatures were grotesque in their diversity. Some bore wings while others possessed sharp claws and vicious fangs. They relentlessly assailed Qianyun, attempting to engulf her. However, through her agility and masterful swordsmanship, she adeptly dodged their attacks time and again, delivering lethal blows in return. Yet, more terrifying was the continuous influx of monsters emerging from behind her, as if an unending tide that could never be vanquished. Faced with such a horrifying scenario, they were enveloped in fear and concern. At that moment, Qianyun noticed the four individuals, a flicker of urgency crossing her face as she called out, "Run. I have fought hard to buy you time to escape. Why have you returned?" Her voice, tinged with weakness and fatigue, betrayed the severity of her injuries. Jingchuan and the others wore grave expressions, comprehending her intent. However, they were acutely aware that fleeing now could lead to Qianyun's demise. They could not abandon any member of their team, regardless of how briefly they had known one another. Without hesitation, Jingchuan declared, "We will hold off these monsters. You must tend to your wounds and drink your medicine." Qianyun ceased to argue, fully aware of the gravity of her condition. The only path to continue the fight was to recover swiftly. She swiftly retrieved a vial of potion from her bosom and drank it in one gulp. The liquid coursed down her throat, imparting a refreshing sensation that restored a hint of color to her pallid complexion. Without waiting for the potion's effects to fully manifest, she rose to her feet, rejoining the fray against the relentless beasts. Meanwhile, a mysterious creature situated on the 18th floor of the laboratory observed Qianyun and her companions through surveillance footage. Witnessing Qianyun's remarkable ability to withstand such a multitude of monsters for an extended duration, a fervent smile crept upon his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The strength and resilience of this woman surpassed his expectations, proving to be more formidable than the combined might of the other four. If he could administer the terminal potion to her, she might become an even more powerful humanoid creature at his disposal, allowing him to face the high radiation zone without fear. He would finally attain his freedom. The others were impressive as well. The sheer number of monsters failing to subdue them was truly intriguing. The creature pondered silently. It appears that this batch of experimental subjects possesses remarkable potential. Their performance is indeed astonishing. However, this only adds to the challenge. I must transform them into my most exquisite and outstanding creations. With this thought, the creature's gaze intensified with fervor, as if it could already envision its future triumph. Unbeknownst to Qianyun and her companions, the assistance of teammates had alleviated much of her burden. Bloodied and somewhat injured, Qianyun and her allies had successfully descended to the first floor. Yet the large door remained firmly shut, just as it had been before. Meanwhile, the creature on the 18th floor was exceedingly confident that they could not escape the first floor. Even with quantum guns, they would be of no use, as those weapons were specially crafted. Energy crystal stones were placed at intervals throughout the area. Suddenly, Qianyun recalled the window through which they had entered, a detail she had momentarily forgotten in her urgency. She quickly relayed this information to her small group in her mind. The others responded immediately. The encroaching creatures began to exhibit an odd phenomenon of congestion, making it challenging for Qianyun's group to remember the location of the broken window. However, Qianyun was burdened with numerous items, and she was not concerned about whether the creatures could see the holographic screen. The system's production was reliable. She swiftly gifted her teammates 10 advanced iron axes. Simultaneously, messages from Qianyun continued to pop up in their group chat within the game. "They all feel pain, but I do not. Is there any need for me to hide?" Shortly after, she sent them a plethora of crocodile and wolf blood. They seem to enjoy the scent of blood. Let us provide them with something truly rich. This comment carried a hint of dark humor, embodying the sense of superiority that intelligent beings often feel over the non-intelligent. At that moment, had the timing been more appropriate, her companions could have gazed at Qianyun with incredulity. Others entered dungeons equipped with weapons and minimal provisions, while Qianyun appeared to possess everything imaginable. One could only wonder about the vastness of her spatial backpack and the extent of her level advancement. Without the luxury of time for further contemplation, her companions complied and began to hurl wooden boxes filled with blood into various corners. The creatures that were not drawn to the distraction were swiftly dispatched with the advanced iron axes. Even though Qianyun was extravagantly wealthy, it pained her to see her precious blood, meticulously collected for a purpose, being wasted. Moreover, since the blood could not be automatically retrieved, collecting it would be time-consuming and laborious. Now, with everything emptied, the remaining wooden boxes, initially intended for storage, were rendered utterly useless. Having successfully reached the window, the group took turns leaping down. However, just as they retrieved the wooden boxes containing the blood, the creature on the 18th floor, Vale, had already sensed something amiss. By the time he descended rapidly, the group had already made their escape, while his monstrous army squeezed through the window one by one. Qianyun was the last to land, receiving a vicious scratch from the creature that had previously blocked the door. Now, she was covered in grime, and due to the lack of a mechanical arm to shield her, the scratch exposed her bare bones at the shoulder. Drinking a vial of restorative potion did not yield immediate effects. Her blood flowed slowly, coagulating at a languid pace. It seemed that the creature's level was likely low, for otherwise, restorative potions typically displayed their efficacy almost instantly upon consumption. With a resounding thud, the main entrance of the laboratory building swung open, unleashing a horde of monstrous entities in pursuit. A few individuals, exchanging knowing glances, promptly retrieved their advanced radiation antidotes and consumed them, before dashing towards the high radiation zone. They were acutely aware that this area might harbor even more formidable radiated creatures, yet they deemed it a preferable fate to becoming monsters themselves. Sometimes, the path to survival lies firmly within one's own grasp. Chapter 43. Extreme Weather. Grievances. Stepping into the high radiation zone, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, permeated by a pungent odor as if something were decaying. The air was thick with unidentified minuscule particles, casting a haze over the entire area that evoked a sense of oppression and suffocation. The visibility for Qianyun and her companions was adversely affected, rendering their surroundings indistinct. Once vibrant with neon lights, the area had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Abandoned vehicles and makeshift stalls littered the streets, a stark reminder of the former splendor that now lay in ruins. Within the glass doors, an array of heavy metal fashion lay shrouded in a thick layer of dust, each item whispering tales of past glory and prosperity. Yet, the present scene was marked by desolation and despair. The deserted streets were barren, devoid of any greenery. It was as though life had forsaken this place, leaving only an overwhelming silence. The entire environment exuded a chilling aura, sending shivers down the spines of Qianyun and her companions, who were acutely aware of the lurking dangers that demanded their utmost vigilance. They treaded carefully, each step taken with deliberate caution. The absence of pursuing monsters behind them was a mixed blessing, stirring a tumult of emotions within them. What kind of entity could instill such fear even in the mightiest of beasts? This question lingered in their minds, an unsettling enigma that refused to be dismissed. On the survival game island, numerous safe houses had been shattered or collapsed, painting a grim picture of the situation. Among them, Lin Liolio's safe house had met a similar fate. Just then, her keen senses alerted her to a clear notification sound, the voice of the system resonating in her ears. Ding! Player Lin Lulu, your safe house defense has dropped to 0. Please upgrade or repair it as soon as possible. A wave of anxiety washed over Lin Lulu. She understood the gravity of the situation. With only 13 hours remaining until the conclusion of the secret realm exploration, time was of the essence, leaving her feeling breathless. As dusk descended, the atmosphere grew increasingly foreboding. Lin Liolio's countenance darkened, her anxiety and unease quickly drawing the attention of those around her. In unison, they voiced their concerns. What's the matter? Is something wrong? Their tone was laced with genuine worry and confusion. Gazing at the concerned faces of her companions, Lin Lulu spoke with a trembling voice. The system just notified me that my safe house defense has reached 0, and I must repair or upgrade it immediately. However, there are still 13 hours left until the realm ends. Qianyun was taken aback. It had only been a short while since their arrival, and outside, only a few hours had passed. To have a fully fortified safe house breached so swiftly indicated a dire predicament. Trying to access the upgrade panel on her light screen, Qianyun found the message indicating insufficient materials for the upgrade. Did this imply that upgrading could be considered here as well? Pondering this, Qianyun proposed, I can gather the materials you need. Let us see if you can upgrade here. After all, the upgrade panel for the safe house can be accessed in this location. Qianyun swiftly sent the materials to Lin Lulu, who immediately grasped the situation, overwhelmed by concern. How had she not realized it sooner? Indeed, upon receiving the supplies, Lin Lulu hastily opened the upgrade panel, which indicated it was ready for enhancement. With a sigh of relief, she clicked on the upgrade. Glancing at the others who were watching her intently, it's all right now. We can upgrade, she quickly reassured them. Song Yun chimed in joyfully. Congratulations on reaching level 4. However, Lin Jiji interjected with a disheartening remark. I hope our level 4 safe house won't be destroyed or collapsed by the snow. The others shot her a glare, prompting her to quiet down. Qianyun, using her mental prowess, surveyed the surroundings and chose a small corner to rest. The group lacked appetite, nibbling on dried bread and beef jerky in an unusual silence, each uncertain if they would manage to survive this secret realm. Since entering, Qianyun had not rested at all, and fatigue overtook her, leading her to unknowingly drift into slumber. The others remained silent, vigilantly guarding Qianyun. Thunder rumbled, and soon, a gentle rain began to fall. The old canopy above them kept their corner dry. As the thunder and rain intensified, Qianyun awoke after 3 hours of sleep. Is it raining? How long until this exploration ends? She murmured lazily. The others, lost in thought, turned to her. Lin Lulu noted, there are still over 9 hours left. Qianyun stated, we must return to the spot where we first entered the secret realm within these 9 hours. However, I wonder if that maniac will be lurking outside the radiation zone. I have no confidence in confronting him, especially with so many monsters around. A sense of desolation washed over the group. Song Yun remarked, the fire outside must have been extinguished by the heavy rain. The path out is fraught with monsters. It will be difficult unless we have a vehicle. Lin Jiji replied, a vehicle would be useless. The roads are littered with debris, rendering them unpassable. Well, my dear sisters, you certainly have a way with words, Qianyun interjected. What do you both think? She asked, looking at the silent Lin Lulu and Jing Chuan. Jing Chuan responded, those monsters are not particularly fast, comparable to Lulu. The only uncertainty lies with that research maniac. Lin Lulu added, I indeed lack speed, but I possess a teleportation card I just acquired, which can transport 3 people directly to our original location. The eyes of the 4 shifted toward Lin Lulu, realizing she was indeed a true fortune bearer. Upon hearing that it could transport 3 individuals, Qianyun exchanged a glance with Jing Chuan, understanding the plan. You all take the quantum guns before we leave. Remove the crystal stones and discard them. Jing Chuan and I are swift, so we can exit without worry. The 3 of you stay here. If danger arises, teleport away. The 3 understood their own limitations in speed and strength and reluctantly agreed. As Jing Chuan and Qianyun prepared to depart, the night grew darker. A chill swept through the air. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged, causing Qianyun and Jing Chuan to swiftly evade to the sides. A shadow loomed before them. How did you find your way into the high radiation zone? Have you consumed the agent? Are you affiliated with the entity known as Veil? As the ominous shadow encircled by a strange current seemed poised for action, Qianyun hastily interjected, it is not as you presume. We stumbled here inadvertently and are utterly unfamiliar with the Veil you speak of. We are being pursued, surrounded by monstrous entities. We unwittingly trespassed into a laboratory where a deranged researcher intended to use us for experiments, which compelled us to seek refuge here. You seem to harbor a grudge against them? Upon hearing this, the shadow erupted into laughter, which soon transformed into tears. A grudge? That is but a mere understatement. It embodies national grievances and personal vendettas, the anguish of countless souls from my homeland. I harbor doubts regarding your intentions. However, I shall not take your lives. If you can lure this creature, Veil, as you call it, into my grasp, I shall spare you and even assist you in dealing with it. How does a reward of 2,000 crystal stones sound? Jing Chuan shook his head in dissent, yet Qianyun understood that their options were limited. No one was more fitting to draw the ire than she. Xiao Chuan, you should depart first. I will attract its attention alone. I will exit ahead of you. Take advantage of Vale's momentary distraction to escape. I shall be fine. I possess a trump card that you cannot fathom. Chapter 44. Extreme Weather. The death of Weir Jing Chuan intended to convey more, yet was interrupted by Qian Yun, who assured him, "Do not worry. I shall seek you out shortly." With that, she sprinted into the shadows. The figure observed the direction in which Qian Yun departed, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. However, he refrained from intervening, trusting that Qian Yun would indeed fulfill her promise to lure Weir, for she had little choice in the matter. Jing Chuan stood rooted to the spot, silently witnessing the unfolding events. Despite the tempest of anxiety swirling within him, he recognized his own impotence in the situation. Upon entering this scenario, they had only two options, to flee or to flee again. None could have anticipated that a mere level 5 secret realm would prove so perilous, fraught with layers of obstacles and challenges. As moments ticked by, Qian Yun soon found herself outside the experimental building adjacent to the high radiation zone. She did not spot Weir. Time was of the essence, and the surrounding humanoid monsters quickly took notice of her presence. While evading their attacks, Qian Yun hurled profanities at Weir in the most vulgar English, her frustration escalating to the point where her curses mingled with expletives from her native tongue, becoming increasingly melodic. At last, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from a distance. Weir had arrived, accompanied by several grotesquely unique monsters. Upon seeing Qian Yun, Weir felt vindicated in his suspicions. They likely dared not provoke the entity within the high radiation zone. Just as he prepared to mock her, Qian Yun seized the moment, unleashing a torrent of taunts. How laughable! Did you truly believe you could pursue us and ensnare us all? I had worried for nothing, as you are nothing but rubbish. Is there something lurking within that terrifies you? So cowardly that you dare not step foot inside. Amidst her battle with the nearby monsters, Qian Yun seemed eager to breach the high radiation zone. Weir dismissed her antics with disdain, yet her increasingly offensive remarks continued unabated. While his monstrous minions failed to lay a finger on her, Qian Yun nimbly navigated between the high radiation zone and its periphery, while his minions hesitated to advance. Observing Qian Yun's audacious movements and unabashed insults, Weir's mind began to churn with doubt. Could Zhou Ping's have perished? Otherwise, how could these intruders so brazenly taunt him? Frolicking about as if untouched, Weir remained indecisive, refraining from taking rash action. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, Qian Yun drew forth her longsword, dispatching monsters one by one with precision, dragging them into the high radiation zone with each lethal strike. Witnessing this, Weir's patience frayed, and he summoned several high-level monsters to engage her. Yet, Qian Yun opted not to fight back, instead dodging left and right. Seeing his minions venture into the high radiation zone without incident, Weir grew increasingly frustrated as Qian Yun remained elusive, frequently hurling insults in his direction. She likened his appearance to that of a primitive creature, unworthy of even a glance on the street, and speculated on his monstrous ambitions. She quipped that he resembled a toad with a feather, questioning whether he belonged to the avian or terrestrial realms, advising him to hide before the refuse collectors arrived. Her remarks grew ever more acerbic, claiming his insights were singular yet misguided, easily swept away by a single wave. Is this the extent of your intellect? A mere brainless tofu? Do you only know to run towards the river? At long last, Weir could contain his fury no longer and lunged towards Qian Yun. As Qian Yun ran, she deliberately created noise to attract Weir's attention. Weir successfully stepped into the high radiation zone. His vigilance momentarily relaxed as the detector failed to signal any imminent danger. Fearing that Weir might fall behind, Qian Yun began to scold him. Upon hearing her voice, Weir immediately pursued her direction. Qian Yun deftly navigated through the ruins, maintaining a safe distance, while Weir followed closely, oblivious to the danger looming near. He confidently believed his adversary had perished. After all, every time he attempted to traverse the high radiation area, she had fought him fiercely, yet today, she was nowhere to be found. A self-satisfied smile crept across his face, for who else could so easily attain immortality as he had? At this moment, they were still some distance from the Shadow's location, yet Weir and his monstrous legion were poised to catch up with her. Just as fate would have it, the Shadow emerged. Seizing the opportunity, it struck swiftly from the darkness, catching Weir unawares, and he fell to the ground as his detector blared alarmingly. However, it was evidently too late. Weir hastily summoned his monstrous army, but the shadow could dispatch one with a mere flick of its wrist, as effortlessly as squashing an ant. Qianyun, glancing at the time, fearing she might be too late, quickly joined the fray. Observing that both combatants were ensnared, were silently retreated into the shadows. But the shadow soon detected his intent. Without hesitation, were stood to block, and the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. While it appeared that their strengths were evenly matched, Qianyun could keenly sense where was at a disadvantage and could not endure for long. Contemplating the 2,000 crystal stones, she chose not to flee amidst the chaos. She was not one to labor in vain, especially since there was no benevolent figure, having nearly transformed them into monsters. This grudge deserved immediate retribution. Qianyun assessed the situation, acutely aware of Weir's cunning. He surely had some sinister plot in mind. Indeed, under the shadow's assault, Weir feigned a vulnerability. The shadow, seizing the moment, launched a lethal strike, but in the next heartbeat, Weir unleashed a burst of light, creating a crater from which he sheltered within a protective sphere, untouched. The aura began to dissipate, and the shadow lay motionless on the ground. Weir smiled triumphantly, as if he had resolved a significant threat. Just then, Qianyun acted. Utilizing her innate skills, she pierced Weir directly during this brief window. Weir did not perish, rather. He grew even more furious, perceiving Qianyun's actions as a provocation. While Weir remained trapped in the pit, Qianyun noticed the shadow stir slightly. She produced a half vial of restorative potion and administered it to the shadow. It quickly regained its footing, offering no words of gratitude, and charged back at Weir. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with neither side yielding, both sustaining injuries. Yet, the shadow's formidable strength ultimately led to Weir's defeat. After vanquishing Weir, the shadow approached Qianyun, presenting her with 2,000 crystal stones and a small box. You performed admirably, it stated. However, I cannot fully trust you yet. Take these crystal stones and depart. If you are fortunate enough to encounter my compatriots, please convey to them that I, Zhou Pings, have not betrayed them. Inform them that Weir has perished, and perhaps I have as well. The box is a gift I have bestowed upon you. You may examine its contents when you are in safety to see what may be of use to you. Qianyun exchanged a glance with Jing Chuan, who had arrived shortly thereafter, and they nodded in silent agreement before hastily departing from the scene. Their comrades were still awaiting their assembly. Chapter 45. Extreme Weather. Safety House Defense Value. At this moment, Lin Jiji, Lin Lulu, and Song Yun, who were anxiously exploring the exit of the secret realm, found themselves in a state of desperation, their messages in the group seemingly vanishing into the void. Just as they contemplated retreating, they finally spotted two figures. With only 37 minutes remaining until the conclusion of their exploration, Qianyun and Jing Chuan recounted the events, revealing that while had subjected many individuals to experiments in his pursuit of immortality, even to the extent of transforming himself into a monster. However, rather than achieving eternal life, he became a wretched being, neither human nor ghost. Following this, a great upheaval ensued, with him shifting all blame onto the person responsible in the wasteland world, Sea Country, for investigating the matter. It was Jing Chuan who supplemented this information, as Qianyun was unaware of these details. The five were astounded, truly unworthy of humanity, and Qianyun felt a lingering thrill. Well, setting aside everything else, it was rather satisfying to witness him getting beaten. She had even given him a sword strike, and she wondered if her relentless berating had provided him any delight. The others, intrigued, eagerly pressed Qianyun for more details, and she recounted the subsequent series of events without reservation. They regarded her as if seeing her for the first time, collectively raising their thumbs in admiration. They had not realized that her words could be so sharp, entirely contrasting with her serene and aloof appearance. Taking out the crystal stones, each of the five received 500. They accepted them joyfully, but when it came to the gifts from Zhou Pings, the four declined. Qianyun had no choice but to enjoy them alone, even though she was still unaware of the various items included. As the time in the secret realm concluded, they returned to their safety house. Qianyun looked at the snow spirit, eagerly awaiting nourishment, and smiled as she produced 2 snow crystals. She couldn't shake the feeling that the snow spirit had grown larger, though it might have been her imagination. Grasping a shovel, she cleared the snow from the roof, and the yard was nearly tidy as well. After completing these tasks, Qianyun could no longer distinguish whether the moisture on her body was sweat or blood. In any case, she intended to discard the clothing she wore. After washing up, she noticed the snow beginning to fall lightly outside once more, though it was not heavy. The supplies she had brought from the secret realm were plentiful, including crystals, treasure chests, potions, as well as numerous metal materials and quantum gun components. In short, regardless of what happened next, Qianyun felt assured that she could live better from this point onward. Suddenly, notifications chimed in the group chat, prompting Qianyun to pause her unwrapping of Zhou Ping's gift. Upon entering the chat, she was met with a flurry of messages. Song Yun, it's such a pity about the treasure chests we missed while fighting monsters in the experimental building. Lin Jiji, huh? I thought there were no treasure chests. Jing Chuan, indeed, there were none. I assumed you all were aware, so I didn't elaborate. Lin Lulu, why? It just dawned on me that those humanoid monsters shouldn't be considered monsters, right? I feel like they are even stronger than ordinary monsters, yet nothing dropped? Did we overlook something in our haste? Qianyun interjected. There were indeed none. If all goes as expected, it relates to while using them as experimental subjects. They cannot be classified as genuine living beings. Jing Chuan. But don't the pollutants that appear during the daily safety house defense also fail to qualify as true living beings? Qianyun. The realms of the gaming world and the mysterious domains may indeed differ. Lin Yuliu. That is of no consequence. I possess an ample supply of excellent items already. Songyun. Qianyun. Would you be able to assist me in opening chests? My luck is dreadfully low, and I truly do not wish to squander such splendid treasures. Qianyun's eyes sparkled at this proposition. It was entirely feasible, though she would have to wait until her double resource activation. Thus, Qianyun replied, certainly. But if you are in haste, you might consider consulting with a few other sisters, as I cannot ascertain when I will be able to open them. Songyun felt a twinge of curiosity but refrained from probing further, responding readily, no rush. If I require anything later, I shall offer you a low-priced trade as compensation. In truth, Songyun wished to express that she would gift it to Qianyun, but considering Qianyun's likely refusal, she altered her phrasing. After concluding their conversation, Qianyun gazed at the snowflakes cascading down, growing from the size of a normal flake to that of an egg. And she began to feel a sense of unease as the snowfall showed no signs of abating. While savoring her charcoal-grilled beef and shrimp porridge, the snow intensified, and she distinctly heard an alert. Ding! Disaster warning. Attention all players, extreme weather, bitter cold, is entering its final phase. Over the next 3 days, blizzard conditions will occur. Players are advised to gather resources and prepare accordingly. Currently, a level 5 safe house has been detected. Level 5's defense value decreases by 1 point every 12 hours. Level 4 decreases by 1 point every 6 hours, and Level 3 decreases by 5 to 90 points every hour. Note: players with a safe house below Level 2 will not participate in extreme weather assessments. Safe houses are locked and cannot have their defenses breached, and no resource supplies will be available. The safe house defense battle has officially transitioned to a snow monster attack. During the night, pollutants will no longer spawn, but snow monsters will emerge, carrying a plethora of resource chests. Players may attempt to acquire the resources carried by these snow monsters through defeat or other means. Players from different servers around the world received the news simultaneously, and a chorus of lamentations and curses filled the chat area. Some expressed deep resentment. After all, they had only just become accustomed to dealing with pollutants, and now, due to extreme weather, they faced the emergence of a snow monster. Firstly, would they dare to venture out to slay monsters when they could hardly withstand the onslaught of snowballs? Even if they managed to endure outside, what if they were unable to defeat the snow monster and met their demise? Qianyun harbored no such worries. Rubbing her hands together, she had an abundance of materials to repair her defenses. More importantly, the presence of snow monsters signified the potential for snow crystals, which were indeed valuable treasures. Calming her nerves, Qianyun retrieved the exquisite small box given to her by Zhou Ping's. She shook it over the table. 1 item, 2 items, 3 items. Each time she released an item, another would appear, akin to Pandora's box. Once the table was filled, Qianyun collected the condensation beads, repeating the process until her hands nearly trembled from fatigue, at which point no further items emerged. To her astonishment, Qianyun discovered that this box also possessed spatial properties. Utilizing the survival system's scanning feature, she received information about the box. Nanoquantum box can serve as a spatial storage container with a capacity limit of 200. Qianyun felt as though she had stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. She then took out the resources from the condensation beads one by one to scan them. Half comprised various potions, while the other half consisted of an assortment of materials. Qianyun's utmost preference lies in the comprehensive compendium of basic mech equipment. From the foundational introductions to subsequent component functionalities, and culminating in installation and manufacturing, it truly encompasses all essentials. Unlike mere blueprints that vanish upon study, this resource is indeed a treasure among treasures. Qianyun was particularly captivated by the garments and accessories boasting a defense value exceeding 500. However, the materials required were all denoted in crystal stones, and she couldn't help but feel that the 500 crystal stones she had just acquired were already bidding her farewell. Chapter 46. Extreme Weather. Disputes. These matters were not on Qianyun's agenda at present. She understood the importance of prioritizing tasks. Noticing that night had fallen, she decided to organize her supplies. The treasure chest gifted by Songyun had also arrived. As her backpack was brimming with items, she was reluctant to allocate space for the water beads, opting instead to meticulously categorize the materials she had brought from the wasteland into her storage. She had no intention of utilizing the spatial box, primarily due to its cumbersome nature. However, it could serve well for trading better supplies. With the imminent challenges of the island's survival competition and the forthcoming snow monster defense at the safe house looming, Qianyun felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Rubbing her temples, she resolved to rest and replenish her energy. Yet, as she lay in bed, sleep eluded her, and visions of tomorrow's battles danced in her mind. Both the island survival competition and the snow monster defense were formidable trials, demanding her utmost effort. Eventually, Qianyun sat up and activated her light screen to peruse the chats of others. Upon switching to the regional chat, she was greeted with the alarming statistic of 58. 792 survivors out of 200,000. Taking a deep breath, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. So many souls had perished in just a few days. The regional chat was rife with cries for help, most seeking materials, while a handful appeared to beg for survival. Some engaged in idle chatter, contemplating whether they would reunite with their families a year hence. The entirety of it weighed heavily on Qianyun's heart. At that moment, a discordant voice broke through the dialogue. Zhang Fan, I am truly at a loss for words. Despite providing so many resources to those elite players, we ordinary folk are left struggling to survive. And yet those elites do not emerge to lend a hand. If I were in their position, I would certainly assist these unfortunate souls. It is utterly lamentable. Another chimed in. Indeed, we ordinary individuals lack even the most basic survival necessities, while the elites possess vast quantities of resources and equipment. Why can they not share a modicum of their bounty? A voice of anger rose. Exactly. We toil daily for our survival, while those elites bask in comfort. It is profoundly unjust. Do not complain. Those elites have attained their resources through their own diligence. They are not obligated to aid us, someone retorted. However, if everyone perishes, this world ceases to exist. They must recognize this reality, insisted another. Enough of this bickering. Each person bears their own choices and responsibilities. We must rely on our efforts to endure, someone advised. Yet, the quarrel did not abate. Rather, it intensified. Qianyun observed the exchanges with a sense of helplessness and sorrow. She understood that survival of the fittest was the law of nature, and the weak were destined for elimination. Nevertheless, she still harbored hope that humanity could support one another to navigate this dire ordeal. Zhou Fan, your name is quite similar, yet you have diminished our collective standing. Instead of lamenting, it would be more prudent to engage in self-reflection. Allow me to offer a suggestion. Before the onset of extreme cold, the snow that has fallen has now solidified into ice. One could simply carve out an igloo without fear of being struck by snowballs. For those with a bit more ingenuity, employing tools to fortify one's shelter would be advisable. Though the cold may be biting, safety is assured. Allow me to share an image of my ice-covered wooden abode. Zhang Fan retorted candidly. To speak frankly, if that offends you, might you be a sycophant of some esteemed figure? Your suggestion is rather amusing. The cold can indeed be lethal. Song Lianmei added. Indeed, your words sound pleasant. But is ice so easily manipulated? Should one face snowballs while attempting that? How ridiculous. Lu Junyi countered. Solutions are conceived by people. Can adults truly allow themselves to be incapacitated by such trivialities? Upon hearing Zhang Fan and Song Lianmei's remarks, Zhou Fan, somewhat incensed, responded, What do you know? I merely proposed a feasible method, not imposed it upon anyone. If you find the cold unbearable, wear more layers, or seek a warmer refuge. Surely that is preferable to mere complaints. Zhang Fan scoffed. Easy for you to say. Do you believe everyone possesses the resources and time you do to undertake such endeavors? Most are striving merely to survive, with little time or energy for these pursuits. Song Lianmei concurred. Exactly. Your approach is only suitable for a select few. It is unrealistic for the majority of players. Lu Junyi rebutted. Solutions are crafted by individuals. With determination, one can always find a way to resolve issues. Furthermore, progress in the game necessitates continual exploration and experimentation with novel concepts. If one remains confined to existing conditions and environments, how can one hope to achieve greater success? Zhou Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu is correct. We should confront challenges with vigor rather than retreat into incessant complaints. Only in this manner can we survive and attain greater accomplishments in this world. Later, Qianyun observed several trade materials and noted useful electronic scraps and plant nutrients, as well as 2 team cards, which she promptly chose to exchange. She also added 2 friends in the process. Notably, one of the team cards was exchanged for 300 high-grade timber, after which the individual turned and ran to the world channel, cursing Qianyun for her perceived greed. Wang Deshun, visibly enraged, declared, "Everyone must be wary of that person named Qianyun. She deceitfully procured my team card for a mere 300 timber, a paltry offering. Today, I have suffered a great loss. But exposing her serves to ensure that this team card was not squandered." It turned out that Wang Deshun had, at the behest of Zhao Shui and Zhang Qi, specifically acquired a team card to barter with Qianyun for 300 high-grade timber, deliberately misrepresenting it as ordinary timber in an attempt to tarnish her reputation. Generally, trade items only display their names, with specifics requiring a click for details, which necessitated 100 points to view. Thus, they felt increasingly assured in their maneuvering. Even if the transaction failed, the high value of 300 high-grade timber ensured that whether resold or utilized personally, they would incur no loss. Little did he anticipate that neither the netizens in reality nor the players in the survival game world would take his words seriously. Even more surprising was that Qianyun had amassed points to the extent that she was indifferent to this trivial 100. A player named Su Ru stepped forward to refute him, exclaiming, "Who would believe your words?" Someone named Zhang Qi said the same before, and now it's your turn. Zhang Jieje retorted, "Oh, what are you talking about? Is there something to gain? Where's the evidence?" Qianyun was engrossed in the chat and soon noticed the commotion, promptly stepping in to confront the naysayers. "Dichlorvos cola? Have you lost your wits? What is the current price of high-grade wood? You deem a team card a poor trade? Then why not exchange it back?" Upon this declaration, opinions began to clash. 300 high-grade wood, a dream I've long cherished. High-grade wood is the primary material for repairing safe houses, and someone is willing to trade it for such a sum. If you think she is greedy, sell it to me. I'll offer you a team card. Is that considered greedy? A prominent player remarked, "Look at me. I am easily satisfied." Qianyun observed the farcical scene as if she were a mere bystander. Before finally closing the chat. Chapter 47. Extreme Weather. Supply Courier. After closing the light screen, Qianyun did not remain idle. With her stock of fire pits nearly depleted, she was unable to prepare them in time, for the snow monsters were averse to high temperatures and fire. However, she had an abundance of torches at her disposal. Gathering tung oil, cotton cloth, and premium wood, she constructed nearly 300 torches. The awning outside had long been destroyed, so she replaced it with a triangular shelter made of high-quality timber. She kindled a roaring fire, the flames fueled by the superior wood producing an astonishing amount of heat. Remarkably, at -57 degrees, she hardly felt the chill. Time flew by, and before she knew it, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from outside, followed by the appearance of 3 plump, snow-white snowmen. Drawing upon her vivid recollection of defeating the snow monsters, Qianyun immediately recognized them. They resembled diminutive versions of the snow monsters, and these little snowmen were the supply couriers for tonight's defense of the safe house. Excitedly, she opened the door and leaned in for a closer inspection. She noticed that each little snow monster had a tiny hook tied to its scarf, and on each hook dangled a small, blind box-shaped square container. Qianyun mused to herself, could this be the supply chest the system mentioned? It appeared so small, hardly larger than her palm. How much could it possibly hold? Observing the 3 little snow monsters, which were about her height, they seemed so fragile. While she pondered, a snowball the size of a basin suddenly hurtled towards her at an alarming speed. Qianyun narrowly sidestepped, and the snowball struck the door, exploding into a flurry of snowflakes. Simultaneously, she heard the system's alert. Safe house defense value -10. The attack was remarkably potent. She quickly scanned her surroundings. These creatures were actually level 4 monsters, and they had come in threes. Given the circumstances, she needed to swiftly absorb the ocean heart to enhance her mental prowess before venturing into 2 more dungeons to gain experience. Otherwise, she might encounter even higher-level monsters later on, which could prove formidable. A swift resolution was imperative. With a determined gaze, Qianyun dodged the attack of one little snow monster and delivered a kick that sent it flying. She swiftly picked up a snowball from the ground and hurled it at another snow monster. The snowball burst in midair, scattering countless fragments. At that moment, the third little snow monster seized the opportunity to leap at her. Performing a backflip to evade, she landed and immediately activated her talent, freezing time for 5 seconds. In a flash, she appeared behind the snow monster like a wraith, driving the tongue oil torch directly into its head. Instantly, the intense heat began to cause the snow monster's head to show signs of melting. The snow monster, clumsy and hindered by its plump arms, struggled to lift its appendage to remove the torch. The remaining 2 snow monsters retreated, hastily gathering snowballs in an attempt to extinguish the torch atop their companion's head. Unfortunately, while the torch exhibited signs of shrinking and deforming, it remained lit. Meanwhile, the snow monster with the torch was on the verge of being battered into submission by its little comrades. These snow creatures were unlike any she had encountered before. They appeared utterly adorable, their eyes sparkling with a bright glimmer. Though merely snowmen, their expressions were animated, imbued with a semblance of humanity. In stark contrast to the previous menacing snow beasts she had vanquished, which exuded an aura of lethality with every strike, their expressions reminiscent of programmed automatons. This striking dichotomy left Qianyun in a quandary, unable to summon the resolve to strike them down. With a pang of compassion, she resolved to attempt communication in hopes of reaching an understanding. I'm uncertain if you can comprehend me, but if you leave behind your resources and the small boxes attached to your scarves, I shall spare your lives. What do you say? No sooner had she spoken than the little snow sprite, Insu, leapt onto her shoulder, chattering in a language Qianyun could not decipher. Miraculously, the snow creatures, who had initially poised to attack, halted, raising their hands above their heads, though they could not quite manage to lift them fully. Qianyun understood their gesture, yet Insu, believing Qianyun did not grasp the situation, hurriedly translated. Master, they are willing to comply, provided you remove the strange object from the head of the snow creature. Please do not harm them. They have made a promise to me. Our snow tribe is renowned for our trustworthiness. Please grant us this opportunity. Insu gazed at Qianyun with its round, glistening eyes, filled with anticipation and urgency. Upon hearing Insu's words, Qianyun felt a surge of astonishment. These snow creatures were remarkably intelligent, capable of understanding her intentions and responding accordingly. Furthermore, they seemed to possess a unique trust in Insu, willing to heed its counsel. This revelation ignited a profound curiosity and desire for exploration within Qianyun regarding the species that had emerged in this survival game world. Do I truly appear villainous? She pondered. Yet she ultimately chose to trust the snow sprite, resolutely stepping forward. As anticipated, the snow creature made no move against her, allowing Qianyun to successfully remove the torch. The moment the torch was detached, a faint smile emerged on the previously forlorn face of the snow creature, sincere and genuine, tinged with a hint of innocence. It then swiftly summoned a flurry of snow to mend the broken head. Standing in the snowy expanse of the designated area, Qianyun observed as Insu and the 3 little snow creatures engaged in a flurry of chatter. Soon after, 3 scarves and 130 snow crystals were left behind on the ground. Qianyun approached to collect them, noting that the little snow creatures did not flee but instead watched her with curious eyes, intrigued by her every action. Amused, Qianyun realized that she had discerned expressions of curiosity and gossip upon the snow creatures' faces. She carefully stored the snow crystals within her water bead. Only then did she turn her attention to the scarves, preparing to remove the small blind boxes one by one. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have received a resource blind box 45. Please open it promptly. It will vanish if not opened in time. Qianyun thought to herself. I had intended to wait until the double resource luck was maximized before opening. Alas, she had no choice but to open the boxes on the spot. Ding. Congratulations to the player for acquiring resources, an everlasting torch 1, Thermal stones 2, 100 kilograms of rice, 50 kilograms of high-gluten flour, 500 kilograms of pork, 300 kilograms of beef, 300 kilograms of lamb, 5 cantaloupes, 5 watermelons, 24 cans of cola per box of 10, 20 assorted flavors of beer, 15 matcha millefeuille, 20 hamburgers, 5,000 units of premium wood, 1,800 stones, 1,500 iron nails, and 1,200 units of plastic. Despite several blind boxes yielding only materials, Qianyun graciously accepted them, especially given their substantial quantity. Meanwhile, Songyun found herself in distress. The blind box treasure chests could neither be exchanged nor gifted, forcing her to open them herself. With tears in her eyes, she opened 18 boxes, only to find her spoils comprised entirely of commonplace resources, ordinary wood, iron nails, stones, iron blocks, and the like, without a morsel of food in sight. Not only her, but many players across various servers who ventured into this survival game world during the shelter defense battle amassed a considerable amount of resources. Some utilized them for upgrades, while others employed them for house repairs, alleviating the decline in player numbers across different servers. Chapter 48. Extreme Weather. Preparation. The following morning, the sky and earth were blanketed by pristine snowflakes, creating a world of pure white. Qianyun had retired early the previous night, inadvertently neglecting to draw the so-called curtains, merely a simple piece of fabric. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the window, she was roused by the dazzling brilliance of the snow. The scene outside resembled a beautiful painting, with snowflakes gracefully falling, imparting a sense of tranquility and mystery. Qianyun lay quietly in bed, cherishing this rare spectacle. She soon rose, donned her attire, and felt a surge of anticipation. The morning sun streamed through the window, and the clock indicated it was just past 7. After stretching languidly, she sat up and rubbed her eyes, aware that the upcoming survival challenge on the island would be exceptionally fierce, necessitating thorough preparation. Consequently, she resolved to utilize this time to amass an array of weapons, sustenance, and water, as well as gather other potentially useful supplies. While uncertain if the weather on the random island would mirror that of her current one, she believed that being over-prepared would be prudent, particularly since her storage space was ample enough to accommodate additional items. Swiftly dressing and completing her morning routine, she began organizing her backpack. Qianyun meticulously placed various weapons into its compartments, ensuring swift access when needed. Next, she selected high-calorie, easily preserved foods and sufficient drinking water, neatly packing them into a container that would keep them warm when retrieved. Additionally, she included some pills and potions, protective gear, and other tools that might prove advantageous. Once these essential supplies were arranged, Qianyun pondered what other items could aid her survival on the island. She considered navigation tools such as maps, compasses, ropes, as well as fire starters and everlasting torches, items she lacked and would need to procure from the trading market, as they were vital for finding direction on an unfamiliar island. When all her supplies were finally assembled, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. She retrieved the prepared ingredients from the container, a smile gracing her face. Gently clapping her hands, she took out the provisions she had set aside. Steamed dumplings and pork dumplings were Qianyun's favorites. However, on the Azure Star, she seldom indulged in such delights, primarily subsisting on nutritional supplements. Since arriving in the survival game world, she had been preoccupied with battling monsters and scavenging for supplies, leaving little time or energy for culinary pursuits. Her diet had been rather haphazard, and despite her considerable energy expenditure, her weight had remained unchanged. Yet, after the recent trials of the 5-person secret realm, Qianyun realized that life encompassed more than just combat and adventure. It also required savoring delightful moments. Thus, she resolved to treat herself to a sumptuous feast. Having procured a new chef's knife and a handcrafted wooden steamer, the latter crafted by a player named Xiao Shuang, Qianyun felt quite pleased with her acquisitions. She then retrieved a recipe from Xiao Yu and diligently began the process. She took out high-gluten self-rising flour, heated some water, and commenced kneading. With her considerable strength, she felt the dough was nearly ready, covering it with a clean towel to let it rest. Uncertain of her results as she had never attempted this before, slightly awkward in her motions, she minced the meat finely and mixed it with scallions, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings, blending them harmoniously. By this time, the dough had risen satisfactorily by the living room fireplace, so Qianyun returned to the kitchen, kneaded it further, and divided it into small portions. Using a soda bottle, She rolled out the portions to a delicate thinness, resulting in dainty, yet somewhat unappealing dumplings and soup buns. Once completed, she placed them into the steamer, which had been steaming for quite some time. As the soup buns and dumplings emerged, Qianyun couldn't suppress her salivation. Eagerly, she took a bite of a soup bun, and the savory broth erupted in her mouth, enveloping her senses in delight. Next, she sampled the dumpling, where the tender, juicy filling and the crispy exterior melded perfectly, leaving her yearning for more. Indeed, the adage that the greatest pleasure lies in eating proved true, as she felt a wave of joy wash over her. Having made an ample quantity, she realized there was more than she could consume alone. So she initiated a private chat with her 4 friends. "Come and taste the delicacies I've prepared," she messaged them. Upon receiving the invitation, Song-Yun hesitated, eyeing the oddly shaped morsels with uncertainty. "What is this?" she inquired. "Delectable beef soup buns and pork dumplings. Don't judge by appearance. Savor the essence within," Qianyun replied. Before the remaining 3 could voice their questions, they opted for silence, recognizing the effort Qianyun had put into her cooking. With a furrowed brow, Song-Yun steeled herself to sample the unappealing dish. As she cautiously took a small bite, a rich aroma of meat filled the air, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. She savored the unique flavor, realizing that despite their unattractive exterior, the taste was remarkably delightful. The other 3, wearing expressions of cautious curiosity, joined in tasting the soup buns and dumplings, joyfully discovering that these seemingly unattractive foods were, in fact, quite delicious. As they indulged, they lavished praise on Qianyun's culinary skills within their chat group. Even the gourmet Lin Jiji couldn't help but commend the delectable flavors. Qianyun beamed with satisfaction upon witnessing her friends' admiration in the chat, happily storing the leftovers in a container. She then turned her attention to the milk and eggs she had previously acquired, crafting a few oddly shaped cream puffs, which she quietly added to the container. Glancing at her fresh vegetables, she decided to purchase a few chili peppers from the market in preparation for a hot pot before entering the dungeon later that afternoon. After washing the vegetables and preparing the beef, ribs, and crocodile meat, she concocted a secret dipping sauce. With everything in place, it was still close to 10 o'clock. At this moment, the snowfall outside exhibited a slight easing. Qianyun, with determination, carried the snowball to clear the accumulated snow from the rooftop. Subsequently, she swiftly returned indoors to don a warm, protective jacket. She placed the brazier upon several stones and set the iron pot above it, preparing to enjoy a hot pot while awaiting further developments. At 10:49 a.m., within the small group of the task force, Jingchuan announced, "The team formation has commenced. I have added you all." Qianyun activated her screen, and a prompt immediately appeared. Upon closer inspection, she indeed noticed the team invitation sent by Jingchuan, to which she promptly consented. The others also eagerly joined the team. Chapter 49. The island survival game commences as the clock struck 11 in the morning. A flash of white light enveloped Qianyun, transporting her to a densely vegetated yet diminutive island, with a distant grove of coconut trees gracing the horizon. Ding! The cross-server voice chat feature has been activated, available daily from 11 to 16 o'clock. The system began its monotonous content delivery. Jingchuan, please click on the positioning feature in the team section. Let us ascertain our locations. Song-Yun, I have clicked it. Why are there 5 yellow dots? I am the one in the upper left corner. Who is that yellow dot in the upper right? It's the closest to me, merely 3 kilometers away. Why is it still unmoving? Linji, that would be me, your esteemed Lin. I have been teleported to the coconut trees, surrounded by coconut palms approximately 5 meters tall. My legs have turned to jelly, and I cannot descend for the moment. Lin Yuliu, you must be stuck in the trees. I am the dot directly above you, only 7 kilometers away. I shall come to your rescue. Just wait a moment. Linji, a true prophet. Jingchuan, that leaves Qianyun right in the middle. Qianyun, remain stationary. We shall converge upon you. Expression. JPG Qianyun felt an odd sensation upon seeing the expression Jingchuan sent, reminiscent of a message suggesting, "Stay right there while I fetch a couple of oranges." Qianyun, I am agreeable, but I find myself surrounded by unfamiliar vegetation, all approximately my height, creating a lush green expanse. I am uncertain if any of it is toxic. However, I have yet to encounter any other individuals or animals. She carefully surveyed her surroundings, weapon tightly gripped in her hands, prepared for any eventuality. Jingchuan, it should be fine. They are likely hiding somewhere. Please exercise caution. Have you all not encountered any other participants? I have just eliminated 2 opponents. Their skills were rather mediocre. I had no intention of striking first, but they came at me together, and I dispatched them swiftly. Consider it a warm-up. The world chat was inundated with countless missing person notices. At that moment, a discordant voice erupted, shattering the previously harmonious atmosphere. The voice belonged to Liu, a player from server 126, who menacingly declared, "You, Jingchuan from server 18. Better watch your back. If we ever merge servers, you will regret it." Shortly thereafter, another player from server 126, Wu Jiang, joined in, expressing indignation. "We merely sought peaceful development, yet you resorted to such ruthless tactics. It is utterly despicable. Just wait." Upon witnessing this, Songdao, a player from server 39, could not suppress a laugh, mockingly commenting, "Haha, those two up there sound as though they are merely lamenting their lack of skill." As more similar dialogues flooded in, the world channel descended into chaos and noise. Of course, Qianyun remained oblivious to this commotion. At that moment, a blade swooped dangerously close, grazing her. After narrowly evading another strike, Qianyun scanned her surroundings, still devoid of anything. "Damn," she muttered under her breath, her expression darkening ominously. Contemplating a possibility, Qianyun's demeanor grew grave. She considered 2 potential scenarios, either invisibility or object manipulation. Regardless of the circumstances, it was an exceedingly precarious situation for Qianyun. As her mental energy extended outward, she detected a fluctuation, but before she could focus on it, she suddenly felt a sharp sting and had to withdraw her perception silently. It appeared that this individual possessed formidable mental strength as well. Indeed, the survival game has never been devoid of the strong. A fierce battle was inevitable, fortunately. She could ascertain the adversary's talent. Merely an ability to become invisible, Qianyun was eager to test how long her opponent could maintain this advantage. With a swift motion, she struck down the flying dagger ahead of her and heard the rush of wind from behind. Reacting promptly, she executed a counterattack with fluidity. Excellent. The second dagger was dispatched. Qianyun remained utterly focused, awaiting the third. However, the anticipated dagger never arrived. Had she misjudged the situation? The likelihood seemed slim. If the area was under control, the distance could not be great, thus she should have been able to see her opponent. Yet, she had been unable to locate them. Most critically, the 3 daggers that had assailed her came from different directions, and those she had struck down did not ascend again, falling to the ground like lifeless objects. Rather than adopting a passive defense, she chose to take the initiative, hurling several iron axes in the direction she sensed. Yet, the thrown weapons vanished without a trace, akin to stones sinking into the ocean, yielding no response. Clearly, her opponent was no longer in that position. Just as Qianyun contemplated her next move, a chill suddenly crept up her back. She pivoted swiftly, but it was too late. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, leaving a gash on her arm. Blood gushed forth, and her gaze grew even more resolute. Her adversary was more formidable than she had anticipated. Seizing the moment, Qianyun quickly moved to consume a healing potion and donned her mechanical arm. Suddenly, she heard a sharp intake of breath. At that moment, Ji Sheng from the 01 suit was equally astonished. This was a prized possession he desired. Reacting instantly to the sound, Qianyun drew her sword and unleashed a flurry of strikes, too rapid for Ji Sheng to evade. His armor was cleaved asunder. Rage surged within Ji Sheng. This was the treasure he had obtained from his first kill of a marine creature, now reduced to mere scraps. This artifact had granted him an additional 300 defense points and a half-hour invisibility effect, providing him with immense advantages, now rendered useless. As Qianyun's blade struck down, a humanoid figure emerged. Upon closer inspection, she beheld a rather effeminate man, his face contorted in a grimace, yet she pressed on relentlessly. However, Ji Sheng would no longer remain a passive target. He sidestepped and swiftly ascended, retrieving a dozen daggers to utilize his talent for object manipulation, encircling Qianyun in an attempt to transform her into a veritable beehive. Undeterred by the imminent threat, Qianyun nimbly evaded the daggers that flew from all directions. Seizing her opportunity, she grasped one of the daggers and hurled it forcefully toward the distance. It struck a tree, producing a crisp sound. Ji Sheng was startled, redirecting the other daggers toward Qianyun. Capitalizing on this moment, she leapt into the air, evading the range of the incoming attacks. Upon landing, she immediately executed her agility, darting towards Ji Sheng with serpentine grace. Realizing the imminent danger, Ji Sheng hastily maneuvered the daggers to obstruct her path. Yet, Qian Yun's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, she had closed the distance to stand before him. With a swift flick of her wrist, the long sword in Qian Yun's hand glimmered ominously as it aimed directly for Ji Sheng's throat. Startled and pale, Ji Sheng realized it was too late to evade the impending strike. He could only watch helplessly as Qian Yun's blow descended upon him. Just as the system intervened to whisk Ji Sheng away, a notification chimed. Ding. Player Ji Sheng has been eliminated. The player has earned elimination points, and the corresponding resources have been distributed. Please check your inventory. At that moment, Qian Yun's shoulders bore deep gashes, revealing pale skin stained with traces of blood. It was truly unexpected. Not only could this individual remain invisible for an extended duration, but they also possessed the ability to manipulate objects. Qian Yun had been overly arrogant, mistakenly believing her opponent to be of similar caliber, unaware that they possessed both skills. Ocean Relic, Golden Thread Garment. Why not take a look at the one lying underground? As several teammates hastened towards Qian Yun's location, they observed that her yellowed had been erratically shifting in place, reminiscent of a dance party. The group chat was flooded with messages, and upon noticing Qian Yun's lack of response, they surmised that something was amiss. Having dealt with the immediate threat, Qian Yun quickly returned to her teammates with a reassuring message. Do not worry, all is well. She then rummaged through her backpack to retrieve a simple windbreaker. The temperature in the area was quite normal, thankfully devoid of extreme weather, rendering heavy clothing unnecessary. Chapter 50. The elimination of many. Just as a few individuals were approximately 2 kilometers away from Qian Yun, they were besieged by a group of 10, who had evidently been lying in wait for quite some time. Each of them sported a distinct uniform, and the leader bore the insignia of the 88th uniform, Zhang Tian. Ah, is that not the star of the 18th uniform, Jing Chuan? And look, he has brought along 3 lovely ladies, Zhang Tian remarked with a mocking tone. What do you want? The teammates scrutinized the encircling adversaries with caution. We desire nothing more than a small favor, Zhang Tian replied with a smirk. Simply hand over your equipment and supplies, and we shall let you depart unscathed. Not a chance. Lin Zhizhi resolutely rebuffed, her grip tightening around her repeating crossbow. Jing Chuan also silently unsheathed his blade, while Lin Liuli wielded a stick, crossing her arms in derision. With a face like that, what are you doing here? Do you not understand that when it rains, one should head home? If you choose to persist, prepare to be struck. Song Yun, brimming with excitement, added, well said. I love it. The mirth on the faces of Zhang Tian and his entourage swiftly evaporated as they brandished their weapons, signaling the impending clash. Zhang Tian's gaze turned cold. He gestured for his subordinates to attack. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. Jing Chuan moved with an ethereal grace, his blade glinting ominously as each swing emanated a fierce momentum, akin to a tiger descending a mountain, striking mercilessly at the foes. Simultaneously, Lin Zhizhi, armed with her crossbow, launched a flurry of arrows with speed and precision, akin to meteors streaking across the night sky, relentlessly targeting their adversaries. Her marksmanship was impeccable, each arrow finding its mark, leaving the enemies vulnerable. Meanwhile, Lin Liuli deftly wielded her stick, executing an intricate dance, delivering blows that, while not fatal, were unpredictable and troublesome for the opponents. Song Yun, equipped with a mechanical arm, intermittently dispatched punches and kicks, instilling fear in those who dared to confront her directly. However, despite the valiant efforts of Jing Chuan and his companions, the sheer number of adversaries began to tip the scales in favor of the foes. Their assault grew increasingly ferocious, and Jing Chuan's group gradually found themselves overwhelmed, their stamina waning. Qian Yun, having sensed through the shifting yellow markers that Song Yun and her companions were likely embroiled in combat, hastened towards their direction without hesitation. At that moment, Jing Chuan astutely detected an opening in the enemy's formation. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes as he shouted, "Focus your fire on Zhang Tian's right leg. He is a cripple. Target the lame leg." Song Yun, Lin Zhizhi, and Lin Liuli promptly adapted their strategy, concentrating their efforts on an aggressive assault against Zhang Tian's right leg. Caught off guard, Zhang Tian's subordinates rushed to provide support, attempting to thwart Jing Chuan and his allies' onslaught. Yet, due to Zhang Tian's impaired mobility, they could only extend their defensive line, shielding him from behind. Thus, a stalemate ensued between the two factions. Zhang Tian previously served in the military of the state of Yu, possessing a modest understanding of tactics. Subsequently, in pursuit of power and status. He allied himself with the local criminal syndicate on several occasions, relishing the benefits that ensued, which only led to greater excess. However, fortune is fickle, and during one operation, a careless slip resulted in a leak of information, prompting a fierce pursuit from the authorities. In a desperate bid for survival, he narrowly escaped, but was left with a disability. Upon entering the survival game, luck smiled upon him, allowing him to amass a considerable fortune. Although his right leg was nearly incapacitated, he fortuitously discovered a restorative potion in a loot box, which enabled him to walk and run once more, albeit with a slight limp, as his right foot was still somewhat shorter than his left. In this instance, Zhang Tian revealed that he had acquired blueprints for exceptional-grade weapons and hired others to safeguard him while they hunted down rival survivors. In return, he promised each of them an exceptional-grade weapon, with the prospect of reuniting and arming them again should they encounter one another in a future island battle. With the support of his newfound allies, he could not help but feel a sense of prescience. As the skirmish unfolded, both sides engaged in close combat before momentarily retreating to launch ranged attacks, with neither able to gain a decisive advantage. Meanwhile, Jing Chuan and his companions opted for a defensive strategy, preventing their adversaries from closing the distance. Qian Yun, stealthily concealed nearby, meticulously observed the dynamics of the battlefield. However, their opponents were no mere novices. One player, donning the title Shang Ming of Team 12, astutely sensed the impending danger and shouted, "Brother Zhang, there's someone behind us. Everyone, stay alert." In the moment that followed, Qian Yun struck swiftly, lunging at Zhang Tian with a blade. Startled, Zhang Tian barely evaded this lethal thrust, but his evasion inadvertently breached their defensive line. Seizing the opportunity, Jing Chuan swung his weapon at Zhang Tian, who hastily rolled away. Just then, a burly man named Yang Taigang charged forward wielding a stone hammer, intercepting Jing Chuan's assault. Zhang Tian sighed in relief, but before he could catch his breath, Qian Yun's sword struck again. Caught off guard, he could only watch helplessly as he was eliminated from the game. Upon exiting, Zhang Tian seethed with rage, unleashing a torrent of invective towards Jing Chuan, Qian Yun, Lin Zhizhi, and others in the world chat, targeting each by name and even directing his ire at the game itself. Nevertheless, a part of him felt a twinge of gratitude. Had it not been for the elimination mechanism, his life may have been forfeit. As the tides turned, Zhang Tian's mercenaries wore expressions of fury. "Do not revel in your victory. A gentleman's revenge is never too late." With that, they began their retreat. Qian Yun and her companions, however, would not grant them the luxury of escape, systematically taking them down one by one. Regrettably, the player from Team 12, Shang Ming, vanished without a trace, having utilized an instant escape. With 9 adversaries eliminated, the battle concluded, and Jing Chuan and his allies exhaled in relief, checking their injuries and assessing equipment losses. Meanwhile, Qian Yun rummaged through the belongings of their fallen foes. In this arena, vanquishing enemies not only yielded points, but also allowed them to claim the supplies contained within their opponents' backpacks. Thus, the offerings were rather meager. Valuable materials or delectable food items were conspicuously absent, with few, like Qian Yun, seeking to gather everything they could. The only consolation lies in the presence of 2 weapons and 8 restorative potions. One of the weapons, known as the Shattering Star Hammer, is an exceptional grade weapon, albeit with only 65 durability remaining, which Lin Liuli particularly cherished, thus it was bestowed upon her. The other weapon, named the Thousand Fire Ring, is a high-grade weapon that is marked as permanently usable. It can unleash a torrential storm of pear blossom needles upon activating its mechanism. However, it currently contains not a single needle, and ultimately was given to Song Yun. As for the restorative potions, Qian Yun possessed an abundance and chose not to take any, allowing the other 4 to share them. Qian Yun single-handedly eliminated 4 opponents, amassing over 12,000 points, while Zhang Tian contributed 6,000 on his own, alongside the points from an initial elimination, bringing her total to 17,000, securing her position in 3rd place. Given that an individual starting score is merely 1,000, this indicates that these individuals have dispatched many adversaries. Chapter 51. The Prey Shang Ming successfully escaped using a teleportation card, yet anxiety lingered in his heart. He had ventured into the secret realm and acquired 2 teleportation cards, initially intended for reserve. To his surprise, they proved invaluable during the inaugural island survival battle. He harbored some grievances towards Zhang Tian, who, despite being capable of capturing a single opponent, insisted on targeting the larger group, leading to their near annihilation. The exceptional weapon promised by Zhang Tian remained elusive, leaving Xiang Ming feeling as though he had squandered 2 hours in vain. Meanwhile, Qian Yun and her companions, after scavenging supplies, produced a compass to confirm their direction before setting off together. As they journeyed southward, the vegetation grew increasingly dense. Their primary focus was on gathering resources, with points taking a backseat for the moment. They collected a bountiful array of wild fruits and vegetables, their spirits buoyed by the thrill of their expedition. Lin Lulu initiated a conversation. "Say, sisters, do any of you have experience in farming?" Song Yun replied dejectedly, "Don't mention it. I have no land to cultivate." Lin Jiji interjected, "I tried, but the cold killed everything. What a waste of seeds." Jing Chuan chimed in, "I managed to create a greenhouse. Unfortunately, I lack vegetable seeds, but I planted apples and pears instead. With the right plant nutrients, I expect they will be ready to eat in 3 days. I'll share some with you then." "Wow, that's incredible. Jing Chuan, you're amazing, managing to grow fruit in this desolate world in such a short time." Lin Lulu exclaimed, her admiration evident. "Indeed, I can't even keep vegetables alive," Lin Jiji echoed. "Haha, it's not that difficult. In a survival game, as long as you have sufficient resources, you can cultivate anything. The growth time of plants here is virtually unconstrained," Jing Chuan replied with a smile. "That may be true, but my luck is horrendously low. Right now, I am in dire need of resources," Song Yun sighed. "I have plenty of planting soil. If you're interested, I can offer you a piece at a low price," Qian Yun suggested, recalling her own ample supply of soil. The basic variety wasn't ideal for her, but it could benefit her teammates. Knowing Song Yun's nature, she presumed a gift wouldn't be accepted, but a trade would be welcomed. "I can do the same," Lin Lulu asserted confidently. Qian Yun continued, "I have everything I need, but I haven't begun planting yet, as establishing a territory requires using a land card. And I'm still deliberating on which area to designate as my own." Lin Lulu responded, "Oh, just draw a boundary anywhere. That is what I did. My peppers are already maturing, just waiting to turn red." Lin Jiji turned to her in surprise. "Wow, you have a greenhouse? Why didn't you mention this before?" Lin Lulu retorted, "You never asked. How was I to know?" Lin Jiji feigned annoyance. "So you wouldn't tell me if I didn't ask?" Lin Lulu countered. "If you don't ask, how can I say anything?" Lin Jiji insisted, "Even if I don't ask, you should still share." Lin Lulu shrugged, "Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Thus, the two engaged in a playful banter, their expressions perfectly mirroring those of the protagonists in a short video. Beside them, Song Yun could not help but burst into laughter. However, as she laughed, an unexpected realization dawned upon her, her face betraying an expression of surprise. "Wait, farming not only requires land, but also territorial cards for demarcation? You all possess territorial cards already?" "What? I do not." Qian Yun and the others silently pondered. "You've joined the game as well, my sister." As they exchanged jokes, they continued their journey, unknowingly traversing a considerable distance. The landscape ahead gradually opening up. With swift reflexes, Qian Yun halted the eager Song Yun, placing a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. Song Yun immediately froze and glanced ahead, where a verdant meadow teemed with cattle, sheep, and horses. They appeared robust and healthy, bringing tears to Song Yun's eyes, who had long suffered from a scarcity of meat. Qian Yun understood at once, sharing a silent glance with Lin Jiji, before drawing her crossbow and taking aim. The sight of their fallen companions sent the nearby sheep, cattle, and horses into a frenzy, hooves pounding the ground amidst a cacophony of curses. "Damn those who prey upon us. Who is responsible for this slaughter?" But the fallen could not provide answers. Before they could flee, Qian Yun and Lin Jiji, as if in a competition, unleashed a flurry of bolts, bringing down one after another. Yet, in a show of mutual understanding, they refrained from annihilating the entire herd, ensuring that each retained 5 sheep, cattle, or horses before ceasing their assault. This prompted admiration from the onlookers, Song Yun, Lin Lulu, and Jing Chuan, who could not help but applaud the duo's precision. Should they pursue assassination, they would surely excel. The 5 of them eagerly set about gathering their spoils, unaware that they themselves had become targets for others. Su Lei, a prominent figure in the 3456 server, known for his unmatched prowess, commanded a legion of followers. He had gathered his 20 strongest underlings on this island, intending to wreak havoc. Just as he assembled his crew, he discovered that the livestock he had been tracking had been intercepted by others. While he would typically be enraged by such an event, he was, at that moment, filled with exhilaration. For women and a handsome youth, he had already devised a plan for their disposition. He signaled to his subordinates to remain still, waving them to follow him at a measured distance behind Qian Yun and her companions. As Qian Yun and her group reaped a bountiful harvest of vegetables, wild fruits, and various meats, they felt a surge of satisfaction. Soon, they arrived at the base of a relatively high rocky hill, ensuring that no stones would roll down upon them. The five chose a spot to enjoy their lunch. When Lin Lulu unveiled a fragrant dish of braised pork over rice, capable of temporarily boosting their stamina, the 20 followers tracking them could scarcely contain their anticipation. It was a mystery how Lin Lulu had managed to present the meal warm. It was indeed perfect for the moment. The four gazed in surprise at Lin Lulu, who was engrossed in her meal, and upon seeing her unperturbed demeanor, they too began to feast heartily. Finally, Sule could no longer restrain himself. Even if they were free labor, he had no further use for them. It was time to resolve the matter. The male would be eliminated, and the female would first be subdued before being dealt with. Qian Yun astutely sensed the commotion, quickly finishing her meal before swiftly drawing her crossbow and aiming it forward. Li Yuan, concealed behind a tree, was startled into a cold sweat. Gradually, 20 figures emerged. The five of them rapidly regained their combat readiness, now fully aware of the situation. Having trailed them for some time, they feared that the adversaries, perceiving their small numbers and slender physiques, might regard them as easy prey. Chapter 52. The chaotic battle. In a moment of realization, Jing Chuan exclaimed in anger, "How could we not have noticed the ambush?" Su Lei chuckled derisively. "With your pitiful group, do you truly believe you could set a trap for us? Here's your chance. Surrender all the supplies from your backpacks. The men can eliminate themselves, while the women, given your pleasing appearances, might find a meager reprieve at my side." Upon hearing this, Qian Yun, Lin Jiji, Lin Lulu, and Song Yun all darkened in countenance. How audacious to act brazenly beneath the auspices of a powerful adversary. Lin Jiji was the first to retort, "You're like a chicken feather stuck in a badass head. Who do you think you are, boasting so shamelessly?" Lin Lulu followed suit. "You're all talk. Your arrogance only exceeds your worth. If you truly possessed any skill, would we have discovered you so easily?" Song Yun, equally sharp-tongued, chimed in, "With your pouty lips and puffed cheeks, how do you intend to fight? Or is this merely a result of your cerebral misfires?" Jing Chuan, typically reserved, couldn't help but unleash his vitriol. "Your face is greener than a wilted vegetable, and yet you dare to covet the fairies? You're courting death." The four spoke in unison, leaving the 20 opponents bewildered, unable to discern who had uttered each taunt. However, Su Lei's tightly clenched fists subtly relaxed after Song Yun's biting remarks. Their words were indeed venomous. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Today, they would face consequences. Su Lei's patience had reached its limit, his eagerness to subdue his adversaries palpable. Mere death row inmates engaging in verbal sparring before their demise. "Let us see if you can still speak after this," Lu Shi, Su Lei's subordinate, interjected. Before Su Lei could issue commands, Lu Shi had already advanced toward Qian Yun and her companions. Jing Chuan swiftly intercepted him, seizing his collar and executing a shoulder throw followed by a flying kick, propelling Lu Shi away effortlessly. Jing Chuan quickly returned to his comrades, establishing dominance with timely ferocity. Su Lei, witnessing the scene unfold, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure, bellowing, "Useless fools who disregard commands. Everyone else, charge. Capture them." His voice resonated with authority, instilling fear among his underlings who knew defying Brother Lei meant dire consequences. Upon hearing the order, they surged forward, brandishing an array of weapons, their aggression directed toward Qian Yun and her group. Yet, Qian Yun and her companions did not cower. Fear was absent from their expressions, replaced instead by exhilaration. After all, these supplies represented valuable points. Thus, they charged forward with resolve. Qian Yun was the first to employ the phantom steps technique, darting like a wraith to confront Zheng Han, her sword sweeping through the air. Unprepared, Zheng Han was swiftly eliminated. The momentum of the advancing foes faltered, surprise etched across their faces as they had not anticipated Qian Yun's agility. At that moment, Lin Jiji readied her crossbow, aiming at the enemies, poised to unleash a counterstrike. Meanwhile, Jing Chuan swung his long knife, dispatching another disoriented foe. However, Song Yun found her strike thwarted by a swift retreat from a girl named Sang Ruo, who deftly evaded her assault. It appears that she possesses skills akin to speed, granting her a significant advantage in battle. Lin Lulu encountered an opponent named Li Han in a neutral manner. The iron hammer in her grasp collided forcefully with Li Han's Wolf Fang club, producing a deep, resonant sound. Both combatants were compelled to retreat several steps, the shockwave nearly causing Lin Lulu to lose her grip on the hammer. Naturally, Li Han fared little better. His hands felt somewhat weakened, rendering him temporarily unable to launch further attacks. In the initial round, it appeared that Qianyun and her companions held the upper hand. Yet both sides understood that until their trump cards were revealed, the outcome remained uncertain. Su Lei cast his gaze upon a girl named Sang Ruo with a mere glance. She instantly comprehended his intent and unleashed her innate skill, releasing a cloud of green gas with paralyzing effects that billowed towards Qianyun and her allies, gradually enveloping the area. Qianyun reacted swiftly, nimbly pulling Lin Lulu beside her and decisively retreating from the zone shrouded in the green mist. Jing Chuan, moving with remarkable speed, also evaded the noxious fumes. However, Song Yun was slightly slower and became tainted by the gas, instantly feeling dizzy and disoriented. Qianyun quickly retrieved a homemade antidote pill and gestured for Lin Lulu to pass it to Song Yun. Meanwhile, Lin Jiji unleashed 3 crossbow bolts in rapid succession, accurately halting the advance of the 3 opponents before them. Recognizing the effects of the green toxin, Qianyun and her companions realized that their adversaries were far from the ordinary players of the previous 10-member squad. Many must have awakened their talents, complicating matters significantly. Su Lei, observing that Qianyun's mere 5 members had effortlessly neutralized 2 of their talent skills, wore a grave expression. The dispersal of the toxin and the slowing of movement had failed to claim a single victim. At this juncture, he abandoned thoughts of sparing the women while eliminating the men and declared, "Leave no one behind. Eliminate them all. They are not simple. Proceed with caution." He then silently instructed Lu Shi, who had consumed a restorative potion, to unleash his talent. Lu Shi, proud of his hallucinatory ability, recognized the opportunity presented by Su Lei's gestures and expressions, quietly activating his skill. Centered on the position of Qianyun and her companions, the air seemed to ripple slightly. Though nearly imperceptible, Qianyun detected the shift. Before Guanyu, wielding a mighty blade, Qianyun and Jing Chuan's mental fortitude surpassed Lu Shi's, rendering them unaffected. However, Lin Jiji and Lin Lulu found themselves confronting the most terrifying memories from their past, their expressions a tumultuous blend of sorrow, resentment, acceptance, and fury. Song Yun, momentarily immersed in her recollections, quickly detached from them. At that moment, both Qianyun and Jing Chuan feigned being ensnared by the illusions, successfully deceiving Su Lei and his cohorts. Eagerly, Su Lei's team surged forward with weapons drawn, closing the distance. Qianyun and Jing Chuan seized the initiative, swiftly dispatching 3 adversaries in an instant. As Song Yun emerged from her memories, she spotted the 2 defenders before her, her eyes glistening with warmth, and almost instantly reacted, entering the fray. At this point, a chaotic melee ensued, with Su Lei's faction exhibiting a plethora of skills and talents, while Qianyun's side had yet to deploy any talents, relying solely on their skills. Qianyun glanced back at Lu Shi, who was smugly hiding behind the dog, and sensed something amiss. Acting decisively, she abandoned her current action and charged towards him. Armed with dual blades, he blocked her strike, grinning as he swept his weapons across Qianyun's face and chest. In response, Qianyun thrust her longsword once more, executing a feint and penetrating Lu Shi's defenses, striking flesh. Just as the system expelled Lu Shi from the island, successfully eliminating him, Su Lei's eyes darkened further, realizing his trump cards had dwindled. Meanwhile, Lin Jiji and Lin Lulu awakened from their reverie. What one perceives are an array of diverse weapons, accompanied by the cacophonous sounds of their fervent collisions. Chapter 53. Polar Counterattack. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Jiji once again seized her crossbow and unleashed a flurry of bolts. Despite the adversary's swift evasions, they were significantly hindered, even sustaining injuries. Lin Liuli, wielding an iron hammer, joined the fray with the ferocity of a mighty maiden. Although petite and lacking in formidable attributes, her mastery of ambush tactics turned the tide for the previously beleaguered 5-member squad. According to the initial plan, it was now time for Li Han to employ his innate skill. Yet, he found himself targeted by Lin Liuli, who struck with relentless blows, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand, leaving Li Han completely occupied. At this moment, Qian Yun was beset from all sides. Su Lei seemed to recognize her as the leader of the group, rallying the five to pummel her relentlessly, while Jing Chuan faced three opponents. Song Yun was entangled in a fierce struggle with a corpulent brute, exchanging blows in a chaotic dance of combat. Lin Jiji, unskilled in close-quarters combat, could only provide distant support. Qian Yun nimbly dodged several attacks, yet outnumbered and fatigued, she began to falter. Su Lei's ability to increase an enemy's weight by fivefold had just been unleashed, and he observed Qian Yun's speed diminish significantly. Seizing the moment, he executed a swift maneuver, leaving a long gash across her shoulder, blood flowing profusely. From a distance, Lin Jiji spotted the struggle and quickly redirected her crossbow to cover Qian Yun, buying her precious time. The attack from Su Lei invigorated Qian Yun, prompting her to hastily consume a healing potion. Fortunately, she managed to recover in the nick of time, narrowly escaping elimination. Having just evaded Lin Jiji's assault, Su Lei was taken aback to see Qian Yun rejuvenated, even flashing him a mischievous smile. The remaining four henchmen felt a chill run down their spines. Qian Yun activated her ability, causing everyone present to freeze in place. Though the pause lasted merely 5 seconds, it was enough to reduce the original 20-member crew to a mere 9, with some being eliminated before they could even use their skills. Su Lei, regaining his composure, reflected on his fortunate acquisition of protective gear within the instance, which had spared him from Qian Yun's wrath, albeit his perfect-grade armor was now damaged. Meanwhile, the clash between Song Yun and the rotund man escalated to a fever pitch, with neither yielding ground. The rotund adversary bore several dents from Song Yun's strikes, injuries sustained during the earlier pause, but Song Yun, too, was battered and bruised, her left arm dislocated and unattended to. Just as the rotund man believed he was on the verge of besting her, Song Yun unexpectedly activated her ability, plunging him into temporary darkness. Seizing the opportunity, she launched a fierce counterattack, successfully eliminating him and joining the fray alongside Qian Yun. Lin Lioli and Li Han remained locked in their duel, neither willing to relent, but both equally fatigued and hesitant to strike. Maintaining a distance, they exchanged glances filled with intensity. Meanwhile, Lin Jiji found herself targeted by an archer from the opposing side. Exchanging arrows in a duel that, under different circumstances, might have seemed almost comical. In this arena, Qian Yun and Su Lei find themselves in a formidable standoff. Su Lei possesses an array of bizarre gadgets that inflict damage upon Qian Yun intermittently, while Qian Yun, agile as a shadow with her skill of vanishing without a trace, retaliates with swift strikes. From a distance, it resembles a fierce battle between two spectral figures, with 3 or 4 lackeys occasionally aiding Su Lei by launching a few skills at Qian Yun. Meanwhile, Jing Chuan continues his struggle against an individual named Tang Ming, whose formidable prowess and underhanded tactics specialize in the most unscrupulous assaults, leaving Jing Chuan vulnerable. Overall, if the remaining 9 adversaries are not swiftly dealt with, it is highly probable that Qian Yun and her companions will either be forced to flee or face elimination. Life, devoid of flavor, dances on the precipice of madness, teetering between death and frenzy. In a moment of inspiration, Qian Yun retrieves a pile of stones from her backpack, wielding them as both weapon and shield, creating a diversion that allows her to maneuver freely. Su Lei and his companions are taken aback by this unconventional tactic, momentarily silenced by the unexpected barrage. Though not lethal, the stones strike with a painful thud, rendering them a formidable deterrent. At this juncture, Su Lei experiences a profound sense of despair. He never imagined he would fear mundane materials more than elite weaponry, nor did he anticipate anyone would enter the island's battle royale armed with such basic supplies. The chaos envelopes the scene, rendering the source of the screams indistinguishable. Qian Yun, feeling a sense of relief, realizes that at such critical moments, one must abandon personal decorum and embrace a more unscrupulous approach to survival, mirroring Tang Ming's tactics as she hurls stones indiscriminately. The situation shifts dramatically. Jing Chuan and his allies' eyes gleam with a flicker of hope, yet they cannot shake the chilling feeling that Qian Yun intends to eliminate them as well, as stones begin to rain perilously close to their position. At this moment, not only Su Lei and his cohort seek refuge, but Jing Chuan and his companions also scramble to evade the onslaught of stones. Qian Yun, with her singular strength, has successfully muddied the waters, blurring the lines between friend and foe. At this very moment, Lin Jiji is reveling in the chaos. As the enemy falters, the female archer joins the fray, launching arrows from a distance. Although her attacks lack the potency to eliminate foes outright, they incapacitate them, leaving them vulnerable and helpless as they scramble for healing potions. Remembering Qianyun's private message urging her to maintain distance while raining down arrows, a smile breaks across her face. Midway through her exuberant stone assault, Qianyun suddenly discovers her supply has been depleted. What? Impossible. Has she exhausted her stock so soon? She distinctly recalls having over 200 stones in her backpack. Su Lei and his cohort soon realize the barrage has ceased as well. Su Lei, his voice laced with urgency, declares, "She's out of stones. Let's converge on her and deal with her before addressing the others." His tone betrays an impulsive desire for swift retribution, fueled by the pain he suffered from Qianyun's earlier strikes. With a glint of ferocity in his eyes, he surveys the enemies who, despite having consumed healing potions, still bear the marks of their wounds. With a renewed sense of determination, Qianyun joyfully grasps her longsword, beckoning challengers to come forth. Several individuals from Jingchuan hurried over, only to be intercepted once more by their original adversaries. Everything had returned to the beginning. Qianyun shrugged her shoulders, chuckling lightly. She was nearly rejuvenated in spirit and ready to unleash her talent once again. As the group approached, Qianyun immediately activated her ability. This time, Su Lei was caught off guard without his protective gear and was swiftly eliminated. Typically, a normal individual could only utilize their talent 2 to 3 times a day. But Qianyun had managed to employ her powers for the second time in less than half an hour, largely because no one had yet discerned the nature of her gift. With Su Lei eliminated, the remaining opponents posed little threat. Drawing from the experience of Shang Ming's previous escape, Qianyun resolved to decisively confront each adversary one by one. Chapter 54. The Blueprints. At this moment, the World Channel was in uproar, filled with the vitriol of eliminated players. Others merely vented their frustrations with a few remarks. However, the recently eliminated group of 20 was markedly different, incessantly hurling insults at Qianyun and her companions. These fools just want to quit. Let us not even mention their lack of skill. The most crucial point is that they were the ones who initiated the confrontation, only to be countered and eliminated. How dare they come to the World Channel? Songyun could not help but curse. Let us disregard them for now and focus on our next steps, Qianyun suggested. The mood among the group was far from ideal. Let us gather our supplies, find a different location to eat something, and then continue. We are not lacking in weapons at this point. We should consider taking the initiative, Jingchuan said as he changed into a fresh jacket. Wait, how do you come to a survival game with a change of clothes? Songyun exclaimed in astonishment. Jingchuan chuckled lightly. What is so strange about that? I prefer to maintain a good image at all times. All right, you're quite something, Songyun replied, shaking her head in resignation. However, I agree with your sentiment. Accumulating more points is certainly beneficial, but we must not bully the weak. We should target those who are truly ruthless, she added, and the others nodded in agreement. A player named Lu Shi commented in the World Channel, Qianyun, you only won by using underhanded tactics. You even brought a backpack full of materials. And Su Lei is the top player in their district. He'll make you pay for this. Lin Jiji chose not to engage in this topic, instead observing Qianyun while discussing the current state of the chat area. Qianyun paid little heed to the taunts, casually picking up the stone materials she had previously discarded. It's fine, let us not worry about him. If someone does come looking for trouble, we can treat it as an opportunity to earn points. If we encounter an opponent we cannot defeat, we'll simply retreat, she stated, oblivious to the mess created by her earlier carelessness. Meanwhile, Lin Lulu quickly organized the supplies, and the group took a moment to regroup. Qianyun finally finished sorting through the resources she had squandered during the battle. Lin Lulu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she neatly arranged the supplies before the group. Gathered together, they stared at the items on the ground, astonished. Among the loot were 26 exceptional iron axes, a trident, with no durability consumption, a 3-joint board axe, with no durability consumption, an exceptional wolf fawn club, 2 perfect long whips, 26 advanced iron axes, advanced long swords, advanced crescent blades, and advanced tang knives, among other weapons. Additionally, there was a teleportation card, 26 bottles of 250 milliliters drinking water, and approximately 20 pounds of food, including jerky and a small amount of bread. To their further astonishment, There were also 4 blueprints: a floor heating blueprint, a level 5 to 10 armor blueprint, a no-level jewelry blueprint, and a defense shield blueprint. Lastly, there were 9 electronic fragments and an expansion stone. The group looked at Qianyun, seemingly awaiting her command. Without hesitation, Qianyun picked up the blueprints that needed understanding, reading their information aloud for everyone to hear. Underfloor heating blueprint. This document serves as a valuable guide for the fabrication and installation of underfloor heating systems. With diligent study, one can master the techniques necessary for crafting and implementing this system. During the frigid months, underfloor heating will become your most dependable companion, providing a warm and comfortable living environment. Whether in the comfort of your home or within a workplace, underfloor heating ensures an even distribution of warmth, enhancing your overall experience. Furthermore, it contributes to energy conservation and improves indoor air quality, promoting health and well-being. Thus, if you aspire to remain warm during the cold season, this underfloor heating blueprint is undoubtedly worth exploring. Armor blueprint. This is a distinctive design schematic for armor, which, upon study, will equip you with knowledge regarding the crafting methods for various types of armor, along with the materials required and how to acquire them. Unlike ordinary garments, this armor possesses a certain degree of defensive capability, offering you additional protection during battles or adventures. Only players with crafting skills can learn and utilize this blueprint. And through continual creation and refinement, your skill level will advance. As your skills improve, the armor you forge will exhibit heightened defensive properties and may even bestow special attributes, rendering you more formidable. Jewelry blueprint for levels 5 to 10. This blueprint encompasses the methods for crafting jewelry ranging from levels 5 to 10. Upon mastering it, you can create jewelry imbued with additional functionalities or designed to enhance your combat prowess. Whether you seek aesthetic appeal or practicality, these pieces will cater to your desires. No specialized skills are required. As long as your level meets the necessary criteria, you can utilize this blueprint to craft your own unique adornments. Defensive shield blueprint. This blueprint pertains to the creation of a powerful defensive shield. After learning its intricacies, you will be able to fabricate a shield that offers comprehensive protection while you are outdoors, particularly useful during prolonged explorations of mysterious realms. It is important to note that the shield will not be effective within safe houses, as it cannot guard against internal threats. However, when you find yourself in perilous wilderness, this shield will serve as your most resilient safeguard against adversaries. Additionally, it is an invaluable tool to assist you in navigating various challenges. Upon hearing the mention of crafting skills, several individuals instinctively turned their gaze towards Qianyun, unanimously inquiring, "Can you learn this?" "Yes," she affirmed. Thus, the armor blueprint was entrusted to Qianyun, who opted not to request additional materials. However, since others were unfamiliar with the whip, it was also allocated to her. A total of 26 exceptional iron axes were available, of which Qianyun received 3. Among them, Jingchuan took the defensive shield blueprint, while the underfloor heating blueprint was given to the cold-sensitive Lin Lulu. Songyun acquired the jewelry blueprint for levels 5 to 10, and Lin Lulu obtained the platform expansion stone. The remaining weapons were evenly divided among Jingchuan, Songyun, Lin Jiji, and Lin Lulu. Those who obtained the blueprints were first tasked with considering the crafting needs of their teammates, with materials shared among them. Lin Lulu was the sole individual not awarded a blueprint, yet she remained exceedingly joyful. For her, the expansion of stones and blueprints proves to be a more formidable challenge. Most significantly, she perceives herself as a connoisseur of culinary delights, and is uncertain if she can adeptly manage such intricate concepts. Each individual, upon receiving their resources, cannot help but feel a sense of elation. With so many eliminated this time, there has been a substantial shift in the point standings, and several individuals have made their way onto the leaderboard. Chapter 55. The Irritable Yikao, Qianyun advanced, now ranking second with a total of 29,000 points in the island survival competition. The first place was held by Jing Song from Server 01, boasting a remarkable 34,000 points, far ahead of the others. Strangely, the third place was not occupied by the previously prominent player Zhou Xian from Server 07, but rather an unfamiliar name from the top 100, Jinwei from Server 303. Jingchuan occupied the 7th position with 23,000 points, while Song Yun ranked 56th with 17,000 points. Lin Jiji and Lin Lulu shared equal scores of 13,000, placing them at the 88th and 89th positions, respectively. Aside from the top contenders, many players appeared repeatedly, arranged in order of their scores. The group swiftly organized their surroundings and left without hesitation, soon arriving at a lush bamboo grove. From a distance, Lin Lulu spotted a vast expanse of tender bamboo shoots, nearly salivating at the sight. Instinctively quickening her pace, her four companions soon noticed the enticing bamboo forest as well. They eagerly retrieved their tools from their backpacks and began to excavate. As time passed, an hour slipped away, and they found themselves compelled to depart and continue their journey. Not long after, they arrived at the bank of a small stream, where the water trickled melodiously and small fish and shrimp frolicked in the crystal-clear depths. They could even glimpse the oddly shaped stones and hidden crabs beneath the surface. However, as they stepped onto the grassy bank, they suddenly felt something ensnaring their feet, followed by tendrils wrapping around them like serpents. Qianyun reacted swiftly, using her tool to sever the vines and assist her companions in freeing themselves. Yet, the severed tendrils continued to sprout, seemingly endless in their proliferation. Suddenly, she recalled the everlasting torch and matches she had packed away. She swiftly produced the torch, and indeed, the moment it was lit, the surrounding vines retreated rapidly. The others rejoiced at the sight and hurriedly gathered around. However, they soon realized that the tendrils had merely retreated temporarily, not vanished entirely. We cannot afford to give them a moment's respite. Qianyun decisively handed the torch to her companions, insisting, "We must pass through here swiftly." Nodding in agreement, they held the torches aloft and cautiously moved forward. Wherever the flames reached, the tendrils recoiled, parting to grant them passage. Just as Qianyun and her companions sighed in relief, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from ahead. Emerging from the forest was a colossal creature, its body entwined with vines, resembling a moving hill. "Is that grass?" Qianyun's expression shifted dramatically. She had never encountered a plant-based monster before. The others soon recognized what lay before them. The irritable Yukio. This agitated Yukio should not be provoked. The consequences could be dire. Note, this grass is a level 4 mutated species, fond of delicacies. Perhaps you could appease its anger with food, increasing its favorability. A heightened affinity may lead to a potential contract, and perhaps this little attacking grass could ease your survival journey. The group, led by Qianyun, turned their gazes to Lin Lulu, their eyes brimming with encouragement, as if silently urging her to seize the moment. This herb was meant for her alone. As a player endowed with a culinary talent, Lin Lulu found it effortless. She swallowed hard, striving to maintain her composure, and retrieved a strawberry from her backpack, which appeared minuscule before the majestic Yukio. The creature extended a vine and swiftly consumed the fruit, then gestured for more. Noticing this, Qianyun discreetly signaled her companions to produce their provisions, while she gradually approached Lin Lulu, ultimately presenting her with food. "Hey, little darling, look what I have," Lin Lulu exclaimed, lifting a piece of chocolate and waving it before Yukio. The creature's attention was captured. It sniffed the air and, in an instant, the chocolate vanished. The onlookers, observing the small mountain of snacks and fruits rapidly being devoured, felt a chill. "Sister, are you seriously calling this thing little darling?" They internally scoffed, as they witnessed the mountain of treats being annihilated. The creature seemed to be an insatiable abyss, perpetually hungry, utterly oblivious to the concept of fullness. After a moment of contemplation, Qianyun produced a piece of mutated crocodile meat from her water bead, which bore no attribute enhancement. Though scarce in quantity, Yukio relished the meal, even emitting exquisite blossoms from its form. Lin Lulu quickly understood her intent and presented an array of meat. However, halfway through, Yukio ceased eating, fixating its gaze intently on her. A spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Lulu. Perhaps it had had enough meat and yearned for something fragrant? Thus, she unveiled a plate of her homemade matcha mille-feuille. Satisfied, Yukio consumed it eagerly, its size rapidly diminishing from a small mountain to a modest hill. As time passed, it gradually shrank to the size of a palm, ultimately halting its transformation, with its vines vanishing. The little creature now bore leaves resembling delicate snowflakes, a vibrant green, adorned with stunning flowers that transitioned from white to a soft pink, a sight that captivated all onlookers. The transformation left everyone astounded. Could this truly be the same spiky mound they had encountered earlier? The now diminutive Yukio was undeniably charming, prompting reflections on whether appearances in this survival game were truly deceptive. Regardless, Lin Lulu was exhilarated, thoroughly pleased with Yukio's newfound beauty. Yukio joyfully leaped into Lin Liolio's embrace, and she cradled it gingerly in her palms, her heart swelling with joy. The creature lowered its head, gently nibbling at Lin Liolio's fingers, when suddenly, she felt a sharp pain at her fingertips, followed by a system notification, ding. Congratulations to player Lin Jiji for successfully contracting the level 4 attack type plant Yukio. Note, although Yukio is an omnivorous creature, it requires a substantial meat diet every 3 days for its survival. It delights in gourmet food. The better it is nurtured, the quicker it will evolve. As the system's message echoed, Lin Jiji gazed incredulously at the plump, diminutive herb, struggling to fathom its enormous appetite and where all that food could possibly fit. A sense of confusion and curiosity enveloped her. Lin Lulu, wearing a bemused expression, relayed these developments to Qianyun and the others. They gazed in astonishment, their expressions tinged with sympathy. At this moment, Lin Lulu, who had always been particular about her food, especially when it came to meat, could no longer afford to disdain her meals. The envious glances once directed at Lin Jiji had dissipated. The well-fed Yu grass continued to joyfully communicate with Lin Lulu in her mind, and she felt a profound satisfaction from its affectionate demeanor. Thus, Lin Lulu reluctantly acquired an adorable, yet mischievous little pet. It could be endearing and charming, but it was also prone to bouts of temper and could even be aggressive. For Lin Lulu, this was a bittersweet experience. Fortunately, it would never turn its wrath upon her and was predominantly obedient. Who could resist such a delightful little creature? Chapter 56. Greenhouse. The inaugural island survival game concluded swiftly, during which Qianyun encountered several groups of people. Most passed by in harmonious silence, with only 2 factions attempting to engage in underhanded tactics, ultimately facing elimination. Upon returning to their respective islands, Qianyun reopened her interface, only to discover that the global chat channel had closed alongside the conclusion of the island survival event. Contemplating the abundant points accumulated, and recalling that her ocean heart remained unused, Qianyun swiftly retrieved one. Although unsure of its application, she opted for the most primitive method, taking a bite. The luminescent liquid coursed down her throat into her abdomen, accompanied by a faint briny taste that made her feel somewhat nauseous. It was clear that this was not meant for consumption. Disregarding her discomfort, she felt a sudden cramp in her abdomen, followed by a tumultuous churn in her stomach, prompting several hasty trips to the restroom. Eventually, she felt a significant sense of relief. After indulging in a refreshing shower, Qianyun eagerly accessed her character attributes panel. Player, Qianyun. Gender, female. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. You finally gained some weight, dear. Level, 5, 9,396. 10,000. Currently the highest level for monster kills. Creatures in secret realms do not count towards experience points. Note, completing dungeons perfectly grants substantial experience points. Constitution, 2810. Your constitution exceeds 100 of the survivor standard. Keep up the good work. Strength, 2710. Each punch is painfully effective. Speed, 2610. Quite commendable. Perhaps you could challenge a cheetah. Mental power, 1603,000. Currently at level 5. Next level is 6. Luck? You are an enigma. Talent, time manipulation, current level 2, can be enhanced. Note, time within a 1 kilometer radius halts for 10 seconds. This has increased. Skills, basic mechanical research, intermediate pharmaceutical crafting, advanced swordsmanship. Comprehensive strength rankings, 1 points rankings, 1 achievement rankings, 1 safe house rankings, 1 luck rankings. Qianyun was utterly astonished that a single ocean heart could not only enhance her attributes, but also elevate her mental power. The efficacy of a level 5 ocean heart was beyond her expectations. Clearly, it was time to consider venturing into another level 5 dungeon. The slight increase in experience points must have stemmed from defeating the minor mutated beasts during the island survival game. She glanced outside her dwelling, where the previously sparse snowfall had transformed into a thick blanket. With the final day of extreme cold approaching, she pondered the uncertain conditions that lay ahead. The outdoor temperature plummeted to a frigid -96 degrees, freezing even the campfire. It was unlikely anyone would venture outdoors in such dire circumstances. Anticipating that tomorrow's weather would only worsen, Qianyun resolved that if she found herself with time to spare, she would explore a dungeon. As for the island survival event, it wouldn't commence until 11 p.m., allowing her ample time, and with careful planning, she could even visit a secret realm after the event concluded. Once she had arranged the temperature-regulating stones and adjusted the settings, Qianyun finally felt a sense of comfort envelop her. The solar panels have ceased operation due to the insufficient energy available for charging in recent days. Fortunately, the safe house has been powered since reaching level 5, ensuring a continuous supply of electricity for air conditioning and other necessities. Concerned about the vegetables and fruits cultivated by her companions, Qianyun sent a message to the group. Qianyun, dear family, how are the vegetables and fruits you planted? Can the greenhouse withstand the conditions? Songyun, same question. Jingchuan, yes. It's fine and hasn't been affected much, though there is a bit of wasted crystal. Lin Yuliu agreed. Due to the weather and the snowball effect. I noticed that the crystal I used to change every 15 days now requires changing every 3 days. Linji, does the greenhouse still consume crystals? Lin Yuliu, indeed. Are you all unaware of this? Linji, I haven't planted any. Qianyun, does anyone possess the blueprint for a greenhouse or have an extra one? Jingchuan, Sister Qianyun. As far as I know, greenhouses can only be obtained by opening boxes, and they are currently quite scarce. The system provides them, but there are no blueprints. Lin Yuliu, I don't have one, but I can ask around. Songyun, I want one too. I don't even have a territory card. The only thing I possess is the planting soil that you traded to me, Qianyun. I've posted a request in the trading market and asked in the chat, but my messages have gone unanswered. Linji, same here. I tried to plant it directly, though I was unsuccessful. Having grasped the situation, Qianyun considered her numerous unopened boxes and recalled the ones Songyun had sent. Perhaps she should try opening them? Without hesitation, she retrieved the treasure chest she had acquired in the 5-person secret realm and opened the first one. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained superior planting soil X1, reducing crop growth time by 85. Continuing, she opened the next box. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Sprite Fruit X1. Consumption may randomly increase your attributes by 5 points. With a maximum of 10 consumptions, excess consumption is ineffective. As Qianyun prepared to open the next golden treasure chest, the long-awaited double reward sound echoed. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have activated the luck of the fortunate. It has been detected that unopened treasure chests can be opened all at once to receive double the resources. Qianyun decisively clicked yes. In the end, she joyfully received the following double resources from the treasure chests. Life category, Swift Running Shoes. Possessing these grants you an extraordinary sensation, enhancing speed by 10 points. Durability 100. Sleds X68. With this, you can freely traverse the snowy plains, resolving your travel issues. Advanced Attack and Defense Shovel X100. Durability 100. With it, you can excavate a temporary shelter in any weather. Constant Temperature Stones X200. Cooling Pads X8000. To be replaced every 6 hours, each lowering temperature by 5 degrees. Can be used in combination. Indoor Smart Assistant X2. A cleaning butler, entirely relying on it for home upkeep. Planting category, Greenhouses X6, with just 1 crystal. You can possess a greenhouse that shields from wind and rain, controls temperature, and protects against pests, disregarding any extreme weather. How exciting is that? Note, do not expect it to water or fertilize for you. The crystal must be replaced every 15 days. In special circumstances, the usage duration may be shortened, so please be attentive. Materials, Superior Planting Soil. 8. Advanced Planting Soil. 20. Intermediate Planting Soil. 30. Advanced Plant Nutrient Solution. 20. Intermediate Plant Nutrient Solution. 30. Primary Nutrient Solution. 100 Cotton Seeds. 10. 000 Resources. Platform Expansion Stone. 20. Energy Stone. 30. Crystal. 200. Moonstone. 500. Backpack Expansion Stone. 560. Electronic Fragments. 600. Aluminum Alloy. 800. Glass. 1. 000. Metal ore. 10. 000. To be extracted personally. Includes materials for armor. Copper wire. 20. 000. Plastic. 5. 000. Advanced timber. 10. 000. Stone. 16. 000. Tin ore. 5. 000. Iron materials. 8. 000. Iron nails. 4. 000. Potions. Vitality potion. 20. Recovery potion. 100. Digestion tablets. 200. Cold medicine. 500. Frostbite ointment. 1. 000. Heat relief pills. 2. 000. Scrolls and cards. Level 5 Dungeon Scroll. 22. Level 6 Dungeon Scroll. 18. Level 7 Dungeon Scroll. 14. Level 8 Dungeon Scroll. 8. Level 5 Secret Realm Exploration Card. 8. Level 6 Secret Realm Exploration Card. 4. Level 7 Secret Realm Exploration Card. 2 Blueprints and Weapons. Perfect Tang Knife Blueprint. 2. Damage Resistance 7 Treasures Umbrella Blueprint. 2. With this, you need not worry about being struck by hail or snowballs. It is exceedingly useful. Defense Shield Blueprint. 2. Superior Dagger Blueprint. 2. Long Moon Bow. Draw to shoot arrows. Consumes 1 energy stone for every 10,000 arrows. A unique weapon that cannot be doubled. Skills. Non-duplicable. Beginner's Crimson Whip Technique. 1. Advanced Alchemy Skill. 1. Sure Shot Skill Book. 1 Attributes. Sprite Fruit. 6. Vitality Fruit. 12. Strength Fruit. 14. Having obtained the highly coveted Greenhouse Blueprint, Qianyun felt immense satisfaction. Upon witnessing such a plethora of valuable items, she was convinced that her decision made today was indeed the right one. She even fancied herself the darling of the game. Chapter 57. Unboxing. Seizing the moment, Qianyun, with the double rewards still active, retrieved Songyun's box. She recalled Songyun's attributes and the items she currently lacked, then performed a wish ritual before swiftly tapping the button to open the box. From the life category, she received 2 territory cards, 168 temperature stones, and 6,000 cooling pads, which need to be replaced every 6 hours, reducing temperature by 5 degrees each and stackable for enhanced effect, as well as 2 robot stewards, your versatile assistants, capable of safeguarding your safe house at any time and place, operational for a year with just 1 energy stone. What a bargain! In the planting category, she acquired 2 greenhouse shelters. For the cost of 1 crystal stone, you can possess a greenhouse that shields against wind and rain while controlling temperature and preventing damage. Impervious to extreme weather. Exciting, isn't it? Note: do not expect it to fertilize or water your plants. Crystal stones need to be replaced every 15 days. And special circumstances may shorten the duration, so be mindful. 2 superior planting soils, 16 advanced planting soils, 20 intermediate planting soils, 14 advanced plant nutrient solutions, 20 intermediate plant nutrient solutions, 38 primary nutrient solutions, and 2 crystal flowers, unique products of survival games. Their fruits provide a certain amount of energy for pets. From the materials category, she received 6 platform expansion stones, 10 energy stones, 120 crystal stones, 180 moon stones, 280 backpack expansion stones, 460 electronic fragments, 600 ceramics, 1,000 glass, 10,000 metal ores requiring personal extraction, including materials for armor, 12,000 copper wires, 3,000 plastics, 6,000 superior woods, 7,000 stones, 1,000 iron materials, and 5,000 iron nails. In the potions category, she obtained 14 vitality potions, 20 energy potions, fully restores mental strength, 100 recovery potions, 500 cold medications, 1,000 frostbite ointments, 2,000 heat relief pills, and 2,000 beauty creams. For scrolls and cards, 16 level 4 dungeon scrolls, 12 level 5 dungeon scrolls, 10 level 6 dungeon scrolls, 10 level 4 secret realm exploration cards, 6 level 5 secret realm exploration cards, for level 6 secret realm exploration cards, and 2 level 7 secret realm exploration cards. In the weapon blueprints category, for defense shield blueprints, 2 superior wolf fang mace blueprints, 2 perfect gauntlet blueprints, and 1 black gold bone club, which can stack negative effects upon attack, unique and non-tradable. For skills, non-doubling 1 serpent movement, a speed skill, unique, and 1 black gold stick magic beginner level. In the attributes category, 2 elf fruits, 6 constitution fruits, and 8 strength fruits. Qianyun meticulously organized the supplies, aware that the doubling effect rendered the quantities excessive. Desiring to maintain her discretion, she refrained from fully sharing with Songyun. Except for materials, planting items, weapon blueprints, and skills, she retained half for herself. The remainder she generously bestowed upon Songyun. Just as Songyun finished her grooming, she noticed the gift email sent by Qianyun. Upon opening it, she was dazzled by the array of items, a delightful surprise that left her momentarily stunned. As she prepared to claim her rewards, a system notification alerted her to insufficient backpack space. With this, Songyun remained unperturbed. Regardless, the items can be stored in the email for 3 days. I opened a private chat and asked, Qianyun, Are all these things from the boxes I opened? Please don't feel compelled to use your own resources to supplement me. Qianyun was still organizing materials when she heard the private chat notifications ringing incessantly. Upon opening it, she saw the message from Songyun and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. After all, a lucky person is indeed fortunate. Qianyun reassured her, rest assured. All these treasures are from the boxes you provided. I would never deceive you. Songyun replied, I could spend a lifetime opening boxes and never find so many wonderful items. If you see anything you desire, feel free to take a few more. Otherwise, it burdens my conscience to hold on to so many without sharing. Qianyun insisted, really, it's unnecessary. I have opened boxes myself, so I assure you, I'm not lacking. I trust in your fortune. Songyun felt a pang of discomfort, but couldn't shake off the feeling of guilt, especially since the other teammates hadn't been as fortunate. Have you found any weapons, skills, or blueprints you might want? Qianyun replied, there's really no need. Before I opened the boxes, I made a wish. You enjoy wielding sticks or boxing, and those items are perfect for you, not for me. I have enough for my own openings. If you feel you have too much, perhaps you could ask Liuji and Jingchuan to trade for what you need. Seeing Qianyun steadfastly refusing the items, Songyun relented, planning to send anything Qianyun might need in the future. Upon discovering greenhouse plans and territory cards, Songyun was elated. Now she could begin planting. She expanded her backpack using 180 stones, and after claiming the materials, she started sorting through them. Feeling increasingly moved and astonished by the treasures that seemed to represent a lifetime of gratitude towards Qianyun. Thinking of her fellow companions, Songyun set aside some items to share with them. She had 100 expansion stones left, giving 40 to Qianyun and 20 each to the other 3 teammates. However, Qianyun declined, saying her space was sufficient. Songyun did not press the matter further. Lin Jiji, Lin Liuli, and Jingchuan were momentarily stunned upon receiving the expansion stones from Songyun, and the group chat buzzed with excitement. Lin Jiji exclaimed, my dear Songjia, have you struck gold? Why have you gifted me 20 expansion stones? As far as I know, they are quite difficult to come by. Lin Liuli added, so many? Did you keep any for yourself? Don't give them away. I'll trade you for a breeding shed. Jingchuan chimed in, I'll trade you for a defense shield. Songyun replied, I asked Qianyun to help me with these. She is truly remarkable. These are gifts for you all, no need for exchanges. Since meeting you, you have all been so helpful to me. I cannot be so presumptuous. The trio responded, that's simply one do. Brothers must keep accounts clear. Lin Jiji remarked, don't spoil me. I've also opened many good items from boxes in the secret realm. Lin Liuli agreed. Same here. I wasn't even considering sharing with you. Jingchuan offered. I have plenty of duplicate materials. Perhaps I'll share them first among us before selling any excess at a high price on the global market. Having finally finished sorting her materials, Qianyun took a breath. She still had a ruby box unopened, feeling that the upcoming meeting might yield even better treasures. Upon entering the group chat, I noticed messages from my companions and decided to join the conversation. Qianyun, certainly. I was just about to inquire whether any of you require the blueprints for the perfect Tang Dao, the 7-treasure umbrella, the defensive shield, the exceptional dagger, or the clear shadow crossbow. Additionally, I have acquired a substantial number of cooling stickers, which will surely prove useful during the next extreme weather event. I shall distribute 200 stickers to each of you, though Songyun will not receive any, as she possesses an abundance. Songyun, indeed, I have a great many cooling stickers. Feel free to ask me for some if you find yourselves in need. Chapter 58, Planting at this moment. Qianyun was not in a hurry to consume the fruit of the elves or stamina fruits. Instead, she first retrieved the Lord card, also known as the territory card, from her warehouse, which originally encompassed an area of 100 square meters. Upon clicking to use it, the display revealed only the white zones and a few regions surrounding the safe house. After careful consideration, Qianyun opted for the plot closest to the port and clicked to bind the usage. Soon, she observed an update on her map indicating a section marked for territory teleportation. After selecting the teleport option, Qianyun found herself standing on a vast expanse of land, the sensation beneath her feet remarkably authentic. Glancing into her backpack, she noticed the exceptional grade planting soil, quickly demarcating the vacant space, utilizing one greenhouse. The black area represented the exceptional grade planting soil, approximately a 40 by 40 square meter plot, which was only sufficient to accommodate one piece. If only she had the machinery or could cultivate through mental focus, but alas, such aspirations remained unattainable. Even watering required her personal attention, implying that despite the ample land area, she could not fully plant it all at once and would need to be selective in her initial sowing. Her backpack now contained a plethora of seed varieties: fruit seeds, sweet orange seed X1, vegetable seeds, lettuce seed X3, tomato seed X3, potato seed X3, corn seed X20, green onion seed X20, strawberry seed X20, ginger seed X20, purple garlic seed X20, star anise seed X6. Special seeds, crystal flower X1. She was still in need of medicinal herb seeds. After contemplating, Qianyun decided to plant some tomatoes, green onions, and strawberries first. She divided the small plot of land into 4 sections, loosening the soil in the smaller part, then hoeing a small pit to plant 2 tomato seeds. Covering them lightly with soil, too deep a burial would cause the seeds to rot and fail to sprout. Subsequently, she planted the crystal flower and sweet orange seeds in another slightly smaller area. The remaining equal sections were designated for strawberries and green onions. To facilitate differentiation, Qianyun crafted a few wooden signs and placed them beside the dugout soil trenches. Having completed these tasks, Qianyun utilized a treasure chest to transport water back and forth, filling the greenhouse's water tank. Once she adjusted the timing, the built-in sprinkler system would automatically irrigate the crops. The nutrient solution was particularly convenient, as it could be utilized with a single click, merely requiring placement beside the temperature control room in the greenhouse. Once she efficiently finished her tasks, Qianyun calibrated the watering duration, water volume, and the internal temperature of the greenhouse before teleporting back to the safe house. At that moment, Insu was gazing at her with sparkling eyes, hands clasped as if beseeching candy. Qianyun instantly understood and gifted her 10 snow crystals. Little Insu grew a tad larger, and her appetite noticeably increased as she stood outside daily, safeguarding Qianyun. Upon returning indoors, Qianyun felt the stiffness in her cold hands and legs gradually warming, bringing a sense of comfort. She opened the light screen to check the territory page. Title: Qianyun's domain, subject to change every 6 months. Territory level: Level 0, upgradable. Territory area: 100 square meters, upgradable. Territory buildings: none. Territory facilities: Greenhouse X1. Territory planning area: 40 by 40 square meters. Upgrade materials: Lord Card X1. Moonstone X300, for purifying the territory. Platform Expansion Stone X1. Qianyun currently possesses 1 Lord Card, and she also has a sufficient supply of Moonstones and Platform Expansion Stones. Upon initiating the upgrade, the territory's range on the map visibly expanded by more than 3-fold. However, the upgrade time indicated was 24 hours, prompting Qianyun to temporarily abandon her planting endeavors and turn her attention to the trading market. In the market, she found offers such as 300 premium timber for an electric welder, plug-in use, 1,000 stone for a chainsaw, plug-in use, and 10 crystal stones for a smart smelting furnace. The prices were reasonable and the items were precisely what she desired, leading her to make immediate purchases. Currently, she was the only one who had not yet reached level 5 and thus could not utilize electricity, allowing her to reap significant benefits. Continuing her search, she encountered a complete set of hardware toolboxes, comprising 108 assorted parts, with the cost available through private chat. Qianyun's eyes lit up, and she promptly initiated a private conversation. Ultimately, she expended 1 vitality fruit to successfully acquire the toolbox. The seller, named Yang Yin, reached out to her again shortly after she secured the toolbox. Yang Yin, are you in need of various parts and accessories? From screws of all sizes to various mechanical components. Attached images. Upon opening the images, Qianyun was met with a dense array of tools, casting a momentary shadow of doubt upon the seller's identity. Qianyun, make me an offer. I want it all. She was acutely aware that anyone capable of amassing such a collection could not merely be an ordinary survivor or a mere luckless individual. Their abilities were undoubtedly extraordinary. Yang Yin, upon glancing at the myriad of items and seeing Qianyun's eagerness, could not help but smile broadly. He had acquired these items within the secret realm, but upon exiting, his health points had not replenished. Instead, they continued to dwindle. To make matters worse, his only life-saving potion had been consumed within the realm, and he had suffered a fierce barrage of gunfire from pursuing robots just as he was about to leave. While the parts and materials were indeed precious to him, he was currently facing a severe shortage of food and medicine. Otherwise, even with his manufacturing talent, he would not easily part with half of his stock. He could boil snow for water, but food and medicine were another matter entirely. Yang Yin, I require 200 pounds of meat, any type will suffice, along with 100 pounds of staple food and a bottle of life potion. I can provide all of these, and should you need more parts in the future, I can offer them at a lower price. Qian Yun furrowed her brow. 200 pounds of meat was no trivial amount, not to mention the additional 100 pounds of staple food and a bottle of life potion. Even though she was not currently lacking in these supplies, the prospect of parting with such a quantity caused her to hesitate momentarily. Nevertheless, she indeed required those parts, and after a brief contemplation, Qian Yun agreed, deal. Let us first add each other as friends. You initiate the trade, and I will confirm the exchange. Yang Yinsong let out a sigh of relief, as he harbored concerns that Qian Yun might refuse his proposal. After all, the conditions he set forth were indeed rather stringent. To the survivors, these assorted components bore little difference from scrap metal, as many believed they would be of no use. With a lingering glance at the pile of parts, Yang Yin ultimately acquiesced to Qian Yun's friend request and took the initiative to propose a trade. As soon as he obtained the vital elixir, he eagerly opened it and drank. Gradually, his declining health points began to rise, 39, 40, 41. Reaching a total of 100, Yang Yin felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Qian Yun, unaware that she was contemplating how to effectively leverage this friendship to secure an endless supply of components to support her mechanical endeavors. Even in the realm of survival, where one might toil in the fields, Qian Yun mused, she must remain at the forefront of technology, committed to liberating her hands and enhancing efficiency in her mechanized agricultural pursuits. Chapter 59. Crafting components. Today, the box that was opened remained unassembled. After returning the portion belonging to Song Yun, Qian Yun dismantled 2/3 of her own box. In total, she acquired over 600 bronze pieces, alongside a considerable amount of gold. The diamond treasure chest has yet to unlock the disassembly function, and although there is a recycling option in the system's points mall, Qian Yun deemed it unworthy of her time and chose not to process it. With time pressing and the evening free of obligations, Qian Yun had her meal and began organizing her tools, components, and metals. Once she had made significant progress, the snow creatures arrived, leaving behind supplies before frolicking outside with Yin Su, laughing and playing. Qian Yun then accessed her intelligent assistant, which detailed the common automatic seeder's components: seed plate, seed bin, throttle, switch, frame, guide wheels, compression wheels, soil cover devices, furrowers, gearboxes, engines, row spacing wheels, pressure wheels, rolling wheels, and seed dispensers. Presently, she possessed thousands of metals brought from the secret realm, along with numerous small components, including 4 or 5 functional engines. The prospect of crafting her own seeder thrilled her. It would free her hands for other tasks. Eagerly, she retrieved her tools and began assembling the seeder. She meticulously pieced together various components, consulting the database she had previously uploaded to her cloud for reference when issues arose, watching videos, and reviewing materials. After considerable effort, the seed plate began to take shape, though Qian Yun was uncertain about its usability. Next, she turned her attention to the seed bin, which could be substituted with a plastic barrel, though its durability was questionable. She remained diligent, refusing to take shortcuts. The box frame, gearbox, tensioners, sprockets, chain tighteners, sealing gaskets, adjustment rods, and conveyor belts needed to be addressed one by one. The box frame proved straightforward. She modified the leftover wooden treasure chests into a frame. First, she crafted a spline shaft, then processed materials in the intelligent smelting furnace to create a casing, subsequently assembling the spline shaft. Pleased with her progress, she then fashioned the manual gearbox's shift fork, box body, gear plate, cutting gear plate, chain track, springs, and power transmission for installation before final assembly. Many components were still absent, compelling Qian Yun to meticulously cut, weld, and assemble each piece. The process was intricate and laborious. As the clock silently struck 4 in the morning, amidst the stillness, Qian Yun distinctly heard the system's notification, instantly sharpening her focus. Ding. Detection of a decrease in the player's safe house defense value. Would you like to proceed with repairs? However, Qian Yun chose to disregard this repair inquiry. Turning to the bathroom, she swiftly completed her morning routine. Afterward, she donned a brand new set of pajamas and began to rest, deciding to address the remaining tasks upon waking. On the following morning, a series of clattering noises roused Qian Yun from her slumber. She rose to boil an egg and proceeded with her morning hygiene. Once everything was prepared, she relished a simple yet delightful breakfast of egg and milk. After finishing her meal, she opened the door to step outside, only to be met by a biting chill that enveloped her. The once warm interior experienced an abrupt drop in temperature, as if one had been transported into a frigid cellar. Qianyun hastily slammed the door shut. Outside, the snowballs continued to thud against the roof and ground, producing a crisp sound. A flicker of concern for Su, who remained outside, crossed Qianyun's mind. Thus, she resolved to contact Su through the pet function. Little Su, the snowballs are quite large. Are you all right out there? Moreover, the temperature is exceedingly cold. Do you need to take shelter? By the way, did you handle the snow outside the door? Su, engaged in a spirited game with the remaining snow monsters, promptly replied, Master, there is no need to worry. We belong to the Snow Clan. This little wind and snow are merely playthings for us. I do not favor high temperatures. As for the snow outside and on the roof, I and the snow sprites have cleared it away. The house will not collapse. So please rest easy. After contemplating for a moment, Qianyun decided to don thicker clothing and armed herself with an everlasting torch before stepping outside. There, she immediately spotted a lively scene of a sprite and 3 snow monsters engrossed in their game. She retrieved 50 snow crystals from her storage and placed them in Su's bowl, beckoning the little creatures to partake in the feast before she turned and returned indoors. Quietly, she adjusted the thermostat to raise the temperature. The cold was so extreme that even the act of breathing felt as if it could freeze. Opening the World Channel, she quickly noticed a significant decrease in the number of survivors. Qianyun swiftly stocked all available cold medicine, establishing rules for automatic replenishment and prioritization for low-health purchases. This new system feature greatly facilitated the players. After warming her hands, she ventured into her workshop, filled with braziers. She continued her work, sorting through components, some of which were acquired through trades with Yang, while others were obtained from the mysterious realms. Items such as drill bits, frames, guide wheels, engines, switches, and throttles were ready for immediate installation. The remaining parts, including various switches, frames, guide wheels, suppression wheels, soil covers, trenchers, gearboxes, engines, spacing wheels, pressure wheels, rolling hammers, seed dispensers, and soil loosening stones, would require assembly or crafting. Qianyun meticulously selected her materials. Some rare components necessitated the use of a smelting furnace. While the task felt manageable when undertaken as a group, the enormity of the project weighed heavily on her now that she was alone, far exceeding what could be handled by a mere brazier. She estimated that her nights would be consumed by these parts for an extended period to come. With the day spent in isolation, Qianyun found the time ripe for crafting components, scarcely able to glance at the vitriolic messages in the chat or the notifications from friends. Today marked the final day of the extreme cold, and many had succumbed to the freezing temperatures within their own shelters. The emergence of cold medicine had become a lifeline for many in critical moments. Yet, at that time, no one seemed to pay heed to these developments. Material prices soared uncontrollably, and the construction supplies Qianyun had listed were already sold out. After 21 hours of diligent effort, Qianyun has nearly completed the manufacturing of the furrower and seed planter, even exceeding expectations with the semi-finished frames. As the clock struck midnight, the snow outside began to gradually melt, and the little snow creatures reluctantly bid farewell to the silver grain. The silver grain also returned to the system's pet space. During the night, beneath the thawing waters of melting snow, numerous dark vines moved stealthily. However, the areas purified by moonstone exuded an extraordinary tranquility and peace. Chapter 60. Special seeds. On the following morning, Qianyun awoke, drenched in sweat from the heat. The air conditioning had remained on overnight due to the chill that lingered before sleep, and now the warmth enveloped her. Glancing out the window, she was greeted by the long-awaited sunlight streaming into every corner of her room. After turning off the air conditioning and extinguishing the fireplace, she adjusted the temperature stone before hastily completing her morning routine. A quick breakfast followed, and she promptly accessed her territory page. The screen displayed that the upgrade had been completed. She distinctly recalled that the notification had indicated a 24-hour completion time, and she had gone to bed knowing the upgrade had not yet succeeded. Remarkably, it had been accomplished in just a few hours. With a swift click, she teleported to her territory. Upon arrival, she observed a small, non-standard athletic field that had expanded. Qianyun opened the territory details to examine the changes. Name: Qianyun's territory, modifiable. Once every 6 months. Territory level: Level 1, upgradable. Territory area: 500 by 500 squares, upgradable, territory buildings, none territory facilities, greenhouse 1 territory planting area, 40 by 40 squares, expandable, upgrade materials, Lords Order 1. Moonstone 2000, for territory purification, platform expansion stone 10, energy stone 10 upgrade requirements, 5 buildings of level 2 or higher, 10 planting soils. Qianyun noted the new item, the Lord's Order, which was different from the Lord's card she had encountered before. She also realized that the required energy stones and platform expansion stones were in excessive amounts, making an upgrade unattainable in the short term. As for the vast expanse of land, she was determined to utilize every inch that could be cultivated. Currently, one greenhouse facility could cover 2 plots of land, and she possessed 5. This indicated the potential to allocate an additional 10 plots for planting. Considering the necessity to reserve some space for other purposes, Qianyun decided to bind the remaining 7 exceptional plots of land. However, she intended to distribute the planting wisely. 2 plots for trading special seeds, 2 for medicinal herbs, 1 for fruit trees, and the remainder for vegetables and legumes. After binding all the land, Qianyun accessed the trading market, but found no special seeds available. Consequently, she shifted to the chat channel. Regional chat, server 18, population 50, 010-200, 000 Qianyun. Seeking to acquire various seeds, common, uncommon, peculiar, please message me with prices. She repeated her message thrice, rousing many who were barely awake. The response was a mix of disbelief and frustration. What on earth? So many have perished, and yet there are those still interested in buying seeds? Her words pierced the stillness of the regional channel like a sword. In an instant, a cacophony of voices erupted. Some echoed her sentiment. Indeed, it is cruel. How could this be? Yet others countered. Are you all right upstairs? What does trading seeds have to do with you? What does it matter how many have died? At that moment, a calm voice interjected. Everyone, please, let me first seek out someone important for a trade. Meanwhile, others remained engulfed in profound sorrow. Oh heavens! We came to this zone with 200,000 people, and now only a quarter remain. Is there no compassion among you? Their words resonated with pain and helplessness. Immediately, someone angrily accused. Indeed, especially those who often haunt the regional channels, selling things at every opportunity. They possess so many resources yet refuse to extend a helping hand to their compatriots. Now they wish to distribute disaster funds? I shall absolutely not engage in any transactions with her. This outburst resonated with a handful, yet the majority, having faced the reality over time, regarded such individuals with disdain. What the person above said is correct. Your intentions may be noble, but refrain from acting on them. Let us not engage in transactions. This goodwill should be mine alone. I have already privately messaged the big shot. They continue to indulge in moral coercion. Finally, someone jested. Yes. Those who still occupy the moral high ground should ensure they remain steadfast. Otherwise, the Buddha of Leshan might find your heart insincere and refuse to grant you a seat. This remark elicited laughter, significantly easing the previously tense atmosphere. Qianyun glanced at the screen, but chose not to continue reading. The sound of friend requests chimed incessantly in the background. It dawned on her that she had disabled the private messaging feature for strangers. Thus, anyone wishing to trade with her would first need to send a friend request, which allows for a 100-character note. Qianyun had a keen ability to discern those truly interested in trading. After sifting through around 10 friend requests, she began to negotiate prices with potential buyers. One player, named Zhao Xiaoya, offered a reasonable price and mentioned possessing some rare seeds. Qianyun opened Zhao Xiaoya's message. She was a charming girl with a large backpack as her avatar, while other information remained concealed. Upon seeing that Qianyun had accepted her friend request, Zhao Xiaoya quickly sent a message. It was an image filled with various seeds, though Qianyun could not identify them. However, before she could inquire, Zhao Xiaoya began to describe each seed. Flame flower, a flower with attributes, inedible, a product of the survival game world. Note, abilities yet to be explored. Lingwei fruit, a special fruit, a product of the survival game world. Whether it can be planted depends on your luck. Note, abilities yet to be explored. Moonshadow grass, a proud little grass that recognizes only its cultivator as its master. Capable of achieving 100 loyalty without binding. A product of the survival game world, it can be bound with special weapons to mutually enhance each other. Note, survival rate 0. 0000001. Bloodthirsty vine, a naturally aggressive plant, a product of the survival game world. You either tame it, or it tames you. Once subdued, it will become the foremost guardian of your territory. Changyun Dream Tree, an unknown species of tree. Qianyun expressed her desire for all of them, but was curious as to why Zhao Xiaoya did not cultivate them herself. Qianyun, do you not plant them yourself? If not, please provide a price. I want them all. Zhao Xiaoya indeed yearned for them as well, but she had heard that farming required territory and a lord card, territory card, along with the need to defend against various extreme weather conditions. Most importantly, her luck was quite low, at only 4 points. Surviving thus far had relied on her innate perception to evade numerous calamities. Given the peculiar attributes of these special seeds, trading them seemed far more advantageous. Zhao Xiaoya, esteemed one, I possess a multitude of herb seeds, and thus shall refrain from detailing each one. I aspire to upgrade my safe house to level 4. However, I find myself lacking in materials. I require 2,000 units of advanced timber, 5,000 units of stone, 10 pieces of glass, and a singular energy stone. If you deem this arrangement suitable, we may proceed with the trade. Qianyun contemplated for a moment, deciding to inquire, is this your own estimation of the worth of these seeds? Zhao Xiaoya, indeed, if you find the amount excessive, I am willing to negotiate for a lesser sum, as I am truly in haste. Qianyun, that is not my concern. I merely ponder that you might regret this decision. Zhao Xiaoya, I assure you, I possess an abundance of seeds. It is merely my ill fortune that has hindered my acquisition of materials. After some deliberation, Qianyun prompted Zhao Xiaoya to initiate the trade and place the requested supplies into the trading slots. Thank you, esteemed one. I shall seek you again when I have more valuable goods. Upon receiving the materials, Zhao Xiaoya felt a profound sense of fortune. Indeed, mutual benefit. After concluding this exchange, Qianyun transitioned to another conversation, continuing with further trades. Subsequently, Qianyun managed to procure a considerable number of vegetable and fruit seeds from players Zhou Fan, Su Ru, Song Xian, Li Hao, and Zhang Jianya, all acquired through food exchanges. Chapter 61. The resonating echo. Qianyun took a deep breath and began to organize the unique seeds and medicinal herb seeds she currently possessed. First, she had a seed of the flame flower, a seed of the spirit tail fruit, a sprig of moonshadow grass, a bloodthirsty vine, and a long cloud dream tree. Next, she owned a variety of commonly found medicinal herb seeds from the Azure Star, including Angelica, Poria, Astragalus, Huangqin, Romania, Gastrodia, Patchouli, Spiny Thistle, White Mustard, Money Plant, Gold Cherry, Gold Flower, Honeysuckle, Platycodon, Cassia Seed, Isatis Root, Forsythia, Licorice, Schisandra, FOT, Planago Seed, Cuscuta, and more, each in ample quantities of over 10. Furthermore, she possessed 2 precious medicinal herbs, ginseng and ganoderma, each represented by a singular specimen. Lastly, she had an assortment of herb seeds from the gaming realm, such as blood-clotting grass, white willow flower, water lotus, white water lily, frosted stopping herb, shibi grass, and more, with quantities ranging from 5 to several dozen. However, Qianyun sensed that even if she utilized all available land for cultivation, it would be impossible to plant every seed. There were numerous varieties of saplings, including cherry tree saplings, sweet cherry tree saplings, waxberry tree saplings, walnut tree saplings, chestnut tree saplings, and grape tree saplings. These saplings had been meticulously nurtured by Su, appearing robust and full of vitality. Additionally, there were various crop seeds, such as rice, wheat, buckwheat, broad beans, soybeans, green beans, cowpeas, eggplants, ginger, garlic, green onions, leeks, cabbages, greens, cilantro, lettuce, carrots, white radishes, cucumbers, winter melons, loofahs, pumpkins, sweet potatoes, and purple sweet potatoes. Qianyun diligently planted each seed, contemplating that for her solitary consumption, a single plant of each variety would suffice. After all, the game's description stated that as long as there were no natural disasters, these plants would thrive. Subsequently, she planted the saplings 2 to 3 meters apart as planned, only to discover that they consumed an entire 2 plots of land. When it came to the special seeds, Qianyun exercised utmost caution, fearing potential interactions between them. Thus, she could only plant each seed separately at the edges of different plots. Regarding the medicinal herbs, she dedicated an acre of land for cultivating products from the game, as her current alchemical skills relied solely on herbs from the gaming world. For the Azure Star seeds, Qianyun referenced relevant materials and selected similar varieties for cultivation. Upon completing her tasks, The clock struck 11 in the morning, heralding the commencement of a new round of island survival. Yet, Qianyun did not immediately choose to enter, for she still had the tasks of fertilizing and watering to complete. She meticulously filled the nutrient troughs in the greenhouse with high-grade nutrient solutions and watched as the liquids were gently infused into the soil, ensuring that each plant received adequate nourishment. Afterward, she added a suitable amount of water to several greenhouses. Following her industrious efforts, Qianyun wiped the sweat from her brow, gazing contentedly at the land that was about to burst with life, before finally teleporting to the safety house. She retrieved the Sprite fruit and a few other fruits to consume. As a result, Qianyun experienced a significant enhancement in her overall attributes, and the fatigue from her agricultural endeavors dissipated. She currently possesses 8 spirit fruits, 15 vitality fruits, and 18 strength fruits. After consuming 4 vitality fruits, she received a notification indicating that she had reached the current level cap. Switching to strength fruits, she ingested another 4 only to be reminded once again of her level limit. When she attempted to consume a spirit fruit, there was no notification. But upon trying a second, she was informed it was inedible. How intriguing. It seems they are striving for a balanced mechanism, aligning abilities with experience. Qianyun surmised this. Yet no one could provide her with a definitive answer. Player, Qianyun gender, female height, 172 centimeters weight, 54 kilograms. Your weight is gradually increasing. Level, 5 to 9,396 10,000. Current experience accumulated from monster kills. Note, Secret Realm creatures do not count towards experience points. Perfect completion of dungeons grants substantial experience. Vitality, 3210 strength, 3310 speed, 2910 mental power, 1600 3000. Currently at level 5, next level 6, luck. Your luck has left the system perplexed. Talent, time manipulation, currently level 2, can be upgraded. Note, time within a 1 kilometer radius halts for 10 seconds. This has increased. Skills, basic mechanical research, intermediate alchemy, advanced swordsmanship. Comprehensive strength rankings, 1 points rankings, 2. Has it actually decreased? Achievement rankings, 1 safe house rankings, 1 luck rankings. 1 Qianyun gazed at the points rankings, feeling a pang akin to that of a top student overshadowed by a transfer student. Consequently, she hurriedly donned a lightweight combat outfit and swiftly entered the island battlefield. Upon entering the designated island for the battle royale, before she could firmly plant her feet, a chilling sensation enveloped her. Cautiously scanning her surroundings, she was suddenly attacked from the front by a sharp blade, barely evading it. Startled, she sidestepped, only to be struck at again. Qianyun narrowly dodged once more, silently thankful for her quick reflexes. Once she regained her composure and focused, she realized her assailant was a burly man with a full beard, looming large before her. Without uttering a word, he launched 2 swift strikes, clearly a formidable opponent. A flicker of annoyance rose within Qianyun. She had barely entered, yet was on the verge of elimination. Drawing her long sword from her waist, she prepared to retaliate. Simultaneously, she glanced at the information above the robust man's head, 12,024 Wanfu. To her astonishment, this adversary hailed from a server with over 10,000 players. She couldn't help but wonder if so many inhabited the Azure Blue Star. Nonetheless, this was not the time for reflection. Taking a deep breath, Qianyun focused intently on her opponent. She swung her sword with a fierce offensive, countering Wanfu's onslaught. The clash of their weapons echoed, sparks flying as they exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch in their equally matched strengths. The survival game world truly harbored hidden talents. Qianyun's swordplay was agile and multifaceted, while Wanfu's strikes were powerful and unyielding, each blow infused with a fierce momentum. After several exchanges, Qianyun gradually began to discern her opponent's weaknesses. With a feint of her sword and the swiftness of her agile movements, she provoked Wanfu into overextending himself. He swiftly sidestepped, causing the blade to graze beneath his ribs. Wanfu winced in pain, his movements momentarily sluggish. Seizing this opportunity, Qianyun accelerated her offensive, launching a series of strikes that finally inflicted several wounds upon Wanfu. Injured, Wanfu became even more ferocious, unleashing a primal roar as he recklessly charged at Qianyun. Remaining composed in the face of danger, she adeptly evaded his assaults while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. At that moment, Qianyun discerned a critical flaw in Wanfu's defense. She swiftly thrust her sword forward, striking true at his vital points. In an instant, A flash of white light from the survival game system signified Wanfu's elimination. Bringing this fierce battle to a close, Qianyun exhaled in relief, her hands trembling as she nearly dropped her blade. Yet, upon witnessing her hard-earned score exceeding 20,000 points, a sly grin spread across her face. Chapter 62. Re-entering the dungeon, picking up the food and weapons that had been dropped on the ground, Qianyun felt a profound sense of satisfaction as she displayed her finds in the trading market. The resources obtained from the sale of the cold medicine were substantial, allowing her to amass enough basic materials for 2 sets of a level 6 safe house, along with a considerable amount of electronic fragments. Continuing her wanderings on the island, Qianyun encountered several groups of individuals of unknown strength. Exercising caution, she opted to circumvent any confrontations. However, when she came across isolated foes, she adhered to the principle of engaging only when provoked, retaliating only when necessary, thus justifying her actions. At this juncture, Qianyun had accumulated a total of 135,000 points, with 76,000 points from the island's South Battle Royale and 59,000 points from monster kills. Content with her progress, she returned to her initial safe house and, not waiting for the Battle Royale to conclude, chose to exit the game. Upon returning to her safe house, Qianyun promptly studied the blueprints, as was her custom, and utilized the culinary machine to prepare sufficient provisions for 7 days. She also included some fruit bread, 3 sets of changeable clothing, a toothbrush, a small tent, a blanket, and equipped herself with a new long moon bow. Additionally, she crafted 20 exquisite daggers and 10 perfect tang swords, as well as 2 anti-damage 7 treasures umbrellas. The various medicinal concoctions, including vitality potions, were stored within the condensation pearls. Finally, she fashioned a defensive shield to ensure her home was safeguarded upon entering the dungeon. After completing these preparations, Qianyun perused the armor section and found that she could currently craft level 4 and level 5 armors, though she lacked the necessary silk thread. Trading extensively in the world market, she crafted 4 level 4 armors and 2 level 5 armors. She donned 1 set of level 5 armor, stowed another in her backpack, and generously gifted the remaining level 4 armors to a few companions. With surplus blueprints and equipment intended for sale, Qianyun opened a chat in her small group to inquire if anyone was interested. Previously, her inquiries were met with skepticism, as her friends likely thought she was jesting. This time, after initially sharing the armors, she followed up with a message detailing the blueprints available for trade. Only then did her companions realize that Qianyun was genuinely not in need of these items. Qianyun, blueprint for a perfect tang, sword X1. Blueprint for an anti-damage 7 treasures umbrella X1. With this, you need not worry about being struck by hail or snowballs. It is indeed quite useful. Blueprint for a defensive shield X1. Blueprint for an exquisite dagger X1. And a shadow clear crossbow. Please peruse and let me know what you desire. I am not giving these away, but you can trade resources with me, and rest assured, I am well equipped. In the end, Song Yun traded a blueprint for an exquisite dagger for 5 energy stones. The island where Song Yun resided was primarily rich in metal ores, unlike Lin Jiji's island, which was largely composed of stone and mineral deposits. Thus, after acquiring the blueprint for the exquisite dagger, she could mass-produce it for further trade. The Shadow Clear crossbow was exchanged by Lin Liuli for an 8th-level dungeon card, who firmly asserted that she was still far from reaching level 8 and would rather provide Qianyun with valuable items. The blueprint for the anti-damage 7 treasures umbrella was acquired by Lin Jiji for 5 energy stones. She possessed numerous ranged attack methods but lacked close combat abilities, making this acquisition crucial for her. As for the defensive shield blueprint, Song Yun had already obtained it, while Lin Jiji purchased it for 10 crystal stones, essentially receiving it as a complimentary addition. Regarding the 2 defensive shield blueprints obtained for Song Yun, the 1 blueprint for the exceptional Wolf Fang Club, and the 1 for the perfect boxing gloves, in order to avoid exposure, Qianyun had no intention of taking action for the time being. After concluding her conversation with her companions, Qianyun swiftly retrieved the remaining level 5 dungeon card, Mirror Candle Village, from her backpack. Without hesitation, she delicately tapped the card with her finger, and in an instant, she was transported to a narrow yellow dirt path. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, as if not even the faintest whisper of wind dared to traverse the air, instilling a chilling sensation within her. Cautiously, Qianyun advanced along the path, remaining alert. As she walked, she suddenly spotted a large stone tablet ahead, inscribed with the three prominent characters of Mirror Candle Village. Beneath these characters lay a dense array of smaller text, indecipherable from a distance. Thus, she stepped closer to study it. Beginning in the year 136, a great drought ensued, forcing the villagers into seclusion, naming their refuge Peach Blossom Source. For decades, as the years passed, outsiders arrived, seeking warmth. However, one fateful afternoon, a great fire erupted, engulfing the village, and it could never be restored to its original state. Henceforth, it was renamed Mirror Candle, and new rules were established. Outsiders were forbidden to enter. Night fell quietly. Shadows loomed outside the houses. Doors were tightly shut, and knocks grew frequent. The villagers, in fear, retreated, and unrest ensued. An old Taoist was sought, who held a token, waved his hand through the dust, and bestowed a white candle and a bronze mirror, declaring that the eerie night would not be disturbed until peace was restored. It was advised not to remove the mirror or extinguish the candle for the safety of future generations. This passage brimmed with an aura of mystery, recounting the origins of Mirror Candle Village and its taboos. The prohibition against outsiders entering the village led Qianyun to ponder how she might gain entrance. Ding. The player is currently in the target dungeon, Mirror Candle Village. The objective of this dungeon is to uncover the hidden secrets of Mirror Candle Village. This dungeon contains two significant clues. Note that some clues may be false. Please discern carefully. Only by gathering them can one successfully clear the dungeon. Remember, the duration for this dungeon is 3 days, and time flows in sync with the game world. Note, death within the dungeon equates to true death. Qianyun entered the dungeon just past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, nearing 4. And it was evident that the time within the dungeon aligned with that of the survival game world. She had not anticipated that the flow of time within this dungeon would match the outside world, but fortunately, she had prepared the defensive shield beforehand. As she gazed at the row of mirrors positioned between the doors, Qianyun felt a momentary dizziness. In the next second, her little snow sprite, Silver Grain, sensed the accumulating malevolent energy in the surroundings and clamored to be released. Qianyun snapped back to reality. These mirrors were problematic, capable of directly affecting her. Silver Grain continued to insist on exiting the pet space, and reluctantly, Qianyun had no choice but to release her. As soon as Silver Grain emerged, she exclaimed, "Master, where are we? I could smell that foul odor even in the space. Moreover, the surrounding aura is thick with malevolence. Look over there, a cluster of small houses. The stench is most unbearable, yet the malevolence is strongest outside. Why is that?" Before Qianyun could respond to Silver Grain's inquiries, she heard her exclaim again, "Wow, Master! Look at all these mirrors. Why are these mirrors so blurred?" Blurred? No, just a moment ago, everything appeared crystal clear, and the reflections were vivid and detailed. Something is amiss. Suddenly, Qianyun's heart raced. Was the figure she beheld in the mirror truly herself? She was not clad in a dress. In an instant, a fine layer of sweat trickled down her back. It was all too uncanny. This strangeness was intangible and elusive. Chapter 63. Jingwax's village not far away. An elderly man with graying hair and tattered clothes noticed the girl standing at the village entrance, his smile warm and inviting. Yet, as a thought crossed his mind, he abruptly halted his steps, remembering the village rules. At this moment, Qianyun had already spotted the old man peering at her from behind a house, observing her through a stone tablet. In her hand, a few coins exchanged from the points mall materialized. The old man, initially dissuaded, suddenly found a flicker of inspiration. However, the harshness of the village rules made him hesitate. Qianyun was the first to break the silence, presenting a friendly smile as she addressed him. "Good day, sir. I am here in search of my relatives. Do you know the Zhang family? My great-grandmother's mother once married into this village, and recently, she passed away. Her last wish was to return to her homeland, so I have come to fulfill that. Regardless of the relation, she thought, it suffices to create a connection." Feeling optimistic, Qianyun watched the old man joyfully wave at her. "Can you read, young lady? Have you seen the village rules at the entrance?" Qianyun felt a bit confused. "What village rules?" The old man, noticing her bewilderment, pointed to a small wooden board next to the stone tablet. "It's right there." Following his gesture, Qianyun's confusion deepened. The symbols before her appeared as incomprehensible scribbles. An unusual feeling of embarrassment washed over her. "I don't recognize these characters." The old man, unfazed, continued to engage in conversation with her from within the village. "Ah, I thought we had a literate visitor. No matter, I shall read them to you. Our village is called Jingwax Village, welcoming anyone wishing to settle here. However, there is one strict rule. No one may leave the village. The old man's expression turned grave. Qian Yun felt a jolt of surprise at this revelation. No one may leave. Is it not the outsiders who are restricted from entering? What a peculiar regulation. She resolved to delve deeper into the mysteries of this village and inquired curiously, why can't one leave the village? Are there dangers outside? If we cannot go out, will there be enough food? The old man shook his head and sighed. This is a tradition handed down by our ancestors, aimed solely at our well-being. We have thrived here for generations, living self-sufficiently, farming our land, without fear of hunger or war. We find no fault in this arrangement. Qian Yun observed the multitude of inscriptions. I see many writings. Is there only one rule? The old man replied, certainly not. I have yet to finish. Look below. The red section states that candles must be lit at night, and doors and windows must remain closed. There are mountain spirits that prey upon the unwary. The light of a candle keeps them at bay. The yellow section refers to the mirrors in our village. Have you noticed them? They serve to ward off evil spirits and must never be removed, lest misfortune befall us. The old man spoke with fervor. Lastly, we have etiquette for dining. Our village maintains a custom where men and women must eat separately. For a brief moment, Qian Yun considered expressing her discontent, but managed to restrain herself, asking instead, why is that? The elderly man did not respond immediately. Instead, his gaze shifted towards the gold coins clutched in Qian Yun's hand, the meaning unmistakable. Qian Yun felt somewhat bewildered. What use were these trinkets when one could not even leave the village? Why such avarice? Do you want this? Can you still utilize gold coins if you cannot leave the village? The old man's expression darkened, his initial enthusiasm waning at her incessant inquiries. Every morning at 10, a peddler arrives from outside the village, tossing goods to us in exchange for our gold coins. Little girl, why are you so inquisitive? I've indulged you for quite some time, yet you haven't even entered or offered me anything in return. This time, Qian Yun chose not to appear stingy. Tossing a gold coin at the old man's feet, he smiled as he picked it up, his demeanor brightening once more. In our village, both young and old are adept at managing affairs both within and beyond the home. The food we consume and the game we hunt depend entirely on us. The women merely make candles at home, avoiding strenuous labor, and certainly, they would not dare to compete for food with the men. Hence, we enjoy our meals separately. Any wife who lacks understanding would never seize her husband's share during such times. Will you enter? If not, be cautious not to linger outside the village, lest the mountain spirits devour you. Do not blame me for the warnings. Qian Yun was not yet inclined to act rashly. Despite the elderly man's disdain for women and his palpable fear of the night, she preferred to wait, intending to observe the peddler at 10 o'clock the following morning to verify the information and glean any useful insights. Finding a suitable spot on the slope outside the village, Qian Yun set up camp. Once her tent was erected, she began preparing her evening meal. From her vantage point, she had a clear view of the village's general layout. After a simple meal of tomato beef rice, the surroundings gradually darkened. She retrieved an everlasting torch and a fire basin, illuminating her immediate area and raising the temperature. Gazing upon the village, she noted that every household had its doors and windows tightly shut, with faint glimmers of light seeping through the cracks. Beyond the copper mirror, she had yet to discover any other peculiarities. Taking out the reclining chair gifted by Jing Chuan and a damage-resistant umbrella, Qian Yun leisurely sipped soda while observing the movements below. Unfortunately, since her arrival in this place, she found herself unable to use the chat feature, rendering her somewhat bored. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, a sudden chill swept through, triggering an alert from the damage-resistant umbrella, indicating the proximity of something ominous. Qian Yun brandished her moonlight shadow sword, and in an instant, all noise ceased. Were there spirits lurking? Qian Yun was taken aback. The moonlight shadow possessed a natural restraint against pollutants and malevolent entities, and as she drew it, silence enveloped the vicinity. Connecting the village's stone tablet and the old man's words, images of a dozen distinctly deceased spirits surfaced in her mind. Just as silence fell around her, a commotion erupted at the foot of the mountain, loud enough for Qian Yun to hear. A synchronized knocking resounded at each house's door, with the inhabitants inside warily watching their candles, fearful that the flames might extinguish, allowing the lurking monsters to invade without restraint. However, at that moment, while Qian Yun heard the rhythmic knocking, She saw no creatures whatsoever. Uncertain whether it was the oppressive darkness outside or some other reason, the mirror on the door swayed gently. As its oscillation intensified, at precisely 9 o'clock, the mirror emitted a heart-wrenching sound, reminiscent of a woman's anguished scream. Qianyun, standing at a distance, could not discern the source of the noise, only hearing it without the visceral immediacy experienced by the villagers inside. Xiaohua trembled as she gazed at her younger brother, Yaozu, nestled in their parents' embrace, filled with envy. Every night, she wished to be held and soothed by her parents like her brother, free from the chilling cries outside and the fear of the monstrous entities that might break through the door. Yet, she was a girl, and such comfort was not meant for her. Xiaohua pondered whether the door could withstand the impending turmoil. Their mirror had stood for many years. Could it truly ward off the intruder? She had overheard the village elder mention that the entity was nearing a breaking point and that an outsider must retrace the necessary steps to quell it. Was the entity lurking beyond the door? When would the outsider arrive? The creatures outside had grown increasingly menacing of late. Chapter 64. The Peddler Throughout the Night. Anguished cries and frantic pleas for help reverberated through the small village. Yet, Qianyun remained blissfully undisturbed, awakening naturally at 7 in the morning. She leisurely retrieved a delicate strawberry cake from her backpack and poured herself a glass of milk. As she savored the delectable treat, she breathed in the fresh, liberating air of the forest, her spirits lifting with each moment. From the events of the previous night, Qianyun gathered that knocking sounds occurred nightly in this village. However, beyond this, she had not gleaned any further clues. The peddler typically arrived at the village gate by 10 o'clock, so she felt no urgency to act. As for whether the old man would deceive her, it mattered little. In the face of both overt and covert schemes, strength without wisdom was ultimately futile. Meanwhile, as dawn broke, Su Fuwang was roused from his slumber by a series of urgent knocks on the door. The visitor was a young villager named Shengchun, who breathlessly exclaimed, "Uncle Su, there's trouble at the end of the village." Though Su Fuwang was reluctant to rise, the gravity of Shengchun's tone compelled him to don his clothes and follow the young man to the village's edge. Along the way, Shengchun's fragmented words left Su Fuwang in a state of confusion, uncertain of what calamity had befallen them. Upon arriving at the home of Su Lade, they beheld shattered mirrors strewn across the ground, the front door lying in ruins, and the interior devoid of life, save for 2 covered forms on the floor, one large and one small. Lifting the white cloth revealed Su Lade and his 17-year-old son, a dwarf, both victims of the same gruesome fate, their hearts and lungs extracted. Before they could process this horror, another villager arrived with news that trouble had struck the home of Lu Lizhi as well. Su Fuwang hastily briefed those present and rushed towards Lu Lizhi's residence. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The copper mirror at the entrance lay shattered, and deep claw marks marred the door, penetrating the wood far more than those at Su Lade's home. Su Fuwang's heart sank. Indeed, upon entering, he discovered Lu Lizhi torn to pieces and his wife, Mei Hua, with her heart and lungs removed. Their young son, terror-stricken, seemed to have succumbed to fright, his wide eyes reflecting sheer horror, devoid of any visible wounds. However, the most troubling aspect was the mysterious disappearance of Lu Lizhi's daughter, Xiaohua. This was the first instance of a family not perishing together within their home. The gruesome sight inside left all present shivering with dread, their hearts gripped by panic. The youngsters, unaware of the adult's grave demeanor, looked on in confusion, while the grown-ups exchanged anxious glances, their hearts heavy with fear and anger. Some even succumbed to nausea, while 2 pale, disheveled women with bruised skin exhibited fleeting glimmers of excitement amidst their shock. Su Fuwang's realization struck him. The malevolent force had emerged, spiraling out of control. It was imperative to locate the outsider girl today to follow the necessary protocols. Observing Su Fuwang's expression, Shun Laojian understood as well, pulling him aside for a hushed conversation. "What are your plans, nephew?" Shun Laojian inquired in a low voice. Su Fuwang furrowed his brow, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. "That entity has spiraled beyond our control. We must urgently locate a girl from a distant land who can navigate the process and bring this to fruition. Otherwise," he left the sentence hanging. But Shun Laojian grasped his meaning. The consequences were unfathomable. Shun Laojian nodded gravely. "I will instruct the villagers to continue searching for her whereabouts. Perhaps you possess more means to find the girl, but what if we fail?" Su Fuwang pondered for a moment before responding slowly. "Then we shall have to resort to alternative methods. However, such actions carry significant risks and may provoke further complications. Shen Laojian sighed, expressing his helplessness. Alas, this is truly a calamity. Let us hope to resolve this matter smoothly. As for the girl, she has already been presented to us. Shen Laojian continued. Nephew, let us examine something. Without waiting for Su Fuwang's impatient interruption, he produced a gold coin, distinct from those marked by their village. Su Fuwang's eyes sparked with excitement as a realization dawned upon him. A foreigner? The girl? Shen Laojian, composed, nodded and added with a smile. What a coincidence. Just yesterday, a girl arrived at our village seeking someone surnamed Zhang. It was quite amusing. Does our village even have relatives from beyond? I could tell she was lying, so I toyed with her a bit. She didn't enter. I saw her heading up the mountain. She also inquired about the peddler, and she is likely to return today. I mentioned that I would be delayed by half an hour. You should devise a plan to speak with Li Huolong and attempt to bring this young lady here using the old methods. If successful, will you ensure that my name is included in the Su family genealogy? Su Fuwang felt a sense of skepticism within, yet maintained a cheerful demeanor, even expressing a hint of respect. If the task is accomplished, all will be well. If not, we shall witness the fate of Lu Lizhi's family. The entire village cannot evade this. You all consented to that affair back then, and the subsequent developments were led by you esteemed elders. With that, Su Fuwang turned and departed, leaving Shen Laojian standing alone, filled with worry and dread. He understood that this dreadful event was merely at its inception. If not resolved swiftly, the entire village would face a monumental crisis. As was his custom, Su Fuwang cast a white flagpole onto the path leading outside the village. The inscriptions upon the flag could only be deciphered by the villagers. Li Huolong's ancestors had once been part of the village, thus he could comprehend it as well. For generations, the Li family had relied on this method to provide goods for the village's livelihood. Time swiftly passed, and soon it approached 9:30. Qianyan packed her belongings, shouldered her gear, and prepared to set forth. She meticulously disassembled her tent, stowing it in her backpack, and gradually descended the mountain. Meanwhile, Lu Wanyu arrived at Jingla village, shouldering 4 large crates of goods. From a distance, he spotted the familiar white flag and picked it up for a moment before carelessly tossing it back into the village. At that moment, a child dashed out from behind the village, retrieved the discarded flag, and excitedly sprinted back toward the village. Su Fuwang had just concluded matters concerning Lu Lizhi's household and was about to leave when he collided with Su Xuanzi, who approached bearing the flag. He immediately understood that the other party had consented to the transaction. Qianyan walked straight along the small path from yesterday and soon spotted a vendor ahead, calling out to attract customers. Holding a gold coin and carrying a disguised bundle on his back, he approached and inquired, "Good day. You must be the vendor the old gentleman spoke of yesterday, am I correct? I have come here in search of family, yet I am unfamiliar with this place. May I ask you a few questions?" Chapter 65. The merchant greetings. Are you the merchant the old man spoke of yesterday? I have come here in search of my family, but I am unfamiliar with this place. May I inquire about a few matters? Qianyun approached the merchant with brisk steps, her face adorned with a sincere yet bashful smile, her gaze clear and innocent, evoking an immediate fondness. Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of a mountain spring flowing gently, imparting a refreshing and natural essence. Li Qiankuan, the merchant, composed himself and turned to face Qianyun, a hint of curiosity and perplexity flickering across his features. He scrutinized her closely, pondering. This young lady appears remarkably naive, devoid of any ulterior motives. Thus, he replied with a smile, searching for family? Here? A shy, timid smile graced Qianyun's face as she emulated the earnest gaze of Lin Lulu, her eyes reflecting a transparent simplicity. She softly remarked, "Indeed, I seek my family. But it seems outsiders are not permitted in this village. Do you know why?" Her tone was imbued with confusion and a genuine sense of inquiry. Upon hearing her words and observing the innocent demeanor she exuded, Li Qiankuan felt a sense of relief and responded cheerfully, "Who told you that? In this day and age, such feudal superstitions are no longer in vogue. If you wish to enter, you may do so." His words conveyed an unusual defiance, while simultaneously advising Qianyun not to lend credence to such nonsensical tales. Qianyun scratched her head, displaying a bashful countenance as she softly replied, "Oh dear, I must have misspoken. An old man told me yesterday that this village is a place one can enter but not leave, claiming it to be a village rule. Do you know the reason behind this?" Upon hearing this, Li Qiankuan found himself internally muttering, Who has the audacity to spread such tales? Nevertheless, he feigned composure and answered, "You must have misheard. I frequent this place and have never encountered such a circumstance." Qian Yun smiled faintly, pressing further, "Is today your first visit then?" Li Qianquan, perplexed by how the conversation had shifted to himself, nonetheless replied cautiously, "Not at all. I have already entered the village. I just happened to run into you as I emerged. What is your name, young lady? Whom are you searching for? Perhaps I know them and can guide you." Qian Yun regarded the merchant's laden burden with a smile, remaining silent. Noticing her lack of response, Li Qianquan continued to feign his sales pitch. Meanwhile, Shun Laozhen and Su Fuwang, who were concealed behind, were equally bewildered as to why the merchant had not yet taken action. Under normal circumstances, the merchant would have subdued his target, bound them with rope, and tossed one end to them for them to drag the person away, yet there was no sign of movement. Li Qianquan felt a pang of urgency, as this girl was constantly facing him, making it impossible to act directly. He contemplated using a sedative, but she was always watching his burden. Finally, as he furtively glanced at her, Qian Yun broke the silence. A meaningful smile graced her lips as she gently inquired, "Sir, what do you carry in your load?" Li Qianquan felt a tightening in his chest and forced himself to respond with feigned calmness. "Just some everyday items. Small trinkets like mirrors, combs, and hairpins." Qian Yun raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mischief flickering in her eyes, and pressed on with her inquiry. "Oh? Is that truly all there is? Then why are you so anxious?" Li Qianquan, maintaining his facade, explained, "What am I anxious about? It's merely the heat. It's stifling me." Qian Yun chuckled lightly, no longer probing, but instead gazed thoughtfully at Li Qianquan. His discomfort under her scrutiny mounted, and he silently lamented, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. Meanwhile, Shun Laozhen and Su Fuwang, concealed behind, were in a state of frantic impatience, oblivious to Qian Yun's intentions and hesitant to act rashly. "Where is your uncle from? He seems remarkably warm-hearted and kind." Li Qianquan, clad in coarse linen garments, presented hands that, aside from calluses on his knuckles and fingertips, appeared surprisingly soft and fair, while his face bore little evidence of sun or wind exposure. It seemed the old man from yesterday had not spoken entirely truthfully. Upon hearing Qian Yun's remark, Li Qianquan sensed an undercurrent of sarcasm, yet her expression radiated sincerity, as if she genuinely admired him. "Well, my uncle also has a daughter, and upon seeing you, I was reminded of her, which prompted me to inquire further to see if there was any way I could assist you. Please, do not hesitate to ask if there is anything I can do," Qian Yun said, stifling a laugh within herself, eagerly anticipating his response. "Indeed, I do have a small favor to ask," she continued, drawing closer and grasping his outstretched hand. Li Qianquan, feeling awkward, withdrew his hand and replied, "Certainly. As long as you can assist." Qian Yun's smile became all the more genuine. "I intend to enter the village to seek relatives, but I'm unfamiliar with the area and its customs. I would greatly appreciate your guidance." Upon hearing this, Li Qianquan's skin prickled with apprehension. He considered refusing but recalled that mere moments ago, he had assured her that he could come and go freely. To decline now might arouse her suspicion. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to guide her to the entrance, believing that with a few individuals concealed behind him, he could manage her. Even if he failed, he could seize an opportunity to act, yet he was determined that he would not enter the village himself. Resolute in his decision, Li Qianquan offered a bright smile and agreed. "All right, let's go." "You go ahead, uncle. I will follow behind to protect you." Qian Yun promptly rejected. "That won't do. It's better for you to lead the way, and besides, how could a junior walk ahead of their elder?" Li Qianquan felt a twinge of suspicion at her words, as if she were subtly casting a spell upon him, yet he could not argue, for her reasoning held merit. The two shared an unspoken understanding. Within moments, they reached the entrance, and as Li Qianquan reached out, he found only emptiness. Qian Yun had distanced herself from him. He was caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Qian Yun, however, wasted no time, stepping forward and grasping his arm with such force that he found himself entirely unable to resist. And together they entered the village. The 5 individuals behind the stone tablet and village gate exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that this merchant had also managed to enter. Why did he come in? Unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation, they, who yearned for freedom, found themselves trapped, and yet Li Huolang, who was aware of the underlying circumstances, still chose to enter. Who would then deliver goods to them? Everyone believed that Li Hualang had succumbed to some misfortune today, his mind clouded and irrational, completely unaware that his predicament was not a matter of choice, but rather one of inescapable entrapment, rendering him speechless. Once inside, Li Hualang could no longer afford to ponder such matters. Qian Yun released her grip, and he dashed towards the exit, but as he reached the threshold, a transparent barrier repelled him back. Qian Yun wore an expression of disbelief, as if to say, "You deceived me. None of you are good people." Su Fu Wang swiftly reacted to this sudden turn of events. Chapter 66. The scheme at this moment. Su Fu Wang was oblivious to the frantic attempts of Li Qianquan to escape. Upon seeing Qian Yun's expression, he sensed trouble. However, since the other party was trapped, he deemed it inconsequential. He gestured to those around him, and they encircled Qian Yun. "Miss, we have a matter in our village that requires your assistance. It is not our intention to treat you in this manner. If you cooperate, we shall provide you with the finest hospitality. If you refuse, do not blame us for the consequences." Su Fu Wang smiled insincerely, his gaze fixed menacingly on the terrified Qian Yun. The others, noticing her youth and beauty, shared in his malicious mirth. Feigning resistance, Qian Yun exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? I warn you, your actions are illegal. I can report you for abduction and fraud. I am here to seek my family. Do you think I am easy prey?" Su Fu Wang and his companions erupted in laughter. "Oh, seeking family, are we? Have you ever heard of relatives from our village or beyond at your age?" Qian Yun confronted the dismissive expressions of those surrounding her. "If you cannot comprehend human language, I possess a modicum of martial skill myself." Su Fu Wang sneered, his eyes turning even more menacing. "Oh, young lady, do not mistake our hospitality for weakness. Regardless of your intentions, even if you refuse to assist us today, you will not be leaving this place. When you encounter the monster, you will be begging us for help." He signaled to the others, who stepped closer, tightening the encirclement around her. Anticipating this outcome, Qian Yun feigned the demeanor of a lost lamb forced to yield. "What exactly do you need my help with? Please clarify, and then I shall consider my response." Su Fu Wang grinned in triumph. "It is quite simple. Our village has recently been plagued by attacks from a monster that favors beautiful girls and heeds their words. Assist us in subduing it, and we shall set you free." Though Qian Yun sensed the complexity behind their request, she agreed readily. "Very well, I shall assist you. But I have one condition. I must first see what this monster looks like." Su Fu Wang hesitated but ultimately nodded. "Agreed, but not at this moment. For your safety and to ensure your cooperation, we must employ some mild measures." One of his associates produced a cloth and, without warning, pressed it against Qian Yun's mouth and nose, rendering her unconscious. "It is merely anesthetic. Do not fear," he said. Meanwhile, her wrist device, Little U, silently recorded the route and environment they traversed. Although her hands and feet were temporarily bound, Qian Yun found a comfortable position as she was carried away, listening to Li Qianquan's frantic questions and accusations. Silver grain lay concealed in the small backpack on Qian Yun's back, ready to return to her pet space at her whim. Throughout the journey, snippets of conversation revealed that a monster indeed existed in the village, and those who entered were trapped, with every villager, regardless of age or gender, subject to its attacks. The mirror has recently ceased to function, and there have been reports of several women rising in the dead of night, armed with newly replaced copper mirrors and candles, to groom themselves. In the village, mirrors are categorized into yang mirrors and sha mirrors. At night, the sha mirror is placed indoors, while the yang mirror is stored in the ancestral hall for purification. During the day, the yang mirror is turned over and placed at the village entrance to ward off misfortune, and at night, it is hung before the door to dispel evil spirits. Throughout this process, several individuals repeatedly mentioned that thing, yet Qian Yun, despite her numerous inquiries, could not ascertain what that thing referred to. As the group was transported to the ancestral hall, they began to question Su Fu Wang. "Village chief, when will the ceremony commence? Have you consulted with the elder Su about suitable candidates? Can you assure us that today is feasible? Otherwise, who knows if it will be our family that suffers the consequences tomorrow?" Another chimed in. "Indeed, my wife was also brought from outside. Is she not capable? I could exchange her for this young girl and have her handle the ceremony." The speaker, Su Das-hun, was known as the most adept husband in Mirror Wax Village, earning the admiration of many men for his methods. However, his remarks instantly drew ire from everyone present in the ancestral hall. "Your wife is hardly suitable. She's no longer a maiden. Is her blood even usable? Just look at your unfortunate state. This woman cannot be sacrificed. She is meant for suppression. The inquiries continued, growing increasingly loud, much to Su Fuwang's annoyance. Enough of this clamor. Silence. The elder Su has declared that it must be done during the full moon tomorrow. As for the candidates, that is not for you to decide. I will name those required. The 5 of you, Su Ji, Su Hao, Su Tai, Su Gang, and Su Gui, be present at the ancestral hall tomorrow to carry the deceased to the back mountain cemetery. The rest of you disperse. As for tonight, someone should draw a bit of blood from this girl first. Upon hearing this, Su Dashun stepped forward with a knife, and the others did not contest him. Coincidentally, he aimed for the hand bound to Qianyun's blood condensation pearl. Before the blade could break the skin, Qianyun quickly extracted a bit of crocodile blood from the pearl. Su Changshun was momentarily stunned. How could blood emerge with just a mere touch of the knife? Before he could ponder further or investigate, he was soon swept away by the praises from those around him, feeling euphoric and utterly confident. A person swiftly brought forth a basin to collect the blood. Qianyun, sensing a sudden darkness before her eyes, wondered if anyone was concerned about her losing too much blood and dying. That was a deft move, truly impressive. You've become even more skilled than before. Indeed, just look at how the blood flowed as soon as the knife touched. You can't deny this blood is distinctly different from ours. Observe its color and viscosity. It's warm and fresh. Upon hearing their remarks, Qianyun thought to herself, what a jest. It remained still within the blood condensation pearl. Of course, it would appear warm and fresh once removed. Su Fuwang, sensing that it was nearly time, called for a halt and gestured for the person beside him, who was holding gauze and medicinal herbs, to step forward and tend to the wound. Su Dashun, somewhat reluctant, interjected, hold on. I see the girl's complexion is still rosy. If we apply more, this meager amount of blood won't suffice for the Su clan's rituals for each household. Su Fuwang shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, enough with the nonsense. If she were to perish, there would be no talismans to speak of, and the entire village could not compensate for your folly. After uttering this, Su Fuwang felt a twinge of discomfort. Indeed, the girl's complexion appeared normal. The individual responsible for the bandaging approached, just as Su Fuwang's words reached their conclusion. They examined the wound and applied the medicine, remaining vigilant against any deceit. Qianyun was genuinely impressed by this old trickster. Swiftly, she activated her innate ability to freeze time, then resolutely cut her hand, quickly consumed a restorative potion, and lay down, all within 10 seconds. With the effect of the prohibition lifted, the onlookers observed as someone lifted Qianyun's hand, signaling for everyone to take notice, ensuring that all had seen before they proceeded to bandage her. Once the wound was dressed, Qianyun adeptly drank another restorative potion. In a place unseen by the crowd, her wound vanished entirely. Everyone appeared relieved, except for Su Dashun, who sensed something was amiss. He felt as though he had truly inflicted the wound, and it certainly did not resemble one of his own making. Nevertheless, the evidence of both the injury and the blood confirmed his involvement. With no other option, he could only conclude that his skills had indeed improved, and he contemplated testing them on his non-laying hen upon returning home. This thought stirred a wave of excitement within him. Chapter 67. The first clue. Once all had vacated the ancestral hall, Qianyun finally opened her eyes. As she sat up, she beheld an array of altars before her, with a particular plaque at the front inscribed with the characters Su family Shangming ancestor, the writing distinctly legible. Observing her surroundings, aside from the neatly arranged tables and chairs, the entire space emanated a solemn and austere atmosphere. Was this truly what they referred to as a village shrine? It seemed rather unremarkable. Rising from the ground, Qianyun gently brushed off the dust from her attire. It appeared that the villagers held a considerable degree of trust in her. Astonishingly, there was not even a guard stationed. This situation struck her as peculiar, for she was a stranger confined within these walls. Did they genuinely believe she would not attempt to escape? She cast her gaze around and noticed 2 thick, yellowed tomes resting on the offering table, blowing away the dust that had settled upon them. She casually picked one up and opened it, only to find the script within entirely incomprehensible. Pretending to be nonchalant, she closed the book, internally musing, this village is indeed strange. Although they possess a unified script, many items employ their own peculiar characters, resembling a sort of Morse code. Clearly, she would require assistance to decipher these texts. Qianyun recalled the words spoken by a few individuals before their departure, mentioning a gathering at the back mountain tomorrow night. She deemed it essential to venture there, Yet the challenge lay in how to do so undetected. Furthermore, that old ancestor Sue, with his plan to utilize her blood for drawing symbols to subdue monsters, may have miscalculated. She wondered if he would even recognize that what he sought was not human blood. After waiting for approximately half an hour, Qianyun had yet to see even a shadow, let alone a ghostly figure. Stepping outside, she scanned her surroundings. The silence was almost eerie. Utilizing her mental prowess to probe the vicinity, she noted that, despite being a village shrine, there was an unsettling lack of movement. It was unusual for a shrine to be so secluded, especially with the surrounding homes situated on the opposite side. At her feet lay rows of bronze mirrors, distinctly different from those typically hung on household doors. The mirrors adorning the doors were framed in silver and circular in shape, whereas the multitude here were black with square centers. The concept of heavenly roundness and earthly squareness resonates deeply. Ancient bronze mirrors were predominantly circular, reflecting the Han dynasty's astronomical beliefs. The motifs on Han mirrors celebrated mystical celestial phenomena and the divine realm, with the belief that heaven was round and earth was square, the former governing nature and the latter human affairs. This understanding dictated the form of the bronze mirrors, while the decorative patterns were inspired by celestial imagery. According to contemporary thought, the sun was positioned centrally, with square button bases arranged around it, symbolizing the earth and its embellishments constrained by the circular heavens. Circular mirrors represented the sky, embodying the notion of heavenly roundness and earthly squareness, while the protruding knobs at the corners symbolized the pillars supporting the heavenly canopy. The inscriptions conveyed a connection to the cosmos, suggesting an existence at the universe's center, eternally in harmony with its cycles, signifying immortality and the flourishing of descendants. Notably, square mirrors often served as burial artifacts. The villagers referred to the Yang mirror as the round mirror, while the Sha mirror was the square one. What then? Were they attempting to seal or suppress from beneath the earth? Qianyun found herself momentarily at a loss, staring at the stack of square mirrors with no clear direction. Devoid of the disorienting sensation she had experienced the previous day, the entire village exuded an aura of strangeness and discord. After pondering for a moment without yielding any results, she resolved to first investigate the cemetery located at the back of the mountain, fearing that action after nightfall would prove more challenging. Following the narrow path behind the village shrine, she ascended the mountain, serenaded by the harmonious chirping of cicadas and birds, everything seemingly ordinary. As she continued her ascent, she soon stumbled upon a dilapidated thatched cottage concealed within the thicket. Pushing the door open, she found the interior cluttered with various items, a machete, ropes, and numerous wooden branches, coated in a sticky substance reminiscent of yellow wax. As Qianyun continued her exploration, she suddenly sensed the presence of someone ahead. Instinctively, she sought refuge in a discreet location. Moments later, a figure emerged, a woman, clad in faded garments, her frame gaunt, appearing to be in her 50s. Observing the two books in her hands, Qianyun thought, she seems literate. Without hesitation, she brandished a wooden stick and struck the woman at the nape of her neck. Applying just the right amount of force, the woman collapsed instantly. Subsequently, Qianyun dragged the woman's unconscious body back to the cottage. After applying pressure to her body, the woman gradually opened her eyes. With a sharp dagger in hand and a radiant smile, Qianyun gestured for silence. Her voice was deep and laced with menace. Just answer my questions. Do not attempt to call for help, or you shall bear the consequences. The woman gazed at the dagger in Qianyun's hand, nodding repeatedly in understanding. Satisfied, Qianyun continued, Do you know the secret of your village? A flicker of struggle crossed the woman's face, as if she were weighing whether to reveal the truth. Ultimately, she settled into calmness, shaking her head to indicate her ignorance. Qianyun frowned, regarding the woman with skepticism. She suspected that the woman might possess knowledge yet was unwilling to divulge it. Thus, she resolved to persuade her through another approach. You would do well to speak the truth. I may have a way to save you all. I am not here to disrupt your lives. I come to resolve your dilemmas, Qianyun earnestly articulated. However, upon hearing this, the woman's previously placid demeanor transformed into fury. She widened her eyes and hissed at Qianyun in a low voice. You are a woman too, a woman who has been deceived. And yet you seek to assist those beasts? Her voice, raspy, was laced with anger and boundless hatred. Taken aback by the woman's words, Qianyun quickly realized that this woman might be an ally. She hastily attempted to clarify. You may have misunderstood. I do not intend to aid the villagers. Have you not considered that I might be here to help you? Help us? Ha ha ha. The woman erupted into laughter. As if she had heard an absurd joke, her voice tinged with bitterness. Once she had laughed enough, she finally spoke again. Do you know where the last person who promised to assist us is now? There, in a place where the sun never shines, condemned to eternal unrest. Do you still wish to aid us, relying solely on yourself? The woman pointed towards the depths of the jungle, her gaze laden with compassion, guilt, and profound nostalgia. Noticing something amiss in Qianyun's demeanor, she produced a bottle of water and offered it to her. After the woman accepted the water, Qianyun demonstrated her prowess by shattering a stone with a single hand, the powder gently cascading through her fingers. Given this, do you truly believe I can assist you? Chapter 68. The Secret of the Back Mountain. The woman gazed incredulously at the scene before her, her expression a mixture of doubt and suspicion. Finally, as if reaching a reluctant compromise, she spoke slowly. My mother's name was Li Chunying. Our family was not particularly affluent, yet my parents cherished her deeply. Years ago, discontent with an arranged marriage, she ran away from home and, by a twist of fate, was deceived by Li Qiankuan's father, Li Anning, who lured her here. Li Anning promised to provide my mother with employment, but he drugged her. When she awoke, she found herself sold as a bride to the Su family. Betrayed by the trusted courier who had exchanged her for a mere gold coin, Li Chunying's tone remained calm. She attempted to escape, seizing an opportunity when they let their guard down, only to discover that there was no way out of the village. Here, women are unworthy of kindness. We scarcely live as human beings. Reduced to mere vessels for procreation or tools for others' gratification, we exist like a burdening waste. As she continued, her previously tranquil demeanor shifted unexpectedly, ignited by some tumultuous thought. My mother tried to take her own life. At a tender age, I could only seek help from others. Too frightened to confide in the uncles in the village, I ran sobbing down the road, where a newly arrived fairy-like sister spotted me, and I implored her to rescue my mother. I do not know what she told my mother, but afterward, my mother expressed a desire to live again. Su Yao began treating my mother and me with greater kindness. My mother was resigned to endure this life. To our dismay, that beast began sharing his wife with others. Qianyun clenched her fingers tightly, yet suppressed her emotions to continue listening. That vile father of mine led a group into our home, and, before my very eyes, humiliated my mother. In her moment of utter despair, that girl appeared, wielding a chopping knife and driving those vile men away. She helped my mother and me escape, hoping to find a way out through the back mountain. Yet it was futile. No one could leave this village. They found us. She was captured, and I was taken back to that beast, while my mother faced even harsher treatment. It was through that monster's cruelty that I learned that the girl, seemingly 3 or 4 years younger than I and resembling a fairy, was merely a new commodity they had procured. Amidst the unending torment, my mother occasionally harbored resentment towards the very girl who had tried to save us. This feeling peaked when my mother, unable to rise from her bed after a brutal beating, learned that the girl was living well with the current village chief, Su Fuwang, and mingling amicably with the other wives. My mother, with malice, thought, if only she were like me. As time passed, my mother could no longer suppress her thoughts. She and several other women, who had similarly suffered abuse after being trafficked to the village, engaged in a grievous act. I inadvertently overheard their plans and rushed to inform her, never anticipating that my mother and I would cause her harm. She was a truly wonderful girl. Having studied abroad and read extensively, she understood much and secretly taught us, the neglected girls, how to read and comprehend the world. She would feign compliance with those wretched men while discreetly seeking out individuals willing to escape this hellish existence. She said she had discovered a way. In 2 days, the village would hold a ritual, and all the men were summoned to the ancestral hall. At that time, she waited at the village entrance for others to join her departure. My mother sought out her old friends with the initial intent to harm her. Yet upon discovering that this friend planned to escape with the young woman, she grew anxious. She feared their failure to flee, but equally dreaded the possibility of their successful escape, prompting her to inform my father. My despicable father, in collusion with the village head, devised a plan. The ritual was abruptly cancelled. Su Zuolao and Su Fuwang's father, Su Zhenghai, along with a throng, apprehended them all. A great fire erupted that day, incinerating every hope of escape, and the ethereal young woman was insulted before being consumed by flames, while her child clapped in delight. As she recounted this tale, the woman's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks. Do you believe there are good people in this village? The young woman's name was Chu Shi, embodying hope. Perhaps she was the sole beacon of goodness in this place. My mother's status among the village women elevated significantly due to this incident, and even I acquired a name, transforming from Dai to Lai Pan. No one anticipated that 7 days later, a series of strange occurrences would unfold. Several individuals met sudden deaths overnight, including my father. The village head, in a state of panic, promptly enlisted Li Huolang to find a Taoist priest. The priest performed some unknown rites, after which every household was mandated to hang copper mirrors and light candles. Every 3 years, an outsider girl must endure the same harrowing experiences that Chu Shi faced before her grave. Qian Yun could no longer contain her curiosity. Why did these wretches act thus? Li Lai Pan laughed through her tears. Why? Because the Taoist claimed that both ghosts and monsters would inevitably fear the moments preceding their demise. Repeating those moments would invoke their deepest fears, serving as a warning of sorts. Absurd, I assenti it, yet effective. Look how quiet it has remained for so many years. Qian Yun sensed a flaw in this reasoning, yet refrained from questioning further. My mother, transformed into a different person, suffered relentless nightmares each night, muttering incoherently. She fought valiantly to protect me, often sustaining severe injuries from others. As her health deteriorated, she passed away when I was merely 10 years old. To ensure my survival, I wed Su Fuwang, only for him to later disdain me for my inability to bear children and sell me off to remarry. At this juncture, Li Lai Pan cast a complex glance towards Qian Yun, her hands fidgeting behind her back while her words continued. By the way, before my mother passed, she revealed that the Taoist was her lover. She intended for Chu Shi to return as a vengeful spirit, declaring that everyone in the village deserved death. All must die. This year is the final year. Once you perish, the resentment will surge, and Aunt Chu will gain even greater power. Yes, it all hinges on your death. Qian Yun swiftly detected the underlying menace, instinctively retreating. Li Lai Pan, brandishing a talisman, smiled ominously at her. You possess some strength, but it is insufficient. Although Qian Yun harbored trepidation towards such elusive entities, she was not without means to confront them. With a swift draw of her longsword, she struck decisively. Li Lai Pan was once more bound, her mouth gagged with a cloth. Qian Yun gently patted her face, acknowledging that all fear stems from a lack of firepower. While she refrained from passing judgment on other matters, she expressed her gratitude for the clues provided. She ventured towards the back mountain to assist in locating Aunt Chu. Ignoring Li Lai Pan's predatory gaze, Qian Yun pressed on, reflecting on the words exchanged along the path. However, if the situation proved true, then the torment inflicted upon numerous girls to amplify Chu Shi's resentment, transforming her into a malevolent spirit, could not merely be an endeavor to annihilate the villagers. Soon, Qian Yun arrived at a realm shrouded in swirling black mist. Although she lacked proficiency in divination or the esoteric arts, it mattered little. She recognized the taint of pollution. This area was undeniably unclean, as evidenced by the increase of 10 pollution points after merely stepping within. Swiftly retreating from the murky haze, Qian Yun consumed a restorative potion to regain her composure. Chapter 69. Blood Jade. Qian Yun steadied her mind and retrieved several moonstones from her backpack, once again stepping into the black mist. As she ventured deeper, the area illuminated by the moonstones remained relatively safe, yet the black mist thickened ominously. Proceeding cautiously, Qian Yun was suddenly startled by a faint sound resembling crying. A pang of anxiety gripped her heart as she followed the sound, but then her foot landed on something unsettling, leading her to feel as though something had grasped her ankle. With her vision limited, she activated her system scan. Graveyard Hill, a place steeped in resentment and malice, where the magnetic field is disturbed and phantoms roam freely. Ding. Graveyard Hill detected. It is advisable to flee immediately and not linger. Qian Yun felt a wave of dizziness. Despite having encountered sea monsters before, this was her first encounter with ghosts, evoking an unsettling sense of faith collapsing. She quickened her pace and soon broke free from the encircling mist, her surroundings suddenly brightening. However, upon realizing her predicament, she found herself standing atop a grave. Gazing at the tombstone before her, she noticed a name unfamiliar to her, one that was not Chu Shi. Remorse washed over her for her earlier actions, prompting her to bow in apology. Just as she straightened up, a chill crept up her back. She whipped around. Her eyes locked on a figure standing not far behind her, clad in white, with hollow, soulless eyes that seemed devoid of life. Strangely, this apparition was not shrouded in the black mist. Clutching the moonstone tightly, Qianyun observed the figure with trepidation. "Who are you?" Her voice betrayed a hint of caution and confusion. Yet, the figure offered no response, slowly advancing towards her. A sense of panic surged within her, and she attempted to flee, only to find her legs immobilized as if nailed to the ground. She could only watch helplessly as the figure drew nearer, an icy dread ascending from her feet. At that moment, more white figures began to materialize, their voices echoing a chilling refrain. "Leave, go, depart, quickly." The sound was genderless, sometimes distant, sometimes close, sending shivers down her spine. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Qianyun slapped herself twice, the sharp pain jolting her back to clarity. Her rationality returning as she processed the encounter. When she opened her eyes again, the white figures had vanished. She surveyed her surroundings and found herself in a cemetery, surrounded by tombstones, all bearing the names of villagers from Jingla village, with the surname Su being predominant, while only a few others belonged to different families. Steeling herself, she concluded that this place was unsuitable for lingering. Just then, she heard a faint cry for help. "Help, me!" Qianyun gasped and scanned her surroundings, but saw no one. "Who is calling for help?" she asked anxiously. "I'm here, below." The voice was intermittent. Looking down, she noticed that the soil beside a tombstone appeared disturbed. She hastily began to dig, and to her astonishment, a hand emerged from the earth. "What is happening here?" Qianyun was filled with uncertainty as she slowly excavated the earth, only to uncover a buried corpse. After tossing it aside a couple of times, she sensed something amiss. The body was warm. It was a living person. With renewed urgency, Qianyun hastily extricated the individual. To her surprise, it was a familiar face, Li Qianquan, the merchant. She retrieved a length of twine and bound him securely, then delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. He soon regained consciousness, and upon seeing Qianyun and his own restrained limbs, he exclaimed in alarm, "Miss, what is the meaning of this? I am a victim too. Look at this village. Something is clearly wrong. If you untie me, we can devise a plan to escape together." With a smile, Qianyun replied, "A victim? Unaware, are we? Pray tell, how did you end up buried alive? How did you arrive here? What is your connection to this village? If you cannot clarify, I shall have to draw blood. Fear not. I am quite experienced. If I do not wish for you to perish, no matter how many cuts I make, you shall still breathe." As Li Qianquan beheld the inexplicable dagger in Qianyun's hand inching closer to his throat, he swallowed hard, harboring no doubts about her intentions. In his anxiety to flee the village, he pondered briefly and then replied, half truthfully, "I am unsure. This village, known as Mirrorwax Village, was not always called so, nor was it a place of one-way entry. There exists a gold mine within these mountains, and to monopolize it, they employed sorcery to ensure no one could leave. Only the village chief and a few elders were permitted to depart. My ancestors managed to escape in that manner. However, an incident occurred that transformed the falsehood of not being able to leave into a grim reality. You must have heard the locals speak of a ritual to subdue evil spirits, correct? I was bound and cast here for my dissent against it, buried alive. Fortunately, I encountered you, or I would have perished. Yet now, I find myself entangled in this mess. Why not collaborate to escape?" Qianyun believed the first half of his tale, but was skeptical of the latter. After all, she had unwittingly played a role in his predicament. He should harbor resentment towards her. Moreover, given the village's dark secrets, it was implausible that Li Qianquan was unaware of them. Nevertheless, she feigned contemplation, adopting a thoughtful expression. As impatience flickered in Li Qianquan's eyes, Qianyun ambiguously suggested, "We may cooperate, yet you must first disclose your plan for escape. Otherwise, how can I ascertain that you do not deceive me? Moreover, if you are in league with them, I would be doomed." Anger briefly flashed in Li Qianquan's eyes, but was quickly concealed. When he spoke again, his demeanor had transformed into that of an honest man. The Taoist who previously assisted in dealing with that matter left behind a blood jade to seal the coffin. If we can locate that blood jade, we shall be able to escape. Qianyun remained unconvinced by this narrative. If it were indeed true, she doubted no one in the village harbored similar intentions. There must be other factors at play. Very well, do you know the location of the tomb? If you do not, then we are merely toiling in vain. Li Qianquan was taken aback by Qianyun's cautious demeanor, despite her apparent trust in him. Thus, he reluctantly retrieved a yellowed scroll from his pocket and handed it to her. After all, He had memorized its contents thoroughly. Parting with it posed no concern. Moreover, the inscriptions on the map were beyond his comprehension. However, it mattered little, for his father had imparted to him the means to acquire these life-saving treasures. I possess the inherited map, Li Qianquan proclaimed with pride. Qianyun examined the map briefly. It was inscribed in simplified Chinese characters, with the surrounding cliffs clearly marked. Each precipice bore an artifact left by a Taoist priest. Qianyun feigned ignorance. Yet her attention was drawn to a water pool depicted at the center of the encircling mountains. She pointed to it and inquired, "What does this signify?" Upon hearing her question, Li Qianquan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, she did not comprehend its significance. This is the very location where we shall retrieve the blood jade. Chapter 70. Breaking the seal, Qianyun understood that this must be Chu Shi's tomb, though she wondered why it lay submerged in water. As for the few talismans, they had likely been taken by Li Qianquan, who would not be present here. More importantly, she pondered who had buried it. Throughout her journey, she had seen no one other than Li Lipan, and the connection between Li Lipan and Li Qianquan was evident, as they shared the same surname. She discreetly activated her light brain to view the quest page, noting that neither of the two clues had been illuminated. This indicated that the information she had gathered was insufficient to activate the clues, or perhaps both individuals had spoken falsehoods. As they walked, the mud clinging to their shoes weighed heavily. After a long trek, twilight began to envelop the sky. The village had descended into chaos. The girl they had encountered was missing. Everyone had mobilized in search, but it was too late. Night was falling, and no one dared to gamble with their lives at such an hour. Thus, Su Fuwang instructed that they would search for everyone in the mountains the following day, and the group quickly dispersed, returning to their homes. With the blood talisman in hand, they felt somewhat reassured. Beside Qianyun, Li Qianquan trembled with fear. He understood that staying in the village would surely lead to his demise. Yet in the mountains, armed with talismans, he believed he had little to fear if he could find the blood jade. In the dim light, the water's surface barely illuminated the branches surrounding it, which trembled slightly. Li Qianquan hastily approached, realizing that to retrieve the blood jade, he would need to enter the water. However, as dusk began to settle, his trepidation grew. Qianyun noticed his fear and inquired, "I cannot swim. Can you?" Just as Li Qianquan intended to use this as an excuse to persuade Qianyun to enter the water, she preemptively spoke. Reluctantly, he replied, "Yes, lend me that rope. Please hold my clothes for me." Qianyun disdainfully tossed him the rope and remarked, "Leave your clothes on the ground. I find it rather inappropriate." With no other option, Li Qianquan glared at her before shedding his garments and entering the water. Qianyun observed that the previously trembling surface of the water had stilled, confirming her suspicions. He must possess a talisman. The weight felt interminable, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, ripples disturbed the water's surface as Li Qianquan emerged, his face alight with joy. "I found it," he exclaimed. Yet, the next moment, a torrent of crimson surged toward him, and his expression shifted to one of terror. "Hurry, pull me up." Without hesitation, Qianyun brandished her sword and struck down, freeing Li Qianquan, who scrambled to safety. He demanded, "Why didn't you pull me up sooner? If that creature had reacted, I would have perished." With a knowing smile, Qianyun replied, "With the talismans and the corpse jade you possess, what is there to fear?" Li Qianquan paused mid-motion, changing his clothes, and asked, "How do you know? Are you using me? Who exactly are you?" Qianyun replied, "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that if you do not speak the truth, I can ensure your demise even if the ghost cannot." Li Qianquan felt a surge of panic, yet recognizing Qianyun's swift movements, he realized that failure to comply might lead to his immediate end. He decided to be forthcoming, hoping to secure a few conditions in return. "I can share, but I hope you will help me and Li Lipan escape afterward." Qianyun nodded in agreement. In the depths of their hearts, they understood that their survival was paramount. She was not the guardian of anyone, tasked with shielding two individuals oblivious to the perils that lay ahead. Li Qianquan began to elaborate, and Qianyun soon grasped the gravity of the situation. The first clue had successfully emerged. The village, once named Taoyuan, had relocated here to escape the ravages of war, with but a single narrow path leading in. To discover this path, one must first ascertain its entrance. This bore a resemblance to the tale of the Peach Blossom Spring. The villagers were originally kind-hearted and simple folk, until fate brought a young man into their midst. Through his words, they learned that the war beyond their borders had ceased, and peace reigned, With commerce flourishing rapidly, both land and maritime trade thrived, as the reigning emperor permitted market activities, leading to the eventual establishment of night markets, a scene of vibrant prosperity. Upon hearing of the external world's splendor and revelry, the village's youth felt a yearning to explore beyond their confines, leading many to stealthily venture forth, eager to realize their ambitions. However, those who departed never returned. The remaining villagers were subsequently forbidden from leaving, and outsiders were barred from entering Taiyuan. Not long after this precarious stability settled, one of the departed youths returned, Su Chongqing. Upon his return, he informed the villagers of the existence of a gold mine, proposing to present this wealth to the imperial court in hopes of securing a permanent settlement for their village. Persuaded by his arguments, the villagers agreed, but soon after, another young man named Su Wenxiu returned, accompanied by an outsider. The villagers reacted with hostility, but Su Wenxiu insisted that this man was a traitor who had once been part of their community. He assured them that for the elderly and children unwilling to leave, the trader would supply necessary provisions for a fee. However, the elders had no means to pay, and hearing of the gold mine, Su Wenxiu's ambitions grew. He argued that even if they surrendered the gold mine, the benefits would be insubstantial, merely the promise of settlement without tangible rewards. Instead, he proposed they retain their land, abstain from tribute, and rely on the trader for supplies whenever needed. Initially hesitant about surrendering the gold mine, the villagers found themselves divided, with half supporting Su Chongqing's proposal. To further advocate for his cause, Su Chongqing ventured out once more, returning with a local official named Zhou Zheng. However, on the very night of their return, disaster struck as a great fire swept through the village. Fortunately, due to the swift response, casualties were minimal, yet much of Taoyuan lay in ashes. Subsequently, Zhou Zheng was accused by Su Wenxiu and a group of villagers of being the arsonist, claiming he sought to coerce them into relinquishing the gold mine and submitting to governmental authority. Fueled by outrage, they murdered Zhou Zheng and Su Chongqing. Thus, it became inscribed in the annals of history. In the year 136, a great drought compelled the villagers to retreat from the world, naming their refuge Taoyuan. For decades, they remained undisturbed until outsiders arrived, seeking what they coveted. In the afternoon hours, the fire surged forth, their fury unleashed, and thereafter, the village could never be restored to its former glory. With the avarice for gold burgeoning among the villagers, fears of envy and loose tongues emerged, leading to a new village decree. Entry was permitted, but exit was forbidden. Unexpectedly, the dire consequence was an increase in deformed children. The elected village leader, Su Wenxiu, decided to enlist the help of a peddler to resolve the issue, which, in truth, amounted to human trafficking, ultimately leading to an improvement in the situation. As time progressed, the winds of change ushered in a pursuit of romantic freedom that permeated every corner of society. Li Chunying was one such individual. Defying the wishes of Li Huolang, her grandfather, she rejected an arranged marriage and eloped with Su Yao, quietly leaving the village for Taoyuan village. At that time, she was already with child, and Li Qianquan was her offspring. However, Su Yao, doubting her, pressured her to terminate the pregnancy. Just as Li Chunying resolved to take a firm stand, Su Yao required her to accompany him on a trip far away, prompting her to secretly seek out Li Anning, hoping to bear the child. Li Anning lamented this as karma, recalling how his father had aided in trafficking and how his sister had been deceived and mistreated by the village. Having reluctantly forgiven her for abandoning her elderly father and eloping, Li Chunying managed to enjoy a brief period of peace at her parental home. Yet, being a romantic at heart, she was soon drawn back to the village upon hearing of Su Yao's return, abandoning her child in a fit of passion. This infuriated both Li Anning and his father, Li Chunjin, who resolved to sever ties with her. Later, as Li Chunying became pregnant again, Su Yao, accustomed to the allure of the outside world, intensified his mistreatment of her, even contemplating divorce. Li Chunying clung to him desperately. As her circumstances worsened, Li Lipan was born, a girl, which spurred Su Yao to consider exploiting Li Chunying for financial gain. This gave rise to Li Lipan's mention of Chu Shi's assistance. However, the subsequent developments diverged significantly. Chu Shi, charming and beautiful, had the village leader's son firmly under her influence, living a life of greater comfort than most villagers. Yet she yearned to help those unwillingly trafficked from the village escape. By a twist of fate, Li Chunying, seeking Chu Shi's aid, overheard this and, unable to contain her malicious thoughts, orchestrated a scheme to expose the matter to the villagers. Consequently, the 24 women led by Chu Shi were first humiliated by the village men and then labeled as impure, imprisoned in cages, and cast into the water. From that point onward, strange occurrences plagued the village, prompting the villagers to summon Li Hualang and a Taoist priest for rituals. Following their guidance, mirrors were hung and candles lit, leading to the village being renamed Mirror Wax Village. The disturbances ceased, but shortly thereafter, both Li Hualang and the Taoist priest perished unexpectedly. Before his death, Li Chunjin entrusted a map to Li Anning, revealing the entire affair, hoping that Li Anning would bring Li Chunying back home. Li Anning, believing his father's death was caused by Li Chunying, did not heed his father's wishes to retrieve her. When he finally resolved to do so, he discovered that Taoyuan village had also fallen into chaos, trapping those who entered. The same forces that kept the 24 unjustly slain souls from allowing anyone to exit also prevented any newcomers from escaping, establishing a balance of power. The villagers paid the price for their attempts to suppress these souls, as no one who entered could ever leave again. With the loss of his father's support and burdened with a nephew, Li Anning had no choice but to continue peddling, eventually amassing wealth through gold. He married a beautiful wife, yet remained childless, adopting Li Qianquan as his own son. After the demise of Li Anning, the responsibility of managing the illicit trade fell upon Li Qianquan. Initially reluctant to engage in such nefarious activities, he eventually succumbed to desperation and became a middleman in the trafficking. The death of Li Chunying was not due to illness, but rather a vengeful retribution from a malevolent spirit. In contrast, Li Lipan, who had received kindness from Chu Shi, regarded her as a maternal figure far more than Li Chunying. Overhearing a conversation among Taoists, she silently resolved to aid Chu Shi in transforming into a vengeful spirit. Over the years, any woman who had been abducted would be carelessly discarded in a desolate graveyard upon her demise. Those offered as sacrificial victims first endured the harrowing experiences of Chu Shi's 24 predecessors, only to be submerged alive in a pond. What began as an uninterrupted silence soon devolved into nightly disturbances as monstrous entities knocked at doors, leading to a series of subsequent events. Before Qianyun could continue her inquiry, the water in the pond darkened ominously, and the trembling surface shattered entirely. Qianyun swiftly unfurled her protective treasure umbrella, yet Li Qianquan was not so fortunate. His leg was pierced through, and the gruesome wound exposed bone, his screams echoing in despair. A cloud of crimson mist vanished in an instant. After fruitlessly seeking assistance from Qianyun, Li Qianquan gritted his teeth and tore a piece of fabric to staunch the bleeding. Observing Qianyun still fixated on the direction the red mist had departed, he scoffed. "Don't dwell on it. You should focus on preserving your life. The seal on this monster has been utterly destroyed. If we do not flee now, there will be no escape once it has claimed enough lives." Chapter 71. All villains. Qianyun regained her composure, her expression finally taking on a semblance of gravity. She glanced at the injured Li Qianquan, and though she thought such scum deserved to perish, she considered that he was currently the only one capable of wielding that mysterious talisman, and he likely possessed knowledge of the second clue. Hence, she did not abandon him. "We must leave this place at once," Qianyun urged as she assisted Li Qianquan, preparing to seek an escape. Half dragging and half supporting him, she made her way back towards the village, and after quite some time, they arrived at the spot where the ominous black mist had previously manifested. Qianyun set Li Qianquan down on the ground and began to search for the moonstone. Just as the stone was grasped in her hands, a chilling laughter echoed from ahead, reverberating in the air and sending shivers down her spine. Cautiously, Qianyun peered ahead, her eyes filled with vigilance and tension. Suddenly, the black mist began to coalesce, forming a dense cloud. As time passed, this mass of black mist gradually parted, swiftly enveloping Li Qianquan at an astonishing pace. Soon after, a series of anguished cries filled the air, accompanied by pleas of "I'm sorry, please spare me, and help me." She intended to intervene, but upon glimpsing the indistinct figures of girls within the murky haze, she halted her actions. After all, these girls were victims, and Li Qianquan, who had thrust them into peril, rightfully deserved this calamity. The black mist lingered for a full hour, during which Qianyun remained rooted in place. Only when the mist began to drift slowly down the mountain did she retrieve a torch to scrutinize her surroundings. At that moment, she discovered Li Qianquan's wide-eyed gaze. His body transformed into a withered, darkened husk, akin to a dying addict. Qianyun approached him, searching for something on his person, and ultimately uncovered 4 peculiar items along with a blood-red jade stone, known as the corpse jade. She placed the items into her backpack, contemplating that these artifacts must not be used lightly, especially not to control Chushi. The villagers were not virtuous. All their actions were merely the fruits of their own malevolence. Subsequently, she returned to the small cottage, where she immediately spotted Li Lipan cowering in a corner. She appeared exceedingly frightened, muttering strange phrases, the clearest of which was, "It wasn't me, please let me go." It seemed there were deeper secrets at play. Thus, Qianyun resolved to escort Li Lipan down the mountain, hoping to glean further clues from her. In Jingla village, Su Fuwang had felt an unsettling disquiet throughout the day, his eyelids twitching as if foretelling doom. He hastily retrieved the earlier talismans and swiftly plastered them around his home. Now, his dwelling was adorned with an abundance of talismans, while others carelessly affixed the newly acquired ones to their doors, disregarding them thereafter. None noticed as the mirror outside gradually flipped inward, and the flames of each household's candles began to turn red, even the wax itself. As night descended, the moonlight cascaded gently upon the earth, enveloping Jingla village in a delicate silver glow. However, this night was exceptionally tumultuous, as the village's pack of dogs howled incessantly, driving the villagers into a state of agitation. The villagers, roused from their slumber by the cacophony, emerged from their homes, their faces etched with anxiety as they scanned the surroundings. What could be the cause? Why had the dogs suddenly gone mad? A timid woman from one household inquired of her husband. "I don't know. Could something have frightened them?" speculated an elderly matron. Meanwhile, a startling revelation brought a collective sigh of relief among the villagers. The monstrous entity that appeared every night had mysteriously vanished. With the absence of that fearsome silhouette, the terror that had gripped their hearts began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of relief and tranquility. Wonderful. We no longer have to confront those dreadful creatures. This was the shared sentiment of all the residents of Jingla village. They reveled in the rare peace, even wishing for more maidens like Qianyun to grace their presence, thereby sparing them from nightly disturbances. As the monsters departed, Jingla village succumbed to a profound serenity, broken only by the occasional bark of a dog, a reminder of the earlier uproar. Yet, beneath this veneer of calm, a dark desire began to fester. Some villagers yearned for more foreign maidens to arrive, offering fresh vitality to sustain their newfound tranquility. Simultaneously, in a secluded corner of the village, a brutal scene unfolded. Su Changshan wielded a machete, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. Before him, Zhou Charan trembled, her face a tableau of pain and hatred intertwined. With each slash of the blade, blood gushed forth, intensifying the perverse pleasure swelling within him. As he beheld Zhou Charan's ghastly visage, Su Changshan was engulfed by a wave of exhilaration, as if he were immersed in a sanguinary revelry, indulging in the visual feast before him. In that moment, all moral and human constraints evaporated, leaving only an obsession with violence and bloodshed. Just as he prepared to drip wax upon Zhou Charan, the candle inexplicably turned crimson, the scarlet hue spreading gradually. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Su Changshuan's expression morphed from a stupor to shock, and then to sheer terror. In a frenzy, he attempted to shake off the candle, only to find it seemingly affixed to his hand, impossible to discard. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Charan laughed, and amidst her laughter, tears began to flow. She felt an overwhelming sense of catharsis, indifferent to the bizarre scene. As the mirror turned, Su Changshan, still preoccupied with the candle, was abruptly diverted by a loud bang. The sun mirror that had once offered them protection now underwent a chaotic transformation, shifting from round to square, without any human intervention, directly targeting Su Changshan. The cries of an infant echoed incessantly, and gradually, Su Changshan felt a sharp, burning pain in his hands, while an icy chill crept up his spine. As something began to crawl upon his back, he instinctively turned around, only to find a violet-hued, featureless face pressed closely against his own. The owner of that face extended long, sharp nails towards him, while the candle in their hand began to melt rapidly, ultimately transforming into a ball of fire that incessantly scorched his flesh. The acrid scent of burning skin filled the air. Su Changshan desperately wished to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. At that moment, Zhou Charan saw Su Changshan frantically attempting to ignite himself with the candle, oblivious to the monstrous entity lurking behind him, one that the villagers had long feared. Simultaneously, Chaos erupted in each household. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, Qianyun was met with a cacophony of terrified shrieks, all emanating from women. As she pushed open the door of a nearby home, it was as though she had stumbled into a hellish nightmare. A creature, shrouded in black mist and resembling an infant, clung to a man's back, while three men of varying ages stood frozen in horror. Mouths agape, yet unable to emit a sound. The surroundings were littered with collapsed red candles, dripping as if they were bleeding. A putrid odor of decaying flesh wafted through the air, coupled with the harrowing scene before her. Qianyun felt a wave of nausea wash over her. As a nearby woman frantically jabbed her fingers into her own chest, blood staining her hands. Upon noticing Qianyun's arrival, the black mist gaped its maw, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Chapter 72. The end of Jingla village. Qianyun slowly withdrew from the house, drawing her longsword. The black mist, sensing the blade's menace, refrained from pursuing her. As she traversed the village, she encountered numerous homes in similar disarray. Not a single soul could she find to glean information from. It was as if Jingla village had succumbed to an enigmatic massacre. Li Lipan, still in a daze, could offer no valuable leads. Leaping onto the rooftops, Qianyun scanned her surroundings and soon, through Xiao Yu's reconnaissance, located a uniquely structured courtyard of blue bricks and tiles. Its eerie tranquility sent chills down her spine. Swiftly, she approached, her instincts whispering that this was likely the residence of Su Fuwang, the village chief, the final thread of her investigation. Taking a deep breath, she tightened her grip on the sword and cautiously pushed open the courtyard gate. A pungent stench of decay permeated the air, evoking a wave of nausea. As she stepped inside, her eyes fell upon an elderly man sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide with terror. Upon closer inspection, she realized he had already drawn his last breath. Shun Laojian. Surveying her surroundings, Qianyun sensed movement within the house. As she crept closer, a blackened hand shot out from behind, gripping her shoulder tightly. In a swift counter, she executed a shoulder throw, only to be struck by the disconcerting realization of who it was, Li Lipan. Hadn't she bound her and left her on the rooftop, even placing a moonstone in her palm? How could she possibly be here? Li Lipan, equally taken aback by Qianyun's prowess, scrambled to her feet, retreating cautiously while eyeing Qianyun warily. Qianyun smiled and said, Li Lipan, sister of Li Qianquan, aged 29, yet appearing no different than a 50-year-old crone. You are the mistress of Su Fuwang and a victim of romantic folly. What promises has he made to you that led you to betray Chu Shi, who repeatedly rescued you from the clutches of Li Chunying? I surmise it involves leaving the village, yes? Your brother's journal is quite explicit. Producing a small scroll, Qianyun regarded Li Lipan with a serene smile, speaking leisurely. A flicker of panic crossed Li Lipan's face before she regained her composure. I do not understand your words. For Aunt Chu's sake, you cannot enter. Without hesitation, Qianyun thrust her sword towards her, catching Li Lipan off guard. Ignoring the crumpled figure of Li Lipan, Qianyun kicked the door open. Inside, Su Fuwang sat at the head of the table alongside an ageless, white-haired man, as if anticipating Qianyun's arrival. Su Fuwang steadied his nerves and declared, You deceived us with false blood, fled the scene, and caused the demise of hundreds in my village. Now you dare to show your face here. How audacious. Qianyun cast a glance at him before turning her attention to the white-haired figure, who remained silent and composed. Qianyun spoke, For your selfish gains. You traffic in human lives and sell corpse wax, tainting the entire village with your foul deeds. Under the guise of a gold mine, you lure outsiders to serve as your raw materials. Su Fuwang, taken aback, struggled to comprehend how Qianyun had unraveled these truths. The formerly composed white-haired man intervened, blocking Su Fuwang's attempt to speak. Are you a descendant of that person? His voice carried an air of decay, reminiscent of an aging elder, yet even more jarring. Qianyun replied, I am not, but I know precisely who you are, Su Changsheng. You may also be known as Su Wenxiu. Su Changsheng smiled amiably, inquiring, How do you know? I am Su Wenxiu, the twin brother of Su Changsheng. You have mistaken me, young friend. Seeing that the other party remained undeterred, Qianyun produced an item. Corpse jade? How could you possibly possess it? Qianyun continued, Su Wenxiu, your twin sister, a fated diviner, has been raised since childhood as the next inheritor of Taoyuan village. It has been publicly declared that you two are twin siblings. However, your sister, the true Su Wenxiu, yearns solely to return to her homeland. You, fearing that the truth of your sister's demise at the hands of outsiders would be revealed, thus incurring your parents' wrath, have played the part of two individuals. All the while, no gold mine existed. Instead, you utilized the alchemical teachings of a rogue sorcerer that led to your sister's demise, did you not? The corpse wax, derived from the oil extracted from the lifeless body of a pregnant woman through forbidden techniques, possesses the power to revive the dead. You began to exploit dark sorcery to create an illusion of entry and exit, but soon discovered that this was untenable, resulting in a situation where one could only enter but never exit. As Su Chongxing's expression gradually froze before her, Qianyun recalled how her sister had foreseen this day, preserving the truth within the blood-warmed jade. Chu Shi must be your sister's descendant, having fortuitously uncovered the secret of the blood jade and arrived at Taoyuan village. There, she discovered the tragic fates of the deceased pregnant women and abducted girls, postponing the revelation of the corpse wax in order to first rescue the innocent souls. Yet, due to Li Chunying's high density, you grew suspicious of Chu Shi, leading you to investigate her. To avoid exposure, you orchestrated a grand deception, even indulging your perverse inclinations that resulted in the tragic deaths of 24 individuals. You have clung to corpse wax for centuries, living as a wraith among mortals in Taoyuan village, unwilling to relinquish your grasp. Thus, you devised the most malevolent means to suppress them, fearful of the day they might seek retribution. Who would have thought that, despite your machinations, calamity would still befall you? Those tragic souls, the pregnant women and infants, await your reckoning. You can never escape. Unable to comprehend, you mistakenly believed it was Chu Shi and the 24 souls haunting you, seeking out the sorcerer with whom you once conspired, employing methods such as the Yang mirror and Sha mirror to create a reversal of yin and yang, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. The burning corpse wax misled you into believing that you were all of the same kin. Your plans were meticulously crafted, but alas, escape is impossible. Initially, you were thrown into a panic, but upon realizing that those who entered could not exit either, Taoyuan village morphed into a village of mirrors and wax, a breeding ground for malevolence. For the sake of your own survival, countless innocent girls met tragic ends at your hands. I have come to exact vengeance for them. Su Chongsheng, sitting gravely, was left in a state of uncertainty upon hearing these words, while Su Fuwang trembled slightly, unable to fathom that the elder he had long admired was, in truth, a being neither human nor ghost. Little did he expect that upon Qianyun's conclusion, she would sever all talismans with a single stroke of her sword. The last vestiges of salvation had vanished. As Qianyun stepped outside, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted within the room. Yet, she felt an overwhelming sorrow in her heart. Due to the influence of the talisman, Chu Shi hesitated to enter, while Qianyun fortuitously possessed the corpse jade. In a triadic communication, Qianyun glimpsed the black mist, the wax of a deceased pregnant woman, and the red mist, the 24 individuals led by Chu Shi and the young girl later used for suppression, within the blood jade. This revelation prompted her decision to assist, and in gratitude, they divulged the final clue to her regarding the purpose of the mirror and the candle. At that moment, both of her clues illuminated, and the system notified her of the completion of the instance. However, Qianyun did not exit immediately. The mirror wax village vanished overnight, reduced to ashes amidst a conflagration, while Qianyun proceeded to encase the two waves of unfortunate souls within the corpse jade, blood jade, and sought a serene location to lay them to rest. In total, there were 34,764 souls, a figure that left Qianyun astounded. This fifth-level instance was remarkably facile, yet it cast an unexpected pall over her spirit. And even after exiting the instance, her heart remained heavy. Chapter 73: The First Wave of Crops Maturity upon emerging from the dungeon. Qianyun acquired 5 peculiar resources: town treasures, woody coins, zhongkue figurines, obsidian, and vermilion strings, along with blood jade. Although these items presently hold no discernible function for her, the successful completion of the dungeon has bestowed upon Qianyun a treasure chest and a substantial amount of experience, enabling her to level up, thus alleviating her anxiety about her inheritance. Player: Qianyun. Gender: female. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 55 kilograms. Your weight is gradually increasing. Level: 6, 15396, 30000. Current cumulative experience from slaying monsters. Note: Secret realm creatures do not count towards experience points. Perfect completion of dungeons grants significant experience. Constitution: 3210 strength, 3310 agility, 29, 10 mental power, 1700, 3000, currently level 5, the next level being 6. Increases by 100 to 200 with character level advancement. Luck value. Your luck value perplexes the system. Talent. Time manipulation, currently level 2, can be enhanced. Note: time within a radius of 1 kilometer can be halted for 10 seconds. Some growth observed. Skills: basic mechanical research, intermediate pharmacology, advanced swordsmanship. Expandable: comprehensive strength ranking, 1 points ranking, 1 achievements ranking, 1 safe house ranking, 1 luck value ranking. 1 Qinyun activated the teleportation to her territory and observed that aside from the fruit trees and special seed crops, the remaining crops had matured. Note: the soil in the game world differs from reality, and the crop growth cycle is significantly shorter, coupled with nutrient solutions. This accelerates maturity and results in exaggerated yields. The once barren greenhouse now brimmed with various fruits, instilling Qinyun with a profound sense of security and accomplishment. However, confronted by the astonishing quantity, Qinyun fell into contemplation. Having been away for 3 days, these crops were now ripe for harvest, with all 8 plots overflowing. The task of harvesting would be considerable, demanding both time and effort. An idea struck her, and she accessed the points shop, where the first row indeed featured a one-click harvester, indicating a cost of 100,000 points. Spending points does not affect rankings. After deducting the 10 points needed for gold exchange, she currently possessed 134,900 points, reluctant to squander them. After a moment's reflection, Qinyun exited the points shop. After harvesting all 8 plots, Qinyun felt a twinge of soreness in her lower back and quickly performed several stretching exercises to recuperate. Gazing at the abundant resources before her, she suddenly realized she had neglected to plant cotton. Recalling that she possessed cotton seeds, she teleported back to her safe house, rummaging through her storage until she finally unearthed them. Qinyun then teleported back and forth to refill the water tanks in each greenhouse. Turning her attention to the barren plot, she noted that, after the harvest, the crops had vanished without leaving behind any seeds. She designated 1 plot for cotton and, as before, allocated a share for medicinal herbs and vegetables, filling all 7 plots to capacity before proceeding to the location of the crystal flowers. Crystal flower, germination period: 15 days until seedling stage. A unique plant that cannot be accelerated by nutrient solutions. Upon reading this, she felt a surge of speculation and gradually approached the location of the special seeds for observation. A product of the survival game world. The fruit can be consumed by pets for upgrades. Flame flower, germination period: 30 days until seedling stage. A unique plant that cannot be accelerated by nutrient solutions. A flower with attributes: inedible. A product of the survival game world. Note: abilities yet to be explored. Spirit tail fruit, germination period: 60 days until seedling stage. A unique plant that cannot be accelerated by nutrient solutions. A special fruit, a product of the survival game world, with an 80 chance of survival. Note: abilities yet to be explored. Moonshadow grass, seed, unknown time until germination. A unique plant that cannot be accelerated by nutrient solutions. A proud little grass that recognizes only its planter as its master, achieving 100 loyalty without binding. A product of the survival game world. Capable of binding with special weapons for mutual enhancement. Note: survival rate 0.0000001. Bloodthirsty vine, germination period: 80 days until seedling stage. A unique plant that cannot be accelerated by nutrient solutions. An inherently irritable grass, a product of the survival game world. You either tame it, or it tames you. Once conquered, it shall become the foremost guardian of your territory. Cloud dream tree, seed, unknown time until germination. A unique plant that cannot be accelerated by nutrient solutions. Unknown tree species. Goodness, does that mean these special seeds are essentially wasted on nutrient solutions? As she gazed upon the still seedling moonshadow grass and cloud dream tree, her heart ached for 10 seconds. She could not linger longer, for she had spotted her fruit tree, which had grown almost to her height. The troublesome part was that she needed to move it out of the greenhouse structure, as the greenhouse had issued a warning, urging her to transplant it swiftly, lest its height damage the structure from within. Qinyun pondered deeply, racking her brain for a suitable location. Ultimately, she resorted to trading a piece of exceptional land from Songyu using a power fruit. She attempted to place it on the terrace of her small villa's first floor, and the result was favorable. Qianyun felt a twinge of joy as she set the constant temperature stone on the terrace and subsequently transplanted her fruit tree and others. In no time, the small terrace was brimming with greenery. She had not yet devised a plan and could only make do with the crowded saplings. Opening her backpack, Qianyun beamed at the abundance of supplies. White atractylodes, Poria, astragalus, yellow atractylodes, Rehmannia, gastrodia, patchouli, spiny tribulus, white mustard, money plant, golden currant, golden flower, honeysuckle, platycodon, cassia seed, isatis root, forsythia, licorice, schisandra, FOT, planago seed, cuscuta, and 100 portions of each. Blood-condensing grass, white willow flower, water lotus, white water lily, cold-stopping, chevy grass, Poria vine, and other survival game world items, each with 50 portions. Unhulled rice, 50 kilograms. Unhulled wheat, 50 kilograms. Unhulled buckwheat, 30 kilograms. Large kidney beans, 20 kilograms. Soybeans, 50 kilograms. Green beans, 20 kilograms. Cowpeas, 20 kilograms. Eggplant, 50 kilograms. Ginger, 50 kilograms. Garlic, 50 kilograms. Scallions, 50 kilograms. Chives, 50 kilograms. Cabbage, greens, coriander, and lettuce, each 30 kilograms. Carrots, white radishes, cucumbers, winter melons, loofahs, pumpkins, sweet potatoes, and purple sweet potatoes, all at 100 kilograms. Fruits, strawberries 20 kilograms, watermelons 10 pieces. With an astonishing yield, Qianyun returned to the safe house, meticulously sorting the food and packing it into boxes, which were then placed in the condensation water droplets. Only then did she realize to open the chat, which was quite overwhelming, as her private messages had exceeded 99. Chapter 74. The next catastrophe. Qianyun hurriedly opened the message, which primarily consisted of greetings and concerns from her friends, alongside a few offers to trade special seeds. Noticing her prolonged silence, they had even sent numerous potions, various kinds for detoxification, anti-inflammation, and hemostasis. She chose not to accept them all and returned them instead. Upon opening the group chat, she was greeted by over 999 messages filled with speculation about her whereabouts, which made her both amused and exasperated. She quickly clarified in the group, "Qianyun, don't worry. I'm neither missing nor injured. I merely undertook a dungeon task, and the flow of time within it mirrors that of our world. Unfortunately, I couldn't access the system chat or trading functions while inside. I'm truly sorry for causing you concern. Tonight, I'll treat all of you to dinner as a gesture of apology." Lin Jiji, who had been washing clothes, heard the notification indicating concern and checked the group chat, her heart racing upon seeing Qianyun's message. She quickly typed a response. "Having been quite anxious over the past few days, Lin Jiji, I was almost frantic. I was ready to contact the authorities. It's been 3 whole days. Can you imagine how I managed to endure that?" At the same time, Song Yun, exploring the white zone, also saw the message. Remembering the 3 days of silence from Qianyun, she opened it, and, upon reading Qianyun's reply, felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Song Yun, this wretched game lacks both location and teleportation functions. If it had them, I would have stormed your island to see what was going on." Jing Chuan, having just slain a lizard, also checked the message upon hearing the notification. Seeing Qianyun had finally replied, he felt a sense of relief and teased in the group, "Good to know you're safe. We were genuinely worried that you might have encountered danger since you weren't responding. If you hadn't come out soon, I would have put a bounty on you." Lin Lulu, who was busily tending to her crops, nearly strained her back as she jumped up upon hearing the message. "I told them you might have entered a dungeon, but they refused to believe me. I even pulled up old screenshots of my own dungeon runs that took a day as proof, yet they still wouldn't relax, which made me anxious as well. By the way, how did the dungeon task go? Did you clear it successfully?" Seeing her friend's genuine worry warmed Qianyun's heart, and she began to ponder what to give them later. But first, she replied, "I'm fine and have completed the dungeon. I didn't anticipate it would turn out this way, nor did I inform you, which made you worry. I'll tell you about the dungeon now." She proceeded to recount the details of the dungeon, and the ending left the 4 of them both sighing and feeling relieved, glad that the unfortunate girls had ultimately avenged themselves. As they were joyfully chatting, a notification chimed, redirecting their conversation back to its original topic. Ding. After enduring a round of natural disasters and a 3-day restoration period, it is believed that players have gained a preliminary understanding of the various calamities brought on by extreme weather. We shall now officially commence the gameplay centered around these disasters. During this period, An array of extreme weather conditions will manifest, with the next round of calamity, extreme heat, set to begin in 7 days. The blue zones of the islands are now accessible, inviting players to explore and gather ample resources in preparation for the forthcoming disaster. Consequently, the island's Battle Royale mode will be temporarily suspended. Players are encouraged to vote and provide suggestions regarding this gameplay. The system will subsequently make decisions based on player feedback. Furthermore, players are urged to swiftly open existing treasure chests. After a 24-hour period, chests will be ranked from highest to lowest in a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. These chests will no longer be breakable, and once resources are collected, the chests will vanish. Special and exclusive chests remain unchanged. Existing chests will not be recycled and can still be utilized by players. Ding. Due to the influence of local indigenous populations, the security battle for safe houses has been canceled, and monsters will no longer spawn at designated times and locations. Ding. As the number of deceased players across all servers has reached a staggering 3/4, the system will initiate a merger of regions in 7 days, combining every 4 areas into one. This merger will also open a global chat channel, allowing players to communicate a limited 5 times per day. The game has made appropriate concessions. Thus, players are encouraged to strive for survival. As the system announcement concluded, golden letters floated in the minds of all. Soon, the world erupted into chaos, with chat channels overflowing with reactions and rapid exchanges. What is happening? Are we merging regions? What does this mean? Will resources become scarcer? One player voiced their concerns. Indeed, are they worried that the elite players lack sufficient resources to harvest, prompting this decision? Another echoed, "How can you say such things?" A player retorted, "Oh, I seem to have struck a nerve. Why so agitated?" The provocateur continued, "Enough with the bickering. Shouldn't you be more concerned about the closure of the island Battle Royale?" Someone suddenly shifted the focus, noting that the suspension of the Battle Royale could be detrimental for certain skilled players. "Suggestions are futile. Without strength, we are all mere fodder. I wouldn't dare enter." One lamented, "But aren't you all concerned about the weather? Especially the extreme heat. Do you have a reliable water source?" Another interjected, "I have water, but no means to store it, which is quite vexing. I've dismantled all my chests for materials, leaving none behind. The diamond, gold, and bronze chests have all been reduced to resources. Had I known, I would have refrained from dismantling them for storage," they lamented, unsure if the seawater would vanish amidst the disasters. The conversation swiftly shifted back to the impending calamity. Amidst the discussions, one player stepped forward, saying, "Everyone, please refrain from arguing. The priority is to gather resources swiftly. The extreme heat is approaching, and we must secure sufficient water sources. Furthermore, competition will undoubtedly intensify post-merger. We must be prepared for what lies ahead. Rather than engaging in futile disputes here, we ought to embark on exploration and gather resources. We must prepare for the future, as the treasure chests can no longer be dismantled. Are your water storage containers ready? If not, please reach out to me. I can provide various types of containers and furniture." Many individuals expressed their agreement and began discussing strategies for better resource collection and coping with the sweltering heat. However, some remained fixated on the merger issue, lamenting the perceived unfairness of the system. Others have already begun acquiring water storage containers and various supplies to combat the extreme heat. Qianyun found herself troubled by the unopened treasure chests she possessed, as she had initially intended to save them for double rewards. It now appeared that she could no longer afford to keep them unopened. She retrieved the chests obtained from the dungeon and the exclusive treasure chest awarded for ranking first. With a click, Qianyun opened the chest. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have received supplies. Energy Stones X3, Platform Expansion Stones X1. Chapter 75. Exploration. Qianyun glanced at the ingredients in her hands, perfectly suited for preparing spicy hot pot. She crafted a generous serving of hot pot and homemade fruit salad, dividing it into 5 portions before sending them to Lin Jiji and her companions. Meanwhile, she indulged in her meal while perusing the information on the silver grain. After consuming over 100 snow crystals, all attributes of the little silver grain had been enhanced. Name: Silver Grain Attribute. Ice Strength 3. A little darling that requires tender care. Speed 3. It will grow. Indeed. Skill: Ice-based skill level 0. Do not expect much assistance, for she is but a small creature that produces ice cubes. Feeding her well will aid her growth. Mental power: to be developed. Age: newborn, 19 days old. The changes in her stats brought Qianyun a sense of comfort, though the only downside was that the enhanced silver grains still despised high temperatures, necessitating her prolonged stay in the pet space. After merging the condensation pearl with the underwater palace, it could offer a place for the silver grain to frolic. However, with only the little silver grain as her pet, she felt a bit lonely. After coaxing the little one to play in the condensation pearl, Qianyun turned her attention to the components of her automatic planter and traded for some small items with Yang Yin before setting out. Upon arriving at the familiar white zone, Qianyun resumed her routine of chopping trees, gathering herbs, and slaying mutated creatures. Soon, her efforts yielded plentiful rewards. However, after 3 hours of exploration in this area, she had yet to find a single treasure chest, which puzzled her. Reflecting on the words of players in the regional channel, she considered that perhaps the white zone primarily required self-sourced basic materials, with treasure chests predominantly respawning in the blue zone. With a change of direction, she opened the map and began to follow its guidance. As she stepped into the blue zone, she was greeted by a myriad of blossoming flowers. A notification chimed, "Detection of edible flowers. Do you wish to harvest?" This system provides only one consumption prompt. Do not miss out. Qianyun paused her steps and initiated a scan. Linguistic flower, edible for all pet players, providing 5 points of coolness for every 10 G, lasting 6 hours. Ice grass, edible for all pet players, offering an 80 cooling effect for every 1 G, lasting 1 hour. Jade flower, for player consumption only, reducing 1 point of negative value, such as pollution or fear, for every 1 G. Ice petal, edible for pets, boosting a random attribute by 1 point for every 100 G consumed, with a limit of 500 G. Ice fragrance flower, entirely edible, with a sweet and sour taste, aiding digestion and alleviating greasiness, recommended for long-term consumption. Qianyun promptly harvested the flowers with great efficiency. After gathering the blossoms, she continued deeper into the zone, suddenly spotting a glowing blue object. As she approached swiftly, it turned out to be a blue treasure chest, which she gleefully stowed away in her backpack. The next moment, an untainted black owl appeared, appearing quite familiar. Before Qianyun could reminisce, the creature let out a deafening screech towards the sky. By the time she registered the sound, a chorus of responses echoed nearby, and she instantly understood. This creature was summoning its kin. With no intention of fleeing, Qianyun drew her newly acquired weapon, the Changyue Bao. As she gripped it, the mechanical arm enhanced her shot, and the energy stone-generated arrow swiftly struck the black owl, achieving a decisive kill. Qianyun cast a glance, somewhat astonished. Was this contraption truly so lethal? The third-tier black owl had succumbed to a single strike? She swiftly advanced to gather the spoils, but the black owl, which had been lying low, suddenly sprang up, performing an unexpected resurrection. The young black owl thought to itself, "My heart is heavy. I initially intended to feign death to evade disaster, anticipating that my kin would arrive and find this human appealing. Who would have thought she seemed to have a penchant for desecrating the dead? The arrow had pierced me, and blood was gushing forth." Qianyun quickly retreated, as the surrounding commotion intensified. Soon, dark feathers filled her vision, and she realized why this third-tier black owl seemed so familiar. The newly emerged black owl was the same fifth-tier one that had fled previously, and the third-tier owl bore an uncanny resemblance, as if it sported a monkey perched atop its head. Both black owls were equally unsightly. Gradually, a few sixth-tier black owls appeared, their hatred marks searing intensely. At that moment, Qianyun yearned to flee. She never engaged in battles unprepared. The 5 sixth-tier black owls seemed to sense her intent and swiftly encircled her, their massive forms dwarfing her petite stature. She hastily equipped her damage-resistant 7 treasures umbrella and exchanged her longbow for a long sword, deftly weaving between the black owls. However, her left arm was caught off guard and wounded by one of the 6th-tier black owls, leaving distinct claw marks where her mechanical arm connected. Surrounded by flowers taller than herself, Qianyun skillfully utilized her height advantage to conceal herself, darting left and right, executing guerrilla tactics with precision. Her movements quickened to the point where the black owl struggled to keep pace. As the last black owl fell, Qianyun gasped for breath. She glanced at the wound on her left arm, where blood seeped from the deep gash inflicted by the large claw on her calf. Retrieving a healing potion from her backpack, she tended to her injuries. She realized it was imperative to relocate. Should the older owls arrive, it would spell trouble. With this thought in mind, she gathered the supplies strewn about and the fallen blue box, swiftly departing to a new position. Before her lay a picturesque lake adorned with a crystalline ice layer, sparkling under the gentle sunlight. A few vibrant creatures, resembling neither birds nor chickens, traversed the surface. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be the colorful pheasants, an anomaly of the survival game world, whose eggs and meat were edible, with a delightful flavor, weak attack, and easy taming, recommended for domestication. After reading the details, Qianyun was convinced that these creatures were not mere chickens, but delectable ingredients too significant to overlook. In the trading market, she swiftly exchanged 5 kilograms of bird meat for 2 nets, realizing that if she were to raise chickens, her longbow would be of no use. She approached the ice lake to catch the chickens, but hesitated, deciding it prudent to test the waters first. From her backpack, she tossed a piece of black owl meat into the center. There was no reaction. Confirming its solidity, she stepped forward, employing her agility to perfection as she quickly threw the net and retrieved it, the clucking sounds echoing within. Out of 5, she caught 3. Undeterred, Qianyun efficiently bound the 3 chickens and secured them on her back. The icy layer beneath her feet exuded a chilling sensation, prompting Qianyun to swiftly retreat. She pondered whether this peculiar item would prove useful during extreme heat. With a high-grade iron pickaxe in hand, she commenced her excavation at the edge. Clink. Congratulations, player. You have acquired Ice or X1, Ice or X2, Ice or X3, Ice or X100. Ice or can be utilized to create a bespoke dwelling for special pets, ensuring a cooling effect of 100%. Note: please refrain from using it for player structures. The effects of cold are equally potent. Chapter 76. The friend transfer function. Qianyun ceased her excavation after nearly 10 minutes. Observing how the area she had unearthed swiftly froze over once more. She mused to herself that survival games indeed brim with surprises. The 3 trapped rainbow pheasants, once frantic, now cowered meekly beside her, their earlier clamor subsiding as they huddled together in a dejected manner. Unexpectedly, Qianyun sensed an overwhelming air of despair and trepidation emanating from them. Stifling a sigh, she extracted some ready-to-eat corn kernels from her condensation bead and tossed them into the netted enclosure. The once listless birds instantly perked up, exhibiting a competitive spirit reminiscent of those who had never tasted delicacies before. Before long, the corn was devoured, and the pheasants no longer shrank away, their eyes gleaming with expectation as they gazed at Qianyun. Paying them no mind, she continued her exploration, wary of the potential mess these creatures might create should she bring them into her condensation bead palace. Along her journey, Qianyun successfully acquired 5 purple chests, 3 blue chests, and 1 cyan chest, the latter guarded by a level 2 foolish deer that nearly took her breath away. Fortunately, she ultimately added it to her culinary repertoire, which yielded yet another purple chest. The foolish deer exclaimed in frustration, "I can't believe this, Yaxalani." As the sun began its descent, Qianyun strolled back to her safe house. On the terrace, she watered the saplings and applied nutrient solution, feeling elated upon seeing the fruit trees beginning to bloom. She changed her shoes and returned indoors. As she leisurely washed and chopped vegetables, she utilized her culinary machine to prepare a meal. Before long, Qianyun presented her homemade milkshake and the machine-cooked boiled meat slices at the table, sharing a modest portion with her companions before finally indulging in her meal. All while perusing the chat channel. To her surprise, she discovered Zhao Shui, Zhang Qi, and their sycophant Jiang He, along with Zhu Ping, vociferously denouncing her for the exorbitant price of the salt she sold, branding her a heartless merchant exploiting players for profit. Yet, her transactions were conducted anonymously in the marketplace. Others were unaware of her identity behind the anonymous code. Zhu Ping declared, "Fellow players, upon seeing the anonymous 123 system in the trading marketplace disallow anonymity. I recognized her name. She is the unscrupulous merchant Qianyun, treating players like chives to be harvested. I checked the fire pit and cold medicine I previously purchased, both from her, profiting off disaster. Since the second day of entering the survival game, she has been selling salt at exorbitant prices. Even though many now possess basic water purifiers that can filter seawater and salt, she stubbornly maintains her pricing, while others offer it for less." Zhang Qi chimed in. "Who knows? There will always be fools willing to buy from her. Our guild is far superior. Brother Zhao provides us with salt without demanding resources. If anyone wishes to join, contact me for selection. Beauties will be prioritized." Jinan added, "This is hilarious. Her prices are not steep at all. Since the launch, It's been 10 iron nails or 10 pieces of charcoal for 250 g of salt. It may seem like a lot, but these materials are hardly in demand. I find no merit in discussing Zhao Shui, the leader of your group. Previously, he deceived me into joining by claiming he could provide early warnings for natural disasters and distribute warm clothing and other cold-resistant supplies to guild members for free. However, upon my application, he immediately demanded a membership fee upon assessing my luck value and the level of my safe house, asserting that I did not meet the minimum criteria for complimentary membership. Later, after my talent awakened, granting me the ability to be both adaptable and resolute, he approached me, claiming it was a misunderstanding. Who would believe such nonsense? Does he truly think everyone is a fool? Zhao Shui, brother, it was genuinely a misunderstanding. Our guild does distribute disaster relief supplies for free. The next round is about to commence. If you still doubt us, you may file an application. Jin Nan, leave. Jiang He, what manner of speech is this? Our leader kindly invited you. Do not be ungrateful. Moreover, we are currently assisting everyone in condemning that unscrupulous merchant. Why are you causing a ruckus? You wouldn't happen to be that merchant, would you? Zhao Shui. Xiao He, how can you speak to Mr. Jin Nan like that? It is perfectly normal for him to have misunderstandings about us. Do not meddle and quickly apologize. Jiang He. Oh, my apologies. Jin Nan. Foolishness. Lin Jiji. I second Jin Nan. Lin Lulu. I second one. Song Yun. 2. Su Ru. 10086. Zhou Fan. 1008611. Jing Chuan. Without the brazier and cold medicine, some would have perished long ago, yet still find time to annoy others from behind their screens. Zheng Guang'a. It is the esteemed Qian Yun. Thankfully, without your medicine and brazier, I would not have survived to this day. Zhang Qi. Oh dear, what a group of sycophants. Li Wanjia. Do not disrupt the formation, you lot. Consider that the rest of us wish to condemn them as well. Wang Hai. This group is quite adept at evasion, my friend. They are indeed easy to criticize. Qian Yun, blocked. Do not think to purchase anything from you lot in the future. As Qian Yun observed the unfolding events, she could not help but chuckle. It must be said that Zhao Shui is indeed rather naive. She had previously pondered how he managed to attract so many followers, only to discover that he employed a membership system reminiscent of a certain nation's footbath. Those with strength and high luck naturally gained entry, allowing him first access to valuable information. However, those lacking strength who expected free supplies were met with discontent. No one desires to maintain dependence without recompense. This approach is somewhat understandable in survival games. But what remains perplexing is the insistence of the other party to conduct themselves under the guise of altruism. It is no wonder this young fellow Jin Nan harbors such disdain. Nonetheless, the cancellation of the anonymity feature in the trading market, without any notification, is indeed vexing. Most importantly, it seems that maintaining her alternate identity may prove challenging under these circumstances. Qian Yun closed the chat and glanced at her stall. She daily lists various basic supplies for sale, exchanging them for essential materials such as gauze, charcoal, iron nails, and the like. To date, the most she has sold has been salt, as the player base is vast, and the available salt in the market is woefully insufficient. However, she could not simply give away her wares, so she selected some basic materials, akin to the salt sold by others, with an average exchange rate of 10 kilograms of any food for every 100 grams. Alternatively, one could trade for rarer minerals or high-quality timber. It must be noted that the prices offered by Qian Yun have remained remarkably affordable, bearing no distinction from a giveaway. Thus, apart from those envious or merely eager to stir the pot, very few aligned themselves with Zhao Shui and his companions. Qian Yun opened her friends list, intending to contact Lin Lulu to purchase some fruit. Earlier that afternoon, while exploring, this sister had privately inquired whether she desired grapes, but Qian Yun had overlooked the message. Now, upon discovering a friend's transfer request, she tentatively clicked on it, revealing 3 options. 1. Friend gathering. 2. Cohabitation. 3. Friend visit. The first option, friend gathering, contained 3 further selections. 1. Half a day. 2. 1 day. 3. As determined by friends. The second option, cohabitation, presented 4 choices. 1. Merge islands and safe house locations without merging territories. 2. Merge islands and safe house locations with merged territories. 3. Join as a territory member. 4. Dissolve the merger. The third option, friend visit, offered no selections at all. Qian Yun was somewhat astonished. Had the survival game system received a subtle update? As she opened the chat group, Intending to inquire with the others, she suddenly noticed that they had already engaged in lively discussions. Simultaneously, the global chat was abuzz with excitement, with some keen-eyed individuals recognizing that territories could now recruit members, albeit under stringent conditions. Additionally, within the territory interface, there existed an option to invite friends to reside in the territory, which was not considered recruitment, but rather a relationship of equality, allowing for disengagement if desired. Many were quite intrigued by this prospect. Chapter 77. The gathering. Qianyun gazed at the options, pondering whether this survival game was about to embark on offline social interaction. How convenient, indeed. Before she could experiment, Lin Lulu swiftly initiated a gathering invitation for friends. Qianyun, along with Lin Jiji, Song Yun, and Jing Chuan, received the invitation simultaneously and promptly confirmed their attendance. In an instant, they found themselves in an unfamiliar setting. It resembled a cozy living room, furnished with a sofa, a dining table, decorative cabinets, and even an extravagant juice machine. The group exchanged glances, astonished by how comfortably Lin Lulu lived. This modest single-story house had been tidily arranged, with various ornaments transforming the vacant space into a warm and inviting home. As they admired the living area, they couldn't help but reflect on their own lifestyles, contemplating whether they ought to adopt a more refined approach. Suddenly, they heard a voice filled with pride and playfulness. Turning to see Lin Lulu approaching with a fruit platter, they noted the hint of pride on her sweet, cherubic face. What a coincidence! I had just prepared afternoon tea, thinking of sharing it with you all. I merely intended to test out this new gathering feature in the survival game. And here you are. Lin Lulu greeted them with exuberance, her face radiant with joy. Just moments ago, she had worried that they might be too busy or exploring new places, but to her delight, they had arrived simultaneously, as if by design. I still have a couple of minutes before I'm ready. Could someone assist me in testing whether you can attack me in my own home? Upon hearing this, Qianyun and the others exchanged hesitant glances, their expressions conveying disbelief at such a request. Let Jing Chuan handle it. Jing Chuan, surprised, pointed at himself. Me? That doesn't seem appropriate. Perhaps it would be better if Gigi tried instead? Lin Lulu observed the reluctance etched on their faces, her gaze sharpening as it fixated on Lin Gigi, warning her that refusal would have consequences. With a resigned gesture, Lin Gigi acquiesced, saying, "All right then, I shall use arrows." Without hesitation, she launched her attack. However, in the next moment, she vanished from view, transported to her safe house, her weapon disappearing alongside her. Silence enveloped the gathering, akin to the tranquility of a serene bridge at night. Lin Lulu was ecstatic. It was evident that she was completely safe within her domain. Swiftly, she opened the friend invitation to Lin Gigi, only to be taken aback by the immediate notification. Ding! Detection of aggressive behavior from player Lin Gigi, categorized as a threat. Invitation and visitation not permitted. Please navigate to the safety panel to release this player for further action. Seeing the expectant gazes of her friends, Lin Lulu offered an awkward smile, then accessed the safety panel. In the settings under safety, she indeed found Lin Gigi's name marked with a red flag. Hastily, she unchecked the box and returned to the friends panel to send an invitation. Lin Gigi, noticing Lin Lulu's prolonged silence, assumed there might be a cooldown period for the invitation and remained patient. When Lin Lioli was finally transported back, she explained the situation to a few others. With a naive touch to her nose, she remarked, "It must be a function of the system. It seems that any attacks on me within my safe house and designated points will result in immediate transportation, and those responsible will be autonomously added to a blacklist. My sister and I tested this earlier, and sure enough, the system popped up with a reminder. It stated that player-initiated attacks against me had been detected, categorizing it as a dangerous option, prohibiting both invitations and visits. I had to adjust the settings in the safety and privacy panel of the safe house as advised by the system in order to extend invitations. You should check if your safety house panels have been updated." As her words fell, the others opened their panels and, indeed, found updates. Excitedly, they engaged in spirited discussions about this new feature. They decided to explore other options together to see what additional intriguing occurrences might unfold. After an afternoon of experimentation, they clarified everything except for the cohabitation option. At that moment, Lin Lioli had prepared an afternoon tea spread for everyone. Upon seeing the table brimming with delectable treats, their appetites were immediately awakened. The drinks alone included floral tea, mung bean soup, yogurt, cola, beer, cocktails, and wine. The food comprised an array of grilled skewers, potato slices, sweet potato skins, eggplant, tiger skin peppers, crispy pork bones, beef tendons, five-spice pork, beef, corn, cabbage, leeks, tofu skin, creamy buns, pumpkin cakes, sunfish, tilapia, fried items, chicken steak, chicken legs, chicken wings, French fries, desserts, sweet corn, osmanthus cake, crystal cake, cheese puffs, Hong Kong-style sponge cake, mango sticky rice, radish puffs, and a selection of Cantonese dim sum, steamed ribs, shrimp dumplings, walnut buns, char siu, roast duck, all generously portioned to satisfy their ever-growing appetites since entering the survival game. Once Lin Lioli took her seat, the others finally settled down. Observing their nearly drooling faces, she swiftly picked up her chopsticks and declared, "Let us dig in." After sampling each dish, their chatter gradually subsided as they savored their meal. Lin Lioli took a sip of floral tea and sighed. Indeed, sharing a meal with friends is the best. Dining alone simply lacks flavor. Lin Jiji quickly snatched a shrimp dumpling, exclaiming, "Where did you acquire such a bounty? I absolutely adore it. I must move in with you." Sitting nearby, Song Yun quipped as she saw the shrimp dumpling vanish. With so much food available, you choose to grab that piece? How childish. She then snatched the steamed ribs that Qianyun had just picked up. Qianyun retorted, "You two are like celestial beings clashing. And I, the unfortunate bystander." With that, she reached over to claim the grilled beef tendon that Lin Lioli had just taken. Lin Lioli shot a glance at the trio of childish gluttons and then at Jing Chuan, who was quietly enjoying the roast duck and tiger skin peppers. "Do you understand why my luck still depends on you to upgrade the safe house? I've allocated all my good fortune towards farming, food, and furniture. However, you three have truly gone overboard. I can't bear to watch anymore. Can't you learn a thing or two from Jing Chuan? Show a little restraint. I bet if you tried to snatch from him, he wouldn't resist at all." With that, Lin Lioli seized the tiger skin peppers from Jing Chuan's hand before he could take a bite. A few individuals watched the unfolding scene, bursting into laughter, as if they had been transported back to their days on Blue Star. The sounds of joy and mirth lingered in the air, infusing the lifeless island with a newfound vibrancy. Once the meal was finished, they graciously declined Lin Liolio's invitation to stay the night, opting instead to be teleported back to their own safe houses. Of course, Lin Jiji was the exception. She and Lin Lulu had decided to cohabit. Their living arrangements would not entail merging their safe houses. Rather, the islands would unite, expanding the area available for exploration. The safe houses and designated points would remain together, while their territories would remain distinct and separate. Chapter 78. The onset of extreme heat. The merging of regions since their first gathering at Lin Liolio's home. The group had agreed to visit each other's residences. However, due to their preoccupation with exploration and water storage, they had not reached Qianyun's abode until now, when disaster quietly descended upon them. That night, Qianyun was roused from her slumber by the oppressive heat. Simultaneously, the announcement of the region merger reached their ears. Who among the family could comprehend this? Awakening to find the world collapsing, she initially thought dawn had arrived, only to realize it was still the early hours of the morning. Attempting to return to sleep proved futile in the sweltering heat. Oh, how she longed for an air conditioner. Wow, new friends from the upper district? I have an air conditioner, aren't you envious? How cruel. While I suffer, you flaunt your luxury. Goodness, both of you hail from the new district. I can craft a basic air conditioner. Since you are newcomers, how about I offer you a discount? Just half the usual service fee, and if you provide the materials, I will construct it for you. The air conditioner requires only electronic components, and I will only charge 10 electronic fragments as a service fee. At that moment, electronic fragments were quite precious, especially since most players had not yet upgraded their safe houses beyond level 4 and were unaware that level 5 could be powered. Qianyun adjusted the air conditioner's temperature to a cool 18 degrees, finally feeling some relief. Initially, the temperature skyrocketed from 20 to nearly 40 degrees within an hour. The sudden, strident chorus of cicadas filled the air. This was the first time Qianyun had heard such sounds near the settlement in this survival game. Animals and insects are notoriously sensitive to weather changes, and she sensed that the temperature would rise even further tonight. After observing the players from her region and the newly merged servers, 199, 33, and 01, who were either searching for companions or advertising services, Qianyun lost interest. Awakened by the heat, Songyun noticed the quiet group. Among her 4 companions, resources were not a concern. She had initially intended to trade for upgrade materials for her safe house, but reconsidered, thinking her friends might still be asleep. Thus, she quietly accessed the trading market. Since Qianyun had opened a box for her, she had become somewhat of a modestly wealthy player. First, she would upgrade, then purchase an air conditioner to enjoy some coolness. Other discomforts could be endured. But sleep was non-negotiable. Lin Jiji, feeling irritable, raked her fingers through her messy hair and opened her door, only to meet Lin Lulu, who had also emerged. "Hey, are you planning to upgrade to a level 5 safe house too?" Lin Jiji inquired. With a look of fatigue, Lin Lulu replied, "Yes. Didn't Qianyun say that level 5 energy stones can be powered? Then I can use the air conditioner sooner." The two gathered their materials and stood at the settlement, awaiting their upgrades, all the while fending off numerous wolves and other large creatures along the way. Jing Chuan preferred to sleep in the nude. Having just upgraded to a level 5 safe house, he found the air conditioner effectively regulated the temperature. Thus, he faced no significant issues with the heat. Kicking aside his blankets and drifting back to sleep, utterly exhausted from the day's battles. Reflecting on the region merger, Qianyun realized that she had nearly completed her automated cedar project over the past few days, with only welding and assembly remaining. Not feeling particularly rushed, she noted that tomorrow marked the time for the 7-day leaderboard reward settlement. Considering this, she organized her materials in preparation for upgrading to a level 6 safe house. An hour elapsed, during which Qianyun had slain 10 wolves and 5 wild boars. The wolf meat and blood were all sold, leaving only the pelts and fangs. As 2 hours passed, Qianyun managed to hunt a leopard. A notification chimed. Safe house upgrade successful. Remaining materials meet the upgrade requirements. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? It has been detected that your shelter can be upgraded to a refuge. Do you wish to upgrade? Without hesitation, Qianyun clicked yes. The safe house upgraded. Current level 6, defense value 10,000, next level 7. Required materials for upgrade. High-grade timber X10,000, iron X500, stone X10,000, glass X100, energy stones X10, and crystal X100. The refuge expansion. Level 1 refuge spans 500 by 500 square meters, with the next size being 1,000 by 1,000 square meters. Required materials for the refuge expansion. Platform expansion stones X20 safe house area 150 by 150 square meters to unlock. Upgrading 2 levels at once drained Qianyun's resources entirely. The upgrade process was lengthy, requiring a full 8 hours. Qianyun sighed. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would likely extend until around 10 in the morning. Resolved, Qianyun chose not to sleep and began perusing the trading market. The market was brimming with various goods, and Qianyun felt quite satisfied. This was the advantage of the merger. An abundance of resources. Having crafted several protective shields, Qianyun traded numerous valuable items, including platform expansion stones and energy stones, along with other materials such as exquisite daggers and tang swords, as well as ample supplies of high-grade timber, stone, and glass. However, these were merely a drop in the bucket for the level 8 upgrade. Chat notifications chimed within the group. Lin Jiji, I've reached level 5, the power is on. I bought an air conditioner, it's functional, but what should I do if I'm too excited to sleep? I can't stop thinking about shopping. Lin Lulu, me too. So I'm already in action. Creating a cozy nest is imperative. Song Yun, thanks to Qianyun for helping me open boxes to obtain the blueprints. Otherwise, my supplies would not suffice for an upgrade. I just sold many weapons and protective shields, and I've successfully completed my upgrade. I'm thinking of purchasing some furniture. Sisters, please recommend reliable merchants. Qianyun, I'm at level 7 for the safe house, not yet completed with the upgrade. I also want to buy furniture, but my materials are depleted. Tomorrow I will explore to gather more, then open boxes to see what treasures I can find. I'll buy some furniture and rugs to decorate. Lin Jiji, wow, impressive. Song Yun, are we even in the same game? Lin Lulu, I want to compete with you, but I want to come sleep at your place. Sob Qianyun. Once the renovations are complete, it'll be your turn to gather at my home. I'll prepare plenty of good treats for you all. By then, you'll surely leave inebriated. I'll arrange the bedrooms for you. Lin Jiji, I feel happiness approaching. Lin Lulu, I wish to become a member of your territory. I'll soak up your good fortune every day. Song Yun, no way. I'm off to renovate, sisters. Let us continue chatting later. As dawn's gentle light began to break, Qianyun activated the protective shield of her safe house and ventured forth into the world. She first made her way to the White Zone to gather high-quality timber. Fortune favored her this time. Upon entering, she discovered an entire forest teeming with premium wood. Armed with her exceptional iron axe, she struck with precision, each blow delivering critical hits as materials swiftly filled her backpack, subsequently transferred to the condensation orb. Time ticked away relentlessly. Ding! The safe house successfully leveled up. Players are encouraged to persist in their endeavors. Qinyun paused her actions and deftly accessed the interface. Safe house upgrade. Current level 7. Defense value 20,000. Next level 8. Upgrade materials required. High-quality timber X 20,000. Iron ore X 1,000. Stone X 10,000. Glass X 200. Energy stones X 20. And crystals X 200. Settlement expansion. Level 1 settlement covers an area of 500 by 500 square meters. The next expansion will be 1,000 by 1,000 square meters. Materials required for settlement expansion. Island steel X1 safehouse area of 150 by 150 square meters to unlock. Chapter 79. The Black Bear. Upon reviewing the materials required for the upgrade, Qinyun gasped in astonishment. Her initial inclination to return home dissipated, and she seized her axe, immersing herself once more in the frenzy of tree chopping. Each strike yielded critical hit rewards, and as her stomach growled, she glanced at the time. It was 11:45. With over 700 units of high-grade timber amassed, she gathered some wild fruits nearby before indulging in a steaming bowl of fish-flavored eggplant rice. Only then did she venture into the blue zone for exploration. The temperature had soared to approximately 43 degrees, prompting Qinyun to apply cooling patches to her skin, which instantly provided a sense of relief. As she quickly traversed the blue area, she arrived at the location of the previous ice lake, where the ice showed signs of melting. Despite the sweltering heat, it still exhibited some resistance, and she had an inkling that treasures lay beneath the surface of the lake. However, it was not yet the time for such exploration. She needed to bide her time. Qinyun resolved to find a secure spot by the lake to rest until the opportune moment for diving into the depths. She discovered a shaded area beneath a large tree and settled down to assess the supplies she had acquired over the past few days. Recently, the availability of tradable materials had dwindled, possibly due to rumors spreading about level 5 safe houses being equipped with air conditioning. Consequently, the materials required for upgrading these safe houses and shelters had surged in value. The protective shields and superior-grade daggers she had listed were now yielding fewer platform expansion stones and energy stones, leaving her inventory largely intact. At least her basic materials were no longer at zero. Qinyun exhaled softly, retrieving the remaining wild boar meat from her water bead and listing it all for trade in exchange for various supplies. She understood that this wild boar meat might not secure particularly valuable items, yet it was preferable to having nothing at all. After all, each transaction presented an opportunity. Perhaps she would stumble upon unexpected rewards. Most importantly, she had no fondness for wild boar meat. Since the last system upgrade, she could now list up to 30 stalls at once, significantly enhancing her trading efficiency and convenience. Just as she prepared to explore further, she suddenly noticed peculiar footprints nearby. They appeared to have been left by some large creature, igniting a flicker of caution within her. Having been in this survival game for a month, Qinyun was acutely aware that nothing here adhered to the ordinary. The size of the footprints suggested they did not belong to a mere beast, and with danger potentially lurking. Her senses heightened. Observing her surroundings meticulously, she noted the depth of the footprints, indicating considerable force, certainly the mark of a large animal. Yet, she saw no trace of it. Instead, she felt the onset of heat exhaustion. The weather continued to grow increasingly oppressive, the temperature steadily rising. Feeling uncomfortable, Qinyun hastily replenished her fluids and energy. Without hesitation, she took a cup of fragrant tea and drank it in one swift motion. Instantly, a wave of coolness surged within her, as if awakening her spirit. The refreshing sensation spread from her throat throughout her body, enveloping her in unparalleled comfort. The ice layer on the frozen lake began to melt, forming delicate fissures. The central portion of the lake had completely thawed, and occasionally, a few small fish would leap from the water, basking in the warmth of the sun. Qinyun quietly observed the lake, holding a scanner in her hand, meticulously examining every detail. Suddenly, her gaze fixed upon a small fish. The scanner revealed that this fish was known as the ice fish, possessing a unique ability to lower human body temperature by 3 degrees without limit, while maintaining this effect for up to 12 hours. The silver fish, consuming 100 grams of it could enhance heat resistance by 1, and this attribute only increased upon first consumption. Qianyun's eyes sparkled. These 2 items were indeed treasures. The net she had previously used to catch chickens remained intact, and the chickens were still kept nearby in a designated area. To raise the chickens, she had invested in a breeding enclosure and affixed several temperature-regulating stones. Yet the net had seen little use since then. Now, she could easily approach the heart of the lake to catch fish, even if the ice melted. She had the water condensation pearl to rely on. With this thought in mind, Qianyun stepped onto the ice without hesitation. She slowly made her way toward the center of the lake, tightly grasping the fishing net. Cautiously, she tread upon the ice, ever vigilant of her footing. Suddenly, she heard a low, rumbling growl. A wave of anxiety washed over her, and she immediately halted, scanning her surroundings. A massive black bear emerged from the woods, glaring at her with eyes that betrayed hunger and hostility. Qianyun realized this creature would not be easily dealt with. Without hesitation, she drew her long moon bow, aiming for its eyes. However, the bear merely dodged, showing no intent to attack her, prompting Qianyun to lower her weapon. The bear hesitated at the perilous ice. Yet the scent of the human before it was irresistible. It contemplated waiting, hoping she would draw closer. As it turned out, Qianyun did not approach. Noticing the bear's immobility, she cast her net to fish, remaining vigilant about the integrity of the ice beneath her. After casting the net more than 10 times, she managed to catch 3 times, yielding a bountiful harvest. 57 silver fish of varying sizes, and though the ice fish were slightly smaller, they seemed particularly clumsy, with Qianyun catching 73 of them. Just as she contemplated casting her net again, the ice beneath her shifted ominously. Reacting swiftly, she attempted to retreat, but it was too late. In the next moment, the entire ice surface of the lake collapsed, plunging her into the frigid water. Quickly regaining her composure, Qianyun swam towards the source of the chilling sensation. Along the way, various fish swam past her, but the closer she drew to her target, the colder she felt, shivering uncontrollably. Soon, she spotted the freezing ice layer. Drawing her tang dao, she struck it open and revealed a stone that resembled crystal, its hue a pristine sky blue. Qianyun swiftly donned a pair of gloves and approached the stone. Ding! Detection of a special item for fusion. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Qianyun was momentarily taken aback before she could respond. The system initiated the fusion. In a whirlwind of motion, she was ejected from the lake, landing directly in the gaping maw of the level 6 black bear. Without a moment's hesitation, Qianyun sprang into action, utilizing the force of her tang knife embedded in the black bear's lower jaw to propel herself to the ground. The bear emitted a haunting cry of agony, blood trickling from the corners of its mouth as it roared in pain. Just as she reveled in what seemed to be an unexpected triumph over the beast, a delicate layer of frost began to envelop the black bear's body. In the blink of an eye, the frost vanished, and the creature surged toward her with alarming speed. As it bellowed, Qianyun distinctly perceived the spot where her knife had struck. The wound had inexplicably healed. It was evident that the black bear possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. Chapter 80. Golden Silk Nanmu. With a single misstep, Qianyun swiftly repositioned herself. Just as she steadied her footing, she witnessed a colossal tree being cleaved in half. Aware of the imminent danger, she understood the necessity of unwavering vigilance. Consequently, she promptly exchanged her tang dao for the changyue bao, creating distance between herself and the formidable black bear. From time to time, she loosed an arrow in its direction, yet the bear's thick fur rendered her efforts futile, as the changyue bao could not inflict fatal damage. Even when her arrows found their mark, the blood lost was swiftly mended by the creature's resilience. Confronted with such a formidable adversary, Qianyun realized that identifying its vulnerabilities was paramount to overcoming it. Suddenly, she recalled that, irrespective of the species, the eyes were typically the most vulnerable aspect of any creature. Thus, she feigned an attack aimed at the bear's belly. When the black bear lowered its forelimbs to shield its abdomen, Qianyun swiftly altered her aim, directing her focus towards its eyes. Drawing back the changyue bao with utmost precision, an arrow, forged from energy stones, flew forth like lightning, embedding itself directly into the bear's eyeball. The impact elicited a deafening roar, reverberating throughout the forest. In its fury, The bear lunged at Qianyun with all its might. However, she adeptly rolled aside, narrowly evading the bear's assault. Rising swiftly, she sprinted away from its trajectory, ensuring her safety. Once secure, Qianyun leaned against a tree, gasping for breath while preparing her bow. She struck true once more, inflicting injury upon the bear's remaining eye. The plan was unfolding seamlessly, and the bear, now disoriented, thrashed about wildly. Seizing the opportunity, Qianyun unleashed a flurry of arrows, continuously shifting her position. With each successive wound, the bear became increasingly preoccupied with its own suffering. With a thunderous crash, the bear collapsed. To preclude any semblance of resurrection, Qianyun aimed an arrow at the bear's chest. Noticing its lack of response, she approached cautiously. At last, she had vanquished the beast. As she collected the bear, Qianyun was taken aback to find a green treasure chest materializing at its former location, a delightful surprise indeed. Accompanied by her elation, the system's notification chimed melodiously. Ding! Congratulations. Player, fusion successful. The ice lake has been incorporated into the condensed water pearl category, expanding its area to 5,000 by 5,000 units, height unlimited. For the sake of game balance, this ice lake is currently unusable. Note: high-level creatures detected within the ice lake. Players of insufficient level must maintain a distance of 10 meters from any creature to avoid detection. Upon hearing the system notification, Qianyun was overwhelmed with joy. After fusing the underwater palace, the space of the condensed water pearl had already expanded to 1,000 by 1,000 units. This latest fusion of the ice lake had doubled that size. Although the ice lake was temporarily unusable, it still represented a significant boon for her. While other players might feel disheartened by the inability to fish in the ice lake, Qianyun perceived a far greater advantage. Owning the entire ice lake implied a wealth of resources and opportunities at her disposal. Furthermore, she was curious whether other players could similarly evade the high-level creature lurking nearby. What was this mysterious high-level being? Just how formidable was it? Qianyun was filled with curiosity and anticipation, pondering that perhaps only once her own level reached a certain threshold would the enigma be unraveled. Prior to this moment, she had been quite pragmatic, focusing on gathering resources, seeking treasure chests, and diligently enhancing her own capabilities. Despite the fact that the icy lake was currently inaccessible, Qianyun felt neither disappointment nor despondency. The survival game world promised her a better existence, not merely alleviating her concerns about scarcity, but more significantly, the treasures she had acquired from several explorations had far surpassed her original technological capabilities. One day, she would unveil the mysteries of this enigmatic region and uncover even greater treasures. With an exuberant spirit, Qianyun brushed away non-existent water stains from her attire and nimbly turned around. After only a few steps, she was elated to discover a purple treasure chest. Secretly marveling at her extraordinary luck that day, continuing her journey, she stumbled upon a patch of blueberries. Blueberries, deliciously sweet and tangy, rich in nutrients. Known for their myriad benefits including preventing neural aging, protecting eyesight, strengthening the heart, combating cancer, softening blood vessels, and bolstering the immune system, were ripe for picking and transplantation. Qianyun swiftly harvested all the blueberries and carefully dug up a blueberry bush, securing it with a rope on her back. At that moment, her appearance was rather comical. Had anyone else been present, they might have mistaken her for a scavenger. Nevertheless, Qianyun paid no mind to such trivialities. With unbounded enthusiasm, she pressed on and soon arrived at a dense forest. Towering trees, with straight trunks and slender branches, greeted her. Their leathery, oval leaves and expansive flower clusters were quite striking, and the elliptical fruits hinted at something familiar. Upon scanning the area, she identified a precious treasure, golden silk nanmu, an ideal and exquisite material for construction, celebrated for its resistance to decay, insect repulsion, thermal insulation, and minimal distortion. Renowned for its intricate and beautiful grain, it was a required material for level 10 safe houses and territorial infrastructure. Note: cutting down these trees necessitated a perfect-grade iron axe. Qianyun's expression froze in excitement as she opened her messaging group. "Friends, do any of you possess a perfect-grade iron axe? I only require one." Jingchuan replied. "I just crafted a perfect-grade iron axe. Wait for me to make one for you. It requires 1 crystal stone, 1 golden silk nanmu wood, and 1 unit of tungsten. I'll check the trading market for golden silk nanmu wood." Qianyun responded, "I have golden silk nanmu wood. What else do you need?" I can trade, Jingchuan replied. I only need golden silk Namu wood. Qianyun offered. I have 6 pieces. I'll give them all to you, but I only need 1 axe for now. What else do you require for the trade? Jingchuan assured her, 6 pieces will suffice. No need for anything else. We're friends, and the other 2 materials are easy to find. Suddenly, Qianyun envisioned a lucrative opportunity. As it stood, she was the sole possessor of golden silk Namu wood. Yet others would undoubtedly encounter their own golden silk Namu forests. The conundrum arose. A perfect-grade iron axe was necessary to fell golden silk Namu trees. But crafting such an axe required golden silk Namu wood. Was this not a monopoly in the making? Filled with excitement, she shared her thoughts with Jingchuan, who was equally astonished. They quickly reached an agreement. Qianyun would handle the tree felling, providing the golden silk Namu wood, while Jingchuan would take charge of crafting the perfect-grade iron axe. They do not sell golden Namu wood, only exquisite iron axes of perfect quality. This is a blatant monopoly in the early stages. Jingchuan has 7 layers, while she has merely 3. Jingchuan is solely responsible for the trade in this area. Soon, the iron axe was in hand, and Qianyun gazed at the finely crafted axe before her, which resembled an exhibit, feeling a pang of reluctance to use it. However, upon beholding the expanse of Nanmu forest before her, she cast aside her hesitation and swiftly began to chop, as if the resources were beckoning to her. Chapter 81. A transformation of the safe house. Qianyun devoted all her energies to the felling of the precious golden silk Nanmu, becoming so engrossed that time slipped away unnoticed. It was not until 6 o'clock in the evening that she finally paused her labor. The sun still hung high in the sky, showing no signs of setting. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu played melodic tunes nearby, creating a light-hearted atmosphere for Qianyun. With unwavering determination, Qianyun toiled on, trading with Jingchuan for every 100 units of golden silk Nanmu she harvested. As the minutes turned to hours, by approximately 8 o'clock, hunger gnawed at Qianyun as the sun began its slow descent, casting shadows that deepened the evening's hues. At last, she ceased her work, stretching her aching back and waist. The prolonged exertion left her utterly fatigued. She was drenched in sweat, having lost track of how much water she had consumed, but still parched. The toll of her labor weighed heavily on her, compelling her to retrieve a restorative potion, which she sipped to alleviate her weariness. Upon finally returning home, it was past 9 o'clock. As Qianyun stepped into the settlement, she was struck by its vastness, which seemed to stretch endlessly before her. Fortunately, this did not hinder her from locating her small abode. She spotted it from a distance, appearing seemingly unchanged. However, as she approached, she realized the transformation was monumental. Her safe house had evolved from its former 2-story structure into a magnificent ancient edifice, resplendent with grandeur. The walls, translucent and radiant, emitted a soft glow, while the roof was adorned with golden glazed tiles, shimmering brilliantly. The crimson entrance stood firmly closed, embellished with exquisite round door rings and surrounded by ornate carvings. Flanking the entrance were a pair of imposing stone lions, guardians of this palace's tranquility. The entire safe house exuded an antique charm. As Qianyun drew closer to inspect the 2 stone lions, she marveled at the intricate craftsmanship that rendered them so lifelike. Eagerly, she pushed open the door and entered, finding herself in a meticulously arranged courtyard, structured around a strict axial symmetry, showcasing a refined and orderly layout. The small pavilions and towers exuded elegance, with the black-tiled eaves providing a delightful aesthetic. Overall, the scene was one of exquisite grace combined with magnificent splendor. The courtyards and pavilions were harmoniously arranged, with beautiful gardens flanking the long corridors, though at present, nothing was planted, leaving the space feeling rather empty. The garden was encircled by mountains and water, offering a picturesque view, yet the water supply had yet to be connected. Continuing deeper into the house, Qianyun passed through a small passageway beyond the second gate and ascended the corridor, where the vista opened up before her. Everywhere she looked, there were intricately carved beams and painted pillars. Qianyun's curiosity piqued. She wondered where the creators of this survival game had found such artisans capable of conjuring such finely crafted architecture. Upon entering the interior, her gaze fell upon numerous red columns, each thick enough for an adult to embrace, adorned with exquisite designs that hinted at their considerable worth. The ceiling supported by these red columns was constructed from precious wood, emanating a gentle fragrance that invigorated the senses. The overall impression was one of grandiosity and opulence. epitomizing luxury in every detail. Despite the absence of numerous upgrade materials, the final creation of the safe house was nothing short of comprehensive and opulent. Upon this realization, Qianyun felt that the modest selection of furniture she had previously acquired appeared somewhat out of place. Although these furnishings were meticulously chosen, they seemed rather insubstantial in comparison to the ambience of the room. Particularly in such a historically rich setting, they seemed unable to fully integrate into the surroundings. Subsequently, Qianyun casually entered a chamber. Within this chamber, the ceiling was crafted from exquisite sandalwood, emanating a subtle aroma that was both refreshing and uplifting. The walls were adorned with translucent jade discs, which radiated a gentle luminosity, illuminating the entire room as if it were bathed in daylight. Additionally, various precious ornaments and decorative items embellished the space, enhancing its exquisite allure. However, at that moment, Qianyun suddenly perceived a lack within the room, specifically, the absence of folding screens and curtains. The introduction of these elements would render the chamber even more complete and harmonious. One could envision the elegant screens, perhaps embroidered with intricate patterns, alongside soft curtains that, when lightly stirred, would unveil a touch of mystery and grace. Such enhancements would undoubtedly deepen the room's atmosphere, suffusing it with a classical essence. At that moment, Qianyun stood upon the land, feeling the floor beneath her feet, which exhibited a richer hue than the exterior, reminiscent of the traces left by time. This profound wooden tone imparted a warmth and comfort akin to sun-drenched wood, exuding a faint fragrance that invited relaxation. Meanwhile, the room was suffused with abundant light, streaming through the windows and rendering the space particularly radiant. This bright environment, akin to the warmth of sunlight, illuminated every corner and revealed the joy nestled deep within Qianyun's heart. At that instant, this home resembled a tranquil harbor, offering solace in times of fatigue. It also resembled fertile land, nurturing the spirit. Beautiful and steeped in history, it captivated Qianyun, who had long cherished traditional aesthetics, immersing her in its allure. After considerable effort, Qianyun finally located her bedroom, a standard master suite. The solitary bed appeared somewhat incongruous, evoking a sense of rural-urban dissonance. Upon glancing at her pig-patterned duvet cover and sheets, she began to question her aesthetic choices. After a brief exploration, she successfully discovered her bathroom, where a thorough separation of wet and dry areas prevailed. The style remained antiquated, yet was enhanced by the presence of a vintage bathtub. Qianyun mused privately about how such an indulgence would reflect a cheerful disposition. At that moment, she had entirely forgotten her earlier hunger. Opening the trading market, Qianyun exchanged 10 liters of drinking water for 2 folding screens and traded an exceptional dagger for 10 curtains. Before embarking on the task of arranging her space, she positioned the screens before her bed, hung the curtains at the windows and between the outer and inner sections of the bedroom, and subsequently placed her newly acquired bed, vanity, and dressing box in suitable locations, dismantling the single bed in the process. After completing her tasks, the dormitory transformed into a more cozy and elegant haven. Qianyun gazed contentedly at her masterpiece. Then, after a refreshing shower, donned a new bathrobe and reclined comfortably on her bed, basking in the warmth of her new abode. She resolved that this place would officially become her sanctuary, where she would savor life, rather than treating it as a mere temporary refuge or lounge as she had done before. After indulging in a moment of leisure, Qianyun leisurely rose to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Following a simple meal, she immersed herself in her workshop, diligently assembling an automatic seed planter and crafting defensive gear such as daggers and tang swords for trade in exchange for basic materials and furniture. Qianyun even whimsically bartered some meat for a variety of flower seeds, contemplating the possibility of acquiring temperature-regulating stones to cultivate them in her garden. As she realized there were no suitable items left for trade, Qianyun extinguished the lights, adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable setting, closed her eyes, and slipped into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 82, Level 6 Secret Realm. One night devoid of dreams, Qianyun awoke before dawn. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she groggily glanced at her phone, realizing it was merely 5:30 in the morning. Gazing at the still dark sky outside, she stretched languidly and rose from her bed. Feeling invigorated, she dismissed any thoughts of returning to slumber. She opened her backpack at a leisurely pace, searching for something within. In a short while, she unearthed several exploration cards. These cards appeared somewhat mysterious, adorned with peculiar patterns and inscriptions. Qianyun meticulously selected a card granting 6 hours of exploration time and unhesitatingly pressed the activation button. With a flash of light, Qianyun's figure vanished from her original location. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar environment. Lush greenery surrounded her, resembling a beautiful painting. The air was imbued with a refreshing essence, uplifting her spirit. Curiosity sparkled in Qianyun's eyes as she examined her surroundings. The ambience here was starkly different from the previous Level 5 secret realm, yet it filled her with anticipation. Her previous adventure had bestowed upon her endless surprises and bountiful rewards, and now her heart brimmed with hope, yearning for this exploration to yield even more precious returns. She walked forward with light steps and soon discovered a verdant field of herbs. These herbs were the rare materials essential for her intermediate potion-making skills. Swiftly, she retrieved her herb hoe from her backpack and began her gathering with practiced agility. In merely half an hour, Qianyun had successfully processed the herbs and resolutely continued her exploration. As she delved deeper, the tranquil atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Qianyun vigilantly scanned her surroundings, missing no subtle movements. Simultaneously, her companion Xiao Yu's thermal sensing feature remained alert, ready to react at the slightest disturbance. Suddenly, a foul wind rushed toward her, nearly overwhelming her senses. Frowning, a flicker of combativeness surged within her. Would this creature yield a treasure chest upon defeat? Armored with a mechanical arm and wielding a bow, Qianyun swiftly pursued the source of the stench. Dense vines adorned with countless skeletal remains surrounded her, while beneath the vines, a suction-like maw devoured flesh and blood. From a distance atop a grand tree, Qianyun readied her long moon bow, drawing the string taut as she aimed at the creature's gaping orifice. With a swift whoosh, the arrow shot forth like lightning. However, the creature effortlessly evaded the attack. As if sensing Qianyun's intent, it rapidly writhed, and innumerable tendrils lunged toward her. Sensing the imminent threat, Qianyun deftly sidestepped while continuously releasing arrows to thwart the creature's advance. The exchange of blows persisted, and despite Qianyun's speed, she inevitably felt the sting of a tendril piercing her flesh. Swiftly, she severed the appendage and withdrew the sharp spike. Yet, it was evident that the creature, having tasted blood, began to thrash wildly as if intoxicated, intensifying its assault. Qianyun realized the dire situation and resolved to alter her strategy. Skillfully evading the tendril's assaults, she keenly observed her surroundings. At last, she seized the opportunity presented by the fleeting gaps in the tendril's motions and swiftly advanced towards the suction cup. The suction cup, delighted by the unsuspecting prey, expanded suddenly, its pull so forceful that it nearly destabilized Qianyun's footing. Without a moment's hesitation, she focused intently and loosed an arrow towards the suction cup. The arrow soared like a meteor, striking its mark with precision. The tendrils writhed in agony, momentarily ceasing their attack. Seizing this moment, Qianyun rushed forward, wielding a superior defensive shovel, and delivered a powerful strike to the tendril's base. With a sharp crack, the flailing branches collapsed, and the main body of the tendril tumbled down with a resounding thud. Approaching the fallen tendril, Qianyun inspected its remains and indeed discovered a yellow treasure chest. She picked it up, relieved, and checked her own injuries, thankful they were merely superficial. Observing the scattered bones around her, she noted the large pit that had formed after the tendril's demise. Just as she intended to place the bones within, she spotted a green orb. She leapt down to retrieve it and gradually climbed back out, burying all the remains within the pit and erecting a wooden marker inscribed Grave of the Nameless. With only 4 hours remaining, Qianyun hastily resumed her journey while examining the orb in her hand. Heart of the Forest, consumable, enhances self-healing abilities and strengthens the body. Note: 0.001 chance of enhancing mental fortitude. A fortuitous find indeed, she thought, as she cheerfully washed it and consumed a small piece. However, the flavor unleashed a wave of nausea reminiscent of the earlier foul scents, despite its beautiful emerald appearance. It was a perplexing taste, one that left her retching for some time, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. Family, who understands? One must be cautious with food. Even if it is not poisonous, it may still induce adverse effects, such as nausea. Qianyun rinsed her mouth with water and then sipped a cup of herbal tea, which significantly improved her condition. Massaging her temples, she continued onward. The landscape was a charred wasteland, with signs of devastation everywhere. Qianyun was astonished. She had previously suspected that both the survival game world and the secret realm might harbor indigenous inhabitants, but the sight before her solidified her belief. As she walked, a sudden cacophony reached her ears. Cautiously following the sound, she discovered a group of peculiarly dressed individuals dancing around a fire. Their skin displayed unusual hues, adorned with various gems and runes. Qianyun approached with care, striving to discern their activities. At that moment, a leader among them noticed her and approached directly. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" he inquired in a deep voice. Unable to comprehend, yet observing the man whose entire being was cloaked in green, Qianyun cautiously retreated and gestured with her hands, indicating her silence. The man scrutinized her from head to toe, his eyes flashing with curiosity. "You are mute? From another race? Here for the treasure as well?" As Qianyun was poised to continue her performance, an overwhelming force surged within her heart. To her astonishment, she realized she could comprehend their words, despite having feigned muteness. This was the effect of the heart of the forest. Qianyun quickly discerned that the unpalatable orb had granted her the ability to understand the indigenous people of this mystical realm without hindrance. Treasure? What treasure? A spark of curiosity ignited within her. At that moment, the group of natives also sensed the transformation in Qianyun. They exchanged glances and then bowed in unison. "Indeed, you are favored by the divine," the leader proclaimed. "Welcome, distant traveler. Perhaps you can assist us in resolving a long-standing dilemma." Chapter 83. The Senji clan. The Blue Clan. The Senji clan, safeguard a treasure, and the divine messenger foretold that a fated individual, blessed by the gods, would come to retrieve it. However, not long ago, a traitor from our clan informed the Blue Clan of our secret. Their strength is formidable, while we are not warriors but masters of concealment, leaving us no choice but to evade them. The leader spoke gravely, mentioning that a particularly powerful youth from their clan poses a significant threat to us. "My daughter, Miru, is destined to become the next clan leader. She possesses the finest aptitude for stealth within our lineage. Unfortunately, she has been abducted by them and is being used as leverage to force us into surrendering the treasure. However, we have no one capable of deciphering the ancient texts inscribed in the tome. Your arrival has rekindled our hope. If you could rescue my daughter, our clan would be immensely grateful, and in accordance with the divine will, we shall entrust the tome and the treasure to you." Qianyun pondered for a moment before deciding to accept the request. Time was of the essence. Thus, she spoke without hesitation. "Someone guide me. I shall assist you." Disregarding her earlier pretense of silence, her sole desire was to expedite the resolution of this matter and discover the nature of the so-called treasure. Above all, no one could bear to see a gentle girl stranded, even if her skin bore the same hue as that of Shrek. After a brief conversation with Qianyun, Chief Miwa summoned a young man, who approached with a heavy demeanor. "Mia," he said, "your talents rank among the finest in our clan. You shall lead the destined one to the Blue Clan and accompany her in retrieving Miru. Can you manage this?" Mia, with an earnest and honest expression, replied resolutely. "I can do it, father." Qianyun, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Did he just call you father?" Miwa beamed with pride as he introduced his second son. "Indeed. Mia is my second son. He has shared a close bond with Miru since childhood. They were raised together." Without further ado, Mia utilized his abilities to swiftly transport Qianyun into the heart of the Blue Clan. However, Qianyun's inability to conceal herself soon led to her detection, and unbeknownst to her, the seemingly trustworthy Mia made his swift escape. "Ah, so this is how it is," Qianyun thought inwardly, scolding them for their apparent sibling bond that seemed rather superficial. She hastily sought refuge, observing her surroundings and noting the stringent vigilance of the guards. Just as she was contemplating her escape, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching and held her breath in trepidation. To her surprise, the newcomer was not a member of the Blue Clan, but rather an unfamiliar green-skinned man. He noticed Qianyun, his eyes widening momentarily in astonishment before regaining his composure. "Who are you? What brings you to the Blue Clan?" he inquired softly. Qianyun succinctly recounted her circumstances and asked if he had any knowledge of Miru's whereabouts. After a moment of silence, the man nodded. "I can lead you to her, but you must agree to one condition." Internally, Qianyun grumbled, "Another condition?" This secret realm is truly maddening. Despite her inner frustrations, she maintained a serious facade and asked, "What is the condition?" The man pointed to the note held by Qianyun and handed it to me. Qianyun instinctively tightened her grip, her expression shifting from hesitation to shyness. This cannot be. It is merely a love letter from the one I admire. In truth, it is not a love letter at all. Rather, it is something that Miwei secretly slipped into her hand, the contents of which she was unaware. Observing her reaction, the man slightly furrowed his brow and declared that there was nothing more to discuss. With that, he turned to leave. In her heart, Qianyun weighed the pros and cons, and soon devised a plan. She happened to have her homemade anesthetic on hand, and thus pretended to summon all her resolve as she said, "I hope you keep your word." Then, stealthily, during the exchange with the man, she forcefully thrust the anesthetic toward his mouth and nose while he was caught off guard. The effect was immediate. A smirk crept across Qianyun's lips. "This is my special poison for you to sample. An exchange is impossible now. If you wish to live, guide me swiftly." Initially, the toxin merely causes numbness in the limbs, but with assistance, one might still manage to walk. However, in 2 hours, you will begin to convulse and experience excruciating pain, ultimately succumbing to death as the poison ravages your insides. "What do you say?" The man, taken aback by Qianyun's swift and decisive actions, could only concede with a look, realizing he was at her mercy. Qianyun supported him, disregarding his fate, hastening toward the direction he indicated. At that moment, Wu Yu was in disarray, struggling to point the way, yet was dragged along by Qianyun. To make matters worse, every time Qianyun evaded the attacks of the Blue Tribe, her speed was astonishing, leaving Wu Yu with numerous minor wounds. Before long, they traversed through multiple obstacles and arrived at a secluded cell. The man gestured toward a girl imprisoned inside, informing Qianyun that she was Milu. Discarding the man aside, Qianyun's mechanical arm seized the lock with force, breaking it open and rushing in to free Milu from her bindings. Trembling, Milu spoke in the language of the Senji tribe. "You are the destined one. Thank you for coming to rescue me, but this is a trap. You must flee and leave me behind." Qianyun nodded, her intention to speak absent, and, with Milu, who was battered and bruised, she turned to leave. Just then, the previously elusive Mia appeared alongside a throng of Blue Tribe members. Qianyun's heart sank. Meanwhile, the incapacitated Wu Yu was quickly assisted by the approaching Blue Tribesman, who poured a green potion down his throat, causing his skin to darken to match theirs. Yet, he soon realized he remained weak and numb. Experiencing a decline in his senses, recognizing the dire situation, Wu Yu looked at his kin and commanded, "Capture both of them alive. That destined one has poisoned me. Let her detoxify me first." The Blue Tribesmen surged forward, encircling Qianyun and the others. Mia laughed heartily from the sidelines. "You cannot escape." Qianyun's gaze turned icy as she quickly assessed the situation. She resolved to break through the encirclement with Milu, seeking a safe haven to devise her next move. However, burdened by the weight of Milu, her movements became considerably sluggish. As the enemy drew nearer, Qianyun quietly activated the mechanical arms button, unleashing a flurry of rain pear blossom needles that transformed the encircled individuals into a veritable beehive. In no time, she carved a bloody path, and those struck felt only a numbing sensation in the impacted areas. By the time they realized it, Qianyun had broken through the siege with Milu in tow. Qianyun then inquired, "Can you still use your talent? If so, employ it. Your abilities are rather effective for instant travel. I have little time left, and if we cannot return swiftly, I shall have no choice but to abandon you." A sense of gratitude within Milu suddenly waned, yet she replied, "I can use it, but I was unable to in the dungeon due to the restrictions." No sooner had she spoken than Milu activated her talent, resembling a pangolin, and the two swiftly reached the Senji tribe. Miva awaited them alongside the other tribespeople and soon spotted the pair. Qianyun entrusted Milu to Miva and immediately asked, "Where's the treasure?" Miva pointed to the note bound in Qianyun's hand, stating, "This is the sacred text. Hold on to it, Miing. You shall guide the elder to the vault." Just as Miva was about to indulge in a tender moment with his daughter, he abruptly halted, glancing behind Qianyun, yet saw nothing. Just as he was about to call out to her, Milu, seemingly aware, interrupted with a furious expression, "Father, Mia has fallen for Chief Wu He's daughter of the Blue Clan and will not return. He has long aspired to lead Senji, and after you remarked on his insufficient talent, he has harbored resentment towards me. It was he who deceived me into the hands of the Blue Clan's Wu Yu. We may need to activate the formation and relocate collectively." The chief of the Blue Clan was taken aback. He had sensed this development long ago, but had hoped his son would not stoop so low. Ultimately, he had been too soft-hearted. Soon, he made a decision, one that would not concern Qianyun. Having obtained the treasure, Qinyun disregarded the Senji tribe's pleas and hastily made her way toward the exit of the secret realm. Halfway through her journey, Wu Yu, accompanied by a throng of Blue Clan members, pursued her. Relying on her speed advantage, Qinyun moved swiftly and soon reached the exit. As time elapsed, she vanished before their eyes. Wu Yu and his tribesmen were left in stunned silence, particularly those who believed themselves poisoned, their hearts filled with despair. Chapter 84. The Hidden Treasure. Qinyun returned to her safe house, her heart brimming with joy as she began to scan and count all the treasures she had extracted from the vault. The numerous towering chests filled her with exhilaration as she opened the first exquisitely crafted and opulent box. The first chest was filled entirely with gold, the second with jewels, the third with a variety of gemstones, the fourth contained assorted silver ornaments, the fifth held an array of jars and bottles, the sixth was packed with diverse garments, the seventh brimmed with various novels, and from the 8th to the 10th chests, she finally discovered items she deemed practical, medical instruments. Upon seeing the letter filled with the language of Aquamarine Star, Qinyun had an inkling, and indeed, all 10 chests were connected to Aquamarine Star. With a spark of curiosity, Qinyun then opened another chest that appeared dull and gray. The first contained premium wood, the second also premium wood, and the third through the 7th were all premium wood as well. Qinyun felt a sense of monotony wash over her as she continued to open the 8th to the 11th, which revealed stone materials, the 12th unveiled ceramics. The 13th displayed iron, the 14th showcased glass, the 15th was an unknown type of blue tile, the 16th revealed platform expansion stones, the 17th contained energy stones, the 18th was crystal stones, the 19th was moonstones, and the 20th was a backpack expansion card, albeit only 3 in number. Qinyun was utterly thrilled. Although she had only acquired one treasure chest from the secret realm, she had also obtained a heart of forest wood, and now, the foundational materials for further upgrading her safe house were halfway complete. 100 platform expansion stones, 100 energy stones, 500 crystal stones, and 800 moonstones. A delightful surprise that surpassed even the excitement of opening chests. Overjoyed, Qinyun planned to explore the secret realm in the coming days, utilizing all her remaining level 5 resources. With a buoyant spirit, she began to trade her valuable items for weapons and protective shields, aware that she still lacked many pieces of furniture. A concubine couch? Buy. A sandalwood square table? Buy. A complete set of Highland flowing water furniture? Buy. A Wong Wally canary screen? Buy. Round tables, square stools, round stools, fan-shaped stools, embroidered stools, scholars' chairs, thrones? Buy. Bright cabinets, coat racks, basin stands, dressing tables? Buy. Floor screens, hanging screens? Buy. Classical embroidered door bead curtains, tasseled door bead curtains? Buy. Sheer round lamps, arhut lamps, revolving lanterns, branch lamps? Buy. Traditional Chinese paintings and calligraphy? Buy. After an exuberant shopping spree, Qinyun finally felt content, turning her attention to arranging and decorating her interior. She installed several temperature-regulating stones, ensuring the space remained pleasantly cool. At that moment, the World Chat channel and the Regional Chat channel suddenly buzzed with activity. Many were astonished and intrigued by this trading phenomenon, eagerly joining the discussion. Goodness, who would have thought these items, once deemed worthless, could be exchanged for basic materials? Indeed, I always believed those useless items I had would just gather dust in a corner. Now I can actually trade them for something useful. What a surprise. I finally sold those paintings. Since arriving here, I've only been able to paint traditional Chinese art and write with a brush. I have no other skills. A heartfelt thank you to the generous buyer. Indeed, while my antique furniture exudes a certain charm, it possesses little practical value and stands in stark contrast to the aesthetic of my safe house. I am truly grateful for anyone willing to purchase it. Several other players echoed my sentiments. At that moment, a keen-eyed individual pointed out an inconsistency, saying, "Have you all not noticed an issue? The items you are selling are antiquities, are they not? Is it possible they are all being acquired by the same buyer?" This remark struck like a bolt of lightning, awakening the other players from their reverie. They began to reflect on the details of their transactions, seeking common threads. After a lively discussion, it became evident that all acquired items were indeed furnishings used by nobility in ancient times, and the buyers seemed to harbor a profound interest in such artifacts. This revelation sparked a flurry of excitement. Some players eagerly speculated about the identity and motives of the mysterious buyer. Some posited that it might be a guild or a prominent figure secretly amassing these treasures. Others boldly conjectured that this could be a significant collector with a passion for ancient art. A few experienced players suggested that the buyer might have insider knowledge regarding rewards for home comfort levels, indicating that the acquisitions were aimed at enhancing such comfort. However, a wave of concern washed over some players. They feared that in their haste to sell, they might have missed out on more lucrative opportunities. After all, if these antiquities possessed unique significance, their worth could vastly exceed the current selling price. Regret seeped in among those who lamented not having investigated market trends more thoroughly before hastily disposing of their valuable items. Could these objects hold some special purpose? I wonder if those selling them are at a loss, one player remarked with a hint of schadenfreude in the global chat. Thus commenced the first day of whimsical discussion upon the opening of the world chat. Just as the chatter intensified, another player proposed an alternative possibility. Perhaps the enigmatic buyer was merely an ordinary collector with a penchant for ancient furniture, devoid of any ulterior motives, simply relishing the joy of collecting. Although this explanation was rather mundane, it offered a sense of relief. After all, if it were all mere coincidence, players need not fret excessively over their losses. Are you all a bit delusional? Just because someone buys a lot of these items doesn't mean they are valuable. Surely, the buyers can discern quality, a speaker remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm and disdain. Indeed, this sounds like conspiracy theory nonsense. Let the rightful owner clarify. Another chimed in. You all have too much time on your hands. If these items had any true utility, they wouldn't be selling them. Can we refrain from cluttering the world channel? This is for those of us who need to find someone. Lu Hua, are you still alive? Which district are you in? If you see this, please contact me urgently. The urgency in the speaker's voice was palpable. On the global platform, discussions abound. Some express curiosity regarding the matter, while others deem it a trivial debate. However, as time elapses, this discourse gradually subsides, and many individuals resume their pursuits. Qianyun remains indifferent to the opinions of others. She has opted for anonymity while shopping. Although she cannot maintain anonymity while operating her stall, the anonymity in purchasing is preserved, and moreover, the identification numbers for buying and selling differ. She harbors no concern about exposure, focusing instead on arranging her safe haven. With each piece of furniture meticulously placed, every corner of her sanctuary begins to exude warmth and elegance. Standing within the confines of her abode, Qianyun admires her masterpiece, her heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 85. The Black Owl. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the entrance. Qianyun, ever vigilant, turned her head and gripped her weapon tightly. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a figure at the threshold. Upon closer inspection, Qianyun realized it was a level 7 Black Owl. In a swift motion, she slammed the door shut, bewildered by its sudden appearance. Greetings, I am the elder of the Black Owl clan. I come not for vengeance, so you may rest assured. The elder, Hei, sighed at the abruptly closed door and spoke from outside. Qianyun, having grasped the general situation, paid little heed to him. She hastily retrieved her remaining spirit fruits and strength fruits, consuming them in one go, fearful that she might still be outmatched. She even downed 5 body fruits until a notification indicated she had reached her consumption limit. Player, Qianyun. Gender, female. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Your weight has entered the normal range. Level, 6, 15396, 30000. Experience accumulated from defeating monsters. Note, experience from secret realm creatures does not count. A perfect completion of dungeons yields substantial experience. Constitution, 4210 strength, 4710 speed, 3910 mental power, 1700, 3000, currently at level 5. Leveling up will increase by 100 to 200. Luck? Your luck value perplexes the system. Talent, time manipulation, currently level 2, can be enhanced. Note, time can be halted for 10 seconds within a radius of 1 kilometer. This ability is developing. Skills, mechanical development, beginner, intermediate alchemy. Advanced swordsmanship can be expanded. Overall strength ranking, 1 points ranking, 1 achievements ranking, 1 safe house ranking, 1 luck ranking, 1 noticing the significant increase in her constitution, speed, and strength. Almost by a quarter, Qianyun promptly donned her armor, equipped her mechanical arm, seized her weapon, and opened the door. Hei, the Black Owl elder, was taken aback by the fully armed player before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing that his opponent had no intention of attacking, Qianyun remained calm and simply fixed her gaze upon him. Feeling quite awkward, He slowly began. Our clan wishes to propose a transaction with you. May I inquire if you would be interested? With an expression of indifference, Qianyun replied, not interested. He was momentarily stunned, inwardly lamenting. I haven't even begun to introduce the transaction. He hurriedly explained, please allow me to finish my explanation. The black owl mark you bear is left by a fallen member of our clan. With this mark, as long as you remain within a kilometer of our clan, you will be subject to proactive attacks, even to the point of being killed. Furthermore, higher-level clan members can sense your presence. I came here specifically because of that mark. As he spoke, He discreetly scrutinized Qianyun, his eyes glimmering with a hint of expectation. Yet, Qianyun merely responded with a nonchalant "Oh." He nearly suffered a heart attack, silently berating, who taught you to converse in such a manner? The purpose of my visit is to negotiate a transaction with you. After deliberation among my clan, it has been decided to revoke your mark of identification. However, this gesture is not without its conditions. We seek an exchange. Presumably, you possess your own territory, and we wish to occupy one of your recruitment slots. By allowing our clan to recruit within your domain, we shall independently cater to our own needs, sparing you the burden. Our sole request is that you grant us the right of first choice when delineating your territory in the future. Qianyun, have you finished speaking? If so, please depart from this place. In truth, she harbors no interest in their proposition. Not to mention that each time these black owls encounter her, they appear resolute and relentless. Had it not been for her fortuitous luck and formidable strength, she might have already met her demise. This alone breeds disdain within her for them. She would prefer a mutual non-interference, yet the notion of granting them preferential treatment in future territorial decisions is utterly ludicrous. He, evidently taken aback by Qianyun's rejection, wore an expression that shattered like ice, his confidence crumbling to pieces. It would be wise for you to reconsider your stance, as our clan boasts numerous elites whose strength surpasses your imagination. Most importantly, with our presence in your territory, we could serve as a deterrent against other unscrupulous recruiters. Qianyun comprehended the underlying threat in He's words. If she were to disagree, she would be met with violence, a blatant intimidation veiled as a protective offer against other recruiters. Such a scenario was inconceivable. It was out of the question, especially since her provisions included ample bird meat. Qianyun, I have no interest in your clan's proposal. If you have no further business, you may leave. Should you choose to engage in combat, I assure you, I am not defenseless. He's countenance darkened considerably. He had not anticipated such a resolute refusal from her. Do you realize how rare an opportunity this is? Once missed, it shall never return, he attempted to persuade her. Yet Qianyun remained unmoved, gripping her sword tightly, her gaze resolute as she reiterated her stance. I have declared my disinterest in your proposal. Now, I insist that you vacate my territory immediately. Realizing further discourse would be futile, He scoffed, flared his wings, and turned to depart. As she watched his retreating figure, Qianyun silently exhaled in relief. She had been somewhat careless. The protective barrier must be maintained at all times. Activating the safety shield ensures that, at the very least, her location remains concealed from adversaries outside the safe house. Crucially, even if discovered within, the shield would provide her with a crucial buffer. Nonetheless, Qianyun understood that she must also establish fundamental defensive and offensive structures to safeguard against potential incursions by the Black Owl clan. He's anger surged within him. He had witnessed far too many players meet their demise, often due to sheer misfortune. Had it not been for Qianyun's level and capabilities aligning with their needs, he would have had no interest in engaging with her. It was disheartening to encounter such ingratitude. Were it not for various calamities, their clan would not need to negotiate with any players. He departed swiftly, needing to return and confer with the chieftain and elders regarding their next course of action. Only those recruiters residing within the territory can evade 50 of the impacts from natural disasters. Given that this approach has proven ineffective, they must contemplate alternative plans at an earlier stage. As for the obstinate Qianyun, he holds little optimism. Once he has concluded the internal affairs of his clan, he intends to lead his companions to extinguish their adversaries. After returning to her quarters and confirming that the surroundings were quiet, Qianyun removed her battle gear and proceeded to the workshop to continue her assembly work. Once the seed drill was fully assembled, she might contemplate upgrading the territory. Chapter 86. Level 7. A bustling day came to a close for Qianyun, who rose early the following morning to continue her exploration of the blue and white regions. The recent trades of the perfect great iron axe had yielded numerous treasures for both Jingchuan and her. However, these spoils proved of little use against the sweltering heat. Swiftly, Qianyun arose, washed up, and savored her breakfast, preparing an array of fragrant floral teas. Having indulged excessively in silver chrysanthemum tea over the past couple of days, she found herself ensnared in a deep slumber, accompanied by a strong premonition of advancement in her levels. With her sunscreen, crafted by the system, diligently applied, she equipped herself with provisions and additional water before embarking on her journey. Beneath the blazing sun, the ground shimmered with waves of heat. With each step deeper into the blue region, the temperature escalated, and beads of sweat continuously emerged. Yet, she dared not slow her pace. Upon her arrival in the blue region, Qianyun encountered a desolate expanse of sand. It was baffling why a desert would manifest within an exploration map of an island. Urgently moving forward, her thirst became unbearable, prompting her to consume a cup of tea in haste. Behind a dune, she stumbled upon a concealed cave. Cautiously, she approached, hearing strange sounds emanating from within. Pausing to observe, she noted a ring of shallow footprints surrounding the entrance, reminiscent of some crawling creature. Resolute in her curiosity, Qianyun tightened her grip on her weapon and entered the cave with great care. The cave's height was ample, but its width felt constricting, and a foul odor lingered in the air, illuminated by an eerie glow reflecting off the walls. Suddenly, a gigantic scorpion surged forth from the darkness, prompting Qianyun to retreat swiftly to the cave's entrance. The scorpion relentlessly pursued her, its glossy black-purple pincers lunging towards her face. Qianyun adeptly sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a swift strike of her weapon. As she continued to wield her weapon, the scorpion ensnared it with its pincers, moving with such speed that it appeared to create afterimages. With a forceful tug, she freed her weapon, skillfully evading the scorpion's rapid strikes while keenly observing its vulnerabilities. Without warning, a stream of green venom erupted, forcing Qianyun to retreat once more, narrowly avoiding the corrosive liquid that singed the edge of her clothing. This black-purple scorpion boasted 4 pairs of legs and slender, powerful pincers, with its abdomen adorned by feather-like gills, resembling the desert scorpions of the ocean blue star. Notably, these desert scorpions possess the ability to sense the vibrations of their prey. Recalling the light-averse nature of desert scorpions, Qianyun unwittingly maneuvered the scorpion towards the sunlight. Yet it showed no signs of being deceived. Instead, the creature swiftly withdrew. Just as Qianyun felt a surge of despair, more scorpions emerged from the shadows, swarming behind the first. Observing them closely, she noted that the finer the pincers, the more potent their venom appeared to be. The group included several that were jet black with robust tails, interspersed with a few golden scorpions, notorious for their lethal toxins. Their thick tails flicked menacingly, oozing venom as they advanced. Though their numbers were astounding, they all refrained from crossing into the sunlit areas. Recognizing this pattern, Qianyun stood firmly in the sunlight to scan for information. Crimson Fire Scorpion, the combat king of the desert, adept at ambush, starting at level 3 upon birth. Venomous with a 2-hour lethal effect. Antidotes available. Note: the range of its venom is limited. The golden-tailed red fire scorpion, a royal among its kind, excels in ambush tactics and possesses formidable charisma, along with an extraordinarily lethal venom. Engaging in conflict with it is ill-advised, as the consequences could be dire. Note: the range of its venomous attack is limited. Qianyun, fully aware of the scorpion's venomous capabilities, carefully assessed its attack distance and retreated a short distance. She then exchanged her longsword for a Changyue bow, launching precise long-range shots. One scorpion after another fell, yet countless more surged forth. Qianyun felt no fatigue. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the pile of purple treasure chests that lay before her, nearly making her burst into laughter. The prolonged war of attrition began to take a toll on her, yet the outcome was favorable, with hundreds of the formidable scorpions laid to rest. At that moment, however, she sensed a tremor beneath her feet, a portent of a colossal foe. Hastily, she moved to escape, but it was evidently too late. Internally, she chastised her legs. "Run, you fool." With a thunderous crash, the ground erupted, and a massive creature, towering at 5 meters, suddenly appeared, toppling Qianyun to the ground, right at the spot of the treasure chests. Swiftly, she snatched up a chest from the ground, provoking the creature to retaliate. with its golden and red pincers thrashing wildly. It raised its tail high, launching venomous projectiles. Qian Yun found herself in a precarious position, scrambling to evade the onslaught while occasionally slipping into the creature's blind spot to strike with her sword. Continuously dodging the attacks of the golden-tailed red fire scorpion left her feeling increasingly vulnerable. She concentrated, observing the creature's movements, noting that it paused momentarily each time it hurled its venom. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Yun charged forward, leaping onto the scorpion's back, and thrust her long sword fiercely towards its head. However, the scorpion sensed her intention and thrashed violently. Clinging tightly to her sword, after several intense exchanges, the creature finally succumbed. Unfortunately, Qian Yun was still struck by its venom, and using recovery potions proved futile. The negative status persisted, forcing her to continuously consume medicine. Eventually, she resorted to her homemade antidote pills, but they offered little relief. Level 7 toxins are not easily vanquished. As her health dwindled, Qian Yun quickly drank a vial of life potion to stabilize herself, yet the dizziness and tinnitus from the poisoning remained unrelenting. If she did not resolve this quickly, any further danger could cost her dearly. In a flurry, she opened her small group chat. Poisoned with level 7 toxin. Do any of you have antidote pills? I can trade for life potions, she messaged. With a sigh of relief, she maintained her guard. Meanwhile, Lin Jiji and Lin Lioli were engaged in battle with a level 5 four-legged gecko, while Song Yun found himself entangled in a significant predicament. Leaving no time to respond to Qian Yun's plea, just as she prepared to consume another life potion to buy time, Qian Yun received a generous gift from Jing Chuan, a vial of antidote pills. She swiftly consumed one, gradually feeling her condition improve. Without hesitation, she sent a vial of life potion back to Jing Chuan as gratitude. After responding to Jing Chuan's message, Qian Yun approached the scorpion and, confirming its incapacitated state, swiftly drew her sword to deliver the final blow. She then picked up a cerulean box from the ground and began her exploration of the cave's interior. The dazzling red hues within left Qian Yun in awe. The walls were adorned with numerous red stones. She took out her pickaxe and extracted a significant amount. The Qi-Yin crystal, an elemental stone of fire, capable of storing trace amounts of fire attributes, invites players to explore its specific applications on their own. Chapter 87. The cave. With each vigorous swing of the pickaxe, chunks of crimson stone were unearthed, producing a crisp sound as they fell into Qian Yun's backpack. She excavated with great diligence, carefully placing each piece into her bag, fearful of damaging them. Time was abundant, so Qian Yun felt no urgency. She savored the excavation process as if it were a means of relaxation for both body and mind. When she sensed that she had collected a sufficient amount, she resolved to venture deeper into the cave. As she delved further, the light diminished, yet Qian Yun felt no trepidation. She switched on her flashlight, illuminating her surroundings, and beheld an array of bizarre stalactites and uniquely shaped stones encircling her. Some stalactites resembled columns, others took on the form of cones, and still others appeared like mushrooms, each exhibiting diverse and exquisite shapes. The stones, too, varied in form, resembling works of art that evoked awe for nature's masterful craftsmanship. Curiously observing these natural wonders, a sense of belonging welled up within her, surprising her given that she was in an unfamiliar and perilous scorpion cave. However, this feeling of belonging grew more potent, leading her to ponder whether this might be an alternate version of her own world. Suddenly, Qian Yun recognized the absurdity of her thoughts and quickly shook her head, dismissing the unsettling notion. Regardless of the cave's identity, even if it were not a scorpion cave, typical karst landscapes would typically manifest in mountainous regions. Yet, the idea of an island hosting a desert alongside peculiar formations seemed entirely plausible. As she continued deeper into the cave, the crimson fire crystals diminished, leaving Qian Yun feeling a twinge of disappointment, though more confusion lingered. She had anticipated a greater abundance of these fire crystals, but reality contradicted her expectations, prompting her to question if she had erred in her search. Nevertheless, she refused to surrender easily, opting to persist in her exploration of this enigmatic cavern. As she progressed, the cave narrowed, and the light continued to fade. Qian Yun tread cautiously to avoid colliding with the walls or stumbling. She traced her fingers along the walls, feeling the texture and temperature of the stone. After traversing for over half an hour, a sudden flash of red caught her eye. She discovered a vast chamber ahead, shimmering with a faint glow. A surge of excitement enveloped her as she surmised that the light emanated from the fire crystals. She quickened her pace towards the cavern. Upon entering, she was astounded by the sight before her. The chamber was adorned with fire crystals, radiating an intense warmth that seemed poised to ignite the entire space. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Qianyun felt her cheeks flush. However, she swiftly regained her composure. The temperature within the cave was significantly elevated, making it nearly unbearable. Taking a deep breath, she decided to rest momentarily, sipping on her floral tea and applying a cooling patch to restore her stamina before commencing the collection of the surrounding fire crystals. As the number of fire crystals gradually dwindled, a magnificent crimson flower began to bloom amidst the remaining crystals. It emitted a gentle yet radiant light, illuminating the surrounding space. The petals of this fiery flower danced like flames, an exquisite sight to behold. Surrounding her were numerous diminutive crimson gems, reminiscent of budding flames, their red luminescence casting a vibrant tableau upon the petals. Unlike those at the cave's entrance, these gems varied in form. Some sparkled like exquisite jewels, radiating an enchanting luster, while others exhibited irregular shapes, brimming with unique charm. With nimble grace, Qianyun approached the flame blossom, initiating a thorough scan. According to the system's prompt, she discerned that this was a special entity within the survival game world, capable of being bound as a pet plant. However, caution was warranted, for the flame blossom remained in a dormant state. Any attempt at forceful contracting could result in failure. The dilemma of whether to contract or not weighed heavily upon her. Treasures capable of concealing level 7 mutated scorpions and numerous level 3 to 6 scorpions within the depths of the cave were not easily bound. After a moment of contemplation, Qianyun resolved to attempt establishing a connection with the flame blossom. She gently extended her hand, caressing the petals and savoring their warmth. Suddenly, the brilliance of the flame blossom intensified, akin to a burning sun, dazzling in its fervor. Qianyun felt a surge of formidable and mysterious energy wash over her like a tidal wave, causing her to tremble involuntarily. She fixed her gaze upon the blossom, concentrating all her mental faculties in an effort to forge a bond. Through her relentless endeavor, the flame blossom finally responded, its radiance gradually stabilizing, no longer flickering erratically. A strange sensation welled up within Qianyun. Could success come so easily? Indeed, at that very moment, the cave underwent an unexpected transformation. A violent tremor reverberated through the ground, as if the entire cavern were on the brink of collapse. Qianyun's expression shifted as she cautiously scanned her surroundings for the source of the disturbance. Just as her eyes fell upon the flame blossom, she was astonished to witness swirling flames erupting around it. These flames danced vigorously, emanating a searing heat that distorted the surrounding air. Wide-eyed, Qianyun gazed in disbelief at the spectacle before her. A sudden realization struck her, causing her countenance to pale as she swiftly retreated. Indeed, as she distanced herself from her original position, flames of a similar nature erupted all around her. These flames blazed with extraordinary intensity, seemingly intent on consuming everything in their path. Qianyun recalled that caves such as this often harbored vast mineral deposits, and the current inferno was likely to provoke an explosion, tightening her chest with anxiety. Without hesitation, she turned and sprinted towards the cave's entrance. However, before she could reach it, a deafening explosion echoed through the cavern, shaking the very foundations. Qianyun's reflexes were sharp. She immediately activated her protective 7 treasures umbrella. Nevertheless, the overwhelming force of the blast sent her tumbling to the ground, followed by a searing wave of heat that hurled her away. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Qianyun lamented her carelessness. She had not evaded in time. Time passed, and a cool sensation brushed against her ears, stirring her from the haze of unconsciousness. Silver grains? Had Silver awakened? As Qianyun slowly rose, she became acutely aware of the excruciating pain coursing through her entire body. At that moment, her garments were tattered and stained with patches of black and red. Hastily, she consumed a potion, which facilitated her recovery. However, her mechanical arm, having shielded her during the explosion, along with the 7 treasure umbrella, had been reduced to mere compost. Upon witnessing Qianyun finally awaken, Ingzi let out a sigh reminiscent of a wise elder. "Master, if you do not rouse yourself soon, we shall be in dire straits." Qianyun glanced around and, as expected, noticed that twilight had already descended. Having regained her strength, she paid little heed to the remnants of her attire and swiftly gathered Ingzi in her arms. Why does it feel a bit heavier? She mused, for what was once the size of a palm had now expanded to the dimensions of 2, with a notable increase in weight that suggested a significant transformation. Chapter 88. The peculiar flower that approached as night enveloped the surroundings. Qianyun sensed a multitude of elusive gazes lingering behind her. Quickening her pace, she felt an overwhelming fatigue despite having consumed a restorative potion. Within the safe house, the rejuvenated Qianyun gazed in astonishment at Silver Grain, pondering whether it had consumed some sort of growth agent. Its upgrades seemed to come with added weight. Gently caressing Silver Grain, she noted its body had become more robust, infused with a mysterious energy. Well done, little Silver Grain. Show me the changes that accompany your upgrade. Qianyun inquired with curiosity. Silver Grain blinked, seemingly contemplating how to respond. After a moment, it responded in a youthful voice. I am uncertain of my attributes, but I feel more powerful. Name, Silver Grain attribute. Eye strength. 5, a weaned infant. Take good care of it. Speed. 7, it will grow. Indeed, skills. Ice skills level 2 mental power. To be developed age, 35 days old. Qianyun felt a sense of joy upon reading this. Little one, does that mean you are no longer afraid of the heat? Silver Grain shyly covered its large, dark eyes with its chubby white hands and replied bashfully. Silver Grain is a grown-up now and is not afraid. However, I will require more snow crystals to eat. Will my master be able to afford me? But it's all right. I can find food myself. Qianyun chuckled and continued to stroke its head. Don't fret. I have gathered plenty of spirit flowers. I will spend an hour each day collecting them, so you will never go hungry. As she spoke, she offered 10 snow crystals to the little creature. After sharing some delightful desserts, Qianyun and Silver Grain each enjoyed a cup of floral tea sweetened with honey that Qianyun had collected. After a brief respite, Qianyun entered her workshop to utilize the crafting station, intending to create a mechanical arm with the materials at hand. Yet, upon completion, she felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Observing the arm's joint, which featured a short chain, she appreciated its enhanced flexibility. She then contemplated whether to experiment with merging it with her armor. Without hesitation, she pondered this until the clock struck 9, when she heard Silver Grain's voice outside, seemingly engaged in a dialogue with something. Setting down her tools, Qianyun paused her work and stepped outside. Upon opening the door, she discovered Silver Grain laboriously communicating with a flower the size of a fingernail. Noticing Silver Grain's vigilant demeanor, Qianyun curiously scrutinized the tiny flower, which increasingly seemed familiar. Its coloration and petals bore an uncanny resemblance to that peculiar Qian flower that had once blasted her away. Unbeknownst to her, the flower had said something, prompting Silver Grain to turn with indignation and seek Qianyun's validation. Master, this ugly flower claims that you have killed her guardian beast, and now she has no creature to bring her food. We do not know her. Do you think she is lying? A flicker of guilt washed over Qianyun. If the guardian beast referred to those scorpions, then it was indeed true. Unable to comprehend the flower's incessant chatter, she chose to remain silent for the moment. The crimson flame flower was quite irritable. Despite its foul odor and penchant for devouring humans, as well as its tendency to nibble on my petals and leaves, it still brought me delightful treats each day. Your master has killed them. Shouldn't they be the ones to care for me? Silver Grain replied indignantly. You claim they feast on humans. So they must have attacked my master first. My master would never strike first, and besides, they have no intention of nurturing you. You are utterly impolite and have even injured my master. Moreover, my master is completely unaware of what you consume or how to sustain you. You are hardly charming. So how could you dare to seek care from others? What can you even do, seeing that it could not outwit Silver Grain? The crimson flame flower resorted to childish tactics, recalling the sweet aroma wafting from their abode, and whined, I am still just a seedling. If you do not nurture me, I shall have nowhere to go. Besides, it was you who killed the scorpion. It refrained from disclosing to the naive sprite that it had been raised by the scorpion, merely waiting for the moment it bore fruit to be devoured. Otherwise, they might refuse to care for it. Silver Grain, incensed by the crimson flame flower's words, was disinclined to engage further. However, the next moment, a significant revelation emerged. The crimson flame flower pointed towards Qianyun's safe haven and suggested, if you take care of me, I can help you find an abundance of treasures. I know many places where the luminous stones your master uses for illumination can be found. Upon hearing this, Silver Grain was taken aback. She understood the flower was referring to moonstones, which her master frequently used as light sources. She recalled her master mentioning a need for a substantial quantity of moonstones to upgrade weapons, yet they were always in short supply. Thus, she decided not to refuse any longer and conveyed the conversation to Qianyun. Qianyun, equally astonished, glanced at the clever crimson flame flower and the innocent silver grain and asked, "Silver grain, if, and I emphasize if, I were to form a contract with this flower as your companion, would you feel upset? If so, then we shall not nurture her." Silver grain hesitated but ultimately responded, "She possesses knowledge of many stones and can lead us to numerous treasures. It would be wise for our master to contract her, but my master must promise that I am the most cherished." Qianyun chuckled softly, "Very well. Inform her that we are willing to care for her, but she must agree to help us seek treasures and enter into a contract with me. Otherwise, she must find another to nurture her." Silver grain nodded and, using their unique means of communication, relayed Qianyun's intentions to the crimson flame flower. The crimson flame flower replied, "That is acceptable, but I desire to taste the sweet drink you consume. I came here drawn by its aroma." Silver grain responded, "I shall inquire with my master." When Qianyun expressed her agreement, the crimson flame flower eagerly approached, using its mental prowess to sense Qianyun's intentions. Qianyun transitioned from being passive to actively forming a contract with the crimson flame flower. The diminutive flower, cunning and deeply scheming, nearly ensnared Qianyun into becoming its servant. Qianyun, whose mental strength was formidable, almost fell victim to the flower's trap. With a piercing gaze that conveyed danger, she directed her attention towards the astonished and remorseful crimson flame flower. Startled, the flower quickly confessed its faults and began to entwine around Qianyun's legs, fervently seeking forgiveness and favor. In this dynamic, the individual before her was the master, while she assumed the role of a servant, a situation that felt quite constraining. In an attempt to outsmart, one finds themselves in a predicament. Originally, Qianyun intended to forge an equitable contract akin to the one she had with Xiao Yinsu. Little did she know that the situation would take a turn. Upon the successful establishment of the contract, the two would be able to communicate seamlessly. Despite Qianhua's numerous flattering words, Qianyun remained unmoved. In a moment of desperation, she exclaimed, "Master, I can assist you in agriculture. I possess botanical abilities. Moreover, I can keep watch at night, for I do not require sleep. Please, let bygones be bygones." Observing the still reticent Qianhua, Qianyun began to probe for information. The ability to recite numerous human proverbs and sayings did not seem characteristic of a mere newborn, especially considering the cunning nature that suggested ulterior motives. Chapter 89. Arriving on the island, do you possess any other abilities? Qianyun inquired casually. The invisible eyes of the crimson flame flower flickered, and after a moment's hesitation, it responded, "I can also stimulate plant growth, allowing them to flourish rapidly." Qianyun felt a spark of interest. This was indeed a commendable ability that, if wielded wisely, could yield significant advantages in cultivation. Yet, it seemed to be the very plant-related capability the crimson flame flower had mentioned earlier. "Can you sow seeds?" Qianyun decided to grant the crimson flame flower an opportunity to showcase its ability. The crimson flame flower nodded eagerly, a glimmer of joy in its eyes. "Not exactly, but I can expedite the growth of any plants that have been planted." Qianyun raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Is that all it can do?" The crimson flame flower felt somewhat at a loss, pondering what more could be expected. However, it dared not express its frustration directly and stammered, "I have inherited memories. Perhaps I could develop other abilities later on." Sighing, Qianyun gently stroked Silver Grain's head and said to the crimson flame flower, "Very well, keep a vigilant watch tonight. If you perform well, I'll treat you to some sweet syrup tomorrow." Upon returning to her chamber, Qianyun sensed something amiss. Her other companions had responded to her messages, yet there was no word from Song Yun. Anxiety gripped her heart as she worried something might have befallen her. Thus, she inquired in the group chat, "Sisters, has anyone been in touch with Song Yun today?" Lin Jiji replied, "I was too busy hunting monsters with Lulu today to check in." "Why?" Lulu promptly added, "I just messaged her, but she hasn't replied. Could she be preoccupied?" Qianyun expressed her concern. "That seems unlikely. She usually responds at this hour. Unless she has encountered a dungeon akin to the one I faced before." At that moment, Jing Chuan, having just concluded his tasks, spotted the conversation and quickly interjected, "Don't fret, she's with me." Lin Jiji responded with astonishment, "What?" Lulu chimed in, "Are you two living together now?" Qianyun asked, What is going on? With a sigh of exasperation, Jing Chuan recounted the events. I have spent the entire day indoors and Haven T ventured out to explore. While the three of you were out, I was trading with Qian Yun regarding an antidote, and during that time, Song Yun sent me a request to visit my safe house. I accepted, and the next moment, she appeared here, battered and bloodied. I was at a loss for how to assist her, as it would be inappropriate for me to handle her injuries. She still hasn't regained consciousness. So I was hoping one of you could come over to help. Qian Yun immediately responded, I'll come. She suddenly recalled receiving a notification before her unconsciousness, which she had neglected to check at the time and subsequently forgotten. She realized that if she did not review the survival game system's prompts immediately, they would vanish unless she actively sought them out later. Indeed, upon opening the panel to examine her records, she clearly saw the notification regarding the request to visit. Jing Chuan swiftly sent an invitation, which Qian Yun accepted without hesitation, and in an instant, she was transported to the safe house where Jing Chuan was located. At that moment, Song Yun lay on the ground, devoid of vitality, her body covered in blood, with wounds of varying depths and numerous in count. It appeared not as though she had been attacked by mutated creatures or contaminants, but rather bore the marks of a fierce struggle against another human. Qian Yun had no time to ponder these thoughts. She hastily retrieved a homemade detoxification pill, gently pried open Song Yun's jaw, and administered it to her. Following this, she requested hot water and towels from Jing Chuan and fetched clean garments from her backpack to meticulously clean and change Song Yun. Jing Chuan, perceptive of the gravity of the situation, stood outside the door, blending into the shadows. Once Qian Yun finished tending to Song Yun, she was astonished to find her still in a deep slumber, which left her in a state of bewilderment. Was it not poisoning? The situation had grown increasingly complex. She opened the door to inquire further about Song Yun's condition from Jing Chuan, only to be met unexpectedly by both Lin Zhizhi and Lin Lulu. Their expressions laced with concern. Qian Yun, taken aback, asked, What brings you all here? Observing the anxious faces around her, she nodded to indicate that they could enter. The group turned together and stepped into Jing Chuan's secondary bedroom, soon laying eyes on Song Yun, who appeared no different from someone merely asleep. Yet, they all understood the seriousness of the matter at hand. A sense of trepidation coursed through Qian Yun, her comrade, with whom she had fought side by side. Now lay in a state of uncertainty, and they were at a loss for answers. Song Yun's condition is exceedingly strange. You mentioned that the life and recovery potions you administered had no effect, and the detoxification pill I just provided seems equally futile. Do you recall if Song Yun communicated any significant information during your interactions? She turned to Jing Chuan, seeking insight. Jing Chuan spoke first when she sent me the invitation. It was quite urgent. You may check if she sent you anything as well. I sensed something was amiss and quickly accepted. Song Yun barely uttered a couple of words before collapsing. If my judgment serves me correctly, those two words were player. Lin Zhizhi expressed her astonishment. Player? This is the 5th time I've heard that term today. Just now, while scrolling through the chat channel, I noticed many discussing island entry cards, mentioning that someone had drawn an island card from a red box. These cards allow access to other players' islands, albeit randomly. The system did not provide any update, and the player who shared this information was nearly killed by an island entrant. I saw this in the World Channel, though it was from a different district. Could it be that our district is experiencing the same, and that is why Song Yun is in this predicament? Qian Yun replied, It is indeed a possibility. But our foremost priority is to ascertain why Song Yun remains in this unconscious state. Lin Lulu interjected, Have any of you tried high-level anti-radiation potions? 3 pairs of eyes turned toward her in unison, considering the suggestion. Lin Lulu began to worry she might have misspoken, her voice dwindling as she hesitantly added, What are you looking at me for? Should we give it a try? Qian Yun swiftly produced a high-level anti-radiation potion and administered it to Song Yun. As time passed, Song Yun's complexion grew increasingly rosy, a clear sign of improvement. After about 15 minutes, Song Yun gradually regained consciousness, though her vision remained somewhat blurred. Lin Zhizhi and Lin Liuli finally breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at their notification records, which indeed contained numerous requests for visits to the safe house. A deep sense of regret enveloped them. Had anything happened to Song Yun, it would have been as if the heavens themselves had collapsed upon them. Chapter 90. The player as Song Yun adjusted to the light. She attempted to speak, only to find her throat parched to the point of silence. Quick-witted Qian Yun produced a cup of still-warm floral tea for her, which Song Yun gratefully drank, feeling significantly better after a moment's respite. A look of guilt washed over her. I'm so sorry for worrying you all. Truly, it's wonderful to see you alive, she said, her voice thick with emotion. Tears swirling in her eyes, her once vibrant face now weary and drawn. Lin Lulu attempted to lighten the mood. What are you talking about, sister? It's my fault, really. This afternoon, Lulu and I encountered a horde of bats, most at level 5, and I completely missed your messages. I'm just relieved you're safe. Otherwise, I'd have had to accompany you in death. Lin Jiji interjected, her spirit igniting with indignation. Who attacked you? Was it a player? Jing Chuan inquired. Did they, like the rumors suggest, use an island card to seize someone else's island and slaughter its owner for resources? Qianyan asked, Are you hungry? The atmosphere shifted abruptly. From being enveloped by negative emotions, Song Yun unexpectedly let out a laugh. A rare display of vulnerability surfacing on her usually composed demeanor. I'm starving. I could eat a whole cow. Qianyan retrieved a bowl of fish porridge from a beaded water container. Make do with this, and tell us who hurt you. We'll seize the opportunity for revenge. Before Qianyan could hand the bowl to Song Yun, Lin Jiji snatched it up and began feeding her. Noticing the curious expressions of the three watching her, she cleared her throat and explained, I have ample experience caring for the ill. I simply want to feed Sister Song. With their gazes returning to focus, Song Yun felt she had enough sustenance. After sipping more floral tea to soothe her throat, she began to recount her tale. Today, I ventured out to explore and envelop the safe house in a protective shield. The player likely didn't notice this and accidentally stumbled into the exploration zone. My luck was quite poor. I had just finished battling a level 5 python and hadn't had time to consume any potions when that player suddenly appeared and struck me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and dodged. We soon engaged in combat, but in close quarters, he was no match for me. However, he produced something unknown and fired at me. Sensing danger, I sought refuge to drink a potion, but it was futile. The player was closing in on me, and I felt something crawling out from my limbs. Unbearable pain coursing through me. In a moment of inspiration, I thought to check my friends for assistance. I noticed several of you were inactive. I believed I was about to be defeated when Jing Chuan agreed to help, and I was instantly transported here. The rest, as you know, is history. Curious? Song Yun inquired. I consumed so many potions to no avail. How did you manage to save me? Qian Yun replied, high-grade anti-radiation potions. 1 is effective, 2 are sufficient. Is that person still on your territory? Jing Chuan asked. What was that person's name? Which district did you see them in? Lin Jiji declared, tonight. We shall not return home. We will accompany you for revenge. Lin Lulu added, precisely. How dare they lay a hand on my beautiful sister? It's utterly outrageous. Lin Jiji reassured, fear not. In the face of adversity, exceptions may exist, yet defiance against my sister Yun is utterly futile. Song Yun chuckled quietly. Then sensed the status of her safety shelter, her countenance paling. My shelter's defensive value has plummeted by half. That individual remains on the island. I must return post-haste. Together, responded Jing Chuan. Together, echoed Lin Jiji. Together, chimed Lin Lulu. Let us go together. You send us an invitation first. And then activate the teleportation so we may all arrive simultaneously, suggested Qian Yun. Upon clicking the invitation, the group was instantaneously transported outside the safety shelter, coinciding perfectly with an effeminate man who was forcefully attempting to breach the door. He too was momentarily taken aback, clearly bewildered by the unfolding scene. Zhao Shui mused internally. Am I hallucinating from staying up too late? However, as he observed further, he realized something was amiss. In this survival game world, most players concealed their identities, including their appearances, and Zhao Shui was no exception, yet he recognized Song Yun as a player on this island. He was well aware of her formidable prowess, but logically, having been struck by the radiation cannon, survival was impossible. He had previously used it to eliminate numerous players. How had an anomaly occurred today? Lin Lulu exclaimed. You little thief, you have quite the audacity. Hand over the supplies to fix my sister's house promptly, or I shall ensure your demise is most unpleasant. Wait, little sister, what are you doing? Is this really the time for theatrics? Interjected Lin Jiji. What district are you from? Do we grant you the opportunity to deliver your last words? Qian Yun retorted. You two need to stop playing around. Your bravado has dissipated, resembling a cliché villain from a melodramatic series. If you cannot deliver a threat convincingly, perhaps it is best to refrain from attempting. Song Yun remarked. If my words are unpalatable, I shall remain silent. Jing Chuan inquired. Shall we not engage in combat? Qian Yun, breaking the silence, was the first to strike, landing a blow on Zhao Shui before he could react, severing half of his arm. In that instant, he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Hastily, he produced a cube-shaped device, placing it on the ground, which conjured a vibrant, iridescent shield, intercepting Qian Yun's second strike. The rebound of force caused her bones to creak painfully. "Take medicine," cried Qian Yun. "Take medicine," echoed Zhao Shui. Observing Qian Yun's reaction, Zhao Shui laughed with reckless abandon. "Come on, all of you. Attack me if you dare. Can you even land a blow? Once my arm heals, I shall return the favor to each of you." "Ha ha," Song Yun retorted. "Shouldn't you stabilize your brain before conversing with us?" Lin Zhizhi added, "Is your performance as meager as your supplies? Do you rely on others for sustenance?" This remark was a decisive blow. After all, what reason would one have to venture onto another's island if adequately supplied? Zhao Shui scoffed. "You fools." Jing Chuan interjected, "No need for introductions. With the shield in place, we cannot presently breach it. But they have yet to intimidate us in verbal sparring." An eerie phenomenon unfolded. Daily report. A flamboyant figure engages in a war of words with the scholars. Zhao Shui seethed. "Do you know who I am? Prepare for my vengeance. Should you dare to strike me now, know that I shall make you suffer greatly in the aftermath." Lin Lu retorted, "You aren't truly out of supplies and unable to afford water, are you? Have you overdosed on essence of wind? Do you know who we are?" Zhao Shui. "Huh, who doesn't know? I know you, but do you know me? Today, I was careless. Otherwise, a bunch of insignificant individuals like you wouldn't even warrant my attention. My subordinates could easily crush you." Qian Yun, "Life is truly dull. Like a frog critiquing humanity." Lin Zhizhi, "Why does he look increasingly familiar to me?" Lin Lu, Song Yun, Jing Chuan, Qian Yun exchanged glances. "Are you all right? How can you find him familiar?" Upon seeing their expressions, Lin Zhizhi quickly realized their misunderstanding. She rapidly searched her mind and suddenly recalled. "Isn't this the Zhao Shui character? On the first day of the game, there was no hidden information feature yet, and his foul mouth intrigued me. I wondered who could have such a repugnant demeanor. When I clicked to look, wasn't he this creature hidden within a dung beetle ball identical to Zhao Shui? Although it appeared somewhat like a lower-tier version, it seemed a bit plumper. Zhao Shui, what is wrong with me eating well? Dung beetle ball, quantum defense shield. Are you being polite? Just say it." As time dragged on, Zhao Shui's defensive shield energy was about to deplete, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Chapter 91. Turning the tables upon hearing Song Yun's words, the others turned their gazes toward Zhao Shui, scrutinizing him with expressions of confusion and contemplation. Clearly, they bore no recollection of his visage. After all, anyone who had encountered a face reminiscent of a melodramatic, flamboyant character paired with the demeanor of a hapless individual would surely have retained a vivid impression. Observing their expressions, Zhao Shui's countenance darkened instantly, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure and feigned calmness, retorting, "And what of it? What can you do to me?" However, scarcely had his words left his lips when he abruptly lifted the weapon in his hand, the very instrument he had used to attack Song Yun moments prior. Seeing this, Song Yun urgently called out, "Everyone, be cautious." The group reacted swiftly, nimbly sidestepping the impending threat. Yet, unlike the previous encounter, no rebound effect occurred this time. Instead, the spot where Song Yun had struck emitted a series of cracking sounds, multiple fissures appearing on the transparent barrier before him. Zhao Shui was immediately seized by panic, his eyes widening in terror as he stared at Song Yun, mumbling incoherently. In a frantic attempt to regain control, he hastily rummaged through his belongings, launching a variety of items at Qian Yun, Song Yun, and the others. These objects included, but were not limited to, premium timber, planks, scrap materials, and assorted bits of metal. While these projectiles posed little threat to Song Yun and his companions, they effectively obscured their line of sight and hindered their movements. This maneuver felt oddly familiar. Was it not reminiscent of Qian Yun's tactics during the island survival game? Undeterred, Qian Yun swiftly readied her bow and released an arrow that struck Zhao Shui's ear. Blood gushed forth, staining half of his face crimson. The previously defiant Zhao Shui, now filled with trepidation, prudently retreated to his island, disappearing just as Lin Zhizhi delivered a well-aimed crossbow shot. Had he delayed, even slightly, he might have become a target himself. With Zhao Shui's disappearance, the group felt a sense of understanding wash over them. To prevent a recurrence of such a predicament, Song Yun sent friend requests to Lin Jiji and Lin Lioli, merging their islands and establishing secure shelter points. The trio reassured one another that there was no cause for concern. According to the map, their combined white and blue zones had expanded to 3 times their original size, alleviating any fears of resource scarcity. Furthermore, they need not worry about another intrusion akin to Zhao Shui's. Upon returning to his island, Jing Chuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. He possessed an island access card, which he had refrained from using until now, and was uncertain about whether to disclose this information. The access card indicated that previously logged islands would appear on the maritime map. Without a vessel, reaching them was impossible. However, with a ship, the trio would remain in peril. Yet, he hesitated to voice his concerns, fearing it might unduly alarm his companions. Upon returning to her cozy abode, Qianyun changed her attire and reclined on the imperial couch, scrolling through messages. Initially, she intended to seek information regarding the island card, but instead of relevant updates, she stumbled upon Zhao Shui's foolish tirade, berating Song Yun in both global and regional chats, while also speculating about the identities of her companions. Zhao Shui, brazenly naming names, had already drawn the ire of Lin Lulu, who was actively defending herself. Zhao Shui, I did nothing wrong, yet I lost a trove of supplies. 5 individuals conspired to rob me, nearly leading to my demise. Despite being fellow compatriots, you ruthlessly slay your own kind. Jianghe, goodness, how terrifying. It has barely been a moment, and you have already forsaken your humanity. Players possessing the island card must tread carefully. What if they encounter maniacs like Song Yun and her cohort? Lin Lulu, you're merely jumping on the bandwagon of insults. Do you not understand the concept of refraining from judgment without knowing the full story? Lu Shi, oh dear, which villain would ever admit to being a bad person? As someone seasoned in life and well-versed in human nature, I can discern good from evil far better than you, using your own villainous actions as lessons. Lin Lulu, let us not tarnish the reputation of hard workers. Individuals like you and the other trolls upstairs, who demand degrees yet possess no morality, and whose character is as hollow as your rhetoric, have no right to label themselves as good. After voicing this, Lin Lulu addressed several individuals, and they began to exchange barbs across both global and regional channels. Lin Jiji, I vehemently oppose Teacher Lin's withdrawal from the literary world back in the day. Zhao Shui, your words are unbearably harsh. Were it not for your brutal theft of my supplies and your intent to harm me, leading to such public outrage, who would waste their breath discussing you? Song Yun, so it takes but a shameless excuse for a scoundrel to transform into a civilized being, does it? Zhangqi, goodness, are you all bullying my honest brother? Su Ru, having observed silently for some time, I can only express my disdain for those upstairs and Zhao Shui's team. You have been the most vociferous in your insults, even slandering ancestors and parents. Haven to you? And you are the same ones who have swindled countless supplies. It's no wonder that scum like him finds a home among you. It is well known that Su Ru's ex-boyfriend exploited her resources to support his trifles, and now he has joined Zhao Shui's Tomorrow Guild. Jianghe, do you have any evidence? This is slander. Su Ru admitted to lacking proof, as a multitude of defenders for Zhao Shui emerged. Just as the group was besieging Qianyun and her companions with word and deed, Yang Yin suddenly shared several screenshots. The onlookers shifted from expressions of innocent curiosity to astonishment. Some believed, while others remained skeptical. Zhao Shui, I speak the truth. My high-grade timber and iron, along with several weapons, were seized from me. I possess screenshots. Following this, Zhao Shui posted a system notification regarding his lost supplies in the regional channel, having exhausted his global chat allowance. The screenshot read, System notification, player supplies cannot be recovered. Please return to the landing island, Song Yun's island to retrieve. At this revelation, a multitude began to accept Zhao Shui's claims as truth. Zhao Shui's unexpected counterattack caught many off guard. Wang Qing, this is hilarious. I await any further twists. Zhou Qinghui from District 46. I have come to trust Zhao Shui. Qianyun, why don't you take a closer look at what you've supposedly lost? Li Yu, oh my, the big shot has emerged, and rightfully so. Who truly lacks your trivial materials? Zhao Shui, I understand that no one believes me, as I am not one of their prominent figures. However, my only aim is to caution everyone about those few individuals. Green tea? Lin Liolio's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lin Lulu, yes, it is indeed me. I can scarcely afford to live. I possess an island rich in minerals, yet can hardly muster a single iron ore. My sister Qianyun, who owns a vast forested island, cannot even produce a single piece of premium wood. We are truly struggling. We can only wield perfect-grade iron axes for tree cutting and exceptional-grade iron picks for mining. Our weapons must surpass perfection. We are genuinely in desperate need of your resources. Please, I implore you to bring more to the island for me. What a display of sarcasm. Zhao Shui and his companions were left with throbbing heads from their words. There was no retort. Perhaps you could share a few more different thoughts for us to engage with? At that moment, it became evident who among the guild lacked common sense. Lu Shi, even their own admit to it. Wang Qing, I am truly on the verge of laughter. Is this not foolishness? Lu Shi, Mr. Wang shares the same sentiment, does he not? Wang Qing, is it possible that I am referring to you? Lu Shi, amp. Zhao Shui, Xiao Shi, hold your tongue for now. We ordinary folks have a hard enough existence as it is. Who would believe us? Jing Chuan, ordinary people ranking in the top 10? Qianyun, it is to be expected. Perhaps this is what happens when lymph nodes invade brain cells. Speaking in circles without clarity. Zhang Qi, my elder brother is straightforward, unlike you all who speak in riddles. The eyes of the masses see clearly who is good and who is bad. His statement indirectly elevated those who spoke in their defense. Jing Chuan, some have attempted murder and theft, but nearly lost their lives instead, and in their frustration, they retaliate. Lin Jiji, Brother Chuan, you remain too refined. Take a page from my book. Lin Jiji, it appears I was in the wrong, unaware of how others perceive this. Had I known your mind was so vacant, I would have poured more water in to stir things up. Zhang Qiyu, Lu Shi, amp. Qianyun, you are your father's child, and Zhao Shui is his father's son. This is not some unsolved mystery of the world. Perhaps you should investigate whether there is a genetic disorder, as you seem incapable of coherent speech. Zhu Hanhan, that statement carries a certain flavor. Lu Shi, amp. Su Ru, you've been infected by Zhao Shui's foul breath. I've already advised you to avoid too many kisses. Lu Shi, amp. Zhang Guqing, what a thrilling exchange of insults. Blocked. Zhou Fan, it is truly disheartening to witness daily disputes over survival. Shengrong, are you suggesting that the Qianyun team should perish? Lin Jiji, since time immemorial, who among us is free from death? If you are a fool, then let it be you who departs first. Qianyun is entirely unaware of having a team. She recognizes this individual from a prior attempt to collaborate on a cold medicine venture, which she declined, leading to an inexplicable enmity. To her astonishment, this person is affiliated with Zhao Shui. Qianyun, while I am unsure of the origins of this so-called team, I genuinely envy your ability to enjoy a reunion meal all by yourself. Song Yun, with Zhao Shui gone, is it now your turn? Yet, that is to be expected. Zhao Shui merely lacked the proper fit, while you, my dear, would face violations even on the broadest of avenues. Jing Chuan, I shall refrain from speaking harshly any longer. After a barrage of insults, Qianyun and her companions proved too formidable, leading Zhao Shui's side to withdraw first. Feeling that they had occupied the public chat space for too long, Qianyun utilized the newly introduced red envelope feature to distribute the useless materials left behind by Zhao Shui. This act garnered her a plethora of responses, with many expressing indifference and praising her generosity. Zhao Shui, having discreetly arranged for some to partake, found himself incensed upon discovering that all he had received were timber, iron, and weaponry, his countenance shifting through the colors of the rainbow in an instant. Following this incident, both sides found themselves at an impasse. Qianyun's curiosity now lay with the island access cards, prompting her to post a request in the world chat. She quickly received numerous friend requests, all of which she ignored, particularly those laden with moral coercion or ulterior motives. After filtering through, only 2 or 3 requests remained. Upon accepting them, she soon received a message from Jing Chuan. Jing Chuan, are you acquiring island access cards? Qianyun, indeed. Jing Chuan, torn between indecision, finally spoke. I possess one, but I must first share some information before you make your choice. The island access card will reveal previously logged islands on the system map. The sole advantage is that there are no unreachable islands. Yet if a boat is involved, the trio of Song Yun, Jiji, and Lu Lu remain perilous. However, I cannot say for certain, as I have yet to use it. I feared causing you undue concern, which is why I refrained from mentioning it earlier. Qianyun, please proceed with the transaction. You need not worry about the boats. I am experimenting with something new, and should it succeed, vessels can be directly sunk. Jing Chuan, unsurprised by Qianyun's response, then proposed a trade. He had recently acquired a perfect iron axe crafted from golden silk Namu wood and a blueprint for a defense tower capable of automatic firing within a meter. I have no use for it, so I will gladly provide it to you. You may trade it for that culinary machine, as I truly cannot bear the daily chore of cooking. My meals are clean and hygienic, yet utterly unpalatable. Qianyun chuckled softly. While she too dreaded the hassle of cooking, she agreed, having just acquired a new culinary pot. Although it could not compare to the machine's efficiency and required a personal recipe, her database of culinary knowledge mitigated any significant issues. With a puzzled expression, Qianyun gazed at Jing Chuan and inquired, "Are you not at a loss then?" Jing Chuan smiled faintly, responding calmly, "To suffer a loss is to gain a blessing." Upon hearing this, Qianyun could not help but chuckle, teasing, "Are you not afraid I might wish you prosperity as vast as the Eastern Sea?" Jing Chuan, with a helpless shake of his head, pleaded, "Sister, please don't." Before long, the island access card was in hand. Qianyun cast a glance at it. The island access card, capable of transporting one to another's island at random. Note, all islands accessed using this card will be marked, allowing routes to be traced in the system's map library. Qianyun understood. This was precisely why Zhao Shui remained unfazed, even dismissing the need to reveal his trump cards before directly teleporting away. After all, he would eventually arrive, showing no concern. However, she was somewhat anxious about whether he possessed a vessel. It seemed she would need to set aside her ideas of integrating her mechanical arm with protective gear and focus first on developing defensive weaponry. The inspiration for this device stemmed from the advanced technology she had retrieved from the secret realm, and fortuitously, Jing Chuan had sent her a blueprint for a defensive tower. Qianyun was the first to teleport to her territory to fill the greenhouse's water supply, followed by harvesting a wave of crops before she began contemplating her new invention. Entering her workshop, she tidied up the items scattered across the floor and the workbench, placing them into boxes for storage. She then organized the components of the quantum cannon alongside the parts acquired from Yang Yin, ensuring they were readily accessible. Only then did she open the defensive tower blueprint to study it. Chapter 92. The Grand Convergence. Qianyun's expression was one of intense concentration. Her brow slightly furrowed as her gaze fixated on the schematic of the defensive tower in her hands, as if she sought to penetrate its very essence. She meticulously contemplated each line and detail, occasionally tapping her fingers lightly on the paper while murmuring softly to herself. Subsequently, Qianyun approached the crafting station, activating the machinery to produce two versions of the defensive tower as per the blueprints. One was designated for disassembly, to validate her hypotheses. The other served as a reference for her to consult during the assembly process. As time slipped away, she retired for the night. The following day, the blazing sunlight cascaded into every corner of the room. After a hearty breakfast, Qianyun busied herself at the crafting station. The air conditioning unit was insufficient against the sweltering heat, prompting her to trade a few of her constructed pieces for a more comfortable environment. Only then did she turn her attention to the components of one of the defensive towers that had recently been disassembled, along with the schematic notes meticulously recorded by Xiao Yu. Taking a deep breath, she began to assemble the first defensive tower. With utmost care, she picked up each component, scrutinizing their shapes and connections, before glancing at the semi-finished products she had traded with Yang Yin, gradually attempting to piece them together. Each step was executed with remarkable caution, as if she were sculpting a masterpiece. Qianyun commenced the assembly from the base of the tower, placing a hefty metal plate on the ground, followed by inserting the support columns. Next, she affixed a protective plate onto the columns and secured it with screws, thus forming the initial structure of the tower's base. However, when she endeavored to install the second layer of protective plating, she encountered difficulties. The weight of the protective plate, coupled with an insufficiently tight connection to the columns, resulted in instability during installation. Furrowing her brow, she pondered for a moment before opting to adjust her assembly sequence, first securing the protective plate onto the columns before attaching the base layer. This method proved effective, allowing the protective plate to be installed without further wobbling. With a sigh of relief, Qianyun continued her upward assembly. As the height of the defensive tower increased, she faced an escalating array of challenges. Certain components demanded precise angles for proper installation, while others required specialized tools for secure fastening. Maintaining a high level of focus, her gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, with no detail escaping her scrutiny. Occasionally, She would pause her work to meticulously inspect the stability of the installed sections, and upon discovering any minute issues, she would not hesitate to make adjustments to ensure the integrity of the entire structure. When it came to the cannon barrel, a wave of headache washed over her. The forging process for the cannon barrel was exceedingly intricate, fraught with technical challenges. In terms of material selection, the barrel needed to withstand temperatures exceeding 3000 C and pressures between 500 to 700 MPa, while also accommodating the demands of rapid successive firing. This placed immense requirements on the materials used. Typically, weapon manufacturers on Ocean Blue Star resorted to special alloy steels, primarily carbon nickel chromium platinum alloys, known for their exceptional high-temperature resistance, toughness, and strength, effectively meeting the challenges posed by extreme environments. However, the circumstances faced by Qianyun were markedly different. She was engaged in the creation of a compact defensive tower. Although modest in scale, the quantity of alloy steel required was still quite substantial. Fortunately, she possessed the formidable tool of a smelting furnace, capable of rapidly melting and reshaping metal materials, thus alleviating the issue of insufficient raw material supply. Through the smelting furnace, she could effortlessly procure the needed alloy steel, ensuring that the manufacturing process of the defensive tower remained uninterrupted. The process of smelting was exceedingly tedious and protracted, prompting Qianyun to commence the meticulous crafting of the delicate components one by one. In the blink of an eye, a morning had quietly slipped away, yet, after a mere 10-minute respite, she eagerly advanced to the next stage. In this crucial phase of craftsmanship, every detail was of paramount importance. Once the steel had been successfully refined, the next step involved carefully drilling holes into the rough castings. The deep hole machining technique employed was akin to a delicate art form. Any slight deviation in the drilling could directly impact the precision of energy discharge. To further enhance the strength of the cannon barrel, the self-tightening process necessitated her direct involvement. At this moment, her considerable physical prowess was fully demonstrated. If executed properly, this technique could induce appropriate plastic deformation from the inside out, thereby significantly augmenting the barrel's load-bearing capacity. The internal finishing was also a complex and time-consuming endeavor. However, Qianyun had previously engaged in substantial work on rifling for line rifles, and by merely referencing the original defensive tower, she accurately derived the necessary measurements. The cutting tool advanced parallel to the axis of the barrel, while the barrel itself rotated about its axis, resulting in a rifled finish. Initially, there were discrepancies of several centimeters, but through continuous adjustments, these transformed from centimeters to millimeters, ultimately achieving precision to the finest detail. After countless hours of labor, all components, regardless of size, were revitalized, and by this time, night had long since fallen. The following day, Qianyun rose early, had a quick bowl of porridge, and promptly returned to her workshop, ready for an immersive day of work. Midway through, considering that the workshop space might not be suitable for assembly, given the considerable size of the defensive tower, she relocated her efforts outdoors. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a complete defensive tower finally unfolded before her. The irregular structure stood approximately 5 meters tall and 7 meters wide and long, occupying the designated area with an exterior imbued with metallic luster, glimmering under the sunlight. Just a glance revealed its formidable strength, exuding an aura of reassurance. Gazing upon her creation, Qianyun felt a profound sense of accomplishment. At last, she gathered the remaining components and began installing the core elements of the defensive tower, energy stones and crystal stones. The original design required only crystal stones, but since discovering the multifaceted applications of energy stones, she found it impossible to part with them. Once the energy source was properly installed, the defensive tower would be ready for operation. Qianyun brimmed with anticipation, confident that a trial of its capabilities would yield promising results, enabling her to share its prowess with her companions. As night descended, Qianyun felt an unsettling restlessness. However, perhaps due to the irresistible allure of flesh to the monsters, the wolf pack arrived as anticipated. The artillery immediately locked onto its target, unleashing a shot that created a gaping crater, with blood and meat splattering everywhere. What a remarkable sight! Qianyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she approached to inspect the wolf carcasses, none of which were intact. Although their power, precision, and range could not rival that of the Blue Planet, they were undoubtedly effective for defense. There was, however, a significant flaw: the weapon was somewhat indiscriminate. requiring input data to accurately identify friend from foe. This meant that any entity not registered could be attacked, even if it was not an enemy. Nevertheless, Qianyun had done her utmost. Chapter 93. Unboxing the double Qianyun, filled with excitement, diligently composed a manual, meticulously documenting every detail before reaching out to Jing Chuan to inform him that he could relay the news of marking the island to Song Yun and her companions. Qianyun, this is a new type of defense tower with thermal sensing capabilities, covering a radius of 100 meters. It can register safety sources, such as our irises. Thus, any thermal source that enters the designated area, apart from us, will be attacked. However, it is quite energy-intensive, requiring a replacement of crystal energy stones every 6 months if not activated, and at most 7 days if in use, consuming 20 crystal stones and 1 energy stone per activation. You may inform Song Yun and the others about the island marking cards. Let them utilize this first. Currently, I can only manufacture 2 with the materials at hand, but if you are in urgent need, I can provide you with 1. Jing Chuan, wait, sister. What are you playing at? We are still in the cold weapon era, and you are leaping straight into the age of thermal weapons? Such a vast leap. If I give you materials, are you planning to research special weapons as well? Of course, Jing Chuan could not voice his true thoughts. Sister Qianyun, you are my deity. From now on, you shall no longer be my sister, but my brother. Please accept my reverence. In their small group, upon receiving the message, Jing Chuan relayed the island marking card information to his 3 cohabiting companions. This island marking card is quite treacherous. It feels as though the survival game is constantly plotting our demise. However, it's all right. With this defense tower, haha. Song Yun chuckled mischievously from behind the screen. Yet, the consumption of this defense tower is indeed substantial, and we need to register it first. I find the manual perplexing and beyond my comprehension. Lu Ji wore a troubled expression. It was not that she lacked knowledge. After all, she had repeated advanced mathematics thrice, but the complexity of this document was simply beyond her grasp. She could only discern the general requirements, while the operational instructions remained utterly inscrutable. Suddenly, she longed for the illustrated manual from Hylon Star. Lin Jiji, you are all blind. I am the insightful one. Have you not noticed that ever since Qianyun joined us, it feels as though we are playing on easy mode? From the primitive wilderness to the thermal weapon era, I, a Jurassic dinosaur, feel that ascension to space is just around the corner. Qianyun, actually, should we first consider where to place this? Also, can we accept the consumption of these crystal and energy stones? It's all right. We can find ways to gather more crystal and energy stones, Jing Chuan reassured. Song Yun, how many of these fine items do we currently possess? I want to install them everywhere. Lin Jiji, sister, it's time to wash up and rest. This item clearly seems complicated, and the materials might be quite rare. Qianyun had to admit that Lin Jiji spoke the truth. Lin Liuli, indeed, do you have any? Qianyun, currently, we do not, but we will in the future. For now, you may use this. Tomorrow, I will teach you how to operate it, and we will also need to discuss maintenance. Lin Jiji, will it require many materials? I will start mining metals for you tomorrow. Song Yun, I will join as well. Lin Liuli, me too. Jing Chuan, I shall refrain from participating. I will continue my business endeavors, reserving fine materials and various stones for you. Qianyun, all right then. Thus, the group commenced deliberating on how to better utilize the defensive tower to safeguard the island's security. Concurrently, they resolved to collaborate in seeking additional resources to support Qianyun's research. Qianyun secured the crystal stones and energy stones, subsequently stowing the defensive tower within her backpack. For the first time, she appreciated the utility of the backpack, irrespective of size or weight. As long as the quantity did not exceed limits, it could accommodate her needs. Upon arriving at the territory, Qianyun recalled the matter of the island monument and informed her companions to remain vigilant. She then intended to construct a dwelling but was alerted that house blueprints were necessary. Unbeknownst to her, the structures within the territory required blueprints for construction. Unlike the safe house, with no other recourse, she returned to the safe house, somewhat dejected after adding some nutrient solution. Uncertain if she could construct it herself, Qianyun soon succumbed to slumber upon her bed. Ding! Congratulations, player. A stroke of luck has granted you a royal reward. Double resources from the treasure chest. It has been detected that you have unopened treasure chests. Would you like to open them all at once? Before dawn, the mechanical chime abruptly roused Qianyun from her slumbering state, forcing her to awaken, her head still clouded with confusion. Regaining her senses, She hastily clicked to open the chests. The following resources were obtained: Life Essentials, Clothing Gift Pack X2, Hygiene and Cleaning Supplies Gift Pack X2, Constant Temperature Stones X600, Cooling Patches X12,000, to be replaced every 6 hours. Each patch reduces temperature by 5 degrees, stackable. Outdoor Portable Stove Gas Canisters X2, Small Portable Stove Gas Canisters X2, Windproof Lighters X12, Planting Essentials, Greenhouse X2. For 1 crystal stone, you can possess a greenhouse that shields against wind and rain, regulates temperature, and wards off pests. Impervious to extreme weather. Exciting, isn't it? Note: do not expect it to fertilize or water your plants. The crystal stones must be replaced every 15 days. And usage time may be shortened under special circumstances, so be cautious. Superior Planting Soil X2, Advanced Planting Soil X6, Intermediate Planting Soil X12, High-Grade Plant Nutrient Solution X20, Intermediate Plant Nutrient Solution X20, Special Seed, Spirit Vine X2, a unique seed in the game world, maturing will provide food for pets, etc. Materials: Platform Expansion Stones X20, Energy Stones X20, Crystal Stones X120, Moonstones X200, Backpack Expansion Stones X20, Electronic Fragments X400, Glass X1000, Metal or X8000, requires self-extraction, includes materials for armor, nanofilms X6000, Plastic X2000, Superior Timber X8000, Stone X10000, Tin Stones X3000, Iron Materials X5000, Iron Nails X1000. Potions: Vitality Potions X20, Recovery Potions X100, Antidotes X150, Digestive Tablets X200, Cold Medicine X500, Frostbite Ointment X1000, Heat Relief Pills X2000. Food items: 200 kilograms of rice, 12 boxes of dried bread slices, 80 kilograms of noodles, 20 kilograms of vermicelli, 20 kilograms of wide noodles, 10 kilograms of wood ear mushrooms, 20 boxes, 10 cans, of preserved pork with mustard greens, 2 gift packages of alcohol, 20 boxes, 12 bottles, of cola, 100 large 20L bottles of mineral water, 20 boxes, 12 bottles, of milk, 20 boxes, 12 bottles, of yogurt, 20 kilograms of seedless grapes, and 20 kilograms of mangoes. Scrolls and cards: 2 level 8 dungeon scrolls, 2 level 9 dungeon scrolls, and 2 level 10 dungeon scrolls. Blueprints and weapons: 1 fragment of the mechanical ship blueprint, a unique special item that cannot be duplicated, and 1 crescent ring, a unique special item that cannot be duplicated. Skills: non-duplicable non-attribute items: 2 elf fruits, 6 vitality fruits, 6 strength fruits, and 6 speed fruits. This time, perhaps due to the scarcity of high-level treasure chests. Apart from the seeds, Qianyun found little surprise. Chapter 94. Arrival on the island today, the temperature soared to a sweltering 57 degrees Celsius, under a clear, cloudless sky. With a gentle breeze whispering at a mere force of 3, and the humidity languishing at a mere 2. In such arid and scorching conditions, Qianyun swiftly and adeptly organized the necessary supplies. Subsequently, she opened a group chat to briefly inform her companions before resolutely retrieving her island login card and pressing the activation button. With a dazzling flash of light, darkness enveloped her momentarily. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself on the shore of an unfamiliar coastline. Taking a deep breath, she savored the refreshing sea breeze. Gazing into the distance, she spotted a dense thicket of jungle, accompanied by the gentle murmur of the ocean in her ears. She set forth towards the forest, carefully observing her surroundings, mindful that this was not her own island. She dared not tread carelessly into the misty unknown, choosing to navigate within her visible range. As she ventured further, an odd sound suddenly caught her attention. She halted, scanning her surroundings with caution. The noise grew closer, and she soon identified its source: a large monkey with a white face and black fur perched upon a tree, gazing at her with curiosity. This was the endemic species of the blue sea star, the white-faced langur, quite an extraordinary sight. The white-faced langur appeared fascinated by Qianyun. It leaped down and cautiously approached her. Unable to resist, she reached out her hand, playfully tousling its fur, eliciting a cacophony of sounds from the creature. The white-faced langur belongs to the primate family of the langur genus. Its coat is long and flowing, cascading from its back and neck to the sides, forming a mantle atop its head. The fur on its tail is particularly dense. There is a distinct difference in coloration between the sexes. with males adorned in black fur and females in a warm brown gray. The unique shape of its head fur resembles the cap worn by monks, earning it the moniker of the rainforest's sovereign. In that moment, Qianyun gained a preliminary understanding of this island. Accompanying her, Su, upon witnessing the white-faced langur, who usually exhibited little emotion, suddenly burst forth with excitement. "Master, this monkey is so adorable, like a little spirit. Keep your distance." Qianyun gently set the monkey down, which promptly retreated with caution, swiftly darting back into the thicket before vanishing from sight. The rainforest on Blue Sea Star is renowned for its remarkable ecological stability, characterized by a consistently hot climate, ample rainfall, and minimal seasonal variation, leading to rapid succession of biological communities. This region once housed more than half of Blue Sea Star's flora and fauna. This implies that the wildlife here is likely more abundant than on other islands. However, the resources available are also more plentiful. Extreme weather occurrences are common in the rainforest, yet Qianyun did not intend to linger long, thus she remained unconcerned. The only aspect to bear in mind was the perennial heat and rainfall of the tropical rainforest, with annual precipitation exceeding 2,000 millimeters, leading to frequent torrential downpours and floods. Such deluges could cause rivers to swell, submerging lands and altering waterways, resulting in unpredictable changes within the rainforest environment, making it easy to lose one's bearings. Nevertheless, she felt confident that she could navigate these challenges with ease. The paramount concern lies in the threats posed by flora and fauna within the rainforest, as well as the potential for microbial infections. The majority of the vegetation, including vines, shrubs, and trees, harbors toxicity, rendering it perilous and prone to entanglement or injury. In terms of fauna, creatures such as piranhas, poison dart frogs, and black caimans present lethal dangers. Piranhas are known to gnaw on humans. The venom of poison dart frogs can obliterate 10 adults, and black caimans drag their prey underwater to drown them. While the distinctions between the fauna here and those of the sea may remain ambiguous, the risk of infection is evident. Individuals venturing into the rainforest are susceptible to ailments like jungle rot, and skin abrasions, or the consumption of unclean food can lead to severe repercussions. Furthermore, the dark rivers and swamps present their own hazards. The torrents of the dark rivers are tumultuous, while the seemingly innocuous surface of the swamps conceals a treacherous softness, making escape nearly impossible once one becomes ensnared. Thus, Qianyun proceeded with increasing caution, her curiosity piqued by the players inhabiting this island. Surviving in such an environment surely required extraordinary resilience. She equipped herself with swift boots, whose defensive capabilities and speed enhancements were impeccable for this situation. However, as she ventured deeper, she encountered an attack from a venomous snake, yet she managed to gather a considerable amount of survival supplies along the way. After several days of sweltering heat, the island had begun to exhibit signs of desiccation, and the lush greenery signaled the arrival of resources. Under the shroud of night, the forest lay in eerie silence, devoid of even a whisper of wind, as if the air had solidified. Qianyun treaded carefully when suddenly, a faint rustling broke the tranquility. Capturing her attention, she halted, ears perked, striving to discern the source of the sound. It seemed to emanate from behind a large tree not far ahead. Her heart raced as she inhaled deeply and cautiously approached the tree. As she drew closer, she beheld a colossal python coiling around the trunk, its girth akin to that of a barrel and its length exceeding normal proportions. A sense of oppression enveloped her as she initiated a scan, revealing that this python was a formidable level 8 mutated creature, its body shimmering with a faint glow indicative of its evolved state. The snake's head was triangular, its long tongue flickering as it emitted a hissing sound. Its eyes fixated on a singular direction, radiating a chilling malevolence. A shiver coursed up Qianyun's spine, and her palms began to perspire. Yet, she did not succumb to panic. Instead, she swiftly regained her composure. She understood all too well that any impulsive action in such a scenario could yield fatal consequences. Quietly, she retreated a few steps, maintaining a safe distance from the python, while scanning her surroundings for alternative routes to circumvent the creature. However, just as she turned to leave, she felt the ground give way beneath her, her body plunging into a concealed swamp. The muck hindered her movements, and each struggle only drew her deeper into its grasp. Meanwhile, the python seemed to sense the disturbance and began to stir. Qianyun kept her gaze fixed on the serpent while frantically rummaging through her belongings. Fortunately, Her fingers brushed against a piece of wood. Without hesitation, she inserted the wooden plank into the swamp, striving to locate a stable support point. After considerable effort, she finally succeeded in embedding the plank deep into the marshland and, utilizing its strength, gradually extricated herself from the mire. Noticing that the python remained motionless, Qianyun cautiously maneuvered around it. As time passed, she arrived at a flat and expansive area, which appeared to be a relative high ground, surrounded by drainage-like ditches. The sound of trickling water graced her ears, suggesting proximity to a water source, though it offered little shelter from the wind. Soon, Qianyun ascended to a higher elevation, where a small wooden cabin stood before her. She was somewhat astonished to have discovered a player's safe house so swiftly, yet her feelings were predominantly overshadowed by confusion. This place did not seem to be inhabited. Ding! An electronic voice announced, detecting the demise of a survival player on this island. As the first player to arrive on the island, you possess a binding opportunity. Will you immediately bind and merge the two islands? The mechanical tone carried an unsettling excitement when it uttered the words "has died," sending a chill down Qianyun's spine. Regarding the binding, she remained non-committal, yet the wild and formidable level 8 python was beyond her current capabilities to confront. Moreover, binding her island would only augment the challenges of exploration. With no avenue for escape, she realized that even without binding, she could reach this location by boat. Qianyun decisively opted for immediate binding, intending to address the matter later. Chapter 95. Forming a team, Qianyun swiftly rummaged through the small cabin, yielding a bountiful haul, several pieces of high-grade timber, along with some provisions and water. Satisfied with her findings, she posted the food, water, and supplies on the trading channel. After completing this task, Qianyun followed the melodious sound of flowing water, heading in that direction. Her 3 adorable little chicks were still in need of some new companions. In the distance, Qianyun spotted 3 cows leisurely grazing by the water's edge. Their massive forms stood out vividly under the sun, each adorned with a unique black mark on its back, as if nature had bestowed upon them a special insignia. Not far off, a group of spotted deer quietly bent down to drink, their silhouettes shimmering in the glistening water, resembling a beautiful painting. From the thickets near the water's edge, occasional croaks echoed. These were red-eyed tree frogs joyfully singing, their ruby-like eyes dazzling against the surrounding greenery. However, these creatures were not practical to carry, so Qianyun swiftly drew her longbow, nocked an arrow, and silently aimed at one of the cows. The arrow struck true, and the cow collapsed instantly. One by one, she dispatched the remaining cows and deer before sheathing her bow and drawing her sword. Qianyun hurriedly approached to collect her prey, placing them into her water bead. At that moment, the water wagtails noticed her presence, flapping their wings in a panicked flight. The entire area fell eerily silent. Even the croaking of the red-eyed tree frogs ceased abruptly, as if enchanted. As Qianyun began to scan her surroundings for edible resources, she first discovered some black-haired fern shoots, typically found in the damp shadows by the water's edge. These ferns required boiling before being soaked for 1 to 2 days to be edible, though slightly bitter. Their tender and crisp texture made them a healthy wild vegetable, a specialty of the rainforest. Subsequently, Qianyun found some wood milk fruits. These fruits, resembling clusters of grapes, could be eaten directly. Their flesh was sweet and tangy, rich in vitamin C and fiber, delicious and nutritious. Additionally, Qianyun noticed some wild mushrooms growing on stumps and dead branches. Known for their high nutritional value and exquisite flavor, she carefully harvested the mushrooms, placing them in her wooden box. As she wandered a bit further, a patch of wild bamboo appeared before her, revealing some bamboo shoots. These shoots could be consumed raw or cooked, though they might possess a slightly bitter taste when eaten raw. Qianyun preferred to stir-fry them with meat or use them in soups, particularly relishing the pickled bamboo shoots, especially the spicy pickled variety. Excitedly, she dug up several shoots, envisioning the delightful dishes they would become. Her mouth watering at the thought. It had been so long since she had savored such a treat. Once she had gathered enough, Qianyun returned to the creek. She tentatively dipped her stick and other tools into the water, her skills ensuring that she struck true each time. Next, she turned over the stones in the water, revealing several mountain crabs beneath. These mountain crabs inhabit tropical rainforests, possessing a petite and exquisite form, often found in the gentle streams of the valleys. After a simple culinary preparation, they become a delightful delicacy, tasting akin to common crabs, albeit with a somewhat lesser quantity of meat. However, their flesh is notably more tender than that of their marine counterparts. Qianyun, brimming with joy at her harvest of these fine ingredients, wore a smile of satisfaction upon her face. As she savored a serving of mapo tofu over rice, her gaze wandered, and she was suddenly struck by the realization that this place seemed untouched by extreme weather. Furthermore, the entire ecosystem and temperature remained remarkably stable. A bold hypothesis emerged in her mind. Could it be that when players perish, this island is removed from the gameplay? Of course, she had yet to gather concrete evidence to substantiate this notion. After clearing the battlefield, Qianyun continued along her path, collecting berries and wild fruits along the way, leaving no trace behind, as if plucking feathers from a passing goose. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she opened a chat group, inquiring, "Sisters, would you like to explore another island? I find myself in a rainforest at present." Qianyun briefly shared the circumstances with her companions, including the matter of player deaths on the island, the presence of an 8th-level python, and the unaffected weather. She then posed the question, "If you come, I happen to have recently acquired a team card. Shall we see if we can teleport?" Lin Zhizhi responded with enthusiasm, "Absolutely. I'm so tired of the same few dishes. I'm about to be sick of it. It's perfect to try something new." Lin Lioli echoed her sentiments. "Indeed. I've had enough. I'm nearly nauseated by the sight of this island. The areas to explore are so limited. Although supplies refresh daily, the monotony remains unbearable. It's hardly distinguishable from a slightly larger prison." Upon hearing this, Song Yun perked up. "Is there such a delightful opportunity? I certainly wish to join. I'm nearly suffocated by the heat." Jing Chuan also expressed agreement. "I shall join as well." With everyone in accord, Qianyun joyfully declared, "Then let us embark." She swiftly activated the team card and invited her companions to join her party. Before long, the others eagerly accepted her invitation. Without hesitation, they clicked the button to teleport to the captain's location, and in a flash of light, the 5 of them appeared beside Qianyun. "Wow, it's truly refreshing here," Song Yun exclaimed, stretching her arms in comfort. In comparison to the temperature of her island, this place was nothing short of blissful. "Indeed, and the air feels remarkably fresh," Lin Lioli remarked as she inhaled deeply. Little did they know that after cohabiting, they had discovered their island primarily consisted of minerals and metallic substances, with each morning beginning with the scent of metal lingering in the air, accompanied by the occasional dust-laden work. "Let us wander about for a bit and see if there are any dangers," Jing Chuan suggested. "Later, we could attempt to cooperate and take down that 8th-level python. Perhaps there are unexpected rewards to be found." Lin Zhizhi, Lin Lioli, and Song Yun exchanged terrified glances. "No, please," Lin Zhizhi added. "I am a beauty, not a warrior." Lin Lulu, "At my level, I must be exceedingly foolish to present myself as mere fodder." Song Yun, "I find all soft-bodied creatures utterly repulsive." Thus, this suggestion fell through. The group began to disperse, exploring in all directions from the small stream as their focal point. Qianyun chose a path that was completely opposite to the one they had previously taken. As she walked, a vague sense of unease settled upon her. There were footprints. They bore a striking resemblance to human tracks. Yet when Qianyun placed her foot within the impression, she realized that these footprints were disproportionately large. Chapter 96 Level 8 Qianyun felt a sudden jolt of alarm as she realized that there might be other creatures moving within this area. Could they be indigenous inhabitants? Treading cautiously along the trail of footprints, she remained vigilant with each step. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed from ahead. The sound exuded a formidable presence, causing her heart to race. She anxiously concealed herself behind a large tree, peering furtively into the distance. As the growl grew closer, her heartbeat quickened, gripping her weapon tightly. She braced herself for any potential danger. Gradually, a colossal figure emerged into her line of sight. What was that? It appeared to be a gigantic wild man. Its body was cloaked in a thick layer of fur, each strand shimmering with a deep green luminescence, as unyielding as steel. Beneath the fur, its skin exhibited an eerie dark green hue, emanating a nauseating stench. Its muscles were terrifyingly developed, veins bulging as if they might burst through the confines of its skin at any moment. Its limbs were stout and powerful, resembling iron pillars, radiating strength and intimidation. Sharp claws extended from its fingertips, glinting ominously, seemingly capable of effortlessly tearing through steel. The creature possessed an enormous head, several times larger than that of a human. Its blood-red eyes flashed with a ferocious glint, betraying an insatiable thirst for violence that sent shivers down the spine. Jagged fangs protruded from its maw, grotesque and emitting a repugnant odor. Where had this monster come from? Why had it appeared here? No one had the answers, but all could sense an overwhelming pressure, as heavy as a mountain pressing down. This weight made it difficult to breathe, instilling fear and unease in their hearts. Upon hearing the roar, Qianyun's companions rushed to her side. Upon witnessing the monstrous entity before them, their eyes widened in astonishment and terror. Shocked into silence, they were momentarily at a loss for words. Qianyun swiftly signaled them to retreat quietly. Their long-standing camaraderie allowed for unspoken understanding with just a glance. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was oblivious, they tiptoed back. Though they escaped unscathed, the survival game left them with more questions. Why were there so many terrifying creatures on the island where deceased players resided? For instance, the behemoth that resembled a prehistoric giant. However, there was no time for such contemplations now. No one dared to separate, and with a keen sense of direction, Jingchuan led the way as they began to explore a narrow path. Along their journey, they collected a bountiful supply of meat and encountered a considerable amount of high-quality wood. Swiftly arriving at a serene location, the lush forest towered with canopies that reached for the sky, vast vines draping between the treetops like natural parasols. A winding path led into the depths of the woods, where wildflowers bloomed vibrantly, adding splashes of color to the dense sea of green. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled shadows, while vividly colored butterflies danced and fluttered, creating a scene as beautiful as a painted canvas. As Qianyun and her companions were preparing to depart, a hissing sound emerged from the depths of the jungle. The ever-timid Songyun found herself face to face with an 8th-level mutated python, causing her to pale in fear and tremble uncontrollably. The others, sensing the danger, tightened their grips on their weapons. The massive serpent opened its gaping maw, revealing its sharp fangs, and lunged ferociously at Songyun. In that critical moment, Qianyun unhesitatingly raised her sword and thrust it toward the creature's eye. Struck in its vulnerable spot, the python let out a pained howl, its body convulsing violently as it momentarily ceased its attack. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lin Zhizhi and Lin Liuli sprang into action, displaying impeccable coordination. Lin Zhizhi, armed with her bow, released arrow after arrow toward the python, while Lin Liuli hurled a flurry of throwing knives that rained down upon the beast. Meanwhile, Songyun stood shoulder to shoulder with Qianyun at the forefront, drawing the majority of the python's attention. However, the creature's tough hide rendered it resilient, and despite the arrows and knives finding their marks, they inflicted no fatal damage. Instead, these assaults only served to enrage the python further, which thrashed its enormous body in a frantic attempt to free itself. Suddenly, the python coiled its thick body around Qianyun and Songyun, immobilizing them. In a moment of clarity, Qianyun seized the chance and once more swung her sword toward the beast's eye. Pain surged through the python, causing it to release its grip. Songyun seized the opportunity to escape, distancing herself from the creature's threat. Yet, the python was relentless, pursuing Qianyun with fierce determination. With agility and finesse, Qianyun maneuvered through the dense forest, her speed rendering her elusive. In contrast, the python, hindered by its massive size, crashed through the trees in a frenzied effort to catch up. Qianyun expertly provoked the python's wrath, leading it into a chaotic frenzy that turned the scene into utter disarray. Since arriving in this world, while she could not claim mastery in all areas, one skill she was confident in was her knack for targeting vulnerabilities, striking low at foes and aiming for the eyes of monsters, a tactic honed through countless battles. As she deftly evaded the python's attacks, Qianyun lured it into a clearing. Suddenly, she darted behind a large tree, and the python, propelled by its own momentum, charged forward, losing sight of its target. At that moment, Lin Zhizhi and Lin Liuli, having lain in wait, unleashed a barrage of poisons and hidden weapons upon the python. The sound of 2 arrows slicing through the air echoed as they struck the creature's body, embedding deeply within its scales. The python writhed in agony, desperately trying to dislodge the venomous projectiles, but the toxins swiftly coursed through its veins, slowing its movements. Recognizing the opportune moment, Qianyun soared into the air, her sword aimed at the creature's vital point. With a dull thud, the blade pierced deeply into the python's body. The giant python emitted a low, mournful hiss before collapsing helplessly to the ground, rendered immobile. The onlookers gazed at the fallen behemoth, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. This harrowing battle had come to an end, leaving everyone with lingering trepidation. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the joy of having survived a near calamity. At that moment, two gaping wounds were prominently visible on Song Yun's neck. Having consumed an antidote, he was now drinking medicine, fortunate that Qian Yun's timely strike had been sufficient. Chapter 97. The Misty Zone. Once everyone had nearly recovered, they suddenly noticed something peculiar. Jing Chuan had remained eerily still since the outset of the battle. They quickly located her amidst a thicket, where her complexion bore a purplish hue and appeared swollen, clearly a sign of poisoning. Without delay, they administered an antidote to her, standing by as she recuperated. Logically, after a fierce confrontation, they should have been clearing the battlefield and hastily departing. However, aside from the ranged attackers Lin Jiji and Lin Lulu, the rest were in a dire state, leaving the two to remain vigilant while Qian Yun and the others took a moment to rest. The ground trembled slightly, which Qian Yun initially mistook for an illusion. Yet, as the vibrations intensified, the group exchanged glances and swiftly packed up their belongings, setting off in a specific direction. Qian Yun harbored suspicions that it was the giant once more. Indeed, it was not long before they were all forcefully thrown to the ground by a tremendous force, utterly powerless to retaliate. As Qian Yun was sent flying, a troubling thought occupied her mind. Is it preferable to lead a life of ceaseless toil, uncertain of what tomorrow may bring, existing like an ant in a world fraught with peril? Or would it be better to meet an immediate demise at the hands of a giant? The image of the giant's yellowed teeth and slimy maw struck her with a sudden resolve. She felt compelled to resist. Lest her end be grotesque, she certainly did not wish to perish in such a humiliating manner. Thus, she hastily retrieved an umbrella from her backpack to mitigate the impact of her fall. Her companions, witnessing her actions, quickly followed suit. However, looming behind them was a monstrous giant, 10 times their size, and ahead. Oh, as expected, there was no escape in sight. With a thunderous stomp, the giant's foot crashed down, causing the surrounding foliage to scatter as trees toppled with a resounding crash, leaving Qian Yun and her friends in a state of disarray as they sought refuge. Once she steadied herself, Qian Yun's gaze fixated on the giant, who was lifting its foot again, preparing to stomp down upon them. At that critical moment, she shouted, "Run to the left." Without hesitation, her comrades surged towards the left. The giant's foot missed its mark, unleashing a furious roar in response. After running a considerable distance, they were drenched in sweat, yet the threat was far from over, and they did not dare to pause. At that juncture, the giant had discerned their escape route and pursued them with colossal strides, each step reverberating through the ground as though an earthquake were unfolding. Qian Yun and her companions sprinted desperately, but their speed paled in comparison to that of the giant, who drew ever closer, filling their hearts with despair. Suddenly, a river appeared ahead, its waters raging fiercely. Qian Yun's eyes brightened, and she shouted, "Jump in." Without a moment's hesitation, they leaped into the icy waters. The torrent swept them away, and as the giant reached the riverbank, it roared in fury, watching helplessly as Qian Yun and her friends vanished beneath the surface. In the tumultuous current, Qian Yun and her companions clung tightly to a tree trunk, drifting along with the flow. After a harrowing journey, they finally spotted a shallow bank and successfully climbed ashore. At that moment, they felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over them. Drenched and breathing heavily, they understood that they had temporarily evaded danger. Upon reaching the shore, Qian Yun lifted her gaze and cast her eyes toward the horizon. There, she beheld a towering peak, its summit shrouded in mist, as if she had stepped into a realm of ethereal beauty. However, as she surveyed her surroundings, she discovered a faint haze enveloping the area, rendering her vision unclear. It was then that she realized she and her companions had entered a fog-laden zone, a place rife with uncertainty and peril. Recalling the ominous warnings from their previous survival game, the group understood all too well that this misty expanse was deemed a hazardous territory, one that the game system had never permitted them to access. Yet now, they had no choice but to proceed cautiously. Though the atmosphere was cloaked in mist, it possessed a hint of enchanting allure reminiscent of a fantastical realm. Suddenly, Lin Lulu was pricked by something, letting out a gasp, and in the next moment, she felt a peculiar numbness creeping up from her feet to her legs. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she struggled to regain her composure, frozen in place. Qian Yun was the first to notice her lagging behind, and, sensing something amiss, inquired, "Lulu, why aren't you moving?" Lin Liuliu's lips turned pale as she stammered, My foot is numb. With concern etched on her face, Qianyun furrowed her brow and asked, Are you injured? Or perhaps bitten by something? Lin Lulu shook her head, trembling as she replied, I don't know. It just suddenly felt sharp, and now my whole foot is tingling. The others, noticing the situation, gathered around to investigate. Could it be a poisoning? One voiced anxiously. Let us get her to sit down over there and examine the wound, suggested another. They carefully assisted Lin Lulu to a nearby spot, scrutinizing her foot. Indeed, a small wound had formed at her ankle, already swollen and red. What kind of injury is this? It looks quite unusual, Jingchuan remarked in surprise. Did something sting her? Song Yun speculated. Lin Liuliu's complexion grew increasingly pallid, her body beginning to twitch slightly. What should we do? Liuliu's symptoms seemed to be worsening, Lin Zhizhi exclaimed anxiously. Qianyun quickly retrieved a detoxification pill and offered it to Lin Lulu. Jingchuan had previously traded her a bottle containing 10 pills, and it was now perilously close to running out. After consuming the detoxification pill, Lin Lulu gradually regained her senses and murmured, I was pricked by something unknown. It shot a numbness from my foot all the way to my thigh, rendering me immobile. With my high luck, I never expected to be targeted. Lin Zhizhi expressed her astonishment, but there is nothing here but grass. Could it have been a stone? Suddenly, Song Yun felt a faint scratching sensation on his leg, prompting him to leap away in alarm, exclaiming, There is something off about this grass. Without hesitation, Qianyun retrieved a torch from her backpack and distributed it to the others. The vegetation, which had been stealthily lurking in the shadows, poised to ambush them, began to recede under the torchlight. Only then did Qianyun and her companions discern that the ground beneath them was unsettlingly black, and simultaneously, they heard the alarming notification of rising pollution levels. Qianyun acted swiftly, hastily producing a moonstone from her bag to share with the others. Soon, the levels of pollution were brought under control and stabilized, with the ground beneath their feet gradually transforming from its original inky black to a more typical earthen hue within a meter's range. Qianyun earnestly addressed the group, saying, Perhaps you should consider returning. I find myself regretting having invited you to explore this place. It is far too perilous. My island access card will not be available for another half day. If you wish to depart, do not feel compelled to wait for me. It is wise to avoid encountering real danger. However, should you choose to remain, you must agree to one condition. If an unexpected situation arises, you must leave immediately without concern for me, as I will ensure your safe retreat. In that moment, each individual clutched a torch in one hand and a moonstone in the other, their anxiety palpable as they hesitated to move. Chapter 98 Creatures in the Mist. As these individuals continued their journey, the land behind them began to stir restlessly, as if it possessed a life of its own, occasionally writhing in motion. The group at the forefront remained oblivious to this peculiar phenomenon, persisting in their advance. Along their path, they encountered a myriad of bizarre plants. Some resembled colossal octopuses, their lengthy tentacles waving through the air. Others appeared akin to immense cacti, bristling with sharp spines. And still others took on the guise of twisted trees, their branches laden with razor-edged leaves, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Indeed, danger lurked at every turn. However, for those who had long harbored curiosity about the enigmatic misty region, fear was far from their minds. Instead, they were filled with enthusiasm. Suddenly, an ostensibly ordinary blade of grass ensnared one of their feet. It rapidly grew, enveloping him tightly and rendering him immobile. The others, sensing the anomaly, attempted to assist in freeing him, but more blades of grass surged forth like a tide, trapping them in place. These grasses were exceedingly sharp, yet for the armored individuals, they posed little threat. The group struggled fiercely, only to find that the more they fought, the tighter the grasses wound around them. It seemed that the flames of Qianyun and her companions had lost their efficacy, leaving only Qianyun and Jingchuan agilely leaping and hacking at the wild grasses. At that moment, the snow spirit, Insu, suddenly sensed something amiss and urgently conveyed to Qianyun, Master, please release me. Allow me to handle them. They fear me, and I happen to be quite hungry for something else. These grasses are imbued with energy. If I consume them, I shall grow. Though Qianyun harbored some skepticism regarding Insu's words, she chose to trust her upon witnessing her unwavering confidence. Thus, she swiftly released Insu from her pet space. While Qianyun did not comprehend why the snow spirit could consume grass, she opted to believe in Insu's assured tone. Upon emerging from the spatial ring, Insu radiated an exuberant aura, her wings trembling with excitement and joy. Suddenly, several seemingly inconspicuous blades of grass swiftly ensnared her, yet for Insu, this posed no challenge. With a graceful twist, she effortlessly extricated herself from their grasp. Subsequently, her form began to enlarge, transforming from the size of a fist to that of a basketball in the blink of an eye. She opened her petite mouth and gently exhaled a breath. As her breath escaped, a frigid aura permeated the air, instantly encasing the surrounding grasses in ice. Those trapped within finally regained their freedom, their faces awash with astonishment at the spectacle before them. Chiyun was equally taken aback, since Insu's last upgrade. She had yet to witness her display any skills or notable transformations. However, at this moment, she genuinely felt the formidable power that came with Insu's advancement, evoking a sense of helplessness akin to that of a parent who has missed a child's sudden growth. After successfully freezing the grasses, Insu began to crunch on the frozen blades with glee. The adorable appearance of the creature left Lin Jiji beside her utterly astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief as she gazed at the scene before her. With wide eyes, she turned to Qianyun, her voice quivering with a mix of awe and excitement. Qianyun, is this your snow sprite? How remarkably powerful it is. Although my snow sprite is equally charming, it feels rather fragile and requires my careful nurturing. Meanwhile, Lin Liuli wore a look of betrayal, pouting in discontent as she exclaimed, "Why do both of you have snow sprites as pets? I was completely unaware of this. It is so unfair. I long to possess a snow sprite of my own." As she spoke, she rested her chin on her hand, her gaze brimming with yearning and anticipation. Lastly, Song Yun wore a face of deep sorrow, her expression filled with envy and resentment as she lamented. "Wasn't it said that the chances of obtaining a snow sprite are quite slim? How is it that you both have managed to acquire one?" As she spoke, she pretended to wipe away tears, her stunning visage momentarily becoming somewhat comical. Jing Chuan quickly retracted his wide-eyed expression, feigning nonchalance as he gently patted his clothing, then slowly shifted his gaze to the little creature, still munching away. "Oh, it's nothing. I've simply never witnessed such a phenomenon before, merely curious. But speaking of which, how can it be consuming grass? Is this little one perhaps a sheep by nature?" Regardless of the astonishment and curiosity of the others, the little silver grain swiftly shrank in size after satiating its hunger, then hopped directly onto Qianyun, finding a comfortable spot to lie down, motionless thereafter. However, Qianyun was acutely aware that the little silver grain was on the brink of an important upgrade. Consequently, she explained the situation to the others, and the group continued on their journey. Ahead, the white mist thickened, enveloping the world in a heavy veil. For safety's sake, the group instinctively grasped each other's hands as they advanced. Qianyun took the rear, while Jing Chuan bravely led the way, with the other three navigating cautiously in the middle. Within the fog, something seemed to writhe indistinctly, albeit remaining elusive to the eye. Exercising caution, Lin Jiji retrieved several masks from her backpack, distributing them among the group. She had previously heard tales of the dangers posed by miasma or fog in tropical rainforests. Thus, it is prudent for us to wear masks, just in case. Moreover, if you begin to feel unusually warm, be particularly vigilant, as this could indicate the onset of losing body heat. Upon hearing Lin Jiji's warning, the group nodded in understanding, acknowledging the wisdom of her counsel. Before long, they discerned what the writhing entities were: small, palm-sized, white, footless, soft-bodied worms covered in fine white fuzz. Jing Chuan, at the forefront, was bitten suddenly, causing blood to surge forth. "Quickly, deploy the anti-injury 7 treasures umbrella for defense. We cannot allow them to bite us," Jing Chuan urgently shouted to the others. As he produced the umbrella, its aura enveloping him, he hurriedly ingested a potion, prompting the others to swiftly heed his advice, retrieving their umbrellas and opening them without delay. The white mist outside the halo miraculously began to dissipate, while the sheer number of writhing insects beyond the circle left several onlookers in awe. Their grotesque movements were profoundly unsettling. Qianyun was the first to take stock of the situation, followed closely by the others. The carnivorous white maggots, though rapidly reproducing and possessing limited lethality, were overwhelming in number. It was suggested that they be incinerated. With moonstones tucked away in their pockets and weapons, and the 7 treasure umbrella in hand, Qianyun and her companions had no choice but to replace their arms with torches, as the insects could not penetrate the protective halo. Yet they could extend their weapons beyond it, torches included. Each time they incinerated a maggot, they could hear the gratifying sound of experience points being accumulated, progressing forward while reaping rewards. Qianyun quickly filled her experience quota and leveled up. Chapter 99. The pollution value or the fallen. Uncertain whether it was the ferocity of their attackers, the number of insects dwindled significantly. At this juncture, Qianyun had reached level 8, and as she pressed forward, the once ethereal mist began to cloud, gradually transforming into a sinister blackness. This eerie metamorphosis tightened her chest, evoking memories of the oppressive black fog she had encountered in Mirror Wax Village. The suffocating sense of dread surged within her, sending chills down her spine. At that moment, a synchronized cadence of footsteps echoed from a distance, resonating like a drumbeat, striking a chord of anxiety in the hearts of the 5 companions. They exchanged uneasy glances, and Jingchuan, with decisive urgency, led the group to change their course. However, scarcely had they departed when a throng of enigmatic beings materialized silently. These creatures bore a semblance to humans, yet radiated a stench of decay and malevolence. They crouched at the very spot the 5 had just vacated, fervently sniffing the ground as if in pursuit of something. The appearance of these beings sent shivers down their spines, heralding the impending arrival of a dreadful calamity. Had Qianyun and her companions lingered, they would undoubtedly have recognized these as the tainted entities encountered during the defense of the safe house. Upon escaping the Black Fog region, they found themselves in an unfamiliar desolation, oblivious to their whereabouts. Fortunately, the mist here was considerably lighter, allowing them to discern the surroundings within a 10-meter radius. A sign they were on the right path. Just as they contemplated this, a peculiar array of creatures suddenly leapt forth from the shadows. An alarm blared, declaring the detection of a fallen attack upon the master and advising players to flee immediately. The abrupt sound pierced the air, causing Qianyun, Lin Jiji, Lin Liuli, and Song Yun to turn instinctively towards its source. Jingchuan, with little time for contemplation, shouted urgently, "Run! The little ball is undoubtedly correct. We must leave this place at once." Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted away. After a brief exchange of glances, the other 3 followed suit, racing after Jingchuan. In the midst of their flight, Lin Liuli inquired curiously, "Who is the little ball?" Jingchuan, who should have been engulfed in terror, surprisingly found himself remarkably composed in this moment of crisis. Breathing heavily, he replied, "That is a product of the interstellar realm I acquired during my exploration of the secret domain." Qianyun lagged at the rear, while the speed of the fallen was alarmingly swift, nearly matching her own without the aid of running boots. To afford her companions more time to escape, she donned her running boots and employed her agility, deftly maneuvering between the fallen. She occasionally unleashed a strike, her swordplay sharp and precise. However, her efforts seemed to have little effect on the fallen, inciting their fury instead. The fallen focused their attention on Qianyun, relentlessly pursuing her, entirely disregarding the others. In their panicked flight, they inadvertently retraced their steps into the Black Fog region, where a horde of pollutants met their gaze, the lowest among them at level 6. In unison, they turned back in haste. Qianyun was engaged in an intense struggle with several fallen ones when she caught sight of a group of individuals rushing back towards her, only to notice the dense swarm of corrupted ones trailing behind them. It seemed that both factions were eager to feast upon them. Momentarily lost in thought, a claw from one of the fallen ones struck Qianyun on the forehead. Song Yun swung a wolf-toothed club to defend her, but the weapon was sent flying in the process. Qianyun swiftly repositioned herself, realizing that the fallen ones were fixated solely on her, disregarding the others entirely. In a moment of desperation, she decided to lead the fallen ones directly into the throng of corrupted ones, fearing that her 7-treasure umbrella might not withstand the onslaught. She hastily produced several more. Witnessing this, Song Yun, Jingchuan, Lin Jiji, and Lin Liuli were struck with a sense of shock, rendered momentarily speechless and unable to react or intervene. Lin Jiji, her heart racing with anxiety, felt an overwhelming urge to charge forward, but was restrained by the rationality of Jingchuan and Song Yun. They gripped her arms tightly, fearful of her impulsive actions. Meanwhile, Lin Liuli was also held back, unable to advance. Furrowing his brow, Jingchuan remarked, "Qianyun is not one to act recklessly. Her actions must be driven by a plan we are unaware of. We cannot act rashly." Song Yun concurred, "Indeed, if we rush in now, we would only become a burden and might even jeopardize Qianyun's safety." It would be wiser to find a secure place to hide and observe the situation before making any decisions. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiji could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. She lamented, "It's all my fault. If I had agreed to return with you earlier, none of this would have happened, and Qinyan wouldn't be in danger. It's all my mistake." Jingchuan comforted her, "This is not your fault. Do not bear the burden of blame alone. None of us anticipated such circumstances. But Qinyan surely has her own strategy. We must trust in her ability to handle this." Song Yun added, "Yes, we must remain composed and not allow our emotions to cloud our judgment. Qinyan is exceptionally clever. She will undoubtedly find a way to resolve this issue." Wiping away her tears, Lin Jiji nodded in understanding, while Lin Liuli, feeling somewhat despondent, realized for the first time that one cannot simply indulge in life as pleasures without striving to enhance their own strength. Though anxiety still gnawed at her, she recognized the need for calm contemplation to devise the best course of action. The four turned together, seeking a place to conceal themselves and monitor the unfolding situation, awaiting Qinyun's safe return. Meanwhile, Qinyun, having led the fallen ones into the territory of the corrupted ones, was exhilarated. Despite the persistent decline in her 7-treasure umbrella's defense value, her ample reserves sustained her. The fallen ones were swiftly surrounded by the eager corrupted ones, who were all too willing to engage. A fierce battle ensued. Although the fallen ones initially had the upper hand, the sheer number of corrupted ones, including several level 9 leaders, posed a significant challenge. In the midst of the chaos, Qinyun stealthily targeted the level 6 and 7 corrupted ones, reveling in the exhilarating experience points she was accruing. As the number of polluters dwindled, the fallen and their leader engaged in a fierce struggle, resulting in mutual destruction. Qinyun swiftly and decisively harvested both sides, effortlessly wielding her sword against the nearly depleted fallen and high-level polluters. Once the harvesting was complete, she refrained from striking the remaining polluters nearby, deliberately leaving them for her companions to practice on, guiding these polluters towards the direction of her comrades. She noticed their relief as they observed the diminishing number of foes. Upon witnessing her safe return, an involuntary sigh of relief escaped their lips. However, seeing the unresolved polluters trailing behind her, they instinctively shielded their heads. From a distance, Qinyun called out, urging them to hurry, reminding them of the experience points left for them to gather. Once all the polluters had been vanquished, her companions lost their enthusiasm for further exploration, fearing that a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. That day proved far more exhilarating than the preceding 10 or 20 years. As they made their way back home, only Qinyun remained, staring blankly at the remaining half-hour, her thoughts lingering on one question: why were there no treasure chests? Chapter 100. The blueprint of the mechanical ship. As Qinyun was lost in her thoughts, a crisp system notification suddenly chimed. Congratulations to players Qinyun, Lin Lulu, Lin Jiji, Song Yun, and Jing Chuan for completing the initial exploration task in the Misty area, earning an additional reward. Mystery, Chest X1. Upon hearing this news, Qinyun snapped back to reality, her face illuminating with surprise. Her eyes widened, and her mouth slightly agape, clearly astonished and exhilarated by this unexpected delight. After all, the 5 of them had come perilously close to losing their lives multiple times during this exploration. Since the chests had been categorized by colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, she had not received news of a mystery chest or a special chest for quite some time. In that moment, her heart surged with excitement and anticipation. Yet she restrained her eager hands in hopes of doubling her reward. Meanwhile, the recently departed Lin Jiji, Lin Lulu, Song Yun, and Qinyun also heard the system notification. They eagerly opened their bags, retrieving the mystery chest in preparation for its unveiling. With a flash of dazzling light, they discovered a rare piece of equipment within, the unique robe. Wow, it's truly the unique robe! Lin Lulu exclaimed, her excitement evident as she danced with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. This unique robe was undoubtedly an exceptionally precious treasure, and possessing it meant that her sister would no longer have to worry about low defense values. Lin Jiji nodded with a beaming smile, her eyes glistening with joy. Simultaneously, the observant Song Yun did not rush to open her own mystery chest, contemplating that perhaps she should allow Qinyun to unveil it instead, as it might yield something even more remarkable. Just as she was about to discuss this with her sisters, she was taken aback to see that Lin Lulu had already eagerly opened her chest. At the bottom of the chest lay a piece of parchment, clearly inscribed with, "Congratulations on finding the treasure, but this is merely the tip of the iceberg. More secrets await your discovery." Upon inspecting the item in her hand, Lin Lulu found it to be a fragment of a hidden treasure. The group exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. Secretly marveling, it appeared that the quality of this mystery chest indeed exceeded their expectations. The rare equipment and items it had yielded were astonishing. Furthermore, this unique robe was the pinnacle of desirability, a dream come true. The fragment of hidden treasure was an exceedingly rare gem, its value immeasurable. This adventure had proven to be remarkably fruitful, filling them with anticipation for future escapades. As the others reveled in their joy, the countdown continued for Qianyun. Upon returning to the chest, her face radiated with a joyful smile. Especially when she heard the system announce once more, her excitement intensified. Ding! Detecting that the player is the primary force in exploration, would you like to proceed with this first prize announcement? The announcement will grant additional rewards. Without hesitation, Qianyun clicked the reappearing anonymous option in the bottom left corner and selected yes. Subsequently, she received an unexpected surprise, a unique blueprint reward bestowed by the system, the blueprint for a mechanical ship. This was precisely the design she had longed for yet had been unable to obtain, now serendipitously arriving in her hands. She felt an overwhelming sense of fortune and contentment. With great excitement, Qianyun unfolded the blueprint only to discover that it was essentially a book. Though thin in appearance, its contents were extraordinarily rich, prompting her to delve into a meticulous study. She realized that this blueprint was not merely an ordinary game schematic. It included a detailed process, an introduction to various materials, and methods of acquisition. Moreover, it encapsulated the creator's unique concepts and innovative ideas. As her understanding of the blueprint deepened, she recognized that many structures and theories of the mechanical ships within the game world bore similarities to those she had encountered during her time on the Azure Star. An audacious idea blossomed within her, to construct her very own mechanical ship. Determined, she resolved to devote herself fully to this ambitious project. When the time arrived, Qianyun was teleported back. She promptly retrieved the blueprint, page by page, for Xiaoyu to record and replicate, before proceeding to study it. Upon completing her studies, she eagerly prepared for calculations. However, recalling the ample experience she had amassed from her recent island adventures, she first opened her backpack to consume the remaining sprite fruits and various attribute fruits, and then she accessed her status panel. Player, Qianyun. Gender, female. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Your weight is stabilizing. Level, 8, 157,900, 200,000. Current accumulated experience from monster kills. Note: Secret Realm creatures do not count towards experience points. Perfect completion of dungeons provides substantial experience. Constitution, 4510, 1 point attribute increase per level after level 5. Strength, 4910, 1 point attribute increase per level after level 5. Speed, 4410, 1 point attribute increase per level after level 5. Mental power, 3000, 5000, currently level 6. Next level is 7, increases by 500, 1000 with character level. Luck. Your luck value perplexes the system. Talent, time manipulation, currently level 3, subject to enhancement. Note: time within a 1 kilometer radius can be frozen for 20 seconds. Growth observed. Skills, mechanical research, beginner, intermediate alchemy, advanced swordsmanship. Expandable, comprehensive strength rankings, 1 points rankings, 1 achievement rankings, 1 safe house rankings, 1 luck rankings, 1 total points, 560,800. Keep up the good work. Unbeknownst to her, Qianyun was astonished to find her points had soared beyond 500,000, igniting a spark of excitement within her. Observing the remarkable increase and the peculiar enhancement of her mental power, she felt a tinge of confusion. While she understood the explanations behind her attribute values, she recalled that her mental power had previously indicated an increase of only 100 to 200 per level. After pondering for a considerable time about her recent dietary intake, she suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, recalling the several cups of floral tea she had enjoyed daily. It was the floral tea that she had recently begun consuming. The other foods and drinks she had previously tried had not yielded such growth. Reflecting on her current levels and power, as well as the multitude of materials she still required, Qianyun retrieved an 8th level exploration card for the Secret Realm, which prominently displayed a duration of 3 days. Nevertheless, she resolved to take her time and prepare adequately. It was essential to craft several weapons to carry along, ensure an ample supply of provisions, and, most importantly, to rest sufficiently. The weather had been exceedingly hot over the past couple of days, and aside from today, Qianyun had been enduring the harsh conditions on the player's island. As she contemplated her expedition into the secret realm, uncertainties loomed regarding the availability of water and temperature conditions within. She needed to equip herself with sunblock, essential supplies of water, medicinal items, and cooling aids. Furthermore, she had to take precautions at home. For who could predict if the sweltering heat would give way to torrential rains, reminiscent of her previous experiences in the extreme cold. Chapter 101 Update. After tidying up everything, Qianyun swiftly completed her evening routine and collapsed into bed without even having dinner. The tension of the day had left her utterly exhausted. It wasn't long before the rhythmic sound of her breathing filled the room. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Qianyun, the system had quietly refreshed the guild system, binding the guild and territory together, and had also enabled a point redemption system for world chat, 100 points for one message. She was oblivious to the fact that many were keeping her in their thoughts. In the world chat channel, Server 12, Shangming. Could someone who has entered the misty area share information? I am willing to pay. Server 88, Zhang Tian. The petty person above. Didn't you abandon your teammates during the island escape collaboration? Who would trust you for payment? Server 12, Shangming. If you are referring to that incident where you recklessly underestimated the enemy's strength and insisted on overwhelming them with numbers, I must say that the survival game will continue to teach you a lesson in humility. Zhang Tian, upon reading this, felt a surge of anger and was reminded of that delicate little devil who had outsmarted him, leaving him in discomfort. Disregarding his pride, he issued a harsh warning in the world chat. Server 88, Zhang Tian. Qianyun from Server 18, you better watch out. One day, when the servers merge, I will avenge myself on you. Server 18, Zhao Shui. Oh, big brother above, you too fell victim to that Qianyun? Server 18, Zhang Qi. Speaking of which, big brother might not know, but Qianyun is quite notorious in our server, engaging in morally corrupt behavior and profiting from disaster. Her character is quite questionable. Server 88, Zhang Tian, do elaborate. I am always eager to champion justice. Server 3456, Su Lei. What a coincidence, isn't it? Qianyun from Server 18 is also my nemesis. Given her dubious character, it becomes clear how she could commit such acts. Both Su Lei and Zhang Tian spoke with insinuations, deliberately avoiding clarity, hoping to incite others to join in their crusade against Qianyun. Since Qianyun was already unpopular in her own server, they felt justified in fanning the flames. Zhao Shui, witnessing Qianyun's apparent antagonism towards other servers, felt increasingly smug, convinced that his actions were not born of jealousy or a desire to suppress anyone, but rather a noble endeavor to rid the community of a pest. Thus, he began to ramble on, even going so far as to spend points to purchase speaking opportunities. At that moment, Lin Jiji, Lin Lulu, and Song Yun, taking a break, opened the world chat to find a cacophony of vitriol being hurled. Among the familiar names were those who had tried to ambush them during the island escape, only to be met with retaliation. The remaining names were either there for amusement or part of their small group, mixed with a few jesters. Lu Shi. Yes, exactly, Zhao Shui is not wrong. Qianyun and her crew are indeed a significant nuisance on Server 18. Song Yun was the first to retort. In the desolate lands of Beishan and Chushu, orphans cry out at night, while a rumor-monger stirs the pot. Tomorrow, I'll seek their heads and bring them to the ground. It is not merely what Song Yun wishes to express. Rather, it is that Lu Shi was poisoned yesterday and sought an antidote. Serendipitously, this antidote is rarely available, and Song Yun, along with Lin Jiji and Lin Lulu, is responsible for selling the antidote pills crafted by Qianyun. In desperation, Lu Shi turned to Song Yun when she could not procure the antidote. Heeding Qianyun's suggestion, Song Yun ultimately sold Lu Shi a 5th-grade antidote at a premium price. This revelation struck a vulnerable chord within Lu Shi. Lu Shi, Amp. Server 88, Zhang Tian. Look at how this beautiful lady is incensed. You, a venomous woman who dares not reveal your face, still have the audacity to show up. Server 18, Zhao Shui. Although Lu Shi has a temper, she possesses a kind heart, unlike those of you who turn a blind eye to the suffering of others. Server 3456, Su Lei. I am the top player in my region, recruiting members for my guild. To those who have bravely revealed Qian Yun's true nature. Should there be a merger, you are welcome to join us. If you prefer handsome faces, Su Lei is certainly your man. Server 18 Lin Jiji. Oh my. The person above truly is a remarkable figure among men, the best in the region. Impressive indeed. Truly, a man must strive for strength. Yet there is a certain greasiness beneath the surface. Zhao Shui, I appreciate your kind words, but I already have a guild. However, if anyone dissatisfied with Qian Yun's team wishes to join us, I promise to provide ample resources to support each member in thriving within this survival game world. Together, we shall forge the most friendly and harmonious guild. Server 18 Lin Lulu. The former emperor barely began his venture before he squandered his budget on boasting. Server 46 Huang Jin. I find myself rather fond of your team and am contemplating joining. Qian Yun, Lin Jiji, Lin Lulu, Song Yun. Are you considering new members? Server 1008 Qin Fan. You are quite the negotiator. Perhaps you should consider some contraception. Server 1008 Zhang Fei. I do enjoy your cultured demeanor. Server 88 Zhang Tian. In a survival game, we should at least uphold mutual assistance. Yet we cannot stoop to Qian Yun's level, can we? It is laughable that such a person has supporters. Server 18 Lu Shi. Indeed, even in poverty, I would never act like her, hoarding resources while seeking to profit from calamity. If I possessed such resources, I would surely share them freely with others. Server 18 Zhao Shui. My inability to progress in this survival game stems from my frequent provision of resources to the needy. Those who know me are well aware of this. Server 18 Xie Fangfei. I can attest to that. Server 18 Song Yun. Lu Shi. I have a splendid suggestion for you. Given your kindness, perhaps you should consider ending your life in the survival game. Who knows? A peculiar individual like you might not perish, but return to the Blue Sea Star. Venture to an area known as Les Han, locate the renowned giant Buddha, and beseech it to rise. You may then take a seat beside it. Server 18 Lin Lulu. Free provisioning? That is laughable. People like you clearly believe that in poverty one should uphold virtue, but in wealth, indulge in excess. Server 18 Lin Jiji. Oh my, how benevolent you are. Surely, such goodness will not leave you fearing a midnight knock from a ghost, or that passers-by might sever your soul. Server 18 Lu Shi. Brothers, I seek protection. They are truly fierce and lacking in decency. In Server 3456, Yang Taigang expressed his frustration, stating, I can no longer tolerate this. You engage in malicious actions and yet expect others to remain silent? If you truly have done nothing wrong, then present your evidence. I too was a victim during the island battle royale, and I can attest to their malevolence. I refer specifically to the Qianyun team. In Server 647, Wu Ke echoed the sentiment, asserting, it is customary for those who make claims to provide proof, is it not? Such unfounded accusations, if made public, would amount to online harassment and slander, wouldn't you agree? Zhang Qi from Server 18 interjected, are we not a sufficient number to serve as evidence? Another voice chimed in, that is hardly credible. I have more enemies than just you, and I find this amusing. Li Shuang from Server 19 remarked, in truth, the island battle royale cannot solely be blamed on Qianyun. At that time, my friends and I noticed the abundance of girls and thought to engage in some robbery while accumulating points. Who knew their combat prowess would be so formidable? I concede that my skills were lacking, yet I wonder if the others who boast are in a similar predicament. Upon hearing this, an immediate silence fell over the crowd. Particularly those who had been the most vociferous in their claims felt the sting of recognition, their frustration palpable, even drawing reproach towards Li Shuang. At this moment, Jing Chuan observed the situation, noting the poetic jabs being exchanged, and felt compelled to elevate his own contributions. After some contemplation, he finally spoke. Wang Xian from Server 18 declared, Qianyun is truly not a commendable individual. What can be said of Lin, Song, and Jing, who join in the insults? Jing Chuan added, to the critics, allow me to offer a couplet. The mountains beyond the mountains and the tower beyond the tower. Does your father see a resemblance? The horizontal inscription reads, what do you amount to? Initially, the act of slander seemed trivial, yet the backlash from a few individuals incited a growing audience, with many eager to join in the verbal sparring. In a survival game, who does not have a few adversaries? Chapter 102. Please let Huahua eat noodles drowsily. She sat up from her bed, rubbed her eyes, yawned, and stretched lazily. It was only when she gazed out at the night sky that she realized how long she had slept. It was already midnight. However, recalling that Qianhua was managing things in her stead, she decided to summon Qianhua to inquire about the specifics. Not long after, Qianhua returned. As soon as she entered the room, she was greeted by a waft of enticing aromas emanating from the kitchen. Following the delightful scent, she arrived at the kitchen door, where she found Qianyun diligently frying eggs at the stove. The mouth-watering fragrance made Qianhua's mouth water, and she couldn't help but lick her lips, her face displaying an endearing, flattering expression. Noticing Qianhua's eager gaze, Qianyun softly called, Xiaoyan. Her voice was soft, yet clear enough to reach Qianhua's ears. In no time, Qianhua appeared beside Qianyun. Master, she greeted with utmost respect. How have things been in the territory lately? Has anything unusual occurred? What is the status of the special seeds? And how many batches of crops have we harvested? The fruit trees should be ripe by now, Qianyun inquired. Everything is normal. There have been no irregularities. Most of the special seeds have sprouted under my care, and those that hadn't reached the seedling stage have now done so. We have harvested 4 batches of crops, and the fruits as well. I have collected them for you, master. Would you like me to bring them out for you to store in your space? Qianhua replied, her tone slightly hesitant, as she felt guilty for having indulged in quite a few fruits herself. To avoid detection, she had hastily expedited the growth twice to compensate for her transgressions. All right, Qianyun smiled and nodded, a hint of subtle concern glimmering in her eyes. She scrutinized Qianhua closely and noticed that she appeared somewhat fatigued, prompting her to ask gently, by the way, you seem a bit off. Are you feeling overly tired? Qianhua shook her head lightly, mustering a smile as she responded, no, I've just been busy managing the planting area of the territory lately. It's been a bit exhausting. She refrained from disclosing that her nausea stemmed from her secret indulgence in the fruits, though she pondered how a flower could even experience such discomfort. Qianyun furrowed her brow slightly and said softly, oh, remember to balance work and rest. You don't need to expedite growth every day. We have plant nutrient solutions available. If you encounter any issues, do let me know. I will assist you here. Do you need to sow seeds? Feeling both guilty and touched, Qianhua nodded, surprised by her master's thoughtfulness regarding her indiscretions. Thank you, master. You are always so considerate. A pang of guilt washed over her, leading her to contemplate eating less in the future. Among friends, as long as there is no betrayal, I treat everyone with the same care, so there is no need for thanks, Qianyun said with a smile, waving her hand to indicate that Qianhua need not be overly formal. She then instructed, all right, you should wait for me in the living room. Qianhua once again bowed respectfully to Qianyun, expressing her gratitude and admiration before turning to leave the room. With purposeful and determined steps, she seemed to regain her vigor. As the door closed behind her, Qianyun let out a soft sigh, having guessed the situation, yet chose not to voice her thoughts. One cannot expect to have their cake and eat it too. After the departure of the crimson flame flower, Qianyun ladled the perfectly fried eggs from the pan, added water to the pot, and then fell into a contemplative stupor. As she pondered, she was suddenly startled by a gurgling sound. It was her stomach growling in hunger. Glancing at the pot of simmering water, Qianyun silently increased the heat until the water reached a boil. She then added noodles and a seasoning packet, and poured the noodles into a bowl, placing 2 fried eggs atop the steaming dish. The fragrant instant noodles were ready. Qianyun carried the bowl into the living room and beckoned to the upright and proper crimson flame flower standing nearby, saying, Xiaoyan, come here. Upon hearing Qianyun's call, the crimson flame flower instantly appeared in the living room. Its eyes sparkled upon seeing the bowl of noodles in Qianyun's hands, and it sniffed the delightful aroma wafting through the air, nearly drooling. Master, what delicious food is this? The crimson flame flower inquired excitedly. This is instant noodles. I made some for you as well. Give it a try, Qianyun replied with a smile. Thank you, master, exclaimed the crimson flame flower, extending its tongue to taste the noodle soup, and its eyes lit up immediately. Wow, this is incredible. It's tastier than anything I've ever had. Haha, if you like it, eat as much as you want, Qianyun chuckled, reflecting on the evolving silver grain, feeling a twinge of sadness that the little one couldn't enjoy such delicacies. All right, the crimson flame flower responded to Qianyun's words, bashfully opening its bright red mouth and bowing its head to devour the noodles eagerly. Slow down, don't burn yourself. Isn't this way of eating too hot? Qianyun thought to herself, while also offering a gentle reminder. Human food is truly delightful, the crimson flame flower replied, its mouth full, speaking indistinctly. Seeing the crimson flame flower enjoy itself so thoroughly brought joy to Qianyun's heart. She had not anticipated that this creature would be so easy to care for and not picky with food. After the meal, Qianyun proceeded to her territory for digestion. The night enveloped the land in darkness, concealing what might lurk within the shadows. Yet, Qianyun felt no fear. She meticulously checked each area designated for the special seeds. Crystal flower, growth phase, 20 days until blooming, special plant, cannot be accelerated with nutrients. Upon reading this, a hypothesis formed in her mind as she continued to observe the locations of the special seeds. Flame flower, growth phase, 60 days until blooming, special plant, cannot be accelerated with nutrients. A flower with attributes, inedible, a product of the survival game world. Note, abilities await exploration. Spirit tail fruit, seedling phase, 10 days until growth phase. Special plant, cannot be accelerated with nutrients. A special fruit, a product of the survival game world, with an 80 chance of survival. Note, abilities await exploration. Moonshadow grass, seedling phase. Growth phase duration unknown. Special plant, cannot be accelerated with nutrients. A proud and temperamental blade of grass, recognizing only its cultivator as its master. This extraordinary plant boasts a loyalty that reaches an unparalleled 100 without the need for binding. It is a product of a survival game world, capable of intertwining with unique weapons to achieve mutual enhancement. Note, survival rate stands at a mere 0.0000001. The bloodthirsty surge, currently in its seedling stage. It requires an additional 180 days to reach its growth phase. This volatile plant cannot be hastened in its maturation through nutrient solutions. In the realm of survival games, it presents a dichotomy. Either it tames you, or you tame it. Upon subjugation, it shall become the foremost guardian of your territory. The Cloud Dream Tree, germination stage. The time to reach seedling stage remains unknown. This special plant cannot be accelerated in growth through nutrient solutions. Species of this tree remains uncharted. The Spirit Essence Vine, germination stage, requiring an additional 5 days to reach seedling stage. This unique plant also cannot be hastened through nutrient solutions. Its petals and fruits can bestow mental fortitude upon pets. With growth rates varying based on the innate abilities of the pet, it is advisable to provide long-term sustenance for pets. The prospects appear promising. Indeed, the benefits of nurturing the crimson flame flower are visibly evident. Reflecting on this, Qianyun mused that if this entity continues to perform well, she might reward it with delectable treats. She glanced once more at the fruit trees and the newly sown seeds, a sense of satisfaction washing over her as she teleported back to her safe house, ready to continue her slumber. Tomorrow, she must venture into the secret realm in search of materials, and thus, she must conserve her energy. Chapter 103. The Interstellar Secret Realm as Dawn Broke. Qianyun was abruptly awakened by the heat. After adjusting the air conditioning to a cooler setting, she hastily completed her morning routine. Glancing at the untouched gourmet pot, she retrieved a recipe for sauerkraut beef, meticulously measuring the ingredients. Soon, she savored a delightful meal of sauerkraut beef paired with freshly boiled noodles. After relishing her feast, she swiftly tidied up the remnants and stepped outside. The thatched grass surrounding the settlement had withered, and even the nearby shrubs had turned a desolate yellow. Devoid of any greenery, they appeared to have been stripped of vitality, fragile enough that they seemed ready to snap at the slightest touch. As the wind swept through, the parched branches and dry grass rustled, easily breaking under pressure. This scene evoked a profound sense of despair. Today marked the 42nd day on the island. The sky was clear and cloudless, yet this did not lift the spirits of the inhabitants. On the contrary, the relentless sun beat down upon the land, transforming the entire island into a vast steam chamber. The temperature soared to 67 degrees Celsius, with humidity plummeting to a mere 2, and the wind barely stirred at a level 3. Such harsh conditions subjected everyone to unbearable torment. Amidst the sweltering heat, players lamented their plight. "It's so hot we could perish." Sweat poured down, soaking their clothes and hair. Each breath felt laborious, as if the very air they inhaled was a searing flame. Even seeking refuge beneath canopies offered no respite from the scorching onslaught. Some endeavored to find water to quench their thirst, only to discover that most sources had dried up, leaving behind only a scant supply of murky water. At that moment, the island resembled a desolate wasteland, barren except for the relentless heat and lifeless vegetation. The inhabitants could only silently endure the cruel climate. yearning for a torrential rain or a refreshing sea breeze to deliver them from their plight. However, such hopes seemed less promising than the prospect of scouring the mysterious realms for supplies, prompting many to delve into exploration. After all, exploration yielded treasure chests, while the secret realms offered combat and resources, albeit at greater risk. Those who valued their lives tended to explore the blue regions of the island under the unyielding sun, knowing that cool ice blocks could be found within those treasure chests. Unable to withstand the oppressive heat, Qianyun quickly organized useful items to fit in her backpack. She bid farewell to her companions, entrusted them with the materials for trade, and exchanged a few words regarding the Qiyin flower before activating her secret realm exploration card. In an instant, she found herself in an expansive, boundless expanse. Looking up, the stars twinkled like countless gemstones embedded in the infinite darkness. Celestial bodies, including planets, nebulae, and galaxies, composed a magnificent tapestry of the universe. Meteors streaked across the night sky, dazzling and brilliant. As her gaze shifted, the area before her and in the distance was strewn with craters and volcanic rock, alongside remnants of shattered machinery. Qianyun felt a surge of surprise. Was this a manifestation of the adage, think, and you shall receive? She needed materials and had arrived at the interstellar secret realm. Steadying her thoughts, she began to approach the nearest fragment of the broken machinery, navigating carefully through the craters and volcanic terrain, her heart brimming with anticipation. Approaching the vessel, she discerned that it appeared to be an ancient spaceship. Its surface was marred with scratches and dents, as if it had endured countless fierce battles. The hatch was tightly shut, seemingly narrating tales of its former glory and the passage of time. Qianyun took a deep breath, her heart fluttering with a mix of tension and anticipation, and forcefully pushed the hatch open. As the door creaked ajar, a musty odor assailed her senses. The interior of the cabin was shrouded in darkness, with only a feeble light streaming in through the opening. Qianyun retrieved her flashlight and cautiously stepped inside, illuminating the surroundings. Inside the cabin lay a chaotic heap of various debris and damaged equipment, haphazardly strewn together, reminiscent of a corner forgotten by time. Yet, in one dimly lit corner, Qianyun discovered a collection of glimmering metal fragments. These shards emanated a mysterious and alluring glow, causing her eyes to widen in delight. A smile of joy graced her lips, as she silently celebrated her fortuitous find. These metallic pieces were, according to the system, exceptionally precious materials, invaluable for repairing and enhancing her equipment, a true boon to her strength. With great urgency, Qianyun gathered the metal shards and stowed them in her backpack. The weight of the fragments was substantial, bestowing upon her a gratifying sense of accomplishment. She believed these treasures would yield unexpected rewards. Subsequently, she meticulously searched other areas within the spacious vessel, gradually accumulating an array of valuable items, and her spirits soared with delight. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound caught her attention. Instantly alert, she ceased her movements, straining to listen intently to the surrounding noises. The sound was subtle, nearly imperceptible, yet it sent her heart racing. Cautiously, she turned her head, directing the beam of her flashlight to illuminate her surroundings. Upon spotting a figure, she froze in astonishment. A small robot was slowly approaching her. The robot appeared quite worn, its paint peeling and its components somewhat loose. Its movements were slow and mechanical, devoid of any apparent threat. Qianyun exhaled in relief, chiding herself for her overactive imagination. Nevertheless, she remained vigilant, observing the robot's every action. The robot came to a halt before her, raising its gaze to meet hers with its dimly glowing eyes. Qianyun attempted to communicate with the robot, but it remained unresponsive. Intrigued, she leaned closer, scrutinizing its weathered exterior. Suddenly, the robot extended a mechanical arm, pointing towards her head. Puzzled, Qianyun followed its gesture, realizing she could not see her own forehead. However, in her mind, the survival game system's interface illuminated her thoughts, and she focused on her backpack, discovering that the metal shards within began to radiate a brilliant light. The glow intensified, and Qianyun's eyes widened in astonishment. Soon after, the metal fragments, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, levitated from her backpack, swirling around the robot in a mesmerizing dance. The robot's physique began to transform, its once dilapidated exterior gradually radiating a newfound brilliance. Its eyes grew luminous, as if imbued with vitality. Qianyun realized that this seemingly ordinary robot reminded her of Jingchuan's Qiuqiu, prompting her to ponder whether she had indeed entered the same mysterious realm. Resolute, she decided to follow the robot, eager to discover where it would lead her. Chapter 104. The Starry Secret Realm 1. The robot turned around and steadily advanced in a particular direction, while Qianyun dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Closely trailing behind it, they traversed through desolate ruins until they finally arrived before a colossal flying saucer. The exterior of the saucer bore the marks of age, evidently having endured the ravages of time. Without hesitation, the robot entered the vessel, navigating through the severely damaged corridors until it reached the control room. Inside the control room, an array of intricate devices and consoles dazzled the eyes. The robot made its way directly to a central console and came to a halt. Its mechanical arm moved with dexterity, swiftly and accurately manipulating the buttons and switches on the console. As it executed these actions, the lights within the control room began to flicker incessantly, accompanied by the low hum of various machines. Qianyun stood to the side, observing everything in silence. Although she was uncertain of the robot's intentions, she unceremoniously picked up the scattered materials on the ground. At that moment, a brilliant beam of light suddenly emitted from the robot's head, projecting a clear map. This map displayed numerous markings and routes, easily comprehensible at a glance. The robot pointed to one of the routes and then turned its head to look at Qianyun, seemingly awaiting her instructions. Taking a deep breath, Qianyun nodded, signaling the robot to proceed. Thus, the robot reactivated and advanced along the designated path, with Qianyun anxiously following behind. They navigated through narrow, dust-laden corridors, occasionally obstructed by complex mechanical structures, until they ultimately arrived at an underground chamber. A peculiar odor permeated the room, reminiscent of the unpleasant scent of a certain medicine from Ocean Blue Star, while the walls shimmered with an unusual luminescence. The robot came to a standstill as its head scanner began to operate rapidly, as if deciphering the surrounding environment. Suddenly, a wall slowly opened, revealing a portal to the unknown. Qianyun pondered to herself, with so many defensive measures in place, this final destination must harbor something significant awaiting her. Perhaps it concealed some monumental secret. Regardless, she exhibited no hesitation and resolutely stepped into the cavernous doorway, akin to a black hole. For her, survival was undoubtedly the best outcome, yet if that were not to be, she would not be overly concerned. As Qianyun stepped into the darkness, a glimmer of bright light gradually emerged before her. Following the illumination, she discovered herself within a vast laboratory, filled with a variety of scientific instruments and objects resembling flying saucers and weaponry. Curiously, she approached a functioning computer, its screen displaying complex data and images. As she scrutinized these elements, an odd sensation washed over her. Some of the data seemed vaguely familiar, yet she could not precisely recall where she had encountered it. Thus, she silently instructed her companion, Xiaoyu, to record all this data for later study. Suddenly, a piercing alarm erupted throughout the laboratory. The sudden sound startled Qianyun, causing her to turn around in a state of panic, her gaze firmly fixed on the source of the noise. Before her, an enormous metallic cabinet was slowly opening, and as the door swung ajar, a blinding beam of light erupted from within, illuminating the entire laboratory. As the brilliance gradually subsided, a spherical object emerged into view, quietly suspended in midair, radiating an enigmatic energy wave. Filled with both curiosity and caution, Qianyun cautiously approached this unknown entity. When she finally discerned the true nature of the object, a cascade of data materialized before her, surging forth like a torrent, commencing its computational work. Before long, the calculations concluded, and the data vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the spherical object rapidly diminished in size, darting like a bolt of lightning into Qianyun's wrist, the very spot where the assistant, Xiaoyu, had previously established its bond. "Greetings, my master. I am your interstellar intellect." Xiaoyu, the entity, introduced itself, revealing that the spherical object was an energy storage device from Dora Star, capable of upgrading ordinary mechanical intelligences or chip-based intelligences. Xiaoyu had merged with it due to the active recognition of their bond, leading to a complete integration of databases and shared energy. If Xiaoyu had once been a standard version, it had now transformed into a pro version, potentially reaching an unparalleled state once energy absorption was complete. After Qianyun's engagement with this phenomenon, the robot pressed one of the buttons marked 303, causing an array of assorted materials to plummet from the ceiling. Qianyun swiftly dodged, realizing that being struck would have left her with an array of bruises. Once she regained her composure, she noticed the robot nonchalantly gesturing for her to collect the materials. She hastily stowed them into her backpack, which astonishingly filled to capacity. Soon, the robot guided Qianyun outside, where, through the upgraded Xiaoyu's translations, she discovered that the robot was quite the chatterbox. Upon returning to their original location, what felt like mere hours to her had seemingly stretched into a century. This planet, once known as Dorastar, bore a resemblance to the current state of the aquamarine star until the outbreak of the insectoid interstellar war. Following a fierce battle, it became notorious as a garbage planet, littered with remnants of usable energy and even treasures. Many interstellar scientists flocked here until the Second War rendered it a desolate wasteland. The massive craters scattered across the landscape were not mere impacts from meteorites, but rather scars left by warfare. Tragically, it was the interstellar populace of Dorastar that suffered the brunt of both conflicts, leading to their obliteration. Dorastar, once overlooked due to its harsh environment, gradually fell into obscurity, ultimately relegated to a worthless garbage planet. Yet, amidst the chaos engulfing the interstellar realm, it was entirely forgotten. Even after many years had passed, remnants of battle robots and disc-flying ships lingered, silently witnessing the ferocious conflicts that had transpired. After acquiring a comprehensive understanding of the history and current state of this planet, Qianyun could not suppress the radiant smile that blossomed upon her face. Her grin was so brilliant that her teeth were fully revealed, yet her eyes narrowed into mere slits. As if she beheld countless treasures right before her, her expression transformed into one reminiscent of a benevolent grandmother, evoking an oddly unsettling feeling. To Qianyun, this seemingly abandoned planet was nothing short of a veritable treasure trove. She was eager to seek out the combat robots and the meteors that commanded them. Furthermore, her aspirations extended beyond that. She yearned for an array of precious materials, formidable battle machines, enigmatic meteors, cutting-edge discs, and astonishing spacecraft. All these ambitions filled her heart, and she was resolute in her determination to gather them all. Chapter 105. The Cosmic Secret Realm 2. As Qianyun resolved to depart, she inadvertently caught sight of several battle robots in the corner of the control room. These machines were evidently in a state of disrepair, their forms almost unrecognizable. Yet, Qianyun's keen gaze pierced through their battered exteriors, revealing the precious materials they concealed within. Curiosity compelled her to approach, meticulously examining their dilapidated bodies. Despite their severe external damage, the intricate internal designs hinted at the remarkable sophistication and complexity they once possessed. Each detail whispered of the profound technological prowess that lay behind these robots, which still ranked among the pinnacle of advancement even in this contemporary era. In awe, Qianyun exclaimed, "Wow, what a treasure this is!" Her face radiated excitement and anticipation, as if she could already envision her future prospects unfolding. Shortly thereafter, she could not help but laugh. "Haha, I am truly striking it rich this time." The components and technologies embedded in these robots were undoubtedly invaluable. With her heart racing, Qianyun eagerly immersed herself in the task of dismantling the machines. She meticulously disassembled each part, gathering all the valuable components into her possession. Meanwhile, she silently rejoiced that her condensation beads had grown sufficiently large to accommodate more items. Just as she prepared to make her final exit from the spaceship, a sudden and thunderous bang reverberated through the chamber, causing her to stumble precariously, nearly losing her footing. Fortunately, a nearby handrail provided support, and she quickly grasped it to stabilize herself. The resounding echo of the noise lingered in her ears, refusing to dissipate. In that moment, the robots promptly reported the current situation to Xiaoyu, who simultaneously detected the anomaly. With a serious tone, Xiaoyu addressed Qianyun, "Master, I have detected residual energy fluctuations. Based on my analysis, they may originate from battle robots or the remnants of the insectoid forces. The probability of them being battle robots is 80. However, it is certain that their energy should not be underestimated, so I implore you to exercise utmost caution." The upgraded Xiaoyu's voice now bore a hint of human emotion, rendering its warning particularly weighty. Qianyun furrowed her brow, a wave of concern washing over her. For her, battling foes was not a daunting challenge. Even in the harsh wasteland against semi-mechanical monsters, she managed with ease. She had no fear of dealing with adversaries like the insectoid foot soldiers. Yet, The current predicament posed a significant dilemma. What if she were confronted by fully mechanized, battle-oriented robots? Using swords, bows, or axes would be futile, and she could not afford to dismantle them one by one manually, as that would be inefficient and exhausting. In her frustration, Qianyun lamented her lack of disassembly tools. If only she had brought along a hammer. A hammer? Indeed, she recalled possessing a spiked club, which should suffice. Wolves appeared almost every night. Although she didn't slay them daily, she had dispatched quite a number. Not to mention, previously, Song Yun had crafted several spiked clubs using materials she had provided. As thoughts of Qianyun crossed her mind, she retrieved her Wolf Fang club. Struggling to recall where she had stored it, she expended considerable effort to unearth it, only to find that during this interval, the combat robots had already managed to breach a hole. Astonishingly, these material combat robots had dismantled it in mere minutes. If they were to target her, what chance would she have? Fortunately, these combat robots appeared to possess a semblance of intelligence, as Xiao Yu and the robot that had been guiding Qianyun were engaged in communication with them. Although the nature of their dialogue remained a mystery, the fact that the combat robots had paused suggested that the exchange was fruitful. However, just as Qianyun contemplated this, the combat robots sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of lasers that hurtled toward her. The sounds of incessant gunfire echoed as countless lasers struck Qianyun. Yet they were thwarted by the shield of her anti-damage 7 treasures umbrella, preventing any harm. Nevertheless, in an instant, 3 of the umbrellas were rendered inoperative. Damn it! Qianyun cursed, swiftly brandishing her Wolf Fang club in an attempt to fend off the lasers. Yet, the sheer density of the beams left her no time to react. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and the guiding robots sensed the peril, promptly activating their weapon systems to retaliate against the combat robots. The space was soon filled with vibrant energy and explosive sounds, creating utter chaos. While evading the onslaught of lasers, Qianyun keenly observed her surroundings. She discerned that the combat robots seemed devoid of any tactical acumen, merely firing lasers indiscriminately. Their movements, having been dulled by their prolonged wanderings on this desolate planet, made them susceptible to being struck. Following Xiao Yu's instructions, Qianyun aimed for their energy cores and prepared to strike with fervor. Drawing a deep breath, she channeled all her strength into the Wolf Fang club and swung it with great force. Bolstered by the mechanical arm, she sent several combat robots flying. Continuing her assault with the Wolf Fang club, she systematically dismantled them one by one, striving to preserve their integrity for future use. A mere replacement of their energy cores or a reboot would suffice. After a considerable duration, Qianyun beheld the unchanged landscape of the planet, along with a pile of robots awaiting repair, and let out a gleeful chuckle. Were someone to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly deem it exceedingly unsavory. After regaining her strength and consuming some sustenance, she accepted the meteorite unearthed by the guiding robot and stored it in her space. Subsequently, she cleared a compartment in her backpack for the robots, as their sizable forms occupied ample space. Accommodating them in the backpack proved more advantageous than in the condensation beads. As long as the number did not exceed 200, consolidating similar materials would maximize her benefits. Once organized, Xiao Yu, following Qianyun's lead, inquired of the small robot regarding the whereabouts of scarce materials or dormant combat robots, requesting its guidance. In return, Qianyun promised to escort it away from this place and offer meteorites as compensation. The existence of dormant robots was knowledge Qianyun had gleaned from Xiao Yu. Unlike the luminous orb, the sphere of energy that Xiao Yu absorbed and integrated as both a power source and database has remained within the damaged UFO. However, the small robot has roamed the farthest corners of this planet, had it not been for his injury, which left him incapacitated at the very moment Qianyun arrived with fragments of a fallen star. He might have slipped into a state of eternal dormancy. Thus, for him, Qianyun represents a new master, one to whom he must respond without reservation. Guiding her is but a trivial matter. Chapter 106. The Starry Secret Realm 3. As Qianyun journeyed onward, she beheld numerous sights that invoked a profound sense of sorrow and reflection. Once flourishing planets now lay in utter decay, a mere shadow of their former grandeur, reduced to a chaotic wasteland. Accompanied by Xiao Yu's insightful commentary, she envisioned the once majestic edifices transformed into mere ruins, the luxurious palaces and towering skyscrapers now reduced to crumbling walls and scattered debris. The lifeless trees flanking the streets bore evident scars of time's relentless passage. Qianyun observed remnants of laser weaponry in certain areas, which compelled her to conjure vivid images of the brutal war Xiaoyu had described. However, what astonished Qianyun the most was the ground beneath her feet. The once smooth and level interstellar thoroughfare was now riddled with potholes and fissures. When the wind swept through, dust and particles danced aloft, creating a scene reminiscent of a swirling sandstorm. According to Xiaoyu, the skies above had once been teeming with countless patrol ships, and the streets had been bustling with ordinary interstellar citizens. Though devoid of awakened psychic abilities or special powers, traces of their presence lingered in every corner. Xiaoling appeared profoundly familiar with this desolation, perhaps recalling its former master or something else entirely, its mood visibly dampened. Despite the inability to communicate with Xiaoling, Qianyun sensed its emotional shift. This place may have once been its home, bearing a unique connection to it. Just as Qianyun descended into contemplation, a swarm of insectoid creatures materialized from a nearby corner. They advanced with alarming speed toward Qianyun and Xiaoling. In horror, Qianyun gazed upon these grotesque beings, their forms eliciting an involuntary shudder, their bodies slick with repugnant mucus. Their sizes varied, most roughly the size of pigeons, cloaked in a wine-red hue that mirrored the color of the insectoid's fungal carpet. Their heads, devoid of eyelids, featured enormous, hate-filled eyes, while segmented antennae writhed rhythmically in a cosmic dance. Their 10 legs were enveloped in glowing black tendrils, their lower bodies folded, and their rounded wings adorned with triangular scales, with pairs of fan-like appendages covered in metallic, fish scale-like surfaces. Unlike their higher-tier counterparts, these creatures feared the electromagnetic frequencies of sunlight, which would slow their metabolism to the point of immobility. Yet in the now desolate Dora star, even these lower-tier insectoids thrived, as they encountered little resistance. This scarcity of competition explained their persistent desire to claim this planet, unaware that it had become inhospitable and led to their own downfall, leaving behind those who could not escape. Quickly, Qianyun drew her weapon, ready to confront the impending attack. Xiaoling also grew vigilant, activating buttons on its arm, which revealed 2 mechanized appendages resembling gun barrels, poised for action. Qianyun was taken aback by Xiaoling's apparent combat capabilities, resembling more of a sophisticated robotic assistant, yet embodying the prowess of a battle automaton. In astonishment, she grasped her weapon, feeling for the first time a sense of utility in her mace amidst the chaos. Countless insectoids brandished their sharp claws and jagged teeth, surging towards them with astonishing speed, resembling a tumultuous tide of green. Qianyun demonstrated remarkable agility, deftly sidestepping the onslaught of the insectoids. Immediately, she swung the massive spiked club in her grasp with fierce intent, delivering a powerful blow to one of the insectoids. The club traced an arc through the air, crashing heavily upon the exoskeleton of the vanguard insectoid. With a dull thud, the resilient shell shattered instantly, sending forth a spray of green ichor that emitted a pungent odor. Qianyun swiftly evaded, silently grateful for her quick reflexes, as she instinctively sensed that both the green fluid and the transparent slime were anything but benign. However, the sheer number of insectoids was overwhelming, relentlessly advancing upon her, and Qianyun began to feel the strain. At that moment, the small leader beside her began to gather energy, releasing a blinding laser that effortlessly cleaved several insectoids in half. Seizing this opportunity, Qianyun paused to catch her breath. Just then, Xiaoyu nervously urged, "Master, please do your utmost to avoid their fluids and slime. Contact with these substances could likely result in parasitism, turning you into a vessel for their offspring." Indeed, anything that revolted her was far from ordinary. Qianyun had to remain vigilant, dodging the green liquid while simultaneously launching her attacks. The insectoids were not particularly formidable to her at present. She could manage them. Yet the threat of parasitism and the pervasive hazardous fluids left her exhausted, even depriving her of the time to collect the purple-green chests that appeared upon slaying the insectoids. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, Qianyun finally spoke. "Xiaoyu, swiftly inquire with the small leader about the whereabouts of any combat-ready robots. We must head in that direction." After relaying her words, Xiaoyu promptly communicated with the small leader, and Qianyun quickly followed suit. Behind them trailed a legion of insectoids, not of high rank, but exceedingly perilous. It was uncertain how long they had been fleeing. Qianyun was nearly at her limit, relying on mechanical movements to continue her desperate flight, occasionally halting to crush the pursuing insectoids. After consuming half a vial of restorative potion to alleviate her fatigue, Qianyun finally comprehended why so many combat robots had been created to combat these insectoids. Faced with even this diminished remnant of their kind, the numbers were staggering, compounded by their ability to reproduce parasitically. Had the Dorans chosen to confront them head-on, it would have mirrored a scene from a horror film. Even spacecraft and mechs would require vast quantities of concentrated sulfuric acid to cleanse them of such slime or ichor. The thought sent a shiver down Qianyun's spine. It appears that the planet Dora is indeed a most unfortunate and ill-fated realm. Qianyun silently chastised the insect mother that Xiaoyu had spoken of, cursing it countless times in her heart. How could it possibly thrive amidst such adversity, only to manifest such repugnant parasitic abilities? With the insect horde approaching from the left, keeping pace with her, Qianyun quickened her pace, leaping aside to continue her escape. Chapter 107. The Starry Secret Realm. For suddenly, a beam of laser emerged ahead, aimed directly at Qianyun. Yet, she remained composed, her body nimbly twisting as she executed a swift roll to evade the laser's assault. Rising swiftly, she continued her frantic dash forward. At that moment, the insect legs, which had been relentlessly pursuing her from behind, were suddenly exposed to the line of sight of the battle robots. Without hesitation, the battle robots activated their laser weapons, unleashing a barrage of shots. Brilliant beams of laser intertwined in the air, forming a dense net of light akin to a gigantic spider's web, ensnaring the insect legs within. As Qianyun beheld this spectacular yet terrifying scene, a whimsical thought flickered in her mind. To an outsider oblivious to the situation, these beams might resemble the dazzling glow sticks of a grand concert. With the arrival of the battle robots, Qianyun felt an immense relief from the pressure she had been under. Looking back, she observed that the insect legs had not even reached her position before they were violently propelled away by the overwhelming laser beams, their distance unknown. Particularly, those at the forefront were obliterated by the sheer force of the lasers, the magnitude of which made Qianyun gasp in astonishment. Filled with unexpected joy, she recognized the opportunity at hand. The greater the tempest, the more valuable the fish. Qianyun swiftly donned a raincoat over the previously acquired windbreaker for precaution, then darted with remarkable speed between the lasers and the insect horde, brandishing her weapon as she decapitated the creatures one by one. As time passed, the number of treasure chests on the ground increased. Whenever fatigue set in, she would quickly hide behind the battle robots, gently closing her eyes for a brief respite. Thus, a day and a night swiftly elapsed, yet the thrilling battle showed no signs of abating. By now, Qianyun had discarded countless raincoats, her hands covered in visible blisters. Just as she pondered whether these insects possessed any special summoning abilities, Silver Grain awakened. Sensing this, and recalling the little creature's ice abilities, Qianyun confirmed that the small being was unharmed before releasing it. With Silver Grain's assistance, Qianyun stealthily collected the treasure chests, employing Silver Grain's ice powers to ensure safety by scanning for any parasitic threats before stowing them in her backpack, though the treasure chest levels were disappointingly low. At this juncture, the energy of the battle robots had visibly diminished, and the insect numbers were dwindling as well. However, they remained fiercely resistant. Qianyun silently observed the unfolding situation, waiting for the opportune moment. As she noted the robots' energy waning while the insects continued their stubborn resistance, she resolved to take a risk. She instructed Silver Grain to safeguard itself and, with unwavering determination, charged into the heart of the battlefield. Qianyun moved with remarkable agility, deftly weaving through the ranks of the insectoid creatures while skillfully evading their attacks and the various fluids splattering around her. Armed with her weapon, she ruthlessly dispatched the surrounding foes. As she ventured deeper into the battlefield, she suddenly encountered an exceptionally large insectoid leader. This formidable creature was adorned with a green exoskeleton, featuring a triangular head, 2 long antennae, and enormous compound eyes, exuding an aura of fierce vitality. Its 2 hind legs supported its massive body, while 4 forelegs brandished sharp claws, and 2 semi-transparent wings extended from its back, making it nearly the size of an adult elephant. Bereft of the smaller, densely packed insectoids that typically shielded it, this leader stood out conspicuously on the battlefield, a veritable crane among chickens, commanding attention. As Qianyun swung her spiked mace at the insectoid, a resounding crack echoed as the weapon shattered into 2 pieces, leaving only a shallow scratch on the insectoid captain. Qianyun clenched her teeth in frustration, inwardly lamenting the creature's remarkable resilience. Meanwhile, the insectoid captain, realizing Qianyun had slipped from its line of sight, swiftly began to search for her. Upon witnessing Qianyun fiercely battling the captain alone, it unhesitatingly rushed to her aid. Qianyun and the small leader displayed an impeccable synergy in their attacks, creating a relentless onslaught that left the insectoid captain reeling. Concurrently, the silver grain deployed its freezing abilities to hinder the captain's movements. Their harmonious coordination ensnared the captain in a precarious situation. It roared in agony but found itself unable to escape. Unable to signal for reinforcements, the insectoid leader endured the onslaught from Qianyun and her companion alone. As the battle raged on, the leader's movements grew increasingly sluggish, as if it were on the brink of exhaustion. Seizing this opportunity, Qianyun decided to unleash her innate skill, time manipulation. Focusing her energy, she activated the skill, halting time for a brief moment. In that fleeting interval, Qianyun and the small leader launched their final assault. Their strikes were as fierce as a tempest, ultimately shattering the leader's head. With the fall of their commander, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The remaining insectoids, gripped by terror, began to flee the scene. However, Qianyun and the small leader showed no mercy, pursuing and eliminating the retreating foes with relentless determination. As the skirmish reached a temporary lull, Qianyun and the small leader inspected each other for any traces of fluid, finally feeling a sense of relief. The combat robots, having exhausted their energy in the fray, had already collapsed during the confrontation with Qianyun and the captain. This encounter was undoubtedly a resounding success for Qianyun, having confirmed that only a few combat robots were stained with residue. She swiftly cleared a slot in her backpack to collect the remaining untainted specimens. This endeavor was a quintessential example of killing two birds with one stone, reaffirming the worthiness of their perilous venture. On the final day, Qianyun diligently gathered a considerable amount of materials and energy, exploring numerous locations alongside her companions, Xiaoling and Xiaoyu. After collecting a wealth of data, she returned contentedly, picking up treasure chests left behind by the slain insectoids along the way. This endeavor proved to be remarkably low risk, yet high reward. However, the chests tainted with slime caused her some distress. Although she could not touch them, she refused to overlook them, promptly clearing space in her backpack to open them on the spot. As she hurried to the exit of the secret realm, only 2 minutes remained before the teleportation would depart. Failing to make it would mean being irrevocably stranded, a loss not worth contemplating. She managed her timing impeccably. Nevertheless, the thought of her depleted anti-damage 7 treasures umbrella and wolf tooth club caused her heart to twitch. It was indeed painful. Chapter 108. Island Monument. Upon being teleported back to the island, Qianyun felt an overwhelming fatigue. She was accustomed to retiring at a specific hour, and the notion of merely dozing off for a brief respite while relying on restorative potions for survival was one that, if repeated, could lead to her demise. However, this time the secret realm imparted a crucial lesson. Mere personal strength was insufficient. One required an arsenal of weaponry. For instance, had she the capability to develop a laser cannon, she would not have to flee in search of reinforcements when confronted by the insectoid foes. Of course, it was also possible that her current strength was still lacking. After summoning the small leader from the water pearl and preparing ample snow crystals for the small silver grain, Qianyun casually offered a boxed meal to the chattering fiery red flower, Xiaoyan, who had eagerly awaited her return. Adjusting the temperature to her liking, she languidly made her way to the bathroom. Following a hasty wash-up, Qianyun promptly lay down to rest. Just before slipping into slumber, she mused about preparing a sumptuous feast to reward herself the following day, and she also needed to arrange a gathering soon. The past few days had been consumed by various obligations, preventing her from inviting her companions to visit her cozy abode. At dawn the next day, Qianyun ventured to the trading market to procure ingredients. She intended to prepare a lavish spread as a reward for her efforts. Selecting an assortment of meats, fruits, and vegetables that she had neither cultivated nor possessed, she also gathered a variety of spices she lacked. Additionally, she purchased an ample supply of floral teas and fruit-infused beverages, anticipating her enjoyment of them later. Qianyun even acquired an air fryer, a juicer, and a spacious oven, feeling utterly satisfied with her haul, all of which would be useful for the evening gathering. Naturally, she intended to indulge in a delightful breakfast herself. After washing all the ingredients, Qianyun busied herself in the kitchen. In no time, She prepared chive pot stickers alongside pumpkin porridge and beef soup dumplings. After spending 2 hours savoring a delightful breakfast, she informed several companions about the dinner gathering that evening, receiving enthusiastic affirmations in return. With a sense of fulfillment, Qianyun retreated to her workshop, planning to devote 3 hours to crafting mechanical ship components, followed by 2 hours dedicated to assembling combat robots. Once completed, she would require Xiaoyu to operate and recalibrate their programming. As time ticked away, Qianyun immersed herself in her work, and upon witnessing the newly fashioned combat robots and some mechanical ship components, she stepped out of the workshop, content. She distributed 8 combat robots across her territory and released 2 more outside her safe house. After attending to all her tasks, she returned indoors. For the heat outside was oppressive. Without cool patches and ice, one could easily succumb to the sweltering temperatures. It was already the 10th day of extreme heat, and many players opted against venturing outdoors, choosing instead to immerse themselves in dungeons or secret realms. Those without alternatives sought refuge in underground warehouses. Determined to prepare a delightful dinner, Qianyun resolved to cater to the diverse palates of her 5 guests, each hailing from different locales. Consequently, she decided to present a variety of dishes. To begin with, she prepared a dessert, blueberry milk jelly, combining blueberry milk jelly with full-fat milk powder oatmeal. The sweet tartness of the jelly harmonized beautifully with the creamy essence of the oatmeal, resulting in a dish that was both luxurious and delectable. Fortunately, as this treat was readily available for purchase, Qianyun opted to buy it instead of making it herself. An unexpected delight awaited her, as the 6 servings of blueberry milk jelly were labeled to reduce heat by 5 degrees for a duration of 12 hours. This thrilled Qianyun, who savored one serving before proceeding with her purchase, thus saving time on preparation. Additionally, I indulged in the delightful strawberry and matcha mille-feuille offered by the vendor. Next, I embarked on the creation of coconut cookies. After softening the butter, I incorporated granulated sugar and salt, using a newly purchased whisk to whip it into a fluffy consistency. I then added eggs and continued to blend thoroughly, sifting in low-gluten flour and milk powder. This step proved to be quite challenging, as Qianyun opted to use a piece of cheesecloth for sifting. Once prepared, she employed a knife and a rolling pin to mix and press the batter until no dry flour remained. The coconut flakes were then folded into the dough with a knife, as she lacked a spatula, ensuring even distribution. The dough was placed on parchment paper, shaped into a cylindrical form with the aid of the parchment and a bench scraper, and then refrigerated for 2 hours or frozen for half an hour. In another container, I set aside some coconut flakes for later use. Finally, the hardened cookie dough was sliced into evenly thick pieces, which were then coated with a layer of coconut flakes. These were placed into a preheated oven at 160 degrees Celsius for approximately 20 minutes, during which an enticing aroma filled the air. Once baked, Qianyun set the cookies on a cooling rack, preparing to plate them. Subsequently, she turned her attention to Portuguese egg tarts, combining eggs and egg yolks with granulated sugar, blending them until smooth. Then, she added milk, light cream, and condensed milk, mixing thoroughly before straining the mixture into the tart shells. After baking at 200 degrees Celsius for about 25 minutes, they were ready to be removed from the oven. Lastly, Qianyun utilized an air fryer to prepare roasted mushrooms, okra, and French fries, perfect for late-night horror movie viewings. Although they currently lacked a horror film to watch, this did not hinder their late-night conversations and drinking. At this moment, 2 electric pots simmered with fragrant, braised delicacies. The braised beef and rabbit heads were prepared separately, while duck feet, chicken feet, duck carcasses, necks, and wings were all cooked in one pot. Following this, she added edamame, green beans, tofu skin, lotus slices, and eggs at the end, as the braise was plentiful. For this, Qianyun had thoughtfully purchased a divided serving platter, arranging the dishes within it to keep them fresh amidst condensation. She also made sure to prepare a portion for Qian, an aromatic roasted chicken, an enticing beer duck, a tender and succulent poached fish, 2 pounds of sweet and sour spare ribs, a spicy and fragrant mapo tofu, a vibrant red braised shrimp, a fresh and flavorful poached shrimp, a well-balanced braised pork with preserved vegetables, a fiery and explosive spicy chicken, a fragrant hand-pulled lamb leg, a refreshing stir-fried lettuce, and a crisp hand-torn cabbage were all laid out. Qianyun had prepared an abundant array of snacks, including chips and a towering assortment of jerky, alongside various uniquely shaped berry-flavored dried fruits from gaming realms, mouth-watering sunflower seeds, and assorted nuts. As the clock quietly struck 7, the sky resembled a brilliant sapphire. Qianyun inquired within the group, discovering that everyone was ready to embark on the evening's festivities. Like Doryman revealing treasures from his magical pouch, she began to move, producing steaming dishes from the platter as if by sorcery, followed by chilled beverages from the refrigerator. These refreshing drinks were her carefully prepared gems, not only flavorful, but also stimulating and palate-cleansing. In no time, a lavish feast adorned the flowing table, brimming with culinary delights. Subsequently, Qianyun pressed the invitation button, and soon, several other members arrived at the entrance of her safe house in succession. As Qianyun had left the door ajar, they took the opportunity to explore the surroundings before finally stepping inside. The group was filled with curiosity about Qianyun's battle robots, but she suggested they discuss it in detail later. Thus, with expressions of lingering anticipation, they entered the room together. Upon gazing at the array of sumptuous dishes laid out on the table, the others resembled famished wolves, unable to suppress a collective gulp. In previous gatherings, they had primarily congregated around hot pots or barbecues, but this time, the assortment of home-cooked meals, meticulously prepared by Qianyun, shone like brilliant stars against the night sky, garnering unanimous acclaim from all. Even before tasting the delicacies, their enchanting aromas stirred joy within them. With a warm smile, Qianyun addressed her guests enthusiastically. "I have plenty of rooms here, each equipped with air conditioning, and the blankets and sheets are freshly purchased today. Tonight, feel free to stay at my place. Let us drink heartily and indulge in delightful conversation, enjoying this splendid evening to the fullest." After a satisfying feast, Qianyun observed Jingchuan's empty plate and wondered if she had provided too little. However, Jingchuan's next words instantly dispelled her doubts. He remarked, "There's only this little bit left. It would be a shame to waste it, so let us finish it. But if it were my own cooking, that would be a different matter." It turned out that during the last gathering Jingchuan organized, Qianyun had been trapped in a dungeon, unable to escape. That gathering had been marred by Jingchuan's lackluster culinary skills, which mainly featured barbecued meat, leading to an unfortunate series of stomach troubles for everyone involved. Suppressing a laugh, Qianyun directed the butler robot to tidy up the remnants before she set out snacks, marinated delicacies, and drinks on the table. As the group began to chat, Qianyun shared her experiences from the interstellar secret realm and explained the battle robots, omitting any mention of Xiaoyu, Xiaoling, and the Crimson Flame Flower. She also indicated that if anyone desired, she could spare a few robots, but limited to one per person, as she feared that offering too many might raise suspicions. At that moment, Jingchuan slowly spoke up. "I'll exchange an island monument for a battle robot then." He felt a strong premonition that further leveling up would ultimately lead to waste. After all, as long as he clung tightly to Qianyun's sturdy support, he need not concern himself with anything else. At that moment, he realized he was merely an insignificant younger brother. Hearing this, Qianyun's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Songyun, savoring a duck bone, leisurely added, "I'll craft you 500 perfect-grade wolf fawn clubs for free, with the materials provided by me, along with a blueprint for an upgradable territory house." In truth, she had very few valuable items for trade, which was rather disheartening. However, the materials required for the wolf fawn clubs were abundant, and even if they fell short, she could find a way to procure them. As for the upgradable territorial house blueprints, she initially felt a twinge of reluctance to part with them. However, upon recalling how Qianyun had repeatedly saved her life, the significance of the blueprints seemed to diminish. Moreover, she firmly believed that once Qianyun crafted the finished product, none among them would be neglected. Qianyun was taken aback for the second time. Lin Jiji gently caressed her round belly, unable to suppress a hearty belch. Subsequently, she retrieved a bottle of freshly opened digestive medicine from her spatial ring and distributed it among everyone present. After completing this, she leisurely spoke, "I shall exchange my exceptional swordsmanship for your assistance. In truth, I possess no interest in swords, not even a basic understanding of sword techniques. I had already resolved to gift you this extraordinary swordsmanship, and now I shall add a volume of elementary combat skills as a bonus." Qianyun was astonished for the third time. Lin Lulu gazed at the small flower medicine in her hand, marveling in awe. Upon consuming the tiny flower remedy, she immediately felt a wave of ease in her stomach, as if all discomfort had vanished in an instant. At that moment, she heard her companions eagerly voicing their intent to contribute their treasures to aid one another, displaying remarkable generosity. A surge of ambition welled up within Lin Lulu. She could not allow herself to be outdone by her friends. Therefore, she stood tall and declared, I, the illustrious Long Out Yin Lulu, have decided to offer 20 miraculous seeds. These are all my special seed possessions. Now, I shall entrust them to you. Let us proceed with the trade and swiftly transfer the funds. After speaking, Lin Lulu chuckled heartily, her expression somewhat foolish, as if she were slightly intoxicated. Qianyun was astounded for the fourth time. When had her companions amassed such wealth? Observing all that unfolded before her, Qianyun felt a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. Yet, she did not allow herself to be blinded by wealth. Instead, she retained her composure and rationality. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until you all regain your senses tomorrow to make a decision. My heart cannot bear this, Qianyun remarked helplessly. Despite the fervent interest in the combat robots exhibited by her companions, she understood the necessity of careful deliberation. After all, this entailed immense wealth and unknown risks. Qianyun continued to elucidate. Most importantly, I am uncertain as to how long the combat robots can function before requiring a replacement of the meteorite. This is merely an estimation based on the time of Dora's star. She recognized her limited understanding of this domain, acknowledging the need for further information and research to make an enlightened choice. After articulating her thoughts, Qianyun resolutely declined those eager to engage in a transaction. Although their enthusiasm was palpable, she recognized that this was not the moment for impulsive decisions. As night fell and the revelry continued, it was already 3 in the morning. By now, everyone was inebriated, barely able to maintain their footing. The original plan to retire for the night became an unfeasible endeavor due to their intoxication. Thus, Qianyun had no choice but to allow her inebriated friends to recline in her spacious living room. The room was ample enough, with a sofa sufficiently wide to accommodate them all. Consequently, a multitude of individuals lay sprawled across the sofa in various positions, comfortably close, yet not crowded. Qianyun gazed at her slumbering friends, shaking her head in silent resignation. She adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature and gently draped blankets over them, paying particular attention to secure their midriffs. Only then did she retreat to the kitchen to prepare a hangover remedy for the group. As she emerged with the steaming broth, she noticed one of them was already murmuring in her sleep, Hey, if I had a battle robot, I would undoubtedly dominate the gaming world. This was the voice of Lin Lulu. Qianyun chuckled softly and approached her, gently patting her shoulder. Lin Lulu turned over, continuing her dreamy ramblings. Qianyun placed the hangover soup on the coffee table, deciding against waking anyone, and settled down to quietly observe her friends. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted in. Carrying a breath of fresh air, Qianyun rose and walked to the window, savoring the tranquility of the night. She gazed into the distant night sky, though devoid of stars. She still felt an overwhelming sense of ease and contentment, contemplating the path that lay ahead. In this perilous world, she had found a group of comrades whom she could trust implicitly. They shared common ideals, mutual respect, and never regarded each other's contributions as a matter of course. Chapter 109. Territory Upgrade. The following day, Qianyun prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Once the group had satisfied their appetites, they returned to their safe house. Qianyun also brought along the defensive towers and proceeded to install them on the merged island of Lin Jiji, Lin Lulu, and Song Yun, while simultaneously instructing them on how to operate and input information. After accepting the defensive tower materials and rewards exchanged by the trio, they provided the agreed-upon compensation from their previous gathering, thereby acquiring battle robots which, under Qianyun's guidance, recognized their new masters. Qianyun imparted her knowledge before they returned. Apart from Song Yun's spiked club, which due to material constraints was delivered in 2/3, the rest were received instantaneously. Upon returning to the safe house, an invitation from Jing Chuan arrived. Understanding the reason, Qianyun swiftly made her way to Jing Chuan's residence to reiterate the details. After confirming the other party's return, she accepted the island monument and returned to the safe house, where she eagerly began her endeavors. The island monument, an SSS-grade rare resource for territory expansion and upgrades, could be utilized to plan territorial boundaries, purify the land, and protect it from pollutants. Note: upon using the island monument, recruitment cards may be employed to enlist members for your territory. Blueprints for upgrading territorial housing, once learned. They allow for the construction of residences for inhabitants within the territory. Different styles of houses can be built according to the player's imagination, with the level and size of the houses corresponding to the territory's level. As the territory upgrades, Houses may also be upgraded, consuming materials based on their design. It was detected that your territory level was 1, meeting the conditions for crafting a level 2 small house. Note, the materials consumed may vary based on the design. This looks quite promising, Qianyun mused. The vintage spirit of her homeland burned brightly within her. Qianyun instructed Xiao Yu to find several aesthetically pleasing courtyard-style houses, and soon 5 upgradable residences were prepared. These houses appeared in her inventory, and while the miniature versions were not immediately distinguishable, Qianyun had consumed a total of 2,000 units of ordinary wood, 1,000 iron nails, and 500 each of iron and stone. She promptly opened the territory page. Name: Qianyun's territory, modifiable. Can be changed once every 6 months. Territory level: Level 1, upgradable. Territory area: 500 by 500 square meters, upgradable. Territory buildings: none. Territory facilities: greenhouse 1. Territory planting area: 40 by 40 square meters, can continue to be placed. Upgrade materials: Lord's Order 1. Moonstone 2000, for purifying the territory. Platform expansion stone 10, energy stone 10. Upgrade conditions: 5 houses of level 2 or above, including level 2. 10 units of planting soil. Materials meet the requirements, can be upgraded. Qianyun glanced over the details and clicked to upgrade. Time flew by as she busied herself in the workshop of the safe house, until a prompt chimed, at which point she opened the screen to check. Title: The Territory of Qianyun, modifiable every 6 months. Territory level: Level 2, upgradable. Territory size: 5,000 square units. Currently leading 100 of players, yet still requires effort for upgrades. Territory buildings: 5 level 2 cottages, upgradable. Territory facilities: for greenhouses. Territory planting: 8 plots of 40 square units. Additional placements possible. Upgrade materials: 1 island monument. Upgrade requirements: 5 houses of level 3 or above, inclusive of level 3. 6 plots of planting soil. Qianyun, her eyes wide with determination, promptly clicked to upgrade, yet a sense of worry began to envelop her. Where could she possibly find the next island monument? And what about the recruitment cards? The only recruitment card she possessed was the one she obtained upon her arrival, and she had not encountered any since. Time slipped away amidst her bustling activities, and upon hearing a chime, she halted her tasks and reopened the light screen. To her astonishment, her territory had elevated from level 2 to level 3, enlarging to 10,000 square units. A myriad of plans and arrangements began to take form in her mind. She even contemplated relocating her workshop to the territory. However, as she continued to explore, a sharp intake of breath escaped her lips, her heart plunging as if doused with cold water. Who could have foretold that upgrading to a level 4 territory would require 2 island monuments? Furthermore, the upgrade prerequisites demanded 20 houses of level 4 or above, a daunting feat indeed. Upon inspecting the cottages, she discovered that advancing from level 2 to level 3 necessitated an expenditure of 5,000 units of common wood, 2,000 iron nails, and 1,000 units each of iron and stone. Faced with these material requirements, she unhesitatingly pressed the upgrade button. Subsequently, she examined the next level and found that it required 1,000 units of advanced wood, 1,000 units of stone, and 50 units of glass. This quantity was still somewhat manageable, prompting her to click the upgrade once more. After the upgrade, a sense of satisfaction washed over her as she prepared to initiate another upgrade. However, upon glimpsing the requirements for the subsequent level, she gasped in alarm. 2,000 units of golden silk nanmu, and 5,000 units of stone. What a staggering concept. To upgrade all 5 cottages, she would need a total of 2,000 pieces of golden silk nanmu. This rare wood was notoriously difficult to obtain, with critical hits and drops being exceedingly rare. The thought of upgrading 10 cottages from level 1 to level 4 was already an immense challenge. If level 4 were to ascend to level 5, it would demand a staggering 10,000 golden silk nanmu. At this realization, she felt akin to an octogenarian suffering from dementia, laboriously hauling water under the scorching sun to tend to her crops. After finally reaching the fields, she discovered that the sun was already nearing its descent. To make matters worse, she was horrified to realize that she had just watered someone else's garden. This overwhelming sense of helplessness drove her to the brink of despair. "Thank you for the invitation, but this is truly insurmountable," she lamented. In that moment, she felt a surge of urgency, no matter how sweltering the heat. She could not escape the call of exploration. Currently, golden silk nanmu was only found in the blue region, while advanced wood was readily available in the white region, and common wood was abundantly scattered everywhere. Hence, she set her sights resolutely on the blue region. Upon returning to the safe house, she donned her sun protective attire and emptied the contents of her backpack into the storage room, meticulously placing her medications, water, weapons, and essential supplies into boxes before storing them within the condensation orbs. Only then did she venture outside. The sun hung in the sky, a crimson orb that seemed capable of scorching the very flesh of mortals. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Qianyun stepped into the azure region. This area was enveloped in the oppressive embrace of searing sunlight, the heat so intense it was nearly suffocating. Yet, curiously, the vegetation appeared unaffected by such extremes. As she formally entered the blue zone, Qianyun discerned that the creatures inhabiting this realm seemed more formidable and ferocious than before. Influenced by the sweltering climate, they exhibited an alarming level of activity and aggression. She found herself compelled to remain ever vigilant, cautiously countering the assaults of each mutated beast that crossed her path. After enduring a series of arduous battles, Qianyun finally located the grove she had previously felled. Though it had shifted its position, the grove remained vibrant and full of life. Without hesitation, she swiftly replaced her cooling patches, imbibed a refreshing elixir and floral tea, and readied herself to commence her lumbering task, her good fortune manifesting in critical strikes with each swing of her axe. It was only as dusk began to settle that Qianyun retraced her steps back home. Chapter 110. Recruitment. After a day of laborious work outdoors, the exposed skin of Qianyun felt a searing pain, despite the application of sunscreen. As she made her way back, beads of sweat trickled onto her wounds, causing her to grimace. Today's haul was quite substantial. However, recalling the unusually aggressive wildlife, she had cautioned her small group. Learning that none of them had ventured outside, she pondered whether she should brave the outdoors again tomorrow. Inzu had yet to awaken, leaving Qianyun uncertain about the situation, while the Qian flowers stubbornly remained in the greenhouse, unwilling to face the harsh sunlight. Meanwhile, she continued to toil under the sun. Upon entering the settlement, Qianyun was met with the sight of a pile of wolf carcasses. Through communication with Xiaoyu, she discovered that her protective shield's energy required replacement due to the extreme heat. These were the intruders that had breached her territory today. She promptly rummaged through the warehouse for a new shield before returning indoors to take a shower, reminding Xiaoyu to teach the combat robots a new language, Mandarin. After refreshing herself, Qianyun placed her soiled clothes into the washing machine and prepared herbs according to a specific ratio, placing them in a designated pot to dry and create medicinal powder for later use. On the other side, she prepared instant noodles, frying an egg along with a steak and shrimp to indulge in a luxurious noodle feast. Fully satiated, she checked on the herbs, which were nearly dried, and used tongs to retrieve them, placing them in a mortar to grind. After sifting, she added a small amount of amaranth juice and heated it gently while stirring, waiting for it to solidify into a satisfactory mid-tier restorative ointment. Recalling the newly constructed small house in her territory, she decided to inspect it again and rearranged its layout. Upon returning, she pulled out a recruitment card and inquired within her small group. My territory has reached level 3, and I currently have 5 sets of level 4 small houses, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. However, I possess only 1 recruitment card. Does anyone wish to come and reside in my territory long-term? Qianyun continued. By the way, since reaching level 3, my territory is now synchronized with the location of my safe house, which is a mere 100 meters from the settlement. I have arranged the members' residences close to my safe house. Recruitment card, recruitment, description. This card allows for the recruitment of territory members, available at territory level 3. After recruitment, members' safe houses can be relocated to any unused area within the territory, and their original island will exist as a teleportation island for them. Of course, they may also choose to designate it as an auxiliary island within the Lord's Island. Exploration can be initiated via teleportation. Members recruited within the territory are under its protection, and their original territories can be fully reclaimed as resources or continue to develop. Note: recruitment can only be conducted using the recruitment card. Recruitment card, activity, description. Recruited territory members can accept daily territory tasks, and completing these tasks earns contribution points, which can be used in the territory shop to purchase special resources, 5 specific rare items refreshed each day at 7 a.m. These resources are provided for survival games. Note: tasks are not issued by the Lord but are released by the survival game. The Lord may also accept tasks. However, the Lord's territory shop differs from that of members, focusing more on resources for territorial development. Qianyun's message was quickly pinned at the top of the small group chat. For them, this arrangement is far more advantageous than cohabitation. Aside from the need for initial transportation for exploration, it bears little difference from before. And the allure of safety and contribution points redeemable for these two aspects is quite enticing. Lin Jiji, I no longer wish to exert myself. Qianyun, look at me. Lin Lioli, wealthy lady, I'm hungry, let us eat. Song Yun, I feel the same. Jing Chuan, sisters, do not compete with little sister for me. You three are already well paired, while I remain solitary. Once these words were spoken, they became the highlight of the gathering, revealing that Jing Chuan, who had once vehemently insisted she was not a sister, was now fully embracing it. Lin Jiji, well, I can still strive harder. I will not contest with you. Lin Lioli, I possess a recruitment card, but I wish to wait for that foolish Jiji. Otherwise, I fear she may not manage without me. The opportunity is yours. Song Yun, if neither of you are going, then I shan't go either. I wish to continue bonding with you all. This opportunity should go to Jing Chuan. Little sister, Jing Chuan, I am touched. In truth, she understands that her companions are merely fabricating excuses for her benefit. The warmth of camaraderie envelopes her. Having spent too long in solitude, the thought of her friends wanting to join her weighed heavily in her mind, prompting her to hesitate before speaking. Jing Chuan, although I am deeply moved, I must say that I possess 5 recruitment cards. You need not wait. Song Yun, trade them to me. I will send them to Qianyun once I finish applying for cohabitation. We shall move together. Lin Jiji, I too. Lin Lioli, why not have Sister Chuan directly give them to Sister Qianyun? We can simply provide her with the supplies. Qianyun, those two never like to think things through. Jing Chuan, what are we exchanging? I will simply give them. I only request that my gender be acknowledged in future. Jiji, Lioli, and Yun agreed. Upon receiving the recruitment cards, Qianyun decisively utilized them, and soon the group found themselves at the entrance of Qianyun's safe house, exchanging bewildered glances. Qianyun, puzzled, what is going on? Jiji, Lioli, and Yun, transferring the safe house and supplies takes time. We were kicked over first. Qianyun, for how long? Jiji, Lioli, and Yun, 12 hours. Qianyun, until tomorrow around 9 in the morning? Jiji, Lioli, and Yun eagerly nodded. Qianyun, have you eaten? Jiji, yes. But I feel I could eat more. Lioli, I am still hungry. Yun, I am craving something. Such a glutton, you don't even bother to make excuses anymore? Jing Chuan, I haven't had the chance to eat. Qianyun sighed. Come in, let us see what everyone wants to eat. In the darkness, on different islands, houses were being completely disassembled into planks, while the supplies were being drawn into a peculiar cube. If one were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly marvel at this efficient moving process. Who would still pay for movers? After a hearty meal, the group languished in Qianyun's home. Fortunately, they had all bathed and changed into pajamas, and with a simple exchange of toiletries, they could retire for the night. The bedding, which Qianyun had prepared previously, remained undisturbed, with Jing Chuan residing on the first floor and the 4 on the second. Each room is equipped with air conditioning and temperature-regulating stones. However, they cannot unlock the area without Qianyun's permission. Before long, the spacious villa was filled with a cacophony of crackling sounds. Qianyun was the first to awaken. A curtain of crimson rain illuminated the night, the alarming sound of dropping defense values resonating ominously. Weather alert, fire rain for 1 hour. Once unafraid of peril, Qianyun now felt trepidation. In just a few minutes, her defense value plummeted by 5 points. If this continued for an hour, it would amount to 60 points. She hastily activated the protective shield and canceled the timer, reflecting on her regret for not having turned it on earlier while at home. As the protective barrier activated, it was evident that the safety zone's defense value ceased its decline. The others, who had been asleep in the villa, awoke one by one, able to see the red rain thwarted by the barrier without the need to open the windows. They quickly gathered in the living room. Qianyun provided a brief overview of the situation, and Jing Chuan and the others couldn't help but feel fortunate, as they had just recruited and were safeguarded from the fire rain. It certainly alleviated many concerns. Meanwhile, the world and regional chat buzzed with activity, requests for defense shields, pleas for refuge, and a flurry of insults were rampant. Chapter 111. Fire rain for several days. The oppressive heat has brought little more than discomfort, a scarcity of water, and the rapid spoilage of food. Surprisingly, Some have found this period more bearable than the frigid days of winter. However, the phenomenon of fire rain is an unprecedented occurrence. At that moment, a voice erupted from the World Channel, exclaiming, "It seems this fire rain only falls outside the safe house. Those inside remain unscathed. As long as we stay indoors, we should be fine." Soon, others echoed this sentiment, agreeing that while they could avoid direct hits by remaining inside, the defensive integrity of the safe house would continue to deteriorate. If they remained sheltered indefinitely, they too would ultimately succumb to the encroaching fire rain. What then should be done? A player inquired. One player, attempting to lighten the mood, quipped, "It's just for an hour. We can hide and repair its defenses. Surely, those of us who have survived this long can spare a few materials for repairs." A few others ventured outside to recruit allies, insisting that only those with recruitment cards could join. Some found this approach viable, while others deemed it a mere stopgap measure, wary of the possibility that the Lord might not be benevolent, effectively leading them to their demise. A player named Zhao Cheng then made his entrance. "What are you all so afraid of? Have you considered what will happen if fire rain persists for another 4 days? Do you prefer to abandon the safe house or perish in a dungeon? What if the flow of time remains synchronized, and it is still raining fire when you step outside?" Zhao Cheng's words plunged the crowd into contemplation, as no one could predict the future weather conditions. "What do you propose?" someone asked. After a moment of thought, Zhao Cheng revealed, "We should seek a player whose territory has already reached level 3 and ask them to take us in. Bring your recruitment cards. I recommend Zhao Shui. He has agreed during the day with another player to level up, and I believe he will be accommodating. But how do we get there after the fire rain? None of us have used a recruitment card before. Who knows what will happen?" Another voice raised a concern. "Wait a moment. He shares your surname. Are you not related? What if this is a ruse?" Someone questioned. "Besides, can he truly accommodate so many?" Zhao Cheng replied, "Brother, if you do not trust me, feel free to bring along more friends. I am merely offering a suggestion. I still suspect you might be in cahoots. Previously, a player named Zhang Qi nearly killed me on my island. Had it not been for my friend's timely intervention, I would not be here today. What sort of person could lead such a group? I trust Zhao Cheng. He saved me during the island survival game," one player exclaimed. "Me too. Without Zhao Cheng's selfless aid during the extreme cold, I wouldn't even be here to speak now." As discussions continued in the world and regional channels, Zhao Cheng remained unperturbed. After all, not everyone possessed the fortune to acquire a recruitment card, and those who did were typically formidable players. If they could entice them first, they would either forge a bond of mutual interest or resort to violence for the spoils. He is no longer the person he once was. He is determined to grow stronger. Zhao Shui is indeed his brother, but who can verify that? Who possesses evidence? Those who knew have been silenced by him, leaving only his own people. He has always presented himself as the amiable type, and no one would suspect him. At this moment, Qian Yun and the others observed the continuous stream of messages, and Jing Chuan suddenly erupted in laughter. Qian Yun, Lin Jiji, Lin Lulu, and Song Yun all turned their gazes upon him. "Please, don't look at me like that. I simply find this person quite amusing," Jing Chuan explained. "What is so funny?" Qian Yun inquired, puzzled. "Just look at what he said. Bring along a recruitment card. As if recruitment cards were as common as cabbages, easily obtainable. And then there is someone who claimed to trust him, one moment supporting him and the next exclaiming, 'If only I could get a recruitment card, I'd be willing to work like a horse. Ha ha ha. It's truly hilarious.'" Jing Chuan chuckled. The others, upon hearing Jing Chuan's words, could not help but join in his laughter. Jing Chuan continued scrolling upwards through the chat logs, while others scrolled down. He laughed again as he read. The few who had not realized his low threshold for humor looked at him once more. "What are you laughing at?" they asked in unison. Jing Chuan pointed to the chat window, showcasing a message. "Zhao Cheng, find a player whose territory has reached level 3 and ask them to take you in. Bring a recruitment card with you. I recommend Zhao Shui. He agreed with another player during the day to level up to 3, and when the time comes, you can plead with him. He is a good person and will agree." He then slowly continued. "The day before yesterday, I saw them desperately seeking to purchase island monuments, but no one paid them any mind. I decided to toy with them and contacted them anonymously, claiming I had one and even sent them a message. They asked for a price, and I said I would think about what materials I wanted, mentioning that I had plenty of good items. I told them to contact me during the day. They probably thought they were secure." Qian Yun immediately gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. When it comes to looking honest but being cunning, Jing Chuan, you take the cake. If anyone says you lack intelligence, I'll be the first to disagree." Song Yun laughed so hard he bent over. Next time, I want to do the same. Lin Zhizhi's face flushed with laughter. Are you saying he is not clever? For the first time, Lin Lu grasped the crucial point. I remember Zhao Cheng. On the first day of survival, his comments in the world chat didn't seem like the words of a good person. Do you think he and Zhao Shui might really be brothers? Qian Yun nodded. You've become astute, Lu. If you look at Zhao Cheng's information, you'll notice it's concealed. On the first day of the server opening, I recall he ranked second. It's unreasonable for him to be doing poorly now. Among the top 10, 3 of us are here. So who are the remaining 7? Other than Su Ru and Zhao Shui, who are openly known, the rest are anonymous. It's illogical for Zhao Cheng to have survived this long and see his rank decline. I even suspect that many of Zhao Shui's confusing actions were orchestrated by him. Look at the many who are currently speaking in his favor. They appear to have no connection to Zhao Shui at all. Isn't that peculiar? He is subtly rallying support for Zhao Shui. Yet it's strange that no one from Zhao Shui's side is stepping forward to defend him. It seems overly deliberate. The remaining few, upon hearing this, felt an unsettling chill creep over them. If that were truly the case, one would inevitably feel as though a venomous serpent lurked in the shadows. For their enmity with Zhao Shui has been a relentless struggle since the moment they set foot on the island. Upon observing the grave expressions of her companions, Qian Yun could not help but burst into laughter. What is there to fear? I am your protector. The weather is sweltering. Tomorrow I shall emerge with a mechanical ship to take you all out to sea for a delightful excursion. Today, let us all tidy up our new abode, recuperate, and grant me a day to prepare the vessel. When she returned to her quarters, the fiery rain had gradually diminished, ultimately vanishing after several more minutes. Qian Yun promptly utilized 600 pieces of premium timber for repairs before collapsing into a deep slumber. Chapter 112. The invaders of the island the following day. After a hearty breakfast, the group had successfully reached the territory of Qian Yun and promptly settled in their preferred spots. Upon inquiring if Qian Yun needed any assistance and learning that there was none, they proceeded to accept their territorial quests. Song Yun, upon noticing the first mission to explore the polluted outskirts and defeat 10 primary monsters, rated at 1 star in danger and offering 10 contribution points, felt it was manageable and claimed the task without hesitation. Lin Zhizhi and Lin Lulu accepted the same quest. Jing Chuan glanced down at the options and saw a mission indicating a delivery of a token to the indigenous people outside the territory, which bore a 4-star danger rating and offered 200 contribution points. Satisfied, he too claimed the task. Qian Yun, meanwhile, relocated her workspace within the territory, selecting a modest dwelling that could be upgraded as her home. She moved her workspace inside, ensuring ample space for future modifications to her mechanical vessel, as this area was spacious enough to alleviate any concerns regarding space constraints. As the morning passed, Qian Yun was engrossed in crafting components, calculating, and inputting data when suddenly, a system notification chimed in her ear. Ding! Your birth island has been accessed by a player using an island card. Please expeditiously eliminate the intruders to protect your homeland. The alert caused her to pause, her brow furrowing slightly. She was taken aback, not expecting other players to arrive on her birth island so swiftly. Nevertheless, she did not succumb to panic. Instead, she swiftly composed herself and contemplated her course of action. Uninvited guests, Qian Yun muttered to herself. She set aside her tools, organized her belongings, and departed her workspace, heading towards the red dot on the map. Upon reaching the shore, she indeed spotted several unfamiliar figures. These individuals were clearly not the island's indigenous inhabitants, but rather fellow players. They appeared curious about their new surroundings, scanning the area as if in search of something significant. Rather than rushing to confront them, Qian Yun took a moment to observe the situation. Calmly, she retrieved her weapon from her backpack and discreetly instructed her combat robot, Xiao Yu, to hide and refrain from moving around the safe house. After all, the combat robot was one of her trump cards, and she preferred not to reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Having arranged everything, Qian Yun positioned herself behind a rock, keeping a vigilant watch over the intruders. However, just as she was preparing to make her move, one of the players caught sight of her. His eyes glinted with surprise. The seemingly frail girl posed no threat. He spoke up. Hello, we mean no harm. We're just looking for some resources. With a fresh application of ointment, Qian Yun appeared pristine and unblemished, not at all reminiscent of someone who had endured hardship. The speaker, Zhu Han, presumptively thought she might be someone's protege, considering her a potential asset to exploit. Qianyun stifled a laugh internally, maintaining an impassive expression. What resources do you seek? I have nothing to spare. Zhu Han greedily fixed his gaze on her. If you are willing to cooperate with us, we can share the resources of this island equally. What do you say? A glimmer of cunning flickered in Qianyun's eyes. Collaboration? Certainly. However, she deliberately paused. You must first enlighten me on what qualifications you possess that would warrant my partnership. In an instant, Zhu Han and his companions sensed an opportunity and eagerly approached to engage in closer conversation. Qianyun regarded them with a smile that was more enigmatic than inviting. As the five-member team drew nearer, they abruptly sensed something amiss, noticing the glaring characters spelling Qianyun above her head, which rendered them somewhat uneasy. Could she be the Qianyun they had speculated? You are Qianyun? Which Qianyun? Qianyun offered no response, instead unsheathing her longsword. Upon her return, she had specifically upgraded the Moonlight Shadow, though its appearance remained largely unchanged, exuding an even greater sense of intimidation. The moment the sword was drawn, they recalled the image of Qianyun as depicted in regional legends, and the realization dawned upon them. Zhu Han and his companions exchanged glances, utterly incredulous that this seemingly fragile girl was indeed the illustrious Qianyun. At that moment, they understood they might have entangled themselves in grave trouble. Qianyun's gaze turned icy as she regarded them. Since you have recognized me, do not presume to extract any advantage from me. You may either vacate my island immediately or face my wrath. Zhu Han's expression soured considerably. He clenched his jaw, weighing the pros and cons before deciding that a wise man does not engage in futile conflicts. We shall take our leave at once, he declared, leading his companions away in defeat. Watching their retreating figures, Qianyun let out a soft huff, feeling somewhat disenchanted. She turned back to her safe house to prepare lunch. Immersing herself in her tasks, the group likely did not anticipate such misfortune, yet they could not help but seethe with frustration. They had squandered both an island access card and a team card, gaining nothing in return. Yet, they dared not confront her. Brother, what do you think? Even if she is formidable, she is still merely a woman. Are we truly afraid of her? Guan Fei asserted. It feels dishonorable to retreat like this. Indeed, Zhu Gu, we cannot let this slide. A subordinate chimed in. Zhu Han shot them a glare. Do you think I wish for this? That is Qianyun, according to the rankings. She is likely among the top 10 powerhouses in the game. All of us combined would not stand a chance against her. What then? We cannot simply abandon 2 cards. Guan Fei protested. Zhu Han pondered for a moment. Let us return and deliberate further. Since Qianyun is here, it indicates that there must be valuable treasures on the island. We shall return once our strength has increased. The others, hearing Zhu Han's words, could only nod in resignation before dispersing to their respective homes. Meanwhile, Zhu Han's mind churned with increasing discontent. Yet, recalling Qianyun's prowess, he felt fortunate to have avoided recklessness. However, the thought of the long sword she wielded ignited a burgeoning greed within him. If her mere weapon was so exquisite, what treasures might she possess? Unbeknownst to them, Qianyun, after finishing her meal preparations, gathered a few individuals from her territory. Once they were assembled, they commenced their meal, and indeed, a shared feast proved far more delightful than dining alone. However, pondering over their individual pursuits, Qianyun, amidst her busyness, did not neglect to prepare meals for everyone. After dining, several individuals presented her with an array of delightful gifts, including not only fruits but also various herbal teas with distinctive properties. Qianyun graciously accepted these offerings with genuine pleasure. Devoid of any pretension, she then returned to her workspace, immersing herself in her tasks. The density of numerous metals proved to be entirely different from her initial expectations, necessitating a recalibration of her calculations. Should her findings remain unsatisfactory, she would need to seek alternative solutions. A formidable journey lay ahead. Chapter 113. Setting sail around 10 p.m. In the territory, Song Yun arrived at Qianyun's chosen workspace and knocked on the door, calling her for dinner. Qianyun stretched languidly, relishing the convenience of the crafting station provided by the game, which made manufacturing and disassembling remarkably easy. However, to modify and optimize the machinery, she still needed to engage hands-on. After a full day of work, she estimated it would take at least another 2 hours to complete her tasks. Hearing Song Yun's voice, she touched her stomach, realizing it was indeed time for a meal. She acknowledged him with a response, stood up to stretch her limbs, and then opened the door to step outside. Whose hospitality am I fortunate enough to enjoy today? Qianyun asked with a smile. Understanding her well, Song Yun quickly replied. Everyone's waiting for you. Today, Ji and Lu prepared dinner, all with attribute-enhancing dishes. Are you excited? Qian Yun picked up the conversation and followed Song Yun to Lu's home. The table was already laden with delectable dishes. In a hurry, Qian Yun quickly finished her meal, exchanged greetings, and returned to her workspace. The other four had the intent to assist, but lacked the capacity to do so. Qian Yun carried all the assembled components outside to the workspace. Then, she retrieved the mechanical ship's body and other large parts from her backpack. She only needed to install the modified sections, as everything else had been resolved during the day, aside from the mechanical core. For the energy source of the mechanical ship, Qian Yun opted to use both meteorites alongside energy stones. Initially, she planned to utilize crystal stones or energy stones. But now she had decided on a dual approach with energy stones and meteorites. The mechanical core was designated for the engine, while electronic fragments required her personal attention on the modified circuit board. This ensured that the household electricity consumption would not deplete the mechanical ship's energy. The steam could be converted into energy to enhance speed. The meteorites and energy stones served as a safety defense. Qian Yun had disassembled materials from the quantum guns collected in the 5-person secret realm and incorporated them into the ship's attack system, crafting a cannon barrel that fused elements from both interstellar and wasteland aesthetics. Now, it looked entirely rejuvenated. Even the survival game system could not claim that she had brought lethal weapons, as this was her own creation. Due to the intricate details, the others quickly gathered to assist Qian Yun with illumination after finishing their meals. What was initially estimated to take 2 hours extended until around 3 in the morning when they finally completed the task. A brand new and imposing mechanical ship stood before them. Qian Yun cast a satisfied glance and declared, "Tomorrow, I will attempt to operate it for half an hour to test. As long as there are no issues, we shall embark on an overseas adventure." How does that sound? However, I haven't installed air conditioning. It's all maintained by temperature-stabilizing stones. After a brief discussion, they each returned home to prepare for rest. In the dark of night, the colossal ship gleamed with a metallic sheen, quietly resting within the territory. The following day, the group gathered once more around the ship. Previously, they had only caught a glimpse of it in the dim light of night, but now they examined it meticulously, occasionally reaching out to touch its surface. From an overall structural perspective, the ship consisted of a hull and superstructure. The hull appeared both sturdy and aesthetically pleasing, a feature that Qian Yun had chosen not to alter, as it indeed looked quite impressive. The ship's shell, comprising the bottom and sides, formed a hollow body of a specific shape, encircled by the upper deck. The superstructure is situated above the upper deck, primarily designed to accommodate various cabins. The hull, as the core component of the mechanical vessel, forms a hollow body enclosed by the ship's shell and the upper deck, providing comprehensive protection. Upon boarding, the superstructure reveals a certain elegance, albeit with visible signs of modification, including the foredeck, bridge, and aft structures, each adorned with switches for interchangeable electronic fragments. The foredeck, located at the bow, serves to minimize the impact of waves. The bridge, positioned midship, houses the control room and crew quarters, while the aft structure, at the stern, mitigates wave interference and safeguards the engine room. Furthermore, the ship is outfitted with an advanced navigation system and a powerful engine, ensuring an exceptional sailing experience. Overall, the vessel impresses, and the admiration for Qian Yun grows among her companions. After a thorough inspection with no oversights, they disembark, and with a graceful wave of her hand, Qian Yun makes the ship vanish from their view. Jingchuan hesitantly interjects, I have a rather awkward request." Qian Yun looks at him, puzzled. Jingchuan continues, somewhat stammering, "I would like to join you for the trial run." Song Yun nods in agreement. Qian Yun responds, "Aren't you concerned about the possibility of my failure leading to your demise?" Lin Jiji and Lin Liuli express their lack of fear, stating, "What is there to fear? If we can survive here for a day, it is a blessing. If not, it is simply our fate." Thus, Qian Yun decides against the trial run and, accompanied by her companions, sets off directly, but not without taking precautions. She sends a message to Yang Yin, requesting his consent for a visit within half an hour, offering 20 liters of water as compensation, a valuable commodity these days, nearly rivaling energy stones. The extreme heat is indeed daunting, yet it presents opportunities for wealth. Not everyone has the privilege of a safe haven close to the coast. Many may originate from the island's far corners, where the shoreline could very well be a fog-laden zone. In a similar fashion, Qianyun reaches out to Yang Yin, while the others seek out reliable friends. Accompanying Qianyun, they arrive at the seaside. She tentatively steps into the water, and the mechanical system emits beeping alerts, warning her of nearby hazardous pollutants. Unperturbed, Qianyun deploys her talents beneath the surface, swiftly retrieving the mechanical vessel, stabilizing it, and signaling her companions to board. One by one, they ascend the ship, and as Qianyun ignites the engine, the vessel gently glides away from the shore. With the entire operation monitored by Xiao Yu, Qianyun liberates her hands and feet, ascending the ladder back to the deck. The sea lies calm, the sun casting its golden rays upon the shimmering surface, painting a picturesque scene. Yet beneath this tranquil facade lurks an abundance of peril. The system continuously alerts her to the presence of pollutants, though they remain barred by the vessel's defenses. Meanwhile, Lin Lioli and Lin Jiji have unfurled a sunshade, arranged beach chairs and tables of unknown origin, laden with food and drinks, alongside a generous supply of ice. Qianyun casually searched for ice machines and refrigerators in the trading market, only to find that prices had soared to alarming heights. However, for someone as well supplied as she, it was but a trifling matter. The seascape was extraordinarily beautiful, and after spending an extended period on the island, the group could not help but feel a sense of joy. Any large threats that approached would be obliterated by the automatic defense systems of the mechanical vessels. The only downside was the unavailability of treasure chests. Qianyun's primary objective for this journey was the previously landed island, yet the thought of prehistoric giants prompted her to consider wandering aimlessly for a while. Who knows what other islands might appear? One must actively explore more to seize the initiative. Chapter 114. At sea, a resounding roar echoed from afar. Qianyun and her companions turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, revealing a rather hastily constructed vessel, resembling a fishing boat that lacked any notable craftsmanship, yet was steadily advancing in their direction. As the ship drew closer, the situation aboard became discernible. A group of 8 individuals strained to row, their expressions betraying exhaustion from what appeared to be a fierce battle. Qianyun resolved to allow the mechanical vessel to approach and ascertain the circumstances. As the 2 boats neared, a man, speaking in broken French, called out to his comrades, exclaiming, "Look, there are people." Qianyun regarded the group with caution, uncertain of their intentions, her mind racing with speculation. A curly-haired man with golden locks and azure eyes stepped forward, waving amicably at Qianyun and her companions. In a loud, albeit clumsy, Mandarin, he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Flander. These are my friends, and we are all players. Our ship was attacked by the polluters, and their numbers were overwhelming. We are treasure seekers. Might you be as well? Our vessel is on the verge of sinking, and if it is not too much trouble, could you take us aboard?" Qianyun pondered his words, finding them lacking in credibility. The diverse appearance of the group, blonde, yellow, and black, suggested they were not of a singular nation. She was skeptical of their treasure-hunting claim, leaning instead towards the notion that they were in search of an island. Furthermore, the vessel bore a striking resemblance to a relic of a secret realm, appearing quite aged and certainly not a product of the system. Among the group, a few individuals exhibited a blatant lack of subtlety, their greedy eyes fixated on the mechanical vessel. Noticing Qianyun's silence, Flander presumed she had not comprehended him and reiterated his request. With a cold smirk, Qianyun replied fluently in English, "We do not trust you, nor will we allow you aboard. As for your so-called treasure, we have no interest. If you covet this ship, you might first see if it can withstand a barrage of firearms." Flander's expression soured instantly, and his companions encircled him, their gazes imbued with a hint of menace. However, Qianyun remained unfazed, her longsword materializing in her grasp, while Jingchuan and the others brandished their weapons, their eyes coldly fixed on the group. The defensive cannons of the mechanical ship pivoted towards the smaller vessel, and just as the tension reached a critical point, Flanders suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, well, it seems you are not ordinary players. No matter, we shall not interfere with one another. Should you change your minds, feel free to seek us out. Being at sea, it is often advantageous to lend a helping hand." With that, he gestured to a tan-skinned man at the helm, and they slowly departed from Qianyun's vessel. Meanwhile, aboard the distant ship, Flander and his crew deliberated over their recent encounter with Qianyun and her companions. "That ship is a fine prize, surely you saw it. If we were to seize it, our treasure-hunting endeavors would be far more fruitful," remarked the blonde-haired man. "Boss, those individuals seem formidable. We ought to distance ourselves quickly. If we linger, We may jeopardize our treasure hunt. The sea here becomes perilous at night, a crew member cautioned, fearing that the boss might agree to return, thus expressing his anxiety. Flandre scoffed, "What is there to fear? We are merely here to gather information. As long as we do not provoke them, they should not attack us unprovoked." However, the crew member interjected, "Boss, we did not venture out solely for reconnaissance." A glimmer of greed flickered in Flandre's eyes. "Of course not, but we must tread carefully. Their strength should not be underestimated. Since we have encountered them, it is only natural to investigate further. For now, let us seek treasure. Their ship is not in a hurry. Once we have gathered sufficient intelligence, we can seize the opportunity to act." The crew nodded in agreement and continued to steer the vessel toward the horizon. Meanwhile, Qianyun and her companions closely monitored their movements. As a silent contest for the treasure began to unfold, as Qianyun gazed at their receding figures, her doubts remained unresolved. Before departing, the golden-haired, blue-eyed man, who had been fixated on them, displayed no signs of relinquishing his ambition and greed. Lin Jiji, Lin Lulu, Song Yun, and Jing Chuan, who were eager for a confrontation, regarded Qianyun with expressions that suggested they believed her temper would not easily allow them to escape unscathed. "I have a feeling this is not as simple as it seems," Qianyun remarked, withdrawing her gaze and turning to her companions. Flandre mentioned treasure. "We have all encountered fragments of treasure before, and it is likely that his ship is a product of a secret realm, indicating that they are not to be trifled with. Then why do we not simply take them down and interrogate them?" Lin Jiji inquired, puzzled. Qianyun shook her head. "Since they dare to approach us so brazenly, they must have some form of support. While we may possess the upper hand in a confrontation, we cannot ascertain whether they have hidden cards or means of escape. They clearly do not desire conflict with us, and it is unnecessary to squander resources on them." Song Yun frowned. "But we cannot just let them go. The look that pale-faced man gave me makes me want to gouge out his eyes." "Do not worry, they will return, even if they do not." Qianyun's lips curled into a sly smile, a glint of cunning in her eyes. "Who says we have truly let them go? While modifying the mechanical ship, I installed a rather effective tracking system and discreetly tossed a small device their way. Once they reach the treasure site, you will understand." Jing Chuan's lips twitched, realizing that Qianyun never engaged in battle without preparation, and he mentally applauded her. Lin Jiji and Lin Lulu also abandoned their disappointed expressions at the lost opportunity for a fight. Song Yun settled down, calmly asserting, "A gentleman's revenge is not to be delayed for a decade." Meanwhile, on the island, a sporadic rain of fire began to fall, extending the duration from 1 hour to 3. Qianyun had activated the protective shield before leaving, but she had not anticipated it would last for 3 hours, while the shield could only endure for 2. However, that was a matter for later consideration. At present, Qianyun enjoyed a delectable skewer of grilled meat. Sheltered beneath a sunshade where a large fan, produced by Song Yun, blew refreshingly over a block of ice, providing relief to everyone. They remained blissfully unaware that the ice-making machine nearby was on the verge of overheating. Nevertheless, they were unconcerned, as they had purchased several units. A formidable great white shark, enveloped in ominous black mist, gradually approached the mechanical vessel, its senses awakened by the tantalizing aroma of fresh flesh. In its mind, an insatiable craving for consumption echoed relentlessly. As the shark drew nearer, it opened its cavernous maw, poised to strike at the ship's side. At that critical moment, a command was detected by Xiao Yu, prompting the turret to unleash an attack directly aimed at the shark's location. A bolt of lightning surged forth, striking the creature's head with unerring precision. The shark instantly stiffened, plummeting to the depths below. The marvels of high technology proved their worth. Qianyun let out a triumphant whistle, while the others stood in astonished silence, subsequently marveling at the impressive prowess of their ally. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that, after the mechanical vessel had departed the area, the great white stirred once more, the black mist surrounding it thickening ominously. Chapter 115. The Shark-Winged Beast. As the black mist enveloped the surroundings, the white shark underwent an astonishing transformation. Its once smooth scales now shimmered with an eerie luminescence, as if cloaked in an enigmatic force. Even more astonishing was the emergence of a pair of black wings sprouting slowly from its back. This remarkable evolution was nothing short of astounding for the shark, yet it heralded an even greater peril for those present. A few individuals continued their casual conversation while indulging in refreshments. At that moment, The defense system of the mechanical vessel and Xiaoyou's alert system simultaneously emitted a piercing alarm, warning of an unidentified creature rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, the tranquil sea was shattered by a dark figure, as the white shark, shrouded in black mist, burst forth from the depths, creating a massive splash. Its colossal form appeared exceptionally fearsome under the sunlight, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth exuding an aura of dread. Even more terrifying was its newfound speed as it soared toward the mechanical vessel. As the white shark hovered above the ship, all onlookers were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. How could the shark possess such formidable abilities? However, there was no time for contemplation, for the shark's gaze was fixed upon them, revealing an insatiable greed and murderous intent. The attack system unleashed a fierce barrage, a multitude of beams striking the creature, creating numerous minuscule breaches in the black mist. Qianyun reacted swiftly, pulling forth a gleaming weapon from behind her, her expression resolute and vigilant, ready for any eventuality. Simultaneously, she directed Xiaoyu to quickly input commands to activate the impenetrable defense shield. Songyun stood nearby, her eyes wide with disbelief. Truly formidable. She longed for a vessel like this, yet realized that having Qianyun by her side was sufficient. She herself could hardly procure the necessary materials for even a single component. Lin Jiji, sipping her cool drink, shuddered at the sight of the shark baring its sharp teeth. The thought of it sinking its jaws into her was too horrifying to contemplate. Yet she swiftly retrieved a powerful crossbow, muttering under her breath, "What on earth is this creature? A shark-winged beast?" Songyun, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead. With a resigned smile, she quipped, "You certainly have a knack for summarizing, even bestowing it with a name." Lin Lulu appeared somewhat horrified, cautiously inching closer as if fearful of encountering a forbidden entity. With trembling fingers, she lightly tapped the screen and, with an air of mystery, announced, "I just conducted a scan. Can you guess its pollution level?" Jingchuan responded gravely, "I've already scanned it. It's rated at level 8. However, it should not pose a significant threat. I found defeating the giant python to be more challenging than this." The others turned their gazes toward Qianyun, seemingly seeking her affirmation. Nodding, she indicated that while she was uncertain of the mechanical vessel's precise attack capabilities, she could assure them that the defense system could withstand up to level 10. The energy expended, however, may be considerable. Qianyun remarked, "We can handle it. The monsters defeated by the mechanical ship do not count towards our points or treasures, nor do they contribute to our experience. I intend to reduce the defensive range to draw the creature down. Shall we engage it together? Do you dare?" The group, upon hearing her words, displayed expressions of excitement laced with tension. They understood the risks of injury, yet they feared nothing as long as they survived. They were willing to train to their limits, which simultaneously promised greater opportunities and challenges. Lin Jiji tightened her grip on her crossbow, her eyes gleaming with determination as she declared, "What is there to fear? We are not cowards." Songyun inhaled deeply, adjusting his mindset, and asserted, "I too wish to level up, striving to enhance my talents." Without a doubt, Lin Lulu and Jing Chuan echoed their agreement, brandishing their finest weapons in preparation. Their prior encounter with the level 8 giant python rendered them somewhat more composed in the current moment. Lin Lulu wielded an enormous wolf's tooth club, measuring 2 meters in length and as thick as a bowl, its dark, lustrous shaft seemingly imbued with boundless strength. This striking visual, in stark contrast to Lin Liolio's petite and delicate figure, made her appear even more like a finely crafted doll. The sheer force of this image struck the 4 onlookers like a bolt of lightning, causing them to involuntarily swallow hard, their eyes shimmering with surprise and desire. However, before the 4 could rally together, Lin Lulu, like a nimble deer, darted forward with the swiftness of an arrow. Her agile form left a fleeting afterimage in the air. Qianyun, startled by this, swiftly employed her skills to catch up and forcibly pull her back. Lin Jiji, observing Lin Lulu's anxious demeanor, couldn't help but chide. "Why are you being so reckless?" Qianyun, chuckling softly, reassured her, "Do not rush. That creature can fly. We must exert a bit of pressure and wait for it to land before we strike together, ensuring our efforts yield greater results." After hearing this, Lin Lulu calmed down, her brow furrowed in concern as she voiced, "Do you think our ship's material can withstand it? What if that dreadful level 8 pollutant destroys it? What shall we do?" Qianyun patted her shoulder, speaking with unwavering confidence. "Fear not. Our ship is indestructible. Trust me." At that moment, the fierce level 8 polluted shark was weaving through the air, evading the mechanical ship's pursuit. Its massive, grotesque form resembled a moving mountain, persistently attempting to breach the defensive perimeter meticulously established by Qianyun. With a focused gaze, she recognized that the time was right and decisively commanded, "Prepare yourselves." The four immediately understood, dispersing to occupy advantageous positions, quietly awaiting the moment the polluted shark would descend upon the deck. Qianyun approached first, her swordsmanship honed to perfection through countless battles, now flowing effortlessly. In no time, she inflicted various wounds upon the polluted shark, yet this only served to further enrage it. A series of water arrows erupted from the shark's maw, traveling at incredible speed. The front lines swiftly dodged the onslaught. No one anticipated that this pollutant possessed such abilities, and in an instant, the situation underwent a remarkable reversal. Qianyun unleashed her innate talent, and several individuals seized the opportunity to unite and triumph over their adversary. A sizable crimson treasure chest was left upon the ground, and simultaneously, they all heard the sound of experience being awarded. The chest was then voted upon by the group, allowing Qianyun to claim it first. Chapter 116. The treasure. At precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, a gentle beam of moonlight cascaded upon the tranquil surface of the sea, as if draping the entire world in a silvery veil. Qianyun stood quietly at the bow of the ship, her gaze fixed intently on the navigational device gliding smoothly over the water. A small red dot on the screen resembled the cherished treasure that occupied her heart, steadily making its way towards the destination. A faint smile graced her lips, radiating a tender affection, while her eyes shimmered with anticipation and resolve. "Come on, my dear children. Let us go. I await your return with the treasure," Qianyun murmured softly. Without hesitation, she deftly operated the navigational instrument, pressing the acceleration button to swiftly pursue the red dot displayed before her. At that moment, her companions lounged languidly on the spacious deck like contented cats. The sun poured down generously, warm and bright, intertwining with the slightly briny sea breeze to create a unique atmosphere. They reveled in the caressing wind, its salty essence akin to playful sprites, mingling with the scents of the rolling waves, gently infiltrating their nostrils and instantly intoxicating their senses, as if all their troubles were swept away by the breeze. However, the blazing sun loomed like a merciless tyrant, unrelentingly scorching the earth, as if intent on melting everything in its path. The intense sunlight bore down upon them, causing the little companions to feel increasingly fatigued. Much like beautiful flowers wilting under the searing rays, their heads drooping in weariness, they formed a small circle, sitting closely together like a band of inseparable friends. With an array of delectable treats in hand, they savored the flavors while engaging in light-hearted banter, their conversations imbued with ease and joy. They discussed mundane matters surrounding them, sharing snippets of their lives, with laughter echoing in the air, as if to dispel the oppressive heat. In that moment, someone unexpectedly broached the terrifying subject of the firestorm, akin to dropping a boulder into the serene surface of a lake, instantly darkening their expressions. The devastation wrought by the firestorm had inflicted varying degrees of harm upon over 20,000 souls in their vicinity, with vibrant lives extinguished in an instant, leaving behind only endless sorrow and regret. Among them, Qianyun felt a weight in her heart as well. Before departing, she had entrusted 2 protective shields to the combat robots. No one knew whether these shields would endure until their safe return to the shelter, and the lurking fear of the unknown loomed over everyone like a shroud of despair. Qianyun sat quietly, immersed in profound contemplation. A hint of anxiety and concern flickered in her eyes, her mind replaying the harrowing scenes of the firestorm and the information revealed in the global chat. Just then, to her side, Lin Jiji and Lin Lulu, who were observing the chat channel, could not help but start playfully mocking Zhao Shui. Each of their clever retorts was delightfully endearing, interrupting the heaviness that had settled in Qianyun's heart. Every day, Zhao Shui instructs his minions to hurl vile insults at Qianyun and her companions across the global and regional channels, fabricating new slanders to tarnish their reputations. Initially, the 5 would retaliate. However, upon realizing that their responses only fueled Zhao's relentless behavior, they chose to ignore him, though they often vented their frustrations privately. As the night enveloped the sea, a gentle breeze carried a mournful wail, reminiscent of the legendary lamentations of mermaids. The darkness was ill-suited for continued navigation, prompting Flander to allow his crew a moment of respite while remaining vigilant. At that moment, his desire to possess Qian Yun's vessel intensified. Yet, recalling that Qian Yun was accompanied by 4 formidable allies, each possessing distinctive traits that aligned with the notorious 5, he hesitated, ultimately resolving to seek the treasure first. Standing at the bow, Flander fixed his gaze upon the distant waves, which danced vigorously under the howling wind. Suddenly, he spotted a flicker of light ahead, resembling a signal. Could it be an indication of the treasure? His heart raced as he summoned his crew. They swiftly gathered at the bow, following Flander's pointed finger. In the distance, the outline of a small island began to materialize. "Is that an island?" someone gasped. As they sailed closer, the melancholic sounds grew louder, and a shared speculation took root in the minds of all aboard. "Mermaid Island," Flander asserted to his companions. The fragmented treasure map had indicated that the treasure lay hidden on Mermaid Island and provided a rough navigational route, though its precise location remained elusive. The map hinted at untold riches on the island, albeit fraught with peril. Nevertheless, for them, the allure of opportunity outweighed the dangers. "Regardless, we must investigate," Flander proclaimed, resolutely steering the vessel towards Mermaid Island. The ship bobbed restlessly through the night. Despite its apparent proximity, dawn broke without them reaching the island, leaving the weary crew disheartened. Fearing it was merely a mirage, unyielding, Flander commanded, "Increase our speed." As noon approached, the island emerged clearly from the haze. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Flander's ears. "Ding! Congratulations to players Flander, Shifa, Gordon, Injison, Tian Xia, Hiyu, for arriving at the treasure site, Mermaid Island." Before them lay a verdant paradise, its shores adorned with pristine shells, exuding beauty and tranquility. Yet, they all understood that immense danger lurked beneath the surface. Flander led his crew ashore, treading cautiously as they explored. Abruptly, a colossal creature with a human head and fish body obstructed their path, wielding an unknown spear and chattering incessantly in an unintelligible tongue. In stark contrast to Flander's growing exasperation, Qian Yun, Lin Jiji, Lin Lulu, Song Yun, and Jing Chuan approached with an air of relaxed confidence. Having enjoyed a peaceful night's rest during the latter half of the night, they appeared invigorated and ready for whatever lay ahead. Qian Yun observed the docked red vessel with an understanding demeanor. They were merely half an hour away from their destination. Yet, the group maintained an air of tranquility. Half an hour later, Flander and his companions found themselves in fruitless negotiations with the fish-headed monster, which, in a fit of rage, emitted an unusual sound that summoned a host of its kin, igniting the imminent clash. At that moment, Qian Yun and her companions also arrived on the island. Once everyone had disembarked, Qian Yun finally stowed away the mechanical ship. Chapter 117. The heist. Flandra and his companions engaged in a breathtaking and intense battle against the fearsome fishhead monster. Flandra gripped the shimmering Damascus blade tightly, its glistening surface resembling a sinuous silver serpent, reflecting a mysterious light under the sun. Agile as a cheetah, he darted across the battlefield like a wraith, deftly evading the monster's massive yet clumsy strikes brimming with power, while his keen eyes searched for any vulnerabilities to exploit. Without hesitation, he launched relentless counterattacks, each swing of his blade accompanied by a whistling wind, rendering both sides evenly matched. His teammates proved equally formidable, each showcasing their mastery of various weapons. Some wielded sharp longswords, their blades tracing dazzling arcs in the air, akin to flashes of lightning aimed at the fishhead monster. Others swung heavy hammers, each strike reverberating through the ground, compelling the creature to dodge frantically. Still others hurled concealed projectiles, which rained down upon the monster, leaving it defenseless. In the midst of the fray, the fish-faced monstrosity unexpectedly fled, leaving every onlooker in stunned silence. It took Flandra a moment to regain his composure, after which he signaled his comrades to press onward, oblivious to the several individuals stealthily trailing behind them. As the group continued their journey, they encountered no further dangers. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the figures following closely were gradually closing in. The eerie silence enveloped the path, which Flandra and his companions remained blissfully unaware of, while the attentive Qian Yun and her companions grew increasingly vigilant. In the distance, the gentle sound of flowing water beckoned. Flandra consulted the treasure map, verifying their progress as he spoke in English. "If all goes as planned, we should be just ahead." The map indicates we are merely 100 meters from our destination. Let us quicken our pace. Although Qianyun could not hear him clearly from afar, she observed his actions and began to speculate. Before them lay a waterfall, its cascading waters resembling a radiant silver ribbon tumbling down from the lofty mountains, adorning the verdant landscape with enhanced allure. The sound of the flowing water resembled a melodious tune, while unknown wildflowers bloomed along the riverbank, and an array of mushrooms thrived amidst the decaying timber. In the distance, Qianyun spotted a type of mushroom that appeared strikingly familiar. However, while its usual diameter ranged from 4 to 8 centimeters, the one before her was markedly larger, nearly 650 centimeters in diameter. Some portions were hemispherical, gradually flattening or slightly bulging at the center, adorned with a brown hue, exhibiting a mix of both velvety and smooth textures. Due to the waterfall's influence, the surface appeared somewhat damp and sticky, owing to its considerable size. The mushroom's flesh was clearly visible, predominantly sulfur yellow to yellow, with a slightly thicker center emanating a faintly pungent aroma. The stalk appeared cylindrical, featuring longitudinal stripes, its color matching that of the cap, and its interior was soft and spongy. She surmised it might be a sulfur mushroom, a species typically found in forests, its distinctive sulfur hue making it particularly conspicuous against the green backdrop. Aside from size, everything else was quite satisfactory. Qianyun softly halted a few individuals, observing as Flander and his companions stepped into an area predominantly inhabited by mushrooms. "Do not touch anything," Flander called out to prevent further mishaps. But it was already too late. His companions had ventured into the mushroom zone, and one of them curiously poked a gigantic sulfur-colored mushroom. Suddenly, a puff echoed as the mushroom released a cloud of yellow smoke that swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Before anyone could react, they all collapsed to the ground. Countless mushrooms began to emit gas, reminiscent of a scene created by dry ice. Yet visibly, Flander and his group lay unconscious. When the smoke finally dissipated, Qianyun and her companions cautiously approached, discovering that the individuals on the ground bore faint smiles, an incredibly surreal sight. Jingchuan swiftly rummaged through Flander's pockets, hoping to find the treasure map tucked away in his backpack. However, his search yielded nothing. Meanwhile, Lin Lulu was filled with excitement. "Do you think they'll meet little people?" Qianyun did not respond, as she was contemplating how to awaken them. The treasure map was likely nestled within Flander's backpack space, and she was uncertain if eliminating him would result in its loss. Allowing them to remain in slumber was equally unacceptable, leaving her in a quandary. Lin Jiji remarked, "They can't be dead, right? Let's try splashing them with cold water." Qianyun nodded in agreement, signaling Jingchuan to fetch some water. Once it arrived, she unhesitatingly splashed it onto Flander. Cough, cough. Flander slowly regained consciousness, looking bewilderedly at the group before him. What is happening here? Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed his surroundings and the unconscious state of his companions. What transpired? "I recall we encountered a mushroom, and then—" "Let us not dwell on that for now. Where's the treasure map?" Jingchuan threatened him, brandishing a knife against his neck. Flander complied, frantically searching himself, but found nothing. How could this be? His eyes widened in disbelief. "I distinctly remember placing the treasure map on me." Qianyun scoffed. "Such acting could earn you an Oscar." With a swift flick of her sword, she inflicted a wound on Flander's hand, blood gushing forth. "This is a robbery. Empty the contents of your backpack." Her American accent was smooth, devoid of unnecessary words. Seeing that Qianyun did not believe him and was demanding he surrender his belongings, Flander felt the weight of his predicament as blood streamed from his hand. His expression darkened, especially with 5 pairs of eyes glaring at him and his teammates incapacitated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he silently produced the treasure map along with a few inconsequential items, finally speaking with a gloomy tone. "Since this is a treasure hunt, I brought only the map and provisions." Qianyun remained skeptical, but took the initiative to grasp the treasure map. Flander, sensing the tension, displayed a friendly demeanor, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry, it was an instinctive reaction. Please, take it." Regardless of whether Flander was willing or not, Qianyun secured the items and promptly set off with her companions. She refrained from eliminating Flander and his group, for it would be unwise to act recklessly without knowing if they had any hidden cards. Their ultimate goal remained the treasure map and the exploration of the island. Flander, with a sullen expression, watched the retreating figures of his adversaries, while his companions lay on the ground, having been incapacitated by the medicine Qianyun provided, their legs broken in the process. Witnessing the entire ordeal, Flander found himself powerless to intervene. At this moment, he could not afford to consider brotherhood. For in a world driven by profit, he decisively expelled several members from the team, selecting a new batch from the guild to bolster his ranks. He also concealed the incapacitated individuals in the woods, leaving their fates to chance. Once the new members were teleported to the team, Flander hastily led them in pursuit of Qianyun and her group. Behind him trailed a cadre of robust and formidable warriors, moving like arrows shot from a bow. Flander's heart raced with anxiety, fervently praying to catch up with Qianyun, for without the treasure map, he had no means of locating the treasure. The intertwining emotions of urgency and anticipation were evident on his face. Yet, fate seemed to revel in its cruel humor, after enduring myriad hardships. When they finally arrived at the so-called destination, they were met with a vast pit, devoid of any remnants, as if all that had transpired was but a fleeting dream. Cursed be the timing. Flander ground his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger and resentment, his grip on the reins tightening to the point of trembling. At that moment, an astute team member noticed faint traces of blood on the ground and exclaimed, "Boss, look over here." It seems they headed in this direction. A flicker of hope ignited in Flander's previously dim gaze, akin to a sliver of dawn breaking through the darkness. "Quickly follow them. We must not allow them to seize the treasure," he commanded, his voice imbued with an undeniable conviction. Instantly, the group rallied, cautiously tracking the elusive bloodstains. As they ventured deeper, they unwittingly entered a dense forest that seemed capable of engulfing them whole. A damp and decaying scent permeated the air, and the rustling leaves sounded as if countless hidden eyes were watching them. Suddenly, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed from all directions, reminiscent of demons roaring in hell, sending shivers down their spines and raising the hairs on the back of their necks. Flander's expression grew increasingly grave as he signaled his team to remain vigilant, gripping his weapon tighter, prepared for any emerging danger. Meanwhile, unease began to wash over him. They could not possibly be heading this way. The treasure map indicated they were merely 100 meters away. Why, then, were they venturing deeper into the thicket? His gaze darkened with suspicion, a sense of having been deceived creeping over him. Could it be that they possess a treasure map? Of course, Qianyun and her companions do not have such a map. Their journey here is purely motivated by a desire to find some supplies. However, fate took an unexpected turn when they inadvertently stumbled into a peculiar pit. By sheer luck, Qianyun inadvertently collapsed a dirt wall, revealing a cave, and the group ventured inside. As they progressed deeper into the cavern, the light emanating from the treasure map grew ever brighter. The five of them exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if they had fortuitously discovered the entrance to the treasure. Alongside the increasing luminosity, the sound of trickling water began to resonate in their ears. Meanwhile, Flandra and his companions faced significant challenges as they followed the same path as Qianyun. Unbeknownst to them, they encountered ferocious creatures with human faces and fish bodies. These monsters were markedly more formidable than their predecessors, skillfully leveraging their environment to launch frequent attacks. Flandra and his group brandished their weapons, engaging in close combat with the beasts. Each thrust from the fish-headed creatures carried immense force, compelling Flandra and his allies to draw upon their assorted supplies for defense. Fortunately, when the first monster fell, a treasure chest appeared on the ground, invigorating their spirits and prompting them to fight with renewed vigor. As the battle raged on, their excitement grew with each additional treasure chest that materialized. In the depths of the dim and profound cave, upon hearing the words of the water dweller, an overwhelming sense of urgency surged within Qianyun and her companions. Their footsteps quickened involuntarily, as if propelled by an unseen force. With each determined step they took, the scene before them gradually became clearer, revealing a dazzling array of crystalline objects. Qianyun gazed at these peculiar formations, a flicker of recognition illuminating her eyes. They bore an uncanny resemblance to crystal flowers. After a meticulous scan and confirmation, her suspicions were validated. They were indeed the same kind of crystal flowers that had begun to bloom. Witnessing this spectacle, a wave of joy swept through the group. For who does not cherish valuable treasures? Without further ado, they hastily retrieved their medicinal hose from their backpacks, delicately beginning to harvest the precious crystal flowers. Each pluck was executed with utmost care, fearing that a moment's inattention might damage these exquisite and fragile crystals. As time passed, their collection of crystal flowers grew, and the ground began to recover. Upon exiting the section of the cave adorned with crystal flowers, they encountered 3 diverging passages. The treasure map indicated they had reached the treasure point before vanishing. After a brief discussion, it was decided that Qianyun would take one path alone, Jingchuan another, and Lin Zhizhi and Lin Lulu would proceed together. Qianyun found herself amidst a cluster of snow crystals, relishing her good fortune without encountering any danger. Jingchuan, however, was less fortunate. He found himself surrounded by a sea of crimson, each step on the stones eliciting a brief, searing sensation. Yet, he soon discovered that these stones could be absorbed into his space, though their utility required further exploration by the player. Lin Zhizhi, Lin Lulu, and Song Yun, on the other hand, found their journey remarkably effortless. As they ventured into the cave, each step revealed peculiar flowers and fruits, all of which, upon scanning, turned out to be harvestable foods imbued with attributes. For a moment, the group became utterly enthralled. Qianyun, having just upgraded and feeling quite satiated from her recent feast, gazed at a creature in the distance that bore an uncanny resemblance to a hellhound. Silver Grain counted the heads with fascination, finally exclaiming to her master, "Wow, it has 5 heads. How impressive." Qianyun's expression darkened. Indeed, it was formidable. It had effectively immobilized her, leaving her oblivious to its level. She harbored a growing dread that this would be the most formidable adversary she had encountered thus far. Cursing inwardly, she attempted to break free from its grasp, only to find her efforts futile. Meanwhile, the 5-headed beast drew nearer, its 10 eyes glinting with avarice, making her feel as though she were an exceptionally delectable cake in its sight. Remaining composed, Qianyun deliberated on her strategy. She resolved to test her pet's skills by communicating through their contract. Silver Grain, deploy the freezing skill. At her command, Silver Grain unleashed a blast of icy air directed at the hellhound. However, the creature merely paused momentarily before resuming its charge toward Qianyun. It appeared that her basic skills had little effect on it. In that brief interval, she regained some mobility but quickly realized that the beast's mental prowess far surpassed her own. Chapter 118. Life and death on the line. Qianyun's form was exceedingly agile, resembling a lively specter as she swiftly sidestepped the moment the monstrous creature with 5 dog heads lunged at her. In tandem, her delicate hand, akin to a magician's sleight of hand, retrieved a shimmering stone axe from her waist or some concealed nook. The instant the axe was in her grasp, a flicker of both trepidation and determination flashed in her eyes. She had no time for scanning. If this flawless stone axe could not inflict any damage, it would only indicate that the creature was beyond level 8. Without hesitation, she hurled the weapon at the ferocious hellhound. The axe whistled through the air, shooting towards the quintet of dogs like a bolt of lightning. However, upon striking the creature's body, it merely emitted a dull thud, as if it had struck solid rock, inflicting no harm whatsoever. This unforeseen occurrence seemed to challenge the hellhound's dignity, instantly inciting their already volatile temperament. Their blood-red eyes widened in fury, baring sharp, menacing fangs, and opening their cavernous mouths to unleash a thunderous roar that reverberated as if echoing from the depths of the abyss, causing the surrounding snow to tremble like rippling water. Witnessing this scene, Qianyun understood all too well that confronting such a terrifying beast head-on was not an option. The disparity in power between herself and the creature was insurmountable. A reckless attack would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, with no hope of return. She decisively opted to retreat swiftly while keenly observing her surroundings, searching for any advantageous terrain or objects. Fleeing appeared to be her only avenue for survival. Yet she realized that escaping in the world of survival games was tantamount to forfeiting opportunity. She would not relinquish her quest for treasure until the final moment. The monster, still ablaze with wrath, charged forth with its formidable limbs, exuding boundless strength, advancing like an arrow released from its bow, intent on devouring Qianyun whole. A flicker of fear crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. With remarkable agility, she dodged to the side just as the hellhound's razor-sharp claws grazed her clothing, tearing the fabric into countless fragments that fluttered to the ground like withering petals. The cave was already narrow, offering limited space for evasion, and the situation was dire. Clearly, passive avoidance was not a sustainable strategy. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qianyun resolved firmly that a proactive assault might be her best means of escape. She fixed her gaze on the daunting hellhound, and as it lunged at her once more with the ferocity of a storm, Qianyun moved like a nimble leopard. evading to the side with an ethereal grace. In a swift and decisive moment, Qianyun seized the long sword beside her. The blade gleamed with a chilling light in the dim cave, and without a hint of mercy, she swung it forcefully at the legs of the 5 monstrous dogs. The blade met flesh with a sharp clang, causing the beasts to wince in pain and momentarily slow their advance. Seizing this opportunity, Qianyun darted forward like a bolt of lightning, her grip firm on the sword as she summoned all her strength to drive the blade into the creature's eye. However, fate is often fraught with twists. Just as she was about to succeed, the monstrous dog seemed to sense her intent, suddenly unleashing a mysterious power that bound her in place, rendering her immobile as if ensnared by a paralysis spell. Before Yin-Su could react and employ her freezing skill to disrupt the dire situation, the creature's claws pierced through Qianyun's heart like arrows, blood gushing forth and staining her garments. She closed her eyes tightly, the sound of dripping blood echoing like a summons from death, each drop mercilessly reminding her of her dwindling life force. In that moment, the malevolent dog appeared to detect an unusual scent, as if it had stumbled upon an exhilarating treasure. It halted its advance toward Qianyun, lowered its head, and cautiously licked the gruesome bloodstains from the ground. Overwhelmed by despair and unwillingness, Qianyun had no choice but to muster the last remnants of strength in her weary arm, trembling as she retrieved a precious intermediate poison from her backpack. Taking a deep breath, a glint of determination flickered in her eyes as she ruthlessly poured the poison onto her wound and the blood that continued to flow. "Ah, you thirst for blood? Then drink your fill." After a harrowing struggle, she completed this perilous act, yet she was now on the brink of unconsciousness. Her once respectable life force reduced to a mere 3 points, flickering like a candle in the wind. Understanding that there was no time for hesitation, she unhesitatingly consumed a vial of precious vitality potion, followed swiftly by a potent antidote, hoping to salvage a sliver of life. But her body, already weakened, could no longer withstand the immense toll, and ultimately, Qianyun's eyes fluttered shut as she succumbed to darkness. Meanwhile, the monstrous dog, still greedily lapping at the blood, seemed unsatisfied, continuing its bizarre behavior, savoring every drop. As it slowly approached Qianyun, ready to resume its licking, it suddenly realized that the delectable blood had vanished. It emitted an enraged growl, as if protesting this unexpected turn of events. Moments later, a flicker of realization crossed its eyes, and it gradually collapsed beside Qianyun, lying on the cold ground as if 2 intertwined souls had finally found peace in their shared fate. At this moment, the anxious Yin-Su could not afford to call out for Qianyun in her distress. Yin-Su gazed at the dog lying beside her, sensing its lingering vitality. She unleashed her ice-based skills, transforming them into icy spikes that repeatedly pierced its form. Qianyun felt as though she had transcended the mists of time, her vision filled with the gentle visage of her dear grandmother. In that moment, she resembled a drifting water lily, adrift in an endless void. A faint, ethereal call echoed in her ears, as if emanating from the distant horizon, lingering around her like a haunting melody. When she finally opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of the snow spirit, Yin-Su, shedding crystalline tears of snow. Its endearing appearance infused Qianyun's heart with an inexplicable warmth. The little creature carefully placed an ice shard, twice its own size, against Qianyun's forehead, seemingly concerned about causing her pain. Upon witnessing her awakening, Yin-Su erupted with joy, its diminutive form leaping exuberantly in the void. It recounted the events that had transpired with remarkable clarity, eager to omit no detail. "Mistress, you truly startled me just now. It felt as though you suddenly had a fever. Your temperature was alarmingly high. I quickly contacted the fire blossom from afar. She is remarkably clever and taught me this method to cool you down, and it actually worked wonders. I was so frightened that something might happen to you that in my panic, I pierced that wretched dog, yet I could not fathom why it would not succumb. Mistress, had you not awakened, I truly would have been at a loss for what to do." As Yin-Su spoke, its eyes shimmered with urgency and concern. Qianyun listened quietly, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. After some time, she slowly regained her focus, though her body remained exceedingly weak, as if all her strength had been drained. She cast a glance at her stable life points, firmly at 10, and felt a wave of profound realization wash over her. No wonder she felt so feeble. Her body had endured such grievous injuries. Gently stroking Yin-Su's head, her eyes brimmed with gratitude, she expressed, "Thank you. Insu. Without you, I would not know how to proceed. Upon hearing Qianyun's words, Insu nuzzled her palm joyfully, as if to convey that it was merely fulfilling its duty. Chapter 119. The Valley Yet. What is the matter with that dog? Qianyun recalled the scene before her fainting. Why could it not be slain? Moreover, her poison, aside from inducing a state of unconsciousness, seemed to have no other effect. Of course, she did not voice these thoughts aloud, but merely replayed them in her mind. Inzu shook his head, expressing his own confusion. I too am at a loss. That dog is peculiar. Though I pierced its throat, it appeared entirely unscathed. Do not worry. Little Inzu has already proven quite formidable. I shall take care of the rest. Qianyun declared as she retrieved a vial of vitality potion and consumed it, yet found her life force unchanged. Puzzled, she recognized that time was of the essence. Her primary concern was to vanquish this monstrous creature with 5 dog heads. Drawing her long sword with all her might, she struck downwards. This time, the creature's body, previously covered in ice spikes, finally spilled forth dark red blood, mingled with a foul odor, which gradually pooled on the ground. At that moment, a vibrant crimson treasure chest lay gleaming before her. Ding! Negative buff from the level 10 inlay hound has dissipated due to its demise. Player's life force is critically low. Prompt healing is advised. Ding! The player has successfully slain a level 10 mutated monster, earning a survival game system reward package. A first kill reward will be granted for every 10 levels. We encourage the player to persevere. The rewards will be distributed shortly. Would you like to announce this to the entire server? Note: no additional rewards will accompany this announcement. Qianyun silently opted against the public announcement, then glanced at her declining life force once more, hastily consuming another vitality potion. The sound of her health gradually replenishing was particularly melodious. Regaining her strength, Qianyun collected the treasure chest and continued onward. Meanwhile, in another area, Jingchuan faced a level 6 mutated mantis, nearly his height. The mantis's compound eyes fixated intensely on its adversary. Jingchuan, unfazed, gripped his weapon tightly, poised to deliver a lethal strike. With the creature being a level beneath him, he remained calm. Though Jingchuan's experience mirrored Qianyun's, his mindset was entirely different. He found the monsters within the treasure cave to be rather unimpressive. Similarly, Lin Jiji, Lin Liuli, and Song Yun encountered their own challenges, facing a level 7 six-winged bat. Despite the encounter being fraught with peril, all 3 sustained varying degrees of injury. As they cautiously advanced, the light suddenly intensified, a brilliant radiance seemingly piercing through all darkness. Qianyun astutely sensed this shift. She boldly hypothesized that they were likely approaching the mysterious cave exit. Uncertain whether treasures or monsters awaited them, she became increasingly vigilant. As the illumination grew ever brighter, 5 figures emerged from the 3 caverns, finally beholding the scene ahead. A colossal peak loomed before them, its walls shimmering with an extraordinary glow. Is the treasure truly here? Jingchuan muttered, a look of bewilderment crossing his face, his voice echoing through the valley, tinged with uncertainty. As they cautiously approached the treacherous peak, a sudden tightening in their hearts gripped them at the sight before their eyes. Countless fissures, dense and intricate like a spider's web, adorned the mountainside. These cracks appeared as wounds upon the earth, emanating an incessant, chilling breeze, akin to a multitude of icy serpents gnawing at the soul. Simultaneously, faint and ethereal streams of light flickered within the crevices, reminiscent of the most enigmatic stars in the night sky. It seemed far from simple. Everyone needed to exercise utmost caution, Qianyun solemnly cautioned, a flicker of concern glinting in her lively eyes. Jingchuan inhaled deeply and cautiously reached out to touch the rugged mountain surface. In that instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, akin to a roaring tidal wave, violently pushing him back several steps. Stumbling, he was filled with astonishment and confusion. What was this power? Hearing Jingchuan's words, the inquisitive sisters, Lin Jiji and Lin Lulu, could not contain their curiosity and leaned forward, extending their hands to touch the peak. However, they encountered the same inexplicable phenomenon, as if an invisible barrier barred them from entry. Do not act impulsively. Let us first observe and seek clues, Qianyun advised with calm wisdom, meticulously scrutinizing every detail around them, leaving no potential lead overlooked as she pondered how to unravel this predicament. At that moment, a subtle fissure suddenly appeared on the seemingly tranquil mountainside. Almost instantaneously, the crack widened at an astonishing speed, as if a long-slumbering giant had awakened. A sharp, icy light shot forth from the crevice, resembling a keen sword, hurtling directly toward the five of them with a swiftness that left no time for reaction. "Dodge!" Qianyun shouted desperately, her voice echoing through the valley, brimming with urgency and concern. Upon hearing her, the others scattered like startled rabbits, hastily retreating in all directions as the frigid aura surged toward them, threatening to freeze them in place, evoking a deep sense of dread. "What on earth is this?" murmured Song Yun, who, like Qianyun, was an unwilling observer of this sudden turn of events. Qianyun instructed the others to retreat to the cave while she ascended alone. With a single stroke of her sword, the ground trembled, and glimmering lights burst forth, breaching the defenses of the seven-treasure umbrella. Caught off guard by the multitude of radiant streams, Qianyun found herself adorned with wounds, though fortuitously, none of her companions were harmed, reinforcing her suspicions. Once the attacking beams dissipated, a stone door adorned with the figure of a creature possessing a human head and fish body abruptly emerged, the mermaid depicted seeming to awaken, her exquisite eyes sparkling with life. For a moment, the group was entranced by her unparalleled beauty. Qianyun tossed an axe forward to test for any hidden mechanisms, finding none. She beckoned her companions to advance. Meanwhile, the fish-headed creatures on the other side abruptly ceased their actions, seemingly sensing something and hastening in a singular direction. Chapter 120. The end of the scorching heat. Once Qianyun confirmed that there were no further dangers, she let out a slight sigh of relief. Gripping the torch tightly in her hand, its flame shone brightly in the dim, profound corridor, illuminating the unknown path ahead. Accompanied by Zhiyou, Yin Chuan, and two others, she cautiously stepped through the stone door, each movement deliberate, as if any lapse in attention might summon some dreadful fate. Upon entering the stone door, they found themselves enveloped in the shadowy corridor, as if they had crossed into a mysterious world filled with uncertainties. The walls on either side were adorned with peculiar patterns and symbols, densely etched as if left by ancient times, emanating a faint glow that flickered intermittently, casting an eerie chill in the air. Intrigued, the group paused to scrutinize the enigmatic designs, hoping to uncover hidden secrets. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from ahead, reverberating through the passage like distant thunder. Instantly, a powerful gust of wind surged toward them, threatening to knock them to the ground. Qianyun's expression shifted, her instincts alerting her to danger. She swiftly signaled for her companions to prepare themselves, her gaze fixed intently on the encroaching darkness. From the shadows emerged a silhouette, gradually revealing its true form, a colossal creature with a human head and a fish-like body. This monstrosity radiated an unsettling aura, its claws glinting menacingly as it swiped through the air, while flames erupted from its maw, searing and fierce enough to reduce all to ash. The others, gripped by terror, instinctively recoiled, their eyes wide with fear. Yet, Qianyun stood unflinching. She thrust the torch into Lin Liuyo's hands, drew her long sword with resolve, and charged forward without hesitation. With deft movements, Qianyun engaged the beast in a fierce struggle. Her agility and precise swordplay allowed her to strike at the creature's vulnerable spots with remarkable accuracy. The monster retaliated with relentless swipes and bursts of flame, attempting to force her back. Their clash was ferocious, igniting the very air of the corridor with the scent of smoke and fire. To their astonishment, as Qianyun advanced, the creature abruptly ceased its assault. Its strange eyes locked onto her, and then, to their bewilderment, it bent down in a deep bow, a gesture of unexpected submission. The group exchanged incredulous glances, at a loss for how to respond to this unforeseen turn of events. Moments later, the creature straightened up, let out another low growl, and vanished into the darkness. Still shaken, the group felt a wave of overwhelming fear wash over them, binding them tightly as each breath became a laborious endeavor. Confusion and uncertainty swirled within them like a tangled web, obscuring their thoughts. Qianyun furrowed her brow, a deep contemplation reflected in her furrowed features, as a flicker of insight crossed her eyes, illuminating the unease that dwelled within her heart. She was acutely aware that this was by no means the conclusion, but rather the commencement of an entirely new chapter, shrouded in vast and profound secrets that lurked beneath the surface. Akin to a slumbering behemoth poised to pounce and consume them whole. Faced with the current predicament, the group found themselves ensnared in a web of indecision. Should they act or remain in a state of watchful waiting? This dilemma weighed heavily upon their hearts, rendering their every step a formidable challenge. It seemed to be bowing before them. Lin Lioli's astonished voice shattered the brief silence, her words laced with incredulity. Could it truly recognize you? Song Yun's face was a canvas of confusion, his eyes shimmering with a quest for understanding. Qian Yun slowly shook her head, equally bewildered by this unexpected display, utterly perplexed as to why this seemingly fierce creature would exhibit such peculiar behavior towards her. That enigmatic act served as a key, yet it could not unlock the tightly shut door within her heart. Regardless, we must remain vigilant and exercise caution. Lin Jiji fixed her gaze on the direction where the creature had vanished, her eyes betraying an unwavering resolve, as if she intended to shield them from all impending peril. The others exchanged glances. Though uncertainty lingered within, they summoned their courage to press onward. The passage grew increasingly narrow and dim, resembling a dark tunnel leading into the realms of the unknown, each step feeling as though it drained them of every ounce of strength. An oppressive aura enveloped the air, a tangible tension that rendered breathing a laborious task. The group advanced with utmost care, their footsteps barely whispering against the ground, wary of disturbing any hidden presence lurking in the shadows. Their nerves were taut, perpetually poised to confront any unforeseen upheaval. While the mysterious creature loomed above them like a ticking time bomb, its potential for devastation unknown. Suddenly, the air ahead seemed to be ignited by some unseen force, erupting into a cacophony of piercing, shrill cries that resounded like 1,000 steel needles puncturing the eardrums, sending a shiver coursing through their bodies. Following this, a tide of diminutive yet grotesque creatures, humanoid fish monsters, surged forth. Their grotesque visages bore eyes glowing with a greedy and malevolent light, emitting deep, guttural roars, their sharp teeth glinting ominously in the dim light, as if ready to rend everything before them into fragments. "Prepare for battle," Qian Yun shouted urgently, her expression grave as she swung her sword, which sliced through the air in a fierce arc, radiating a soft silver glow, as if imbued with boundless power. Without hesitation, she charged forth like a valiant leopard, her steps agile and forceful, carving a path through the chaos. The other three, save Lin Lioli who needed illumination, responded in kind, drawing their weapons and engaging in combat against the grotesque fish-headed beings. Their cooperation was remarkably harmonious. Song Yun and Qian Yun focused on drawing the monster's attention, while Jing Chuan and Lin Jiji seized the opportunity to launch devastating attacks. United in purpose, they gradually began to gain the upper hand, forcing the monsters to retreat under their relentless assault. Just as it seemed the outcome was all but certain, a mysterious beam of light, akin to a sinuous dragon, emerged from the front, piercing through numerous obstacles with astonishing speed, precisely illuminating the frenzied little monsters. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. The once ferocious creatures, as if enchanted, became remarkably docile. Their previously aggressive gazes softened, and their roars gradually faded into silence, transforming into a soulless throng of puppets, obediently halting their attacks and standing still, as if awaiting a command. What could this mean? Lin Jiji was filled with confusion and uncertainty, gripping her weapon tightly while warily observing the suddenly docile monsters. Qian Yun furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze fixated on the source of the enigmatic light, her heart swelling with curiosity and unease. A silent exchange of glances among the group conveyed a mutual signal to proceed, and they deftly navigated around the monsters towards the light. As they advanced step by step, a faint sound of trickling water reached their ears, as if an invisible hand was delicately strumming their heartstrings, gradually growing clearer. The sound was reminiscent of countless nearly imperceptible serpents gliding silently beside them, each touch akin to the sharpest needle piercing the eardrum, delivering waves of indescribable pain akin to a knife's edge. Yet, in the face of this sudden torment, none of the team members voiced a desire to retreat. They appeared driven by a mysterious and unwavering force, showing no signs of faltering. Swiftly, they retrieved prepared cotton from their backpacks, carefully stuffing it into their ears, and resolutely pressed onward. Before long, a veil as white as snow materialized before them, perfectly resembling the silhouette of the waterfall they had longed to see. As their gaze settled upon the waterfall, they were astonished to discover a vibrant array of colors shimmering in its midst. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a resplendent lotus flower, gracefully suspended within. After a thorough scan, Qianyun and her companions successfully identified the lotus and its details, the Thousand-Year Lotus, a rare SSS-level treasure within the survival game world. Consuming a petal could enhance one's mental strength by 1,000 to 2,000 points. Note: only the holder of the treasure map fragment, Flowing Light, may pluck it. With 10 petals in total, each person could obtain 2, igniting excitement among them. Qianyun, having previously held the treasure map, realized that only she could harvest the lotus after it vanished upon entering the cave. Just as I was about to step forward, the hurried sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from behind. Turning to look, Jing Chuan saw it was Flander and his companions. Having disposed of the valuable items and monsters along the way, Flander and his group experienced an exceptionally smooth journey. Upon hearing the commotion, Qianyun also turned around, and while doing so, she deftly plucked a flower and placed it into the water bead. She then drew her sword and poison, distributing them among her teammates as she passed by. Seeing the flowers being taken, Flander's group, numbering 20 in total, glared menacingly, unafraid of confronting Qianyun and her team. The cave was exceedingly narrow, making combat cumbersome, especially with Flander's sizable group, each member robust and unable to maneuver freely. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate. With her thoughts racing, Qianyun typed a message in their small group. "Everyone, take out the anti-damage 7 treasure umbrella. We shall leap down from the waterfall. The poison we carry can be released into the water once we jump. If timed correctly, it should suffice for them to drink a sufficient amount." Exchanging glances of understanding, several of them leapt down in unison. Flander's group, unwilling to relinquish the treasure, followed closely behind. Upon landing in the pool beneath the waterfall, Qianyun and her companions, now soaked, found their umbrella's protective value compromised by the force of the fall. They quickly retracted their backpacks and swam towards the shore. To buy her teammates time, Qianyun hurled the low-level weapons she had previously crafted at the heads of Flander's group. Soon, a considerable distance opened up between the two sides. With determination, Qianyun charged up her strength and scrambled to the shore, while her teammates directly released the poison into the water. Flander and his companions, caught off guard, inadvertently consumed half of it. Realizing the dire situation, the remaining members hastily turned to swim in another direction. But their speed was no match for the current or Qianyun's crossbows and arrows. In an instant, they suffered significant casualties. Seeing the predicament, Flander once again betrayed his ally, using a burly man as a shield. The man became a mere obstacle, and in a frantic moment, Flander consumed an antidote, vanishing just as the target fell into the water. Without hesitation, Qianyun produced a rope and ensnared one of the poisoned players, dragging him ashore. Once there, she donned gloves and administered her homemade antidote before inquiring about the situation. Gaining some clarity, she swiftly granted the man a merciful end, believing that the individuals from the Li Kingdom and the Foot Basin Kingdom deserved no leniency. Flander, being a hybrid of the two nations, had epitomized the malicious traits inherited from both, making his demise regrettable yet fitting. Among the remaining companions, many had perished, and 5 or 6 managed to flee. Qianyun and her team swiftly eliminated the remaining threats and gathered the spoils, preparing to return home. After 2 days at sea, she learned that the defense value of her safe house had plummeted by 1080 points, prompting an urgent need to return. On the voyage back, Qianyun distributed the Qiansui lotus, yet retained the seeds that had not been scanned for information or purpose, eager to experiment with planting them. After 2 days adrift at sea and a day spent on the treasure island, Qianyun and her companions had noticeably tanned. Upon returning to the safe house, everyone hurried back to their own quarters, preoccupied with catching up on sleep and processing the Qiansui lotus. On the final day of the extreme heat, Qianyun and her companions manually constructed isolation barriers to prevent the silent devastation wrought by the fiery rain. After the second onset of the firestorm, the defense value of Qianyun's safe house plummeted by a total of 2,400 points, necessitating a staggering 10,000 units of high-grade wood for repairs. Fortunately, she had recently exchanged a considerable amount of water, salt, and cooling patches. Once the repairs were completed, the sweltering heat officially came to an end, allowing all surviving players to exhale in relief. Ding! The calamity has concluded. In this round of disaster, the death toll in each region has exceeded half. The next bout of extreme weather and server merges will commence in 7 days. Players are advised to stockpile supplies in advance. The system's notification jolted all players awake, prompting many to check the current population. Indeed, the death toll was confirmed to be above 50%. Although they had just endured the extreme heat, a chill gripped their hearts at the thought of the impending disaster, each subsequent calamity proving more terrifying than the last, extinguishing the desire to persevere in many. The fallen comrades were mourned by none, as each individual was consumed by their own fears. Chapter 121. The opening of the Purple Zone on the following morning. All players were roused from their slumber by a unified broadcast. Ding! The next round of extreme weather will commence in 7 days. This round's calamity is dense fog. Please make sure to prepare your supplies in advance. The Purple Zone on the current map has been unlocked. Players are encouraged to explore actively, as crucial supplies related to this calamity will appear within the Purple Zone. Upon hearing this announcement, Qianyun slowly emerged from her cozy bed, letting out a deep sigh. If it were merely 15 days, she felt reasonably secure regarding her provisions of food and water. However, as the survival game had not specified the duration of this calamity, it was prudent for her to stockpile additional supplies. With utmost caution, she entered the condensed water pearl, disregarding the system's previous warnings. Upon entry, she found herself in the integrated underwater palace, where resources were scattered everywhere. After rearranging and categorizing the supplies with her mental prowess, she began to doubt her confidence. Such a meager amount of resources was hardly sufficient. She needed to gather enough provisions to last through the 7 days. Recalling that she had yet to consume the 1,000-year lotus petal, she retrieved it and began to eat. The flavor was akin to plain boiled water, which was rather lackluster. However, upon glancing at her stats, she realized that this was no ordinary taste. It was clearly a royal delicacy. Player, Qianyun. Gender, female. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Your weight is stabilizing. Level, 9. 287,900 500,000. Current accumulated experience from monster kills. Note: Secret Realm creatures do not count towards experience points. Perfect completion of dungeons grants substantial experience. Constitution, 4610. Each level up after level 5 grants 1 attribute point. Strength, 5010. Each level up after level 5 grants 1 attribute point. Speed, 4510. Each level up after level 5 grants 1 attribute point. Mental power, 7,512,000, currently level 7. The next level is 8, increasing by 500,1000 with character level progression. Luck? Your luck has perplexed the system. Talent, time manipulation, currently level 4. Can be enhanced. Note: time within a 1 kilometer radius can be halted for 30 seconds, subject to growth. Skills: basic mechanical development, intermediate pharmacology, advanced swordsmanship. Expandable: comprehensive strength ranking, 1 score ranking, 1 achievement ranking, 1 safe house ranking, 1 luck ranking, 1 total score, 960,800. Keep up the good work. After thoroughly reviewing her stats, Qianyun felt a terrifying strength within her. Yet, following this fleeting confidence came the stark realization that she still lacked sufficient power. At this moment, the world around her was filled with a cacophony reminiscent of crashing waves, with various voices clamoring incessantly. Those foreign forces that had perhaps once lurked quietly in the shadows were now joining the ranks of those who sought to challenge Qianyun, Jingchuan, Lin Zhiji, Lin Lulu, and Song Yun. Their curses and taunts, however, were swiftly quelled by the overwhelming tide of information brought forth by the system. The majority of players remained focused on the looming question of what dangers the impending calamity of dense fog would entail. After all, people have witnessed the bitter cold sweeping in like a flurry of snow during frigid times, and have experienced the searing heat pouring down like a rain of fire during sweltering moments. Yet, when it comes to the enigmatic and unpredictable extreme fog, no one can accurately predict its true nature. Surely, it cannot merely be an ordinary misty rain? I have diligently perused numerous post-apocalyptic narratives, wherein such chilling fogs are often mentioned. It seems as though this fog serves as a strange and terrifying veil cast by nature, shrouding the entire world in an endless realm of mystery and peril. Within that fog, there appears to be a faint suggestion of a most dreadful toxic gas, lurking within the obscurity, which, once inhaled, spreads through the body with the swiftness of a serpent's venom, eroding one's bodily functions and leading one unknowingly into the depths of poisoning, causing immense suffering. Moreover, an array of bizarre and malevolent microorganisms proliferate within this fog at an alarming rate, resembling a frenzied legion of microbes that recklessly breed and thrive in the air, on the ground, and in every corner. A player named Luo Yu remarked, and his words fell like a colossal stone into the still waters of a lake, instantly stirring up a tumult of waves. Enough of your nonsense upstairs. Hearing you speak truly sends shivers down my spine, another interjected. A flicker of unmistakable fear crossing his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. He had survived thus far solely by luck, and if such a scenario were to unfold, death would be but a breath away. The crowd engaged in a fervent exchange of ideas, each person articulating their perspectives and concerns regarding this fog and the dangers it harbors. Drawing from my extensive experience with science fiction films and related novels, I firmly believe that this extreme fog is indeed likely to contain lethal gases and highly aggressive mutated microorganisms. Therefore, I strongly advise everyone to don protective suits and gas masks when venturing out during extreme weather, ensuring the utmost precautions are taken. Complacency is not an option. Furthermore, this fog may significantly impair our vision, rendering the path ahead unclear and complicating movement, so it is paramount to avoid unnecessary outings and remain in safe havens. Another individual stepped forward to add this caution. Opinions flowed freely among the crowd, while onlookers were visibly anxious. Oh dear, what a predicament! Where on earth are we to procure so many protective suits and gas masks? They are essential for survival in critical moments, exclaimed a player with a sardonic tone. Others murmured in disbelief. They only said it might be the case. Perhaps it's not as severe as suggested. Don't frighten yourselves unnecessarily. However, despite lingering doubts, caution prevailed as someone shouted, regardless, we must prepare some food and water. Surely we cannot be caught unprepared in a dire situation. It is always prudent to be ready. Thus, following the cacophony of voices, the once tumultuous world of the chat channel gradually returned to a serene calm, as if everything had reverted to its former state. Meanwhile, the previously tranquil regional channel suddenly erupted with activity, as an abundance of information regarding various transactions and exchanges cascaded forth like a flurry of snowflakes. Curiosity piqued. Qianyun cast a casual glance and observed that a few of her ever-restless companions were clamoring to venture forth into unexplored territories, their words imbued with a spirit of resolute determination. Watching them, she felt a stirring within her own heart, prompting her to swiftly gather her essentials and prepare for departure. Chapter 122. The foggy supplies guided by the map. Qianyun arrived at the outskirts of the purple zone and chose a seemingly agreeable path to meander along. As she stepped into the area, she was immediately greeted by a valley adorned with steep cliffs, where hints of verdant life flickered in the mist. The mysterious gorge, shrouded in fog, revealed its secrets gradually. A slender stream, resembling a cascade of stars, danced forth, splashing droplets akin to pearls upon a jade plate. The air in the secluded valley was refreshingly pristine, while the mountain mist swayed gracefully with the wind. Sunlight filtered through in delicate strands, casting a dreamy blush. As migratory birds flitted gracefully amidst the intertwining vines, and the brook sang softly, with peculiar stones resting by the shore, all of which left Qianyun utterly entranced. Such a scene, once witnessed only in visual effects and dreams, now unfolded before her eyes in reality. However, despite the beauty surrounding her, the urgency for resources eclipsed all else. She activated her light screen to commence scanning. Blue Jacaranda, a unique product of the survival game world, invigorating the mind and purifying the air, suitable for both internal and external use. Harvesting is recommended. Red Hibiscus, a special product from the survival game world, effective in removing impurities from the air. Note, low efficacy when used alone. Harvesting is advised. Piano Fig, a unique air-purifying plant for outdoor environments. Transplanting or seed collection is recommended. Rabbit Ear Vine, a distinctive product of the survival game world, capable of absorbing harmful residues in the air and on the body, ideal for placement near windows or walls, both aesthetic and functional. Can be planted or propagated via cuttings or hydroponics. Harvesting or transplanting is suggested. 9 Gold Plate, a unique product of the survival game world, suitable for indoor cultivation to enhance air humidity and freshness. Note, harvesting the flower plate is recommended without transplanting. Jade Cane Fan, a special product from the survival game world, effectively eliminating harmful substances within the body, suitable for both internal and external use. With a taste reminiscent of a milkshake, making it a commendable dual-purpose plant. Note: many players may experience allergic reactions, so caution is advised. Faced with many faces, a unique product of the survival game world, post-processing can be utilized as materials for gas masks or protective clothing, offering excellent protective functions. Harvesting is recommended. White velvet feather, a unique product of the survival game world, once processed, serves as materials for gas masks or protective gear. Providing superb filtration of gases and odors, harvesting is advised. Though unfamiliar with these plants, Qianyun noted their impressive qualities and meticulously marked their locations. She then retrieved her medicinal hoe to begin gathering supplies, first collecting blue jacaranda, red hibiscus, and piano fig, placing them into her backpack. Subsequently, she carefully clipped some rabbit ear vine to take back for propagation and climbed a tree to gather seeds from the piano fig. During her search, Qianyun stumbled upon a colossal 9-gold plate. Its flower plate radiated like a golden sun, elevating the stature of the entire plant compared to the previous 10. Overjoyed, she hurriedly plucked it. Following this, she discovered several jade cane fans and faced with many faces, while also collecting some white velvet feathers. As she gathered resources to her satisfaction, she began to search for other useful materials and treasure chests in the vicinity. After a fruitful morning, having discovered 5 treasure chests, Qianyun felt quite pleased and decided to forego lunch, opting instead for a quick bite of flatbread before continuing her exploration. Approaching a muddy pit, her eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. Upon entering the area, a faint aroma of herbs wafted towards her, revealing many rare medicinal plants not mentioned in intermediate alchemy skills. Qianyun was as thrilled as a child who had just received a beloved toy, her herb basket busily collecting one precious herb after another with utmost care. While she was engrossed in her gathering, a flicker of brown caught her peripheral vision. The familiar patterns of brown seemed inscribed in the depths of her memory. Alarmed, she halted her movements and focused her gaze, only to find, to her horror, a dozen highly venomous brown-patterned vipers coiled around the herbs. Their long tongues flicked in and out, as if on guard against any disturbance. At that moment, Qianyun dared not move, fully aware of the potency of their venom. Even if they were not of high rank, a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Torn between the urge to flee this perilous place and the fear that any movement might provoke these terrifying creatures into an attack, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to retreat quietly. She began to back away slowly, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid making any sound. However, just as she was about to exit the muddy pit, one of the vipers seemed to sense her presence. It suddenly raised its head, its cold eyes resembling 2 venomous gems, fixed intently on her. Qianyun felt her heart race, as if it might leap from her chest. Without a moment to lose, she hastily returned her herb hoe to her side and drew the long sword from her backpack, gripping it tightly in preparation for a possible confrontation. Previously, she had mostly encountered large but sluggish pythons or solitary small snakes, which were either slow or too diminutive to be of concern. This situation, however, was vastly different. These brown-patterned vipers were not only small, but also incredibly swift, highly venomous, and densely packed. The consequences of a bite would be unimaginable. Like bolts of black lightning, the vipers surged toward her with astonishing speed, their sharp fangs poised to rend everything before them. Qianyun sidestepped gracefully, akin to a swift swallow, and with a fierce swing of her long sword, she unleashed a cutting aura aimed at the menacing vipers. Yet, they were quick to evade this lethal strike. In an instant, one viper opened its gaping maw and unleashed a foul-smelling stream of venom, shooting forth like a black thread. Startled, Qianyun leaped backward, but the venom's speed was overwhelming. Even with her quick reflexes, she could not escape unscathed, and a splash of the toxic liquid struck her newly crafted mechanical arm. With a crisp sound, the defense value of the mechanical arm plummeted instantaneously, the radiant glow flickering several times, revealing a staggering reduction of 1/5. A testament to the potency of the serpent's venom. Yet, Qianyun remained unperturbed, employing her elusive shadow skill and advanced swordsmanship. She moved with the swiftness of a gust of wind. Her hands executed a flurry of movements without pause, slashing, parrying, lifting, striking, thrusting, tapping, collapsing, stirring, compressing, cleaving, intercepting, and washing through an array of exquisite techniques, seamlessly transitioning to whichever maneuver proved effective, achieving a perfect balance of offense and defense, never faltering. The remaining serpents, Witnessing this display seemed to flicker with a glint of fear, their fierce aggression wavering as they began to circle hesitantly, no longer attacking with the same ferocity. Qianyun, keenly aware of this shift, felt a surge of joy within her. Retreating a short distance, she seized the moment to draw her longbow from behind, nocking an arrow and aiming at the indecisive serpents. With a determined pull of the bowstring, the arrow shot forth like a released projectile, striking true and hitting one serpent dead on, which let out a piercing shriek before collapsing to the ground. Continuing her methodical harvest of the remaining serpents, each shot from her bow was an embodiment of precision, as if she and the longbow were one. As serpents fell one by one, the ground soon became strewn with purple and blue treasure chests, their vibrant hues shimmering under the sunlight with an enigmatic glow. Qianyun paused her efforts, leisurely approaching the slain serpents to collect her spoils. She not only gathered precious serpent skins, fangs, and gallbladders, but also unexpectedly acquired nearly a pound of serpent venom. The weight filled her with elation, a triumphant smile gracing her face, as if all her fatigue had vanished in that moment. As the sun dipped low in the sky, Qianyun tirelessly scavenged for resources, occasionally dispatching monsters and collecting treasure chests. She repeated this routine for the next 3 days. On the final day, she opted to craft armor and experiment with enhancements. With only 2 days and 4 hours remaining until the arrival of the dense fog, she was engrossed in her armor modifications when she suddenly heard the sound of double treasure box rewards, a sensation that felt both nostalgic and exhilarating. Chapter 123, Improvement Ding. Congratulations to the player for experiencing an extraordinary stroke of luck, triggering the royal reward that grants double material rewards from opening boxes. It has been detected that the player possesses a substantial number of unopened treasure chests. Would you like to open them all at once? Qianyun first washed her hands and then clicked the button to open the boxes. In her heart, she silently recited the blueprints, wishing for the resources needed for the calamity to come in abundance from all directions. Congratulations to the player for acquiring the following double materials: Living Essentials, 6 SSS-grade protective suits, non-disposable, durability 100 points. Note: requires special products from the game world for disinfection after each use. 6 SSS-grade gas masks, non-disposable, durability 100 points. Note: requires special products from the game world for disinfection after each use. 2 air purifiers, 2 X-ray glasses, allows clear vision up to 10 meters. Unaffected by fog. 20 hygiene gift packs, 20 sanitary product gift packs, 2 family tool kits, 20 lighting gift packs, agricultural supplies, 10 greenhouse shelters, for the cost of 1 crystal. You can possess a shelter that shields from wind and rain, controlling temperature and warding off pests, impervious to extreme weather. Note: do not expect it to fertilize or water. Crystals must be replaced every 15 days, with shortened duration during special circumstances. 2 perfect grade planting soils, 4 superior grade planting soils, 8 advanced planting soils, 20 advanced plant nutrient solutions, 20 intermediate plant nutrient solutions, 2 special seed packages for jade umbrellas, special seeds from the game world. Dual purpose: 2 herbal seed gift packs, 2 corn seed gift packs, 2 vegetable and fruit seed gift packs, 2,000 wheat seeds, 2,000 rice seeds, 2,000 buckwheat seeds, 1,000 cotton seeds materials, 2 island tablets, 20 meteorites, 120 platform expansion stones, 120 energy stones, 120 crystals, 400 moonstones, 60 backpack expansion stones, 100 hardware component gift packs, 2,000 golden silk Nanmu wood, 10,000 advanced wood, 20,000 stones, 20,000 iron potions, 10 vitality potions, 30 recovery potions, 50 detox pills, 100 antibiotics, 2 potion gift packs food, 400 kilograms of rice, 200 kilograms of flour, 2 noodle gift packs, 100 kilograms each of kudzu powder, lotus root powder, sweet potato powder, buckwheat powder, and tender meat powder, 20 liters each of rapeseed oil and peanut oil, 5 liters each of sesame oil and Sichuan pepper oil, 20 watermelons and 20 cantaloupes, 50 kilograms each of grapes, strawberries, cherries, plums, mangoes, bayberries, and hawthorns, 100 gene each of lettuce, oil wheat, pea tips, water spinach, Shanghai greens, leeks, shepherd's purse, carrots, white radishes, eggplants, loofahs, winter melons, taros, yams, purple sweet potatoes, shiitake mushrooms, and king oyster mushrooms, 50 gene each of coriander, fish mint, millet peppers, scallions, and garlic sprouts. 2 seasoning gift packs. 1,000 bottles of 250 milliliters mineral water. 2 dairy beverage gift packs. 2 soda gift packs. 2 juice beverage gift packs. 2 alcoholic beverage gift packs. 2 milk tea gift packs. 2 tea leaf gift packs. Scrolls and cards. Level 12 Dungeon Scrolls X2. Level 11 Dungeon Scrolls X2. Level 10 Dungeon Scrolls X4. Weapon blueprints. Ordinary protective suit blueprint X2. Upon usage, it can craft a protective suit, which is a single-use item that cannot be utilized for more than 12 hours. Ordinary gas mask X2. Upon usage, it can craft a gas mask, which is also a single-use item that cannot be utilized for more than 12 hours. Armor Blueprint 7x1. Level 15 armor crafting can be learned. Special items possess uniqueness and cannot be duplicated. Skill class. Non-duplicable Intermediate Combat Technique X1. Advanced Combat Technique X1. Advanced Alchemy Skill X1. Superior Swordsmanship X1. Attribute class. None. The resources acquired this time were even more abundant than before, accompanied by a greater number of chests, including a treasure chest dropped by a formidable level 10 creature. Qianyun was not taken aback. Thus, despite not receiving any resources and attributes, the collection of blueprints and materials was already sufficient. She felt immense satisfaction with her haul and unhesitatingly clicked the button to learn. Unlike before, there was no longer a sense of heaviness during the learning process. Rather, it felt remarkably effortless. Every technique and recipe was indelibly etched in her mind, leaving her with a profound sense of fulfillment. Subsequently, Qianyun ventured outside the safe house to practice, finally experiencing a true sense of comfort and liberation. Following this, she teleported back to her territory, retrieved the special seeds, and planted them. She also sowed the seeds required for cuttings and explorations within the condensation beads. After completing these tasks, she greeted Lin Zhizhi and others before returning to the safe house. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of the next day, continue gathering resources, and prepare protective gear for trade in exchange for better items. Moreover, the contents of the potion gift package were not solely potions. Upon closer inspection, Qianyun discovered it also contained disinfectants, antifungal medications, iodine, alcohol, and other supplies, all in ample quantities. She contemplated whether these disinfectants could be incorporated into the crafting of protective suits and gas masks, elevating ordinary items to extraordinary levels. With steadfast determination, she meticulously examined the array of medicines before her, as if each bottle and box held infinite mysteries awaiting her exploration. Her mind swiftly organized various knowledge pertaining to the properties and uses of the medicines, her eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom, seemingly imprinting this information deep within her heart. If she could indeed successfully utilize these medications, it would undoubtedly herald a significant transformation for her and her companions. They would no longer merely rely on limited resources, but would possess a more robust assurance of survival, enabling them to navigate this world filled with uncertainties and dangers with greater composure. Additionally, by showcasing these self-made medicines and related products and trades, they would have the opportunity to acquire more precious and rare resources, fortifying their lives with a solid guarantee. Thus, Qianyun buzzed with the vitality of a little bee. Finding it impossible to remain still, she briskly made her way to the workshop within her territory, where a myriad of tools and materials awaited her, seemingly beckoning her forth. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized the instruments at hand and began her industrious endeavor, her focused expression radiating the fervor within her soul. Throughout the creative process, she adeptly harnessed the knowledge she had acquired, continually experimenting with various combinations and methodologies. Each trial presented not merely a challenge, but also an opportunity for growth. She meticulously observed every detail, leaving no factor that could potentially influence the outcome overlooked. When confronted with difficulties, she refused to concede defeat easily. Instead, she engaged in deep contemplation to devise solutions, gradually overcoming obstacles through her perseverance and intellect. After enduring several long and arduous hours of labor, beads of perspiration had formed upon her brow, yet her gaze remained imbued with anticipation. At last, an array of unassuming yet uniquely crafted protective suits and masks lay before her. Though their appearance may have seemed somewhat rudimentary due to modifications, the value they embodied was immeasurable. As Qianyun donned one of the protective suits and fastened the gas mask, feeling an elusive sense of security wash over her. An indescribable joy surged within her heart. Eagerly, she scanned the items. Superior-grade protective suit, appearance disregarded, capable of isolating and filtering harmful substances present in gases, with a usage duration of 24 hours. Superior-grade gas mask, appearance disregarded, capable of isolating and filtering harmful substances present in gases, with a usage duration of 24 hours. Chapter 124. Opening the store, Qianyun eagerly shared her discoveries with her friends. Superior-grade protective suit, appearance can be disregarded, capable of isolating and filtering harmful substances present in gases, with a usage duration of 24 hours. Superior-grade gas mask, appearance can be disregarded, capable of isolating and filtering harmful substances present in gases, with a usage duration of 24 hours. Would you like some? This is the newly improved version. Lin Jiji replied, impressive, my sister. I want 20 pieces. Is there anything you can't do? Lin Liuli chimed in, I want some too. This is far superior to the basic protective suits available in the trading market. Those only last 6 hours and can't filter completely, just mostly. Song Yun added. Will the materials be sufficient? I wish to have 20 pieces as well. If the materials are lacking, do let us know what you need, and we will venture out to collect them for you. Jing Chuan stated, Sister, I want 40 pieces. Qianyun responded. The materials are indeed insufficient for such a quantity at the moment, but if I spend the whole day collecting tomorrow, I should manage. The four of them inquired. What materials are needed? We can help, and it will conveniently serve to offset our debts. With a smile, Qianyun sent the list of required materials to her friends. She then greeted them before returning to the safe house with the Qian flower. The special seeds she had planted were in their growth and flowering stages, and she was filled with anticipation. However, she also needed to elevate the level of her bond with the Qian flower. So she took out some fruits she had acquired from the group of Flanders, which were suitable for plant-type companions, and presented them to the Qian flower, successfully evoking tearful eyes from her partner. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Qianyun quickly changed the topic. For dinner tonight, we will have spicy hot pot and steak. Would you like some? I'll prepare a portion just for you. Upon hearing this, the Qian flower suddenly recalled her former self, the one who once sought to make Qianyun her servant. She realized how foolish she had been. Her current existence was akin to a celestial being's life, free to indulge in any fruit she desired and play with her skills as she wished. Her master did not impose restrictions, offering not only freedom but also occasional provisions, including items that enhanced her strength. Consequently, her smile grew even brighter. Master, can I have 2 portions of steak? Qianyun had amassed an ample supply of beef during the island's survival escapades and explorations, even obtaining some with special attributes. She was more than willing to fulfill this modest request. Certainly, 2 portions it is. Does Xiao Yinsu wish to have flower tea? Noticing Xiao Yinsu, who was engrossed in reading a novel penned by Lin Liuli, Qianyun inquired. Yes, master, but I would prefer it cold with ice. Just like before, Xiao Yinsu replied softly, without looking up. Meanwhile, the Qian flower trembled slightly, thinking it was quite astonishing that even the snow spirit had begun to indulge in floral beverages. As time passed swiftly, Qianyun had been tirelessly exploring by day and conducting research by night, scarcely pausing to rest. She had already dispatched the protective suits and gas masks required by her friends well in advance. As the clock approached midnight, she extracted the red hibiscus and 9 golden plates from the dewdrops, arranging them as decor in every room to ensure their purifying and filtering effect. Subsequently, she took a moment to admire the burgeoning chinrong trees born from the red flame flowers, as well as the blooming rabbit ear vines at the window's edge. After her inspection, she returned to her room, reclined, and began donning her protective suit and gas mask, checking the materials intended for trade to confirm they were to her liking. As the hour struck midnight, a chime resonated. The calamity of extreme fog had commenced, and a system update was underway, projected to last 6 hours, along with the merging of zones. The auction house opened, and the system determined that the top 100 players with the highest trading values in each server would be granted the privilege to establish shops in the auction market, with specific regulations available for players to review at the market's informational terminal. Another chime echoed, congratulating the player on acquiring the qualification to open a shop. The establishment of the shop would require a deposit of 1,000 points. Due to her being the first in this server's tier, the system specially designated 3 proposed auction times, 7 a.m., 12 p.m., and 10 p.m. She opted to open her shop immediately. In an instant, a virtual interface appeared before her. displaying various options such as shop name, product categories, and pricing configurations. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to name her establishment Starfish General Store. She meticulously selected the items to be sold and established reasonable prices. Once all preparations were complete, she clicked the confirmation button to open her shop. Congratulations! The shop Starfish Store has been successfully established, the system announced. It detected her as the first player to open a shop and rewarded her with a homepage decoration gift pack and an automatic product image and explanation feature, urging her to check and utilize it. Upon opening the homepage decoration gift pack, she discovered an array of exquisite templates and props to enhance the allure of her store. She selected an ancient ink wash painting theme for her shop's decor, which automatically generated a refined ink wash style based on her usual market wares, infusing the entire shop with an elegant ambience. Simultaneously, the automatic image and explanation feature alleviated her burdens, providing detailed descriptions and images for each item, allowing customers to grasp the characteristics and uses of the products more intuitively. Delighted with her shop, she had no intention of selling mundane products. She removed the protective suits and gas masks from the trading market stall and placed them in the auction house instead. She even envisioned a unique treasure for her store, an unmodified mechanical ship equipped for combat, essentially the original mechanical ship, alongside improved armored gear with mechanical arms. She confidently asserted that her shop would be utterly distinctive and remarkably popular. Other items, such as the damage-resistant 7 treasure umbrella, defensive shields, and various weapons, could also be included. Having meticulously crafted a series of plans, she methodically listed a range of products, anticipating a tremendous boom starting at 7 a.m. the following day. Chapter 125. The insects in the mist. At the break of dawn, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Qianyun's face. Her eyes, already sparkling with excitement, now glimmered with anticipation. It was as if an invisible force propelled her forward, compelling her to reach out her hand and gently tap the screen, slowly unveiling the homepage of the auction house. As the page fully materialized before her, her heart skipped a beat. Just as she had anticipated, the store's traffic surged like a rocket, the numbers fluctuating as if countless resources beckoned to her. Inquiries poured in like a tidal wave. Particularly noteworthy was the unaltered mechanical ship produced by the system, which shone like a dazzling star in her store, instantly becoming a hot commodity that captivated numerous buyers. These buyers, akin to iron filings drawn to a magnet, converged to scrutinize every detail and instruction regarding the ship, their eyes brimming with desire and astonishment. They incessantly posed questions about the vessel, eager to offer something in exchange. Qianyun gleefully perused the comments, searching for resources that piqued her interest and could be traded. As the clock struck 7, signaling the official commencement of the auction, Qianyun had already set everything in motion and began to monitor the bids. Though busy, her heart swelled with joy. In just a single night, her store's reputation had grown exponentially, akin to dough rising, now boasting over 120,000 followers. It was evident that her shop had garnered the potential to become a renowned auction house within the game. The mechanical ship and robotic arm, as anticipated, nearly drained a competent player's non-living resources. Simultaneously, her social media account buzzed with activity, as many friends sent requests to connect, explicitly stating their intentions to exchange rare materials for the mechanical ship or arm. With little time to organize these requests, Qianyun prepared to venture out. The initial days were typically more conducive to exploration, and the subsequent days would likely prove less favorable for outings, with the dense fog forecast not to linger long. She felt an acute sense of urgency. Dressed in protective gear, a gas mask, and equipped with a visor, Qianyun finally stepped outside, wielding a disposable, perfect-grade wolf-fang mace. She tread carefully through the mist, surrounded by an eerie silence, only the sound of her footsteps and breath accompanying her. Suddenly, she detected a faint noise, as if something was approaching. She halted, alertly surveying her surroundings. The sound, akin to a delicate thread, wove through the air, gradually becoming clearer and nearer. A patch of greenery stirred within her, igniting a blend of curiosity and unease. A small black darted out, only to retreat into silence once more. As the distance lessened, Qianyun's heart raced involuntarily. The black speck became increasingly discernible, its shape irregular with slight undulations, resembling a tiny gem embedded in the darkness, both unsightly and exquisite, a remarkably delicate yet unattractive little thing. Before her lay a peculiar creature, quietly nestled on the ground. Its body shrouded in a dull exoskeleton, exuding an aura of mystery and eeriness. Qian Yun cautiously advanced, her steps deliberate as she conducted a swift scan. The Jujuzong, a level 3 entity, represented a bizarre product of the extreme world within the survival game, possessing an almost frenzied obsession with the scent of blood and flesh. Note: ensure it does not catch a whiff of blood. Accompanying this description was a brief commentary. The Jujuzong's offensive capabilities were rather mediocre, yet it wielded a rather troublesome ability: the release of harmful toxic gas. This gas, colorless and odorless, was highly toxic. Once inhaled, it would swiftly erode a person's bodily functions, inflicting immense pain and potentially leading to death, accompanied by the ghastly prospect of being devoured by the creature itself. Qian Yun's attention was drawn to this small entity, which had also noticed her. However, clad in protective gear, she was so thoroughly enveloped that the creature failed to recognize her as its preferred prey. They exchanged startled glances, its sharp antennae twitching as if in search of a meal. Qian Yun gradually approached a patch of greenery, and upon getting closer, her gaze was fixated on a bizarre carcass lying amid the foliage, gruesomely dismembered. The sight was utterly appalling, with various body parts strewn about, rendering its original species unrecognizable. Qian Yun inhaled sharply, her mind racing, contemplating the creature's grotesque dietary habits. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air, prompting her to gag involuntarily. Only after distancing herself did she feel some relief in her stomach. The stench emanating from the gnawed carcass was overpowering, penetrating even through her gas mask, causing her to instinctively tighten her grip on the spiked club in her hand. The Jujuzong seemed to sense her proximity, its body shifting slightly before emitting a low, rumbling sound akin to distant thunder. In an instant, it lunged towards her like a flash of lightning. Qian Yun reacted swiftly, sidestepping to evade the creature's mandibles and antennae. Perhaps whiskers would be more apparent. Having dodged its attack, she wasted no time, swinging her spiked club with fierce determination, aiming a powerful blow at the Jujuzong's back. To her astonishment, the creature's body was remarkably pliant. Her strike landed as if upon cotton, creating only a slight indentation. The force seemingly absorbed instantaneously, diminishing its impact. The Jujuzong quickly regained its former shape. Just as it prepared to launch a second assault, Qian Yun noticed that its abdomen appeared different from the rest of its body, the deep black hue noticeably lighter. Focusing all her energy, swift as lightning, she struck the creature's abdomen with her spiked club. The Jujuzong emitted a piercing scream before disintegrating into mist, dissipating within the fog, while simultaneously, a purple treasure chest erupted from the ground. Concerned for her companions, Qian Yun recounted her encounter with the Jujuzong, detailing its weaknesses, and urged them to exercise caution as they explored further. With that, she pressed onward, successfully slaying a dozen or so Jujuzong before finally reaching the enigmatic purple realm. She still recalls one of the level 5 Jujubug frantically spewing purple smoke towards her, only to be thwarted by her protective suit. It attempted to bite her, but she deftly evaded its strike, delivering a fatal blow in return. At the time, the creature's viscous secretions sullied her protective attire, leaving her feeling unclean. Yet, there was no alternative. It seemed she would have to confront such scenarios daily from that point onward. Chapter 126. The Surge of Death. On the first day, Qian Yun donned a pair of perspective glasses produced by the survival game, rendering the white mist virtually inconsequential to her vision. She could discern the tiny insects concealed within the fog with clarity. However, one drawback emerged. With the onset of the dense mist, exploration became increasingly arduous. The creatures she encountered reacted as if they were bulls confronted with a red cloth, attacking her on sight. Though she managed to evade their bites, their aggressive behavior significantly impeded her progress, preventing her from locating the resource-rich areas. Additionally, she had to dodge the bloodthirsty mutated beasts and the pesky Jujiao worms that emerged to snatch away the heads of the beasts she had defeated. This ultimately hindered her ability to collect and store meat, as any flesh bitten by the Jujiao worms would spoil. Each monster she vanquished yielded a treasure chest, a small consolation amidst the challenges. After battling monsters throughout the day, Qian Yun returned to the safety of her shelter to expedite the disinfection process before entering her abode. Her most considerable haul for the day consisted of treasure chests, followed closely by resources such as blue jacaranda, red hibiscus, piano banyan, rabbit ear vines, 9 gold plates, jade sugar fans, and white down feathers. With an excess of supplies, she contemplated selling them at the trading market, seizing every opportunity to thrive. Once she had cleaned up, Qian Yun prepared a meal, simmering rice and concocting a delectable red-braised pork with tiger skin eggs and green peppers for her companion, the Qi Yin flower. Setting a timer, she made her way to the territory, which currently stood as the safest haven, free from ferocious beasts, the oppressive white mist, and the insects lurking within it. Lin Jiji, Lin Lulu, and Song Yun had yet to return, but Jing Chuan had arrived. After exchanging greetings, Qian Yun proceeded to the planting area, which was not accessible to the others. She remained unconcerned about the Qi Yin flower's use of its growth skills being discovered, even in the best of relationships. She preferred to keep her cards close to her chest, as her secrets were not yet suitable for them to know. At that moment, the Qi Yin flower was indulging in the fruits, languidly sprawled among the vines in greenhouse number 1. Qian Yun spotted it from a distance. The Qi Yin flower felt the weight of an intimidating gaze upon it, and, following its instincts, turned to see Qian Yun. It hastily tossed a fruit into its mouth, pretending to scratch itself in a feigned act of innocence. However, sensing the discomfort of being caught, it sheepishly apologized to Qian Yun. "Master, I beg your pardon. I was simply too hungry and tempted. I am not a good flower. Please punish me by withholding my meals." Upon uttering the words about not eating, the Qi Yin flower felt a pang of regret. Ever since discovering that the Qi Yin flower consumed human food, Qian Yun had ensured to prepare a portion for it every dinner. The flower's words reflected its genuine fear of displeasing her, for it was not merely her servant, but rather her companion. "My dear little flower, you are welcome to eat these fruits. You may indulge in 3 layers each time they mature, without the need for stealth. They are the fruits of your labor." Qian Yun specified 3 layers, knowing that the Qi Yin flower's appetite would suffice for just 1 layer, allowing her to reserve some for herself. She was aware of the Qi Yin flower's spatial abilities, though she was unsure of their extent. The Qi Yin flower, overwhelmed with gratitude, could not help but express its admiration and thanks to Qian Yun in a flurry of sounds, only to be met with Qian Yun's hand covering its mouth. "Let's keep it together. Now, tell me which crops are ready for harvest." The moonshadow grass and Qian Yun typically harvest fruits and vegetables every day or every other day. Sometimes, they forget to collect the Qianhua as well. Thus, they inquire of Qianhua, who possesses a clearer understanding than themselves. Presently, only the Yunming tree remains in its seedling stage, while the others have matured and entered the next growth cycle, with the blooming period approaching, which significantly consumes Qianhua's skills for nurturing. Interestingly, Qianhua mentioned that the flame flower is a side branch of the Qianhua clan, inherently submissive to their lineage. It has been tamed by Qianhua to help protect their territory and has even been allocated branches for propagation. The bloodthirsty tongue, feeling defiant towards the 2 flowers, was subsequently subdued by their combined efforts and now dutifully serves as the guardian of their territory. The single flower and vine were summoned to meet Qian Yun, who recognized them, with Qianhua as their elder sister and Qian Yun as their master. The moonshadow grass, possessing formidable abilities, challenges everyone, daily demanding to meet their master. When Qian Yun accompanied Qianhua, she beheld the other's languid demeanor. Recalling the introduction of moonshadow grass, she brandished the longsword, Moonlight Shadow. The moonshadow grass, its vitality returning, leapt from the soil, startling Qian Yun. The entity directly attached itself to Moonlight Shadow and vanished, leaving Qian Yun momentarily stunned. This unexpected turn left Qianhua, initially serving as a translator, at a loss for words. Subsequently, Qian Yun discovered that Moonlight Shadow had leveled up, evidenced by its increased weight and enhanced texture. Qianhua chattered away, retrieving the harvested crops for Qian Yun, who then collected all the nutrient liquid and returned to the safe house with Qianhua for a meal. Amidst the fog, terrifying insects surged like a tide, their numerous forms seemingly poised to devour the entire world. The rampaging mutated beasts were ferociously fierce, their sharp claws and menacing fangs emanating a chilling aura. Various monsters, each with distinct forms, emerged silently from the shadows, leading many players who ventured out to explore to disappear without a trace. At this moment, the World Channel, once bustling with players, now witnessed a stark and alarming decline in numbers. Oblivious to the seismic changes occurring outside, the Qianyans remained completely immersed in their game world. High prices were offered for protective suits, gas masks, medicines, and air purification supplies. "Help! I don't want to die." "Who has medicine?" Save me. High prices were also sought for Jade Cane fans. Various extreme fog supplies were for sale, with those in need invited to privately negotiate. However, amidst this chaos, a group moved stealthily through the night. They were all prominent figures on the survival game world leaderboard, endowed with rich experience and exceptional combat skills. The captain, named Ling Yun, possessed sharp eyes and a rugged appearance, making decisive choices. At this moment, he led his team through the perilous extreme fog, collecting rare resources. They were soldiers, striving to gather more supplies to sell at low prices to their less combat-capable compatriots in Huagua, and he was a player who had purchased Qianyun's mechanical ship. At this moment, having enjoyed a hearty meal, Qianyun perused various procurement information from around the world, feeling a sense of unease within. In just one day, in a realm that originally housed a total of 200,000 individuals after the merger, 60,000 had perished. Closing the screen, Qianyun divided her collection of rare mist materials into two portions, listing one on the trading market while arranging the next auction items. She then teleported to her territory, fervently crafting protective gear in her workshop. Time was of the essence. She had no opportunity for modifications, as she directly utilized the production station to commence her work. Survival was inherently arduous. Every life preserved was a triumph. Chapter 127. Auction Materials Organization. The following morning, Qianyun rose and gazed out the window, only to be startled by the thick fog that had enveloped the outside world, a stark contrast to the clarity of the previous day. After glancing at the time, she commenced preparing for the new round of auction materials. First, she meticulously organized the items acquired from the 3 auctions held the day before. The first auction yielded predominantly scarce resources, a complete set of mechanical components X100, along with 2 half-flower, a unique item in the survival game world that can enhance mental fortitude by 200 to 500 points upon consumption, with a maximum reuse limit of 5 per individual. This bounty was provided by the purchaser of the mechanical ship. Qianyun even verified that, without any modifications, the components could suffice to construct 3 mechanical ships using the system's blueprints. Following this, she had 5 island tablets and 20,000 units of rare metallic minerals, which were exchanged for a mechanical arm. Additionally, there was 1 survival compendium, which detailed information on all common species within the survival game world, allowing for item property inquiries. This was in exchange for the damage-resistant 7 Treasures umbrella. There were also various metals and rare resources that Qianyun required. She conducted a thorough inspection to ensure the integrity of each item. Next, her attention turned to the second auction. The mechanical ship was exchanged for 2,000 energy stones, 200 platform expansion stones, 200 meteorites, 200 mechanical cores, and 10 special seeds. Qianyun surmised that these were likely collective resources from a guild, not particularly rare, but highly valuable in quantity. The mechanical arm was traded for a level 15 dungeon scroll and a unique blueprint for an automatic tool station, a blueprint accessible to players with crafting skills, capable of restoring any tool to its original state. The seller's willingness to exchange likely stemmed from the considerable usage restrictions of these items. Coincidentally, Qianyun found the mechanical arm to be quite desirable. The level 15 dungeon scroll was relinquished as currently no one possessed the capability to challenge it. In the third auction, Qianyun refrained from including the mechanical ship. On one hand, she considered it a treasured centerpiece, while on the other, she recognized that the second auction had revealed a scarcity of satisfactory offers. She preferred to wait rather than risk selling her ship for a price below its true value. Likewise, for the mechanical arm, she only listed the damage-resistant 7 Treasures umbrella, protective shields, and all lower-tier land and protective gear, including gas masks. As she organized the items, Qianyun couldn't help but recall the fervent bidding war of the previous day's auction. The buyer's intense yearning for these rare commodities and their increasingly competitive bids underscored the market's demand. Once she had completed her preparations, Qianyun assembled the materials for today's auction. Disregarding the commotion from players clamoring to wager their entire fortunes on the mechanical ship and arm, she presented the items designated for auction, which would follow a default rule of highest bidder wins, albeit with a starting price set by the survival game system rather than the players themselves. Qianyun first produced the meat with attributes, which had a consumption limit, hence she arranged some as foundational auction materials. Subsequently, she retrieved a flawless Tang Dao, along with bundles of advanced, intermediate, and beginner planting soil for auction, followed closely by a protective shield and a 7-treasure umbrella resistant to harm. As the market was predominantly filled with basic protective suits and gas masks, she decided to showcase her ordinary blueprints, which held significant advantages. Finally, she displayed an assortment of peculiar poisons and antidotes she had crafted herself, culminating with the concealed weapons she meticulously fashioned. Upon completing this series of preparations, she swiftly donned the specialized gear designed to handle various complex situations and without hesitation stepped outside, embarking on an uncertain journey. In light of the necessity to better adapt to the ever-changing environmental conditions, Qianyun made an unconventional decision today. She refrained from wearing the goggles that allowed her to see through the mist, providing clarity amidst obscurity. The moment she crossed the boundary of her safe haven, an uncanny sensation surged within her. To her astonishment, the fog today was markedly different from previous encounters, resembling an endless gray net that enveloped the entire world tightly. The once thin mist had completely thickened, reducing visibility to a mere whisper. Even objects nearby were obscured, their outlines barely discernible. Yet, what perplexed her further was the absence of the usually lurking, bloodthirsty creatures known as the bloodthirsty insects. Although the surroundings appeared deceptively tranquil, an inexplicable and unsettling anxiety clung to her heart like a specter, resisting all her attempts to dispel it. The ominous premonition of danger loomed, akin to the oppressive atmosphere before a storm, weighing heavily on her chest, making each breath feel labored. Qianyun instinctively heightened her vigilance, her gaze sharp and hawk-like as it scanned the vicinity, while her grip tightened around the Tang Dao, designed for single use. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through without warning. This wind howled past, stirring up dust and fallen leaves while carrying with it an intensely nauseating stench. Upon inhaling this acrid aroma, her heart constricted, and beads of sweat instantly appeared upon her brow. With little time for contemplation, her pace quickened involuntarily. The remnants of yesterday's corpses seemed to emit an even stronger odor. As Qianyun ventured deeper into this enigmatic realm, the fog thickened around her, enveloping her in a heavy white veil. The sights before her grew increasingly indistinct, with even nearby objects reduced to mere hazy shapes. At this moment, she felt an unusual lightness, as if she were floating delicately upon soft clouds. Initially, she maintained a semblance of vigilance, instinctively sensing that something was amiss. However, the ethereal and transcendent beauty of the experience soon overwhelmed her, leading her to develop an almost obsessive longing for this extraordinary detachment from reality. Yet, just as she became enraptured by this illusory bliss, her subconscious abruptly synchronized, akin to a bucket of icy water dousing her, jolting her back to awareness. The intoxicating sensation that had previously enveloped her vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Startled and drenched in cold sweat, Qianyun swiftly grasped that what she had just encountered was merely an illusion. It was only at this moment that she truly comprehended the formidable peril concealed within the surrounding mist. All the players believed that even if there were toxic gases within the fog, they could be easily filtered out with protective gear, posing no significant threat. Who could have anticipated the existence of a gas capable of inducing hallucinations? It bore no tangible harm, rendering it nearly innocuous and thus not classified as a toxic gas. However, the grim reality was that should one inadvertently fall prey to its enchantment, halting progress and becoming lost in the mirage, they might find themselves unable to awaken in time when genuine danger loomed, let alone mount any effective resistance. Contemplating this, Qianyun couldn't help but shudder. The importance of mental fortitude was indeed paramount. Chapter 128. Gaining experience, Qianyun busied herself throughout the morning as the dense fog rendered outdoor dining impossible. She began her return journey, successfully arriving back at her warm and secure abode. At this moment, she was utterly fatigued. However, there was no time for respite. Instead, she promptly shared the vital intelligence she had gathered during her morning exploration with her companions, updating them on the current situation. Once the exchanges were concluded, Qianyun recalled the players from rival factions who had previously wronged her. To prevent any future complications, she decisively added their names to the auction house's blacklist. Having completed this task, she let out a sigh of relief and retrieved a low-level dungeon scroll from her backpack. Gently unfurling the scroll, she clicked to use it, and the familiar shimmering light materialized. Qianyun stepped into the first dungeon, which required her to uncover the truth behind a mysterious disappearance. A young girl, chosen as the temple maiden of the Elder Shrine in this old city, vanished on the very day of her selection, along with the ritual officiant. Since then, the city seemed to be cursed, with no female infants born, and anyone attempting to leave the city would inevitably transform into a small girl. Their feet bound and movement hindered. After a day of investigation, Qianyun discovered all the clues. The girl was named Hongying, due to her parents' preference for sons. She had been overlooked since childhood. In her eyes, her situation was not dire, compared to other girls who had toiled incessantly only to be sold for money. She considered herself fortunate. As the Elder Shrine began to select a new maiden, her previously indifferent parents suddenly showered her with attention, even spending lavishly on her skincare, providing her with milk baths and fresh goat's milk daily. After being chosen, she even believed her parents to be kind. It was only when she was brutally tortured to death that she realized her fate had been predetermined by her parents, who had orchestrated her demise to secure a better future for her brother. After death, she did not dissipate immediately. Instead, she witnessed her own remains being fashioned into a doll and placed in the Elder Shrine. By the time her selection as the Temple Maiden was publicly announced, she had already been dead for a month. On the first day of his tenure, the newly appointed county magistrate, Zhang Yuan, began investigating the affairs of the Elder Shrine. After all, a mere temple held authority that surpassed both law and imperial power in this city. The government had just begun to uncover anomalies when the Elder Shrine, with the doll made from Hongying's corpse, vanished overnight, leaving behind only whispers that claimed Hongying's spirit could not escape. Over time, her resentment morphed into hatred, cursing the entire city. Did the townsfolk truly remain ignorant of her plight? In truth, they were well aware, yet they were all devotees of the ritual officiant. In Qianyun's words, the entire city had been brainwashed by a cult-like organization. From top to bottom, they revered this false officiant, firmly believing that girls should be offered to the ritual, and being chosen as a temple maiden was a tremendous blessing. Only those who served as maidens would allow the boys in their households the opportunity to become acolytes, and the purity of a maiden was meticulously scrutinized before being deemed fit for selection. On the day when Hongying was informed of her selection, her parents sent her brother to become a child acolyte. Despite witnessing the entire ordeal of her humiliation, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Tragically, when she could no longer endure the torment and took her own life, her remains were fashioned into a doll. It is implausible that her parents were entirely oblivious, for the child acolytes of the Elder Temple typically lived in luxury. From the very first day of their selection, they were instructed by designated mentors to prepare them as the next inheritors. The methods employed against the maidens were meticulously transmitted, as they believed women were born to atone for sins. Their actions were considered virtuous and believed to extend life, with some even claiming the possibility of immortality. The Elder Temple has long propagated the belief that those who revere it will be shielded from plagues. During the great nationwide epidemic in the 5th year of Yonghe, the Elder Temple remained untouched, even providing aid to countless afflicted individuals. Little did anyone know that the true miraculous healer, Shen Miaozhu, was a woman, accompanied by 2 male companions, her senior and junior disciples. In their pursuit of the accolades bestowed upon Shen Miaozhu, they not only sullied her name, but ultimately took her life, transforming the once revered Elder Temple into a theological institution. With their medical skills and the reputation they cultivated, they swiftly gained the favor of the townsfolk and even the officials within a mere decade. Having tasted success, the duo began to target beautiful maidens under the guise of fulfilling divine will and serving the populace. Over time, mere beauty could no longer satiate their desires, leading them to pursue the notion of virgin maidens. Any voices attempting to expose or oppose them were swiftly silenced through poison. The entirety of this narrative unfolds from the depths of human malevolence. When individuals can no longer restrain their greed, their selfishness expands, eventually manifesting as villainy. Hongying, as the last victim, was not truly the final one. The Elder Temple quietly vanished from the city, leaving uncertainty about the existence of future victims. However, she was the last known victim of Smoke City. On the night the members of the Elder Temple fled, the old city was set ablaze, leaving no living souls behind. Hongying became a lingering obsession, while the inhabitants of the city were trapped souls, ensnared by their own fixations. There was no curse born from Hongying's resentment. It was merely an obsession. Thus, Qianyun's entry into this narrative served to draw a conclusion for the city. Qianyun, upon completing her mission and uncovering the truth, bore witness to the instantaneous annihilation of the entire city and its denizens at the final moment of her exit from the narrative, sighing in reflection. Had she not been born in the azure seas of Huagua, perhaps she would not have been so fortunate. Women must raise their voices, regardless of the circumstances. Upon being transported back, Qianyun noted that the time remained unchanged from when she had entered the narrative, indicating that this tale did not synchronize with real time. She then retrieved the next low-level narrative to continue her journey. After traversing 7 narratives, Qianyun had gathered 7 stories, from Hong Ying to Feng Cheng. Each narrative left her feeling suffocated, as though she were not merely gaining experience, but rather reliving the depths of human depravity in a tangible manner. In urgent need of respite, Qianyun resolved to take a break, requiring time to process the weight of her experiences. She returned home, reclined on her bed, and closed her eyes, reminiscing about the narratives within those 7 manuscripts. In these tales, she witnessed the grotesqueness of humanity and felt the plight and injustices faced by women. In the world of survival games, where the law of the jungle prevails, one must ponder the extent of malevolence that exists. For the first time, she realized that her inclination to focus solely on herself and her 5 companions might not be the most prudent choice. Perhaps it was time for her to establish a guild, to amass recruitment cards, and to assess the character of other players. If feasible, she could invite them into her territory, offering them temporary sanctuary. Chapter 129 Contemplation. Qianyun inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult of excitement within her. She gently flexed her fingers before slowly tapping into the small group chat interface. At that moment, the group appeared somewhat desolate, with only Lin Zhizhi and Lin Lioli displaying their online statuses, while Song Yun and Jing Chuan were conspicuously absent, perhaps bravely exploring some mysterious realm. With great care, Qianyun cautiously articulated the thoughts she had long contemplated into the dialogue box and sent them to her 2 online friends. Before long, she received enthusiastic responses from Lin Zhizhi and Lin Lioli, who expressed immense interest and agreement with Qianyun's proposal, even beginning to assign themselves roles within the guild. Buoyed by the support of her friends, Qianyun felt a surge of confidence. She resolved to seize the moment and immediately set about drafting a comprehensive plan. This plan encompassed every facet of the guild, from its name to its unique mission, and included meticulously devised rules and regulations, each thoughtfully considered by Qianyun. Moreover, a spark of inspiration struck her, and she decided to personally design and create a series of exquisite recruitment posters. These posters were intended to showcase the guild's allure and distinctiveness, thereby attracting like-minded players of commendable skill and a strong sense of justice to join their ranks. Qianyun began designing the guild's emblem, aspiring to create a symbol that was both unique and representative of the guild's spirit. After an hour, she completed her design and presented it to Lin Zhizhi and Lin Lioli. The 2 were effusive in their praise for Qianyun's creation, eagerly awaiting feedback from Jing Chuan and Song Yun. Later in the afternoon, Qianyun ventured through 2 dungeons and a 3-hour secret realm, returning with ample rewards. Around 7 in the evening, Jing Chuan and Song Yun replied, indicating their willingness to proceed, though they both felt it prudent to wait a few days. As the current fog was not the most opportune time, Qianyun pondered this reasoning and set it aside for the moment. In a conspiratorial tone, Song Yun lowered her voice and said, "Actually, I have a fantastic opportunity here to thoroughly assess our teammates." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhizhi became instantly animated, her eyes wide with anticipation as she eagerly inquired, "What kind of opportunity is it? Please don't keep us in suspense." Meanwhile, Jing Chuan wore a perplexed expression, 2 large question marks hovering above his head as he silently pondered the nature of this mysterious proposition. Lin Lioli, seated nearby, leaned in with curiosity, speculating. Could it be a challenge for a high-difficulty team dungeon? Or perhaps an intense competitive match? All eyes were fixed on Song Yun, eagerly awaiting her revelation. Song Yun responded, "Clever, Lioli, but it's not a team dungeon. It's a team secret realm. I'm not sure how I stumbled upon this fortune. A level 7 secret realm card for 20 players. Who's up for a trial?" Qianyun, Lin Zhizhi, Lin Lioli, Jing Chuan. "Wow, a level 7 secret realm card," exclaimed the other 3, all responding in unison. "Let us meticulously plan and organize our social acquaintances, selecting 15 individuals who exhibit commendable character and capability. We will reach out to them to ascertain their willingness to participate. Should they decline, we will seek suitable alternatives." Qianyun remarked that this expedition into the secret realm would not only test everyone's prowess, but also allow us to observe their collaborative abilities. Based on their performances, we may contemplate inviting suitable candidates to join our guild. Additionally, dear sisters, please keep an eye out for recruitment cards, as I would be willing to exchange resources for them. Very well, let us finalize this, Song Yun replied with a smile. Today, we shall compile our selections and communicate with our friends, and tomorrow we will embark on our journey, eager to discover the surprises that await us in this venture. The group promptly began to sift through their contacts, and after considerable deliberation, Qianyun found herself with only 2 suitable acquaintances. After about an hour, the chat group began to buzz with activity. I can confirm 5 individuals. Su Ru, whom you all know, she is my senior and quite competent in various aspects. Then there is Feng Qi, whose abilities, primarily focused on healing and buff enhancement, are commendable. Lastly, my recently merged superior, Ling Yun, a military man. The other 2, Deng Yi and Huang Yao, are also servicemen. Thus far, they have proven to be trustworthy and are currently unaffiliated with any guild. Jing Chuan contributed to the conversation while explaining the situation to his friends. Ling Yun had expressed tentative agreement, yet he remained uncertain about joining the guild. His indecision lingered, but he was inclined to give it a try. At that moment, Lin Jiji, alongside Lin Liuli and Song Yun, was savoring a refreshing juice made from sweet cane. I have already inquired and confirmed 3 from my end, while Liuli has 6, though their abilities are not particularly strong, all at level 5. However, they share a common trait of high luck and are guildless, making them reliable, especially since they have grievances with Zhao Shui. Lin Liuli remarked. Sister, don't forget to include their names. Oh my. Qianyun. The 9 individuals are named Song He, Li Wanwan, Zhou Bai, Cheng Xinglong, Qi Xian, Jiang Feng, Jin Wei, Wu Xiao, and Wu Meng. All are within the top 500 and have no guild affiliations. I have dealt with them since the district opened, and they are of good character. Song Yun added, I have one here whose character is uncertain, as I have not interacted much with him. We are merely familiar through trade, but he ranks within the top 50. Qianyun responded. Suru mentioned another individual named Yang Yin, who has a good disposition, though he is somewhat naive and lacks initiative. His strength also places him in the top 50. How fortuitous. It seems we have exactly filled our quota of 15, and with our 5 included, we have a total of 20, Lin Liuli noted. Have we confirmed the time? Qianyun inquired. Shall we meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow? If that does not work, we can adjust accordingly. I just asked, and there are no issues on their end. We have no conflicts either. The group nodded in agreement. With these matters settled, Qianyun finally opened the auction house to assess the status of today's resources. Upon opening, one is met with a startling sight, an overwhelming array of the egos of adversaries. Flander, what gives you the right to blacklist me? Do you not proclaim yourselves as paragons of great nations? Zhang Qi, this is utterly laughable. With such meager resources, you dare to claim the top auction house. It would be far better to observe what our guild offers tomorrow. We have everything you desire. Ganyu, the items at auction are exorbitantly priced. Could the lady engage in private transactions? Qianyun glanced at her notifications and indeed found a friend request. However, she chose not to accept it. Instead, she returned to the auction house to peruse the comments beneath the storefront. Most comments lamented the high prices, though some inquired about the auction times for other items. Qianyun disregarded these remarks and fixated on a particularly intriguing message. A mysterious buyer was willing to pay a handsome sum for rare materials, inviting interested parties to engage in private conversation. This message stirred something within Qianyun. Chapter 130. Cross-server buyer. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Qianyun. She promptly selected the private chat option and sent a message to the enigmatic buyer. Hello, could you elaborate on the mysterious materials you mentioned? However, after dispatching her message, it vanished into the void, receiving no response. Puzzled yet undeterred, Qianyun was lost in thought when, unexpectedly, an email arrived. The content was succinct, containing but a single phrase, Territory Shield Blueprint. I believe no one would decline. There was no signature, nor any further details. A wave of apprehension washed over Qianyun. She was uncertain whether the sender was friend or foe and perplexed as to how they could send an email, as she had only encountered such messages from system-generated rewards. She scrutinized the words on the screen, her mind brimming with suspicion and curiosity. For the first time, she wished for a universal anti-fraud app in the survival game. After a brief hesitation, Qianyun retrieved essential supplies from her system backpack and placed them into the condensation orb, then activated the light screen to respond to the email. Qinyun, you desire the mechanical vessel? Pray, enlighten me on the terms of this transaction. Additionally, I am curious as to how you are able to send emails. Which server and district are you from? If we are to trade, transparency is paramount, is it not? Upon sending the message, Qinyun donned her silk pajamas and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Since entering the survival game, she had noticed that her shoes had been washed less frequently than they had been discarded, as most pairs fell apart within just 2 days. After cleaning and drying her swift boots, she returned to the light screen to check for messages. Email. Mysterious buyer. You are aware of cross-server trading, I presume? Through the medium of email, we can negotiate beforehand. Once a contract is implicitly agreed upon by the system, items can be directly extracted from the other party's backpack. My identity is inconsequential. I am not affiliated with anyone from your district or any merged servers. What truly matters is my genuine need for a mechanical vessel, and I have indeed seen your auction house via the cross-server trading card. If you consent to the transaction, I can provide you with pertinent information about the cross-server trading card. What do you say? Qinyun accessed the reply option and responded, the trade is agreeable. However, I must first inspect the trading card and the territory shield blueprint. Please refrain from screenshots or paraphrasing. I require the information to be sent directly. This will help prevent image manipulation or potential loopholes. Since the auction house opened, I have noticed a dedicated team managing image alterations, necessitating my caution. Before long, she received a message from the other side. Cross-server trading card. Upon utilization, it grants one opportunity for trading resources throughout the entire survival game world, including market stalls, auction house shops, and other tradable items. Note, transactions must occur solely through messages or emails. Messages allow for unilateral communication, while email is recommended for preliminary discussions. Prior to transaction confirmation, a contract will be established by the system. Once both parties agree to the contract, the system will automatically withdraw the corresponding items from each backpack. Should any fraudulent act occur regarding the exchange of items, the system will adjudicate that all items belong to the victim. Blueprint for Territory Shield. This blueprint allows for the creation of a protective shield that, once deployed, safeguards the territory from any natural disasters and threats posed by creatures of lower player levels. Note, this blueprint is a growth type, and there is only one in the realm of survival games. Qinyun couldn't help but feel that the other party was lacking in intellect. The magnitude of this blueprint's potential could be discerned from its latter sections alone. To her astonishment, the individual sought to exchange it for the blueprint of a mechanical ship. However, upon reflection, she suddenly comprehended why the other party was willing to trade it. She was an adept negotiator. Qinyun, your offer appears insufficient for this transaction. It is well known that territories are inherently safeguarded from any unknown creatures or pollutants, making them the safest locations on the island. Moreover, recruiting members to the territory renders it even more secure than when it is merely an isolated island. Natural disasters have little bearing on us who require resources, and with the establishment of greenhouse structures for cultivation, we need not fret over calamities. If you genuinely desire this, I suggest you raise your offer. Transactions are fundamentally based on mutual consent, so do contemplate your position. On the other hand, Zhang Tian seethed with frustration, glaring at the anonymous seller of the mechanical ship across the correspondence. He was indeed aware of the relative safety of territories and the benefits of greenhouses. Yet the information contained within the blueprint's final section led him to believe it would prove invaluable. However, he found himself unwilling to part with other worthy items in exchange for it. He had directly participated in an auction for this blueprint, which ultimately failed, leading him to regard it as mere scrap. Initially, he had intended to deceive players from other regions with it, but to his dismay, the other party was not easily fooled. With a steely resolve, Zhang Tian clenched his teeth and added another item to his offer. Zhang Tian, all right, I will include a treasure map. This treasure map is unlike others. After its fragments were combined, he received a system prompt indicating that the creature level at the treasure point was too high to explore, leaving it unclaimed until now. Since the other party was dissatisfied with his previous offer, he believed that adding this would surely compel their agreement, and he could also take advantage of the situation. With this thought, Zhang Tian felt a significant weight lift from his chest. Qinyun sensed something amiss with this player. Although the offered items appeared commendable, there was an unsettling feeling accompanying them. After contemplating, she chuckled softly. During her previous efforts to modify a mechanical ship, she had a vessel that had been poorly transformed, possessing far fewer components than those produced by the system. She dismantled it, as it bore little distinction from an ordinary vessel from the Blue Star, and subsequently repaired it, deeming it suitable for trade. Without haste in responding to Zhang Tian, Qianyun teleported back to her territory, returning to her workshop to study the blueprint for the automated workbench. She then crafted the workbench and relocated it outside her dwelling, selecting the option to repair the dilapidated mechanical ship in her inventory. The process swiftly consumed 1 crystal and 1,000 units of iron for the repairs. After scanning, she found it nearly indistinguishable from the system's produced mechanical ships, though only she recognized the vessel's inherent shortcomings. Without returning to the safe house, Qianyun opened the chat, intending to grant the other party one final opportunity. Should they prove sincere, she would engage in a transaction involving the system-produced mechanical ship. She also hoped that her soon-to-be trading partner would be a commendable individual. Upon opening the conversation, she encountered the following message: "I truly require this. Otherwise, shall I add another 100 energy stones and 100 platform expansion stones?" Zhang Tian responded, "Do not be ungrateful. This is already a tremendous advantage." Zhang Tian continued, "Very well, since I genuinely need it, I shall add 2,000 monthly stones. Do not be ungrateful." Zhang Tian's confusion was palpable, as he repeatedly expressed his bewilderment. As she observed the other party's growing agitation, Qianyun finally acknowledged her suspicion that the buyer's offer might be a trap. Yet, her intuition suggested that the individual might simply be uninformed. Nevertheless, adhering to her promise to grant an opportunity, she replied, "First, tell me about the treasure map and send me the information." Zhang Tian, infuriated, questioned her insistence. "Why do you keep asking these questions if you wish to trade?" Yet, he felt a pang of insecurity, knowing he could not divulge details about the treasure map. Otherwise, if the other party discovered its ineffectiveness, the deal would surely collapse. A treasure map is merely a treasure map. What information could there possibly be? He retorted. Qianyun confirmed her suspicions. The individual was not trustworthy, yet it mattered little, for she herself was hardly an angel. "Let us proceed with the transaction. Present your resources, and we shall sign the contract with the system taking its share." The contract soon materialized before Qianyun's eyes, and the information regarding the treasure map on the other side was vague. Understanding dawned upon her. Upon examining the recently placed repaired mechanical ship in her backpack, she noted that its description in the contract bore no distinction from the system's output, and the survival game system had not deemed it a failure. Thus, Qianyun affixed her signature, awaiting the other party's agreement. Zhang Tian scrutinized the document repeatedly, ensuring consistency with the auction house before finally signing on the screen. Shortly thereafter, Qianyun witnessed the resources being transmitted from Zhang Tian's end. Chapter 131. Level Qianyun was quite pleased with the supplies sent by Zhang Tian. Yet the only thing that irked her was that the treasure map was marked as unusable. Based on her previous conjectures, she reasonably suspected that this was due to her insufficient level and capabilities. This was a fortunate oversight, but it also clarified that the buyer engaging in this cross-server transaction was likely not a person of integrity. Zhang Tian, on the other hand, was utterly unaware that despite having reached level 7, the treasure map he had provided was deemed unusable in the hands of Qianyun, who was at level 10. He would certainly have refrained from offering a high-level treasure map had he known its true nature. Qianyun reaped substantial rewards, while Zhang Tian, situated in an area where no one had unveiled blueprints for mechanical ships or similar items, remained blissfully ignorant of his good fortune in acquiring 2 cross-server transaction cards. Without any point of reference, he was content with his purchase, unaware that he had acquired a flawed item. With a heart full of anticipation, Zhang Tian prepared to scour for more seemingly worthless yet impressive resources, hoping to exchange them for even rarer treasures. Especially since he still had one more opportunity for cross-server trading. At this moment, he was oblivious to the fact that the items visible through the cross-server transaction card were entirely random, and the quality of goods depended solely on luck. After accepting the supplies, Qianyun turned her attention to the auction house shop. Aside from the shop's name, there was no information about the players, so very few knew that the starfish shop belonged to her. Of course, those familiar with her were exceptions, while those unfamiliar, like Flander and Zhao Shui, might have had their suspicions. Thinking about her expedition to the secret realm the next day, Qianyun took out 2 half-participating flowers and consumed them. The taste was unbearably bitter, and she was caught off guard, feeling her tongue tingle with numbness. However, She could distinctly perceive that after consuming the two dreadful flowers, her range of exploration had significantly expanded. Player, Qianyun gender, female height, 172 centimeters weight, 57 kilograms. Your weight is stabilizing. Level, 10, 587,901 million. Current cumulative experience from monster kills. Note, creatures in the secret realm do not count towards experience points. Perfect completion of dungeons yields substantial experience. Constitution, 4710. Each level up after level 5 grants 1 attribute point. Strength, 5110. Each level up after level 5 grants 1 attribute point. Speed, 4610. Each level up after level 5 grants 1 attribute point. Mental power, 8,512,000. Currently level 7. Next level 8. Increases by 500,1000 with character level advancement. Luck? Your luck value perplexes the system. Talent. Time manipulation, currently level 4, can be upgraded. Note, time freezes for 30 seconds within a radius of 1 kilometer. Progress is evident. Skills. Basic mechanical development, intermediate pharmacology, exceptional swordsmanship. Expandable. Comprehensive strength rankings, 1. Points rankings, 1. Achievements rankings, 1. Safe house rankings, 1. Luck value rankings, 1. Total points, 1. 200, 890. Keep up the good work. Currently, within the entire game, Qianyun stands at an unparalleled level. The highest ranks below her are clustered around levels 7 to 8. Even Jingxuan has only reached level 8, while her mental prowess far surpasses many. Of course, she remains unaware of this, but the survival game system, Star, is keenly aware. Despite numerous attempts to obscure her luck value, it has only increased, which is quite perplexing. After receiving feedback, the main system advised him to refrain from interference. Yet he finds himself unable to resist observing her. Seeing the woman scrutinizing her panel with a hint of disdain, he nearly lost his composure. Level 10 is still not satisfactory. In this world, a level 10 character can easily become a formidable figure. Level signifies the potential ceiling one can reach in the future. Many become stagnant once hindered by their levels, unable to enhance their attributes further. Yet, this individual remains unsatisfied. As for mental prowess, the highest known level is merely 10, making her a source of frustration for the system that cannot even keep pace. Safe house upgrade. Current safe house, level 7. Defense value 20,000. Next level 8. Upgrade materials. High grade wood 20,000. Iron 1,000. Stone 10,000. Glass 200. Energy stone 20. And crystal 200. Settlement point expansion. Level 1 settlement point area 500 square meters. Next area 1,000 square meters. Materials required for settlement point expansion. Island Monument 1 safe house area 150 square meters to unlock. Would you like to upgrade the safe house settlement point? Safe house upgrade. Current safe house level 8. Defense value 50,000. Next level 9. Upgrade materials. High grade wood 50,000. Iron 5,000. Stone 50,000. Glass 1,000. Energy stone 100 and crystal 500. Settlement point expansion. Level 2 settlement point area 1,000 square meters. Next area 5,000 square meters. Materials required for settlement point expansion. Island Monument 1 safe house area 150 square meters to unlock. Would you like to upgrade the safe house settlement point? Yes, no. Safe house upgrade. Current safe house level 7. Defense value 20,000. Next level 8. Upgrade materials. Level 10 safe house upgrade card. Settlement point expansion. Level 3 settlement point area 5,000 square meters. Next height, increase of 1 meter. Materials required for settlement point expansion. Platform cornerstone 1. Platform cornerstone. An essential material for increasing the height of the settlement point within the safe house range. Would you like to upgrade the safe house? Yes, no? The dissatisfaction of a certain system was unknown to Qianyun, who was currently reviewing her materials and had met the requirements for upgrading her safe house. Without hesitation, she initiated the upgrade, which would take 7 days to advance 3 levels, having sufficient materials for a level 2 upgrade, and possessing a level 10 safe house upgrade card, which she also utilized. The expansion of her settlement point was also satisfied, although it would require 2 days. Subsequently, She teleported to her territory, intending to seek refuge with Song Yun. Upon arriving at the territory, Qian Yun found herself surrounded by darkness. She swiftly made her way to the greenhouse, opened a private chat, and reached out to Song Yun. Dear Song Yun, I humbly request your hospitality, as I am unable to reside in my upgraded safe house for the time being and need a place to stay for a few days. Having just finished her meal, Song Yun was elated to receive Qian Yun's message and promptly accepted her request. With bags filled with toiletries, Qian Yun approached the exterior of Song Yun's safe house, whereupon Song Yun immediately welcomed her inside. Unlike the charming warmth of Lin Zhizhi and Lin Liuyo's abode, Song Yun's home exuded an aura of stark cleanliness and an icy elegance from beginning to end. Chapter 132. The group's initial meeting the following morning as the sun ascended. Its gentle rays filtered through the curtain's crevices, casting a warm glow upon the room. Qian Yun remained ensconced in the embrace of sweet dreams, a faint smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Song Yun quietly sat up in bed, her movements as soft and stealthy as a cat's. Last night, Song Yun insisted that Qian Yun share the same room with her. The two engaged in spirited conversation, their topics flowing seamlessly into one another as if there were an endless well of words to draw upon. Before they realized it, the clock had struck 2 in the morning, yet their enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. At that moment, Song Yun's urgent need to relieve herself compelled her to rise. She carefully descended from the bed, her feet barely grazing the floor, striving to make no sound. Each step was taken with trepidation, as she feared disturbing the peacefully slumbering Qian Yun. At last, Song Yun successfully slipped into the bathroom. After addressing her physiological needs and freshening up, she made her way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Tying on an apron, she expertly opened the refrigerator, retrieving an array of ingredients: fresh eggs, vibrant vegetables, and fragrant bread. With meticulous care, she crafted each dish, hoping to gift Qian Yun a delightful morning. Time passed gradually, and as sunlight filled the room, Qian Yun's biological clock dutifully awakened her from her reverie. Stretching languidly and rubbing her sleepy eyes, she soon realized that Song Yun was no longer by her side. Just as confusion began to settle in, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, following the delightful scent to the dining area. Qian Yun was astonished to find a lavish spread of breakfast awaiting her. The golden, crispy fried eggs, sizzling sausages, colorful vegetable salad, and freshly baked bread exuded a mouth-watering fragrance. Song Yun stood proudly nearby, her expression eager for Qian Yun's delighted reaction. Awake so early? I still have a few things to finish. Hurry and wash up so you can taste the nutritious breakfast I've prepared, Song Yun called out. Qian Yun found herself unexpectedly overcome with a desire to act playfully towards the radiant and motherly Song Yun, yet her rational mind urged her to suppress such impulses. It looks delectable, and the scent alone is tantalizing, she replied. As they settled down to enjoy their meal, Qian Yun noticed a jug of juice nearby, taking a sip that burst with refreshing flavor. With 2 hours remaining until their meeting, Song Yun urged Qian Yun to join her on an expedition to her island. The two spent over an hour navigating through the mist before being teleported back. For the first time, Qian Yun appreciated the advantages of relocating to their territory. No matter where she was on her initial island, a simple teleport back to the safe house could resolve any situation in no time. At 8:35, Song Yun initiated a team for a secret realm. Once all 5 members were present, she began to summon the agreed-upon additional participants. As the clock struck 9, Song Yun produced a secret realm card and clicked to use it. This one was valid for 7 days. Each individual had come prepared, eager to gather valuable treasures upon their return. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped them, causing the group to squint against its intensity. What kind of light is this? It's blinding, exclaimed Yang Yin. Look above. There are 10 suns. Li Wanwan pointed towards the sky and exclaimed. The crowd looked up, only to behold 10 colossal fireballs suspended in the air, their searing radiance illuminating the earth below. How could this be? The legendary 10 suns in the sky truly existed? Song He was profoundly astonished. Something felt amiss. We must leave at once, Cheng Xinglong cautioned, his innate ability being danger perception, allowing him to sense impending threats, and he felt a presence drawing near. After a brief distance, the group finally paused to introduce themselves. Qian Yun produced her 7 treasures umbrella for protection and then retrieved several wooden stools from her backpack, arranging them in a circle. I am Qian Yun, proficient in both melee and ranged combat, at level 8, specializing in longswords, whips, and bows. Though she slightly exaggerated her level, It still left everyone in awe. Jing Chuan followed suit with a succinct introduction. I am Jing Chuan, a melee specialist at level 7, skilled in knife techniques. Wielding a Tang Dao, Lin Lulu greeted the group. Hello, esteemed individuals, I am Lin Lulu, adept in both melee and defense, at level 6. My weapon of choice is a whip. Lin Jiji chimed in. Greetings, comrades, I am Lin Jiji, a ranged specialist at level 7, wielding a crossbow and longbow. While I prefer daggers for close combat. Song Yun, still maintaining her aloof demeanor among unfamiliar faces, stated, I am Song Yun, a melee fighter at level 7. Wielding a bone club, though I prefer to engage directly with brass knuckles. The others gasped in astonishment. Her appearance and introduction seemed to present two different personas. Among the five, except for Jing Chuan and Qian Yun, all had honestly stated their levels. A strikingly beautiful woman clad in tactical attire spoke next. I am Song He, proficient in ranged attacks, at level 6, wielding a longbow, and I am unaffiliated with any guild. Following Song Yun, a peculiar pattern emerged, as introductions became quite succinct. Ling Yun, a rugged-looking man appearing in his 30s, introduced himself. I am Ling Yun, a melee expert at level 8, wielding a halberd. Su Ru was even more striking than anticipated, exuding an assertive beauty in her sleek black sportswear. I am Su Ru, level 7, specializing in melee ambushes. Armed with a crescent blade, the remaining members took their turns to introduce themselves. Li Wanwan specialized in defense, possessing limited offensive capabilities but wielding remarkably useful skills. At level 5, Zhou Bai had an unusual specialty, with a talent for drawing fire and skills related to aggro, making him somewhat unfortunate yet incredibly swift. Managing to escape peril repeatedly, wielding dual sticks at level 5, Cheng Xinglong, at level 6, excelled in melee with a long knife and was adept in reconnaissance. Qi Xian, at level 5, was skilled in healing and could wield various weapons. Jiang Feng, at level 6, specialized in ranged attacks with a single crossbow. Jin Wei, at level 5, was a reconnaissance expert with an extraordinary memory, wielding a Tang Dao. Wu Xiao, at level 7, specialized in ranged combat with a bow. Wu Ming, at level 6, excelled in melee, wielding a large iron hammer, reminiscent of a formidable Barbie. Fang Qi, at level 6, was a healer, adept at restoring statuses and stacking buffs. Deng Yi, at level 5, specialized in melee combat with dual forks, which was quite rare. Huang Yao, at level 6, was proficient in defense, lacking in both melee and ranged attacks, but possessed the ability to harden for damage resistance, wielding a three-headed axe. Yang Yin, at level 6, specialized in melee, armed with iron teeth. The group comprised a diverse array of talents, perfectly complementing one another. At this moment, Ling Yun finally comprehended why, after the merger, he stood at the pinnacle of the comprehensive leaderboard while others had fallen to the second position. He harbored a premonition that the one occupying the first place was Qian Yun, leading him into a contemplative state. Once everyone had concluded their introductions, Qian Yun spoke. Now that we have all gained a preliminary understanding of one another, I must mention that this 7th level secret realm is vast and rather peculiar. I have prepared a substantial number of anti-damage 7 treasures umbrellas. Each of you shall receive 2 as a token of my goodwill. These umbrellas have been meticulously crafted by me, boasting double the original defensive value. Aware that many of you are at levels 5 to 6, I took the initiative to prepare in advance. Chapter 133. The Undead. Upon the vast and desolate expanse of the wilderness, a group of individuals clad in uniform gear stood in a row, exuding an air of vigor akin to an elite force poised for expedition. Their gazes were steadfastly fixed on the horizon, hearts brimming with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown world ahead. Before long, they were pleasantly surprised to behold a towering observation platform piercing the clouds in the distance, resembling a bridge connecting the heavens and the earth, evoking an aura of enigmatic allure. However, it was perplexing that since entering this realm, they had encountered not a single living creature. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the howling wind. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ling Yun, the appointed captain for this venture, decisively issued a command. Given that there are neither creatures nor vegetation in sight, only endless yellow sands, we are uncertain where to procure supplies. Since there is an observation platform, let us advance towards it. The others nodded in agreement, resolutely setting forth towards their objective. Along the way, they faced fierce sandstorms, with many enduring the harsh grit. Upon reaching the base of the tower, They deliberated and ultimately decided that the agile Qian Yun would lead Ling Yun and Jin Wei in ascending the observation platform for reconnaissance. The trio quickly ascended the steep and narrow steps, soon reaching the summit. From their elevated vantage point, they gazed down upon the expansive wilderness, the view remarkably unobstructed. Yet, at that moment, the perceptive Qian Yun sensed something amiss. The radiant orb suspended in the sky, emitting a faint glow, appeared decidedly peculiar. Unlike the blazing sun, it emanated a gentler, yet captivating allure reminiscent of the mysterious ocean heart obtained in the Siren dungeon, seemingly resonating with their mental energies. As Qian Yun pondered this anomaly, Jin Wei beside her also discerned the irregularity and promptly informed her and Ling Yun. "Look, that is not the sun. I scanned it. It is a colossal flame heart." Previously, Jin Wei had been fortunate enough to receive a reward in the dungeon, albeit a small fourth-tier flame heart, which had awakened his reconnaissance talent. Upon hearing this revelation, both were taken aback and hastily scrutinized the spectacle. Indeed, the distant points of light were, in fact, numerous blazing flame hearts, radiating an eerie glow that cast a crimson hue across the entire sky. Yet before they could fully regain their composure from the shock, Jin Wei urgently exclaimed, "This is bad. A massive swarm of indistinct entities is rapidly approaching from less than a kilometer away." Qian Yun reacted swiftly, scanning the area with her mental prowess and quickly identifying the issue. It was a horde of creatures that were neither human nor beast, their numbers staggering. Ling Yun, upon hearing this, quickly focused his gaze. The dark mass surged towards them like a tide, moving with alarming speed. His complexion turned ashen as he shouted, "Accelerate! We must descend and alert the others to prepare for battle." As the three individuals concluded their brief discussion, they dared not linger any longer and hastened down the stairs with utmost speed. As they neared the ground, the majority of onlookers were captivated by the ominous sight advancing before them. Their eyes widened in terror as they beheld the impending onslaught. A staggering multitude of zombies surged forth like a relentless tide, an endless sea of grotesque forms and horrific visages that sent chills down their spines. At the forefront of this horde stood a figure that commanded particular attention. Towering and remarkably agile, it resembled the terrifying creatures from classic science fiction films, the Lickers. This leading zombie was starkly different from its ordinary counterparts. Its muscles were unnaturally developed, veins bulging as if they might burst through its skin at any moment. Its razor-sharp claws glimmered ominously, capable of effortlessly tearing through any obstacles in its path. The gaping maw was lined with jagged fangs, from which foul drool dripped incessantly. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers realized that hesitation would only lead them to a fate worse than death. "Quick, we must leave this place without delay," Qian Yun declared, her expression grave as she made her decision. She understood that time was of the essence, and every second wasted could plunge them all into irretrievable peril. Without hesitation, she took the lead, urging the group to flee in the direction away from the approaching horde. However, to their dismay, the zombies moved with alarming swiftness. Contrary to the sluggish beings portrayed in films, these creatures, despite their emaciated forms, moved like the wind. In the blink of an eye, the dense mass of zombies surged forth like a black tide, drawing ever closer. With the horde's advance came a nauseating, suffocating stench that enveloped them. A foul amalgamation of death and decay that permeated the air, inescapable and pervasive. "What in the world are these monstrosities?" Wu Ming gasped, her face pale with fright as she involuntarily cried out. While sprinting with all her might, Qian Yun panted, "I cannot say for certain, but judging by their appearance, they are likely the legendary zombies. Though their forms differ from ordinary humans, their overall characteristics remain strikingly similar. Each sun is, in fact, a core of energy, and these zombies are drawn to it." The group resolved to split into teams. Qian Yun, Lin Jiji, and Lin Liuli would form one team to guard the rear. Song Yun, Jing Chuan, and Song He would protect the others. Ling Yun, Su Ru, and Li Wanwan would lead the way. Zhou Bai, Cheng Xinglong, and Qi Xian would scout for resources, and Jiang Feng, Yang Yin, and Jin Wei would stand guard, while the remainder would fill in the gaps. After an indeterminate duration of frantic escape, the group found themselves on a dilapidated road covered in yellow dust, littered with abandoned vehicles. At this moment, the horde of zombies that had trailed behind had been significantly diminished. The group paused to recuperate and examine whether any of the vehicles could be salvaged, while diligently searching the barren earth for resources. However, It soon became apparent that something was amiss. Qianyun was missing. Lingyun quickly reassured everyone, urging them not to panic. She informed me she was going to confront the lead creature. If we allow that horde of zombies to pursue us relentlessly, we will eventually exhaust our strength. Let us first see if there are any usable vehicles. We are surrounded by this desolate terrain, and we all require shelter and means of transportation. Qianyun had just expended tremendous effort to vanquish the troublesome level 7 licker. Yet, before she could catch her breath, 2 peculiar level 8 mutants surged forth to confront her. Just as one crisis seemed to settle, another arose. Witnessing the once formidable horde of zombies begin to falter in their aggression following the demise of their leader, Qianyun made a swift decision to distance herself. With a gust beneath her feet, she moved with an ethereal grace, leaping several times until she vanished from the zombies' line of sight. Once she had run far enough to ensure no remnants of the zombie horde were visible, Qianyun finally halted, turned back, and prepared to collect the precious chest strewn across the ground. She navigated cautiously, avoiding potential hazards, and gathered each chest into her possession. Moreover, she took the opportunity to dispatch several wandering zombies nearby, liberating them and consequently securing even more chests. These treasures were the fruits of their collective endeavor, and upon returning, she was determined to distribute them fairly among all. After finishing her collection, Qianyun retrieved a pair of hastily prepared speed boots from her backpack and donned them before sprinting off. Eager to catch up with the larger contingent that had already moved ahead, consumed by urgency, she wished to soar like lightning to her companion's side. Just as she felt she was nearing them, a fierce wind erupted, whipping up a cloud of yellow sand that engulfed the area. In the blink of an eye, the distinct footprints left by her companions were entirely obscured, as if no one had ever traversed this place. Before Qianyun could fully comprehend the situation, an enormous creature loomed before her, resembling a small mountain. It exuded a suffocating aura of terror, its grotesque visage and razor-sharp fangs sending chills down her spine. Upon closer inspection, a rapid scan by Xiaoyu revealed an alarming level displayed prominently above the creature. Level 12 Devourer. If it sets its sights on you, you won't even have the chance to become an infected mutant, provided you are not stronger than it. As Xiaoyu's warning echoed in her mind, an unprecedented sense of oppression bore down upon Qianyun, akin to a mountain's weight. In a moment of desperation, she retrieved a spherical grenade, hastily unscrewed the lid, and hurled it at the creature. This grenade had been scavenged from one of the poisoned team members in Flandra during their treasure hunt, previously marked as unusable. Yet, in this instance, it unexpectedly saved her life. The spherical object struck the ground and detonated promptly, unleashing a shockwave that sent the creature tumbling to the earth. Seizing the opportunity, Qianyun swiftly turned and fled, desperately running in hopes of escaping the relentless pursuit behind her. However, the terrifying devourer did not recoil from the attack. Instead, it rose with astonishing speed, unleashing a deafening roar of fury, akin to a wrathful giant beast, charging directly towards Qianyun. The swirling sands and the oncoming storm-like punch caused her heart to leap into her throat, her heartbeat accelerating dramatically. Attempting to evade, she realized the enormity of her foe rendered her efforts futile. No matter how she maneuvered, there was no escaping its reach. At the moment of impact, Qianyun felt as though her very organs were on the verge of bursting from her chest. Simultaneously, her breath became increasingly labored, each inhalation searing her lungs as if ablaze, prompting her to quickly conceal herself beneath the sands, gulping down a restorative potion amidst the gravel. She was acutely aware that, given her current abilities and circumstances, evading this ferocious devourer was akin to courting death. Yet, she could not allow her teammates to suffer because of her. The grenade she had just deployed had successfully dislodged part of the devourer's shell, but to her astonishment, this dreadful creature could restore itself in an instant. Its resilience defying comprehension. As the devourer closed in, Qianyun recognized that she had no alternatives left. She had to fight to the bitter end. Without hesitation, she reached for her waist, drawing forth a gleaming longsword, preparing to engage in a life-and-death struggle. This time, Qianyun resolved to unleash her full potential without reservation. Furthermore, recognizing the overwhelming strength of her adversary, she did not hesitate to employ her rarely used talent, time manipulation, twice in succession. In that moment, brilliance radiated around her, the sword's aura soaring like a comet, and Qianyun exuded an unparalleled aura of strength. just as the battle reached a fevered pitch on the other side. Amidst the chaos, as they managed to locate 6 operable vehicles, including a bus, the previously bustling atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a thunderous noise from afar. This sound struck like a bolt from the blue, tightening the hearts of everyone present. Ling Yun felt a jolt at the sound, a foreboding sense washing over him. Could something have happened to Qianyun? With this thought, he promptly issued commands, swiftly selecting several agile and formidable companions, racing towards the source of the sound like arrows released from a bow. As they closed the distance, they finally beheld the scene before them. There stood Qianyun, bravely engaged in a harrowing battle against a colossal zombie, its size akin to a mountain. This zombie not only towered ominously, but the terrifying aura it exuded sent chills down their spines, as if it were a demon from the depths of hell. In stark contrast, Qianyun appeared diminutive and fragile. Yet, astonishingly, in the face of such a formidable foe, Qianyun exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, she displayed extraordinary courage and indomitable will. Her form glided through the onslaught of the zombies with an ethereal grace, deftly evading one lethal strike after another. Meanwhile, the long sword clasped in her hand glimmered with a chilling light, striking with a swiftness that left no room for counteraction. Each blow landed with precision upon the undead, inflicting substantial damage. Observing this scene, Ling Yun wasted no time and leapt into the fray. He and Qianyun exhibited remarkable synergy, one drawing the attention of the zombies while the other mounted a surprise attack from the flank. Their collaboration was seamless, each responding to the other's movements. As Jingchuan swiftly joined the battlefield, the remaining teammates arrived in succession, some drawing fire while others provided ranged support, and in an instant, the seemingly invincible zombie began to falter. Gradually, they seized the initiative in the battle, their advantage becoming increasingly pronounced. After a grueling and intense struggle, this united group delivered a decisive blow. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the once formidable zombie collapsed, rendered motionless. This perilous confrontation concluded on a triumphant note. The ground bore no remnants, no treasure chests appeared, nor any supplies to be found. Yet, each person heard a resounding noise as a blazing heart descended rapidly towards the earth. In a frantic race against time, everyone exerted their utmost speed and potential to escape the area. Fortunately, those unable to flee in time were shielded by the 7-treasure umbrella, which absorbed the impact and pressure, preserving their lives. Qianyun produced a life-saving potion, administering it to each individual while attempting to drag them to safety, only to realize something was amiss. The blazing heart was shrinking, continuously fragmenting into numerous smaller, radiant hearts. Chapter 134. The Heart of Fire. These exquisite hearts of fire seemed to possess their own unique will and vitality, akin to a flock of spirited sprites joyfully darting in all directions. A portion of them, like wayward children returning home, eagerly integrated into the bodies of the team members, while another segment quietly flowed into the droplets of condensed water. At that moment, everyone suddenly became aware that they were undergoing a series of remarkably wondrous transformations. A powerful and ceaseless force surged within them like a tidal wave, coursing through their veins, as if each cell had been imbued with newfound vigor and vitality. The talents they had previously mastered began to rapidly upgrade and evolve, radiating an even more dazzling brilliance. Qianyun, the one most frequently chosen by the Hearts of Fire, remained unnoticed amidst the excitement, as everyone was preoccupied with the enhancement of their mental faculties and talents. She boldly speculated that perhaps defeating a devourer could yield a colossal heart of fire, or perhaps it wasn't restricted to devourers. Other level 12 zombies might also hold the key. Contemplating her audacious hypothesis, Qianyun gazed resolutely into the distance. With 20 individuals successfully gathered and alive, they reveled in the joy of their enhanced talents and mental prowess. After careful consideration, the team unanimously agreed on the conclusion that the Hearts of Fire were linked to level 12 monsters. Their desire to grow stronger eclipsed all else, and without doubt, they chose to seek out either devourers or level 12 zombies. They resolved to replenish their energy and select a few individuals to drive. As Ling Yun produced 6 vehicles along with makeshift fuel canisters, organizing the members to board. The vehicles sped along the highway, while the group traversed the road. 2 adept scouts, clad in protective gear, perched atop the vehicles to observe the route and search for traces of zombies. Along the way, they encountered numerous low-level zombies, all of which were effortlessly dispatched. After a lengthy 4-hour journey, the hearts of fire continued to illuminate the sky, their brilliance astonishing. At that moment, one of the scouts on the roof excitedly announced, approximately 500 meters ahead to the right, there are signs of a city. Should we investigate? Without hesitation, Ling Yun altered their course, and the remaining vehicles followed suit. Jinwei and Cheng Xinglong, leveraging their keen observational skills and familiarity with the route, expertly guided the team, skillfully avoiding abandoned vehicles and various obstructions, reaching the city center without incident. Due to the relentless onslaught of swirling yellow sand, many shop signs along the streets had become indistinct and difficult to discern. However, the massive supermarket building stood out prominently, having suffered little from the sand's erosion. The team could hardly contain their eagerness as they disembarked, swiftly gathering together. Qian Yun strode confidently at the forefront, while Ling Yun methodically secured the vehicles, ensuring the safety of all. With orderliness, they entered the supermarket's interior. After a brief discussion, Qian Yun and Ling Yun resolved to retrieve the pre-prepared tents, bottled water, cookware, and a diverse array of vegetables, fruits, and fresh meats. Evidently, they had no cause for concern regarding the potential troubles that might arise from cooking a fire here. After all, the enhancement of everyone's abilities imbued them with confidence and rendered them more dauntless. As night fell, following a sumptuous and delectable dinner, the 20 members sat together, engaging in cheerful conversation. The discussion naturally gravitated towards their individual life experiences prior to entering this survival game. Some had been diligent farmers, toiling from dawn until dusk. Others were life-saving doctors, racing against time to save lives. And there were teachers illuminating the future paths of their students with knowledge. Each person's story sparkled like a brilliant star, radiating unique brilliance across the desolate landscape. Laughter and merriment echoed in the night sky, as if temporarily dispelling the surrounding dangers and fears. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, and the previously jovial group fell silent, their expressions grave yet filled with anticipation. Could it be the devourer? Zhou Bai, swift as the wind, chose a vantage point from which to observe the source of the sound, and in the next moment exclaimed with excitement, "Look, there's a lump of coal." He pointed towards a dark spot not far from the shopping mall. His peculiar talent for attracting attention immediately drew the focus of the ominous figure. Cheng Xinglong, arriving at his side, smacked him playfully on the head before turning to the others and stating, "It seems to be the devourer. Everyone, prepare for battle." Qian Yun confirmed, "It is indeed the devourer." Ling Yun speculated, "Get ready for combat." Lin Jiji, Lin Lulu, Song Yun, Su Ru, Song He, and Fong Qi all voiced their concerns, urging, "We should retreat quickly. If we delay any further, we might not even find a safe place to sleep." At this moment, everyone wore serious expressions, entering a heightened state of alert, with clearly defined roles to confront the impending crisis. Yet, at that instant, the dark, coal-like object erupted with a thunderous, ear-splitting roar. This roar seemed to resonate with formidable power, reverberating throughout the vast shopping mall, its echoes ringing persistently in each person's ears. The sound was not only deafening, but also possessed a heart-stopping intensity. From all directions came a cacophony of noise, followed by a surging tide of grotesque zombies that poured forth from unknown corners with frenzied abandon. Faced with such a sudden turn of events, the team members had little time to contemplate and could only swiftly pivot to follow Qian Yun as they dashed towards a more spacious area. It must be said that the location chosen by Qian Yun was indeed quite reliable. The space was expansive, yet flanked by various obstacles, making it difficult for the oncoming horde of zombies to form a complete encirclement. However, the menacing devourer moved with astonishing speed, successfully blocking one of their escape routes in the blink of an eye. Looking around, it was clear that the other directions had already been besieged by a relentless swarm of zombies, leaving no avenue for retreat. The battle plan was disrupted. This particular devourer differed significantly from the first, possessing a speed-based prowess. In a critical moment, Qian Yun and Jing Chuan exchanged a swift glance, and with resolute determination, they charged headlong towards the formidable devourer. Meanwhile, Ling Yun led the others in a relentless effort to clear away the incessant tide of ordinary zombies that surged towards them. Each fleeting moment of this harrowing conflict was imbued with a fierce struggle between life and death. Qian Yun moved with the agility of a startled rabbit, her form lithe and graceful. With each deployment of her innate abilities, she skillfully controlled the devourer and the horde of zombies. wielding her sword like a streak of lightning as it sliced through the neck or skull of the devourer, releasing torrents of dark crimson blood. Her weapon danced through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, creating gusts of wind with its swift movements. Her swordplay was at times as forceful as a mountain pressing down on an egg, and at other moments as gentle and flowing as a spring breeze caressing the face. The rapidity and unpredictability of her maneuvers left onlookers in awe, rendering them unable to defend against her onslaught. Beside her, Jingchuan deftly navigated the enemy ranks, employing a variety of clever tactics to distract and hinder their foes, his strength formidable enough to deliver critical strikes to the devourer. As for Zhou Bai, his elusive presence made him difficult for the devourer to target, thus creating further opportunities for Qianyun and the others to launch their attacks. He bore the brunt of the devourer's furious and relentless assaults, yet each time a blow seemed imminent, he narrowly evaded it, proving himself to be quite the talent. The level 12 zombie, perhaps an unparalleled entity within this secret realm, boasted a massive frame, astonishing speed, and devastating destructive power, each strike seemingly capable of annihilating all in its path. However, faced with the seamless cooperation and indomitable spirit of Qianyun and her allies, it gradually shifted from a state of rage to one of desperation, seeking to flee. Yet, the group refused to grant it that opportunity. The horde of zombies it commanded was now disarrayed and unable to rally in its defense. The collective firepower of the team was now aimed squarely at it. Each time it attempted to flee, Zhou Bai would circle in front of it, compelling it to persist in the fight. Soon, with the final strike delivered, the devourer collapsed to the ground, and a colossal heart of blazing flame tumbled from the sky. This radiant heart emanated a dazzling red light, as fervent and captivating as a blazing inferno. In that moment, their suspicions were confirmed. Drawing from their prior experiences, they swiftly retreated into the large supermarket. Once the ground settled, they emerged, and the heart of blazing flame began to disintegrate and shrink, rushing towards them in waves of invigorating energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Qianyun and her companions promptly seated themselves, closing their eyes as they began to absorb the immense energy contained within this precious heart of blazing flame. As the energy flowed ceaselessly into their bodies, she could distinctly feel every cell within her rejoicing, greedily consuming this pure and powerful force. When the last vestige of energy was fully absorbed, Qianyun slowly opened her eyes, two brilliant gleams flashing within. At that moment, she had undergone a profound transformation, experiencing a significant leap in her own capabilities. As the final heart of blazing flame vanished, everyone rose in unison to begin collecting the treasure chests left behind by the fallen ordinary zombies. Qianyun also took out the treasure chest she had previously collected to share among the group. Of course, the chest left by the licker she had defeated was not included, as that was her solitary conquest. After calculations, it was determined that each of the 20 individuals would receive 204 purple chests, 112 blue chests, 78 green chests, 9 yellow chests, and 5 orange chests, with the surplus temporarily entrusted to Ling Yun for safekeeping. Upon returning to the supermarket, everyone was overwhelmed by an unbearable stench. Without further ado, Qianyun procured 2 rooms to add to their territory. The men took one to wash and change, while the women occupied the other. By this time, it was already 9 p.m. The sky remained bright, yet it did not hinder the group's slumber, save for the rotating guards. The atmosphere was filled with the rhythmic sounds of even breathing and gentle snores. In such an environment, Qianyun still felt uneasy, so she assigned Xiaoyu to monitor the surroundings before finally succumbing to deep sleep. At 6 a.m. the next day, each person had rested for approximately 6 hours. After breakfast, they prepared to set off. They first searched the supermarket thoroughly, finding no food and all clothing rendered unusable, leaving only some lighting, metal tools, and fitness equipment, which were quickly scavenged. Thus, they commenced their new day of searching for zombies. Along the way, Qianyun and her companions collected numerous vehicles. However, they were informed by the survival game that none could be utilized except for bicycles. The rest could only be dismantled for materials, which Qianyun placed into her backpack. Unfortunately, the others found no use for these items. With the entire city reduced to ruins, the roads were treacherous, rendering vehicles inoperable. Thus, everyone was left with no choice but to traverse on foot. Amidst the desolation and crumbling walls, a few aimlessly wandering zombies occasionally appeared. For those seasoned in the survival game, dispatching these zombies was as effortless as flicking a finger. According to the previously established rules, the individual who successfully eliminated a zombie would claim the treasure it dropped, greatly motivating everyone to strive for more chests. However, Qianyun stood apart from the crowd, showing no interest in the so-called treasure chests. Instead, her curiosity was piqued by objects that others dismissed as mere scrap metal. As such, she wandered along, stopping intermittently to gather various peculiar materials. Gradually, she found herself lagging behind the main group, unaware that she had fallen to the back of the line. Just then, she noticed a dilapidated door not far ahead. The door was covered in rust and etched with strange numbers and symbols resembling mathematical signs, which upon closer inspection appeared somewhat akin to Morse code. Driven by curiosity, Qianyun halted and began to intently study these unusual symbols. Just as she became engrossed, a resounding crash echoed, and a massive liquor burst forth from behind another door like an out-of-control truck. This sudden turn of events caused Qianyun to retreat hastily. Upon hearing the commotion emanating from this direction, others hastened to the scene without hesitation. The situation was swiftly resolved. However, before anyone could exhale in relief, an unexpected turn of events transpired. One by one, a relentless stream of lickers surged forth from within the door, their clawed limbs poised to pounce upon the gathered crowd. The atmosphere shifted dramatically into one of peril. Recognizing the imminent danger, Qianyun set aside her examination of the symbols adorning the door and hurriedly armed herself to join the fray. Once the final licker was vanquished, Lingyun, still anxious, cautiously peered into the doorway and even stationed herself at the entrance, while the other teammates began to tally the treasures. Qianyun wiped the sweat from her brow, lightly stretching her arms before refocusing her attention on the door. After her recent observations and reflections, she had formed a preliminary hypothesis regarding the meanings of the symbols. Yet, with only one opportunity remaining to input the password, failure would force them to resort to brute force, a method that had been deemed unlikely to succeed due to the door's unique nanomaterial composition, as Xiaoyu had previously informed her. Taking a deep breath, Qianyun steadied herself and cautiously extended her hand, pressing the numbers and symbols in the sequence she envisioned. Accompanied by a faint mechanical whirring, the long-sealed door gradually swung open, revealing a dark, profound underground passage that seemed to stretch into infinity. Chapter 135. The Goldbach Conjecture. Qianyun's silhouette flickered as she resolutely plunged into the dark, shadowy underground passage. The people behind her exchanged hesitant glances, momentarily at a loss. Ultimately, Lingyun inhaled deeply, gritted her teeth, and took the lead, following in Qianyun's footsteps into the passage. Upon entering, a pungent stench assailed them, inducing nausea. The walls emitted a faint blue glow, flickering like ghostly flames, casting an eerie ambience throughout the corridor. In the midst of the group, Xiaoyu swiftly activated the detection function she carried, and moments later, her expression turned serious as she spoke. It seems there are intense energy fluctuations ahead. Master, please exercise caution. Hearing this, Qianyun immediately halted, turning to alert the others behind her. Everyone, there are unknown energy fluctuations ahead, and the situation is uncertain. I advise those uninterested in adventure or who feel inadequately powerful to remain outside and wait, to avoid potential danger. However, as soon as her words fell, not a single person chose to retreat. Instead, they heightened their vigilance, gripping their various weapons tightly, eyes resolute and alert. Thus, the group cautiously continued their advance. As they proceeded, suddenly, the previously dim path was obstructed by a massive web of lasers. The laser grid crisscrossed and glimmered with blinding light, making it impossible to discern what lay beyond. Qianyun furrowed her brow, pausing to scrutinize her surroundings. Soon, she discovered a control panel affixed to the wall, covered in an array of peculiar numbers and intricate mathematical symbols, reminiscent of the unconfirmed and unsolved numerical computations related to the Goldbach conjecture from the oceanic planet. Leaning closer to the console, Qianyun examined the symbols intently. Xiaoyu, standing nearby, anxiously remarked, "Master, your conjecture is indeed correct, but acting recklessly might trigger a trap." After a moment of contemplation, Qianyun replied, "Yet this may be the key to deactivating the laser grid. It would be a shame to miss out on the treasures hidden within." In that tense moment, Cheng Xinglong, who had consistently maintained the image of a top scholar, stepped confidently forward. With assurance, he declared, "My field of study is directly related to this. My thesis research focuses on the numerical operations of the Goldbach conjecture. May I give it a try?" Qianyun paused to ponder, secretly considering. This is a critical moment for recruiting new allies and expanding our ranks. Observing each individual's true capabilities in this opportunity would undoubtedly be advantageous. Having reached this conclusion, she nodded slightly in agreement and silently stepped back, refraining from taking charge as she typically did. Cheng Xinglong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he retrieved a stack of white draft paper from his backpack, dense with calculations. Even in this survival game world, he remained in the rhythm of his work, and no one dared to interrupt him. Fully immersed, Cheng Xinglong calculated and manipulated the control buttons with fervor. As time passed, each second seeming to stretch into eternity, the atmosphere around them felt as though it had solidified. Every individual held their breath, their eyes fixed intently upon Cheng Xinglong's every movement, anxiously awaiting the revelation of the final outcome. At long last, after a long-anticipated faint whirring of machinery, the once brilliant and radiant laser grid began to dim gradually. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted into a deafening cheer. Incredible, Xinglong. I never expected you to be such a genius. Yet, before the jubilation could fully settle, the complete disappearance of the laser grid unveiled a startling sight. A multitude of mechanical puppets had silently emerged. These automatons exuded an icy, bone-chilling metallic sheen. Resembling messengers from the abyss of hell, their eyes flickered with a fiery crimson light, betraying a boundless intent to kill. In an instant, the mechanical puppets surged forward like a tidal wave, encircling everyone present, leaving no room for escape. Confronted with such an unforeseen turn of events, Qianyun unhesitatingly shouted, "Attention, everyone! Prepare for battle." Almost instantly, the others sprang into action, swiftly dispersing and entering a state of readiness. Each individual gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions resolute and vigilant, bracing themselves for confrontation. However, before they could initiate their maneuvers, the mechanical puppets aimed their palms at the foreheads of the crowd to scan them, emitting a mechanical voice. Non-zombie variant, dangerous contact. Non-zombie variant, dangerous contact. Non-zombie variant, dangerous contact. With each scan completed, the voice echoed. And soon the mechanical puppets fell into a dormant state. The tension among the onlookers was palpable. Is this it? Qianyun remarked. These mechanical puppets have entered a dormant state. If you wish, you can collect them into your backpacks and later attempt to modify them for your own use. With her words, no one dared to move, leading Qianyun to take the initiative and gather them all. Soon, she led the way forward, wielding an everlasting torch as they traversed the dark, oppressive underground passage. Scattered across the ground lay shattered remnants of reagent vials, interspersed with syringes and bandages. What had transpired here? Just as the group began to relax, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Qianyun cried out, "Be cautious, the situation has changed. Unknown risks detected. Mutated entities pose an escape risk, initiating comprehensive elimination protocol." The mechanical voice resonated. A new wave of mechanical puppets appeared, not directly attacking but instead combining to form a colossal mech warrior. It swung its robust metallic arms towards the crowd. Xinglong skillfully rolled aside while simultaneously firing his weapon, but the bullets merely sparked against the mech's surface. Qianyun noticed a faint blue light flickering at the mech's joints and surmised that this was its weak point. She commanded everyone to concentrate their fire on the joint areas. After a fierce struggle, they finally struck the critical node, and the mech collapsed with a resounding crash. At that moment, the 20 individuals present were acutely aware that the so-called mutated entities were not among them. However, the implication of the mechanical puppets signified that their advance might very well unleash these aberrations. What kind of mutations could warrant such intricate mechanisms and stringent controls? The once brisk pace of their advance faltered, and hesitation enveloped them. Qianyun quickly discerned the situation. "Feel free to venture forth and explore," she proposed. "Take this with you, and I shall return to seek you out. Regarding the dormant mechanical puppets, should I successfully modify them, I will provide each of you with one. If they harbor valuable items, I will inform you in the team chat, and you may collect them without bearing any risk. You may opt to repair the control console for the mechanisms. I will ensure everything is operational on my end." From every conceivable angle, none could refute Qianyun's proposition, for the advantages far outweighed the disadvantages. In that instant, apart from Lin Jiji, Lin Lulu, Song Yun, Jing Chuan, and Su Ru, the remaining individuals resolved to proceed outside. Ling Yun contemplated gathering others to seek additional resources, ensuring that if any danger arose on Qianyun's side, they would not suffer total annihilation. Truth be told, Qianyun empathized with them. Among those being pulled along were Song He, Cheng Xinglong, Fang Qi, Deng Yi, Jiang Feng, and Yang Yin, who, after being queried once more about their levels and combat capabilities, reluctantly joined the main group. They silently resolved to strive harder in the future, grappling with their own sense of inadequacy. Chapter 136. The Guardian of Wealth. Qianyun led the way, followed closely by Lin Zhizhi, Lin Lulu, Song Yun, Jing Chuan, and Su Ru, who were reluctant to part from her, as they cautiously ventured deeper into the dimly lit underground passage. The sound of their footsteps echoed distinctly in the silence of the corridor, accompanied by the rustling of their soles against the ground and an eerie, low hum that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. Be careful. That sound is unusual. We may have triggered a perilous mechanism, Qianyun warned, her voice lowered and laced with vigilance. As she alerted her companions, she slowed her pace, meticulously observing the surroundings. Upon hearing her words, a wave of anxiety washed over the group, their nerves taut with trepidation. They instinctively halted, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes scanning the surrounding darkness with heightened alertness. The atmosphere within the passage became thick with tension. At that moment, illuminated by the flickering light, a group of figures clad in white coats emerged before them. These figures approached unsteadily, their movements rigid yet surprisingly agile. As they drew nearer, the horrified realization dawned upon the group. These were grotesque zombies. These wretched creatures were disfigured, some missing limbs, others marred by ghastly wounds, yet their eyes glinted with a chilling sharpness, as if remnants of their former consciousness lingered within. Faced with such a bizarre adversary, the group collectively gasped, instinctively retreating. Enough hesitation, we strike first, Jing Chuan shouted, stepping forward with resolve, armed with a sharp longsword. He charged at the horde of zombies like an arrow released from a bow. The blade glimmered ominously in the dim light, carving a fierce arc in the air as he aimed a powerful strike at the foremost zombie. Seeing Jing Chuan take the initiative, the others shed their doubts and unleashed their skills to join the fray. Lin Zhizhi swiftly unfurled her seven-treasure umbrella, shielding her companions beneath its protective canopy. Forming a sturdy defensive circle, Lin Lulu took cover, wielding a crossbow, meticulously targeting the zombies' vital points with unerring precision. Meanwhile, Song Yun and Su Ru exhibited perfect synergy, flanking the foes, their weapons dancing in the air as they felled the zombies in their path. Qianyun nimbly maneuvered through the chaos of battle, her vigilant gaze scanning the environment. Her left hand clutched a blazing torch, while her right gripped a razor-sharp longsword, its blade glinting under the flickering light. At that moment, her keen eyes caught sight of a peculiar section of the wall. This area appeared anomalous, as if concealing some profound secret, akin to a switch controlling a critical mechanism. A spark of hope ignited within her. Turning to her companion, she called out, "Xiaoyu, quickly use your scanner to examine that spot." Xiaoyu swiftly activated the scanner in her hand, a faint blue light sweeping across the designated area. Moments later, she responded with excitement, "Master, this is indeed a control switch, but it appears to be for the lighting." Without hesitation, Qianyun extended her hand and pressed the glowing button with force. In an instant, the entire underground passage was illuminated by a brilliant light, transforming the previously dim space into one as bright as day. Quick on her feet, Qianyun stowed her torch in her backpack and darted forward like a flash of lightning. Her sword danced through the air, and amidst the flickering blade light, grotesque heads of the undead tumbled to the ground. "Phew, thank goodness for you, Qianyun." Lin Zhizhi, following closely behind, let out a long sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. The expressions of the other companions also brightened as they trailed behind Qianyun. Along their journey, they had vanquished countless waves of zombies and finally arrived at a vast enclosed space. Surrounding them were iron doors, each leading to individual rooms that resembled prisons more than bedrooms. Qianyun extended her mental energy to cover many rooms, some resembling laboratories, others surgical suites, and still others filled with various medical and research equipment. Su Ru cautiously approached one of the iron doors, peering through a small window. Inside, there was only a dilapidated bed and a few rudimentary living supplies. "Who was imprisoned here before?" Lin Zhizhi asked quietly. "Whoever it was, we must proceed with caution." Qianyun replied in a hushed tone. It was strange that her mental scan revealed nothing, not even zombies, indicating an anomaly. Suddenly, a deep, Rumbling roar emanated from the farthest room. The group was startled, immediately gripping their weapons. Qian Yun led them cautiously toward the door. As she leaned in to look through the window, a massive mutated zombie was furiously slamming against the door, its colossal frame bulging with muscles and eyes glowing a sinister red. "Master, this creature appears formidable. I just scanned it, and it is level 12, Xiaoyu said nervously. Qian Yun was taken aback. Such a powerful being explained her previous lack of findings. Prepare for battle. I will draw its attention while you look for an opportunity to strike its weak points." With that, Qian Yun kicked the iron door open. The mutated zombie roared and charged at her, but she adeptly sidestepped, swiftly swinging her sword at its arm. The mutated zombie reacted quickly, and in her clumsy attempt, Qian Yun accidentally knocked over a thick stack of documents. The zombie, now agitated, howled as it awkwardly attempted to catch the papers. Standing beside the table filled with other documents, eyeing Qian Yun with predatory intent. In that moment, everyone present seemed to understand instinctively. The level 11 zombie overlord was declaring, "Attacking me is permissible, but destroying my documents is not." As the level 11 overlord remained preoccupied with its precious papers, Qian Yun and her 6 companions smoothly advanced to the central area. There, on a pedestal, lay an object that was unmistakably familiar, the heart of blazing flames. The fragments at the periphery, my goodness, are all composed of meteorite energy. Lin Lioli stepped forward to count, and then remarked, "This large mass at the center of the heart of blazing flame, along with the surrounding meteorites, comprises 20 pieces. Yet, this dome cannot be opened." Qian Yun, somewhat perplexed, furiously typed on the keyboard. Upon pressing the enter key, she turned to Lin Lioli and said, "Take another look now." The originally transparent dome slowly descended, revealing the heart of blazing flame and the meteorites at the center and edges of the display. This heart of blazing flame was quite peculiar. It did not break down into smaller pieces. However, the others spoke in unison, "We will divide the meteorites, and you shall take the heart of blazing flame." Qian Yun was not in need of meteorites, and crucially, they were all acutely aware that without Qian Yun, they would not be able to acquire any resources. Qian Yun did not feign reluctance and agreed. As for the others, regrettably, there was not enough to share. Chapter 137. The meteorite. After enduring countless hardships, the group finally succeeded in acquiring the Heart of Flames, their faces illuminated with excitement and joy. However, before the elation could linger, they suddenly sensed something amiss. The financial guardian zombie, previously cast off, had inexplicably pursued them. Realizing the dire situation, several members instinctively fled, their minds consumed by a singular thought: to escape this perilous place swiftly. Amidst the chaos, Qian Yun abruptly halted, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. "Wait, this may not be so simple," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with tension and unease. "This zombie has been fixated on guarding the treasures. Now it has abandoned that duty to chase us down here. I suspect it is very likely that the aberrant beings mentioned by the mechanical puppets have followed us. Otherwise, given this zombie's obsession with the riches, it would never easily forsake those precious resources to pursue us." Upon hearing Qian Yun's analysis, the others suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet there was no time for further contemplation. Without hesitation, Qian Yun took the lead, swiftly navigating through the layers of traps and mechanisms set along their path, carving out an escape route for her companions. The others closely trailed her, wary of any lapse in vigilance. At last, after a harrowing journey, they reached the exit. Without a moment's pause, Qian Yun employed her skills once more, gently closing the last formidable door composed of fused nanomaterials. As the heavy sound of the door echoed, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Meanwhile, in the area they had yet to reach, a chilling scene unfolded. A colossal creature, exuding an aura of terror, silently emerged. It extended its powerful arms, effortlessly capturing the lowly zombies one by one, before mercilessly opening its gaping maw and consuming them whole. On this side, Lin Jiji, brimming with pride, rummaged through her backpack and pulled out an impressive array of boxes. With exuberance, she proclaimed to the group, "Look what treasures I have unearthed. All the chests dropped by the zombies we just defeated are right here. I noticed you all fled in haste and didn't have time to collect them. So I took the liberty of gathering them for everyone. Come, there are 6 of us, and we can evenly distribute these treasures." In this desolate and perilous land, Jing Chuan regarded the towering pile of 472 treasure chests with a composed demeanor, mentally calculating the equitable distribution of these invaluable resources. He surveyed his companions and spoke. There are a total of 472 chests here. I propose we each take 70 to ensure fairness. As for the remaining 50 chests, let us reserve them for the 14 companions who could not join us, as a gesture of goodwill. The proposal put forth by Jing Chuan received unanimous approval from Qian Yun, Su Ru, Song Yun, and Lu Lu. Consequently, the group promptly set about their tasks, each selecting 70 treasure chests to stow in their backpacks, while the remaining 52 were indicated for Qian Yun to secure for later distribution to Ling Yun or to the other 14 companions. Once the distribution was satisfactorily completed, this intrepid team resumed their journey, advancing toward the location of the main force. However, at that moment, an enigmatic and sinister black aura silently enveloped Qian Yun's form, manifesting as a formidable mental force that ensnared her tightly. This malevolent psychic energy seemed to possess a will of its own, exuding a chilling malevolence. Fortunately, as Qian Yun continued to move away, the concentrated mental force gradually dissipated, as if it had lost its target. Yet, this sudden turn of events cast a tense pall over the atmosphere of the entire team. Ling Yun, walking ahead, glanced back at his weary companions, who were panting heavily, and a sense of helplessness surged within him. In this desolate world, there was neither sustenance to quell hunger nor water to quench thirst. Only heaps of discarded and useless materials, alongside the terrifying hordes of zombies that appeared intermittently beneath the false sun that hung perpetually in the sky. Faced with such dire conditions and manifold adversities, Ling Yun knew the only recourse was to allow everyone a moment's respite. He took out the locator device that Qian Yun had given him for examination. Furrowing his brow, he noted that the device indicated that Qian Yun and the others were still quite distant, yet a visible red that was rapidly approaching them. An oppressive silence pervaded the air, with grotesque zombies, reeking of decay, seemingly lurking in every shadow, poised to pounce at any moment. The team had just endured a long and arduous trek, coupled with heart-stopping battles, leaving each member nearly at their physical limit. Should they encounter another large horde of zombies at this juncture, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to withstand such a fierce assault in their current state. Jinwei climbed up a double ladder to survey the surroundings, soon pointing in a particular direction and calling out, "Ling Gu, over there stands an imposing structure. Shall we explore it and find a suitable place to rest?" Upon hearing this, Ling Yun immediately raised his head and ascended the stairs from the opposite side, squinting in the direction indicated. Before him stood a dilapidated building, solitary and forlorn. Yet despite its crumbling facade, it shone like a beacon in the darkness, offering at least a decent option for respite. Weighing the pros and cons swiftly in his mind and consulting the remaining teammates, Ling Yun resolutely decided to take the risk and investigate this building. With the endorsement of the team's formidable leader, the others, too, took heed and prepared to follow suit. Upon reaching their destination, everyone cautiously approached the building, their hearts racing with trepidation. However, as they stepped into the entrance, a deep, menacing roar reverberated through the corridor. Almost instantly, a horde of grotesque, twisted zombies surged forth from the shadows, lunging at them with ravenous ferocity. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Ling Yun resolutely stepped forward, leading the charge as he sprinted ahead. With remarkable agility, he seized various long-abandoned tools as makeshift shields and weapons, striving valiantly to fend off the relentless zombie attack. The other team members, undeterred, swiftly followed suit, plunging into the fierce struggle for survival. The air was filled with a cacophony of shouts, roars, and the sharp clang of metal colliding, echoing throughout the vast, empty building. After a bloody battle, they managed to repel and eliminate the vicious zombies. Once the tension began to ease, they commenced a thorough search within the seemingly desolate building. To their astonishment, they soon discovered a multitude of peculiar stones, each with bizarre shapes. Some were irregular polyhedrons, others bore intricate patterns resembling a web, and a few even emanated an uncanny, otherworldly glow. Ling Yun was the first to inspect one of these stones. Meteorite fragment, contains unknown substances, do not touch lightly. He warned urgently, "Do not touch these stones." "What's wrong?" Jiang Feng inquired with curiosity, wondering why they mustn't he touch them. Upon hearing his voice, the others turned to see him holding one of the stones. "This could be hazardous," Ling Yun replied, rubbing his temples in frustration. Jiang Feng, reacting almost instinctively, quickly tossed the stone away. He then raised his palm to inspect it, a dark line spreading slowly across his hand. Seeing this, the others instinctively recoiled further from the meteorite fragment, pulling Jiang Feng along with them. Suddenly, Ling Yun, almost on instinct, drew a new knife and swiftly struck down towards Jiang Feng's hand. Jiang Feng yelped in pain, but a hand swiftly covered his mouth, the agony intense. In the next moment, Feng Qi hurriedly used his ability to staunch the bleeding, advising, "Quickly, drink some healing potion, otherwise, your arm will be irreparable in 5 minutes." Ling Yun, meanwhile, stared blankly at the severed hand and wrist lying on the ground. Soon, a recovering Jiang Feng and the others followed his gaze, horrified to see the severed limb turning pitch black, as if something within the skin was writhing. Everyone felt a wave of nausea. Wu Xiao produced a bottle, the liquid inside sloshing. "Well, this might not be ideal, but shouldn't we destroy this? I have sulfuric acid here." Jiang Feng, filled with dread, accepted the acid and poured it over his severed hand and wrist, the liquid sizzling as it left a dark stain on the ground. Ling Yun suggested, "Let us change our location and move away from here. We shall discuss matters once Qian Yun and the others arrive." Song He, Qi Xian, Li Wanwan, and Deng Yi gathered together, initiating a conversation. Song He flicked a spark. "Were you all invited by Lu Lu as well?" A flicker of emotion crossed Qi Xian's typically aloof visage. "Yes, she saved me on Hylon Star. She is quite trustworthy." Li Wanwan boldly interjected, "I am a friend of Ji Ji, but I came here for Qian Yun. She is formidable, and I wish to become her teammate." Deng Yi, comparatively shy, remarked. Lu mentioned that Qian Yun seeks to recruit members for her territory, which I find quite appealing. Song He was taken aback. Could it be that this group of individuals all aspired to join Qian Yun's territory or become her allies? "Have you not considered that Qian Yun may not be as powerful as you believe?" Qi Xian raised an eyebrow. "I hardly think someone capable of taking on a level 10 boss alone could be deemed weak. Besides, your comment is rather intriguing." Li Wanwan shot Song He an odd glance, her displeasure palpable. "If she isn't impressive, then who is? You?" With that, she took Qi Xian's hand and walked away, ignoring Song He entirely. Noticing Song He's expression darken, Deng Yi too turned away, rising to leave. Song He muttered quietly, "Do you also find her impressive? What benefits do you think you will gain by joining her? Or how can you be certain you will leave this place alive?" Deng Yi scoffed. "You can't even defeat me. Worry about yourself first." Stung, Song He cast a furtive glance at Wu Xiao and Wu Meng. Wu Xiao regarded her with disdain, while Wu Meng shot her frequent sidelong glances. A wave of inexplicable irritation surged within Song He. Wu Xiao and Wu Meng clearly did not wish to join Qian Yun's territory either, yet within a mere day, they had changed their minds. Now, apart from her, Huang Yao and Jiang Feng, no one in their group shared her allegiance. As she recalled her boyfriend Zhao Cheng's admonitions, her discomfort grew. Meanwhile, Qian Yun's group fortuitously acquired an off-road vehicle, siphoning gasoline from other vehicles. The 6 of them squeezed in and set off towards the main contingent. Following the earlier incident, Deng Yi, Qi Xian, and Li Wanwan found themselves unexpectedly more familiar with one another, yet none of them mentioned Song He's peculiarities to Lin Liuli or Lin Jiji. They silently agreed that if Qian Yun could not resolve such matters, she would not be deemed a capable leader, and thus, there would be no need to follow her. Similarly, Jiang Feng, having been distracted by the earlier commotion, completely forgot the purpose of joining the 20-person team for the secret realm, feeling unwell in his body. Huang Yao, not particularly close to anyone, found himself unable to initiate any guidance, especially since Qian Yun had not demonstrated any significant flaws in their midst. After a relentless journey, Qian Yun and her companions finally arrived at their destination. Before them loomed a towering building that pierced the clouds, its grandeur instilling a sense of reverence. They walked slowly into this enigmatic structure, and upon stepping through the entrance, they immediately spotted an array of uniquely shaped stones positioned not far away. A sudden jolt coursed through Qian Yun's heart, her instinct warning her that something was amiss with the stones. Without hesitation, she called out loudly, "Everyone, hold on. The situation here is not right." Upon hearing her warning, the others immediately halted their advance. At that moment, just a wall away, Ling Yun also caught the echo of Qian Yun's voice. He dared not delay even for a moment and hurriedly made his way over. After a preliminary scan and analysis, it was determined that these stones were fragments of meteorites, yet they seemed to harbor some unknown substance. With a grave expression, Ling Yun explained the situation to the group. Qian Yun and the others nodded in understanding, comprehending the gravity of their circumstances. However, just as they completed the scan of the meteorite fragments, an unexpected incident occurred. Jiang Feng, who had been quietly resting nearby with his eyes closed, seemingly harmless, suddenly experienced an explosive transformation. Veins bulged across his body, and his muscles seemed to rupture through his clothing. In the blink of an eye, he underwent a startling metamorphosis, morphing into a grotesque creature with bared fangs. Even more alarming was the fact that his level surged instantaneously to level 8. In the face of this unforeseen upheaval, Qian Yun, Jing Chuan, and Ling Yun displayed extraordinary agility and reflexes. The three acted in unison, seamlessly coordinating their efforts to restrain the transformed Jiang Feng, rendering him unable to break free. The atmosphere in the vicinity grew tense to an almost unbearable degree. Chapter 138, Exposure Rescue? But how to execute it? Kill. Yet, the thought of it is truly unbearable. In that moment, the crowd found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. Just as this standoff persisted, a thought suddenly flashed through Qian Yun's mind. She recalled having encountered a description of a similar affliction during her studies in intermediate pharmacology. She produced a bundle of rope and handed it to Jing Chuan, who, understanding her intent, swiftly bound Jiang Feng. With conviction, Qian Yun declared, "You must hold him firmly here. I possess an 80% chance of saving him." Her voice rang clear and resonant, echoing in the tranquil space. The crystals atop the pile of meteorites appeared exceedingly peculiar. Yet, as the age-old adage suggests, all things in the world exist in a state of interdependence. It is often said that for every poison, there exists an antidote. Jing Chuan and Ling Yun exchanged glances, each discerning a mix of resignation and hope in the other's eyes. Within this secret realm, they were comrades in the survival game. They were players. On the Azure planet, they were kin. Indeed, no alternative course lay before them but to trust Qian Yun's words. Thus, the remaining 18, excluding Qian Yun, stayed behind, vigilantly watching over Jiang Feng to prevent him from breaking free or encountering unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Qian Yun resolutely turned and, with graceful steps akin to an arrow released from a bow, dashed toward the scattered meteorites nearby. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the meteorite pile. Swiftly, she retrieved a stick of moderate thickness from her waist, crouched down, and began to search meticulously, being cautious not to directly touch the meteorites. Before long, she made a discovery. Surrounding one of the meteorites lay numerous minute silver particles. These silver grains bore a striking resemblance to a substance known as xinma, mentioned in her intermediate pharmacology studies, and every so often, they emitted a faint azure glow, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. Qian Yun was certain that these were the essential materials she sought. However, extracting them without disturbing the meteorites posed a considerable challenge. She took out a slender iron wire, preparing to attempt to coax the fragments out when, from the shadows, a small black cat suddenly leaped forth. It emanated an ethereal glow, its eyes fixated on Qian Yun with predatory intent. Startled, Qian Yun quickly regained her composure, drawing her sword in preparation. The black cat struck first. Lunging at her, Qian Yun agilely sidestepped, countering with a dagger. After several exchanges, she seized the opportunity to kick the guardian beast away, capturing the black cat while it was momentarily dazed. Continuing her efforts to gather the materials, she soon collected enough and hurriedly returned. The others waited anxiously, their eyes filled with anticipation upon her return. From her backpack, Qian Yun produced a wooden bowl, grinding the collected fragments further before adding several herbs and squeezing their juices into the bowl. Finally, she donned a mechanical arm to pry open Jiang Feng's mouth, pouring the concoction directly inside. "Whether we can save him now lies in the hands of fate," Qian Yun remarked with a hint of resignation. The others exchanged glances, engaging in silent communication, their thoughts inscrutable. Moments later, the peculiar affliction affecting Jiang Feng gradually subsided, and he slowly opened his eyes. The onlookers exhaled in relief. The immediate crisis averted, and they began to offer each other words of comfort. Jiang Feng, sitting up, weakly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you all, especially Qian Yun." Qian Yun waved her hand dismissively, urging caution. "Let us not rejoice too soon. This is merely a temporary suppression. We must find a definitive solution." The tension among the group reignited at her words. At that moment, Jiang Feng recalled an encounter in a previous solitary secret realm that involved a zombie domain. He had seen similar records and knew that Zhao possessed a collection of antidotes. Desperate measures often yield desperate solutions. He attempted to activate his screen to contact Zhao Shui and Zhao Cheng, only to find that communication was impossible. Then, he remembered that Zhao Shui had given Huang Yao a special item capable of establishing contact. With determination, he pushed himself off the ground, struggling to stand. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, rolling down his cheeks to his chin before dripping onto the floor. Gasping for breath, he addressed his companions. "I sincerely apologize, my dear brothers and sisters, but I must trouble you to wait for just a moment. I need to consult Huang Yao regarding some urgent matters. Huang Yao, may I request your company outside for a brief discussion?" Huang Yao, already aware of Jiang Feng's intentions, maintained a facade of indifference, merely nodding in agreement. He continued to project an air of cool detachment, making it difficult for anyone to discern his true thoughts. Shortly thereafter, the pair arrived at a secluded room, 3 doors away from where the others rested, a place less likely to attract attention. Unbeknownst to them, their ensuing conversation would be overheard by Qianyun, who possessed the ability to probe minds at will. Upon entering the room, Jiang Feng eagerly began. "The reason I ventured into this secret realm was entirely due to the arrangements made by Brother Zhao and the others. The situation is dire, and I urgently require the antidote for zombie transformation, which only Brother Zhao and one other possess. I recall you having that special item capable of contacting them. Please, produce it without delay." Huang Yao cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Feng before responding nonchalantly. "These are 2 dispensable secret realms. That antidote may not even resolve your affliction. Are you certain you wish to squander such a precious item here? Have you consulted Wu Xiao, Wu Meng, and Song He about their willingness? Moreover, even if they consent." "I shall not." Jiang Feng, exasperated, intensified his tone. "Is it not true that the item grants 5 opportunities? You need only expend my 1 chance. And then Brother Zhao will provide me with an antidote to reverse my transformation. Is it really necessary to inform them? Furthermore, should I fully succumb to zombification, you will lose yet another ally. Do not forget that Wu Meng and Wu Xiao have already defected." Huang Yao rolled his eyes dismissively. "My refusal stands firm. Who told you that one of the 5 chances belongs to you? And how can you be certain of Wu Meng and Wu Xiao's betrayal? Were those claims made by Song He?" The credibility of her words, given her rivalry with the siblings, leaves much to be desired. Ultimately, Jiang Feng was rebuffed by Huang Yao. Upon his return, the animosity Jiang Feng harbored towards Huang Yao was unmistakable, evident to all around him. Noticing the tension, his teammates fell silent, refraining from conversation, while only Song He exhibited a hint of schadenfreude. Qianyun, with an omniscient perspective, found amusement in the evident disunity among the members of the Zhao Shui, Zhao Cheng gang. Chapter 139. The End of the Secret Realm in the Days that Followed. Qianyun and her companions tirelessly scoured the surroundings in search of valuable resources. Each day was rife with uncertainty and challenges, yet fortune seemed to favor them. Through their relentless efforts, they successfully gathered a substantial amount of useful provisions, which would serve as vital support in their forthcoming adventures. Moreover, they were pleasantly surprised to uncover a plethora of treasure chests hidden in various nooks and crannies. Upon opening these chests, brilliant light erupted, revealing an abundance of precious artifacts, enigmatic treasures, and rare elixirs. The team was elated, marveling at their extraordinary luck. Simultaneously, they remained mindful of absorbing the Heart of Flame. As time passed, the quantity of absorbed Hearts of Flame steadily increased, and the immense energy they contained invigorated each member, enhancing their prowess. However, amidst their bustling activities and bountiful discoveries, the myriad false suns in the sky began to dwindle. Now, only 3 solitary orbs hung in the heavens, seemingly reminding everyone of the urgency of time. Fortunately, just 1 day and night remained before departing from this mysterious realm. During this period, Jiang Feng inexplicably fell into a semi-corporeal state from time to time. Whenever this occurred, Qianyun stepped forward, employing her exceptional skills and composed demeanor to resolve the crisis. Her decision to personally handle these situations stemmed not only from a desire to ensure the team's safety, but also from a keen interest in observing the reactions and strategies of their competitors. After all, in this brutal contest, understanding the enemy's every move was of paramount importance. Additionally, Qianyun stumbled upon a startling secret. Wu Xiao and Wu Meng harbored a profound enmity towards Zhao Cheng. Strangely, it appeared that Zhao Cheng was oblivious to this conflict. This astonishing revelation prompted Qianyun to ponder deeply, realizing why these two had covertly approached her under the pretense of allegiance. As the final day dawned, the group, having yet to locate the remaining 3 level 12 lickers, felt a sense of regret as they hurried towards the exit of the secret realm. Just as they were nearing their destination, they caught sight of the 3 colossal creatures intently watching them from a distance. The hearts of the team members raced, for these formidable beings were undoubtedly the elusive level 12 lickers. Qianyun's gaze sharpened as she cautioned her teammates to proceed with caution. At that moment, Jiang Feng also forcibly suppressed the urge to succumb to his semi-corporeal state, gripping his weapon tightly and positioning himself at the forefront of the group. Qianyun took the lead, charging forward in an attempt to draw the lickers' attention and create an opportunity for her teammates. Wu Xiao and Wu Ming exchanged a knowing glance, silently flanking the creatures from either side. Although Zhao Cheng was unaware of the circumstances, he was not one to shy away from the fray, joining the battle with fervor. During the fierce conflict, Qianyun realized that these 3 lickers were far stronger than anticipated. They coordinated their attacks seamlessly, rendering their defenses nearly impenetrable. Just as the team began to falter, Jiang Feng unexpectedly succumbed to his transformation, leaping to become a level 12 licker himself, now possessing an enormous heart of flame, plunging them deeper into peril. As Song He perceived a favorable opportunity, malice surged within her, and she suddenly shouted, "Wu Xiao, Wu Ming, your chance to surrender has arrived." Wu Xiao and Wu Ming momentarily froze, caught off guard, only to be sent flying by one of the lickers. Qianyun, quick to react, tossed 2 resilient 7 treasure umbrellas to the pair, managing to intercept the 2 lickers in a 1-on-2 standoff. At that moment, Huang Yao narrowly escaped danger and intended to assist Wu Xiao and Wu Ming, but Song He stirred up further trouble. He noticed Qianyun being blocked by 2 lickers and, from a distance, took aim with his bow at her. Though Huang Yao witnessed this, he refrained from intervention, subtly aiding Song He in concealing his actions. An arrow was released, and it seemed as though Qianyun had eyes on her back as she skillfully shifted positions, allowing the arrow to strike the licker's surface. This seemingly trivial action ignited the creature's fury, prompting it to abandon Qianyun and charge towards Song He. In a moment of panic, Song He shoved Li Wanwan aside, but as Li Wanwan faltered in her evasion, Qianyun stepped forward to absorb the blow, blood faintly trickling from the corner of her mouth. A flicker of excitement passed between Song He and Huang Yao, as the former had not anticipated such an unexpected twist. Just as the lickers advanced, Song He attempted to use Qianyun as a shield once more, only to find Qianyun swiftly pulling Li Wanwan out of harm's way. Consequently, Song He was gravely injured by the 2 lickers' assault. Were it not for her protective gear, she would likely have been reduced to a mere pulp. At that moment, no one paid heed to her critical state, for all eyes were on the immediate threat posed by the lickers. The mutated licker, driven by an intense vendetta against Huang Yao, pursued him relentlessly. Several individuals rushed to his aid, but their efforts bore little fruit. Only one of the 4 lickers was defeated, dropping the heart of blazing flame, prompting the group to hastily relocate for battle. Fortunately, after several days of intense training, everyone's abilities had significantly improved, and their teamwork had grown increasingly harmonious. They managed to eliminate the final licker just 10 minutes before the secret realm's conclusion. Once everyone regained their composure and assessed the injured, they discovered that Song He had succumbed completely. There was a sense of regret in the air, though not overwhelmingly so. Who would not fear a traitorous ally? Lin Lulu spoke with a hint of remorse. Song He. Qianyun scoffed, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Huang Yao. As she confidently remarked, "It's quite a pity for Song He. Zhao Shui and Zhao Cheng are bound to be heartbroken over this." Su Ru expressed surprise at Qianyun's awareness. "You knew? I was going to tell you after the secret realm ended." Lin Liolio's guilt was abruptly stifled. Li Wanwan, still shaken, added, "Thank you, Qianyun, for saving me. Without you, I would have fallen victim to Song He's schemes." As these words were spoken, the atmosphere shifted abruptly, plunging the surroundings into an icy silence. The previously raucous environment became eerily quiet, as everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to break the suffocating stillness. Huang Yao's mood soured further. He felt immense regret for failing to seize the right moment to act against Qianyun, thus missing out on the most coveted resources. Moreover, upon leaving this place, he would undoubtedly face the wrathful accusations of the Zhao brothers, particularly regarding the unfortunate demise of Zhao Cheng's girlfriend, Song He, which would likely render him the target of everyone's ire. At this moment, others had already begun to immerse themselves in the formidable energy encapsulated within the heart of flames. However, Huang Yao found himself in a state of turmoil, unable to calm his restless mind, no matter how hard he endeavored. He struggled to absorb the fervent power within himself. As time slipped away, the deadline approached, and one by one, everyone departed from the secret realm. Qian Yun walked slowly, lingering at the back of the crowd. Her keen gaze swept the surroundings, and when she noticed the scattered remnants of the heart of flames, still shimmering faintly and not yet fully depleted, a glimmer of delight sparkled in her eyes. Swiftly, she retrieved the water bead she always carried and carefully gathered the remaining hearts of flames into it. Once her collection was complete, she stepped forward with satisfaction and exited the secret realm. Upon returning to their respective islands, the once tightly knit group announced its dissolution. Meanwhile, as Huang Yao stepped onto his territory, he immediately spotted Zhao Cheng standing silently, lost in thought, and Zhao Shui with a sullen expression etched across his face. It was evident from their demeanor that both were enveloped in a profound melancholy, as if shrouded by a heavy mist of despair. Chapter 140. The resurrection card. Jiang Feng was dead, and Song He was also deceased. Their avatars had faded to gray, yet you remained alive. Zhao Cheng stared at Huang Yao with a dark expression, speaking in an unervingly calm tone. Huang Yao felt the weight of Zhao Cheng's gaze, recognizing it was not merely a statement, but rather a veiled threat laden with malice. At that moment, he envied Wu Xiao and Wu Ming, who had not been recruited into Zhao Cheng and Zhao Shui's domain. As the oppressive atmosphere threatened to engulf him, Huang Yao took a deep breath and slowly began. I understand your anger, but the situation was not as you perceive. It was a dire moment, and I was unable to protect them. Zhao Cheng scoffed. Unable to protect them? We are a team, and you stood by as they perished? Huang Yao clenched his teeth, suddenly struck by a glimmer of hope. Actually, there is still a chance. Qian Yun possesses a special item that can resurrect fallen teammates, but I have not had the opportunity to seize it from her. If you grant me one more chance, I am confident I can acquire it and bring Jiang Feng and Song He back to life. This statement was a fabrication, yet in that moment, nothing was more crucial than preserving his own life. Deceit was merely a means of survival, and whether or not Qian Yun had such an item, she must. A flicker of doubt crossed Zhao Shui's eyes. Is what you say true? How could such an item even exist? Huang Yao nodded fervently. Absolutely. I learned of it by chance. If you doubt me, we can devise a plan together to confront Qian Yun once more. Zhao Cheng and Zhao Shui exchanged glances. Although skepticism lingered, a glimmer of hope had emerged, and their expressions softened slightly, alleviating the tense atmosphere. Huang Yao silently rejoiced at having narrowly escaped disaster. However, as he contemplated being a recruited member residing within Zhao Cheng's territory, a sense of dread washed over him, as he feared he would inevitably meet his demise there. Zhao Cheng and Zhao Shui remained ambivalent about Huang Yao's words, yet the possibility that he spoke the truth ignited a flicker of excitement within them. If it were indeed the case, he and his brother would possess an additional life. As for Song He and Jiang Feng, their lives could not hold a candle to their own. Meanwhile, Qian Yun returned to the safe house, where she began to wash up and prepare for rest. Despite the daylight outside, on the other side, Wu Xiao patted Wu Ming's head reassuringly. Do not worry, they will not suspect us. Wu Ming, still apprehensive, replied. But I feel it is not that simple, brother. With Song He and Jiang Feng gone, Huang Yao and we remain alive. And the Zhao brothers will surely find a way to eliminate us. Wu Xiao chuckled, suppressing the deep-seated malice he felt toward the Zhao brothers, then bent slightly toward Wu Ming and said, Rest assured, they won't. The Zhao fools still believe we infiltrated Qian Yun's group for their sake, and they won't easily blame us. Our task is to harness their resources to strengthen ourselves, then join Qian Yun, and, when the moment is ripe, eliminate the Zhao imbeciles. Wu Ming felt skepticism about the simplicity of the plan, sensing that her brother was concealing something from her. She pouted but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Wu Xiao contemplated the message Qian Yun had sent him. 2 simple words, yet he understood their significance instantly. Moreover, the discovery of anomalies between him and his sister has resulted in the demise of Song He. Zhao Cheng and Zhao Shui were indeed exceedingly displeased. However, reflecting upon the prior arrangements made by the brothers, they felt a sense of frustration with no outlet. They had orchestrated for Wu Xiao and Wu Ming to feign allegiance and left other matters unattended to mitigate the risk of collective exposure. Little did they anticipate that Song He and Jiang Feng would prove to be utterly inept, with Huang Yao being the most incompetent of all. Both speculated that Huang Yao had been compromised, yet the thought of Wu Ming and Wu Xiao provided them a sense of reassurance. For at least there were others on the opposing side. Zhao Cheng recalled that the top player, as derived from the name card, was Qian Yun, and his conviction that Qian Yun possessed a resurrection card grew stronger. He promptly summoned several individuals to disseminate the news that Qian Yun had acquired such an extraordinary item. He was adept at navigating murky waters. Once the news broke, the global chat channel erupted in chaos, with everyone speculating how Qian Yun had obtained such a rare resurrection card. Unbeknownst to her, Qian Yun remained blissfully unaware in her slumber, completely oblivious to the rumors circulating about her. Upon returning to the safe house, Su Ru initiated a treasure chest opening event. However, as she progressed, she noticed something amiss. She was inundated with a plethora of recruitment cards. She then opened the chat to inquire if Qian Yun desired the recruitment cards, only to find the chat channel ablaze with discussions. Coincidentally, she recognized the individual responsible for spreading the rumors. After reaching out to Qian Yun and receiving no response, she hastily contacted Jing Chuan and Song Yun. At that moment, Lin Zhizhi, Lin Lu, Song Yun, and Jing Chuan were engrossed in a guild task, leaving them no time to monitor the screen. Su Ru could only watch as the rumors escalated in the world chat. Anxious and distressed, Su Ru realized that such baseless rumors could pose significant trouble for Qian Yun. Furthermore, she had no evidence to substantiate that Qian Yun did not possess the resurrection card or that the rumor monger was lying. Nevertheless, she made her voice heard in the world channel. Please do not blindly believe in matters that lack substance and evidence. If one day someone claims you possess a divine item, consider whether their intentions are to take your life or for some other motive. It is not worth the risk. However, her words were soon drowned out by the fervent discussions of the crowd. Meanwhile, Qian Yun finally awakened. Her eyes met with a screen that was bouncing and pulsating with activity. Upon grasping the situation, she merely smiled faintly. She did not bother to take screenshots or take any action, for the allure of the resurrection card was too potent, even with substantial evidence. It would be difficult to ensure that all would believe. At that moment, Jing Chuan and the others finished their task and rushed over. Jing Chuan spoke up. If Qian Yun had such a card, our teammates would have been revived long ago. We trust her. Should anyone continue to maliciously spread rumors, our guild will not stand idly by. With this declaration, many began to waver in their convictions. Regardless of the truth, it was not worth the risk of offending Qian Yun for ordinary players. However, individuals like Falanda, Zhang Tian, Su Lei, and some hidden elites began to eagerly anticipate the day they could confront Qian Yun to seize her treasures. Qian Yun mused, as for treasures, I too desire to have them. Should anyone genuinely possess such rare items, do not hesitate to inform me. I welcome all. However, if one intends to use this as a pretext for murder and theft, I fear you may come with your lives, but return without them. As soon as Qian Yun spoke, an immediate silence enveloped the crowd, for who among them was unaware of Qian Yun's illustrious reputation? Moreover, no one was privy to the precise level that Qian Yun had attained. It was still fresh in their minds how she had previously vanquished monsters several levels higher, and now, none could ascertain the extent of her growth. Coupled with the widely acknowledged fact that Qian Yun possessed an abundance of exceptional items, even those who had been dispatched to spread rumors dared not utter another word. Chapter 141, Level 12 Dungeon. After finishing her words, Qian Yun glanced at her level data. Player, Qian Yun. Gender, female. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Your weight is in a stable state. Level, 10, 587,901 million. Current highest cumulative experience for monster kills. Note, Secret Realm creatures do not count towards experience points. Completing the dungeon perfectly grants significant experience. Constitution, 4710. Each level up after level 5 grants 1 attribute point. Strength, 5110. Each level up after level 5 grants 1 attribute point. Speed, 4610. Each level up after level 5 grants 1 attribute point. Mental strength, 15400, 30000. Currently level 8. Next level 9. Increases by 500, 1000 with character level advancement. Luck? Your luck is perplexing to the system. Talent, time manipulation, currently level 4, can be enhanced. Note, Time stops for 45 seconds within a radius of 1 kilometer, with potential growth, skills, basic mechanical research, intermediate alchemy, exceptional swordsmanship. Can be expanded. Overall strength rankings. 1 score rankings. 1 achievement rankings. 1 safe house rankings. 1 luck rankings. 1 total score. 120-0890. Keep up the good work. As expected. After this mysterious and perilous journey through the secret realm, Qianyun was delighted to discover that her mental strength had achieved a qualitative leap, resulting in a groundbreaking advancement. Transitioning from level 8 to level 9 felt akin to a once-closed door being forcefully flung open by an immense power, with a tide of novel perceptions and abilities flooding into her consciousness. In her excitement, Qianyun's heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and without hesitation, reached her hand into the shimmering water droplet. Upon her fingertips grazing the exquisitely mysterious and invaluable level 12 dungeon scroll, Grasshopper Village, an indescribable thrill surged within her. With utmost care, Qianyun extracted the scroll and gently tapped to use it. In that instant, a dazzling stream of light burst forth, enveloping her entirely. She felt as though she were suspended in a vast whiteness, her body tightly encased by an overwhelming force, rendering her immobile. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The world reduced to that resplendent brilliance. After an indeterminate interval, the light gradually dissipated. The level 12 dungeon indeed held its own significance, taking such a considerable duration for the transmission. Qianyun slowly opened her eyes, acclimating to the sudden brightness. However, when she beheld the scene before her, she could not help but gasp in amazement. It turned out that she now stood within an exceedingly humble little dwelling, its walls constructed of rough earthen materials, appearing somewhat precarious. The interior was sparsely furnished, with the only notable piece being a dilapidated, cracked wooden bed beneath her. Alongside it stood a corner-chipped wooden table and a chair with a broken leg. Before Qianyun could fully absorb her surroundings, an unfamiliar and intense wave of memories surged into her mind like a torrential flood. The onslaught of these recollections was so swift and overwhelming that it left her with a splitting headache, nearly causing her to faint. Once the storm of memories subsided slightly, she managed to catch her breath and began to sift through the deluge of information. After considerable effort, Qianyun discerned the main quest of this scenario. She was to embody the character of Tsaya from Grasshopper Village and uncover the secrets hidden deep within the village. Oh, it seemed that the secrets of Grasshopper Village were rather significant. Tsaya, are you home? A woman outside was knocking frantically on the door. As Qianyun emerged from the inner room, she noticed the door was precariously wobbling. Without a moment's hesitation, she hastily opened it. To her astonishment, she discovered that she had shrunk, her hands and feet now small and delicate. Before she could react, the anxious woman at the door reached out to grab her. Instinctively, Qianyun recoiled slightly, yet the woman grasped her arm firmly. "Oh dear, Tsaya, why do you look so pale? Are you unwell?" the woman exclaimed, pulling Qianyun outside. She had no choice but to follow, her mind racing with thoughts on how to investigate the village's secrets. As they walked, she observed that the other villagers appeared equally hurried, their expressions marked by worry. Upon reaching the grand locust tree at the village center, Qianyun noticed a crowd gathered, all pointing at a large stone beneath the tree. The stone was etched with strange symbols that emitted a faint blue glow. At that moment, amidst the previously bustling crowd, a voice suddenly rang out. "Tsaya is here. Quick, let her see what this is." Instantly, the gaze of the crowd converged upon her, the focal point of their attention. The moment she heard her name called, a jolt of shock coursed through her, flooding her with an indescribable sense of astonishment. Could it be that she harbored some undisclosed identity? This thought flashed through her mind like a lightning bolt, leaving her both bewildered and pained. With a heart full of doubt and unease, Qianyun slowly approached the stone radiating the mysterious blue light. As her gaze met the faint yet captivating glow, an extraordinary sensation enveloped her. The blue luminescence danced like spirited sprites, seemingly yearning to break free from the stone's confinement and delve into the depths of her eyes. Suddenly, without warning, Qianyun felt as though her head had been struck by a heavy hammer, a sharp pain surging through her. Simultaneously, a series of indistinct images began to flicker before her eyes. In that boundless abyss of darkness, countless blood-red eyes flickered like phantoms, evoking an unsettling chill. Further afield, a grand and solemn scene of a ritual emerged, shrouded in an aura of profound mystery that left one utterly bewildered. What do these symbols signify? Qinyun asked, feigning composure as she pointed towards an unusual pattern etched upon a distant stone. The villagers immediately gathered around, engaging in a cacophony of interpretations. In my dream, a voice revealed to me that these symbols are ancient seals. Once the blue light fades, calamity shall befall our village, the village chief conjectured. The villagers gasped in horror upon hearing this. At that moment, an elder, leaning on his cane, approached slowly. Tai Jin, since you are aware of this matter, do you possess a remedy? Tai Jin gritted his teeth, suggesting, perhaps we must locate the source of the radiant glow and replenish it. After deliberation, the assembly resolved to have Qinyun lead a group of vigorous young villagers on the quest. Chapter 142. The flute. The elderly man began to speak slowly. I have heard whispers of a strange light emanating from the cave behind the village. Perhaps that is the source. The villagers of Grasshopper Village followed the aged leader of the Sioux tribe as he made his way toward the cave. The path was fraught with thorns and occasionally echoed with eerie cries. Upon entering the cave, a foul odor enveloped them. Suddenly, a large shadowy creature lunged forth. It was colossal, adorned in a vibrant green hue, with a hardened shell on its upper body and a lush green lower half, giving it an appearance of both agility and strength as it leapt. The giant grasshopper's hind legs were particularly well developed, exhibiting a bluish-green color, with elongated reddish-purple segments and 2 rows of sharp spines along the outer edges. This structure allowed it to unleash tremendous power during its leaps, while its eyes emitted an enigmatic blue glow. Several young villagers collapsed in fear, yet the elder of the Sioux tribe bravely surged forward, exclaiming, "A miracle! This is a miracle!" With a fervent and almost entranced expression, the elder approached the grasshopper. Just as the onlookers feared for his safety, the enormous creature refrained from attacking. Instead, it calmed and lowered its head, gently brushing its antennae against the elder's outstretched hand, as if acknowledging his devotion. The elder turned back to the terrified villagers and proclaimed, "Fear not. It will not harm us. After so many years, I have once again encountered the guardian of our grasshopper village." The villagers who had previously cowered began to rise, albeit with skepticism. At that moment, the giant grasshopper turned and leapt deeper into the cave. Without hesitation, the elder followed, and after a brief pause, the other villagers trailed behind. Navigating through a narrow passage, they emerged into a breathtaking expanse. The cave walls sparkled with countless radiant points of light, resembling stars that had fallen from the heavens. At the center, a pool radiated a soft green glow. The giant grasshopper jumped into the pool, and its luminescence intensified, while the surrounding flora began to grow at a visibly accelerated rate. The elder exclaimed with excitement, "So this is where the miraculous water for curing hysteria resides. Our village is saved." The villagers displayed expressions of sheer delight. Qinyun, who had stealthily followed, found herself utterly bewildered. Instinctively, she scanned the pool's water, and her findings were alarming. It contained a cursed potion. Consuming it would induce bizarre mutations, albeit with the side effect of enhanced strength, with a note indicating that the drawbacks outweighed the benefits. "Goodness," she muttered, as she observed the villagers eagerly drinking from the green pool. Before she could intervene, Aunt Lu, who had just taken a sip, seized Qinyun and chattered, "You foolish child. Everyone else has started drinking. Why are you just standing there? Don't you want to be cured?" "Cured?" Qinyun frantically searched her mind for answers, yet found nothing. With a clear but naive expression, she stammered, "But I am not ill." Aunt Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can you not be ill? The entire village is afflicted with hysteria. You cannot be the exception. Drink up." With that, she attempted to pour the liquid into Qinyun's mouth. Suddenly, Qinyun felt as though she had lost control of her body. The consciousness that truly belonged to Caoya was frantically and desperately struggling, shouting, "The water may be contaminated. Do not drink it yet." However, the villagers were engulfed in the joy of imminent healing, completely disregarding her warnings. Even Aunt Lu, with a disapproving expression, hurriedly joined the throng of those drinking the water. The elder of the Sioux clan was the first to partake of the pond's water, while his grandson had already descended the mountain to summon the villagers. Before long, the others from the village arrived one after another, ignoring Caoya's attempts to dissuade them, drinking greedily from the pond. Some continued to consume the water even when they could barely swallow, only pausing when their stomachs visibly swelled. Caoya, attempting to prevent this madness, was met with resistance and even received blows, ultimately collapsing to the side, tears streaming down her face in despair. Throughout this, Qianyun repeatedly tried to see if she could return to her body, yet she remained an outsider. Confusion washed over Qianyun. Wasn't she supposed to have entered the realm as a whole? Why did it now feel as though she were merely a spectator in the corner, like a ghost? Suddenly, realization struck her. Xiaoya's body and her own might not be one and the same. She had entered fully, but Xiaoya's body belonged to a child unrelated to her. This left her questioning her own state. Where was her body? Amid her turmoil, a melodious sound of a flute echoed, seemingly enchanted, causing the once frenzied villagers to slow their actions. A giant grasshopper, startled, leapt from the pond into a shadowy corner. A youth dressed in simple white garments approached slowly, holding a verdant flute in his hand. This water has been tainted by malevolent forces. Drinking it will render you a puppet under their control, he stated calmly. Old Su stepped forward, demanding, "Who are you? On what grounds do you speak thus?" The youth merely blew a note on the flute, causing a nearby blade of grass to wither and turn black. "This is the evidence," he declared. The villagers gasped in horror, yet their eyes reflected a deep-seated fear of the youth. In that moment, no one dared to speak, and many continued to drink from the pond. Xiaoya, struggling to support herself against the cave wall, rose with great effort, anxiety etched across her face as she asked, "How can we break the curse?" The youth regarded her with a smile, replying, "You must find the one who administers the poison and defeat him by destroying the mother worm to lift the curse. However, this poisoner is well hidden and immensely powerful." Upon finishing, the youth handed the flute to Qianyun. This instrument can temporarily suppress the parasites within the villagers. You are the only one who has yet to drink from the pond. If you are willing to shoulder this responsibility, take it. Determined, Xiaoya gritted her teeth and accepted the flute, firming her resolve within. Currently, only she and a few younger children had abstained from drinking. She was uncertain of what would become of the adults. Yet, thinking of her parents, she resolved to accept the flute, prepared to sound it should anything seem amiss. As an outsider observing all of this, Qianyun soon found herself transported to another room. The tender sprouts have evidently grown, their slender forms standing gracefully. Appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Beside her stands a youth of similar stature, his face etched with indignation, as if a dispute has arisen between them, casting an unpleasant shadow over their interaction. Qianyun, somewhat bewildered, approaches, attempting to touch this one and that, only to find her hands passing through their bodies without a trace. They cannot perceive her presence. You are well aware that only the flute continuously keep them in check. Why then did you steal it? Were I not to discover your treachery in time, would you have never returned it? Do you comprehend how many lives you have jeopardized? The youth retorts defiantly, I have already stated that I did not steal it. On what grounds do you accuse me? We have grown up together. If I had intended to steal, I would have done so long ago, not waited until now. The visibly agitated sprout, in her fury, spoke without thought. Fenger is merely 5, and Goer is only 9. They are but children. Could they truly wrongfully accuse you? If the flute is not in your possession, then whose could it be? Mingyi and Jiangya have perished, all because last night you failed to control the aberrants in our clan. You now insist it was not you. Then explain why the flute was discovered in your room. The youth, seething with anger yet striving to maintain composure, replied, Rest assured. I shall uncover the truth to prove I did not take the flute and will seek justice for Mingyi and Jiangya. Since you have all concluded that I am the cause of your misfortune, I shall make my way to the cave in the back mountain without your escort. With that, he turned and strode away, his steps resolute. Meanwhile, the once dominant sprout had inexplicably dissolved into tears, her lips incessantly uttering apologies. Qianyun observed the entire scene, as if she had stumbled into the memories of the sprout. Chapter 143. Rewind. As Qianyun gazed at the tender grass shoots before her, her mind began to drift. And before she realized it, sleep overtook her. Upon opening her eyes once more, she beheld a figure, now graced with a mane of white hair, crouched before a gravestone, weeping profusely. Not far off, a horde of grotesque creatures, resembling a blend of human and insect, approached with deliberate slowness. Qianyun was taken aback. Had she unwittingly fallen into a scenario reminiscent of a galactic war or an alien awakening, perhaps even an invasion by a monstrous swarm? The aged figure of the grass shoot, seemingly burdened by a century of sorrow, displayed no fear or astonishment at the encroaching monsters, her expression one of profound desolation. As Qianyun attempted to intervene against the assailants, who were poised to strike with their scythe-like appendages, The familiar sensation of dizziness overwhelmed her. When her vision cleared, she found herself back in the very moment she had first entered the instance. She stood once again within the confines of a rudimentary dwelling, the earthy walls a familiar sight. Extending her hands, she realized they were no longer the small hands of before, but her own. Had she been drawn into the memories of the grass shoot only to be rewound to the present? This level 12 instance certainly possessed intriguing elements. Reflecting on the visions presented by the grass shoot, she prepared to step outside when she was abruptly halted. I am the grass shoot. Yet I am not the grass shoot. Since you have arrived here, I implore you to retrace my steps, a feeble voice echoed, as if whispering from the heavens, soon fading into the ether. In the next instant, the notification sound from the game instance resounded. Dreams, it seemed, were mere recollections. Every aspect of a dream had indeed transpired in reality. The grass shoot herself was unsure if she had erred in her path or in her choices. To achieve victory, one must make decisions in the guise of the grass shoot. Main quest: unravel the truth and successfully save the villagers to complete the level. Failure results in obliteration. Note: to the villagers of Grasshopper, you will appear as the grass shoot, yet do not lose your own identity. You are still you. Side quests: 1. Locate the boy who once gifted the flute. 2. Capture the individual who stole the flute. 3. Discover the ultimate cause of the grass shoot's demise. A wave of confusion washed over Qianyun. She was uncertain of the current phase the village had reached within this dream, whether the salvation pertained to the entire village or just a select few. Aside from the grass shoot's dreams, she had gleaned no additional information. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to explore the village. Pushing open the wooden door, she stepped outside, the sunlight blinding in its intensity, while the distant houses stood in stark relief. Yet, an oppressive atmosphere permeated the village. The villagers regarded her with complex emotions: fear, reverence, skepticism, and an indescribable unease. Following her recollections, Qianyun made her way toward the trail leading to the back mountains, hoping to uncover some clues. By the stream, she stumbled upon a peculiar stone, etched with strange symbols reminiscent of those seen in the grass shoot's visions. As she studied it intently, a child rushed over and exclaimed, "Sister, that stone is dangerous." The village chief fell ill after touching it. A spark ignited within Qianyun. The stone, the azure glow, the blood-red eyes. What connection did these bear to the villagers who had transformed into monsters? After expressing her gratitude to the child, she continued her quest for answers. Suddenly, she heard a melodious sound of a flute, reminiscent of something from the past. Following the direction of the music, she spotted a young boy standing with his back to her, playing the flute amidst the bamboo grove. Qianyun pondered. Could he be the boy who had gifted her the flute years ago? She approached him to seek clarification, but he vanished abruptly, leaving behind a cryptic warning that the wheel of fate had begun to turn and she should tread carefully. Qianyun sighed, feeling exasperated. How dare you leave mid-sentence? I have secrets to protect. This was no different from a heartless author caught in a creative block. She lamented as she continued her ascent up the mountain. Soon, she arrived at the cave's location within her dream, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. Where had the cavern and the vast pool disappeared to? Silently mocking her situation, she surveyed the area but found nothing and reluctantly descended the mountain. Starving, she used her mental energy to scan the surroundings and conjured a steaming bowl of rice from her spatial storage, savoring the meal before finally making her way down. As she approached her modest dwelling, the familiar figure of Aunt Lu appeared, her expression fraught with urgency as she called out loudly, "Qiaoyu, where have you been? Oh dear, your parents are in trouble. They were looking for you yesterday, but couldn't find you. And today they sent me to fetch you. Yet you're still not home. You child." Mid-sentence, Aunt Lu faltered, recalling that Qiaoyu's parents had succumbed to a wandering soul illness and had ventured to the neighboring village. Yesterday, they were discovered lifeless by the family of Erwa while collecting firewood. This was not the first tragedy to befall their village. The Chow family was not well off, and with the loss of both parents, one could only wonder how the child would manage. However, Aunt Lu quickly reassured herself that the child had inherited excellent medical skills from her father. She was literate, knowledgeable about herbs, and capable of healing, traits scarce among the villagers. Thus, she reasoned that the child would not perish from hunger. Dazed, Qianyun followed Aunt Lu to the village's entrance, where an assembly of elderly villagers had gathered on the narrow path. Aunt Lu tugged at Qianyun, maneuvering through the crowd as she called out, "Make way. Qiaoyu is here." As her voice echoed, A gap opened up, and Qianyun stepped into the clearing. The once boisterous surroundings fell into an eerie silence. As the young girl, perceived as the youthful Chaoyuer by the villagers, slowly knelt and lifted the grass mat, she was confronted by the haunting visages of two figures shrouded in dark mist, nearly causing her to cry out in terror. Goodness, this is like a horror film. The onlookers, puzzled by her reaction, began to murmur among themselves. Why isn't she crying? Questioned villager A, bewildered. She hasn't been seen for 2 days. Who knows what she's been up to? Perhaps she has a heart of stone. Look at her expressionless face. Whispered villager B, disdain creeping into her tone. What a tragedy for these two. Their daughter is still so young, and they succumb to the wandering soul illness, leaving behind an utterly clueless child who doesn't even know to mourn. Sighed an elderly man, lamenting the situation. In the face of such loss, you speak with such insensitivity? How can you lack compassion? Chaoyuer, her parents, and their family, who hasn't lent a hand to you at some point? To speak thus now is utterly heartless, he scolded, shaking his head in disapproval. Indeed, while we await the children, we must soon convene to deliberate on how to address the aftermath. I must express my concern. Why has there been such an alarming increase in cases of this spirit separation affliction this month? This marks the 4th occurrence, and there seems to be no solution within the village for how we, as families, are to persevere. Qianyun absorbed every word, yet she found herself unable to shed tears. However, could this spirit separation ailment possibly be the same hysteria that Aunt Lu mentioned in her dreams? Excellent. This provides yet another lead. It appears that a restful night is beyond my reach. It is imperative to investigate the village further. What profound connection exists between this inexplicable spirit separation and hysteria? How did it arise? Furthermore, what of the cave that has vanished from the mountain behind? This narrative is indeed shrouded in enigma. Chapter 144, Midnight Departure. Ultimately, after deliberation with the other villagers, they concluded that cremation would be a more prudent choice. Several elders even suggested that the prevalence of the wandering soul illness in their village might be attributed to the fact that those afflicted had not been cremated. Initially, they presumed that the usually silent Saya would oppose this decision, and they pondered how to persuade her. To their surprise, she agreed. Qianyun, blissfully unaware of these matters, held no reservations about cremation as a modern individual and thus acquiesced. After attending to the affairs of Tsaya's parents, Qianyun learned from others that Saya was a nickname and that her given name was Zhou Shunning. Zhou Shunning's parents were among the first to discover the illness, and in a bid to treat afflicted villagers, they would travel twice a year for study. Their home contained records of the first patient and other related documents. Although Qianyun found no pertinent clues within Zhou Shunning's memories, she had a vague recollection of her parents having visited the first patient's home before their unfortunate incident. It appeared necessary to pay a visit. After searching the house thoroughly, she found no leads and could not locate the supposed medical records. Through a neighbor, Aunt Lu, Qianyun successfully learned the identity and residence of the first afflicted individual, Chun Guangzong, a hunter notorious for his violent tendencies, whose wife and children had perished at his hands. He died a recluse after first falling ill, allegedly discovered and brought back by another hunter from the village. Following a series of similar experiences, he sought treatment from Zhou Shunning's father, Zhou Yuanshu, but to no avail. He referred to his ailment as the wandering soul illness. After Chun's demise, the hunter who had accompanied him began to exhibit the same symptoms 3 days later. The villagers, gripped by fear, isolated him at Chun Guangzong's residence, where he ultimately succumbed 10 days later. Following these incidents, no other cases arose, leading the villagers to breathe a sigh of relief, until, 6 months later, a third person fell victim to the same affliction. This information was gleaned by Qianyun from her conversations with children playing outside, combined with Aunt Lu's insights. Having ascertained the locations of Chun Guangzong's home and that of other patients, Qianyun returned to her humble abode. As night descended, Qianyun stealthily ventured out. The village lay in tranquil silence, interrupted only by the occasional bark of a dog. She first arrived at the home of the initial afflicted villager. Inside, a pungent odor of mildew and dust permeated the air, faintly mingled with the scent of medicine. She meticulously examined her surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Just as she was about to abandon her search, she noticed a slightly raised floor tile in the corner. Kneeling down, she exerted effort to shift the tile, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. Inside lay a tattered notebook, densely filled with handwriting. Qianyun opened the notebook and, by the dim light of the moon, began to read intently. It was a diary belonging to Chun Guangzong, chronicling the torment he experienced during his affliction, describing a sensation as if his soul were being pulled apart, and mentioning the eerie shadow that flashed before him each time he fell ill. Strangely, several pages appeared to have been torn out. Qian Yun furrowed her brows, realizing that the crucial clue lay within the missing fragments. Without further contemplation, she continued her search and unexpectedly discovered a notebook, densely filled with timestamps and medical records. Confusion washed over her as she pondered why the medical notes belonging to Zhou Yuanshu and his wife, Sun Ning, would be found in the home of the first patient, particularly when that patient had already perished. However, recalling Zhou Shuning's memories of her parents frequently visiting during that time, could it be that these two had uncovered some clue regarding the soul separation illness? Just as she was deep in thought, an eerie laughter echoed from outside. Startled, Qian Yun tightened her grip on the notebook and cautiously approached the door. Peering through the crack, she glimpsed a shadowy figure floating in the air, its blood-red eyes scanning the surroundings for something. As she contemplated this, a faint sound of footsteps arose behind her. Alert, she turned to see a shadow dart past. Without hesitation, Qian Yun pursued, but the figure moved with remarkable speed, vanishing into the depths of the forest in an instant. Hesitating at the edge of the woods, Qian Yun ultimately steeled herself and ventured inside. The forest was shrouded in darkness, with moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting mottled shadows. She tread lightly, ever vigilant of the sounds around her. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated ahead, reminiscent of a beast. Clenching her fists, Qian Yun prepared for battle. A massive, wolf-like creature emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Reacting swiftly, Qian Yun drew her exquisitely crafted tang knife. She positioned the blade before her, her gaze resolute as she stared down the black wolf. Sensing the threat, the wolf's growl intensified, becoming more ferocious as it lunged at her. Qian Yun sidestepped deftly, countering with a slash of her knife that left a gash upon the beast. The wolf, yelping in pain, turned to attack again. Seizing the moment, Qian Yun leapt forward, aiming directly for the creature's eye. The wolf nimbly evaded her strike, its claws swiping toward her. Qian Yun jumped back, pushing off a tree to propel herself forward, her body soaring like an arrow as the tang knife plunged accurately into the wolf's shoulder. The beast thrashed violently, but Qian Yun gripped the hilt firmly. At that instant, the shadowy figure materialized on a nearby tree, emitting a strange laugh. Distracted, Qian Yun lost her grip, allowing the wolf to break free. With no time to waste, she resolved to deal with the wolf first, sensing that it posed a significant threat. Once she subdued the creature and turned her gaze back to the tree, the shadow had vanished. Astonished, she paused, her mind filled with questions. Who was that shadow? Was it the mastermind behind the soul separation illness? Or was it connected to the mysterious waters of the cave? As her thoughts settled, the forest fell into an eerie silence, save for the chirping of insects and the calls of birds. After a moment's reflection, Qian Yun changed direction, sensing that the cave she had failed to locate during the day might now be within her grasp. Cautiously, she navigated through the woods, the night forest hauntingly serene. Suddenly, she felt her foot give way, and she plummeted into a concealed trap. Fortunately, her agile reflexes allowed her to grasp a vine on the trap's wall, steadying herself just in time. As she ascended, she discovered inscriptions etched into the walls of the trap, summoning her companion, Xiao Yu, to illuminate the surroundings. She quickly discerned the content. It was a record detailing the information and evolution of another tribe, yet the more Qian Yun read, the more peculiar it felt. It seemed unlike any human description. She continually shifted her position, instructing Xiao Yu to document the findings swiftly before nimbly climbing out of the pit. Upon reaching the surface, she cast a glance back at the trap and was taken aback. Although she had initially perceived it as merely a high drop, she now realized it was not a trap, but rather a gaping sinkhole. Fortunately, she had landed on a supportive ledge and gazing into the dark abyss below. A shiver of trepidation coursed through her. If she were to fall, would she be reduced to nothing more than a mere puddle of mud? Chapter 145. The grasshopper creature. In this moment, Qian Yun, now hesitant to tarnish her reputation, retrieved a torch and cautiously made her way toward the cave's location. After a brief interval, she suddenly detected a faint rustling sound emanating from not far ahead. The noise was so subtle that, had the surroundings not been enveloped in profound silence, it would have likely gone unnoticed. It resembled the sound of some creature slowly crawling, each movement accompanied by the crunching of withered grass and fallen leaves beneath it. A surge of apprehension coursed through Qianyun's heart, compelling her to grip her tang knife tightly, her body instinctively tensing as she slipped into a heightened state of alertness. With utmost care, she advanced toward the source of the sound, straining her ears to discern any additional noises in the vicinity. As she drew closer, the sound became increasingly discernible. At last, illuminated by the dim glow of her torch, an enormous creature came into view before her. Before her stood a grasshopper of astonishing proportions, towering to the height of a person. Its body was encased in a layer of dark green, hard exoskeleton, refracting an eerie sheen under the flickering light. Most striking were its large eyes, which glimmered with a ghostly green luminescence, reminiscent of two spectral flames, sending chills down her spine. Faced with such a terrifying sight, Qianyun remained remarkably composed. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she deliberately slowed her pace, fixing her gaze intently on the colossal grasshopper, wary of any sudden attack. Surprisingly, the creature exhibited no sign of aggression. It stood there motionless, seemingly devoid of hostility. Qianyun felt a mixture of astonishment and caution, yet she dared not let her guard down. As she maintained her steadfast stare, she unexpectedly perceived a rare, human-like expression within the creature's eyes. It conveyed a profound sense of remorse, as if this grasshopper bore the weight of a troubled past, its heart laden with anguish and guilt. This revelation left Qianyun utterly astonished, and a bold hypothesis took shape in her mind. Could it be that this creature was not an ordinary grasshopper? The more she pondered, the more she felt an uncanny connection between this giant grasshopper and the one from her dreams, igniting her curiosity to delve deeper into the mystery. Just as Qianyun was lost in contemplation, the grasshopper abruptly shifted. It pivoted sharply and, like a flash of lightning, darted into the dense thicket nearby, vanishing without a trace in an instant. At that moment, Qianyun awoke from her reverie, her senses reeling. Gazing in the direction the grasshopper had departed, she hesitated. Although the cave was now within reach, she understood that the creature may hold crucial clues to unraveling a mystery. However, given that her primary purpose for venturing out was to locate the cave, she ultimately resolved to forego pursuing the grasshopper for now, intending to return the following day to investigate further. With her decision made, Qianyun no longer lingered, quickening her pace toward the cave. In no time, she successfully arrived at her destination. Countless beams of blue light emanated a chilling aura. Qianyun focused her gaze, and the stones bore an uncanny resemblance to the peculiar blocks from the dream of sprouting grass. Cautiously, she scanned the area. Blue fluorite, an exotic interdimensional celestial product, exhibiting potent radioactivity. Do not touch lightly. Hazard level, 5 stars. Qianyun furrowed her brow, contemplating her next course of action. Given the perilous nature of the blue fluorite, it was imperative not to collect samples directly with her hands. She opened her backpack and rummaged for a pair of specialized protective gloves designed for foggy weather. Alongside some modest tools, carefully approaching a piece of blue fluorite, she instinctively attempted to gather a small sample. At that moment, the temperature around her plummeted, and a deep, resonant growl echoed from the depths of the cave. Pairs of crimson eyes gradually emerged, resembling a horde of monsters lurking in the shadows, drawn in by the luminescence of the blue fluorite. Swiftly, she placed the collected sample into a sealed container, stowed her torch back in the backpack, and hurriedly sought refuge in a corner. Soon, these creatures manifested. The villagers from her dream had morphed into monstrous beings with grasshopper bodies and human heads, causing Qianyun's eyes to widen in disbelief. She discreetly scanned these entities. Parasite, native humans infected by interdimensional extraterrestrials, exhibiting high contagion potential. Do not attempt to disengage to avoid parasitic infestation. This implied that the glowing stones were the source of the soul separation disease, and these parasites were the indigenous people of this realm, possessed by beings from another dimension. Thus, the cliff she had inadvertently fallen from was indeed a sinkhole, likely formed by a meteorite. Soon, the prompt indicating the progress of the quest echoed in her ears. Current main quest progress, 30. Side quest progress, 50. As anticipated, the night was rife with surprises. Qianyun continued her observation, watching as these parasites leaped one after another into a pool. Only when the last creature successfully plunged into the water did she dare to relax slightly, yet she remained motionless. Indeed, moments later, the parasites resurfaced, clutching blue stones as they crawled ashore. A horrifying scene unfolded. Their grasshopper bodies had vanished, appearing instead as living humans. Were they from that village? Did other nearby villages fall prey before the one known as Grasshopper Village? Filled with uncertainty, Qianyun resolved to follow these humanoid parasites to discern their destination. Stealthily, she trailed behind, striving to make no sound. The procession ventured deeper, the incline of the mountain becoming increasingly steep. Time silently slipped into the early hours of the morning, and a distant, indistinct oval shape materialized atop the mountain. The parasites erupted with excitement, engaging in rapid chatter. A younger-looking parasite was the first to place the blue fluorite at the center of the gathering, followed by each individual laying down their stones in succession. Then, when Qianyun could no longer see, a blinding flash occurred. All the blue fluorite coalesced into a colossal sphere. The sphere emitted a powerful wave of energy, as if the very air around them was on the verge of being torn asunder. Qianyun sensed that the situation was dire and swiftly retreated. With a resounding crash, the surrounding trees were shattered. Strangely, layers of luminescence enveloped the parasitic entities, offering them protection. Waves of psychic energy radiated outward, compelling Qianyun to withdraw further for fear of being discovered. It was not until around 5 in the morning that she decided to return. At that moment, the parasitic entities were gradually descending along a peculiar path. Qianyun took note of this and chose not to follow. Her curiosity lay in uncovering the purpose of the stones held by these creatures. Soon, as she arrived at the site where the parasitic entities had been earlier, bathed in the first light of dawn, Qianyun confirmed that the area posed no immediate danger. Only then did she approach the oval object, and it was at this moment that she realized it was a spacecraft. As she drew closer, she was utterly astounded. What was that large, round mass? Dripping with blue viscous fluid? She could even hear a sound reminiscent of a heartbeat, and within that fluid lay something akin to an infant. Scanning revealed an unknown organism, leading her to speculate boldly. Could it possibly be the maternal form of those filamentous entities? Just as she pondered this and cautiously approached the vessel's cabin, a notification chimed in her ear. Current main quest progress, 35. Side quest progress, 50. Chapter 146. Breaking the cocoon. Upon hearing the crisp yet abrupt notification sound from the quest, Qianyun's heart quivered violently, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Her eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that while she was wholly engrossed in her exploration, the progress of this quest had silently reached its halfway mark. Yet, at this moment, the mysterious entity before her, presumably the host, captivated her attention far more than the astonishing progress. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, which thumped erratically due to her anxiety, she cautiously approached the cabin emanating an eerie aura. As she stepped through the door, a noxious stench surged toward her, overwhelming her senses. Qianyun instinctively wrinkled her nose and covered her face with her hand, yet the foul odor stubbornly infiltrated her nostrils through the gaps between her fingers. In the dim light, she discerned that the cabin was cluttered with various bizarre and unidentifiable instruments. These devices flickered with a faint glow, their lights undulating like will-o'-the-wisps, casting a sinister ambience throughout the space. On the surrounding walls hung numerous objects resembling cocoons, densely packed together, creating an illusion of a vast web woven from white silk threads. Through the translucent walls of the cocoons, she could vaguely see some unformed parasites curled within, their grotesque shapes sending shivers down her spine. Suddenly, the once sturdy ground beneath her feet began to tremble slightly. In that instant, the entity that had remained silently in the corner emitted an ear-piercing shriek, reminiscent of a night owl's cry or a wailing specter, reverberating within the confined cabin and causing Qianyun's eardrums to throb painfully. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and she realized this was no place to linger. Resolutely, she turned to seek an exit and escape. Just as she frantically scanned her surroundings, a creaking sound echoed, and a hidden door concealed in the shadows slowly swung open. Behind that tightly shut door lay a mysterious control panel, shrouded in dark gray tones, yet one red button stood out conspicuously, as if proclaiming its significance and peril. Gazing at the red button, Qianyun was overcome by a powerful intuition. Pressing it might alter the dire circumstances she faced. However, this uncertainty filled her with trepidation. Yet, in the face of life and death, she had little time for hesitation. Clenching her teeth, she summoned her courage and dashed toward the control panel, decisively pressing the red button with all her might. In that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze in place. with everything around her sinking into absolute stillness. Simultaneously, a piercing notification sound resonated through the air. High-risk biological entity detected. High-risk biological entity detected. High-risk biological entity detected. The incessant alarms reverberated like a relentless hammer upon Qianyun's heart, causing it to leap into her throat in an instant. At that moment, Qianyun's nerves were stretched to their utmost limit. Her eyes widened in panic as she frantically surveyed her surroundings, her mind racing to devise a strategy for this dire predicament. Just as anxiety gripped her, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the control console. To her astonishment, a minuscule line of text had quietly materialized. Destroy the core of the mother entity to avert the crisis. Sensing treachery in the message, Qianyun refrained from acting rashly. Suddenly, the previously motionless entity, presumed to be the mother organism, quivered slightly. Almost immediately, an otherworldly halo began to rise from its form and rapidly spread outward. Concurrently, the numerous cocoon-like structures around her began to tremble violently, as if provoked by some unseen force, threatening to burst at any moment. Nevertheless, Qianyun continued her exploration within the cabin, and in a particularly concealed corner, she discovered a crystal emitting a soft blue glow. Scanning it revealed the vast energy contained within this azure gem. Without hesitation, she summoned a box from her water droplet and secured the crystal within, storing it in her spatial pocket. The blue crystal, rich in mental energy, serving as the source for awakening the genes of beings from alternate timelines, was harmless and could be absorbed by humans as well. Just as Qianyun secured the blue crystal, the cocoon-like entities began to rupture, releasing a swarm of small parasites. A flicker of determination ignited in her eyes as she swiftly drew her laser sword. The parasites surged toward her, and with a flurry of movements, she wielded her sword, slicing through the vile creatures that dared to approach. The parasites swarmed throughout the entire space, writhing and lunging at Qianyun with claws bared. With her weapon dancing in the air, she fought valiantly against these repugnant beings. Yet as time wore on, she felt her strength waning, with no opportunity to consume a restorative potion. In that critical moment, a thought struck her. What if she could directly harness the energy of the blue crystal? If she succeeded in channeling its power, perhaps she would not have to abandon her escape. Resolute, she took a deep breath, striving for tranquility, and focused all her energy to establish a connection with the crystal. As her consciousness brushed against the blue gem, a wave of refreshing sensation surged through her, swiftly enveloping her entire being. Simultaneously, her thoughts became extraordinarily lucid, and her body seemed to brim with vigor. To her delight, Qianyun realized her movements had become swifter and more precise than before. Each strike landed with pinpoint accuracy upon the vital points of the parasitic entities, clarity flooding her mind, and most importantly, her stamina rejuvenated. Empowered by the blue crystal, Qianyun surged forth like a tempest, swiftly vanquishing the surrounding parasites. However, before she could catch her breath, the colossal, mucus-covered entity re-entered her line of sight. After careful consideration, Qianyun resolved to take a risk, approaching the fearsome creature to see if she could deliver a decisive blow. As Qianyun cautiously approached the maternal organism, it immediately sensed her movements and unleashed an overwhelming pressure that was almost suffocating. Qianyun was nearly knocked off her feet by this force, but she gritted her teeth and summoned all her strength to steady herself, inching forward step by step. At last, she found herself merely a few paces away from the maternal entity. With wide eyes, she meticulously observed the vast and intricate structure of its body. Perseverance bore fruit, and after a thorough search, Qianyun finally discovered a distinctive area, a faint glow pulsating rhythmically. Just as the tang knife in her hand was about to strike the core, a beam of blue light surged toward her with a palpable intensity, accompanied by a pungent aroma. She had no choice but to retreat to evade it. Quickly regaining her footing, the instant the blue light dissipated, everything around her returned to normal, the acrid scent vanished, and the ordinary cocoons that had yet to break free turned to ash. However, the viscous cocoon enveloping the maternal figure was rapidly absorbed, allowing the entity to emerge from its confines. Qianyun watched in astonishment as it transformed from the size of a newborn to that of a child, eventually settling into the form of a youth of around 10 years old. Strangely, Qianyun felt an uncanny familiarity with this figure. Chapter 147. Clue interruption. She widened her eyes, meticulously observing the vast and intricate bodily structure of the mother organism. After a diligent search, Qianyun finally discovered a distinctive area. There, a faint glow flickered incessantly. Just as Qianyun's dagger was poised to strike at the core, a blue light, as if made manifest, swept horizontally towards her with an acrid scent, forcing her to retreat and quickly regain her footing. The moment the blue light dissipated, everything around returned to normal, the pungent odor vanished, and the ordinary chrysalis-like forms that had yet to emerge turned to ash. However, the mucus cocoon enveloping the mother organism was swiftly absorbed, and the mother emerged, transforming from the size of a newborn into that of a child, finally settling at the appearance of a youth in his early teens. Strangely, Qianyun found him remarkably familiar. Furrowing her brow, she strained to recall where she had seen this face before. Suddenly, a figure flashed in her mind. Was this not the boy who had appeared in Saya's dream, the one with the flute? Just as Qianyun was lost in thought, the boy who seemed so familiar slowly opened his eyes, revealing a cold gaze. He glanced at the dagger in Qianyun's hand, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "You do not belong here," he stated, his voice revealing a hint of intrigue. Qianyun's heart raced, and she inquired, "Who are you?" The boy offered no reply, merely waved his hands, sending ripples of energy pulsing through the surroundings. Sensing impending danger, Qianyun tightened her grip on the dagger. Bracing for confrontation, the boy spoke again. "I was once brought here to become the core nurtured by the mother. Now that I have been reborn, you seek to thwart my plans. However, in light of our shared history, should you relinquish your weapon and depart, I may spare your life." Qianyun gritted her teeth. Abandoning her mission was not an option. This entity before her was evidently the root cause of the transformation of Grasshopper Village into grasshoppers. Although she understood that engaging in combat would put her at a significant disadvantage, she inhaled deeply. "How could I possibly relinquish my weapon? Do not harbor such delusions. Furthermore, you have no right to be here. If anyone is to leave, it must be we outsiders together, is that not so?" The boy shook his head slowly. A blatant disdain etched upon his once handsome features, as if the person before him was utterly unworthy of consideration. "Humph. Are you suggesting that you can obstruct my path with your meager abilities? Such folly. Very well. Today I shall demonstrate what true power entails." No sooner had he finished speaking than a formidable surge of energy erupted around him, akin to a tempest, sweeping up the surrounding sand and stones. In an instant, the entire space was engulfed in a swirling storm of dust, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Qianyun reacted swiftly, unhesitatingly extracting a uniquely designed umbrella, the Seven Treasure Umbrella, from her bosom and swiftly unfurling it. In an instant, a soft blue and golden radiance blossomed from the umbrella's surface, quickly coalescing into an incredibly sturdy barrier that repelled the swirling sands and stones. However, at that moment, the youth inexplicably appeared before Qianyun like a phantom, extending his hand towards her with a fierce grip. Not daring to show the slightest hesitation, Qianyun deftly sidestepped the strike, while simultaneously swinging her long blade with a fierce gust of wind aimed directly at the youth. Regrettably, the youth's strength evidently surpassed Qianyun's expectations. With a mere sidestep, he effortlessly evaded her strike. Seizing the opportunity amidst Qianyun's chaotic defense, he launched a powerful kick aimed squarely at her abdomen. The resounding thud echoed as Qianyun was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily onto the hard ground and sending dust billowing into the air. Remarkably, in the blink of an eye, Qianyun, despite the excruciating pain coursing through her body, swiftly rose to her feet. Her beautiful eyes now sparkled with an unwavering determination. At that moment, a vision of the flute she had seen in Saya's dream flashed through her mind. A thought struck her like lightning. Perhaps that flute held the key to her current predicament. Without hesitation, she boldly called out to the youth before her, "Do you possess a flute?" Upon hearing her words, the youth, who was poised to continue his assault, visibly faltered for a moment, his movements momentarily slowed. This fleeting opportunity was sufficient for Qianyun. Gritting her teeth, she summoned every ounce of strength and charged towards the youth once more. Simultaneously, her weapon sliced through the air, creating a sharp arc as it struck down towards him with a whoosh. The youth, momentarily distracted by Qianyun's call, found it too late to evade her onslaught. With a swift sound, her weapon accurately struck his arm, causing blood to spatter. In pain, the youth let out an enraged roar, his eyes wide with fury as he fixated on Qianyun, as if intent on devouring her whole. Ignoring his injured arm, He swung his fist towards her with a ferocity akin to that of an enraged lion. Yet, in that critical moment, something unexpected transpired. Suddenly, a mysterious light descended from the sky without warning. This light, resembling a colossal white python, enveloped the youth in an instant. He struggled desperately, attempting to break free from its grasp, but no matter how hard he fought, he could not escape. Gradually, his resistance waned, until he ultimately succumbed, entirely devoid of the strength to resist. Then, under the astonished gaze of Qianyun, the mysterious beam of light slowly lifted the young boy into the air, gradually vanishing without a trace. Staring blankly into the emptiness ahead, Qianyun found herself completely stunned, her heart brimming with confusion and shock. What on earth is happening? She murmured to herself, feeling somewhat speechless. How is she supposed to proceed? With the boy gone, who will unravel the enigma that plagues her mind? The trail of clues had abruptly ceased. Chapter 148. The illness. Qianyun stood dazed, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After what felt like an eternity, she finally regained her senses, awakening from her stupor. Deep within her heart, she understood that this fantastical and perilous game world often concealed hidden plots and unique rules unbeknownst to many. Undoubtedly, it seemed that she had inadvertently triggered some unknown mechanism, resulting in this bizarre occurrence. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qianyun resolved to meticulously search her surroundings, hoping to uncover any clues regarding the suddenly vanished youth and the mysterious light. With utmost caution, she began to tread towards the location where the boy had disappeared. Upon reaching the pivotal spot, she crouched down, her keen eyes scanning the ground. Suddenly, she noticed a pool of dark crimson blood lingering on the earth, stirring a sense of perplexity within her. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, she reached out and gently touched a drop of the blood. The instant her fingertip made contact, an extraordinary sensation surged through her, and she distinctly sensed a faint yet undeniable pulse of power lingering within the blood. Furrowing her brow, Qianyun's mind raced with thoughts. Recalling that dazzling light, she realized its energy resonance bore a striking resemblance to the teleportation force encountered in her previous gaming experiences. Furthermore, she remembered the boy's unique aura following her attack. It too emanated an extraordinary power. Could it be that she had unwittingly activated some protective mechanism embedded within the game? The notion quickened her heartbeat uncontrollably. Qianyun recognized that she had inadvertently touched upon the deeper secrets of the game. Now, she faced two choices: to abandon this side quest and return to the main storyline, or to delve deeper into the treasure or rewards hidden behind this secret. Clenching her teeth, her gaze resolute, she resolved to embrace the challenge of the unknown, especially considering her disdain for such intruding aggressors. After confirming there were no hidden clues in her search, Qianyun returned to the village. A bold idea emerged, one that needed validation. Recalling the assortment of low to mid-tier radiation antidotes in her backpack, she hurried down the mountain path towards the village. The journey was eerily tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. She first checked the pit location, ensuring it was neither an illusion nor anything else, before proceeding to the cave site. To her dismay, the cave had vanished once again. After much deliberation, Qianyun resolved to make another attempt that very night. Thus, she quickened her pace down the mountain. Before long, she encountered the first villager, Wang Jiafu. His face was etched with anxiety and worry. He moved with the urgency of one whose very life was at stake. At the same time, Qianyun, equally pressed for time, had no chance to avoid him, and they collided with a jarring force, each stumbling precariously as they nearly fell to the ground. "Oh dear, I am terribly sorry. Truly my apologies." "Wait, Chao Yu, is that you?" Wang Jiafu, in a flurry of panic, struggled to steady himself while hastily offering apologies to the other party. To his astonishment, he simultaneously heard a familiar voice of apology nearby. Instinctively raising his head to take a closer look, he discovered that the person before him was none other than Chao Yu. "Is it you, Uncle Wang? You seem in quite a hurry. Where are you off to?" Qianyun inquired, rubbing her shoulder, which had been painfully bumped. Wang Jiafu, barely catching his breath, replied urgently, "Oh dear, don't even mention it. Wang Hai's spouse has suddenly exhibited troubling symptoms. Your grandmother entrusted me to hasten and find the village chief and the elders to discuss a solution. I'm as restless as an ant on a hot pan." His words clearly conveyed the profound anxiety weighing upon his heart. Upon hearing this, Qianyun's mind began to whirl with thoughts. "Uncle Wang, since that's the case, you should go ahead. I just happened to be on my way to check the situation. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Without waiting for Wang Jiafu's response, she turned and briskly headed in the direction of Wang Hai's home. Wang Jiafu, having no intention of prolonging the conversation, continued on his hurried path. Before long, Qianyun spotted a crowd gathered in a tight circle not far off. Strangely, despite the multitude of people surrounding the area, none dared to step inside the house. Observing this scene, Qianyun surmised that this must indeed be Wang Hai's residence. As she approached, she quickly recognized Lu Ani among the throng. Just then, Lu Jinhua turned her head, her gaze landing squarely upon Chao Yu. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly pulled Chao Yu behind her, anxiously exclaiming, "Child, you must not go in. What if you contract that illness? Your family has no one left but you." Lu Auntie's words brimmed with deep concern for Chao Yu. Chao Yu understood that Lu Auntie's admonition stemmed purely from good intentions and was in no way meant to hinder or obstruct her. Yet, contemplating her own suspicions regarding the situation, she ultimately declined Lu Auntie's kind offer. Her face revealed a sorrowful and regretful expression as she spoke in a hushed tone. "Auntie, I appreciate your kindness. However, I have come here to offer assistance. Not long ago, I tragically lost my parents, and while sorting through their belongings, I unexpectedly discovered something. I believe my parents may have written something that could treat this ailment. Hearing that aunt has shown symptoms prompted me to come and try, just in case it proves effective." As she spoke, Qianyun feigned sorrow while discreetly summoning a low-grade radiation antidote from the dew of her mind. Then, seizing the moment when the others were distracted, she cleverly concealed the vial within the palm of her hand, shielded by her sleeve. Before Lu Ani could react, the villagers erupted in excited chatter. If this were true, their village might indeed have hope. However, a flippant voice soon pierced through the commotion, dousing their optimism with cold reality. "Even the young ones have begun to weave tales, displaying a level of deceit that is quite beneath me. Who among us is unaware that your parents have recently passed? If this potion were truly effective, would they have succumbed to their ailments? Children, do not engage in such frivolity. Should you find yourselves without sustenance, my family Wang Bao would gladly share some. In return, you may consider marrying my dear Baoer as a child bride." As these words left his lips, murmurs erupted around him. Some concurred with Wang Heng's sentiments, while others deemed him shameless, well aware that his child is not the sharpest. Still, a few suggested it might be worth a trial, as there seemed to be no alternative. At that moment, an elderly woman stepped forth, her voice laden with fatigue, yet resonating clearly. "I place my trust in the Zhou couple, and I believe in you, Chao Yu. Regardless of the outcome, I, Ma Posi, will remember your kindness. And should anything befall my daughter-in-law, I shall not hold you accountable." With Ma Posi's declaration, the surrounding chatter ceased, leaving an air of complexity in every gaze. Upon hearing her words, Qianyun promptly interjected, advancing to present the vial of medicine to Ma Posi. "Grandmama, thank you for believing in me. This is the remedy. It must be consumed in its entirety to be effective." Chapter 149. The efficacy of the elixir. The old woman, trembling, cautiously extended her hand to accept the vial of elixir. She gazed into Qianyun's clear, sincere eyes, as if she could glimpse the radiant light of hope within them. Without a moment's hesitation, she tilted her head back and consumed the potion in one swift motion. In that instant, all eyes were drawn to her, and the atmosphere grew so silent that the sound of a pin dropping would have been distinctly audible. As seconds ticked by, everyone held their breath, anticipating the miracle that might unfold. Before long, the old woman hastily entered her dimly lit home, which was permeated by a heavy, oppressive air. Her gaze immediately fell upon her daughter-in-law, who lay on the bed, pallid and frail like parchment. Bound tightly by ropes, the daughter-in-law's consciousness lingered in a haze. The old woman's heart ached for her. Her hands, calloused from years of toil, trembled as she gently retrieved the elixir from her bosom, tenderly bringing it to her daughter-in-law's lips, feeding her little by little. Outside, a crowd of villagers, filled with curiosity, craned their necks to peer inside. Yet none dared to step over the threshold. Even the old woman's own son stood among them, hesitant to approach. The onlookers cast scornful glances in his direction, openly disparaging him for his apparent lack of responsibility, branding him as heartless. Moments later, the old woman was astonished to witness a transformation. Her daughter-in-law's once sallow, emaciated face began to bloom with color, reminiscent of a wilting flower regaining its vitality. Her breathing steadied, shifting from the faint, erratic gasps of before to a more even rhythm. This change filled the old woman with elation, prompting her to whisper in disbelief, "It works. It truly works." Initially, her voice was a mere whisper, as if she feared to disturb this hard-won joy. Yet, as her spirits soared, her voice grew louder, eventually erupting into jubilant exclamations. The villagers, witnessing this miraculous turn of events, erupted into a cacophony of excitement, clamoring for their own vials of the elixir. The scene devolved into chaos as they surged towards Qianyun, shouting demands for a potion of their own. Amidst the turmoil, Wang Heng, who had been standing at a distance, suddenly felt his face flush crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly incensed by the spectacle before him. With eyes wide in fury, he charged at Qianyun, resembling a wild beast unleashed. In the blink of an eye, Wang Heng was upon Qianyun, his massive hands ruthlessly searching for the elixir, simultaneously yanking at her clothes. Qianyun, with a slight push, managed to send him staggering back. However, she was cautious not to exert too much force, aware that any misfortune to him could jeopardize her own progress, just as the situation threatened to spiral into utter chaos. The village chief arrived with the swiftness of a divine intervention. His countenance was grave, and his piercing gaze swept across the scene with determination. Upon gaining a general understanding of the situation, his brow furrowed and his expression darkened. The village chief approached Wang Heng directly and, in a stern and low voice, admonished, "Wang Heng, how could you act so impulsively? Such actions will only complicate matters further." The chief's words struck Wang Heng's heart like a heavy hammer, instantly deflating his previously aggressive demeanor, causing him to lower his head and remain silent. Turning to the gathered villagers, the chief raised his voice, commanding, "Everyone, remain calm and follow my instructions. Let us form a line in the order of arrival to receive the medication." Upon hearing the chief's directive, the formerly boisterous crowd gradually quieted, forming an orderly line. Observing this scene, Qianyun let out a long sigh of relief, feeling fortunate for her earlier accurate assumptions. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Who would have imagined that the potion she had scavenged from the mysterious realm, initially deemed useless, would prove invaluable in this critical moment, aiding her in resolving the crisis? The potions were discreetly extracted from her bundle and distributed by those appointed by the village chief, as per Qianyun's instructions, 1 potion per person, to be used by those exhibiting symptoms. At that moment, the sound of delightful notification chimes filled her ears, a melodious indication of the progress bar steadily increasing. Each sound brought a sense of solace to her heart, easing her discomfort. As others were preoccupied with the potions, she gradually approached the village chief and shared several crucial pieces of information, half in jest, half in earnest. The orderly scene before them and the dwindling number of potions led the chief to reflect on the selfless nature of the Xia family, lamenting the untimely demise of Zhou Yuanshu and his spouse. After organizing the distribution, the chief called out to each recipient of the potion and began the village announcement. Ahem. As you all know, this potion was created by Zhou Yuanshu and his wife, and Xia discovered it among their notes documenting the illness. The cause of our affliction stems from those stones that emit a blue light. Anyone who has come into contact with them has been exposed to radiation, resulting in what we term soul departure disease. Upon returning home, please advise your families to avoid any contact with these stones. The potions are limited, and should anyone disregard this warning and continue to meddle with these stones, they shall be expelled from the village without medical treatment. As soon as the chief concluded his speech, Qianyun spotted an elderly man with hair half black and half white attempting to sneak away, seemingly headed toward the rear mountain. Discarding her pretense, she stealthily followed him. The old man was cautious, frequently glancing back, allowing Qianyun to catch a glimpse of his face, which left her utterly astonished. He bore a striking resemblance to the village chief, albeit with the distinction that this old man resembled the chief from Xiaoya's dreams rather than the current, still dark-haired chief. Suddenly, everything seemed to fall into place. Perhaps the village chief in the dream is no longer the same as the current one, which explains her vision of the chief speaking through the fragile body of the grass shoots. It is also possible that the elder bears some responsibility. Qianyun continued to silently follow behind the old man. Chapter 150. The truth. As they proceeded, a cave emerged ahead. Qianyun focused her gaze, recognizing it as the very cave with the emerald pool. However, unlike during the day when she failed to locate it, she now found it at a different position. Following the old man, the elder glanced around before slipping inside. Qianyun concealed herself behind a large boulder and observed for a moment, ensuring that no one else was present before cautiously approaching the cave entrance. Faint sounds echoed from within, and as she peered inside, she beheld an array of peculiar instruments alongside some unknown liquids emanating a ghostly glow. The old man stood at the center, murmuring incantations. Gradually, his mouth fell silent, and a figure began to materialize from the depths of the cave. It was the youth who had delivered the flute. Before Qianyun could ponder the implications, the familiar tribal elders soon appeared. They communicated in a language unfamiliar to her, and she surmised it was related to the radiation-resistant serum. However, the ongoing discussion among the beings was as follows. Old man, General, that human from another dimension has produced a liquid of unknown origin that cured our afflicted blue luminescent stone disease. Furthermore, she distributed numerous vials of that serum to others in Grasshopper Village. Youth, indeed, these intruders must be dealt with. Have you managed to deconstruct the blue luminescent stones? Without removing them, how can we bring the seekers of aid here? My energy core is anchored here. If I cannot escape, neither can you. The host of this body is too incompatible. I cannot endure for long. We must gather more beings to serve as incubators. Without additional life forms to empower me, we cannot seize this place. Surely, you do not wish to be expelled back to that ravaged, radiation-scarred planet? Tribal Elder, your words hold truth, my king. Utilize this body for now. I shall devise a means to deal with the intruder. Her physique and talents appear promising. She may even directly grant you strength. Old man. Yet, the villagers here currently believe in her. Tribal Elder, no wonder your potential remains unfulfilled. You have yet to ascend to the rank of a warrior. Utterly useless. Old man. Youth, enough talk. All our energy sources have been taken by that interdimensional intruder. I barely escaped with the remnants of our clan after depleting most of our numbers. She is likely injured. We must resolve this swiftly and retrieve both her vessel and energy source. Accelerate the deconstruction process. Upon uttering these words, the youth's expression darkened, beads of sweat forming on his brow as if something within him resisted. He hastily retreated deeper into the cave. Upon returning to the nutrient chamber, the youth was engulfed in fury. Had it not been for the failed descent that resulted in his clan's fall into this desolate place, he would not have found himself trapped, forced to endure and develop here. Yet soon, there would be those clamoring for him to partake in the pool's water imbued with line eggs. In that moment, he would utilize the bone flute to suppress a few, waiting until his clan grew strong enough to emerge. This planet would inevitably belong to them, the Grasshopper Star. The elderly man, resembling the village chief, swiftly departed from the cave, with Qianyun closely following. In a matter of moments, she rendered him unconscious. Given that he had assumed a human form, she felt justified in employing such methods. Soon, the old man lay motionless on the ground. After using her mental prowess to ensure there were no other life signs, she proceeded to eliminate him. To her surprise, a green grasshopper leapt from his mouth, sending a shiver down her spine. Without hesitation, Qianyun swiftly dispatched the green grasshopper. After its demise, she did not leave but concealed herself within a thicket, observing intently. Before long, writhing white, thread-like worms began to emerge, confirming her suspicion that these extraterrestrial beings were indeed peculiar. This time, Qianyun produced a low-grade anti-radiation agent and applied it to the wriggling mass of worms. As expected, a plume of white smoke accompanied by sizzling sounds rose, effectively annihilating the creatures. Inside the cave, the entity accompanying the mother organism soon sensed the demise of its subordinates and hurriedly made its way toward Qianyun. She remained in her concealed position, crouched beside a tree. Before long, the entity, now bearing the guise of the clan elder, appeared. Qianyun employed the same method she had used earlier, leaving only the worms behind. She attempted to communicate, yet it soon became evident that the language barrier created an insurmountable chasm. Although they could speak human language while in human form, their true nature as worms rendered them mute. With a sense of resignation, Qianyun dealt with the entity once more. This time, even the mother organism perceived the loss, as one of its generals fell, diminishing its power. Qianyun contemplated using the verdant waters from the pond and retraced her steps to see if she could procure more advanced anti-radiation agents, only to discover they were no longer accessible. How peculiar it was that they had seemingly moved with legs. Upon returning to the village, Qianyun found herself the center of attention for the first time, as a group of villagers invited her to dine at their homes. However, She declined and proceeded to the village chief's residence. Upon entering, she found the chief seated in a chair, his face etched with worry. Qianyun approached him, expressing her desire to learn more about the green waters. The village chief sighed and replied, I have never seen the green pond you speak of, but it appears there is a cave in the mountains. My grandfather once told me that our grasshopper village nearly faced starvation due to a natural disaster. Those who survived had no choice but to venture into the deep mountains, where they encountered a cave teeming with grasshoppers. They relied on these creatures for sustenance, and thus our village was renamed Grasshopper Village. After the disaster passed, few ventured to the back mountains, and even the elders among us do not know whether that cave still exists. He sighed again, taking a puff from his old, earthy tobacco, continuing his tale. In recent years, however, there have been numerous reports from the youth of this village and others claiming to have seen giants in the mountains, which feels rather eerie. Qianyun pondered for a moment, deciding to gather information around the village. She wandered through the community, encountering existing hunters. Regrettably, they reported having seen the giant grasshoppers but had not encountered the green waters. Based on their descriptions, Qianyun insisted they draft a map. Though crude, this haphazard representation proved sufficient for navigating the two paths leading to the back mountains. Upon reaching a location reminiscent of that described by Orion, Qianyun found herself taken aback by the sight before her. The ground was strewn with blue fluorite. However, unlike those in her dreams, these stones were considerably larger, and in the distance lay a conspicuously cleared area. As she approached this open space, Qianyun discovered an abundance of peculiar markings, resembling the imprints of some large creature, alongside traces that appeared claw-like. Just as she was meticulously examining the surroundings, a swarm of insectoid beings, composed of filamentous entities, suddenly surged forth, and the young man materialized not far away. With a cold smirk, he remarked, I knew you would not relent. Ultimately, you have walked straight into your own trap. Chapter 151. Conclusion. Qianyun was inwardly astonished, yet her countenance remained unperturbed, as if she were unaffected by the sudden turn of events. She slightly raised her chin, her gaze piercing as she regarded the youth before her, and calmly inquired, Are these words you speak, perhaps imparted to you by those line-born creatures? Upon hearing this, the boy, though not entirely grasping the underlying meaning, sensed an air of insult from her demeanor and tone. He furrowed his brow, arms crossed defiantly, and approached Qianyun with measured steps. With each stride, an invisible pressure began to envelop her. Hand over the energy storage stone obediently, or else you may find today to be quite unpleasant, he declared, standing firm and gazing coldly at Qianyun, the threat implicit in his words. Just as he finished speaking, the previously dormant line-born insects surrounding them erupted into frenzied motion as if responding to a silent command. Their writhing bodies produced a chilling rustling sound that evoked feelings of revulsion and dread. However, Qianyun, possessing a spirit twice as resilient as her 100-pound frame, resolved that surrender was out of the question. She preferred to fight, for as long as there was breath in her body, she would resist. Despite the repulsion she felt towards the grotesque insects, she suppressed her discomfort. With a dismissive snort, a smirk of disdain graced her lips as she boldly met the boy's gaze, retorting provocatively, Oh, is that so? Then come and try? I wish to see just how capable you truly are. The boy's face contorted with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. Taking a deep breath, he began to concentrate his formidable mental energy. Meanwhile, Qianyun, keenly aware of the impending confrontation, swiftly retrieved a moonlight shadow-long sword radiating a cool luminescence from the condensation orb. Simultaneously, the anti-damage 7-treasure umbrella was summoned, forming a robust protective barrier around her. In the blink of an eye, her mechanical arm was fully equipped and poised for the imminent battle. At that moment, the atmosphere was charged with tension, as if a single spark could ignite the entire battlefield. Yet, just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an enormous grasshopper materialized before them. Its vast body was cloaked in a layer of dark green exoskeleton, and its sharp claws glimmered ominously, invoking a sense of dread. Upon witnessing this, Qianyun's caution heightened, her gaze fixed intently upon the colossal intruder. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the powerful mental pressure unleashed by the boy surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing directly into her mind. In an instant, the gigantic grasshopper mercilessly swung its robust front claw, striking the protective light barrier formed by the anti-damage 7-treasure umbrella with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed through the air as the barrier shattered like fragile glass, scattering into a myriad of twinkling starlight. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Qianyun's heart. However, being a seasoned warrior, she swiftly regained her composure. Despite enduring the terrifying mental pressure emanating from the youth, she gritted her teeth and stabilized her stance, exerting all her strength to evade to the side, narrowly avoiding the ferocious strike of the grasshopper that followed closely behind. Seizing the moment, Qianyun deftly thrust her moonlight shadow longsword, akin to a bolt of lightning, directing its fierce sword aura straight at the grasshopper. The clash resonated with a sharp metallic ring as the blade collided violently with the grasshopper's formidable exoskeleton, sparking a dazzling array of sparks. Witnessing this, the previously menacing youth's countenance shifted dramatically, and he bellowed at the gigantic grasshopper. "Useless. Get out of the way." Qianyun scoffed. "Can you evade?" She devised a cunning strategy, intentionally exposing a flaw to lure the grasshopper into charging at her. Just as the grasshopper was about to collide with her, she nimbly sidestepped, allowing the youth to seize the opportunity and launch a concentrated strike that directly struck Qianyun. She staggered back several paces before halting, a faint trace of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth. A realization dawned upon her. The parasitic youth's host organism likely lacked physical offensive capabilities. Their strength lay solely in mental prowess, while the grasshopper and other organisms obediently executed its commands. Swiftly, she exchanged her battered defensive Seven Treasures umbrella for a new one, dousing it with high-grade anti-radiation agent and employing the mechanical arm's rotation button to secure it, dispersing the agent like blossoms in the wind. Before long, the organisms in contact with the high-grade anti-radiation agent began to sizzle and emit smoke. The youth's face momentarily betrayed a flicker of panic upon witnessing the damage inflicted upon the organisms. Qianyun pressed her advantage, continuously applying the anti-radiation agent to the umbrella's surface, directing it toward the youth and the remaining organisms. The youth concentrated his mental energy, attempting to penetrate Qianyun's consciousness, while the remaining organisms endeavored to counter the assault. However, the grasshopper was not so fortunate, becoming ensnared. Seizing the opportune moment, Qianyun charged at the youth, her moonlight shadow longsword drawn once more. Sensing imminent danger, the youth amassed his mental energy to form a barrier in front of him. Qianyun swung her sword with force, causing cracks to appear in the barrier. At that instant, several small organisms suddenly emerged from behind the youth, lunging at Qianyun. With a sweep of her sword, she sent them flying. Taking advantage of this brief respite, the youth attempted to circle behind Qianyun for a surprise attack. However, as if she possessed eyes at the back of her head, Qianyun swiftly turned and delivered a kick to the youth's abdomen, causing him to stagger back, blood spilling from his mouth. Not granting him a moment's respite, Qianyun pressed her sword against his throat. "Hand over the energy storage stone. There is no possibility of refusal. What do you have to say now?" The youth's face contorted with despair, realizing his fate was sealed. Soon, a thin white thread began to escape from his body, unnoticed by Qianyun but detected by Xiaoyu, who continuously monitored their surroundings. She quickly alerted, "Master, the host organism from this alternate dimension is attempting to flee, 150 degrees to the east. Please hurry." Qianyun promptly dashed in that direction, skillfully concealing herself with her sleeve as she unleashed an entire bottle of high-grade anti-radiation agent. Ding! You have successfully vanquished the creator of this dungeon. The main quest is completed at 100, while the side quest progress stands at 95. Unravel the cause of Tsayur's demise. Upon hearing the latter part, Qianyun's previous mirth was swiftly replaced by a somber demeanor. She had dispatched the host with remarkable swiftness, leaving her utterly perplexed about the circumstances surrounding Tsayur's death. The formidable boss that might have held the answers had already been defeated by her. Without lingering too long in uncertainty, Qianyun deftly retrieved half of the meager supply of anti-radiation potions from her water bead and sprinkled it into the pool. In no time, a multitude of filamentous beings emerged from the water, dissipating into wisps of vapor. Upon returning to the village to seek the truth behind Tsayur's passing, Qianyun was momentarily taken aback. The villagers along her path appeared frozen in time, motionless and silent. She made her way to Tsayur's home, and, as she pushed the door open, was startled anew. "You've come? Thank you. I am Tsayur, a boy who was also parasitized. I was unaware during the host's occupancy. It was only during the host's restoration in the nutrient cocoon that I regained consciousness. I took my own life. not anticipating that my death would evoke such a powerful obsession within the host, leading to the emergence of this dungeon. The village of Grasshopper has, in truth, vanished. I have always known. Perhaps due to the prolonged struggle against that creature, I did not dissipate upon my death, nor did I fall under its control. I wove a dream to convey the knowledge I possess. My wishes have been understood, vengeance has been served, and my fellow villagers can finally rest in peace. However, I harbor one final wish. After a moment of stunned silence, Qianyun hesitantly replied, "Please, tell me." With a visage marked by a bittersweet expression, Sayur stated, "I ask you to help me obliterate Grasshopper Village and the 2 neighboring villages. In truth, all within the vicinity of these mountains have perished. I fear that any remains of our village or others could be discovered. I know you possess formidable potions, yet they are insufficient, far from enough. I am aware of where these outsiders have concealed their devastating weaponry." As she spoke, Sayur produced a map, handing it to Qianyun. "Very well." A faint smile graced Sayur's pallid face, only to vanish swiftly. When Qianyun followed the map to locate the stash of interstellar missiles, she was taken aback. Only 2 were needed to destroy the area. However, the remainder, well, that was another matter. After setting the detonation sequence, as the explosions erupted, Qianyun found herself safely transported back to her refuge. Just as she inclined to jubilantly retrieve the ammunition, a notification interrupted her. This material is classified as a weapon of mass destruction and is not permitted for use in the survival world of the island. Extraction is not possible. Chapter 152. The upgraded fog beyond the safety house. A thick mist enveloped the surroundings, resembling a heavy white curtain that shrouded the entire world. Qianyun gently tidied her slightly disheveled hair and attire, then took a deep breath and began to examine the items acquired from this quest. Blue crystals, 113, experience, 870,000. It was evident that her level had ascended, explaining why she did not experience that dizzying sensation upon the completion of the quest's teleportation. Not hastening to check her personal panel, she first seized the crystals and commenced absorption. As she absorbed, a series of azure lights flickered around her, and the pile of blue crystals diminished at a visibly rapid pace until they vanished entirely. After absorbing the 5th crystal, Qianyun finally paused and swiftly opened her panel. Player, Qianyun gender, female height, 172 centimeters weight, 57 kilograms. Your weight has stabilized. Level, 11 to 1, 457, 901, 500, 000. Current experience accumulated from monster kills. Note, secret realm creatures do not count towards experience points. Perfect completion of the quest grants substantial experience. Constitution, 4810, gains 1 attribute point with each level after level 5. Strength, 5210, gains 1 attribute point with each level after level 5. Speed, 4710, gains 1 attribute point with each level after level 5. Mental power, 50. 00080, 000, currently level 10, next level 11. Increases by 500 to 1, 000, with character level advancement. Luck? We have sought out peak survivalists from other worlds for a luck value match. Please stay tuned. Talent, time manipulation, current level 5, can be enhanced. Note, time can freeze for 30 seconds within a radius of 2 kilometers. 30 seconds is quite formidable. Skills, basic mechanical development, intermediate pharmacology, superior swordsmanship. Expandable, comprehensive strength ranking, 1 points ranking, 1 achievement ranking, 1 safety house ranking, 1 luck ranking, 1 total points, 5, 700. 890. You have met the conditions to unlock cross-dimensional exchange in the multi-dimensional marketplace. Qianyun furrowed her brow, fixated on the display of her luck value and total points. Just how vast was the survival game world on this island? Were there other survivalists from different realms, and were they all human or of other races? Could the monsters they encountered possibly have been former survivalists? Would the merging of zones ultimately bring together survivors from different planets or realms? And what exactly was the multidimensional marketplace? Feeling a headache coming on from her thoughts, Qianyun clicked on the group chat, eager to share the information with her companions, only to be met with an urgent system notification. Currently, you are the only player who has successfully met all the criteria for being an informed party. You cannot disclose information to players who have not met these requirements. Any information you attempt to send will be filtered, and face-to-face communication will also be muted. Please refrain from challenging the system's regulations. Qianyun sighed in resignation, yet the sense of urgency within her remained unabated. setting aside the question of survival. Even if they managed to endure, who could predict how long they might persist in the face of the unknown? After contemplating, Qian Yun produced 10 blue crystals, reasoning that distributing 2 to each of her companions, Lu Lu and the other 3, would suffice. With a mere click, she dispatched the message. At that moment, Lin Jiji, Lin Lu Lu, and Qian Yun were engaged in a challenge within a level 7 secret realm. All 3 were on the brink of advancing from level 6 to level 7, facing these challenges with relative ease. However, they were keenly aware of their desire not to lag behind their teammates, as doing so would render them a burden. Yet, they had somewhat overestimated their capabilities. Secret realms differed from dungeons, and the difficulty of those that allowed multiple entrants was significantly heightened, with levels not necessarily aligned. Currently, the trio was hiding in a basement to recuperate from their injuries, while overhead loomed a cadre of monsters skilled in mental assaults. This basement was the only refuge that could shield them, but with the conclusion of the secret realm approaching, they needed to reach the teleportation point swiftly. As the group pondered their predicament, they simultaneously received a notification. Qian Yun, I just emerged from a level 12 dungeon, acquiring some excellent items to enhance mental strength. I've sent them your way, give them a try. Almost in unison, the 3 responded. Lin Jiji, you utilized the power-up for yourself, leaving us with what you deem useless. Lin Lu Lu, a level 12 dungeon must yield valuable treasures. Did you reserve any for yourself? Song Yun, I exchanged for chests. We are currently trapped in a dungeon by a horde of monsters adept at mental attacks, which poses quite the dilemma. Lin Jiji, I will also trade for chests. Lin Lu Lu, count me in. Before long, Qian Yun received a flurry of messages containing the chests, 60 green chests, 90 blue chests, 300 purple chests, and even a single red chest. Attached to the gift email was a note from Song Yun stating that this was the unanimous decision of the 3. Qian Yun chuckled to herself. This was the kind of reliable partner she could trust with her back, forever worried about her well-being. It seemed their haul would be quite impressive, with the chests of exceptional quality. Meanwhile, the trio felt no nostalgia for the chests they had sent out. After absorbing the blue crystals, their mental strength had surged by 2 levels, bringing them just above level 6. They even had 1 crystal left unabsorbed. As the system had indicated, they had temporarily reached their limit. Eager and ready to make a significant impact, they prepared to venture forth into a designated combat secret realm, where monsters were plentiful and the treasures abundant. Jing Chuan had just escaped from the mist when he received a message from Qian Yun. Qian Yun, I just emerged from a level 12 dungeon, acquiring some excellent items to enhance mental strength. I've sent them to you. Give them a try. Jing Chuan, you're willing to share such treasures with me? Oh, you are my dearest sister. Qian Yun, have you been possessed? Jing Chuan, not at all. But I narrowly escaped danger, leading to a new perspective on life. Qian Yun, what transpired? Jing Chuan, the insects within the fog have vanished. Yet a peculiar phenomenon has emerged. Spores are swirling about chaotically. Initially, I paid little heed to this. However, when spores landed upon me, I was unaware of their growth until I noticed my protective suit had been pierced by their sharp tendrils. I scarcely had the chance to venture into the exploration zone before hastily retreating. Had it not been for the torch in my hand, I might have perished. The situation has worsened. This entity has burrowed into my flesh. Qian Yun felt a sharp pain in her head. Having just endured a parasitic dungeon, was the world she inhabited now entering a new phase of infestation? Nevertheless, she recalled the tremor device she had pilfered from the same dungeon. That device seemed capable of restraining plant growth and could even induce exhaustion in others. Qian Yun, I possess an item that may assist you. However, as I smuggled it from my dungeon, only I can wield it at present. I extend an invitation to you. Please join me. Chapter 153. Alcohol Blood Jade is a mysterious and rare gemstone. Its formation is remarkably unique, requiring nourishment from a corpse and the gathering of ethereal energy from the heavens and earth, ultimately emerging only after a prolonged period. It is said that in the vicinity of Blood Jade's birthplace, within a 100-meter radius, all vegetation will wither, as if the essence of life has been entirely devoured by it. Despite this, Blood Jade possesses unexpected and wondrous applications for plants, which remain inadequately explored and utilized at present. At this moment, Jing Chuan rushed in. Upon seeing him, Qian Yun promptly opened the door and carefully presented the precious Blood Jade into his hands. In an instant, the Blood Jade emitted a brilliant red light, akin to a fierce wave of attack abruptly unleashed. The crimson glow swiftly spread forth, surging with intensity. Then, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. The strange spores that had been lurking within Jing Chuan seemed to sense an unprecedented threat, causing them to halt their writhing instantly. Following this, these spores, as if driven by some force, desperately began to emerge from Jing Chuan's flesh. In the blink of an eye, they were exposed to the external environment. In a swift turn of events, the red light emanating from the blood jade surged forth like a ferocious beast, baring its fangs and mercilessly consuming all those spores. As the hidden peril within him was thoroughly eradicated, Jing Chuan let out a long sigh of relief, his heart swelling with gratitude for having survived and for Qian Yun's timely assistance. With deep affection, he gazed at Qian Yun and earnestly said, "Sister Qian, I truly owe you my life this time. Had it not been for your prompt help, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After this encounter, I must delve deeply into the peculiar mysteries concealed within this fog. This way, should I encounter a similar situation again, I will not find myself in such a dire predicament." Qian Yun smiled gently, patting Jing Chuan's shoulder in reassurance. "All right now, I understand your eagerness to learn. But the most important thing at present is to ensure you recuperate properly." Jing Chuan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he casually picked up an item and slowly extended it towards Qian Yun, softly stating, "Sister Qian, I hope not to cultivate a bad habit of relying on you whenever I face challenges. I would like to exchange this piece of blue crystal and 5 orange treasure chests for your recent healing assistance." Qian Yun did not hesitate to accept the offer, though she pondered that if she were to unveil something splendid, she would share a portion with him. With the prospect of doubling her loot, she felt as if she was the favored daughter of a survival game. As Qian Yun took the blue crystal and the orange treasure chests, she jested, "Little brother Jing Chuan, just wait and see how fortunate I shall be. Should there be any treasures, you will certainly have your share." Once Jing Chuan returned to the safe house, he had no intention of venturing out again, but instead contacted Ling Yun to inquire about the spores. Qian Yun, not one to remain idle, observed the discussions on both the world and regional channels, where numerous individuals were addressing the issue of spores. It was noted that being parasitized by these spores did not result in immediate demise. Those currently afflicted reported that since the appearance of spores in the morning, aside from the system notification of declining health and feelings of nausea, they had yet to succumb. Their health diminished at a rate of 2 points per hour. Upon further examination, she discovered someone had shared pertinent information regarding the foggy weather and strategies for coping with it. A user from server 906, Zheng Di, stated, "Dear friends, the fog has intensified. Below are my personal experiences and tested strategies, which I hope will be of assistance to you. 1. The first day of fog saw the emergence of the guagua insect, which emits a spray and can voraciously consume flesh without any protective gear. They are highly sensitive to sound, but possess poor vision. Currently, most are below level 4. As long as one is properly equipped with protective clothing, there should be no significant issues. 2. From 6 o'clock this morning, the guagua insects vanished, replaced by a plethora of spores. Once these spores land, they begin to grow and can breach your protective gear irrespective of whether you are wearing it. It is imperative to swiftly eliminate any spores that settle on you. I recommend donning multiple layers to ensure ample space for retreating to safety. The release of spores does not occur incessantly. Rather, it follows a pattern, typically spraying for 4 hours after intervals of 2 hours. This is crucial information based on my first-hand experience. 3. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from venturing outdoors. Should you need to go out, ensure you carry sufficient sources of fire, as spores are averse to the scent of alcohol. Spraying your clothing with alcohol can effectively prevent their settlement and reproduction. 4. Some spores that land may rapidly grow into man-eating mushrooms. Do not approach them, lest you become their nourishment. The currently tested safe distance is 10 meters. 5. Should you accidentally become punctured by a spore, do not panic. Antidotes can cause the spores to wither. However, it is essential to detoxify before your health drops to 1, or you will bear the consequences. The above observations are based on personal testing, and I shall continue to update if fortunate enough. Qian Yun meticulously absorbed Zheng Di's shared insights, internally calculating her provisions. She resolved to reorganize her gear in accordance with the recommendations provided. At that moment, Jing Chuan sent her a message, informing her that Ling Yun had also mentioned some new discoveries. It turned out that an acquaintance of theirs, a doctor, had discovered that alcohol could effectively counteract the spores. Initially, the doctor sought to extract the spores with tweezers and disinfected them with alcohol. To her surprise, the spores shrank slightly post-disinfection. Intrigued, She tested the principle and found that spores exhibited significantly reduced activity in alcohol, showing signs of shrinkage rather than active growth. However, it is impractical for individuals to consume lethal amounts of alcohol or apply large quantities to wounds. Firstly, there is insufficient alcohol, and secondly, should enough alcohol seep in to kill the spores, the consequences would be dire. Having grasped the situation, Qinyun promptly accessed the system marketplace to search for alcohol. Currently, all stalls and auction houses indicated that this item was out of stock. After refreshing the page for quite some time, she finally spotted a 1L bottle of alcohol. The reason it remained unsold was its exorbitant price, boldly marked with a notice stating that it was available for private trade negotiations to enhance one's mental fortitude. Qinyun skillfully utilized the decomposition function to split her blue crystal into several portions, and then, selecting one, she opened the chat interface for private messaging. This particular blue crystal could provide 500 units of mental strength, and the other party readily agreed to the deal. Qinyun felt no sense of loss. In truth, due to the spores, alcohol had become increasingly valuable. After organizing her supplies and ensuring she had ample medicine and sources of fire, Qinyun stepped out of the safe house. Outside, a thick fog enveloped the area, rendering visibility extremely low, yet she cautiously advanced, relying on her past experiences. Shortly after, she stumbled upon a region that appeared to be infested with man-eating mushrooms. She refrained from approaching recklessly, especially considering her recent discovery. The unique protective suit she had unboxed from the system was capable of resisting the spores. Chapter 154. Indigenous Peoples in the Depths of Her Heart. Qinyun felt an exhilarating joy surge within her, akin to a tumultuous tide. A delightful surprise that she had not anticipated. She treaded cautiously, taking deliberate steps in a direction entirely opposite to that of the ominous mushrooms. Her movements imbued with extraordinary care, as if the ground beneath her feet were not merely ordinary soil but a path strewn with thorns. In this realm brimming with uncertainty and peril, who could accurately discern whether the seemingly innocuous mushrooms concealed some arcane powers? As she advanced with trepidation, a faint buzzing sound soon reached Qinyun's keen ears. Instantly, her senses heightened, and her mind involuntarily recalled the terrifying creature known as the Jujichang, which had been mentioned by Xingdi. Could it be that this fog-laden area still harbored such a spine-chilling insect? However, according to the intelligence she possessed, only dispersing spores should remain in this location at this moment. With the buzzing growing ever closer, Qinyun instinctively tightened her grip on her weapon, her palms sweating slightly due to the immense pressure. Suddenly, a small, semi-transparent flying insect appeared in her line of sight without warning. To her astonishment, this insect did not belong to any known species described in her intelligence. Her nerves were at a breaking point, her eyes wide open, fixated on the enigmatic creature without blinking. Unexpectedly, the insect merely circled around her leisurely before seemingly fulfilling some purpose. It took flight and vanished into thin air. Only after witnessing its departure did Qinyun's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, return to its rightful place, and she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, it had merely been a false alarm. She truly feared for the integrity of her protective gear. Soon, Qinyun gradually approached the violet zone, where her glasses enabled her to discern a vast array of resources designed to combat the mist. Aside from the familiar blue jacaranda, red hibiscus, piano banyan, rabbit ear vine, 9 gold plate, jade cane fan, and myriad others, there were some newly added items. Upon conducting a brief scan, she obtained the following information. Graphite acacia, a unique product of the survival game world, a natural enemy of spore crops, capable of fully converting the biological energy of spores into its own nourishment. It is easy to propagate through cuttings and can be accelerated with nutrient solutions. Street lamp flower, a special product of the survival game world, expanding in a circular shape, effective in dispelling mist within a 2-meter radius. It is also easy to propagate through cuttings. Leaf flower, a unique product of the survival game world. Its seeds are edible and possess a sour taste. Each seed can effectively combat 10 spore particles. Harvesting is recommended. Twining vine, a special product of the survival game world. After distillation and purification, it yields alcohol. Harvesting is advisable. The peculiar fungi located at the farthest edge from the graphite acacia possessed an unusual beauty, characterized by an ambiguous allure that blurred the lines between friend and foe. The destruction mushroom is a unique entity within the survival game world. indiscriminately causing explosions that inflict area damage. Exercise caution, as it can unexpectedly emit spores at intervals, resulting in a profoundly impactful effect. The illusion mushroom is another special product from the survival game realm, whose spores possess a confounding quality. Inhalation can lead to dire consequences. The carnivorous mushroom reproduces at an alarming rate and inflicts minimal damage, yet its parasitic capabilities are formidable. It is important to note that this description pertains only to its spore seeds, as the fully matured carnivorous mushroom is a lethal presence, boasting a maximum attack range of 12 meters. Qianyun was taken aback, diligently recording all scanning information and anonymously disseminating it across regional and global chats. She advised against venturing into the purple zone unless one could do so safely, indicating that she would be selling her findings anonymously. Since learning that, apart from the indigenous inhabitants of the survival game world, they might also face players from other dimensions or planets. She aspired to provide her fellow beings from Aquamarine Star with greater opportunities for survival. Upon the release of her announcement, both regional and global chats erupted with excitement. Many expressed their astonishment at Qianyun's discovery, with an outpouring of gratitude and inquiries. However, some voices raised doubts, questioning whether this was a trap. Qianyun, undeterred by the skepticism, focused on gathering resources. She cautiously collected several seeds from the leaf flower and placed them in a specially designed container. Next, she selected a few robust saplings of the graphite acacia along with some branches, intending to cultivate them with nutrient solution upon returning to her safe house, preparing them for sale. As she prepared to gather the lamp flower, the surrounding mist began to roil violently. Startled, Qianyun tightened her grip on her weapon. From the mist emerged several figures clad in peculiar attire, exuding an unfamiliar aura. What on earth? Purple-skinned individuals? Qianyun pondered rapidly, questioning the origins of these purple-skinned beings. Were they new foes or potential allies? Before she could contemplate further, one of the purple-skinned individuals spoke, but Qianyun could not comprehend their words. Furrowing her brow, Qianyun pointed to herself and then to the gathered resources, indicating her precedence in this area. The purple-skinned individuals exchanged glances, seemingly conferring among themselves. Subsequently, one of them produced a round stone that appeared utterly unremarkable. However, when placed before Qianyun, they spoke again, and she discerned their clumsy attempts at the universal language. We mean no harm. We seek only to trade. Taken aback, Qianyun inquired, trade? What do you wish to exchange? The purple-skinned beings presented a violet crystal, claiming it could enhance gathering speed, and requested Qianyun's assistance in collecting lamp flowers into a box, as they could not directly touch them without vanishing. To demonstrate, one of the shorter purple-skinned individuals plucked a lamp flower, only to disappear upon contact, leaving Qianyun astonished. After a moment of hesitation, Qianyun ultimately agreed to trade a portion of the lamp flowers. Once the transaction was completed, the purple-skinned individuals departed, satisfied with their acquisition. Watching them leave, Qianyun's mind raced with possibilities. However, the violet crystals she received amounted to an unexpected bounty of 30, a delightful surprise indeed. She was quite curious about how the other party would cultivate the streetlight flowers after obtaining them. Upon returning to the safe house, Qianyun conducted a thorough cleaning and inspection, confirming that she was unscathed and her equipment intact, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to sort through her supplies, she heard the familiar sound of the system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the player Qianyun from the Blue Planet for being the first in the survival game world to attain the title of Chief of the original inhabitants. The Purple Chi tribe, along with a 20 favorability rating from its members. As a result, she was rewarded with a dedicated mechanical workshop. Simultaneously, a prompt followed, inquiring if Qianyun wished to announce this to the entire server. She silently clicked yes this time, but opted for anonymity, causing the world to erupt in excitement once again. Chapter 154. The arrival of Su Ru. Upon the announcement echoing throughout the server, players began speculating about the identity of the enigmatic figure. Meanwhile, Qianyun had already entered her exclusive mechanical workshop. Inside, an array of tools was at her disposal, alongside some peculiar devices she had never encountered before. Qianyun resolved to first examine the purple crystal obtained from the Zichi tribe. She placed the crystal into the analyzer and discovered that, aside from enhancing collection speed, it emitted a faint energy fluctuation that could resist negative states. Ah, this is quite a remarkable find, she mused, distributing one crystal to each of her companions. She then began to explore her options. As her level progressed, so too did the need for new armor and gear. Qianyun first accessed her inventory of materials, meticulously selecting those suitable for crafting new armor and equipment. She realized that gear of level 11 and above required a mineral known as starstone, renowned for its extraordinary hardness and inherent luminous properties, which could bolster defenses and enhance visibility in dark environments. Unfortunately, she currently lacked this material. Thus, she activated the trading channel to post a request for purchase. Before long, several players reached out to her. One player proposed to trade rare herbs for an expansion stone she possessed. Qianyun declined, recognizing the rarity of the herbs, yet she had an abundance of them. The expansion stones, however, were in short supply. Another player expressed a willingness to exchange 20 pieces of starstone for an 8th level equipment with special attributes, rejecting the expansion stones. After a moment's contemplation, Qianyun acquiesced. Once she procured a sufficient quantity of starstone, Qianyun initiated the crafting process. With unwavering focus, she skillfully manipulated the various tools, following the steps meticulously. After considerable effort, a brand new set of armor and gear was finally completed, radiating a soft blue glow, adorned with intricate patterns that hinted at its extraordinary properties. Delighted, Qianyun donned the new attire, ready to venture into more challenging territories. She had yet to explore the depths of the purple region, and this time, she was determined to give it a try. With a stroke of luck, she might even earn a first-time reward. However, before she could take more than a few steps, a melodious and distinctive chime resounded, as if calling her from another realm, instantly capturing her full attention. Without hesitation, she reached out to tap the floating screen before her, the shimmering light illuminating her slightly astonished visage. Upon discerning the information displayed, she was momentarily taken aback. It was a message from Su Ru. The message read, "Sister Qianyun, do you still need hands for your territory? Hehe. I have a recruitment order here. May I recommend myself?" Upon reading this, Qianyun initially froze, then smiled apologetically, internally chiding herself for her haste, thinking, "How forgetful of me amidst all the busyness." She quickly replied, "Haha, I sincerely apologize, Miss Su. I truly got caught up in my tasks and forgot. Since you are willing to come, that would be splendid." Almost as soon as she sent the message, a notification popped up. Su Ru had gifted her an item. Qianyun leisurely clicked the reception button, and the recruitment order instantly entered her backpack, prompting her to use it without hesitation. Subsequently, she skillfully navigated the interface and extended a formal recruitment invitation to Su Ru. To her astonishment, the other party agreed to the invitation almost immediately. Just as she was about to visit Su Ru in her territory, another message arrived swiftly. "Lingyun, Miss Qianyun, would you be interested in recruiting some talent to contribute to your territory?" A smile graced Qianyun's lips as she replied, "Brother Lingyun, you are most welcome. However, I must inform you that the compensation here is not particularly high." Lingyun quickly responded, "Miss Qianyun, you jest. Following you will undoubtedly lead to great achievements." Thus, she sent him a recruitment invitation as well. However, he declined. Qianyun was perplexed. "Lingyun, well, I haven't prepared my resources yet. It may take until tomorrow. Furthermore, my two friends, whom Jingchuan also knows, wish to collaborate again before making a decision." "Qianyun, no worries, there is no rush. In fact, you could also consider collaborating multiple times. After all, the Lord holds absolute authority over everything within the territory. If they reside there, choosing a suitable lord is paramount. One cannot be negligent." Aside from Su Ru, whom they had initially interacted with, Qianyun was not particularly familiar with the others, Jingchuan being the exception, as he was acquainted with everyone. Upon Qianyun's arrival in the territory, she spotted Lin Jiji and a few others assisting Su Ru in organizing things, seemingly having just emerged from the secret realm. At that moment, the regional channel erupted into a heated argument. It appeared that the instigator was the current girlfriend of Su Ru's ex-boyfriend. "Lin Muxua, Sister Su Ru, come out. Wasn't he your breakup with Brother Chung due to his insistence on you joining his guild? What is this? You once proclaimed your intent to be a lone wolf, refusing to join any guild, but it seems you looked down upon Brother Chung and even pushed me out as the third party." Su Ru was oblivious to these remarks, as she was preoccupied with setting up her new home and selecting a new address. Qianyun and the others were also unaware, as they were busy assisting her. However, Jingchuan, who had just awakened from a nap, caught sight of the exchange. "Jingchuan, I'm not here to speak on Su Ru's behalf, but everyone knows you, and that scoundrel's guild submitted half of their resources, right? And the brother Chung you mentioned is rather unimpressive. He perished within half a year. Now, you are left to run the show, not a lone wolf, but worse than one. Lin Muxua, brother Jingchuan, that's not true. Brother Chung indeed. But he did everything to save me. Sob, 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 I didn't mean to. Brother Chung has always been like a brother to me. Which is why I stand up for him. Sister Su Ru is indeed materialistic. If she hadn't initiated the breakup, how could Brother Chung have risked everything to strive for greatness? Brother Jingchuan, as a man, you should empathize with Brother Chung, right? Jingchuan, the scent of a scheming green tea is quite strong. Your brother Chung died trying to save you, while your sister Su Ru nearly perished because of you and that scoundrel. Don't call me over. It's quite irksome. Also, what else with the whining? A giant baby at over 240 months? After Jingchuan finished his output, he hurriedly slipped away. Who doesn't know that Lin Muxue's strength is not formidable? Yet her boldness is undeniable. Anyone associated with her will invariably have some mindless lecher defending her. It is best to vent one's frustrations and then block them. Over here, Lin Muxue's smile froze on her face as she glanced at the player Zhou Hu, who ranked first in strength. She managed to muster a feeble smile tinged with a hint of vulnerability. This Jingchuan, honestly, if it weren't for her lack of strength, with only her fishing skills being commendable, how could she have survived until now? She was merely striving to exist. As for those lascivious men who perished, wasn't that to be expected? The thought of Su Ru, who seemed to delight in striking her down at every opportunity, made her grit her teeth in frustration. Nevertheless, she had to maintain her pitiable facade. Every day she lived was hard-earned, and she couldn't afford any missteps. In a territory where she was the only female player surrounded by men, Lin Muxue found herself well-protected and resource-rich. Yet, it still felt insufficient. It was simply not enough. Chapter 155, System Update. Time flowed swiftly, like a fleeting white horse, and in just a few days, the ordeal seemed to vanish. Just as the crowd was enduring their torment, the extreme weather, a source of dread and anxiety, finally drew to a close. When the system notification, signifying an end, echoed softly, it resembled a celestial melody descending upon the earth, resonating in the ears of every survivor. This sound was akin to a gentle breeze caressing the heart, dispelling the gloom and fear that had shrouded them for days. All surviving players could not help but exhale a long-awaited sigh of relief, their hearts, which had been suspended in trepidation, finally settling back within their chests. In that moment, their taut nerves experienced an unparalleled relaxation, and their bodies involuntarily slumped to the ground, reveling in the joy and gratitude of having survived. Some wept tears of joy, letting them flow freely down their cheeks. Others were expressions of relief, exchanging glances filled with a profound appreciation for life and hopeful aspirations for the future. At that moment, even Qianyun felt a sense of relief. However, the system notification, though delayed, had finally arrived. Ding! The system is about to update. The content of this update pertains to platform enhancements. The next round of natural disasters will descend in 2 months. As the number of surviving players has met the designated standard, the system has made the following adjustments. During the period of tranquility, the remaining players of High Blue Star will be granted early access. Players without territories or those who have not joined a territory are urged to join promptly, lest their impending kin be unable to cope with the various crises of the island survival world. An intermittent safe house defense battle is about to commence, so please stay tuned. The indigenous wandering merchant will soon arrive. Greet him with your utmost enthusiasm. The Dreamscape Brawl mode has been activated, where you may engage in battles with diverse races from different planets and worlds. Expedite your search for teammates to face these challenges together. Of course, you may choose to go solo, but survival in the perilous Dreamscape Brawl may prove difficult. The Dreamscape Brawl occurs weekly, and every surviving player in each round will earn a special entry qualification to a hidden realm. Within this realm, numerous indigenous inhabitants and various opportunities and dangers await, allowing for greater development. The Black Zone will soon be accessible. To enhance your survival rate, the system will grant every player 5 foundational stones as compensation for elevating the safety of your safe house and territory altitude. To safely navigate the next crisis, it is imperative to increase your altitude. Listening to the cascade of system notifications, Qianyun felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. She was acutely aware that new challenges lay ahead. The other players gradually recovered from their post-survival emotions and began fervently discussing the new rules. Qianyun stood up and promptly teleported to her territory. In world chat and regional chat, she saw many players already deliberating on forming teams for the Dreamscape Brawl. Upon returning to her territory, she immediately set to work utilizing the 5 island monuments to elevate the territory's altitude. As for the safe house, she planned to address that once she acquired more island monuments. The individuals present in the house also sensed the gradual increase in elevation and soon emerged to see Qianyun standing not far away. The 5 foundational stones had only raised the territory's height by 1 meter, and Qianyun felt the weight of the task ahead. Qianyun gazed upon her modest territory, elevated merely by a meter, exchanged greetings with her companions, and departed. Returning to the safety of her abode, she hesitated, opting to open a few boxes before waiting for the double rewards. If fortune did not favor her, she would venture into the black zone after 7 o'clock. Upon her return, she noticed an elderly man with purple skin who appeared to possess an abundance of patience, lingering at her doorstep. A thought struck her. Was he there to barter for supplies? Approaching him to offer a salutation, she soon discovered that the elder was quite animated, speaking a torrent of unintelligible words. Realizing her confusion, he produced a familiar stone and began to gesture meaningfully. Once he spoke again, comprehension dawned upon her, and she nodded in understanding. In haste, she returned to her quarters, carefully extracting the remaining streetlight flowers from a wooden pot. These blossoms were resplendent, radiating a captivating glow. With a heart full of anticipation, Qianyun presented the streetlight flowers to the elder as an exchange. Seizing the opportunity, she cleverly inquired with the purple-skinned elder, Heji, for more information about the wandering merchant. After a moment's contemplation, Heji replied, "The merchant you seek is undoubtedly Luke Ban. This individual is perpetually eager to explore and trade in all manner of peculiar items. However, I have not seen him for quite some time. To my knowledge, his kin are currently united in efforts to assist him in locating certain significant artifacts, leaving him in a constant state of urgency." Curiosity piqued, Qianyun pressed further, asking, "Do you know what his most cherished possessions are?" Heji smiled in response, "Indeed, I do. He has a profound affection for tea, and he is quite fond of ships and various rare weapons." Heji then spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, adding, "As for how to find him, I am at a loss. However, if you possess fragrant, rich tea or intoxicatingly delightful wine, perhaps he will be drawn to you by their alluring aromas." "What of his family? What does he look like? How old is he?" Qianyun inquired. Heji described. "He has white hair and a white beard, favors golden attire, has a round face and round eyes, and stands about half a head shorter than you." At this juncture, Heji seemed to remember something important, exclaiming, "Ah, I nearly forgot. Luke Ban has a precious daughter. It is said that the young girl adores powerful yet beautiful little dresses. Unfortunately, his wife has met with a tragic fate, having been captured by the Lansan tribe. Perhaps it is this misfortune that drives Luke Ban to wander so tirelessly." A sweet smile adorned Qianyun's face, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and expectation. She offered Heji a slice of cake, gently saying, "Dear Heji, might you divulge a bit more about Mr. Luke Ban? For instance, do you know the places he frequents in his travels? Such knowledge could greatly assist me in my quest to find him." Upon hearing these words, Heji could not help but scratch his head, a slight furrow appearing on his brow as he fell into contemplation. After a moment, it seemed as if a sudden realization struck him. His eyes brightened, and he spoke up, saying, "Let me ponder for a moment. Ah, yes. To my knowledge, the enigmatic Mr. Luke Ban frequently appears near the fringes of the misty forest. It is said that this area often yields rare herbs and various kinds of game. Perhaps he is drawn there in pursuit of materials that can be used to craft unique spices or wondrous potions. However, I must caution you. That region is far from safe, harboring many ferocious beasts." Qianyun attempted to extract more information, but alas, the purple-skinned elder Heji had nothing further to offer. She invited him to sit, but after his polite decline, she left contentedly for home, while Heji returned to his tribe with satisfaction. "Sungama, you are indeed correct. That young girl is unlike the other intruders. She is quite kind and even generous, gifting me more lantern flowers than you all brought back last time. Now, we need not fear the mist at night, for these can be cultivated. She informed me that they merely require occasional watering. She also bestowed upon me an abundance of fruits and vegetables, which we may enjoy freely. Should we find ourselves lacking in the future, we can always trade with her." This batch was a gift from her, as Qianyun prepared to unveil her treasures. she was greeted by the notification of the Ziki tribe's favorability increasing by 30 points. How delightful it was that the heap of fruits and vegetables was not given in vain. Ignoring the pang of regret over the Qian flower, Qian Yuan felt utterly content. Meanwhile, Lin Jiji, Lin Lulu, and Song Yun had already delivered the cornerstone to Qian Yuan. They resided within the territory without the need for upgrades. And since Qian Yuan had recruited them through a companion invitation mode, they could not be expelled unilaterally. Naturally, they also could not withdraw on their own accord. As their safe houses were situated within the territory, from this moment onward, their cornerstone would serve merely to elevate the altitude of the land. Suru, however, remained in a quandary, pondering whether to contribute. She believed that the trust and rapport between herself and Qian Yuan had not yet reached the level shared by Song Yun and the others. Thus, she resolved to wait a while longer and save her resources for the time being. Chapter 156. Monkey Wine. What constitutes fine tea capable of captivating the wandering merchant, Luckban? Qian Yuan pondered. And what about wine? Could monkey wine suffice? Recently, she had encountered a troop of monkeys in the blue region. Reflecting on Heji's words before his departure, Qian Yuan found herself in deep contemplation. She realized that having obtained such a significant clue, it was imperative to prepare thoroughly for the journey ahead. Resolute in her decision, she intended to gather some exquisite tea leaves and delectable, aromatic wines, setting out toward the edge of the misty forest in hopes of encountering the elusive Mr. Luckban. However, she recognized the necessity of caution, as the misty forest lay within an uncharted area fraught with peril. Upon entering the blue region, Qian Yuan was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere starkly different from her previous experiences. She halted, her eyes wide with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Vibrant, diverse butterflies danced gracefully in the air like ethereal sprites, while a myriad of insects busily navigated the flower patches or rested upon the blades of grass, creating a lively tableau of nature's vitality. Some butterflies showcased exquisite patterns on their wings, resembling luxurious silk, while others shimmered with a mysterious glow that dazzled the senses. These enchanting creatures either twirled playfully in pairs or basked individually in the warmth of the sun. Simultaneously, the various insects were no less impressive. Some were diminutive and agile, while others were robust, yet charmingly clumsy. An instinct whispered to her that beneath this breathtaking scene lurked hidden dangers. Her mind filtered through past explorations, recalling that no open area had presented such peculiar insects or scenery. Most notably, there were no flowers here. Qian Yuan hurried her steps, seemingly reluctant to linger. Yet, just as she turned to depart, a faint rustling caught her attention. Instinctively following the sound, she beheld a nimble monkey suddenly leap from the nearby grass. This agile creature moved with the swiftness of lightning, its keen eyes fixated upon a colorful butterfly fluttering amidst the blossoms. In a heartbeat, the monkey extended its furry hand with remarkable speed, deftly capturing the delicate butterfly. Initially, the unfortunate butterfly flailed its exquisite wings in a desperate attempt to escape the monkey's grip. However, after a mere 2 struggles, it appeared to succumb to an unseen force, rendered motionless as if under a spell, lying docilely in the monkey's palm. Meanwhile, the other butterflies and small insects sensed the impending danger. Panic ensued as they scattered in all directions with astonishing speed. The swiftness of their flight left Qian Yuan utterly astounded, even as she stood silently observing the scene. In this moment, the little monkey, having discovered that the once vibrant and wriggling butterfly in its grasp had ceased to struggle, appeared increasingly agitated. It emitted a series of high-pitched squeaks, clearly expressing its dissatisfaction and anger towards the now lifeless creature. Observing the insects scattering in terror, the little monkey's fury intensified. It felt abandoned by its troop, and now even these petite insects treated it with such disdain. How could it not feel enraged and despondent? In a fit of anger, it struck a nearby tree with a forceful slap, and to Qian Yuan's astonishment, the diminutive monkey's tiny hand cleanly severed the trunk. Such a small creature wielded immense power. Eager to test her own latent abilities, Qian Yuan felt a mysterious and potent energy surging from within her. This force, akin to a tumultuous torrent, rapidly coursed through every part of her being. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped her entirely. As the radiance gradually subsided, Qian Yuan opened her eyes. Having successfully activated her unique talent, time manipulation, this astonishing ability rendered everything around her seemingly frozen in place, with only she able to command the flow of time. Satisfied with this control, Qianyun swiftly retrieved her gear to ensnare the little monkey, crafted from special materials and crystals, proving remarkably effective. Once her gift waned, the monkey exhibited an even more irritable demeanor. Unfazed, Qianyun considered that if monkeys were present, their troop might be nearby, and perhaps the elusive monkey wine lay hidden within their midst. Locating the hollow where the monkey wine was stored would require the guidance of the Monkey King. Where is your tribe? Point the way, and if you lead me correctly, I shall reward you with a bounty of those delightful fruits from earlier. If not, well, you understand. Aware that the little monkey might not comprehend her words, Qianyun summoned Silver Grain to translate. Previously affected by their dreamlike adventure in the dungeon, Silver Grain had returned to her pet pouch, but now emerged to behold the rather unappealing little monkey. However, this unattractiveness was merely Qianyun's perspective, as Silver Grain found the interaction quite pleasant. Silver Grain, my master seeks to barter with your Monkey King for monkey wine. Could you assist in guiding us? Should we succeed in acquiring the wine, I will offer you an abundance of those delightful fruits. The little monkey retorted, why seek the Monkey King for such a simple task? I know precisely where the monkey wine is located. We could simply take it. However, you have captured me, and I am rather displeased. Silver Grain replied, we feared your strength might harm us, and our intent was to trade, not to steal. The little monkey countered, it must be taken directly. I am aware of several locations, but I do not associate with the lower intelligence monkeys of my troop. I have isolated myself from them and will not return. Silver Grain let out a resigned sigh and explained the situation to Qianyun. Upon understanding, Qianyun seemed to hear a distant wail after acquiring the monkey wine. However, the little monkey confidently insisted that she was mistaken, and Silver Grain echoed this sentiment, claiming not to have heard anything. In response, Qianyun decided to present the little monkey with 5 pounds of various fruits, and she personally witnessed the monkey wave its hand, causing the fruits to vanish. She couldn't help but reflect on her position, feeling as though she remained at the bottom of the food chain. The acquisition of the monkey wine occurred even more swiftly than anticipated, filling Qianyun with excitement. In several open areas, she had yet to discover the presence of tea trees or similar flora. Considering the arrival of wandering merchants who delighted in tea and wine, coupled with the opening of a black zone, she speculated that the latter might harbor what she sought. Swiftly transitioning to the black zone, Qianyun ultimately stumbled upon a hidden valley where several rare tea trees thrived. To her surprise, she also uncovered a jar of exquisite wine concealed within a cave. With all the materials gathered, Qianyun remained oblivious to the subtle, dark mist that clung to her sleeve. This mist seemed to possess a life of its own, silently writhing as it lingered. Chapter 157. The wandering merchant ecstatic with the materials she had gathered, Qianyun returned to the safe house. Throughout her journey, her heart was brimming with joy, completely oblivious to the lurking dangers. Upon reaching the safe house, she made a brief adjustment before stepping outside. It was just past noon, and the heat enveloped her. However, due to her significantly enhanced physical attributes, Qianyun felt little discomfort. Beyond the mist lay a cerulean sky adorned with white clouds and the azure sea, its waves surging. As she treaded carefully, she divided the monkey wine into several portions. The small bamboo tube she held contained merely a couple of sips, intended to test its ability to attract wandering merchants. Although the tea's aroma was quite rich, Qianyun refrained from opening it or preparing a separate portion, considering the spread and speed of its scent. Her backpack was filled with weapons and an array of food, all potential bargaining chips for her upcoming trade. Following the island's edge, she quickly reached the misty boundary, uncertain of which point might lead her to the wandering merchant. So she continued along the extending perimeter. On this day, Lukeban had set out in his modest vessel, accompanied by his storage pouch, intending to explore the waters. Outsiders had not visited this area in quite some time, yet Lukeban had yet to encounter their small island. This morning, he had finally come across a few individuals, only to be mistaken for an intruder, prompting him to turn away in frustration. At that moment, as he contemplated enjoying his lunch, he spotted a lush, green island, and having lost interest in landing, he chose to anchor by its shore. A faint yet tantalizing aroma wafted towards him, subtly laced with the scent of alcohol. Lukeban's excitement surged. He stowed away his food and small table and rowed ashore. As the enticing fragrance intensified, he marveled at its essence, clear and fragrant, both rich and pure, delightfully sweet. Meanwhile, Qianyun had been walking for nearly half an hour, a considerable distance for her current pace, yet still with no results. Feeling slightly disheartened, she paused and shook the bamboo tube containing the monkey wine, pondering whether its allure was insufficient. Just then, she heard the faint sound of footsteps. Instinctively, she became alert, gripping her weapon tightly. Luke Ban, drawn closer by the scent of the wine, soon caught sight of Qianyun, who, in turn, noticed him. Swiftly, she stepped aside and inquired, "Who goes there?" Upon observing his appearance, she surmised he might indeed be Luke Ban. Yet she asked the customary question one would pose to a stranger on their island. Luke Ban, noticing the item in her other hand, felt tears of frustration welling up. However, upon hearing Qianyun's words and seeing her wary expression, he quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, explaining, "I followed the scent of the wine," harboring no ill intentions. Assessing him, Qianyun discerned he did not seem malevolent, and thus she relaxed somewhat. Luke Ban's gaze shifted to the wine in her hand and her bulging backpack, his eyes brightening as he asked, "Would you be willing to sell that wine?" A flicker of intrigue ignited within Qianyun, and she replied, "This is something I've labored hard to acquire. I shall not part with it. Luke Ban, I am quite aware that those rascals and that old fellow cherish their wine more than their lives. It is indeed a rare find, and I, too, have not enjoyed it for many years. Name your price, for I possess a plethora of exquisite items." As he spoke, he prepared to rummage through his storage pouch. Qianyun, however, sought not a mere transaction. She aspired to forge a connection and cultivate intimacy. Thus, she gently declined, saying, "No, this wine and tea are dear to my heart. I wish to find someone who truly appreciates them to savor their essence. If the recipient comprehends their value, I would gladly offer them, but if not, it would be a waste of my treasures, priceless beyond measure." Upon hearing this, Luke Ban was elated, realizing he had encountered a kindred spirit. He eagerly replied, "I assure you, I am a connoisseur. This monkey wine must be savored slowly to appreciate the harmonious blend of forest fruits and rich flavors. As for tea, I dare say I am unparalleled in this domain." A glimmer of delight flashed in Qianyun's eyes. This was the affirmation she had awaited. With a smile, she proposed, "In that case, let us first become friends. I shall bestow upon you a taste of this wine today." Luke Ban was overjoyed as he accepted the small bamboo tube from Qianyun. He took a delicate sip, his face alight with rapture. After finishing, he patted his chest and declared, "Sister, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I am well acquainted with these waters." Seizing the opportunity, Qianyun expressed her desire for specific materials to craft superior equipment, suggesting a trade for weapons. Luke Ban chuckled heartily, stating, "A trivial matter. I have plenty within my storage pouch, all for you. But might I indulge in a taste of your tea?" Feigning reluctance, Qianyun retrieved a cup she had exchanged at the market and poured a small serving for Luke Ban. He savored it with great satisfaction. Qianyun remained silent, patiently awaiting his impression, which deepened Luke Ban's fondness for her. Ding! Congratulations to player Qianyun for gaining 30 personal affinity with Luke Ban. Current affinity is 20. Qianyun mused that increasing affinity was rather challenging. Yet she remained unperturbed. After tasting, Qianyun encouraged him to share his thoughts, and Luke Ban spoke at length. Qianyun glanced at the information on the screen, engaging in a reciprocal exchange that elevated her affinity to 45. "You possess a profound understanding of wine and tea. I believe we could become excellent friends," Luke Ban remarked, his smile radiating warmth and approachability. Qianyun nodded in agreement. "It has been a long time since I encountered a friend who understands me as you do. However, you mentioned possessing the materials I seek. I have an array of weapons here. Perhaps we could negotiate a trade? If it proves unfeasible, please do not hesitate to say so. I am indifferent." She maintained a facade of ease, though internally she was distressed, hoping it would not amount to a heap of scrap metal. Luke Ban surveyed the assortment of weapons spread across Qianyun's wooden table, first displaying astonishment, then calmly categorizing them into two distinct piles. Qianyun understood well what these piles represented. One comprised her handcrafted items, while the other consisted of system-generated products. After swiftly organizing them, Luke Ban announced, "I have sorted these into two categories." Then he pointed to the left and remarked, "The craftsmanship here appears rather lackluster, lacking additional functionalities. However, the design is quite ingenious, and I find it appealing. I believe that with my modifications, it could potentially surpass that collection on the right. Would you be willing to sell it to me? Of course, I am also interested in those on the right. The races I am acquainted with may not offer a high price, as their own smiths produce weapons of comparable quality. Nevertheless, as a prospective friend, I could facilitate the sale for you. What say you? Chapter 158. Trading goods. It was not entirely unfeasible. Thus, Qianyun consented to the proposal. Upon receiving her agreement, Lukban's face illuminated with joy. He promptly retrieved a pouch from his bosom, counted out a portion of gold coins, and presented them to Qianyun as a deposit, assuring her that once he sold the weapons, he would provide the remainder of her compensation. Qianyun accepted the coins, placing them into her satchel. Subsequently, Lukban departed with the weapons. A day later, he returned exuberantly. Qianyun, your weapons have become immensely popular, especially those crafted by your own hands. After my modifications, they have transformed into coveted items. Many are inquiring if there are any remaining stocks, he exclaimed, offering her a substantial bag of gold coins and extracting some special materials from his package. This is additional compensation. With these materials, you can forge even superior weapons. Moreover, I have received numerous orders and hope you can create unique weapons tailored to the client's specifications. Qianyun's eyes sparkled at the sight of the materials. This was indeed more than she had anticipated. Previously, she had traded several rare materials with Lukban, including 2 foundational stones. And now she had acquired a plethora of basic materials. She promptly stored the items in her warehouse, contemplating her next steps. Turning to Lukban, she said, very well, however, the pricing for customized weapons will be separate, and I require half the deposit up front. Without hesitation, Lukban nodded in agreement. Qianyun then busied herself, exploring the properties of the new materials. She discovered a particular ore that could enhance the toughness of her weapons. If utilized adeptly, the swords crafted could slice through iron as if it were mere mud. As time passed, Qianyun meticulously forged a series of exquisite and unique weapons according to the orders. When Lukban came to collect them, he was utterly astonished. The weapons were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also possessed formidable attributes. Once Lukban brought the weapons to market, a fervor ensued, triggering a buying frenzy. Players lavished praise upon the creations, elevating the reputations of both Qianyun and Lukban. The indigenous tribes began to harbor curiosity and admiration for this foreign player, known only by name. Of course, Qianyun remained unaware of this burgeoning fame. For at that very moment, a long-awaited system notification echoed, double treasure chest rewards. Qianyun now possessed an abundance of treasure chests, and this wave of openings was fortuitous. Swiftly, she clicked to open them. Life category: Clothing Gift Pack X2, Hygiene and Cleaning Supplies Gift Pack X2, Temperature Control Stones X1000. Wind Barrier X12,000. Can be used to erect walls at settlement points, capable of withstanding fierce hurricanes. Ice Cream Maker. Materials can be used for production. The better the materials, the more enhanced the attributes. Planting category: Upgraded Greenhouse X60. With 1 crystal stone, you can possess a greenhouse that shields from wind and rain, regulates temperature, and wards off pests. It can automatically adjust its size and partition areas, disregarding extreme weather. Exciting, isn't it? Note: do not expect it to fertilize or water your plants. The crystal stone must be replaced every 15 days, and under special circumstances, the duration may shorten. Be mindful. Perfect Grade Planting Soil X10, Excellent Grade Planting Soil X16, High Grade Planting Soil X20, Intermediate Planting Soil X12, High Grade Plant Nutrient Solution X20, Intermediate Plant Nutrient Solution X20. Special Seedling Jing Vine X6, Special Seed Nesting Tree X10, Special Seeds from the Game World. Upon maturing can serve as a robust foundation and withstand severe natural disasters. Note: this tree is exceptionally challenging to cultivate. It is advisable to use excellent grade planting soil or above, vegetable and grain seed gift pack X50. Materials: Cornerstone X100, Platform Expansion Stone X200, Energy Stone X200, Crystal Stone X1200, Moonstone X1000, Backpack Expansion Stone X200, Electronic Fragments X600, Glass X1000, Metal or X8000, to be extracted by the player. Includes materials needed for armor: Nanofilm X6000, Plastic X2000, Golden Namu Wood X20000, High Grade Wood X180000, Stone X100000, Tin or X30000, Iron or X50000, Iron Nails X100000. Rare Materials Gift Pack X2. Potions: Vitality Potion X100, Restoration Potion X200, Detoxification Pill X260. Food: Rice X1000 kg, dried bread slices x 1000 boxes, noodles x 800 kg, vermicelli x 1000 kg, wide rice noodles x 800 kg, pre-prepared meal gift pack x 200, alcohol gift pack x 20, beverage gift pack x 100, dairy product gift pack x 100, nut gift pack x 100, fresh vegetable gift pack x 50, fresh meat gift pack x 50, fruit gift pack x 40. Scrolls and cards. Level 15 Dungeon Scroll x2, Level 16 Dungeon Scroll x2, Level 17 Dungeon Scroll x2, Resurrection Card x1, Special Materials cannot be doubled, Recruitment Card x20, City Card x1, Special Materials cannot be doubled, Pet Upgrade Card x2. Blueprints and Weapons. Cold Moon Sword. A unique special item that cannot be doubled, an upgradable weapon. If the player possesses the Moonlight Shadow Longsword, fusion is recommended. Combat Robot Blueprint. A unique special item that cannot be doubled. Equipment Manufacturing Blueprint. A unique special item that cannot be doubled, improves with level. Note: the equipment manufacturing contained in this blueprint requires player development. Skills. Cannot be doubled Swordsmanship. A unique special item that cannot be doubled. Note: this swordsmanship is upgradable. Players who have learned intermediate and advanced swordsmanship can study this. Attributes: Sprite Fruit x20, Physique Fruit x60, Strength Fruit x60, Speed Fruit x60. Before her lay an array of dazzling items, countless and overwhelming. Yet at this moment, Qinyun's gaze was entirely captivated by the formidable windbreak wall. Her heart was tightly bound to this wall, as if she could see through it the terrifying spectacle that was about to unfold. In that instant, a startling thought flashed through Qinyun's mind. The next round of natural disasters was likely to be a typhoon or hurricane. The mere contemplation of this caused her to gasp in shock, for the consequences of such extreme weather were far from merely fierce winds and torrential rains. Typhoons and hurricanes possess a cataclysmic force, unleashing turbulent waves that render the oceans tumultuous and restless. They devastate trees and homes, and for those on islands, the terror escalates to the prospect of obliteration. It is no wonder that the game introduced the concept of a foundation, urging players to elevate their islands promptly. In a moment of urgency, she could no longer remain idle. She swiftly reached out to Luckban, utilizing the means provided by him, sacrificing 2 large crates of wine in the process. Chapter 159. Encounter with the Black Owl. After successfully trading a substantial amount of foundation stones with Luckban, Qinyun felt a sense of security. She used a collection of enhanced weapons and equipment as a deposit, requesting Luckban to assist her further in acquiring foundation stones, which eased her mind considerably. The materials necessary for upgrading the safe house had been gathered, and her territory was ready for an upgrade. With deftness, Qinyun initiated the upgrade. Once expelled from the safe house, she observed the area formerly occupied by it beginning to visibly expand. The upgrade would require 7 days, leaving her in need of an occupation, while the territory continued to develop, expanding beyond the fixed boundaries. A sense of anticipation began to swell within her. Yet, despite her awareness of the impending calamity that loomed on the horizon, Qinyun dared not allow herself a moment of complacency or rest. With resolute determination, she stepped into the mysterious and foreboding black zone. The instant she entered this dark realm, she keenly sensed a palpable pressure permeating the air around her. It felt as though an invisible force was converging from all directions, tightly compressing her body and constricting her breath. Could it be that this atmosphere was deliberately crafted to acclimatize players to the formidable pressures presented by the forthcoming storm? Qinyun pondered to herself. However, for reasons unknown, this artificially created ambience imbued the black zone with an unmistakable sense of purpose. What could have prompted such design? Was it intended to test the player's adaptability and resilience? Or did it conceal deeper, unspoken secrets? A cascade of questions surged within Qinyun as she ventured forth with caution. The Black Zone was aptly named. Upon entering this enigmatic domain, she was profoundly struck by the scene before her. Darkness enveloped her surroundings, as if the entire world had been steeped in ink. The unknown vegetation appeared ghostly in the night, their ebony forms elongated and twisted, exuding an eerie aura. The ground beneath her feet was as black as ink, seemingly capable of swallowing all light and warmth. Even the air was intermittently filled with drifting black ashes, resembling a never-ending snowfall of darkness. These ashes floated delicately, settling upon Qinyun's shoulders, hair, and cheeks, imparting a chilling and oppressive sensation. After wandering for nearly half an hour, Qianyun had yet to discover a single treasure chest, and even the plants she encountered yielded no information upon scanning. Everything felt profoundly bizarre. The deeper she ventured, the more vigilant she became, as the hatred mark of the black owl grew increasingly scorching in her hand, as if it sought to consume her very flesh. Gritting her teeth, Qianyun resolved to temporarily disregard the searing heat emanating from the enigmatic mark, redirecting her full attention to the unknown depths ahead, determined to uncover the truth. At that moment, a series of chilling, low growls suddenly echoed from afar. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld, reverberating through the pitch-black expanse, sending shivers down her spine and raising the hairs on her body in terror. Qianyun could not help but grip her weapon tightly, her heartbeat quickening with anxiety. A group of unknown creatures was drawing near. Taking a deep breath, she cautiously approached the source of the sound, step by step. As she drew closer, penetrating the thick darkness that seemed almost impenetrable, she finally discerned the source of the menacing roar. A colossal black creature loomed before her. Its body towered like a mountain, with large, bell-like eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, akin to two flickering ghostly flames dancing in the night. Black Owl. It has been a while, Qianyun thought, a jolt of surprise coursing through her. The sheer size and volatile spiritual energy radiating from the creature indicated its formidable nature, at least a contest of 3 to 7 in her favor. Qianyun felt a déjà vu sensation, as if facing a foe capable of landing 3 punches on her head. Nevertheless, she quickly retrieved her weapon from her backpack. The mark upon it was scorching hot, a reminder that there was no escape. In an instant, a gleaming long sword appeared in her hand. The newly acquired Cold Moon Sword, infused with the power of moonlight, had amplified its potency manifold. As she grasped it, an icy chill emanated from the blade, causing the very air around her to crystallize with frost. However, the black owl had clearly sensed her presence. It opened its cavernous maw and emitted a deafening roar, followed by a rapid expansion of its wings, launching itself toward Qianyun like a bolt of black lightning. In the face of such a fierce assault, Qianyun displayed an agility beyond the ordinary. With a slight sidestep, she narrowly evaded the owl's lethal strike. At the same time, she swung the Cold Moon Sword, unleashing a razor-sharp wave of sword energy that sliced through the air, aimed directly at the black owl. To her astonishment, her seemingly ordinary attack struck the creature but merely sparked a few embers, failing to inflict any substantial damage. However, after a brief exchange of blows, Qianyun quickly realized that only by executing a complete set of sword techniques could she hope to weaken the powerful black owl. Thus, she hesitated no longer. Gracefully maneuvering around the creature, her Cold Moon Sword dancing in the air as she unleashed a flurry of strikes, the sword light cascading like snowflakes, enveloping the owl in a shimmering veil. The black owl, ensnared by Qianyun's swordplay, struggled in fury, each flap of its wings conjuring a tempest of darkness. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Qianyun's brow. This technique was immensely taxing, and she needed to finish the battle swiftly. Suddenly, she noticed a patch of slightly lighter scales on the owl's body, suggesting a vulnerability. Her gaze sharpened, and adjusting her stance, she concentrated all her strength at the tip of her sword, causing the Cold Moon Sword to erupt in blinding radiance. "Pierce!" she cried out, thrusting the sword toward the exposed weakness. The black owl sensed the impending threat and desperately twisted its body, yet it could not evade entirely. The blade pierced deep into its flesh, eliciting a mournful howl as the massive form trembled. Seizing the opportunity, Qianyun withdrew her sword and unleashed a series of rapid strikes, delivering a devastating blow to the black owl, rendering it incapable of further resistance. Qianyun let out a long sigh, her strength nearly depleted. She gazed upon the fallen black owl, preparing to explore this area for any further treasures, as it was not easy to venture in. However, at that moment, the surrounding darkness seemed to deepen, and a sense of impending danger permeated the air once more. A flock of black owls emerged from the shadows, their emerald eyes piercing through the gloom like X-rays. Chapter 160. Fragments of the island survival system. The atmosphere was suddenly charged with tension, and just as Qianyun believed war was imminent, the leading elder, the black owl, spoke up. His voice was robust and powerful, yet his tone exuded warmth and kindness. "Child, do not be afraid. We are not here for vengeance. On the contrary, we may reach a mutually beneficial understanding." Qianyun did not lower her weapon, Rather, she became even more vigilant, gazing at the dark mass before her. Slowly, she opened her mouth, her voice steady and calm, yet resolute. I have no time for this. The elder black owl paused momentarily, sighed, and then continued. You carry the scent of moonstone. We can make a trade. You may present your terms, and we shall offer what we possess. Our kin have endured much corruption, what you refer to as pollution. This is also the reason for our people's dispersion, all in an effort to maintain our sanity. A heaviness settled upon Qianyun. This seemed reminiscent of the island survival scenario. If moonstone could resist pollution, did it imply that pollution could also be purified? This world was bizarre and fantastical, akin to a dream, a game that ensnared its players. I do not possess much moonstone. First, let me see what you have. Upon hearing her words, the multitude of heads instantly turned to face Qianyun. Their synchronized movement eerie and unsettling, their green eyes glimmering with an unsettling intensity. Very well. The elder black owl gestured, and several of his kin approached, carrying various items. Qianyun stepped forward, and the elder observed as she examined these sacred objects. In reality, Qianyun was scanning the items, and to her surprise, there were numerous valuable treasures among them. Several items were unfamiliar to her, yet the system's scan indicated their worth. Flood crystal, capable of resisting floods, ocean waves, and storms, reusable. Concealment vines X2, essential materials for a maze, capable of masking one's presence. Ring, a special item. Its specific use is left for exploration. Note, this item is extraordinary. Please keep it secure. Tree fortress, an ancient tree fortress that can expand and contract, serving as a substitute for a safe house. Portable and essential for home and travel. Fragments of the island survival system. Original fragments of the island survival system. Please ensure their destruction upon discovery. In addition to these items, there were platform expansion stones, energy stones, and various materials for upgrading safe houses. After collecting these notable items, she turned to the Black Owl clan. For these items, make me an offer. The elder Black Owl assessed her selections and understood her intentions, unsurprisingly. The human had chosen these particular items, though the fragment was an unexpected choice. 1,000 moonstones. Our clan currently has only 367 members who have not been completely corrupted, along with 133 unborn children. We require at least 1,000. For once, Qianyun refrained from bargaining. The mention of the 133 unborn children struck a chord within her. She retrieved the moonstones and handed them to the elder Black Owl, but before she could step away, she was taken aback by the scene before her. She witnessed the moment when the old Black Owl obtained the moonstone. The darkness enveloping its form began to fade, revealing its true plumage in gradual splendor, a dazzling expanse of white that was almost blinding. Subsequently, as each Black Owl received its moonstone, they too unveiled their original hues. Observing Qianyun's astonishment, the old Black Owl could not help but smile ruefully to itself. We were once like this, but then came the pollutants, tainting not only the places we relied upon for survival, but also us. We, the remnants, are but partially infected. Without the moonstone, we would soon descend into complete degradation. However, the moonstones are insufficient for our needs as long as we persist in this place. If possible, I beseech you to consider trading with us for any surplus moonstones in the future. You may use this to contact me and my kin. The old Black Owl solemnly presented an exquisite object akin to a ceramic shung to Qianyun. She accepted it, enveloped in silence, her attention momentarily drawn away from the now radiant and beautiful Black Owls, overwhelmed with emotion as tears of joy mingled with her anger for these pitiable indigenous islanders. Chapter 161. Speculation. After the events involving the Black Owl clan, Qianyun retrieved a fragment of the island survival system and fell into deep contemplation. The introduction suggested immediate destruction, unless this fragment posed a threat to the island survival world, or perhaps to the pirate survival system. What kind of threat could it be? She formed a bold hypothesis. The current island survival system might not be the same as the original pirate survival system. The arrival of the Hai Lan Xing people may not be as simple as it seems, and the matter concerning the Black Owl clan could be intricately linked to the emergence of the island survival system. It was evident that the pollutants were not native to this world. Qianyun's speculation lacked tangible evidence. The only clue she had was the fragment itself, yet she found herself unable to make a decisive choice regarding its destruction. She could not even consult or disclose related information on the survival system interface. nor could she swiftly transmit it to her territory. Therefore, she sought her companions and temporarily shielded the system using the Black Owl clan's concealing vine, a method she had just discovered. She meticulously relayed the events surrounding the Black Owl clan to Lin Zhizhi and the others. Indeed, they all fell into contemplation, except for Lin Lioli, who wore an odd expression as she produced an identical fragment from her bag. To be honest, it was rather peculiar. I just acquired it today. The description was strange, and I dared not place it in the system's backpack slots. During the defense of my safe house, I was marked by the snow wolf. But today, upon returning to explore the misty area of my initial island, I encountered the snow wolf clan, with whom I traded several moonstones. This being one of the items exchanged, what followed was a profound silence. Jing Chuan furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with uncertainty. So, you all haven't been marked, have you? Qian Yun detected something unusual. Could Jing Chuan also be one of the marked? She fixed her gaze on him, awaiting further clarification. Yes, I was marked during the safe house defense, but I did not encounter the skeleton clan. Lin Zhizhi and Song Yun exchanged bewildered glances. What marking? Jing Chuan replied. It refers to the hatred of a certain clan. It can be understood as a value of animosity. Some are permanent, while others are time-limited. Lin Zhizhi and Song Yun's faces reflected confusion, their clear eyes revealing everything. Qian Yun took the fragment from Lin Lioli's hand, and it quickly began to attract the other fragment, seemingly on the verge of merging, only to separate again in the next moment, clearly indicating that the two pieces were not adjacent. Lin Lioli hurriedly interjected, Qian Yun, let us keep it with you for now. I have an unsettling feeling about it being with me. The moment she thought of Qian Yun's speculation, her heart raced. Knowing that Qian Yun could shield the system and had a water bead that was not part of the system to store this item, she felt there was no safer place than with her. Qian Yun nodded slightly, and they discussed once more, deciding that they would explore their initial islands in the coming days, ready to swiftly use the team function to summon their companions should they encounter any danger. Here, one is beset not only by the capricious calamities of diverse climates, but also by an array of peculiar entities, both living and inanimate, that assail humanity. Should we delve into the truth, guided by the clues presently at our disposal, perhaps we might bring an end to this turmoil. The tainted indigenous populace and the lands in dire need of purification may find the prospect of restoration. Moreover, the giants encountered during our maritime ventures loom large, as this place resembles a wilderness more than ever. Ding! The system alerts you. The islands are now fully accessible. As you traverse these islands, you will encounter players from various territories and uncover previously concealed islands. The map panel has been updated for all players. By clicking on it, you may view adjacent islands. Note, the term full accessibility does not pertain to the mist-covered regions. Chapter 162. The fully open island. The contaminated indigenous people and the lands in need of purification may yet find restoration. The giants previously encountered at sea are not mere figments of imagination. This place resembles a wild and untamed realm. After thorough deliberation, everyone returned to their respective initial islands. As Qian Yun set foot on her island, now fully accessible, even the long-explored foggy territories were enveloped in a peculiar aura. Her steps were light and cautious, as if fearing to awaken some slumbering behemoth. However, while she was wholly engrossed in her forward march, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble violently without warning. This seismic disturbance surged forth, resembling a formidable force erupting from the depths of the earth. She stood in astonishment, her body swaying perilously with the tremors. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a colossal earth elemental monster erupted from the ground like a moving mountain. Its form towered into the clouds, its limbs robust beyond measure, each step it took resonating with the earth itself, covered in thick layers of soil and rock. It seemed to embody the very essence of the earth. Qian Yun swiftly drew her longsword, ready to engage in battle. At that critical moment, her gaze was inexplicably drawn to the intricate patterns adorning the monster's body. These patterns were labyrinthine, dazzling to behold. Yet, amidst this seemingly chaotic design, Qian Yun sensed a hint of familiarity. Flashbacks of the polluted creatures encountered in the previous secret realm flickered through her mind, revealing a stunning resemblance between their markings and those of the monster before her. This revelation tightened her heart. Could there be a connection between this creature and the contaminated indigenous people from the secret realm? In the throes of battle, Qian Yun had no time to ponder this question further. She focused intently on the monster, scrutinizing every detail. Though its attacks were fierce, she discerned a certain rhythm. For instance, it could only strike side to side with its arms and seemed to instinctively protect the nearby flora. Determined to take a calculated risk, she deftly evaded the monster's assaults while continuously observing its movements. She noted that the soil connecting its neck was not firmly compacted. At last, after a fierce struggle, Qianyun seized a prime opportunity. Without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful thrust of her sword, delivering a decisive blow to the monster. With a resounding crash, the creature fell to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Gasping for breath, Qianyun stood over the fallen beast, perplexed by the sensation that, at the moment of its defeat, the mud-caked visage wore an expression of liberation. As the dust settled, she observed the surrounding environment transforming at an astonishing pace. The clarity of the air seemingly improving. The distinct fog color that had characterized this misty region vanished in an instant. She began to piece together the implications of what had transpired. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and Qianyun and her companions had gathered 18 fragments of the original island survival system, speculating that only 2 fragments remained scattered. In this past year, countless individuals have embraced new beginnings. After the second round of deployment, families have reunited, friends have rekindled connections, and merges have occurred. Yet, I have been tirelessly engaged in my endeavors, occasionally seeking solace among Lulu and her companions. Currently, the island's natural disasters and climatic conditions have become predictable, oscillating between extreme cold and heat as commonplace occurrences, with hurricanes and pests making sporadic visits, while toxic fog has only manifested once thus far. Some have even developed a resilience, capable of enduring without relying on any resources from the island. Zhao Shui, Zhao Cheng, and others have repeatedly clashed with Qianyun's team, returning each time with diminished forces and resources, ultimately aligning themselves with the merged faction and being dubbed the Eternal Second, Wan Yi. Of course, Qianyun has no time to concern herself with these matters, for she is exceedingly occupied, diligently engaging in the acquisition of secret realm cards and dungeon cards, while also tasked with cleansing the monsters that roam the now fully accessible island. If left unchecked, these creatures will initiate attacks, but once eradicated, the land will undergo a natural purification. The materials obtained from the secret realms have been ingeniously utilized under her command. The skies teem with flying creatures. The seas are filled with swimmers, while the land-dwelling entities remain unaddressed, as she has provisions to substitute. Her team now boasts a vice-captain, Song Yun and Jing Chuan, alongside the third-in-command, Ji Ji and Lu Lu, with Ling Yun and Su Ru coordinating efforts. From an initial assembly of mere handfuls, the team has burgeoned into a collective of over 1,000. She, Qianyun, functions as a hands-off manager, her formidable prowess serving as a deterrent to others. Chapter 163. The Misty Realm fully unveiled. After an entire day of diligent effort, Qianyun finally amassed enough materials to upgrade her safe house and territory. The upgrade significantly expanded the territorial boundaries, and the platforms surrounding the safe house rose nearly 10 meters in height and 20 meters in width, encircled perfectly. The internal structure resembled the exquisite courtyards of ancient noble families. As Qianyun beheld her revitalized safe house and territory, a profound sense of accomplishment filled her heart. Just as she was about to embark on a thorough inspection, the system alert chimed. You have successfully upgraded your safe house to its maximum level. System rewards have been distributed. Congratulations on receiving 2 mysterious gift packs. Before Qianyun could react, another system notification sounded. Hostile players detected nearby. Please be vigilant in defense. Qianyun furrowed her brow, surprised that adversaries had arrived so swiftly. All information regarding the upgraded safe house flooded her mind, including the presence of an observatory from which she could teleport to any chosen location. She advanced to the observatory and spotted a group of players rushing toward her, led by a player named Wanya, notorious in the game for his ferocity. The opposing party was well-equipped, clearly harboring ill intentions. The leader appeared robust, his dark skin accentuating the sheer power of his bulging muscles, which emanated strength without any movement. Taking a deep breath, Qianyun calmly began to set up her defenses. The newly enhanced protective shield enveloped the upgraded safe house entirely, while the surrounding area was rigged with drug mechanisms, particularly those involving hallucinogenic and mental-affecting plants, for which she had meticulously calibrated the optimal dosage. Wanya and his team soon reached the protective shield, and upon observing the transparent barrier, he scoffed disdainfully. With a commanding gesture, he bellowed, "Break this thing." His subordinates drew their weapons and commenced their assault on the shield. However, the moment their attacks made contact, the drug mechanisms were triggered, unleashing clouds of green smoke that swiftly engulfed the area. The players inhaled the smoke, becoming disoriented and succumbing to hallucinations. Some screaming while others fled in panic. Wanya, too, found himself enveloped in the haze, struggling to maintain his composure amidst the dizziness. From the observatory, Qianyun watched this unfold. Secretly pleased, her adjustments had proven remarkably effective. Just as Wanya appeared on the verge of collapse, he unexpectedly retrieved a small vial from his pocket and consumed its contents. Instantly regaining his clarity, his eyes widened with fury as he shouted to his team, "Snap out of it. This is an illusion. Keep attacking." Under his roar, his subordinates gradually regained their senses and renewed their assault. Qianyun frowned, realizing that their leader possessed some formidable abilities. Perhaps his talent was related to mental strength, as evidenced by the effect of his commanding voice. Without hesitation, Qianyun, having recently amassed numerous Mystery Realm cards during her leisurely pursuits, decided to deploy her ample materials to construct battle and support robots. Activating over a dozen combat robots and auxiliary units, she launched them into the fray. The leader, preoccupied with his own challenges, inadvertently allowed those previously influenced by his talent to once again succumb to hallucinations. The battle robots swiftly relocated the battlefield, effectively encircling Wanya, while the auxiliary robots proceeded to bind the others, employing the unique packing ropes of Qianyun. Before long, Wanya's patience wore thin, and several battle robots were rendered inoperative. In a remarkable display, Wanya executed a sudden disappearance, not a mere teleportation, but an utter vanishing. Quite impressive. He possesses numerous hidden cards, including an item for instantaneous movement. Chapter 164. The struggle for the island. Upon returning to the island, many found it difficult to quell his restless thoughts. A few days prior, he had received word that the system would initiate the island struggle in 3 days. This contest would pit ranked players against one another, with the defeated party's island and all its resources merging into that of the victor. Given the likelihood of facing off against the first-place contender, many had intended to strike preemptively. However, the player named Qianyun possessed an array of formidable resources, and his brothers had suffered significant losses in their encounter with her. With this in mind, he summoned Zhao Shui. Though Zhao Shui was cunning and self-serving, he possessed a valuable foresight ability, complemented by a clever mind. "Zhao Shui," many urged, "utilize your gift of foresight to discern who we shall face in this upcoming struggle. Do not resort to vague responses about your limitations. We are brothers in this endeavor. If I falter, I shudder to think of your future survival." Zhao Shui closed his eyes, his brow furrowing in concentration. After a pause, he opened his eyes, his expression grave. "Boss, I cannot guarantee a precise percentage, but the visions I glean suggest we are likely to confront Qianyun's island." Many slammed a fist onto the table in frustration. "Indeed, it's her. This woman is truly formidable. Look again. Do we stand a chance in this confrontation?" Zhao Shui shut his eyes once more, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. After what felt like an eternity, he replied, "Boss, this is something I cannot foresee. In truth, the final vision I received depicted your demise, yet I dared not voice it. It appears we must urgently secure reliable reinforcements." Zhao Shui understood that a confrontation with Qianyun was inevitable, yet it was not the right time. Thus, he resolved to discreetly gather resources and seek refuge elsewhere before Many's territory became aware of his intentions. Unbeknownst to Many, Zhao Shui's thoughts were elsewhere. However, upon hearing Zhao Shui's words, Many regarded him with a mixture of skepticism and belief, his gaze drawn to the perspiration glistening on Zhao Shui's brow. After a moment of contemplation, Many clenched his jaw. "Is it not out of character for me to simply await my fate? You are well acquainted with Qianyun's team. As our strategist, if you have any ideas, I implore you to share them." Zhao Shui's eyes glimmered with inspiration. "Boss, we could feign an alliance with lower-ranked islands, spreading rumors that Qianyun's island possesses a wealth of battle robots and resources. We can claim we have successfully acquired a portion of these, enticing others to send emissaries to deplete Qianyun's strength over the next 3 days. We shall then reap the benefits of their conflict." Many stroked his chin, considering Zhao Shui's proposal. "You and I are aligned in thought. Reach out to those islands, showcasing some of our soon-to-be obsolete battle robots for greater persuasion." Ensure that the news of the island struggle remains undisclosed. Once the word spreads, many may choose to conserve their strength. Despite the pain of parting with battle robots that had cost his team dearly, sacrificed by half their ranks to retrieve them from the secret realm, he understood the necessity of the plan. Zhao Shui accepted the task, and many gazed into the distance, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Upon hearing that he could bring a combat robot to the negotiation, Zhao Shui began to entertain clandestine thoughts. The resources he desired unexpectedly found their way into his possession. Nonetheless, negotiation remained imperative. The enmity between him and Qian Yun had escalated through their numerous confrontations, and his very existence was driven by the thirst for vengeance. He could never forget the death of his brother, Zhao Cheng. Negotiation is an art requiring finesse, yet the terms would ultimately be dictated by him. Perhaps this opportunity would also allow him to gauge the situation and seek a new ally. Chapter 165. Yin He and the Celestial Book Alliance. Zhao Shui, accompanied by combat robots, approached Yin He's encampment with unwavering confidence. Along the way, he garnered envious and reverent glances from numerous players. Upon reaching the camp, he was ushered before Yin He, whose icy gaze seemed capable of penetrating Zhao Shui's very thoughts. "Speak, what brings you here?" Yin He coldly inquired. Zhao Shui feigned composure, responding with a smile. "I come bearing sincere intentions for collaboration. With the impending struggle for the island, if we unite, we shall surely carve out a place for ourselves amidst this chaos." Yin He let out a derisive laugh. "What makes you so altruistic?" "Zhao Shui, I recall that someone from our alliance previously extended an invitation to you, and you had some rather disparaging remarks about us, if memory serves. Surely you have not forgotten." A twinge of anxiety gripped Zhao Shui's heart, yet he quickly regained his poise. Let bygones be bygones. The current circumstances differ, and cooperation is the path to mutual prosperity. After a moment of contemplation, Yin He's gaze fell upon the combat robots. "Is this your token of sincerity?" Zhao Shui nodded. Though internally, he calculated how to maximize the value of the robots should negotiations falter. A slight smile crept upon Yin He's lips, his eyes betraying a hint of amusement. These robots do possess a certain allure, but they alone are insufficient to warrant collaboration. Zhao Shui's heart sank, though he maintained a facade of cheerfulness. "Leader Yin, this is merely a fraction of my sincerity. Should our partnership materialize, I can provide additional resources and intelligence." Leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, Yin He said, "Elucidate your specific plans. If they genuinely satisfy me, collaboration may indeed be feasible." A surge of delight coursed through Zhao Shui as he passionately detailed his strategy, explaining how to leverage the combat robots to gain the upper hand in the island struggle and how to amalgamate resources to amplify their advantages. Yin He listened intently, a flicker of acknowledgement passing through his eyes, yet he remained noncommittal. At that moment, a subordinate hurried in and whispered urgently in Yin He's ear. Yin He's expression shifted subtly before he turned to Zhao Shui. "It seems the tides have shifted. Let us proceed as you suggested. Should the outcomes be unsatisfactory, our collaboration shall cease here." A wave of elation washed over Zhao Shui, realizing that their partnership had tentatively taken root. The next phase hinged on proving his worth in battle. Subsequently, Zhao Shui reached out to several renowned alliances. Some deemed the venture too perilous and opted out of the 3-day siege, while others perceived it as an opportune moment to seize resources. Before long, several lords and their followers formed alliances, intending to break through Qianyun Island and seize additional combat robots and supplies. The appointed time swiftly arrived, and Zhao Shui, alongside various alliance forces, assembled at the periphery of Qianyun Island. The ocean breeze howled, as if foretelling the impending ferocity of battle. With a command given, they surged towards the island. However, as they neared, they encountered fierce resistance. Qianyun had been besieged by intruders of late and had long prepared for the automated defensive mechanisms. The concealed defense systems activated instantaneously, unleashing a barrage of laser beams upon the advancing troops, striking the combat robots and igniting a shower of sparks. Zhao Shui was taken aback, realizing that Qianyun had become far more formidable than he had ever anticipated. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the sheer number of allied teams and island leaders that had gathered. Their presence alone was sufficient to overwhelm Qianyun's island. Even if Qianyun proved to be overwhelmingly powerful, the strategic exhaustion inflicted upon her would undoubtedly be significant, yielding Zhao Shui nothing but advantages. Observing that the combat robots had ceased their reinforcements, Zhao Shui discreetly positioned himself at the rear of the crowd and activated his teleportation. Chapter 166. The crowd shortly after Zhao Shui was teleported away. Qian Yun detected his subtle movements through the surveillance system. With a cold smirk, her fingers danced swiftly across the control panel, activating the island's concealed anti-teleportation device. Just as Zhao Shui had been transported, he felt a powerful surge of energy pulling him back. To his horror, he found himself once again at the edge of the island, pacing back and forth in a futile attempt to escape, akin to a mouse caught in a maze. Meanwhile, the others, alerted by the island's invasion warning, hurried to the scene, igniting a chaotic melee. Jing Chuan and Ling Yun appeared with imposing presence at the rear, accompanied by a throng of players. Not far from the safe house, Song Yun and Su Ru flanked from opposite directions, while two striking young girls, Lin Jiji and Lin Lulu, stood at the only remaining gap, brandishing an array of weapons alongside their comrades. In that moment, the attacking forces momentarily faltered due to the sudden influx of adversaries. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Yun commanded the defense system to intensify its offensive, resulting in the systematic destruction of combat robots without her needing to intervene further. Yet, even as the main combatants equipped with mechanical arms exhibited an almost indomitable prowess, the previously advantageous enemy faction found themselves momentarily disoriented. However, as Qian Yun descended into the fray, her sword strikes resembling an unstoppable force, the allied teams began to waver, with some contemplating retreat. Zhao Shui, trapped at the periphery, felt a mix of rage and terror. With no path of escape, he was left with no choice but to waste his last remaining teleportation card. It was only when he reached a fog-laden area of Qian Yun's island that he dared to teleport away, filled with trepidation. Yet, shortly after his departure, a colossal figure materialized at his previous location, sniffing the air with its flaring nostrils. Had Qian Yun seen this giant at that moment, it would have sparked a sense of familiarity. Back at the safe house, the disarray among the allied teams became increasingly apparent, with many discarding their gear and fleeing in haste. Jing Chuan and his companions pressed their advantage, their battle cries reverberating through the air. In a critical moment, several alliance teams found themselves in a dire predicament, their defenses being relentlessly assaulted by Qian Yun and her cohorts, on the brink of collapse. However, at this pivotal juncture, a well-trained, lavishly equipped contingent of 100 emerged from the opposite side of the island like a whirlwind. The appearance of this squad took everyone by surprise. To the beleaguered players on the island, they seemed akin to celestial warriors descending from the heavens, swiftly infiltrating the enemy's rear. This team acted with remarkable speed and decisiveness, wielding weapons that were none other than wolf-toothed clubs. Initially taken aback, Qian Yun and her allies soon recognized the emblem of this unexpected force, the Gale Alliance, which they had encountered previously but had remained neutral. The leader of the Gale Alliance, a man named Feng Lai, bellowed, "We bear no grudge against you. We have come merely to assist with the spoils of battle. However, it appears that your strength is formidable, and should I join you, my gains may not be substantial. If you can offer us sufficient rewards, we shall turn our allegiance." Without hesitation, Qian Yun decided to deploy the previously eliminated lower-tier combat robots, which were originally intended for auction, now serving as her trump card in preserving her strength. As the battle robots were unleashed, Ling Yun and Jing Chuan responded resolutely. "Regardless of who has bestowed upon you such advantages, if you deem it sufficient to cover your medical expenses, then feel free to strike directly. There is no need for excessive discourse." Upon hearing this, Feng Lai narrowed his eyes and with a grand gesture commanded, "Brothers, advance. Once we secure victory, we shall claim the substantial spoils." Chapter 167. Betrayal. The battle raged on for approximately an hour, after which the party, receiving payment, swiftly fled. The remaining minions, sensing the tide turning, also made a hasty retreat. Thus concluded a farcical spectacle instigated by a rabble. Qian Yun and her companions bound those who had failed to escape and contacted the various leaders to negotiate their release. If no one came to redeem them, they would extract resources from their captives and have them sign a labor contract sanctioned by the system, requiring them to chop wood and mine each day to repay their debts until fully compensated. As for their own injured, the severity of wounds varied. Yet with the backing of influential figures, recovery proceeded remarkably well, and they even acquired ample resources to enhance their strength. Zhao Shui, however, had taken half of the battle robots he obtained from Wanya, keeping a portion for himself before defecting to Yanhe. When Wanya, recuperating from injuries, saw the world channel filled with condemnations against him, he realized that Zhao Shui had used an item to escape his territory. Wanya, you scoundrel! You deceived us into an ambush while reaping the rewards for yourself. Our guild now suffers significant losses, and you must pay the price. Wanya, come out here. You incited Zhao Shui to coerce us into the assault, yet when we arrived, you were nowhere to be found. You concealed the strength of the opposing side, resulting in the deaths of over 200 of my brothers, alongside numerous injuries among those who managed to return. If we do not receive accountability today, you and Zhao Shui had best sleep with one eye open from now on. There is a saying, debts have their rightful owners. Zhao Shui, you fled the battlefield, deceiving us all. Half of my territory's inhabitants are either dead or captured. If you cannot provide an explanation, brace yourself for our entire alliance to hunt you down. Wanya, from this day forth, I vow enmity with you and Qianyun. You have caused the death of my brother. Prepare to pay with your life. When Zhao Shui contacted me, I knew he had nothing of substance to offer, and it was amusing how many in the guild were deceived. Since the guild's establishment, with rankings updated under real name verification, have you ever pondered why Qianyun's guild has consistently been rated first? Regardless of your incessant bickering, it is clear you are in the wrong. Great leader Qianyun, look at me. I truly need a leader like you to guide me. I can wash clothes, cook, and keep your bed warm. Is the guild recruiting? I wish to join as well. Wanya quickly realized he had been backstabbed and, in a fit of rage, opened the territory member information to check Zhao Shui's personal details, only to discover that he had defected and joined the Fifth Alliance. In his fury, he spat blood and fainted, unable to even take to the world channel to explain. At that moment, the second-in-command, having just arranged matters for Wanya, anxiously opened the world channel to issue an explanation and announce a bounty on Zhao Shui. Whoever could eliminate Zhao Shui would receive a teleportation card. Zhao Shui has defected from our alliance, stealing away a significant number of battle robots, totaling 1,000. He has incited various guild alliances to encircle the First Alliance. Those who doubt can check his current personal information. I have recorded the members of our alliance territory and will disseminate this footage. Those harboring grievances against Zhao Shui are encouraged to take action, and a bounty notice is issued. See the attached image below. Zhao Shui swiftly discerned the situation and promptly explained to Yanhe that the other party was spreading falsehoods. Even if there were indeed numerous combat robots, Wan Yi would never bestow them upon him. With a twinge of regret, he reluctantly produced a resurrection card and submitted it to Yanhe. This resurrection card had been acquired at considerable cost through dubious means. Upon regaining consciousness, Wan Yi soon realized that the resurrection card was missing. Despite searching through his backpack compartments multiple times, he found it absent. Chapter 168. Poisoning returning to his own territory. Feng Lai cast a sharp gaze towards Zheng Yan. You have indeed secured a significant contract for me. Zheng Yan trembled slightly, lowering her head as her eyes cast downwards, appearing calm while her heart raced with turmoil. At that moment, she felt the 10 combat robots in her hands burning with an unusual intensity. Damn Zhao Shui. Brother Lai, please calm down. I never anticipated Zhao Shui would be this proactive. It's primarily due to that news. Otherwise, he wouldn't have easily allowed our team to take such risks, would he? Feng Lai scrutinized Zheng Yan, his eyes shadowed with inscrutability. So you have learned the news? Is its authenticity confirmed? So many brothers have sustained varying degrees of injuries. If the information is not as crucial as you claim, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Zheng Yan's dissatisfaction with Zhao Shui grew, yet the immediate situation demanded resolution. Brother Lai, I have validated the situation with my abilities. It is indeed true. Zhao Shui mentioned that a territorial battle will commence in 3 days. Any defeated Lord team will have their territory forcibly merged with the victorious side, including all resources. Feng Lai was momentarily stunned by this revelation. It was evident they were on the brink of self-destruction. Was there an external plan for elimination? Why at this exact moment? Beside them, the strategist Fu Lei, noticing his elder brother's silence, ventured to inquire. Did Zhao Shui mention which territories we would confront? Are we destined for victory or defeat? In the event of failure, what will happen to the personnel without islands and resources? Zheng Yan felt a wave of unease. She had no insight into the outcome. Although she harbored her own selfish desires, growing up alongside Feng Lai made it difficult to easily trust anyone else. Brother Fu, Zhao Shui did not disclose the outcome. He stated that predictions come at a separate cost, which I cannot afford. However, we only have one corresponding territory, the one led by Wu Haifeng. The odds of victory require your assessment. Fu Lei was momentarily taken aback by the mention of Wu Haifeng. After the final world merge, he ranked 8th. While they had not even made it into the top 10, landing at 16th. The expressions of the two men above were heavy with concern at this moment. Zhang Yin clenched her teeth, ultimately deciding to speak up. I have an informant within Wu Haifeng's ranks, responsible for the food supply across the island. She can assist us in administering poison. If Brother Lai and Brother Fu deem it viable, I will persuade her to help us, provided we leave her a way out. Those present understood what the way out implied. A defeated island would likely see all its members forcibly offline, rendering survival, without territory and resources, a dire concern. Feng Lai was the first to respond. Is it reliable? Zhang Yin bit her lip, steeling herself as she revealed the truth. She is my younger sister. Aside from her, I have no other living relatives. If she risks herself to poison for us, I hope the Lord and Brother Fu can provide her with a release card to recruit her to our island on that day. Feng Lai pondered whether to believe her or not, then spoke again. What are the odds of successfully administering the poison? How can you ascertain that the other party lacks the innate talent for antidote creation? Moreover, a simple restorative potion can remedy ordinary poisons. And even more potent antidote pills and vitality elixirs can provide relief. Zhang Yin pressed her fingertips into her palm, uncertain yet resolute. Human nature is inherently selfish. Regardless of her sister's success in poisoning, her survival is paramount. Thus, with my own blood, ever since emerging from the level 13 secret realm, she realized she had been bitten by a mutated creature, and instead of perishing, she now bore the toxic remnants throughout her body, particularly in her bloodstream. No one escapes unscathed. Feng Lai spoke calmly and steadily. It's far too little. It is insufficient. The opposing force numbers 13,000. Even if you were to drain your blood, it would amount to less than 1,000th. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin felt her heart sink into despair. Just as she was on the verge of achieving her desired outcome, Fu Lei, having received a signal, finally spoke. I possess several valuable items acquired from the Qinyan auction house. There are numerous poisons and hallucinogens, unless one has a unique talent. Even antidote pills produced by the game will be ineffective. The vitality elixir can merely ensure temporary survival. However, this cannot be counted as your merit, as little Yin will surely understand. Chapter 169. The battle for the island unveiled. Zhang Yin gritted her teeth, her heart in turmoil. Her own blood was insufficient. Yet utilizing Fu Lei's resources would not be a testament to her own prowess. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. Let us discuss your plan, Feng Lai said, turning his gaze toward Fu Lei. A smirk played at the corners of Fu Lei's mouth, revealing a hint of pride. I intend to blend poison with hallucinogens and contaminate their water supply. Once the water is tainted, without any special detoxification abilities, all 13,000 of them will be affected. Zhang Yin furrowed her brow, a feeling of unease settling in her heart. Her own toxic blood was far more effective than the poison, yet she felt powerless in the current predicament. Meanwhile, Fu Lei had a solution, but the peril of poisoning would fall upon her sister, with the credit potentially snatched away by him. For the safety of the group, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Feng Lai endorsed the plan, and Zhang Yin could only stand by, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Perhaps sensing Zhang Yan's sentiments, Feng Lai calmly interjected, relying solely on poison is not entirely foolproof. I have agreed to your request, Xiao Yan, but you will still need to provide ample toxic blood to mix with the poison. Do you understand my meaning? Zhang Yan's eyes brightened as she grasped Feng Lai's intent. This way, her toxic blood would be utilized, allowing Fu Lei's plan to come to fruition while ensuring she received her fair share of the credit and could also secure an opportunity for her sister. Fu Lei expressed no discontent. After all, he was merely playing the role of the antagonist, and Feng Lai's decision benefited both him and the island. The group sprang into action. Zhang Yin, enduring pain, used a life-saving potion to extract a sufficient amount of toxic blood, which she handed over to Fu Lei, who arranged for the island's apothecaries to take it. The apothecaries quickly busied themselves, skillfully mixing the poison, hallucinogens, and toxic blood together. Under the cover of night, they stealthily approached the enemy's water source and poured the prepared concoction into it. On the eve of the island battle, chaos indeed erupted within the enemy camp. as Zheng Yu swiftly utilized tools to escape amidst the soldiers exhibiting symptoms of poisoning and hallucinations, ensuring their inability to detoxify, and subsequently sought refuge on Fonlai's island. The following day marked the official commencement of the battle for the island. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Yin and her allies launched a fierce assault. In the ensuing chaos, the enemy was utterly defenseless, retreating in disarray. Ultimately, the confrontation concluded with a resounding victory for Fonlai's side. In the aftermath, Zheng Yin earned the privilege of selecting supplies due to her contribution of toxic blood, and her previous frustrations dissipated, replaced by a grateful smile. In contrast, on Qian Yun's side, the injured had recovered swiftly. Faced with the already weakened Wanya alliance, which had suffered considerable losses and was now further compromised by Zhao Shui's stabbing, their defeat was effortlessly achieved, without even deploying battle or support robots. As for the distribution of resources, she allocated them according to labor, choosing not to take any for herself, as all her attributes had already reached the upper limits of the current level through rewards obtained in the secret realm. However, there was one item she refrained from distributing. She found herself deep in thought regarding the special rewards gleaned from their victory, the shards of the original pirate survival system. 2 in number, the original pirate survival system fragments can be regarded as the most enigmatic elements introduced into the island survival realm, closely linked to their abrupt emergence. She and her companions have engaged in numerous speculations, with the most perplexing inquiry being the distinctions between the current island survival system and its original counterpart. Their preliminary assessment suggests that these systems exist in a state of opposition. Chapter 170. The last 2 fragments having finally gathered all the fragments of the original survival system, Qianyan found herself at a crossroads regarding whether to boldly attempt their synthesis. Realizing that such a momentous decision could not rest solely upon her shoulders, she reached out to the leaders of her group. She regarded them as equally vital, despite their differing responsibilities. As Qianyan pondered her thoughts, her friends rushed in with urgency. Qianyan, we have just received alarming news. A few remnants of the Wanya alliance have escaped and seem to be forming alliances with other factions, preparing to strike against us once more. Furrowing her brow, Qianyan set down the fragments of the original pirate survival system. The island contest had already incited enough internal strife among them, and now it appeared that infighting among the residents of Sea Blue Star was also brewing. Initially, she had intended to release the captives they had detained today, but now it seemed prudent to retain them as laborers for the time being. With the fragments now assembled, her invitation to the others was intended for a collective discussion on whether to proceed with the synthesis. They were still uncertain about the potential consequences and whether they could withstand them, as well as the resultant impact on their fellow survivors, whether it would be detrimental or beneficial. Qianyun activated the energy shield of the improved isolation system and laid out provisions for the gathering, where everyone sat in a circle, their gazes fixed upon the 20 fragments. Songyun was the first to speak. I believe we should attempt the synthesis. It might significantly enhance our strength, rendering those allied factions inconsequential. However, Jingchuan shook his head in disagreement. But what if the synthesis fails, or worse, produces uncontrollable negative effects? Our previous endeavors would then be in vain, and we could find ourselves in an even more perilous situation. Lin Jiji raised her hand to contribute. I feel that our current situation is already dire. We have merely adapted, while those who have not have perished. Moreover, I perceive this survival system as capricious, treating us like mere playthings. We are not experimental data, and I can sense its malevolence with each encounter. Nearby, the snow spirit, Insu, exchanged bewildered glances with the other vines, having only encountered discussions about the system presented in fragmented beeps. This marked their first exposure to the term system. As the group deliberated, their opinions diverged, making consensus elusive. Observing her companions, Qianyun took a deep breath and proposed, let us analyze the pros and cons of the synthesis. The advantage lies in the potential transformation of the current world order. If the original survival system represents the will of heaven, then this new iteration may well symbolize an alien invader. The downside, however, is the multitude of unknown risks. For instance, on which side does the original survival system stand? Is it benevolent or malevolent? Furthermore, as outsiders ourselves, might we be purged? Just as the group was immersed in contemplation, a sudden cacophony of alarm bells erupted from outside the safety shelter and territorial protective barrier. A guard rushed in, terror etched across his face, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Breathless, he reported to Qian Yun, "Great leader Qian, we are in grave danger. Enormous humanoid footprints have appeared within the purified territory, and our members tasked with the cleansing are utterly terrified. They have all fled back." Upon hearing this, chaos ensued among the others. Upon hearing this news, Qian Yun's countenance instantly darkened, her brow furrowing deeply as a wave of intense unease surged within her. Without a moment's hesitation, she decisively proclaimed, "Let us set aside discussions about the synthesis for now. I must investigate this matter personally." With that, Qian Yun swiftly turned and departed, her pace noticeably hurried. As she made her way towards the purified territory, the image of the giant she had encountered on other islands repeatedly flashed through her mind. This colossal figure, imposing and formidable, resembled a moving mountain, leaving an indelible impression on Qian Yun. Could it be that the enormous humanoid footprints discovered were left by him? If that were indeed the case, it would spell significant trouble. After all, during their previous confrontation with the giant, Qian Yun and her companions were utterly outmatched. Although their strength had since improved, they were still only evenly matched at best. Chapter 171. The Source of Contamination? Qian Yun rushed over, her heart racing with urgency, moving like a bolt of lightning, swift as the wind. Upon reaching the site of the giant's footprints, her heartbeat quickened. There was no sign of the giant, but a few audacious members of the territory had gathered. Observing the scene, Qian Yun scanned her surroundings, noting the immense footprints deeply imprinted in the ground, forming deep depressions. The territory, which had recently been purified, now bore traces of black gas emanating from the spots where the giant had trodden. She fell into deep contemplation. The unfamiliar island they had previously explored had not undergone purification, thus they had overlooked the footprints. Did this phenomenon suggest that the giant itself was a pollutant or perhaps a contaminated native? Jing Chuan and the others, who arrived shortly thereafter, were equally stunned by the sight before them, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the colossal prints. Silence enveloped the group as they all noticed the gas seeping outward from the pits. "I have a bold hypothesis." Lin Lu was the first to break the silence. The others exchanged glances, each recalling their previous encounter with the giant. Su He and Ling Yun, who had just dispersed the onlookers, approached. Puzzled by the silent communication among the group, Lin Ji recounted their prior observations, and the group fell into a contemplative hush. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, and Qian Yun, who was purifying the pit with moonstone, reacted swiftly, leaping out of the pit. In the distance, a grimy, dark crown of hair emerged into view. The group tensed, their heartbeats resonating in the air as the figure drew closer. As the giant approached, its immense form fully revealed itself. It was a creature of extraordinary size, towering far above an ordinary human, resembling a moving mountain. Its body was shrouded in a thick layer of black filth, as if corroded by some malevolent force. Each step it took caused the earth to tremble violently beneath its weight, as if the very ground quaked at its presence. A nauseating stench emanated from the giant, permeating the air and making it difficult to breathe. Its skin exhibited a bizarre black hue, marred with grotesque patterns, as if ensnared by an ancient curse. Its eyes, like burning flames, radiated boundless malice and a desire for destruction. As the giant neared a certain distance, it suddenly unleashed a furious roar, which reverberated like thunder, painfully piercing the ears of all present and causing their movements to momentarily falter. Qian Yun quickly regained her composure, utilizing her mental strength to shout, "Everyone, be cautious. Prepare for battle." The group immediately tensed, arming themselves and standing ready. Qian Yun's instincts warned her that this giant was more formidable than the one they had encountered before, yet she sensed it was the same entity. What could have caused such a sudden surge in its power? Jing Chuan, wielding a weapon, stood resolutely at the forefront, his gaze unwavering and resolute. Lin Lulu, beside him, bent her bow and nocked an arrow, her projectiles soaring like meteors, attempting to disrupt the giant's movements. Su Ru and Ling Yun, unwilling to be outdone, flanked the giant from either side, preparing to launch a surprise assault, while Song Yun hurried off to summon reinforcements. Just as they were poised to initiate their attack, the giant executed an unexpected maneuver. He suddenly crouched low, extending his colossal hand with the crushing weight of a mountain, lunging toward Qian Yun and the others. Upon witnessing this, the group swiftly scattered to evade the onslaught. However, the giant's speed was astonishing, his hand casting a shadow over them like a small hill. Chaos ensued as the crowd fled in all directions, the tendrils of black gas swirling and spreading more rapidly with the giant's movements. This dark mist seemed almost alive, enveloping the giant's form and extending outward, functioning as a mobile source of pollution, darkening everything in its path. Just when it appeared that evasion was futile, Qian Yun had a sudden inspiration and shouted, "Take refuge in the footprints." Though the others were baffled, they had no choice but to comply in this dire moment. They all dove into the depressions left by the giant's feet, and remarkably, the massive black hand halted as it approached the footprints, seemingly obstructed by an invisible force. It turned out that the footprints had been purified by the moonstone moments prior, and the lingering power of purification was still in effect, temporarily warding off the surrounding pollution. Seizing the opportunity as the giant's hand paused, Jing Chuan bellowed and swung his weapon fiercely at the giant's wrist. Lin Lulu's arrows rained down upon the creature's eyes, while Su Ru and Ling Yun launched a coordinated attack on its legs. The giant, stung by their strikes, let out a furious roar and withdrew his hand. At that moment, Yang Yao arrived with reinforcements, reinvigorating the spirits of the crowd as they launched another fierce assault on the giant. Qian Yun seized the moment to continue wielding her longsword as the primary offensive force, while Lin Jiji and Lin Lulu led others to diffuse the spreading pollution with moonstone purification. Before long, the giant seemed to regain a semblance of intelligence, noticing the diminishing black gas enveloping him. Despite the various degrees of injuries sustained by the group, they had not become his sustenance, and he emitted an even more piercing roar, one that made even the mentally strong Qian Yun feel a trickle of blood from her ears. As the group momentarily staggered from the deafening sound, the giant suddenly planted his hands on the ground, launching his massive body skyward before crashing down with tremendous force. The earth trembled and dust clouded the air, toppling the crowd with the shockwave. The footprints, which had still retained some purifying power, lost much of it in the violent tremor. After landing, the giant moved rapidly, targeting Lin Jiji and others who were engaged in purifying the pollutants. Observing this, Qian Yun shouted, "Jiji, Lulu, take the others and retreat. The rest of us will protect those purifying with the moonstone." The group, enduring their physical pain, quickly rallied together. Jing Chuan once again led the charge, using his weapon to shield against the giant's assaults. Lin Liolio's arrows incessantly targeted the giant's vital points, endeavoring to divert his attention. Su Ru and Ling Yun maneuvered behind the giant, seeking an opportunity to strike at his weaknesses. Soon, the giant appeared to grow impatient, as the various hues of mist that surrounded him coalesced with a visibly rapid speed, transforming into an even denser black satin. Chapter 172. The Eradication Plan. At this moment, Qian Yun and her companions were enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure, exacerbated by the colossal giant's palm strikes, akin to resisting an immense force. Moreover, they faced the threat posed by the giant's demonic roar. Its deafening voice, reminiscent of a devil's howl, relentlessly assaulted their eardrums, subjecting their minds to significant torment. Contemplating the remaining materials she had in reserve, Qian Yun glanced at the long sword in her hand. This sword still had 2 opportunities for enhancement, and she could devise a way to procure more materials, yet the imminent crisis demanded immediate action. Without hesitation, she activated the upgrade. As the upgrade commenced, the long sword suddenly radiated a brilliant light, its silver sheen blinding. Wherever the light touched, the potency of the giant's demonic sound seemed to wane considerably, while the black gas dissipated into nothingness, significantly alleviating the pressure on Qian Yun and her allies. With renewed vigor, Qian Yun dashed and leaped, the sword's brilliance leaving numerous wounds of varying sizes upon the giant, finally inflicting substantial damage and creating an opening for the poisoned arrows to dart toward the giant's injuries. In pain, the giant emitted an even more ferocious roar, and the demonic sound surged once more. However, the longsword's radiance persisted, allowing the group to withstand the onslaught, albeit with some discomfort. The giant, in a fit of rage, swung its massive hand, aiming to crush Qian Yun. She nimbly evaded the strike, seizing the moment to slash at the giant's knee with the sword's edge. With a sickening sound, the blade carved a deep gash into the giant's knee, exposing bone and causing it to stagger. Seizing this opportunity, her teammates surged forward, unleashing a torrent of skills and attacks upon the giant. The giant's body swayed precariously, and in a final act of defiance, it roared, attempting to muster one last struggle. Yet, Qian Yun, discerning the moment, leapt high and plunged her sword into the giant's forehead. The giant's eyes widened in shock as its massive form collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, sending dust billowing into the air. The group exhaled a collective sigh of relief, their taut nerves finally unwinding. As they gazed upon the giant's lifeless body, someone ventured closer, only for the giant's corpse to suddenly disintegrate into fragments that fell to the ground. Among the remnants was a scroll, crafted from either sheepskin or cowhide, which someone picked up and presented to Qianyun. The scroll was inscribed with an array of cryptic symbols, indecipherable to Qianyun, yet comprehensible to the snow spirits and the little scarlet flame vines. The gist of the content revealed that this was a plan for human eradication, initially targeting the indigenous inhabitants of the island world. However, it was later discovered that these natives had undergone uncontrollable transformations, leading to widespread contamination across the islands. With various degrees of pollutants emerging, the more severe the contamination, the greater the attack power. The few evolved creatures were categorized into ranks, which also explained why the island world had fractured into isolated islands. The sole deity of the original island world, originating from the depths of the sea, began summoning individuals from other realms to save the beings of its own world, thus becoming the original system of the island world. So, we were summoned by the deity of this world to rescue it? Qianyun furrowed her brow, pondering the information contained within the scroll. The snow spirits nodded in affirmation. Indeed, those uncontrollable changes may very well be the harbingers of catastrophe. Your domain is already replete with fragments. However, if it were not for the calamities that have drawn you to this place, perhaps the deities of our world are not inherently benevolent. Lin Lulu, ever meticulous, swiftly discerned the crux of the matter. The scroll is but half complete. There should undoubtedly be another half. Although the others could not comprehend the language of Insu and Hua Hua, the little vines, yet the scroll's incompleteness rendered them hesitant to act recklessly. Chapter 173. The Betrayer. As everyone halted in contemplation, an individual suddenly sprang into action. This person swiftly executed a series of intricate hand gestures, reminiscent of sealing techniques. Qianyun distinctly sensed the original system fragments within her backpack stirring restlessly. Without hesitation, she transferred the fragments into the space of the water pearl, disregarding the underwater palace and the perilous unknown creature within it that she had previously secured. Just as Qianyun completed the transfer, the individual performing the gestures bellowed, and a peculiar beam of light shot towards her. The light struck the very spot where she had stored the original system fragments, yet met with naught but emptiness. The expression of the gesture wielder shifted, clearly taken aback by the abrupt disappearance of the fragments. At that moment, the surrounding crowd began to react, converging upon the individual responsible for the gestures. To their astonishment, it was Su Ru, a prominent figure embedded within their ranks. Although she wielded little actual power, her role as the intellect behind their operations rendered her presence quite remarkable. As the throng of people surged towards her, Su Ru felt a sudden pang of anxiety, her eyes momentarily betraying a flicker of panic. Yet, this fleeting disquiet quickly evaporated, and she adeptly regained her composure, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she addressed the crowd. What seems to be the matter, everyone? Do I have something on me? While not everyone perceived the energy fluctuations, a substantial portion did, prompting a voice to rise above the rest. Sister Su, what were you just doing? Qianyun understood the implications better than anyone else, yet refrained from labeling Su Ru as either good or evil. Do you seek the fragments? Why? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ru replied, no, not at all. It was simply that the giant's disappearance triggered a memory of a gesture I had seen in a certain secret realm, and I thought I would give it a try. Before Qianyun could interject, Jing Chuan, with a grave countenance, countered, is that so? But the energy fluctuations were quite pronounced. Was it merely a spontaneous whim? Su Ru maintained her stance, asserting that it was indeed just a trial. Qianyun, undeterred, responded with an even sharper tone. Do you desire the fragments? Why? Realizing that Qianyun would not let the matter slide, Su Ru dropped her pretense, letting out a cold laugh. I merely wish for the fragments to fulfill a greater purpose. You are squandering them by holding on to them. The crowd, once dazed, transformed their confusion into indignation, tightening their circle around her. Seeing the tide turning against her, Su Ru continued, do you not wish to know why you are here? What has caused this place to transform? Will you survive what lies ahead? Qianyun retorted icily, you know, as a comrade within this territory. You chose to withhold your truths and instead attempted to seize what is not yours. Your credibility is severely lacking. Yet Su-Ru remained unflappable, declaring, "Believe it or not, I possess the truth behind it all. The original system fragments are the key. Hand them over, and I can ensure that everyone escapes this place." A ripple of uncertainty began to spread through the crowd, with murmurs of doubt surfacing. Jing Chuan's voice rang out, "Do not trust her. Who knows what her true intentions are?" Qian Yun's gaze remained steadfast, resolute in her conviction, to speak out or face annihilation. As Su-Ru observed the crowd's unwavering resolve, a glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, she formed another seal, and several shadows, born from the same source as the pollutants, surged forth from behind her. Lunging towards the throng, the people, caught off guard, hastily sought refuge. Qian Yun quickly responded, summoning her weapon to confront the shadows. Others swiftly drew their arms as well, engaging in a fierce battle with the encroaching darkness. Seizing the moment of chaos, Su-Ru attempted to breach the encirclement to seize the fragments within the water condensation space. While fending off the shadows, Qian Yun kept a vigilant watch on Su-Ru, resolutely determined to thwart her nefarious scheme. Chapter 174. None are worthy. As Qian Yun fended off the shadowy figures, her gaze remained fixed on Su-Ru, pondering the latter's true intentions. No one aside from Ning Shui knew her secrets, yet it was unwise to assume Su-Ru lacked other means of competition. Su-Ru, sensing the absence of the fragments and realizing that others had not heeded her incitements, felt a rising impatience within her. She was determined to avoid becoming a contaminant. Thus, the fragments were imperative to her. Just as Su-Ru approached Qian Yun, Jing Chuan lunged forward, brandishing his sword to block her path. "If you wish to pass, you must first contend with my blade," he bellowed. Su-Ru glared with fury, swiftly forming hand seals. The shadows multiplied instantaneously, encircling Jing Chuan. He swung his sword valiantly, but gradually found himself overwhelmed. Seeing this, Song Yun and Lin Jiji were consumed with anxiety. Song Yun hastily repelled the nearby shadows and quickly positioned himself back-to-back with Jing Chuan. Meanwhile, Lin Jiji drew her bow, awaiting the opportune moment, and swiftly released a poison crossbow bolt towards Su-Ru. Su-Ru evaded just in time, the projectile grazing her shoulder. In that fleeting moment, Qian Yun seized the chance to break free from the encirclement of the 10 or so shadows and charged towards Su-Ru. Taken aback by Qian Yun's sudden assault, Su-Ru could only retreat in haste. Qian Yun's attacks were fierce and relentless, targeting Su-Ru's vital points. While dodging, Su-Ru commanded the shadows to counter Qian Yun's onslaught. At this juncture, Jing Chuan and Song had managed to shake off some of the shadows and joined the fray against Su-Ru. Lin Jiji, on the other hand, sought the ideal moment to strike, occasionally loosing a few bolts to disrupt Su-Ru. Meanwhile, Lin Lulu tirelessly prepared culinary supplements for her companions, bestowing various enhancements that proved invaluable. Under the relentless assault of the four, Su-Ru began to falter. Anxious and enraged, she suddenly bit her tongue, spewing forth a mouthful of essence blood into the shadows. In an instant, dozens of shadowy figures grew more substantial and powerful, surging forth like a colossal black beast towards the four. They were forced back, momentarily ensnared in a stalemate. At that moment, Qian Yun brandished her sword with renewed vigor, exclaiming, "Everyone, be aware that the shadows fear Moonstone. Weapons that have been corroded can be repaired with Moonstone, and those in the process of restoration inflict the greatest harm upon them. Avoid direct skin contact with the shadows. They are pollutants." Upon hearing this, the group focused their energies, awaiting the right moment. Finally, amidst the shadows' attacks, the four launched a simultaneous offensive towards Su-Ru. Alarmed, Su-Ru panicked, uncertain if she could withstand their onslaught. The battle intensified, with all parties exerting their utmost effort. Suddenly, the space of the Ning Shui pearl emitted a peculiar glow, and the fragments flew forth, hovering in midair. Su-Ru's eyes sparkled with determination as she dashed forward, intent on seizing the fragments. Just as her hand was about to grasp them, the fragments transformed into a streak of light, shooting into Qian Yun's brow. Su-Ru, startled, rushed forward but was a moment too late. Before she could react, she utilized a teleportation talisman to escape, the shadows vanishing alongside her. As Qian Yun succumbed to unconsciousness, the others released a collective sigh of relief, yet a sense of worry began to creep in. Jing Chuan gently cradled his fractured left arm, casting a glance towards Lin Jiji, who had already shouldered Qian Yun, and remarked to the others, It seems Su-Ru has fled. We cannot foresee what turmoil may ensue. I fear we may be in for considerable trouble. It would be prudent for us to return to our territorial residence swiftly. I shall activate the island's protective shield. You should escort Qian Yun back and reach out to the venerable Black Owl Elder. He may possess knowledge or a solution. Meanwhile, Qian Yun was engulfed in a wave of dizziness. After absorbing all the energy left by the fragments, a torrent of information surged into her mind, and she instantly comprehended the entirety of the truth. She could only conclude that whether it was the original system or the current one, neither was truly commendable.